With a single punch, the mountains thousands of kilometers away were pierced through. The young William retracted his fist, his long hair fluttering. Perfect. For 3 consecutive years, he diligently performed 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run each day had yet to lose his hair, but had cultivated strength rivaling that of Saitama. The system incessantly chattered. Do not be complacent. Your ultimate goal is infinite enhancement. William rolled his eyes, kindling a fire to cook potatoes. You're as annoying as Teacher Kai. Host, women are a source of trouble. The system resumed its emotional assessments. Ada and Roy are only after your physique. William chuckled. It's mutual desire besides. He gazed out of the window. The charming widows of the border town were indeed hard to part with. But a man of ambition seeks the world beyond. Here I come. Noble princess, system, I shall depart tomorrow. You are finally willing to leave? William lay on his bed, a smile gracing his lips. The world's strongest power cannot be confined to a small town cooking potatoes. As dawn broke the next day, William began his training shirtless, his muscular form glistening in the sunlight. Suddenly, the system's alarm blared. Detected the kingdom's knights. They are searching for the one who pierced the mountain with a punch. William paused mid-action. Had his punch from yesterday been discovered? The knights dispatched were the prince's personal guards, and leading them was the princess he had longed for. Would he strike them down with a single punch, or pretend to be an ordinary civilian and slip by? Would the princess find his physique appealing as well? Before his training could conclude, the sound of hooves approached, and the prince's melodic voice rang out. I've heard there's a powerful individual here. Wiping the sweat from his brow, William's lips curled into a grin. The journey of infinite enhancement begins with leaving the town, and his first encounter is with a princess? Now, that's an intriguing plot twist. How would he deal with the knights next? Would he reveal his true strength outright, or feign modesty first? Good morning, William. Next door, Dick stepped out to greet him, his gaze sweeping over William's exposed torso, then glancing at his blushing wife, Roy, who was closing the door, unable to resist, asking, does this training method really work? Having completed 100 push-ups, William clapped his hands and laughed. Just a casual practice. My goal is to cultivate fighting spirit. Fighting spirit? Dick frowned. Where in this world is there such a thing? Only gods can wreak havoc on that scale. William's expression stiffened. Then how do you deal with dragons? Dick sighed. Stop reading those misleading storybooks. System, get out here. William shouted into the air. Host, allow me to explain. Explain what? Where is the fighting spirit? Where are the dragons? The system meekly replied. There is no fighting spirit in this world, but there are divine fruits akin to devil fruits. Are you deceiving me? But you can indeed defeat a fruit user with a single punch. The system asserted confidently. This is what we call a benevolent lie. William laughed in exasperation. I have grown stronger to rescue beautiful maidens, not to waste my time in this small town boiling potatoes. As they argued, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from afar, closer than the knights from yesterday. The system suddenly alerted. The prince's guards have arrived at the village entrance. She is holding the shattered rocks from the mountain you pierced yesterday. William was taken aback. Had they come so swiftly? Dick leaned in and said, I heard the kingdom is searching for a peculiar individual capable of shattering mountains with a single punch. Could it be you? William glanced at his own fist, recalling the image of the princess, and suddenly smiled. System, what does the divine fruit look like? It is red like an apple, and consuming it grants the ability to breathe fire. Could the princess possess it? The system fell silent for 2 seconds, then replied. Detection indicates a fruit energy response from the princess. William's eyes lit up as he grabbed his coat and headed toward the village entrance. 3 years of arduous training to punch through mountains was not meant for languishing in a small town while listening to the system's ramblings. The princess, bearing the fruit, had come to him. This plot was far more thrilling than any tale from a storybook. Dick shouted from behind. Where are you going? William did not look back, declaring, to save the world. At the village entrance, the prince's silver armor gleamed in the sunlight as she clutched the shards of rock, inquiring of the villagers, where is this man? William approached, grinning widely. Looking for me? Upon raising her gaze and meeting his eyes, the prince's face flushed. His physique surpassed even the legends. Now, should he reveal his prowess to seize the fruit outright, or first engage the princess in a conversation about life? The system suddenly chimed in. The prince's fruit can manipulate metal. Her knights are all clad in steel armor. William flexed his wrist. If he could punch through mountains, what did he have to fear from a heap of iron? Was this departure from the small town truly so exhilarating from the outset? Might the princess, as the system suggested, be tempted by his physique? William abruptly halted his musings, as the system retorted irritably. Stop your fanciful thoughts. Who is going to share a lifetime with you? Aren't you the one concerned about longevity? Your strange notions are absurd. I can handle this matter for you to know. You possess such capability? William's eyes brightened. How about granting me an immortal body? Can you manage that? You're dreaming. Immortality is not in my repertoire. I am an infinite enhancement system, not an invincibility system from next door. William scoffed. It seems, dear system, that it is you who are lacking. The system was nearly infuriated. Do you want the ability or not? Shall I feed it to the dogs instead? Yes, yes, yes. Of course, I want it. A warm sensation enveloped him, and the system panel displayed an addition. Infinite photosynthetic system. Isn't that the process of photosynthesis in plants? It is a photosynthetic system, similar to Kryptonian physiology. The system exclaimed in frustration. With light, it can infinitely strengthen you, grant eternal life, and transform you into light. William's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could I possibly transform into Ultraman? The system remained silent. In any case, it's immensely powerful, far superior to the shining fruit. Bidding farewell to the quaint town, William leaped several dozen kilometers, leaving deep craters in the mountains as he raced toward the city. System, when shall I embody light? Jumping around feels rather foolish. In about a month, as he neared the city, he spotted a band of mountain bandits lurking in the grass, their banner boldly displaying the words Mountain Bandits. In an instant, William appeared behind their leader. Whom are you waiting for? The leader trembled in fright, nearly dropping his dagger as he turned to see William. He gasped. How did this fellow materialize out of thin air? Dressed like a commoner, yet his speed surpassed even that of the elite knights. The bandits brandished their weapons and encircled him, the leader blustering. Dare to ruin my plans. You must be tired of living. William flexed his wrists as the system prompted. These individuals have blood on their hands. I recommend taking them down one by one. He chuckled, having just acquired the ability to harness light. It was the perfect opportunity to test his skills. In the distance, the sound of a carriage drew near, and the bandit's eyes gleamed with eagerness. A fat sheep approaches. William raised his gaze. The noble crest on the carriage sparkled, and through the curtain's gap, a pair of beautiful eyes seemed to be peering in their direction. Is that the princess entourage? Or perhaps another noble? This band of bandits had likely bitten off more than they could chew. The leader swung his blade with a fierce cry, die. William sidestepped effortlessly, pushing him aside. The leader flew away like a broken kite, crashing into a tree and losing consciousness. The remaining bandits were left bewildered as William cracked his neck. Who's next? Should he clear them out with a punch each, or leave one alive to inquire about the situation in the city? His ability to embody light was yet to be unlocked if he attracted too much attention. Would the Night Brigade come after him again? Might the princess pursue him once more? Having just departed the town, encountering bandits and a noble caravan already, this journey was shaping up to be anything but dull. You? How did you end up here? Why shouldn't I be here? The bandit leader roared. I originally planned to ambush you, but since you've come barging in, kneel. 20 bandits brandished their hoes and kitchen knives, surrounding him, while William raised an eyebrow. Are you certain you wish to rob me? One bandit behind him swung a rolling pin, but William kicked him away effortlessly. I dislike being struck on the head. With swift motions, he sent 2 flying with a palm strike and dispatched another with a kick, leaving the remaining bandits trembling in fear. Seizing the opportunity, the leader lunged at his heart with a dagger, but with a swift motion the blade bent as William effortlessly blocked it. It seems you are quite eager to kill me. With a powerful kick, he sent the leader into a bloody mist. The fleeing bandits were struck down by the stones he had kicked, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. A beauty like you, yet you chose the path of a thief, William lamented. The system erupted in laughter. Don't pretend to be cultured. This phrase is utterly ridiculous when applied to bandits. I graduated middle shulam. I'm not allowed to take pride in that. Come on, let's hurt each other. The system's irritation was palpable. You claimed you graduated from high school last time. How could I attend high school if I never graduated from middle school? Unabashed, as William reached the crossroads, he beheld a lavishly adorned carriage being pursued by 6 swift steeds, with a strikingly beautiful woman of fair complexion seated inside. The pursuers were well equipped, far more formidable than mere mountain bandits. This other world is truly chaotic. I encounter 2 incidents in mere moments, William thought to himself, stepping aside to avoid involvement. Suddenly, the system blared an alarm. The woman in the carriage possesses a divine fruit. She can manipulate water. William paused. Was this not the very ability he yearned to witness? The pursuers drew nearer, their leader sneering. Miss Aisha, do not run. The woman lifted the curtain, her gaze locking onto William's, her eyes brimming with desperation. To assist or not to assist? If he intervened, he might attract trouble. If he refrained, he would miss the chance to witness the powers of the divine fruit. William stroked his chin, and the system prompted again. She is the daughter of a duke. Saving her could yield benefits. The horses had already caught up to the carriage, the glint of a blade flashing as it aimed at the woman. William sprang into action to end the next heartbeat. Would he position himself before the carriage, or continue to spectate? Could the water manipulation from the divine fruit withstand a single punch from him? Would the duke's daughter indeed be, as the system suggested, craving his body? Although you appear innocent, it is unfortunate that you witnessed this. Consider it your misfortune in your next life. Do not return. The man pursuing the carriage swung his blade towards William, and in the next instant, boom! Both man and horse were sent crashing to the ground, meeting a gruesome end. We are from the temple of the slaughtering god. The masked leader shouted, "Do you wish to oppose us?" William gestured towards the fallen bodies. "You've already attempted to kill me. What does your temple matter now?" Two men charged forth. William swiftly grasped one and twisted, a line of crimson appearing at the throat, and he collapsed lifelessly. He seized a steel blade and hurled it, felling another two. The final leader was struck by a stone he casually picked up, tumbling from his steed. Claiming to be from a temple of slaughter. How ridiculous! William scoffed, brushing off his hands. As the carriage reversed, a woman with golden hair and blue eyes descended, her demeanor exuding elegance. "You killed them. Shall I wait to be killed instead? I am Dolores, you saved me. Let us journey to the city of Saya together, and I shall grant you a modest request." William chuckled. "No need. I killed them because they attacked me. Not for you." He turned to leave, leaving Dolores in a state of surprise. The system expressed astonishment. "You rejected a beautiful woman and the benefits she offers? Have you lost your wits? You understand nothing." William raised an eyebrow. There's something peculiar about her energy, distinctly different from that of the divine fruit. The system fell silent for 2 seconds. Detection reveals that the box she carries contains half a divine fruit. William halted. Half a fruit. Is there truly someone who would seize half the fruit? In the distance, the sound of hooves approached, surpassing even that of the followers of the Temple of Death. Dolores' guard, Glot, turned back, his expression shifting dramatically. Is the class team from the Temple of Death? At least 20 individuals. Dolores gazed at William's silhouette, biting her lip. "Mr. Duke." William did not turn, yet he was calculating in his mind. Half a fruit, along with a class team arriving at his doorstep for practice. This venture into the city of Saya was proving to be quite intriguing. Should he turn around and discern the true nature of this half-fruit? How much more formidable was the class team compared to the class? Could his infinitely enhanced physique withstand their ultimate attacks? Glot had already drawn his sword. "Miss, you must flee. I will hold them off." Yet Dolores remained motionless, her eyes fixed intently on William's figure. Would he turn back? Or would he disregard everything and proceed directly into the city? What secrets lay hidden within this half-divine fruit that drove the Temple of Death to such madness? Are you not? Am I? Are you not? Do you truly wish to engage in this verbal sparring with me? Before nightfall, William finally beheld the city of Saya, its imposing walls towering over him. Upon entering the city, he was dazzled by the medieval architecture, reminiscent of Lu Lao entering the Grand View Garden. "Host, without funds, you shall sleep on the streets tonight," the system interjected coldly. William lamented. "Had I known, I would have asked Dolores for 2 gold coins." He spotted a place called Shadow Pavilion and was about to enter when a man in a black cloak obstructed his path. "Show your token." Is entry denied without one? Not necessarily, as William began to depart. The man in the black cloak halted him again. The Shadow Pavilion is the largest shadow organization. Only 2 types of people may enter shadows, and employers. That he brandished a token. "I am a shadow. Do you wish to hire an assassin or become a shadow yourself?" William raised an eyebrow. "You persist in blocking my way. Do you dare to test my patience?" The man chuckled. "I am Rod, and a class shadow. To ascend this class, I need to cultivate a class disciple to M. While last 2 apprentices were nearly there, only to meet unfortunate ends." He scrutinized William. "You possess a rare physique. Come, join me." William laughed. "Your unsolicited interest is suspect. Are you not attempting to deceive me?" Rod's face flushed. "I assure you it is not so. I am nearly 40 in this world. The average lifespan is 50. If I do not achieve class soon, I shall miss my chance." The system suddenly alerted. The Shadow Pavilion has information on divine fruits from across the continent. Joining could unveil the origins of Dolores' half-fruit. William's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could there be such an opportunity? Noticing his hesitation, Rod quickly added, "Joining grants you 100 gold coins. Plus, Meals and lodging are covered. 100 gold coins would allow him to enjoy a lavish time in the city. As the conversation unfolded, several cloaked figures emerged from the shadow pavilion, with the leader fixating his gaze on William. Rod, who is this young man? The Temple of the God of Death is searching for him. William was taken aback had the agents of the Temple of the God of Death ventured into the city. Rod stepped protectively in front of him. He is my apprentice. What of it, apprentice? The leader scoffed. The Temple of the God of Death has placed a bounty of 1,000 gold coins on his head. Are you certain you wish to protect him? 1,000 gold coins? William was astonished. Rod appeared equally bewildered but stood firm. He is my apprentice, and I will safeguard him. William regarded the cheap master he had only just met, and suddenly found the situation rather intriguing. Should he agree to this arrangement, leveraging the influence of the Shadow Pavilion to uncover why the Temple of the God of Death was pursuing him? Or should he strike out on his own with a single punch? Was Rod genuinely supportive of him, or merely seeking to exploit him to fulfill a mission? The atmosphere at the entrance of the Shadow Pavilion was tense, as it seemed the agents of the Temple of the God of Death could surge forth at any moment. Suddenly, William smiled and patted Rod on the shoulder. Very well, I shall be your apprentice. Rod's eyes widened in disbelief. Was it truly that simple? Would the Shadow Pavilion indeed shield him from the Temple of the God of Death? Would the 100 gold coins and vital intelligence be smoothly secured? I have to say this guy really has a good eye. William was somewhat surprised that Rod could actually see he possessed a once-in-a-million talent. However, just as the words left his mouth, a laugh from an old man echoed in the Shadow Pavilion. Rod, are you trying to fool someone again? William. As soon as the words were spoken, Rod's expression suddenly became awkward. Looking at the elder, sitting in the Shadow Hall's resting area sipping tea, William asked curiously, Old man, was he just lying to me? With a chuckle, the elder smiled and replied, If you say he's lying, then he has indeed lied. If you say he hasn't lied, then he really hasn't told a lie. Looking at Rod, the elder continued, Rod is indeed an A-level shadow, and he's indeed just one condition away from upgrading to an S-level shadow. However, as for whether you possess that rare talent, that's a question worth discussing. Because, as I know, he has said the same thing to no less than 10 people. Goodness, casting a wide net to catch more fish and selecting the best among them. Talent indeed. Since he had been exposed, Rod stopped pretending and turned to the elder, saying irritably, Hermann, can't you stop slapping my face like this every time? I simply can't stand your opportunistic attitude. Putting down his teacup, Hermann replied, You clearly have the time and ability to properly train an A-level shadow. So why must you show off your little cleverness? If you had put a bit of effort into this matter, you wouldn't still be at this point without completing the upgrade to an S-level shadow. Hermann, everything requires fate. If they aren't cut out for it, why should I waste my time on them? Since they lack talent, why should you make them shadows? Hermann, don't act all innocent. If I hadn't brought a few people in, would you be able to sit here, comfortably drinking tea right now? Rod's words made Hermann cough lightly, his face slightly flushed. Hermann really had no way to refute this. Although none of the people Rodra sent had been promoted to A grade so far, they had indeed provided fresh blood for the Shadow Pavilion branch, and he himself was the biggest beneficiary among them. Thinking of this, Hermann smiled and looked at William. Young man, do you want to become a shadow? Seeing Hermann's kind expression, William had a strange look on his face. I don't care about becoming a shadow. I just want to make some quick money. Upon hearing this, the tea that Rod had just sipped was sprayed out, and he couldn't help but laugh at William. After giving Rod a glare, Hermann found it even more amusing. If you want to make money, then the shadows are perfect for you. Come, I'll fill out the application for you. He casually took a piece of paper from the table and handed it to William. The words Shadow Membership Application Form appeared before William. Name, age, gender, nickname, and special ability. The application form was very simple. It only required 5 main items, with the 6th item being the recommender. Recommender, A-grade shadow, Rod Garcia. S-grade chairman of Sayas City Branch, Hermann Jenkins. William felt a strong sense of being deceived. Looking at Hermann's sincere eyes, this feeling intensified. Can't you write? No problem. I'll help you write it. Just tell me. Seeing that William didn't move, Hermann didn't think too much about it, placed the application form on the table, and prepared to fill it out for William himself. It's fine, I'll do it myself. There's nothing on this, and if you really want to deceive, there's not much to gain. Of course, the main point is that if there really is something shady going on, the only ones who will regret it will be them. Name, William Duke. Age, 18. Gender, male. Nickname, Superman. Proficiency, killing techniques. Watching William write the words killing techniques, not only Hermann, but even Rod was a bit surprised. Are you sure? Are you good at this? Herman took the form William handed over, somewhat skeptical. If you don't believe it, you could try. With a row of neat white teeth, William wore a confident smile. The two exchanged glances and became interested. So, should we give it a try? I can fight, but I won't do it for free. What do you mean? Herman was a bit confused by William's words. However, looking at William's fidgeting fingers, Herman couldn't help but laugh. This kid is really obsessed with money. Facing Herman's gaze, William's response was very straightforward. No choice. I'm poor. I have to think of every way to make money. Otherwise, do you think I want to be the shadow? Looking at your outfit, you must have just arrived in Saya City, right? Yes. No wonder. The two realized, and Herman laughed. If you don't mind, you can stay at the Shadow Pavilion tonight. Is there a charge? William asked curiously. Of course, 1 silver coin per day. Damn. You go rob someone. After 3 years of crossing over, William also understood the concept of money in this world. 1 silver coin is enough for a family in a small town to eat and drink for a month. And here, staying one night actually costs 1 silver coin. Don't bring the concept of a small town to the city. William, 1 silver coin is quite cheap. Go ask outside if a hotel with these conditions would take 3 silver coins from you. No money. William replied bluntly. No worries, fight Rod. If you lose, I'll give you 3 silver coins. If you win, I'll give you 1 gold coin. Are you treating me like a beggar? Herman felt a bit awkward after being retorted by William. Kid, how about this if you lose 1 gold coin? If you win, 10 gold coins, is that okay? As the president of the Shadow Branch, you're being too stingy. I won't waste words with you. If you lose, 1 gold coin is fine, but if you win, give me 100 gold coins. The price made Herman hesitate. After all, the reward he proposed was just to help William within his means, considering William's background. In fact, there were no rewards given without certification in the Shadow Pavilion. Seeing Herman hesitate, William laughed and said, if 100 gold coins can get you a genius, don't you think it's worth it? Besides, if I lose, it's only 1 gold coin. How could I get rich from that? Deal. Without a second thought, Herman made the decision on the spot. Indeed, betting a mere 100 gold coins for a genius was absolutely worth it. Furthermore, as the vice president, this money could be fully reimbursed. Thinking of this, Herman smiled even wider. Noticing Herman's expression, Rod grumbled, Hey. Herman, did I agree to you? While that was true, Rod didn't refuse. As a dignified A-rank shadow, he wouldn't back down from such a battle. As for losing, Rod hadn't considered it. All right, stop calling. I'll compensate you with a good bottle of wine later. That was more like it. If the front hall was somewhat quiet, then entering the mission release hall, the crowd began to grow. Although it was already evening, William could still see figures in black cloaks, similar to Rod's, hurriedly moving about. In this way, it became more formal. The three of them quickly arrived at the arena of the Shadow Pavilion. At this point in time, there were not many people in the arena, no more than 20 at a glance. Upon seeing Herman and Rod's arrival, the surrounding people instinctively lowered their voices. And even the two groups that were originally engaged in a match subconsciously stopped fighting and looked over curiously. William, right? Do you have a weapon? Rod smiled at William as he drew a cross-sword from his waist. If not, you can find a suitable weapon on the weapon rack. With his fist crossed in front of his chest, William took a stance and said softly, No need, my strongest weapon is my body. Are you sure? I won't hold back just because you don't have a weapon. Although William's stance was good, in a real fight, the side with the weapon would inevitably hold the advantage. True strong fighters do not rely on any external force. Only the weak concern themselves with whether the blade is sharp. That's easy for you to say. With a confident wave of his hand towards William, Rod said, Then let me see what you've got. Are you sure you want me to attack? Noticing Rod's gesture, William calmed himself and replied, If I strike first, you won't have a chance. Goodness. This level of arrogance truly made everyone present laugh. Who is Rod? He is a well-known figure, even among A-class shadows. And William? Not only has no one even heard of him, but they haven't even seen him. You? Just as Rod was about to say something, he suddenly realized that the William in front of him had completely changed. In a daze, it seemed as if a towering giant appeared behind William. What is this? With a shocked expression, when Rod came back to his senses, William was still standing there without making any moves. Just now, you were already dead. Perhaps to others, William's words seemed nonsensical. However, at that moment, Rod instinctively swallowed hard, a drop of cold sweat unconsciously rolling down his forehead. He knew very well that if William had really made a move just now, he would probably already be dead. Although he had no idea what kind of ability William possessed, others didn't notice, but Herman did. Staring in shock at William, Herman found it unbelievable. Although he also had no idea what William had done, being able to instantly defeat Rod. No matter what, Rod truly found a treasure. Oh wait, he found a treasure too. Thinking of this, a smile unconsciously appeared on Herman's face. Taking a deep breath, Rod, who had changed his sword stance, had put aside all underestimations. Rod knew that if he didn't give it his all, he would really be looked down upon. William, pay attention. Huh. With a surge of energy in his waist, Rod stomped the ground hard. He directly created a shallow pit in the ground and swung his long sword fiercely towards William. This move had even exhausted all his strength. Come on. Seeing Rod's move, William smiled, also exerting force under his feet. As he moved forward, William sidestepped Rod's sword in an instant, and with a flick of his right hand, amidst the gasps, Rod was suddenly pulled back by the future and thrown out. In midair, Rod managed to flip and land awkwardly on the ground, sliding a few meters along the surface before finally stopping. However, when he looked for William again, he found that William had already vanished without a trace. "Where are you looking?" The light and airy words sounded in Rod's ears like a malevolent spirit. His body instinctively tensed up, and Rod unconsciously swung a horizontal slash backward. Ding! After a crisp sound of clashing swords, an astonishing scene unfolded. William, with just 2 fingers, caught the tip of Rod's sword at the very last moment. Then, recalling what William had just said, true strong warriors do not need to rely on any external force. Only the weak care about whether the blade is sharp. Everyone watching felt their scalps tingle. A wave of unprecedented excitement surged to their heads. With a slight smile, William twisted his fingers and pushed forward, like the power of a deity descending. Wow. A cry of pain escaped Rod's lips as he lost grip of his sword, the hilt smashing into his chest. Boom! Watching Rod crash into the wall and disappear at the edge of the arena, everyone's eyes went blank, mechanically turning his head to look at William. The cross-sword that an ordinary person would need both hands to barely wield was now effortlessly pinched in midair by William's 2 fingers, not moving an inch. Thinking of the Rod who had just been thrown out, what terrifying power was contained within William's small frame. Rod. At this moment, Herman, who had regained his senses, hurried towards Rod. Although he was shocked by William's strength, Herman was more concerned about Rod's injuries. After all, he and Rod had known each other for decades, sharing a relationship of both teacher and friend. Herman moved quickly, but William moved even faster. In the blink of an eye, William had vanished from his original spot. Outside the arena, looking at Rod lying on the ground as if he had lost his soul, William chuckled. "Hey, are you all right? I held back just now." Rod gave William a weak glance and replied, feeling frustrated, "Don't mind me. Just let me lie here for a while." This time, Rod knew he had really embarrassed himself. No matter how strong William was, those who didn't know would probably not think much of William's strength, but rather say how weak Rod was. There's nothing to be done. People's words can be terrifying. Moreover, the most important thing was that this battle with William truly shattered Rod's confidence. Could it be that the younger generation is this formidable now? "I'm getting old, really old. It's time to retire. Are you all right, Rod?" "Huh, William, when did you come?" After glancing at William, then looking back at the arena, Herman was also a bit incredulous. Looking again at Rod, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, Herman breathed a sigh of relief and reached out to Rod, saying, "All right, it's time to get up. How long are you planning to lie here?" Seeing Herman, Rod felt he could no longer pretend. "Herman, I feel like my back is broken." "Broken back?" Herman instinctively kicked Rod's leg. "Herman, are you even human? I'm like this, and you still kick me? If you can feel it, then you're fine. All right, get up. We'll talk about it later." Pulling Rod by the hand, Herman was about to lift Rod off the ground. "Ouch, that hurts." Rod gasped, genuinely feeling the pain. It wasn't his back that hurt. It was his butt and chest. His butt hurt from hitting the wall, and his chest was struck by the hilt of William's sword. As for why Rod's ribs weren't broken, it was naturally because William had held back. "Let me help." Seeing Herman supporting Rod, William thought for a moment and decided to lend a hand. However, looking at William, who was dragging him by the neck along the ground, Rod's face flushed as he said, "Put me down, I think I can walk on my own." Haha. In the president's office, Herman sat in the main seat, while below him, William was counting coins, and Rod had a grim expression on his face. After confirming that there were exactly 100 gold coins, William finally put the bag of coins into the system space. Clearing his throat, Herman looked at William and said seriously, "William, if I'm not mistaken, you must have consumed a divine fruit, right? You're a divine ability user." No wonder. Upon hearing Herman's words, Rod finally understood. If he was defeated by a divine user, then it wasn't so embarrassing after all. William was also a bit surprised that Herman would think he had eaten a divine fruit. In fact, President Herman, I also want to know what a divine fruit is. Actually, you don't need to pretend. Although the number of divine users in the Yaster Kingdom isn't large, they do exist. Thinking that William was worried about something, Herman's arm even turned a metallic color. Seeing this scene, Rod, who was next to William, couldn't help but feel envious. Who on this continent can resist the power of the divine fruit? However, not everyone has this opportunity. Seeing the arm in Herman's hand, William showed a look of surprise. Is this the power of the divine fruit? Yes, William, I have eaten the steel fruit, which allows me to transform into steel. As soon as he finished speaking, Herman's entire body completely turned into a steel man. So, William, what is your ability? I see your strength is impressive. Could be a power-type fruit? Waving his hand, William smiled and said, I know you might not believe it, but I really haven't eaten a divine fruit. Dispersing the steel transformation, Herman furrowed his brows. Are you saying you haven't eaten any fruit? That's impossible. No one known could possess this kind of power. Herman, could it be possible that William himself doesn't know he has eaten a fruit, so he has never considered himself a fruit user? Hearing Rod's words, Herman suddenly realized it's not impossible. After all, people in remote towns might not even know what divine fruits are. At this point, Herman took out a special crystal emitting a golden glow from the bottom of the drawer and said, Here, William, place your hand on it. Anyone who has eaten a divine fruit will emit this kind of light. However, what left the two of them dumbfounded was that when William grasped the crystal, it showed no reaction. No way. Impossible. Herman took the crystal back from William's hand, and almost instantly, the crystal emitted a soft, golden glow. He placed it back in William's hand. Herman stared at William, bewildered. Could it be innate divine power? That seems to be the only explanation. Beside them, Rod was also dumbfounded. Taking a deep breath, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Herman's eyes. William, you are 18 this year, right? Yes, why? I have a proposal. After hearing Herman's proposal, William squinted. You want me to participate in the trial of the gods? What is the trial of the gods? It represents the shadow pavilion in the trial of the gods. Herman emphasized the point. As for William not knowing about the trial of the gods, Herman was not surprised. The trial of the gods gives you the opportunity to obtain a divine fruit. With your innate divine power, plus the divine fruit, your strength will definitely experience a qualitative leap. William asked curiously, are there benefits? Isn't that already a benefit? You should know that not everyone on this continent has the opportunity to participate in the trial of the gods. And do you think everyone can obtain a divine fruit? Herman was speechless at the fact that William still wanted benefits. Moreover, it's not like I can just say you can participate. To represent the shadow pavilion in the trial of the gods, you must become an A-class shadow by this time next year. Then you will have that opportunity. Understand? Is there a difference between the divine fruits in the trial of the gods and the ones outside? William asked curiously. Of course. The biggest difference is that the divine fruits in the trial of the gods are very rare, and the powers they grant are generally much stronger than those randomly appearing on the continent. I see. William understood. But how many divine fruits can a person eat? Of course, only one. Each divine fruit represents a corresponding divine blessing. Just like a person cannot have two faiths, understand? Divine blessing. Hearing Herman's explanation, William couldn't help but ask the system. System, why do I feel something is off about this divine fruit? Host, don't think too much. Although the existence of the divine fruit does have some issues, the power itself is not a problem. Do you understand? Is there no possibility of a god taking over a body? Ha! The system found William's assumption amusing. Although there is the will of the gods and divine fruits, mere will cannot take over a body, and the power of the gods mainly comes from their divinity. Isn't there any weakness or downside? There are definitely weaknesses and downsides. The existence of divine fruits is meant to suppress the limits of humanity. Once a divine fruit is consumed, a person's limits will be fixed, and they will never be able to surpass the gods. Of course, for ordinary people, the power of divine fruits is already at a ceiling level. In countless worlds, the limit of humanity is the limit of the human body. Even if a few occasionally break through the limits of the human body, they are merely those few. Herman's words, combined with the system's explanation, made William completely understand what the so-called divine fruit truly was. System, do you think this divine fruit can accelerate my strength upgrade? Yes. With the system's affirmation, William's eyes brightened. Are you sure? Of course I'm sure. As long as you gain the ability of the divine fruit, I can infinitely strengthen you. Do you think that that's useful? Moreover, some of the fruit's abilities are quite interesting. Like what? Get one first. Then we'll talk about what it's useful for. Chairman Herman, it's getting late. Can you help me arrange a room? William had already learned what he needed to know, and he was ready to rest. Glancing at the clock on the wall, Hermann realized, I didn't notice it was this late. Pressing the green button on the desk soon, the door to Hermann's office opened, and a gentle-looking middle-aged woman walked in. Chairman Hermann, is there something you need? The newcomer was Hermann's secretary, Julie. Julie, is William Duke's token ready? Chairman Hermann, it's already prepared. Julie smiled as she looked at William and handed him the token engraved with a number, saying enviously, you must be William Duke, right? Here, this is your exclusive shadow token. Your number is really very, very good. Number? The token was entirely black, with the word shadow in dark gold on the front, and on the back, it was engraved with a number representing William's application to join the Shadow Pavilion. Number 88888. Seeing this number, William understood why Julie had that expression. Thank you. For William's gratitude, Julie didn't take any credit and continued in her gentle tone. You're welcome. I'm just handing you your token. The number is something approved internally by the Shadow Pavilion. I can't help with that. Even Hermann was a bit surprised by William's number. After expressing some admiration for William's good fortune, Hermann said to Julie, Julie, could you please arrange a room for William? He needs to stay here for a while. All right. Chairman Hermann. Mr. William, how many days will you be staying? About 10 days. Then let me take you to check in. Although this was not Julie's main job, she took the initiative to handle it and enthusiastically helped William with all the procedures. It wasn't until William had settled into his room that Julie returned to Hermann's office. Is everything arranged? Hermann asked upon seeing Julie. Yes, everything is arranged. Chairman Hermann, you have found a good candidate this time. Julie's kindness towards William was naturally due to her relationship with Hermann. While this seemed very realistic, it was the essence of real life. Rod, aren't you planning to bring in a newcomer this time? Without avoiding Julie, Hermann lit a golden leaf and slowly exhaled the smoke, asking Rod beside him. The golden leaf is a unique specialty of the Yaster Kingdom, used similarly to cigarettes on Earth. However, unlike cigarettes, golden leaves are not harmful to the body. They can promote metabolism, accelerate blood circulation, and invigorate lung function, among other benefits. Of course, the price of golden leaves is also outrageous, costing 1 gold coin for a single leaf, which is why they are typically enjoyed only by nobles and the upper class. Regarding Hermann's question, Rod couldn't help but smile wryly. Hermann, given his strength, do you think I qualify to bring him along? Hermann patted Rod on the shoulder and laughed. Rod, strength isn't everything. Your experience, your abilities, and your expertise are things William lacks. If you want William to complete the A-level assessment within a year, he can't do it without your help. Pointing to the token hanging on William's chest, Hermann continued with a smile. If you don't seize this opportunity, when you plan to reach S-level shadow, don't forget, S-level shadows have a chance to obtain divine fruits. Divine fruits. Hearing Hermann's words, Rod couldn't help but feel a sense of longing. Although not all divine fruits are powerful, they are definitely something everyone on this road aspires to. Despite feeling somewhat embarrassed, Rod couldn't resist the temptation. Hermann, I understand. Tomorrow, I'll talk to him. As Rod walked toward the door, Hermann exhaled a puff of smoke and said meaningfully, Rod, I still stand by what I said. The position of chairman in the city of Saya is reserved for you, so don't let me down again, understood? Hearing this, Rod paused, turned his back to Hermann, and waved his hand, quickly leaving the office. Looking at Hermann with concern, Julie softly said, Chairman Hermann, is it really wise to place all your bets on Rod? He has disappointed you many times over the years. Julie, are you still hung up on what happened back then? It's been so many years, it's time to let it go. Chairman Hermann, I don't want to bring up the past. Noticing the change in Julie's expression, Hermann sighed helplessly. He understood the complexity of the situation and didn't know how to resolve the emotional ties between the two. Although Rod wasn't as outstanding as William, he was a remarkable figure in his own right. He was even on the verge of obtaining a ticket for the trial of the gods. But unfortunately, fate played a cruel joke. The mission back then not only caused Rod's team to fall apart, but also led to the near annihilation of Rod's team. This was also the reason for Rod's subsequent decline in spirit. Over the years, the once promising talent has turned into a greasy middle-aged man, and Hermann, who once guided Rod, has also gone gray. Although Rod has disappointed Hermann for many years, Hermann, as Rod's mentor, still believes in him just like he did back then. Hermann firmly believes that as long as Rod is given a chance, he will eventually become the spirited young man he once was. Meanwhile, on the other side, William returned to his room and quickly fell asleep after taking a hot shower. In contrast, Rod tossed and turned in his room until the early morning before finally turning off the lights. The next morning, Rod was waiting early outside William's room. However, it was only when he was about to fall asleep that he saw a sleepy-eyed William walk out of the room. Struggling to keep his spirits up, Rod said irritably, "Is this the time you usually get up? Why not?" "Of course. I sleep until I wake up naturally," William replied, rubbing his still drowsy eyes. William looked down from the third floor to the hall. If it hadn't been so noisy, he probably wouldn't have woken up at all. "Really? It's as noisy as a market. I can't even sleep in. Do you know why they get up so early?" Rod asked from the side. "Why?" William asked, puzzled. "Every morning at 8 a.m., a new task list is updated. Do you understand now?" No wonder, William realized, meaning they were getting the tasks first. After hesitating for a moment, Rod took a deep breath and said seriously, "William, starting today, I will be your guide. Do you agree?" A guide in this world is equivalent to a mentor. Seeing that William did not answer, Rod calmly continued, "Although your strength far exceeds mine, as your guide, I can teach you many things, such as how to quickly become a true shadow, obtain the best tasks, avoid unnecessary troubles, and deal with a series of unexpected events that may occur during tasks, even forming your own small team." Looking at Rod's sincere words, a smile appeared on William's face. "I agree." Rod was momentarily stunned, having been interrupted before finishing his sentence. "In fact, I know nothing about this world. Even without the things you mentioned, what reason do I have to refuse someone helping me?" William smiled as he extended his hand to Rod. "Moreover, actually, there is something I haven't told you. I have a natural ability to perceive and distinguish between good and evil. No one can lie to me in front of me." Under the sunlight, Rod smiled and shook William's hand, thus starting a legendary journey. To become an A-level shadow within a year, the completion rate of tasks is the most important assessment. Your current shadow level is D. To become a C-level shadow, you normally have to complete 10 D-level tasks. However, I do not recommend you do that. Taking William to the task hall, Rod directly ignored the D-level task area and pointed to the C-level task area. With your strength, if you want to maximize the effect, you can directly take on C-level tasks. One C-level character is equivalent to 3 D-level tasks. In that case, you only need to complete 3 C-level characters and 1 D-level character to quickly advance to C-level shadow. Rod's analysis was very reasonable, and his thought process was clear. However, William did not directly adopt Rod's suggestion, but instead curiously asked, "If that's the case, why not jump straight to A-level tasks?" Hearing William's words, Rod couldn't help but laugh. This scene reminded him of his own youth, when he had asked Herman the same question. "Young man, don't aim too high." After recalling Herman's words, Rod helplessly said, "Of course, the main point is that the Shadow Pavilion's rule is that you can take a task 1 level higher. But A-level tasks can only be taken by A-level shadows unless there are special reasons. Do you understand?" "I see. Moreover, the main point is that borrowing tasks across levels is not something you can just decide to do. The Shadow Pavilion will review your strength to determine if you have the potential to complete the task. If the review fails, they will directly deny your task." William realized, "So, without you, I might not even be able to take on C-level tasks?" Rod smiled slightly. "That's indeed the case. Newcomers want to borrow tasks across levels. The guide is key." In the entire task hall, the S-level task window had the fewest people, followed by the A-level task window. Although there weren't many people at the D-level task window, it wasn't exactly sparse either. The B-level and C-level task windows actually had the most people, almost gathering 60 of all shadows in the task hall. And this is also why almost all shadows got up early in the morning. When there are many wolves and little meat, there are only a few good tasks. If you're slow, what's left is either hard to chew bones or tasks with low rewards that are not appealing. The reward base for C-level tasks is not something that D-level tasks can compare to. Quickly scanning through the task list on the wall, Rod soon found a suitable task for William. C-level task, find blue moon grass. Seeing this task, William was a bit puzzled. Finding a grass is also considered a C-level task? Isn't that too simple? Don't underestimate this task. The reason it's a C-level task is that it has its own merits. Otherwise, why do you think so many shadows don't want to take it? Through Rod's explanation, William understood that the blue moon grass is a very precious medicinal material with a wide range of uses. Its main function is to heal special abilities. However, this medicinal material is now very rare, and its location is also very dangerous. Most importantly, there are magical creatures guarding the blue moon grass, and ordinary martial artists are simply no match for them. After hearing Rod's explanation, William was also curious. If it's that troublesome, why take it? Rod smiled and said, "Of course, because I know a place where there will definitely be blue moon grass. Moreover, this task is usually a continuous one, meaning we can keep soloing this task. Do you understand? Then what else is there to say? Let us take it." when William submitted the task application with a shadow token. The staff at the sea-level task window looked confused. A newcomer was taking on a task across levels, and it was one that was rarely accepted. Looking at William's handsome appearance, the staff member kindly reminded him, "Sir Shadow, this task is not easy, and you are a new shadow. I do not recommend you take this task." Just as William was about to say something, Rod came to his side with a smile and said, "Dana, I am William's guide, so please help me apply for it." Seeing Rod, Dana's face revealed a respectful smile. "So it's Mr. Rod, I understand. Please wait a moment." With an envious glance at William, Dana took William's shadow token and handed it to the assistant behind her. After a brief whisper, the assistant quickly left the task window. After waiting for a while, the assistant returned to the window with the token, and after explaining the situation, Dana awkwardly handed the token back to William. "I'm sorry, Mr. Rod. Mr. William, your task has been rejected." What? Upon hearing this, Rod felt as if he had been slapped in the face. Just a moment ago, he had confidently discussed the task with William, but the outcome turned out to be like this. With a grim expression, Rod angrily asked, "Who rejected my task?" Seeing Rod's expression, Dana hesitated. "Are you saying you won't ask Herman yourself?" Almost everyone in the Shadow Pavilion of Saya City knew about Rod and Herman's relationship, so Dana didn't doubt Rod's statement. After a moment of hesitation, she reluctantly said, "Mr. Rod, it was Secretary Julie who rejected Mr. Williams' task acceptance." Rod opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Julie? Thinking of the enthusiastic Julie who had welcomed and helped him yesterday, William was also puzzled. That doesn't make sense. Beside him, Rod's face turned a bit red. "William, this is my fault, but don't worry, I'll handle it soon." Watching Rod hurriedly leave, William thought for a moment and decided to follow him. He was curious to find out what was going on. Skipping even the knocking part, Rod walked directly into Herman's office and said to Herman, who was reviewing documents, "Herman, I need to trouble you with something." "What is it?" Herman was somewhat puzzled by Rod's sudden entrance. Just as Rod was about to speak, a cold voice suddenly came from beside them. "Rod, please tell me what it is first. If there are any questions, I will relay them to President Herman." Hearing Julie's words, Rod was momentarily speechless and didn't know how to respond. Glancing at Rod and then at Julie, although William didn't know what the situation was between them, he guessed it was a matter between a man and a woman. However, William was actually quite mistaken this time. Seeing Rod silent, William directly asked Secretary Julie, "Why did you reject my task?" Upon hearing this, Herman had already guessed what was going on. He glanced at Rod and found it amusing, but after thinking it over, he chose not to say anything. Looking at William, Julie spoke. "William, you should know that you are a newcomer. Accepting tasks beyond your level is not a wise choice. I have Rod helping me." Pointing to Rod beside him, William said, "With my strength plus an A-level shadow, can I take on a C-level task? Moreover, if it weren't for your Shadow Pavilion's rule against accepting tasks 2 levels higher, I wouldn't even consider this C-level task." "William, strength does not represent everything." Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, Herman couldn't help but speak up. "Julie, William does indeed have that strength. President Herman, I wouldn't oppose other tasks, but the Blue Moon Grass mission has even seen failures from B-level shadows. I don't believe William possesses such strength. Compared to the completion rate of the mission, ensuring the safety of our members is also the duty of the Shadow Pavilion." Seeing Julie's serious expression, Rod awkwardly raised his hand and said helplessly, "In fact, William's strength is even greater than mine." Rod's words completely stunned Julie. Although she had conflicts with Rod, she still understood his character and knew that he was not someone who would speak lightly. "I can vouch for that." Seeing Julie's disbelief, Herman laughed and said, "I witnessed their duel yesterday. Since I kept it under wraps, it's normal that you didn't know. Could it be?" Looking at William with a hint of surprise, Julie realized that Rod's strength could fully match that of an A-level shadow. If he could defeat Rod, that would mean William is a fruit user? William is a bit special. His strength can easily rival that of a typical fruit user. Herman's words made Julie understand. "With William's strength plus my experience. So, Julie, could you please sign the mission consent form?" With that said, there was nothing more for Julie to say. "I understand. Rod, I will sign the mission consent form, but William..." Julie's gaze turned to William. "What is it? Although I don't know how strong you really are, I still hope you'll be cautious. As someone who has been through it, I hope you approach every mission with utmost seriousness because once a mistake is made, the consequences could be irreversible. Do you understand?" William humbly accepted this kind reminder. After seeing William nod, Julie looked at Rod and said, "This time, I hope you won't mess it up again." Taking a deep breath, Rod replied, "I know." After leaving the president's office, William curiously asked Rod, "Rod, What happened between you and Secretary Julie? Do you want to know? Rod's expression was somewhat complex regarding this question. If you don't mind, could you tell me? I'm quite curious. This isn't really a secret. It actually goes back to 10 years ago. 10 years ago, Rod was 26, a time when he was full of vigor and ambition, and that year was also his most glorious period. During that time, Rod, with his exceptional talent, strong courage, and Hermon's help, finally became the youngest A-level Shadow in the Shadow Pavilion. With this title and the internal competition of the Shadow Pavilion, Rod naturally secured the unquestionable entry ticket to the divine trial of that period. Rod should have taken the time to rest and prepare for the upcoming divine trial. However, due to a mission, Rod was directly led to a downfall. Not only did he miss that year's divine trial, but it also resulted in the complete annihilation of Rod's 10-man team, leaving only Rod and Julie as the surviving members. The results of this brutal mission even shocked the entire Shadow Pavilion at that time. William also did not expect that Julie had actually been a member of the same team as Rod back then. Rod, what mission made you lose so badly? William was somewhat curious about that mission. Mentioning this mission, Rod sighed helplessly. S-rank mission, the water of immortality. S-rank mission? Wasn't it said that after A rank, one couldn't take on missions of a higher rank? No, at that time, this mission was not classified as S rank, but as A rank. Seeing William's confusion, Rod explained helplessly. Back then, everyone was misled because the location of the mission was very clear, and there was also a very clear description of the Guardian monster, plus the description from the mission issuer, so the Shadow Pavilion classified that mission as A rank. Although the main reason for the failure of this mission was due to an internal error in the Shadow Pavilion, I could have actually given up midway during that mission. But in order to maintain a 100 mission completion rate, the Rod of that year, full of vigor, was at the peak of his life and would never admit to failure, even knowing that casualties might occur. Rod still refused to give up. And this was the true reason that led to the devastating accident. That monster was that strong? Very strong. Powerful enough that we had no power to resist. When recalling that battle from years ago, a hint of fear flashed across Rod's expression. After all these years, you haven't gone back? I have. After I returned. President Herman personally went there, but he also did not succeed. That impressive? Hearing Rod's words, William was surprised. The situation was a bit special. I'll tell you more about it later. In Rod's view, as long as William successfully became an A-rank Shadow, he would have the chance to obtain the divine fruit after becoming an S-rank Shadow. With good luck, he could gain powerful fruit abilities, and then he could take revenge personally. This was also the true reason why Rod had regained his spirits, wanting to take revenge personally. There was no other way except to become a fruit ability user. After leaving the Shadow Pavilion, Rod did not directly take William out of Saya City, but brought him to the second market of Saya City. There are 4 major markets in Saya City. The first market mainly provides a series of services for nobles. The second market is for shadows like Rod or other guild professionals to provide equipment, while the third and fourth markets are specifically for common people to purchase daily necessities like food. Rod took William directly to the Shadow Exchange, and Saya familiarly greeted the shopkeeper, Old Jack. Rod, welcome. What do you need today? The usual standard black robes, war horses, dry rations, water, maps, a set of outdoor tools, and 2 copies of everything. Understood. Old Jack gave Rod an okay sign and smiled. That will be 20 gold coins. Rod nodded and glanced at William. After a moment of hesitation, William said uncertainly, "You're not asking me to pay, are you? What else?" "William, I'm just making you work for free. Do you expect me to pay for these things?" William thought about it and realized that Rod was indeed working for him for free. Moreover, considering that the reward for the C-rank mission, Blue Moon Grass, was 100 gold coins, this Shadow Exchange was quite profitable. In the small town William left, a family's yearly expenditure was only about 1 gold coin. 100 gold coins minus 40 gold coins in costs meant that this round trip was equivalent to what their family would earn in 6 years of hard work. After all the gold coins were counted, Old Jack quickly wrote down Rod's requirements on the order form, stamped it, and handed it to the assistant beside him. "Go, and make sure to prepare quickly." "All right, shopkeeper." After the assistant left, Old Jack smiled and signaled to Rod and William. "Mr. Rod, Mr. William, please wait here for a moment. I've arranged for someone to prepare it." Rod nodded, and as he walked toward the rest area, he replied, "Old Jack, aren't you going to prepare some tea?" Of course, someone prepare tea." When William followed Rod to the rest area, there were already 4 people waiting there. Upon seeing Rod, the 4 smiled and greeted him. Although Rod was now somewhat downcast, his identity as an A-rank Shadow still held weight, and with his connection to Herman, The name Rod still had a reputation in the Shadow Pavilion in Saya City. The wait was a bit long, during which Rod also explained some basics about this world and some of his past experiences to William. Although these were basic concepts for many, they were extremely valuable to William, as they were exactly what he needed most right now. Conversely, things like divine fruits and treasures, which everyone in this world wanted, were what William looked down upon the most. Rod, their essay question I've always wanted to ask you. Go ahead. Does this world really have dragon tribes? Hearing William's question, Rod couldn't help but laugh. William, if I'm not mistaken, you must have read about them in legendary novels, right? So they're fake? Not exactly. This world actually does have dragon tribes, and I have seen them with my own eyes, but they are not as described in novels. They're also a type of mutated monster. Mutated monster? Yes, how known monsters are actually produced has yet to be reasonably explained, but I suspect that, as enemies of the ancient gods, they may very well come from the outer realms. This world has outer realms? Hearing this term, William was also surprised, as he last heard this word in the world of Warcraft. The outer realm has always existed. It's just that we find it hard to go there. Currently, the only way we can go is through the trials of the gods. Speaking of this, Rod couldn't help but lament. Unfortunately, because of that accident, I missed my only chance at the trials of the gods in my life. So in fact, I have never been there and cannot provide you with more comprehensive information. Rod, didn't President Herman also never go there? When it came to this matter, Rod seemed a bit embarrassed, but he still said, in fact, President Herman has never been there either. His divine fruit was given by the Shadow Pavilion after he became an S-rank shadow. This made William understand why Rod had voluntarily offered to be his guide. But thinking about it, Rod and he were not related, so where would this unmotivated affection come from? Moreover, although Rod's help was a paid service, it did not harm his own interests, so William naturally had no objections. Seeing that William still looked calm, Rod felt a bit relieved. Regarding this exchange of interests, Rod, who is inherently proud, actually feels a bit awkward. Mr. Rod, Mr. William, everything you need is ready. Please follow me. In the back of the trading area, after checking all the items with Rod, this procurement has come to a successful conclusion. Due to the need to take care of William, Rod's pace was not fast when leaving. It wasn't until William gradually adapted that they quickened their pace. Riding swiftly against the strong wind, William felt as if he were an ancient general, a feeling that was exhilarating. However, as time passed and the excitement faded, it became somewhat boring. The speed of the warhorse was already quite fast, but for William, it was even slower than his own feet. When compared to jumping, it was even more incomparable. Fortunately, Rod was there to alleviate the boredom by explaining the common knowledge of this world, so William did not feel bored. Their destination was the Miracle Forest, which would take nearly 10 days to reach from the city of Saya with a warhorse. The Miracle Forest is located in the western part of the Yaster Kingdom, covering such a vast area that it occupies over 70 of the land area of the West Asia continent. Here, it is a forbidden land for humans, a paradise for monsters, and it contains countless creatures and plants with magical powers, which is why it is named the Miracle Forest. Since the Miracle Forest occupies such a large area, why hasn't the human kingdom attempted to conquer it? In response to William's question, Rod smiled and explained, "This is not a thought that hasn't crossed anyone's mind, but the last kingdom that tried to conquer the monster forest has now become a ruin." What do you mean? William asked curiously. Just like the human kingdom, the monsters in the Miracle Forest also have a king. Currently, humans and monsters are in a relatively peaceful state, but once humans try to take a step closer, the Monster King is not to be underestimated. You can imagine the kind of overwhelming and frenzied slaughter that a monster siege would entail. Moreover, compared to humans, the number of monsters is actually much larger. Therefore, after that, no kingdom has been willing to take such risks. The term monster siege is familiar to William, and he couldn't help but chuckle. The two rushed until evening, and Rod stopped in front of a village at the foot of a mountain. Looking at the scene of smoke curling up from the village, Rod chuckled. "All right, let's stay here for the night." Seeing Rod securely tie the warhorse to a large tree, William asked curiously, "Rod, why not go to the village ahead?" "William, we are shadows. Remember this. During the mission, do not trust any strangers except for teammates. We don't have time to get to know them. Once you let your guard down, the person who greets you with a smile during the day might wield a butcher's knife against you at night. These are hard-earned lessons." Taking out some thread and bells from the warhorse's tool bag, Rod smiled and asked, "Do you know why I chose this place to rest for the night?" After glancing around the large trees, William guessed, "Is it because of these?" "Exactly. This is a very good place, and it's also easy to set up some preventive traps." While speaking, Rod started to wrap the thread through the bells around the large tree, securing it tightly in several circles, with 3 different spacings, 1 for each spacing, totaling 3. This way, it can not only prevent wild beasts but also enemies, and the bells on the thread can serve as a warning. Do you understand? William nodded. Indeed, he was an experienced hand, and this method had some merit, although William wanted to say that he actually didn't need this, as he could sense any malice directed at him immediately. After thinking it over, he decided not to speak, although what Rod taught might not be of much use to him. These things were learned from Rod's bloody lessons, and only a fool would refuse to learn more knowledge. When the bonfire was lit, the sky had already darkened. Sitting around the bonfire and eating dry rations, everything felt so fresh. These were experiences William had never had before. However, the taste of the dry rations was indescribably bad, simply terrible. In the quiet wilderness, the sound of the wind rustling through the trees and the crackling of the flames created a remarkably unique rhythm. Opening the warhorse's saddle formed a makeshift sleeping bag, which could be placed on the ground or tied to a tree, very convenient and space-saving. After dinner and a brief wash, Rod leaned against the large tree to keep watch. Looking at William, who had already settled into the sleeping bag, he asked, "William, do you have any dreams?" How distant a word, dream. Seeing that William did not answer, Rod was not surprised. While giving William time to think, Rod said, "My former dream was to become the King of Shadows." Former? Then what about now? My dream has never changed. When he spoke of this, a hint of emotion appeared on Rod's face. Although I know that I'm still far from that dream, I still hope that one day I can achieve it. What about you, William? With his eyes closed, William replied flatly, "Me? I don't have dreams." William's calm response made Rod unable to help but laugh. How can a person not have dreams? Even the most ordinary farmer hopes for a good harvest this year. Street vendors hope to earn more money. If there are no dreams, what is the meaning of living? That's not called a dream. That's just the pressure of life. Slowly opening his eyes and gazing at the starry sky, William's tone carried a hint of emptiness. If I had to say a dream, I hope to follow my heart, regardless of the outcome. These simple 8 words left Rod in silence. Host, are you trying to be profound again? A voice from the system echoed in William's ear. Is there a problem? Do you know what this phrase means? Follow your heart's guidance. Bravely pursue what you want, fulfill your dreams, and move forward. Don't you think you just answered with a useless statement? So what? You can't understand it anyway. That seems to be the case. Do you think this world is like Earth with 9 years of compulsory education? Most people in this world are illiterate. Host, discrimination is unacceptable. From another perspective, why can't you interpret it as cultural pride? Host, I must admit, your pretentiousness is impressive. Shut up. At this moment, Rod, who was stunned by William's words, hesitated for a long time without speaking. In fact, he wanted to ask what William's earlier statement meant, but he felt a bit embarrassed to open his mouth. After all, it would be somewhat embarrassing to admit to William that he didn't understand the meaning of that phrase, but if he didn't ask, he would feel restless. This directly led to the conversation being interrupted. Until Rod finally mustered the courage to speak, he found that William had already fallen asleep. Looking at William, who was sleeping soundly, Rod couldn't help but feel both amused and helpless. As dawn approached, William suddenly opened his eyes in his sleep, glancing at the dimly lit sky. "Oh no, I overslept. I promised to keep watch during the second half of the night." Looking up, Rod was already packing up the traps he had set. "Why didn't you wake me?" William, who got up from the sleeping bag and stretched, said apologetically. While gathering the thread, Rod smiled and replied, "We're not yet at the miracle forest, so it's not that dangerous. I saw you sleeping so soundly, so I didn't wake you." "Did you rest yesterday?" "It's fine, I took a short nap. I've actually rested enough." Waving his hand, Rod casually said, "Back in the day, during the worst times, I went 3 days and 3 nights without closing my eyes. This little fatigue is nothing. I'll keep watch tonight. Are you sure?" "Sure." Seeing that William's tone was serious, Rod couldn't help but smile. "As you wish. Now, let's pack up and eat some dry rations before we set off." "All right." Once again, setting off. It was still the monotonous rush. However, as they moved further away from human habitation, the surrounding scenery became completely different from what William was familiar with. The animals, plants, and even insects he encountered gave him a very peculiar feeling. He couldn't tell if it was just an illusion, but he felt a sense of loneliness and desolation creeping into his heart. Fortunately, he had Rod by his side. Otherwise, William might not have wanted to continue. It was a fear of the unknown and the unfamiliar, though he didn't even know why he felt that way. "System, I feel like there's something wrong with my mindset." "Not just wrong, you even feel a bit suffocated. This feeling is very unpleasant." Is there a way to resolve it? Actually, this isn't your problem. Leaving your familiar comfort zone and entering a completely strange environment, especially an unknown otherworld, your body and brain need some time to adapt. This is a very normal physiological reaction, and it will get better after a while. Is there a quick way to solve it? William asked. Yes. You could try to throw a punch with all your strength. All my strength? Glancing at Rod beside him, William thought better of it. If he threw that punch, not to mention the kind of destruction it would cause, it would probably scare Rod to death. Is there another way? You can exercise. A familiar rhythm will help you relax. I understand. After waving to Rod, who was almost at the same position, William said, Rod, let's stop for a moment. What's wrong? Are you hungry and ready for lunch? Hearing William's words, Rod curiously stopped his warhorse. No, I forgot about today's training, so I want to wait for a bit. Rod? If Rod found it hard to understand that William insisted on exercising, then he was even more bewildered when he saw what William's so-called training method was. This is your daily training? Are you sure? Of course, Rod. Do I have any reason to lie to you? Is this some kind of warm-up? Although William's training method was a bit strange, after trying it out, Rod found that these movements, while seemingly simple, were actually quite effective. William, are you carrying weights? Rod thought this was the only explanation. Weights? How tiring would that be? After finishing the whole set of daily training, William looked at the sword in Rod's hand and said, Rod, can you teach me to practice swordsmanship? William's sudden request puzzled Rod, as he recalled what William had said during their fight that day. A true strong person does not rely on any external force. Only the weak care whether the blade is sharp. I can teach you, but why did you suddenly want to practice swordsmanship? William's answer was very straightforward. Because it's cool. Rod stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he said in confusion, What did you say? Don't you think swords are cool? At some point, the sword in Rod's hand had appeared in William's grip. Facing the distance, William swung it boldly. Eat my move. Crescent moon slash. With one strike, the world changed. The powerful sword technique compressed the air, and the extreme sword pressure even formed a terrifying invisible sword energy. Boom! Looking at the ground that had been ripped apart for hundreds of meters, both William and Rod were dumbfounded. After a long silence, Rod murmured, William, I think maybe you should teach me swordsmanship, okay? Can I say this was an accident? Please. William, I want to learn swordsmanship. With a thud, Rod knelt down right there. At this point, Rod no longer cared about saving face. As long as he could learn this move, he was even thinking about what divine fruits he still needed. With this move, he could even cut down fruit users. As for whether doing this would be too embarrassing, damn, as long as he could learn it, he wouldn't care about losing face. Even if it cost him 10 years of his life, he would learn it. What is this called? A single skill that conquers all. What swordsmanship is there? Any weapon, as long as the strength and speed are there, just charge forward. Thinking of this, William suddenly realized. In ancient terms, it can be said that after enlightenment, one makes great progress in martial arts. From then on, he entered a realm where no moves were better than moves. Although he didn't know what had happened to William, Rod could feel that William's aura had changed. Although Rod couldn't describe it, it seemed to be a state of returning to simplicity. Could it be that he has become stronger again? Rod, I can teach you swordsmanship. Really? Hearing William's words, Rod showed an expression of wild joy. However, whether you can learn it or not, I won't be responsible. I understand. Thank you. Get up. Don't kneel in the future. I don't like it. Reaching out, William helped Rod up from the ground. They exchanged a glance and couldn't help but share a tacit smile. Handing the cross sword to Rod, William smiled and said, Let's start by having you use the moves you know on me. Okay. Rod didn't hesitate, grasping the cross sword and launching an attack on William. Knowing William's strength very well, Rod held nothing back. Thrust, slash, flick, point, and shatter. A series of moves flowed smoothly. And to William, Rod's swordsmanship was bold and straightforward. Without any flashy movements, all the techniques were deadly attacks. As he finished a set of attacks, William suddenly reached out, using the same moves with the same results. The blade in Rod's hand was once again caught by William, with a simple flip of the hand. However, what surprised William a bit was that this time, Rod actually learned from the previous lesson. The moment the cross sword rotated into position, he grabbed the sword handle again. Interesting. Seeing this scene, William couldn't help but praise. Rod also smiled with pride, but bang! The sword handle slammed into his chest, and Rod was sent flying again. Cough, cough, cough. This time, because William had gained strength, Rod got up quickly after falling. Looking at William, Rod was puzzled. This shouldn't be the case. It's very normal. Although you reacted in time, due to experience, the gap in strength between us is too large. Hearing William's words, Rod suddenly understood. So, what you need to do next is very simple. If you want to learn my swordsmanship, you must first strengthen your body. How to become stronger? Rod looked at William with eager eyes. Train. Train like you do. Rod was a bit confused. You and I are not the same. With a grin, William took out the weighted tools, iron blocks, that he had purchased a long time ago from system space. However, these things had been left and used in the system space after just one use. It was simply too tiring. Bang! Watching the iron block crash heavily to the ground, Rod gasped. The next scene was training similar to William's, except that all of Rod's training was done with weights. Until the 10-kilometer-long robe, William advanced on horseback, while Rod moved forward with iron blocks tied to his limbs. Although this inevitably slowed their speed, neither of them said anything. Along the way, watching William leisurely, Rod panted heavily while curiously asking William, "William, how long did you endure this kind of weight? If you calculate the time, it has been a full 3 years." Anyway, Rod couldn't guarantee that William was exaggerating. 3 years? Rod was shocked, not because he thought that period was too long, but because it was too short. Originally, Rod thought William had started weight training from a young age, but who would have thought it had only been a short 3 years? After pondering for a moment, Rod asked out of curiosity, "William, how many years have you been studying martial arts?" For this question, William was speechless. Didn't he just say that? Looking at the 3 fingers William held up, Rod frowned. 30 years? I'm only 18 this year. Do you think I started cultivating before I was born? 3 years. 3 years. Rod almost couldn't catch his breath. Goodness, to become this powerful in just 3 years? What have I been doing for these 36 years? William, are you sure you haven't eaten a divine fruit? What will it take for you to believe me? Or should I show off again? Upon hearing William's words, Rod was somewhat speechless, but he didn't continue to ask. Everyone has their own secrets, and as someone who has been through it, Rod understood the importance of maintaining a balance. Of course, if William was willing to share, Rod would naturally listen attentively. The 10-kilometer distance was quickly reached, and William called Rod to a stop. "William, actually, I can keep going." After stretching a bit, Rod spoke to William. "No, this is already enough." Noticing Rod's confusion and doubt, William couldn't help but laugh. "Do you really think that pushing yourself to the limit will allow you to break through the limits of the human body?" William's words made Rod's pupils shrink. Just when he was expecting William to reveal some secret, he didn't expect William to stop there. It was just lunchtime, and they found a patch of grass to sit down and eat their dry rations, staring at the sun and feeling the mountain breeze. William even began to feel a bit drowsy after filling his stomach. "How about a nap?" I was thinking the same thing. When William said this, a smile appeared on Rod's face as well. However, when William prepared to set up traps and alerts, Rod interrupted his actions. "Actually, it doesn't have to be that complicated." "What's wrong?" Rod asked, somewhat confused by William's words. "Do you remember what I told you about my talent? I have the ability to perceive and distinguish between good and evil. No one can lie to me. Similarly, I can sense any malicious person within my warning range as soon as they get close." Rod looked at William in confusion, unable to comprehend this ability. "Are you sure you didn't eat a divine fruit?" Rolling his eyes, William replied, speechless. "I don't want to repeat the same question." While that's true, Rod, still feeling uneasy, decided to set up some simple traps around them just to be safe. It wasn't that he didn't trust William. He was just used to it. If he didn't do these things, it felt like something was left undone, and Rod couldn't sleep soundly. In the deep of night, "Rod, William's voice startled Rod awake from his dream. "What's going on? Is it dark? Someone's here." Hearing William's words, Rod's heart raced, and he looked around, finding nothing. He lay down on the ground and listened quietly. Indeed, there were people. Ahead was a carriage, and behind were 6 warhorses. The same configuration made William think of someone. Dolores. Could be her. Did you sense it with your ability? At first, Rod was uncertain about William's danger perception, but this revelation left him shocked. "They all carry a killing intent, so I can sense it," William said while putting his sleeping bag back on the warhorse. "They don't come with good intentions, so let's avoid them for now." As an experienced shadow, Rod naturally had no intention of confronting them, so he mounted his warhorse. "Their strength is just SOSO. We don't need to avoid them." While that was true, William didn't insist on having confrontation, and the two continued along their planned route, with the night sky overhead. Although the bright moon illuminated the path, it still couldn't hide the ruggedness of the road. The warhorses didn't have night vision, so their pace was much slower than during the day. As they traveled, a campfire in the darkness caught William's eye. He gazed into the distance and saw 3 people sitting around the fire. Surrounding the 3, he could vaguely see others resting. It's the shadow team. Before William could confirm, Rod had already spoken up. Is it that obvious? William was somewhat surprised. Rod couldn't see as far as he could. It's an intuition, a shadow's intuition. Rod feigned mystery, but seeing that William clearly didn't believe him, he could only smile and explain. All right, in fact, it's the way those three are sitting that is unique to the shadows. Look at their shadows. Don't they resemble the shadow's emblem? William understood. It was indeed an interesting little piece of knowledge. Do you know them? It's too far. I can't see clearly. Then, should we go over and say hello? William asked. After a moment of silence, Rod replied lightly, forget it. They obviously just returned from a mission. If we go over now, it might lead to misunderstandings. It's better to change direction. Noticing Rod's change in direction, William found it amusing, because if they followed this route, they would likely run into the group behind them. However, after glancing at the map, William decided not to say anything. To change direction again would either require going around a large mountain to reach Miracle Forest or returning the way they came. William didn't have the time or energy for that. After walking for a while, hearing the increasingly clear sound of the carriage wheels behind them, Rod felt helpless. This place is remote, with no village in front and no shop behind. There's nowhere to escape. As the cart behind rushed past, Rod showed a helpless expression, while William had a strange look on his face. Is it really Dolores? When their paths crossed, Glot on the cart also showed a surprised expression. He didn't expect to encounter William again tonight. Huh. The speeding cart came to a steady stop. Just as Rod was on high alert, Glot leaped down from the cart. Mr. Duke, what a coincidence we meet again. Hearing Glot's words, Rod looked at William with a frown. You know them? William was speechless. I don't want to know them. The last time I saw them it was like this, and now it's the same. Can I say it's your bad luck or mine? William's words made Glot awkwardly respond. Mr. Duke, I'm very sorry, but this time I still hope you can help us. Glot, why did you stop? At this moment, an anxious voice from Dolores came from the carriage. Hearing her words, Glot hurriedly explained, Miss, we've encountered reinforcements. William. Oh, who is it? The curtain of the carriage was opened, revealing Dolores's delicate and beautiful face. William. She is? Seeing the other person, Rod frowned slightly. She is. What was it again? William couldn't quite recall the name of this woman at the moment. Mr. Duke. William forgot the name entirely, but it was clear that Dolores had a deep impression of him. After all, he was the first man who had rejected her in her life. William was not only handsome, but also powerful. For Dolores, aside from his status as an ordinary person, there was truly nothing to criticize. Ahem. Grot, who was beside William, quietly reminded him, Mr. Duke, the lady's name is Dolores Daisy Gallop. Grot deliberately emphasized the surname Gallop. Could it be the Duke of Gallop? William didn't have much of a feeling about the surname Gallop, but Rod clearly guessed the other person's identity. Exactly. Hearing Rod's words, Grot showed a proud expression. With the affirmative response, Rod couldn't help but sigh. The Duke of Gallop was one of the top nobles in the entire Yaster kingdom, and coincidentally, Rod had taken on a task from the Duke of Gallop in the past. At this moment, Dolores also relaxed from the urgency of being chased. Light-footed, she stepped down from the carriage and slowly walked to William's side. Mr. Duke, what a coincidence. Ignoring Dolores's joyful gaze, William replied irritably, Why are you always being chased? Dolores coughed lightly, and Grot, standing nearby, also felt a bit awkward. However, as a guard, Grot couldn't explain the details. After a moment of hesitation, Dolores helplessly said, There's a reason, Mr. Duke. The reason we are being chased is that we accidentally obtained a treasure map related to the divine gifts. Before Dolores could finish speaking, Grot suddenly interrupted. Miss, please be careful with your words. It's fine. Dolores interrupted Grot, saying, I believe Mr. William is definitely not that kind of person. Moreover, we may still need Mr. Duke's help for the journey ahead. Seeing that Dolores had made up her mind, Grot could only relent. Indeed, Mr. Duke. We accidentally obtained a treasure map that contains the location of divine fruits, and that's why we are being chased. Dolores looked at Rod, who was beside William, and said, This must be the famous A-class shadow, Mr. Rod. You know me? If the treasure map related to the divine fruits had already surprised Rod, then he was even more astonished to hear Dolores recognize him. I met Mr. Rod 5 years ago, but I was still young back then, so it's normal that Mr. Rod doesn't remember me. 5 years ago, you were the little girl from back then? Seeing Rod recall, Dolores smiled and nodded. That's right, I didn't expect Mr. Rod to remember. I can't believe how much you've changed in 5 years. Looking at Dolores, Rod couldn't help but feel emotional. After all, he hadn't expected to meet Dolores again after 5 years. However, feeling sentimental aside, Rod did not let his guard down because he knew that the relationship between them was based solely on that task from years ago, nothing more. Mr. Rod, Mr. Duke, if you are shadows, I have an A-class mission. I would like to ask you both to escort me to the border town of Miracle Forest. Would you be willing to take it? Of course, I know this mission is time sensitive, and I haven't applied to the Shadow Pavilion yet. I can add another A-class mission afterward. 2 A-class mission rewards? Although it was tempting, Rod did not agree immediately. Instead, he looked at William and asked, William, what do you think? With my current level, I shouldn't be able to take an A-class mission. To this question from William, Rod explained, if it's a mission designated by the employer, you can accept it. Rod, does that mean we take it? A designated A-class mission, plus an additional one, would be equivalent to William completing 2 A-class missions at once, allowing his level to jump from D-class Shadow to B-class directly. If it were someone else, such a good opportunity would be hard to pass up. However, after experiencing countless situations, Rod had long stopped believing in such fortunate coincidences. After pondering for a moment, Rod's expression turned serious as he said without hesitation, on the contrary, William, if you're not sure, it's best not to take it. It wasn't that Rod didn't trust the Galliop family. It was mainly because Rod was well aware that this mission was clearly a trap. Rod's words caused Dolores, who had been so confident, to show a nervous expression. Miss, if we don't leave soon. Just as Dolores hesitated about what to do next, William suddenly said, I can take the mission, but Dolores, why should I trust that you will keep your promise? Dolores was speechless. Wasn't the Galliop surname worth your trust? Looking at William, Dolores was so angry her teeth itched. Then what would make you believe me? Hand over the treasure map for me to keep. That's impossible. Dolores immediately denied William's request. In response, William shrugged indifferently and looked into the distance, saying, then it's up to you. Anyway, once you're dead, I won't mind taking it from your bodies. Damn it. Noticing William's gaze and hearing the sound of hooves approaching, Dolores was almost driven to madness. This is already the second time Dolores has been humiliated by William in her life. From birth until now, she has always been a cherished presence. Like the moon held aloft by many hearts, Dolores has never encountered such a rogue. William's behavior is even more nauseating to her than being constantly hunted. You still have 10 seconds to think. No rush. Calmly sitting on his warhorse, William began the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. Here you go. Dolores almost bit her silver teeth in frustration as she pulled out the treasure map from her pocket and threw it into William's hands. There, the task transaction is complete. Just glancing casually at the well-preserved treasure map, William's expression was playful. No problem at all. Since you're the employer, please rest assured, I will definitely protect your safety. In fact, William is not coveting Dolores' treasure map or the divine fruit, although the system mentioned that the divine fruit could accelerate William's cultivation. That is all it was. With the abilities William currently possesses, the so-called divine fruit is merely an embellishment. As for why he targets Dolores, the main reason is simply an attitude issue. If he casually agrees to an A-level task, wouldn't he that devalue himself a bit? As soon as he finished speaking, 6 warhorses appeared in William's line of sight. Seeing the attire of the other party, Rod frowned slightly, killing Goddess Hall. At this moment, Rod understood why Dolores was willing to offer 2 A-level missions. The God of Killers is the most notorious assassin organization on the West Asia continent. Once entangled with the God of Killers, there is no escape from death. The most significant and sensational mission carried out by the God of Killers was the assassination of a general from a certain kingdom. To complete this mission, the organization even sacrificed over 1 S-level assassin and 5 A-level assassins before finally succeeding. Although the cost was extremely heavy, far exceeding the reward for this mission, it was precisely this assassination that made the God of Killers renowned across the entire West Asia continent. It also laid the groundwork for the God of Killers to become the largest assassin organization in West Asia today. Although the overall power of the God of Killers is comparable to that of the Shadow Pavilion in terms of danger level, the God of Killers definitely surpasses the Shadow Pavilion by a level. If Rod had known that Dolores was provoking the Shadow Pavilion, he would have had to think twice even about 3 A-level missions, let alone 2. It wasn't that Rod was afraid of the God of Killers. Rather, he believed there was no need to create conflict with them. Rod knew very well that once entangled with the God of Killers, it would end in a fight to the death, unless he could perfectly cover up all traces. With a serious expression, Rod looked at William and said softly, William, we absolutely cannot let any of the God of Killers leave here. I never intended to let them leave alive, without any intention of communication. Rod drew the cross sword from his waist. Kill. With a cold snort, Rod urged his warhorse fiercely towards the 6 assassins of the God of Killers. With a clang, the cold light flashed as the 6 assassins in brown robes also drew their weapons at the first moment. Seeing Rod engage in combat with the 6, William showed no intention of intervening. 1 versus 6. Rod felt no fear at all. With a thrust, a clever strike took down one of the assassins, and at the moment one of them slashed Rod's chest, Rod lunged forward, driving his cross sword violently into the chest of the second assassin. In this moment of confrontation, Rod paid a small price for injury, but was the first to kill 2 people. However, the other members of the God of Killing Hall seemed as if the fallen were not companions at all, and in the blink of an eye, they attacked the standing Dolores. Seeing this scene, Rod, holding his chest where he was injured, couldn't help but smile. Just as Rod had expected, before the assassins from the God of Killing Hall could reach Dolores, William, still in place, threw a punch. Boom! A person and a horse were smashed into flesh and blood. With a push of his foot, crack. He kicked out again. Bang! 2 people were killed on the spot. Witnessing this scene, the remaining assassins from the God of Killing Hall finally showed a look of terror, just as Dolores was in front of them, and they were about to take her head. William's figure silently appeared before the assassins. What are you thinking? With a cold laugh, William stepped forward. A punch was thrown. Boom! Watching the assassin fall heavily to the ground, his body twisted and deformed, William's gaze turned to the darkness behind Dolores. Aren't you coming out? What? Hearing William's words, Dolores looked back in surprise. Clap, clap, clap. Applause came from the darkness, step by step. A man dressed in a chestnut robe appeared in everyone's sight. He reached up to remove the hood covering his face and smiled at William, Rod, and Dolores. As for Dolores's guard, Glot, he was completely ignored. Owen Norton, S-rank assassin of the God of Killing Hall. After elegantly making a gesture, the assassin Owen introduced himself to William and Rod. S-rank assassin. Hearing Owen's words, Glot's face showed an extremely ugly expression. At the same time, Dolores, who was protected by Glot, looked the same. As for Rod, he had already moved to William's side. Instead, William remained calm. Enjoying the tense expressions of the few in front of him, Owen smiled. Isn't it strange why I would take this A-rank mission? There's no choice. Shrugging his shoulders, Owen sighed helplessly and said, to assassinate the little daughter of Duke Gallop, yet lose an A-rank assassin team? What a disgrace. However, to die at my hands, you can only say that you died for a reason. A short dagger slipped into his hand. Owen looked at the 4 of them with a playful expression. So, are you ready for death? William, I'll go first. You cover me. As soon as the words fell, Owen exerted force under his feet, and in the next moment, he charged towards Dolores. Clang! The short dagger clashed with the cross sword, sparks flying. Looking at Rod blocking him, Owen's face remained indifferent. Rod, the famous A-rank shadow of the city of Saya. If you were still in the city of Saya, I might still fear you a little, but here. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Owen's mouth, and another short dagger appeared in his previously empty left hand. Die. Leaning back, narrowly dodging Owen's short dagger, Rod swung his cross sword like a whirlwind. The cross sword slashed and swept, but facing Rod's moves, Owen, as an S-rank assassin, elegantly danced through the sword shadows like a dark elf. Although it seemed he was at a disadvantage and only had evasion skills, in reality, he was finding Rod's flaws little by little. Mr. Rod, I'm here to help you. Seeing that Rod had not taken down Owen for a while, Glot, trying to help, drew his long sword and fiercely joined the battle. No. Seeing this scene, Rod's heart skipped a beat. Against an assassin of this level, numbers no longer determined the victory of the battle. Glot's addition not only brought no benefits, but also completely disrupted Rod's rhythm. Seizing the opportunity, a bloody smile appeared on Owen's face. At this moment, you still dare to be distracted. It seems I have given you too little pressure. In a mid-air leap to dodge one of Rod's moves, Owen's short dagger suddenly slashed out from an incredible angle. Swoosh! With one strike, Rod's chest was already cut open with a deep wound. However, this was just the beginning. As soon as Owen landed from a successful strike, he stepped forward, his right hand slicing with the short dagger. Facing this move from Owen, Rod could only retreat again. However, as if he had anticipated it, Owen's body made a 360-degree spin, and his left hand's short dagger switched from reverse grip to standard grip, stabbing towards Glot, who had just entered the attack range. Glot was horrified by Owen's move. In a critical moment, he rolled to avoid the deadly strike without caring about his image. However, not good. Whoosh! Owen spun again, his right hand holding the short dagger like a dart shot towards the completely unprotected Dolores. In a crisis, it was Rod who reacted quickly, slashing his cross sword to deflect the short dagger's trajectory just in time. Swoosh! Watching the short dagger embed itself into the carriage. Dolores was also scared into a cold sweat. No wonder Owen is an S-rank assassin. Interesting, seeing that he had failed to land a hit. Owen was not angry at all. Instead, he looked at Rod with great interest. It seems I may have underestimated you a bit, Mr. Rod. Facing Owen's gaze, Rod's eyes were cold, showing no intention of responding, while Glot was already drenched in cold sweat. Retreat. Then be careful. Hurrying back to Dolores' side, Glot felt his heart racing. Just now it was so close that Dolores could have really been lost. In this extremely tense atmosphere, William looked at Rod and asked with a smile, "Do you want me to take action?" "Not yet." Upon hearing Rod's words, Owen couldn't help but laugh heartily. "It seems I really have been underestimated." Another short dagger appeared in Owen's hand, and he took a stance, coldly saying, "Then, Mr. Rod, this time I will be serious. Do you really think I am afraid of you? Bring it on." Clang! The short dagger and the cross sword clashed again. But this time, Rod was sent flying backward. The clash of the cross sword and the short dagger resulted in Rod completely falling to the lower hand. Such strong power. However, before Rod could be shocked, Owen suddenly appeared in front of him. An X-shaped wound appeared on Rod's chest again. However, what surprised even William was that, despite being at such a disadvantage, Rod still showed no sign of panic, nor did he even ask William for help. As soon as the cross sword pushed Owen back, a red pill appeared in Rod's hand. What is this? A demonization pill? Noticing the potion in Rod's hand, Owen couldn't help but be surprised. "You actually have this thing?" The demon transformation pill. It uses magical energy to stimulate the heart, unleashing power beyond human limits. However, the side effects are severe after use. One needs to lie down for a week before being able to move, and it takes a month to fully recover. Moreover, consuming more than 2 in a year could very well lead to becoming a complete demon. This thing is extremely precious, even if the entire continent is considered. It can be said that this is the only thing, apart from the divine fruit, that ordinary people can possess to break the limits of the human body. Owen was also shocked that a mere A-rank shadow like Rod could have it. As expected of an S-rank assassin from the God of Death Temple. "Your strength is indeed greater than mine. However, if you think you could defeat me just like this, you are gravely mistaken." Looking at Rod, who was holding the demonic transformation pill, Owen laughed again. "If you think that just because you eat this thing, I will be afraid of you, you really underestimate me. S-rank and A-rank are completely different realms. Do you understand?" By the end, Owen's tone had turned extremely cold. Meanwhile, only William noticed that the shadow under Owen's feet had begun to move strangely. Years of combat instinct made Rod feel a tingling sensation on his scalp. He looked around but found nothing wrong. Just as the black shadow under Owen's feet was about to connect with Rod's shadow, William suddenly spoke up to remind him. "Rod." "The shadow." "Shadow?" Hearing William's reminder, Rod felt a chill run down his back, and his body instinctively swung his sword down. However, buzz. The cross sword not only failed to cause any damage to the shadow, but also caused Rod's shadow to actively connect with Owen's. Unable to move, staring wide-eyed at Owen, Rod's expression was extremely serious. He tried to resist this force, but found that he couldn't break free even with all his strength. In the eerie laughter, Owen looked at William with a playful expression and said, "I didn't expect you to discover it." Silently, the shadow under Owen's feet split into 4. One of them remained connected to Rod, while the other 3 headed towards William, Dolores, and Grot. Seeing this scene, Dolores was also scared to the point of trembling all over. She tried to escape, but it was useless. Amidst the screams, before she could run a few steps, both Dolores and Grot were firmly locked in place. At this moment, the two finally understood why Rod had remained motionless in that position. However, their current stance was even more awkward. Owen's ability made William subconsciously think of the shadow imitation technique from the Nara clan in Naruto. At this point, William faced Owen's ability without dodging or evading, standing still as if he knew he couldn't escape, so he didn't even try. Seeing the scene, a strange expression appeared on Owen's face. "I was still thinking about how powerful you are, but turns out you're not so impressive after all." In fact, among the 4 of them, Owen, who had witnessed the previous battle, knew very well that William was the one who posed the greatest threat to him. Moreover, when William exposed a shadow, Owen was still wondering if his ability had been seen through by William. He never expected the final outcome would be like this. However, since that was the case, then what? Looking at William smiling as he approached, a cold sweat broke out on Owen's forehead. How is this possible? At this moment, Owen's expression was almost twisted. In his life, no one had ever been completely unaffected after a shadow link. He couldn't even comprehend how William managed to do it. As if seeing through Owen's confusion, William chuckled. Even if you came here yourself, you couldn't control me. Did you really think you could limit me just with a shadow? Moreover, isn't your method of controlling shadows a bit too simplistic? Is this all you've got? Watching William step by step approach him, Owen's face turned pale, and his hands gripping the short knife began to tremble uncontrollably. Everything is relative. Similarly, although Owen had the ability to control shadows, he was also consuming his own stamina. It was like an ordinary person trying to trap a strong man, with 3 other burdens to deal with as well. Crack! Unable to maintain control of the shadow any longer, Owen completely severed the link. Failing to strike, Owen chose to retreat. He was not the type to be stubborn. Compared to failing the mission, staying alive was the most important thing. Owen felt something strange about William. Besides, his mission wasn't to kill William, but to deal with Dolores. Since he couldn't overpower William, he would just kill Dolores next time alone. Owen had a good plan, but how could William let him escape so easily? Just as he took 2 steps, William's figure had somehow already blocked his path. Seeing William's chest open, a glimmer of joy appeared in William's eyes. Without thinking, Owen slashed a short knife toward William's carotid artery. Thud! The knife missed, but Owen was undeterred, pressing the attack again. The elegant short knife in Owen's hand flickering like a dark elf in the night. However, the more he fought, the worse Owen's expression became, and his heart sank deeper. I can't hit him. I can't hit him at all. The speed of William's reflexes and physical reactions was simply unbelievable to Owen. Are you toying with me? Only now did he realize. With a slight smile, William extended 2 fingers and easily pinched Owen's short knife. Crack! Ugh! Using the same tactic he had against Rod. But at this moment, Owen's right hand rotated 360 degrees, rendering his entire arm useless. However, what surprised William was that even in such pain, Owen didn't scream. Truly an S-class assassin, that level of endurance is impressive. The extreme pain caused Owen's face to flush, and he simultaneously lost control over Rod and the other 2. His eyes bloodshot, Owen looked at William with overwhelming killing intent. He understood very well what losing an arm meant for an assassin. Even though Owen still possessed his divine ability, this blow was still a massive setback for him. I want you dead. An extremely cold voice came from Owen, and the shadows at his feet began to spiral and wrap around William's body. In just a moment, William's entire body was tightly entangled by the shadows. Let's see how you move now. Is that so? With a slight smile, in Owen's disbelieving gaze, William extended his right hand and placed it on Owen's forehead, delivering a crisp, brain-crushing blow. Thud! With his spine broken and skull shattered, bloodied Owen fell to the ground, dying instantly at William's feet. Is this how it ends? So weak. William felt somewhat disappointed that Owen met his end like this. He initially thought the other party might have some special ability to recover. However, after considering that such an ability should belong to a nature-based elemental power, William could understand. A gust of wind blew, raising a cloud of dust. Accompanying the dust was a gray fruit that only William could see, forming next to Owen's body. Just as the fruit was about to shoot into the sky, William quickly grabbed it. Cough, cough, cough. Dolores covered her mouth and coughed lightly, breaking the atmosphere at the scene. An S-class assassin just died like this? Grot looked blankly at William. Although he knew William was strong, he hadn't witnessed William's combat prowess firsthand until just now, when William effortlessly defeated Owen, the S-class assassin. Only then did Grot finally understand what true strength meant. 2 A-class missions could secure the protection of a powerhouse like William. It was a tremendous bargain. Grot looked at Dolores, feeling a deep admiration. The lady truly lived up to being the daughter of Duke Gallop, with her exceptional judgment. Is he dead? Cautiously approaching Owen's corpse. Even knowing that Owen was unlikely to still be alive, Rod remained vigilant and checked Owen thoroughly. Only after confirming that Owen could not possibly be alive did Rod, squatting on the ground, let out a sigh of relief. Looking up at William, Rod's eyes were filled with complexity. William's strength was beyond his imagination. Shaking his fingers, William's expression turned somewhat disgusted. In fact, although he wasn't a Virgo, he did have a bit of a cleanliness obsession. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to get himself a weapon. As he thought this, William's gaze instinctively shifted towards Dolores. Noticing William's gaze, Dolores looked somewhat puzzled and quickly examined herself before asking, "Mr. Duke, is there a problem?" Rubbing his hands, William smiled and said, "I wanted to ask if you have a sword." William had asked casually, but But he didn't expect that Dolores would have a strange expression upon hearing the question. After pondering for a moment, Dolores asked, "Mr. Duke, didn't you bring a sword yourself?" "I didn't bring one." "Dolores?" "Grot." Noticing their expressions, William chuckled and said, "Actually, I learned a few moves on the way here. If it's convenient, could you sell me a sword? If not, I can always forge one myself later." Although Dolores found it a bit confusing, she didn't think too much about it. "If Mr. Duke doesn't mind, I actually have a sword here." After saying that, Dolores walked towards her carriage. Could it be? Seeing the sword that Dolores took from the carriage, Grot's expression was somewhat strange. William was unaware, but Grot knew very well that this sword was something Miss Dolores had spent a fortune at an auction to acquire specifically for her father's 60th birthday. Moreover, this sword was a treasure once owned by the same person who possessed the treasure map currently in William's hands. Sword name, Fire God. The blade was made of an unknown metal, entirely blood red, measuring 66 centimeters in length, with a 25-centimeter handle and a width of 8 centimeters, weighing 68 pounds. The blade was incredibly sharp, cutting through iron like mud. Wielding it felt like holding a sword of fire. Additionally, the previous owner of the Fire God sword was nicknamed the Fire God. Hence the name Fire God sword was recognized as one of the top 10 famous swords on the continent. Looking at the Fire God sword that Dolores handed over with some difficulty, William curiously took it. Along with it came the unique fragrance that Dolores carried, which wafted into William's nostrils. The smell is very pleasant. Suppressing the impulse in his heart, William grasped the hilt of the sword, and a warm, gentle feeling came to him. Surprised, he drew the sword from its sheath. The Fire God sword? When he saw the blade, William instinctively called out this name. "Mr. Duke, this is the Fire God sword." Clearing her throat, Dolores corrected William's terminology. "The Fire God sword? It's actually the Fire God sword." Seeing William's puzzled expression, Rod explained from the side. "William, this is not an ordinary sword. It is one of the top 10 famous swords recognized in the West Asia continent. Its first owner was the Fire God Ian Henry. That's how it got the name Fire God sword." As a fellow swordsman, Rod's gaze towards the Fire God sword was very fervent. He hadn't expected Dolores to be willing to take this sword out. If that's the case, then forget it. Although he liked the sword at first sight, William still unhesitatingly handed it back. The sword is good, but William knows he definitely can't afford it. Since that's the case, why bother thinking too much? After all, for William, whether a sword is good or not doesn't really matter to his own strength. "Don't you like it?" Dolores asked, puzzled, seeing William returning the sword. "I do like it, but I can't afford it." Hearing William's words, Dolores was somewhat amused. If it were for another reason, it would be fine, but what does it mean to say he can't afford it? What would make you think that the Gallup family would be so short on money that they need to sell the Fire God sword? "If Mr. Duke likes it, I can give you this Fire God sword." As soon as Dolores said this, Logan's eyes widened, glancing at William and then at Dolores. Logan seemed to understand something, his smile carrying a hint of amusement. "Youth is indeed great." However, William's response was very calm. "Although I like it very much, I believe in the principle of no reward without merit." No reward without merit? After a moment's thought, Dolores understood William's meaning. "Mr. Duke, if it weren't for you, I would have undoubtedly died today. Using this sword as a token of gratitude is also a form of repayment." Hesitating for a moment, William asked, "Are you sure?" With a slight smile, Dolores said nothing but expressed her intention. "Then, I won't be polite in accepting it." "Thank you. Mr. Duke is too polite. Just call me William." Calling me Mr. Duke feels distant. Covering her mouth with a light laugh, Dolores realized that William also seemed quite practical, having received a benefit. He wanted her to call him William. "You didn't say this before." "Then, I will call you William from now on." To avoid the god of killing Temple and others, under Rod's suggestion, the group continued on their way. However, before leaving, Rod did not forget to deal with the corpses of these people. On the road, Dolores still sat in the carriage, while William and Rod were on either side. After all, they had accepted a task, and they still had to do what needed to be done. As the group traveled, William took out the fruit in his hand and asked, "System, is this the God-given fruit? Does that mean killing the God-given person can get the God-given fruit?" "Of course not. This is my exclusive ability for you." William suddenly realized, but understanding that the system itself is a bug-level existence, he could accept some special abilities. However, regarding the shadow fruit, he felt the ability wasn't that great. "System, do I have a limitation of only being able to eat one God-given fruit?" This question does not exist, so host, you can eat it with peace of mind. Upon hearing this, surprise appeared in William's eyes. After examining the fruit in his hand, he swallowed it in one bite. It was colorless and tasteless, with no sensation at all, just as William thought he had eaten a fake fruit. He suddenly sensed his own shadow. It worked. System, enhance it. Okay. Shadow fruit. Enhancement 10. Buzz. In an instant, William could clearly feel that not only could he sense his own shadow, but he could also sense the shadows of others around him. At that moment, William even felt he could teleport through shadows at will. With a thought, William's head emerged from the shadow of the carriage. What a strange ability. Returning to the horse, William's eyes revealed a hint of excitement. Not only was it shadow stealth, but William could also feel that he could even materialize his shadow. Just as William was testing the abilities of the shadow fruit, the system's voice sounded in his ear. Host, there's something I've always wanted to ask. Why do you want to be a shadow? Without stopping his shadow ability experiment, William asked softly, if I don't do the shadow, what should I do? With your strength, you can completely dominate this world. Why waste your time playing these childish games? Being a ruler is exhausting. You have to gather followers, then attack a city, rule a country, and then conquer the world. It's endless, wasting my time and energy, and in the end, what do I get? Of course, you get this world. And then what? In a question and answer format, the system was also speechless. Host, can you ask all your questions at once? After getting this world, I will go to the next world, then conquer another world, and then continue to the next. Repeating this endlessly. Do you think living like this is tiring? Thinking about it this way, it does seem not a bit, but absolutely. That kind of life is not what I want. Gazing into the distance, William spoke lazily. From now on, I will no longer live the life I should live. I only want to live the life I want. If it weren't for the system knowing the origin of this sentence, it would feel like William was trying to fool it. Host, your pretentiousness is getting higher and higher. Thank you. All right, I also have something to ask you. Since you are the infinite enhancement system, can I understand that you can also enhance items? Hearing William's words, the system's voice carried a hint of pride. I didn't expect that I hit it so well, and you discovered it. You can really enhance items? William's face showed surprise. Oh, just a little. My ability may not be as good as the one next door, but its potential isn't much worse than theirs. Stop boasting about yourself. I can't be bothered to say how big the gap is. You still have a nerve to mention it. Cough, cough, cough. After being called out by William, the system felt a bit awkward. Let's get to the point. You want to enhance that fire god sword, right? All right, what should I do? As soon as he finished speaking, an item frame appeared in front of William. Following the system's prompt, William placed the fire god sword, which he had carelessly fastened to his waist, into it. Looking at the very low-level enhancement button that appeared above the fire god sword, William clicked it speechlessly. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of hammering echoed in William's ears. After 10 consecutive strikes, a blinding golden light appeared before William's eyes. Item, fire god sword. Level, ordinary. Enhancement. 1, is that it? Looking at the fire god sword back in his hand, William was completely bewildered. That's it. What did you expect? Well, should happen. This enhancement one, what did it add? Just a hammer? The system was speechless, but it couldn't really explain this. Host, it's like your cultivation. Although one enhancement doesn't show obvious improvement, as long as you keep trying, what you hope for will definitely appear. What I hope for? Are you saying it can become the innate treasure I want? Of course. Hearing the system's confident answer, William was quite surprised. Really? Host, are you doubting my abilities? Don't mention innate treasures. Even primordial treasures, as long as the enhancement is done properly, are not a problem at all. This response from his system gave William enough confidence. Imagining himself holding a primordial treasure, standing between heaven and earth, a smile unconsciously appeared on William's face. However, when William noticed the curious gaze from Dolores in the carriage, he immediately wiped the smile off his face. Leaning against the carriage window, Dolores looked at William and asked curiously, William, is there something happy? Just thinking about getting a good sword, so I'm happy. Hearing William's explanation, Dolores covered her mouth and chuckled. Although she didn't understand swordsmanship, she could still understand William's happiness. It was like a woman finding her beloved man. Thinking of this, Dolores couldn't help but blush and, upon looking at William, felt a bit infatuated. Even though there was a task at hand, the thought of William effortlessly eliminating an S-class assassin and heroically saving her was a tremendous shock for any woman. Moreover, William's appearance was so handsome and charming, combined with his demeanor that was completely different from that of the nobility and his confident yet relaxed aura, made every gesture he made feel like a kind of poison to Dolores, who had grown up in the upper-class circles. This was also why Dolores had the sudden urge to recruit William when she first saw him. And even after he decisively rejected her, she didn't feel angry. Instead, she became even more curious about him. Adding to this encounter today, Dolores felt as if fate had destined their meeting. However, what left Dolores feeling uncertain was was what William felt about her. Would he like her? Although Dolores had ample confidence in her appearance and status, she had never felt that William had any interest in her, and this was what troubled her. Dolores had never imagined that, having always been the favored one since childhood, she would one day find herself in a situation of unrequited love. This feeling of gain and loss even made Dolores think of those noble young men who once pursued her. Were their feelings the same as hers now? With this thought, Dolores couldn't help but feel irritated. As for the gap in their identities, Dolores chose to selectively forget it. They sped along until about 2 hours later. The four of them arrived at a patch of grassy land. Let's rest here for a bit. Naturally, Grotto had no objections, so at Rod's suggestion, the four of them took a break on the spot. Seeing William dismount and prepare to lie down in his sleeping bag, Dolores in the carriage softly said, "Are you going to sleep on the ground?" Looking at Rod and Grotto, who were also sleeping on the ground, William turned and asked, "Is there a problem? Sleeping on the ground isn't good." "Of course, I know it's not good, but where else can I sleep if I don't sleep on the ground? There's no bed again." William couldn't help but roll his eyes and said to Dolores, "Am I supposed to sleep on the ground? Should I sleep in your carriage?" As soon as these words came out, Dolores's face turned red. However, to William's surprise, after hesitating for a moment, Dolores actually said, "How about you sleep in the carriage? There's enough space for 2 people." Looking at Dolores oddly, although William was innocent, he wasn't a fool. Isn't that inappropriate? A man and a woman sleeping in the same carriage. Let alone in this world, even in the modern world I came from, that's something only the closest people would do. That was true, but William's body was very honest. Watching William come into the carriage, Dolores instinctively shrank back into the carriage, realizing how problematic her suggestion was. Moreover, with William's strength, Dolores felt she couldn't resist at all. Thinking of this, her heart started racing even more. However, seeing William lie down on the other side and quickly fall asleep, Dolores finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the quiet carriage, William's breathing was clearly audible. Although they were in the wild, Dolores was surprised that William not only didn't have a bad smell, but instead had a faintly sweet and unique scent. That scent was something Dolores couldn't fully describe, even making her feel a bit intoxicated. In the darkness, Dolores secretly observed the William who had fallen into a dream. Although the darkness made it hard for her to see clearly, even so, she still felt her face starting to heat up and her heart was racing. Not knowing how much time had passed, Dolores sweetly drifted off to sleep, unaware that William, who should have been asleep, let out a sigh. Being a man, and in his most youthful and vigorous time, with a beauty of this caliber beside him, it was surprising that William could sleep soundly. Although he wanted to do some naughty things, he found it hard to take that step. One reason was that outside the carriage were Rod and Glot, but the main reason was that William felt his feelings for Dolores were a bit complicated. Although she was beautiful, he felt they were not from the same world. Caught in his thoughts and unable to sleep, William entered the world of forging again. Ding, 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 ding. After 10 consecutive strikes, a dazzling golden light appeared before William's eyes. Item, Fire God Sword. Level, Common. Enhancement, 2 Continue. When the Fire God Sword reached 10 in enhancement, its attributes finally changed. Item, Fire God Sword. Level, Medium Grade Spirit Weapon. Attributes, Spirit. Enhancement 10. The levels of all items in the enhancement pool can generally be divided into Common, Magical Artifact, Spirit Weapon, Immortal Weapon, Acquired Spirit Treasure, Acquired Supreme Treasure, Innate Spirit Treasure. Innate Supreme Treasure, Primordial Spirit Treasure, Primordial Supreme Treasure. Seeing the attributes of the Fire God Sword, even the system couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, host, your luck is amazing. You actually jumped 2 levels. There was no helping it. Luck was just that strong." William couldn't help but laugh when he saw this scene. William bit his finger and performed the simplest blood pledge to recognize the owner. In an instant, the newly born Fire God Sword's intelligence appeared in William's consciousness. Feeling the joy and happiness of the Fire God Sword, a smile unconsciously appeared on William's face. Receive, with a thought. The Fire God Sword was directly taken into William's body for nurturing. This not only increases the compatibility between William and the Fire God Sword, but also allows the Fire God Sword to enhance its quality at an accelerated pace through the infinite power within William. Although William's fighting style is very similar to Saitama's, the biggest difference between them is that William possesses infinite power within him. This power is similar to the Super Saiyan transformation, except that the Saiyan transformations have fixed multipliers, while William's infinite energy can burst out infinitely. However, it seems that this world does not allow William to utilize his infinite power. In fact, sometimes the system also feels regretful, If the first world he crossed into was the Dragon Ball world, William's strength would probably have increased several times, dozens of times, or even hundreds of times compared to now. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Moreover, William doesn't seem to care much about which world he is in. As William puts it, no matter which world it is, they are all pretty much the same. The only differences are the people he meets and the things that happen. That's all. Rather than running around in a completely unfamiliar world, it is better to enjoy a relatively comfortable life in a familiar world, which is precisely the kind of life countless people desire. Of course, if there is a chance in the future, it wouldn't hurt to play around in other worlds. Just when William was communicating with the god of fire sword, a slender, long leg suddenly rested on him. Stunned, looking at the long leg on him, William was speechless, wondering why it had to be placed right there. Taking a deep breath, William tried hard not to think too much, but he watched helplessly as his little brother started to grow. Damn, he muttered in his heart, and then silently closed his eyes. At this moment, whoever wakes up will be embarrassed, so he thought, I don't know anything. However, he didn't expect that Dolores had no intention of stopping. As she slept, Dolores moved closer and closer to William. Eventually, she ended up resting in his arms, even more speechlessly in her sleep. Dolores used William's arm as a pillow under her neck. William, is this even allowing anyone to sleep? Feeling the warm skin of the beautiful woman in his arms and the unique scent of orchids, William found it even harder to fall asleep. If we take action, we are beasts. If we do nothing, we are worse than beasts. So, do we want to be beasts or worse than beasts? I am a person. Forcing himself to concentrate, William decided to count sheep. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep. By the time he counted to 560 sheep, William suddenly realized that not only was he not feeling sleepy, but he was even more alert. Forget it. Let us practice swordsmanship instead. So, when Dolores woke up in the morning, she found William there practicing sword gestures. At first, he felt shy realizing he was in Dolores' arms, but soon, William's embrace gave Dolores an unprecedented sense of security and a completely new experience. Because of this, lying in William's arms, Dolores remained silent. But William's constantly moving right hand unconsciously drew Dolores' attention. Finally, unable to hold back her curiosity, Dolores asked, "What are you doing?" "Practicing swordsmanship." Dolores' voice interrupted William's rhythm. Stopping his movements, William instinctively replied, "How was this practicing swordsmanship? No sword in hand, but a sword in the heart. No sword in hand, but a sword in the heart." Whispering this phrase, Dolores felt it was profound and somewhat incomprehensible. It's normal not to understand swordsmanship. This single sentence left Dolores in silence. She knew William meant nothing else, yet she felt that William was hinting at something. A young girl's heart is very sensitive. A single word from someone she likes made Dolores' thoughts twist and turn. "Are you looking down on me?" The moment Dolores said this, both William and Dolores were taken aback. That mournful tone surprised even Dolores herself, and she didn't understand why she said such a thing. However, the words were out, and there was no taking them back. Stealing a glance at William, a hint of expectation appeared in Dolores' eyes. There are countless sword practitioners in this world, but how many can truly understand? As he practiced deeply, William felt a bit melancholic, and, with a bitter smile, he even began to understand the realm of Dugu Chiobai from martial arts novels. "Dolores?" Putting away his sword gestures, William suddenly reacted and asked, "What did you just ask me?" "Nothing, nothing." When William asked this, Dolores lost the courage to ask again. The fact that William didn't hear made her feel relieved. Glancing out the window, the sky was already getting bright. "I should go out. If they see me later, it wouldn't be good." Hearing William's words, Dolores softly replied. As William retracted his left hand, a slight blush appeared on Dolores' face. However, when William carefully opened the curtain of the carriage and stepped down, he saw 2 pairs of curious eyes. Watching William step down from the carriage, Grot, as Dolores' headguard, showed a hint of emotion in his eyes. In contrast, Rod secretly gave William a thumbs up. Ahem, ahem. Clearing his throat, William pretended to be nonchalant as he walked down. He had mentioned being afraid of being seen, but it was impossible to hide well. The explanations he wanted to give went around in circles. After thinking about it, William chose not to explain. "When are we planning to set off?" Hearing William's question, Rod chuckled and said, "We'll set off as soon as you're ready." As soon as the words came out, William felt even more embarrassed. Just like William, Dolores, who was still in the carriage, felt the same way. However, at this moment, she was somewhat better off because there was a curtain blocking her view, though her face was still flushed. "We didn't do anything." After hesitating for a long time, William, who was rinsing his mouth with salt water, defended himself. Understand, understand, you don't need to explain. As he said this, Rod couldn't help but laugh out loud. William, however, watching William pretend, the system's voice couldn't help but ring in William's ear. Host, can you have some dignity? What are you trying to do by acting so innocent? I'm just a pure little virgin. Is there something wrong with that? After the system sent 2 middle finger emojis, it said, don't mess around, we're still good friends. Don't you think this situation fits my age right now? I'm only 18. As soon as these words were spoken, even the system felt speechless. What a charm at 18. I really admire you. However, host, your skills in attracting women are indeed impressive. Look at that Dolores. She's completely captivated by you. Well, what can I say? It's just that I have charisma. You should thank me for giving you such a good appearance for this lifetime. Thank you very much. Speaking of William's looks in this lifetime, it was indeed something William took great pride in. Even if Leonardo DiCaprio came in a last life, he would probably have to step back. Coupled with William's perfect physique and his charisma from 2 lifetimes, he was truly unbeatable. And this is also the real reason why so many women in Westwood Town were attracted to William. However, after 3 years, the reason why William was still keeping himself pure was also due to the system's guarantee. After all, compared to women, a 3-year celibate life for the sake of gaining immense power was something he could easily accept, and the results were also quite pleasing. However, there was one thing William did not know. Whether one could become stronger was actually not related to celibacy at all. For William, after enduring 3 years, when he finally had the chance to indulge, he was instead not in a hurry. The desire unfulfilled and the wish fulfilled were William's mental state over the past 3 years. Since that was the case, why not place the wish fulfilled on the person he wanted the most? Now, William considered himself to have moved beyond base desires. While William was washing up, Dolores, who had adjusted her mindset, also got down from the carriage. Seeing Dolores get off, Grot immediately stepped forward to hand her the special toiletries, and then offered her the exquisite rations that had already been prepared. Compared to Dolores, William's meal was much simpler. Seeing William eating black bread, Dolores hesitated for a moment and blushed as she handed her food over to William. Eat mine, yours doesn't look like food. William, Rod, realizing she had misspoken, Dolores quickly explained, I didn't mean anything else, I just thought, it's okay, I know. With a smile, William accepted the food Dolores handed over without hesitation. That black bread, let alone Dolores thinking it was bad. In fact, when William ate it for the first time, he almost vomited. For someone like William, who was used to exquisite food in his past life, that ration, whether in texture or taste, probably wouldn't even be eaten by pigs. Compared to the rations prepared by the Shadow Pavilion, Dolores's were much better. Although it was still bread, the color had turned to a normal brown, and after being roasted by Grot, it was crispy yet soft, topped with a thin layer of jam. The taste was a world apart from the black bread. Dolores didn't have a big appetite, so more than half of the bread prepared by Grot ended up in William's mouth, and Dolores even stopped after just eating 2 slices. Watching the crumbs left at the corner of William's mouth, Dolores instinctively took out a handkerchief to clean him up. However, this action made Grot and Rod, who were watching, look increasingly strange. On the contrary, Dolores, having been seen, now ignored their gazes, and with the journey shortening day by day, for her, William was the most important thing now. The beauty's care, William was not a fool, of course, he would not refuse. As the journey continued, their relationship rapidly heated up, even reaching a point where they were inseparable. If it weren't for Rod and Grot being there, William even had the confidence to push Dolores down right then and there. While William and Dolores were immersed in the joy of love, Rod was naturally seizing every day to train hard. After experiencing the power of the S-Class Assassin Owen, Rod's desire for strength had risen to an unprecedented height. If it weren't for William being there last time, the 4 of them might have already died. Every time he thought of this, Rod would feel immense hatred towards his own strength. For Rod, he never wanted to experience the death of a companion again in his life. Seeing Rod train so hard, Dolores felt a bit sorry for William. William, do you have to work so hard every day too? Yes. If I don't work hard, how can I become stronger and protect you? Hearing William's words, Dolores felt delighted. Rod's efforts also stimulated William, and after finishing lunch and resting for half an hour, William stood up and walked towards Rod. Rod, Seeing William walk towards him, Rod showed a puzzled expression. What's up? Come, let's spar. This time, I'll only use the same strength and speed as you. Watching the fire god sword appear in William's hand out of nowhere, Rod's face lit up with excitement. Hearing William's words, Rod couldn't ask for more. He pulled out the crossed sword from the ground and also got into position. Just come at me. William waved his hand at Rod, who understood and did not hold back. After all, he understood the gap between himself and William, and because of this, Rod used all his strength right from the start. Bang! The fire god sword clashed violently with the cross sword, and although Rod didn't believe it, he didn't think too much about it either. He directly delivered a horizontal slash. Bang! Sparks flew, and this move was blocked again. However, just as Rod was about to withdraw and prepare for another attack, the tip of the fire god sword had already reached Rod's neck. Gulp. Instinctively swallowing, Rod didn't even understand how he lost. Noticing Rod's expression, William smiled and said, "Don't understand? Let us go again." Okay. When William took a few steps back and Rod struck again, in an instant, the tip of William's sword was once again against Rod's neck. What is going on? At this moment, not only was Rod confused, but even Grot and Dolores, who were watching from his side, looked a bit dazed. Bend down to enter the game, high in momentum. If the weapon is not sharp, it can be sharpened. If the skill is not refined, it can be learned. If the path is not strong, it can be realized. If the law is not high, it can be practiced. If the time is not right, it can wait. Planning is in the hands of man. Achieving is in the hands of heaven. Hearing William's words, Rod seemed to understand but was still full of confusion. William, what do you mean? Where is your momentum? Boom! In an instant, the power of the world erupted from William's body, and at that moment, it felt as if the entire world was being suppressed. You fear me, and just that has already weakened your attack by 3 points. How can you win from a lower position? But, although Rod understood William's meaning, he completely couldn't comprehend how he should do what William did. If you don't understand, then trust the sword in your hand. It will tell you what to do. Trust the sword in hand. Staring blankly at the cross, sword still gripped in his hand, Rod suddenly had an epiphany. Thank you for accompanying me for so many years, never leaving me, and always believing in me. Looking at William, who still stood like a giant before him, Rod couldn't help but smile. Even heavens, I will shatter them for you to see. With a roar, Rod unleashed his sword. The world changed. A powerful sword pressure erupted from the cross sword, and with one strike, he released a blade of sword energy. However, facing Rod's move, William simply waved his hand, and the sword energy instantly dissipated into nothingness. Despite this, Rod couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. William, did you see that? Did you see that? Ha! That exhilarating feeling was completely indescribable in words. What is this? Did you just elevate the swordsmanship of this world to a new level? You're merely a beginner, so don't be too happy too soon. With a faint smile, William dissipated the pressure around him and suddenly appeared in front of Rod. As he watched a sword thrusting towards him, Rod followed the sword's guidance and blocked it with his own. With William's help, Rod finally took the first step in the way of the sword. Holding a sword in hand and a sword in heart, no longer confined to techniques, he struck freely. Where the sword pointed, his heart followed. After Rod adapted for a while, William smiled and stopped his movements. Very good, keep it up. Thank you. Rod looked at William with sincerity, his eyes sparkling with gratitude. No need to thank me. This is your own fortune. Waving his hand casually, William retracted the fire god sword technique. Let's go, we should continue on our journey. Not far ahead, there's a river where we can wash off the dust. Hearing Rod's words, even William felt a bit happy. Over the past few days, even William, who has a photosynthetic constitution and can metabolize himself, has felt uncomfortable all over. Although there is no dirt or dust on him, the difference between being clean and unclean is still significant, and it's more of a psychological discomfort. After a few hours, a lush green forest appeared before the four of them, and they couldn't help but quicken their pace. By the time the sky was nearly dark, they had already entered the forest. Looking at the crystal-clear river, William was the first to jump down from the carriage, and without hesitation, he plunged straight into the water. Seeing this, Rod couldn't help but laugh. Although he wanted to say, "Aren't you going to check if there are any dangers here?" he refrained from doing so, considering William's strength. While William could be so bold, Rod was not the same. As Grot began to gather firewood, Rod rode his warhorse around the area. After confirming that the surroundings were safe, he helped Grot light the bonfire. Phew, refreshing. Leaping out of the river, William rubbed his wet face and wrung out the clothes he had taken off. At this moment, William was only wearing pants, revealing his perfectly sculpted muscles on the upper body. Rod and Glot didn't have much of a reaction. After all, they were both men, but Dolores couldn't help but stare. When she snapped back to reality, her face flushed as she looked at the water droplets still dripping from William's shoulder. Dolores took out her towel from the carriage and began to wipe William while secretly admiring his body. She muttered to herself, "You really should dry off. What if you catch a cold?" Don't worry, my constitution won't get sick. The lake water is just right. Why don't you wash up too? Hearing William's words, Dolores felt a bit tempted, but didn't dare to get into the water. She couldn't swim, and being a noble lady, she had never bathed in such an open place. Moreover, William was here. However, for some reason, just the thought of it made Dolores feel a bit excited. Seeing that Dolores was silent, William thought she was worried about being seen, so he said, "Don't worry, I'll keep watch for you. I guarantee no one will see." "Really?" After hesitating for a moment, Dolores asked, "You won't peek? Are you afraid I'll see you?" Noticing William's gaze, Dolores couldn't help but lower her head. She remembered how she had fallen asleep in William's arms last night. As a noble daughter, she naturally wanted to wash up as well. After a moment of hesitation, Dolores said, "Well, okay." After finding her clothes from the carriage, Dolores looked at William. "You all wait here. I'm taking Dolores to bathe." Upon hearing this, Glot and Rod were stunned. Noticing their gaze, William realized his words sounded wrong and cleared his throat, saying, "It's Dolores who wants to bathe. I'm just keeping watch for her." Dolores, seeing William getting more flustered the more he explained, blushed and directly pulled William away. Seeing this scene, Logan couldn't help but laugh, while Glot also had a slight smile on his face. Youth is truly wonderful. It wasn't until they were sure they were out of sight that Dolores finally stopped. After looking around and confirming there was no one nearby, she softly said to William, "You, turn around." William recalled and responded lightly. After seeing William turn around, Dolores took a deep breath and slowly began to take off her clothes. Hearing the rustling sound behind him, William felt a bit of excitement. Although he wanted to turn around right away, considering his current identity, he felt it was better to ensure Dolores' safety first. It wasn't until the sound of water flowing reached William's ears that he slowly turned his head. Looking at Dolores, who was submerged in the water with only her head showing, William smiled and said, "So, how is the lake water? Is it warm?" "MHM." Nodding gently, Dolores, fully immersed in the water, began to wash herself carefully. Although she was a bit flustered at first, seeing William guarding her on the shore made her feel incredibly at ease. Women's bathing is different from men's, and the same is true in this world. Plus, without shampoo or anything like that, just washing her hair took a long time. During this time, William chatted with Dolores, telling jokes to pass the time and occasionally playfully splashing water at her face, which always made Dolores pouting in annoyance. As the sky gradually darkened, when the freshly bathed Dolores appeared in front of William in clean clothes, he could no longer resist and embraced her, kissing the beautiful woman before him. After the initial surprise and fluster, Dolores quickly responded passionately to William's sudden kiss. After a passionate kiss, Dolores pushed William away, breathing heavily. "What's wrong?" William asked, looking at her with a puzzled expression. Feeling weak all over and with her face flushed, Dolores replied, "We should go back. Otherwise, Glot and Rod will probably come looking for us." While what she said was true, the reality was that Dolores was already on the verge of collapsing from William's kiss. If this continues, she might not be able to hold back anymore. As night fell, when Rod and Glot were beginning to fall asleep, Dolores leaned against William's shoulder and softly asked, "William, do you like me?" "Of course," William replied. The campfire illuminated William's face, and looking at the girl beside him, he curiously asked, "Are you worried about something?" "I'm a little scared." Dolores gently nodded and looked at William's perfect face, asking, "I'm afraid you don't like me. That you only see me as a toy. Would you?" When a woman becomes emotional, she tends to overthink. Although her identity was that of a duchess, William's power made Dolores feel that her status as a duchess was somewhat unworthy of him. In the West Asia continent, those who possess the ability of divine fruits hold a status that is not inferior to that of ordinary nobles, and coupled with William's identity as a shadow, Dolores was genuinely worried that William was just playing around with her. Gently stroking Dolores's golden hair, William chuckled. "Do you remember the first time I saw you? You were still that noble duchess. Why do you lack confidence now?" Thinking about their first encounter, Dolores felt a bit shy. "When I first saw you, I thought, how could there be such a beautiful woman in this world?" "Really?" William's words made Dolores a bit skeptical, as she clearly remembered that William's expression that day was not like that, and even carried some disdain. As for whether he liked her or not, just as Dolores was eagerly awaiting William's answer, he suddenly patted her head gently and said, "Wait, trouble is coming." Standing up from the ground, William's left hand had already gripped the hilt of his sword at his waist. In the darkness, a terrifying spider with blood-red eyes, a horrifying appearance, 8 legs, and covered in black patterns emerged from the forest. Seeing the giant spider that was bigger than a person, Dolores almost screamed in fright. After sizing up the spider, William curiously asked, Is this the monster Rod was talking about? Ding, ding, ding. When a spider's footsteps touched the defensive circle set up by Rod, a crisp bell sound suddenly rang out. In the darkness, Rod abruptly opened his eyes. Instinctively grabbing the cross sword beside him, Rod jumped up from the ground. When he saw the monster spider not far from him, Rod's expression changed. This is a magic pattern spider. Be careful of its silk. As soon as he finished speaking, a mass of white liquid suddenly fell towards William. By the time it reached Rod's eyes, the white liquid had turned into a huge web. Seeing this, Rod shouted, "Quick! Dodge!" A flash of sword light passed, and the silk was instantly cut in half. The magic pattern spider was stunned for a moment. However, the next moment, roaring, the eight-legged magic pattern spider quickly pounced towards William, its sharp claws like blades, capable of tearing apart human flesh. Next to William, Dolores was completely terrified and her legs felt weak. If William hadn't been supporting her, she would have probably collapsed to the ground by now. Be careful. Not far away. Rod also rushed towards William. However, before he could reach William's side, William, holding Dolores in one arm, took a step forward, easily dodging the magic pattern spider's attack while stabbing out his second sword. The smooth and poetic strike left Rod and Dolores, who was in William's arms, dumbfounded. So cool. How can he be so cool? Dolores felt her whole body go weak in William's embrace. Crack. Thud. The magic pattern spider, pierced through the brain by a sword, fell heavily to the ground, completely losing its breath. Casually pulling out the sword of fire, William looked at Dolores beside him and softly asked, "Did I scare you?" "No, I'm fine." Under William's beautiful black eyes, Dolores's face turned red, and she gently nodded in response. Kicking out casually. Bang! Looking at the magic pattern spider that vanished into the sky like a bird, Rod, who had just arrived beside William, was also stunned. "What's wrong?" Noticing Rod's expression, William asked curiously. Rod was helplessly amused. He was no longer shocked by William's kicking power, but rather said helplessly, "Why did you kick it away?" Although the magic pattern spider is terrifying, its body is a rare treasure. Its teeth, venom sac, and silk can all be sold for money. William casually replied, "That creepy thing looks disgusting. How much can it sell for?" "It won't be less than 100 gold coins." Hearing this number, William was stunned, and after realizing it, he angrily said, "Damn, I just kicked away 100 gold coins. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" "Well, I didn't have the chance to tell you, did I?" "You didn't give me an opportunity." Rod also sighed. 100 gold coins. Watching William sighing, Dolores couldn't help but want to laugh. He looked just like a child. "Are you really short on money?" Dolores, nestled in William's arms, asked with a light laugh. Rolling his eyes, William said, "Do I look like a rich person?" After glancing at William's attire, Dolores nodded in agreement, saying, "You really don't look like it. However, if you really need money, you can tell me. Do I look like someone who relies on others?" Noticing William's expression, Dolores was a bit puzzled. She had forgotten that Dolores was a wealthy person. Rubbing his chin, William smiled happily. What's wrong with relying on others? A young man doesn't know the sweetness of relying on others, mistakenly thinking that youth is all about hard work. Cough, cough, cough. Clearing his throat, William said boldly, "It's just 100 gold coins. Just let it go. Rod, don't mention money to me anymore. With Dolores around, I probably won't be short on money in the future." At this point, William couldn't help but laugh at himself. Looking at William's pleased expression, Rod couldn't help but be speechless. After watching Rod go back to rest, William quietly explained to Dolores, "I was just joking earlier. In fact, I don't have much use for money, but you know, as a man, it's good to have a small stash. Otherwise, I won't have confidence when I go out." "Is that so?" Although Dolores didn't quite understand, seeing how serious William was, she thought for a moment and brought him to the cart, pointing to the hidden compartment under the cart, saying, "I didn't bring many gold coins this time. How much do you need?" Looking at the glittering gold coins in the hidden compartment, William was dumbfounded. "How many are there? If I remember correctly, there should be 500 coins. I used my other gold coins on the way. These haven't been used." 500 gold coins? Hearing this number, William was also a bit dumbfounded. Don't underestimate those 500 gold coins. Do you know what that means? In the real world, it's like you took out nearly 5 million in cash at once. So, do you understand how William feels right now? Dolores, truly a wealthy woman. Dolores, let me ask you a question. What is it? How much is Grot's salary per month? Grot? I think he gets 10 gold coins a month. William suddenly felt that he might have found a job with very little future. Look at someone like Grot, earning 10 gold coins a month. It wouldn't be unreasonable for him to earn 10 times that, right? That would mean a yearly income of 1,000 gold coins without even trying. Damn, I do a C-level task, and work my ass off just to earn 100 gold coins? As he thought about it, William suddenly felt something was off. That's right. It seems he just took on 2 A-level tasks from Dolores. Dolores, how much reward do your 2 A-level tasks offer? Thinking about this, Dolores replied, the starting price for an A-level task is 1,000 gold coins, and for designated tasks like mine, the starting price is 2,000. Of course, if you want more, I can have my family offer the maximum amount of 5,000 gold coins. How does that sound? To help William fill his pockets, Dolores decisively offered her family's resources. For the 2 designated A-level tasks and a 28 cut, you should at least be able to get 8,000 gold coins. Hearing this number, William was completely stunned. So much? Well, it's not too bad. The limit for an A-level task is 5,000 gold coins. But if it's an S-level task, the gold coin limit would directly break through to 10,000. That would be a lot. All right, it seems poverty has restricted my imagination. Thinking about how he was even considering being a bodyguard for some noble, William felt a bit embarrassed. It's just too shameful. However, one can't blame William. He simply had never been exposed to the upper class and had no idea how wealthy the truly rich could be. At this point, Dolores suddenly spoke up. William, I just remembered, I can actually issue another task. What do you mean? A relic task? Dolores' eyes lit up, and she smiled. Do you remember the treasure map you put away? I remember. I've decided I can go to the relic without my family accompanying me. As long as I issue the relic task to you, you can complete an S-level task, and then the task reward will double. Produce. There will definitely be things you need in the divine relic. Thinking of this, Dolores became even happier. That way, you could become stronger. I'm so smart. Staring blankly at Dolores, William felt it was a bit excessive. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? What's inappropriate? I mean, wouldn't this be bad for your family? After all, this treasure map is yours, and you're issuing me a task and rewarding me in the end. What will your family get? Oh, it's fine, William. My family actually doesn't lack divine fruits at all. The reason I brought out this treasure map is more for fun. Is that so? Otherwise, what do you think? I'm the direct heir of the family. If I want divine fruits, my family wouldn't miss my share at all. Then why don't you eat it? William was a bit curious. Divine fruits are powerful, but they come with a lot of uncertainties. For example, they can very likely change the eater's body structure. We won't eat them unless necessary, and especially not when the type of divine fruit is uncertain. If what you say is true, you have plenty of divine fruits. Isn't there one that you know of? When it came to this, Dolores seemed unsure how to explain. Are there any other reasons? After a moment of hesitation, Dolores finally explained, Brother William, while divine fruits are powerful, in the eyes of real nobles, they can alter the purity of the eater's bloodline. So, unless absolutely necessary, nobles won't consume them. Isn't there anyone among the nobles who eats them? William was curious. Not really. There are people in the royal family and among the nobles who consume divine fruits, but their existence is to ensure the safety of the royal family and the bloodline, which is why they would eat them. Guardians? Dolores nodded. Yes. It's just like the celestial dragons in One Piece. The celestial dragons don't even bother to eat devil fruits. But to ensure their safety, there are people like the 5 elders. Dolores's words really opened William's eyes. He didn't know that the nobility and royalty in this world had such traditions. Is there something special about your bloodline? Are you perhaps descendants of gods? William asked curiously. Brother William, don't you know? Dolores was surprised to hear William's words. William replied, speechlessly, should I know? It's common knowledge that the builder of the Yaster kingdom is the wind god Yaster. Everyone on the entire West Asia continent knows that. Seeing that William didn't believe her, Dolores proudly explained, although the Gallop family is not the direct bloodline of the wind god Yaster, our bloodline also flows with the blood of the wind god. William didn't know what to say about the bloodline. This world indeed has its wonders. As for how powerful the so-called wind god really is, William has not encountered him, so he's not particularly sure. However, William estimates that he should be able to defeat him with a single punch. After all, that's the setting for William now. All right, since he is using a sword now, one sword strike should suffice. After the encounter with the magic patterned spider, the following night was exceptionally calm. After Dolores fell asleep in William's arms while talking, and after reinforcing the fire god sword dozens of times, William also entered dreamland. A night without conversation. The next morning, William crawled out of the carriage again. After such a long time, Rod and Glot had become accustomed to the daily antics between William and Dolores. Good morning, Rod. Good morning, Glot. After exchanging greetings, William sat against a large tree on the ground to have breakfast. While eating, William recounted the events of the relic mission from the previous night to Rod. After hearing William's story, Rod was completely dumbfounded. What is this? Is there such an operation? A newly joined D-level shadow has already completed 2 A-level tasks before finishing their first C-level task, and now they have to take on an S-level task? Moreover, it's a relic task. Why haven't I had such luck in my life? This person is infuriating. Watching William inquire, Rod couldn't help but laugh and cry, saying, "You asked me if I want to take it. How would I know? You might as well ask if you want to take it." Rod wasn't a fool. He certainly understood that the reason Dolores was willing to assign this task was because of William. Without William, dreaming of getting this S-level task is just wishful thinking. However, there's one thing I need to remind you, William. Although relic missions have high returns, they also come with significant risks. Have you ever done this kind of mission? Shaking his head, Rod helplessly said, "I've never done this kind of mission. It's precisely because I haven't done it that I have no confidence. In this kind of task, normally only S-rank shadows are dispatched. Although Rod considers himself quite reputable, he still has this self-awareness. Compared to S-rank shadows, he is still quite a bit behind. Well, just one divine fruit behind. Just one divine fruit makes a world of difference. I'm not afraid of risks. However, I can't understand this map. You take a look." Casually handing the treasure map to Rod, William appeared somewhat helpless. The map looked quite detailed, but to William, it seemed like scribbles. In his past life, William was directionally challenged, and in this life, without a navigation system, he couldn't even distinguish between east, south, west, and north. Is there anyone like me who doesn't recognize the way without navigation? Looking at the treasure map placed in front of him, Rod thought for a moment and ultimately decided to open it. Since William had said that, what else could Rod say? Let's take a look. After carefully studying it, Rod was somewhat surprised to find that this location actually had a high degree of overlap with the position of the blue moon grass from his original C-rank task. After confirming it 3 times in a row, Rod couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. What's wrong? Noticing Rod's expression, William felt a bit strange. "William, do you remember where I said the blue moon grass was located? You're not going to tell me it's the same place, are you?" "Yes, it's in the same place." What a coincidence. William was also a bit taken aback by Rod's words, although I also wondered if there was a mistake. The location shown on the map is almost guaranteed to be correct. Then there's nothing left to consider. Let's just go for it. Rod nodded, agreeing with William's words. It was such a coincidence that if they didn't go now, it would be a waste of Rod's shadow identity. After William shared this with Dolores, she was also somewhat surprised. However, she didn't doubt the authenticity of the matter. After all, they had already shown the treasure map to the other party, and the truth would be revealed once they arrived at the location. So, after finishing breakfast, the 4 of them quickly set off on their new journey. Time flew by, and a week had passed. Looking at the primitive forest that seemed to cover the entire world, both William and Dolores were somewhat astonished at the first sight of it. Is this the miracle forest? It's truly unbelievable. The scene before them left Dolores dumbfounded. On the contrary, Grot, having visited a few times in his youth, was not overly surprised. However, because he hadn't been here for a long time, Grot felt a sense of nostalgia, as if he had returned to his youth. He still remembered that back then, he was just a novice, like William, full of dreams and hopes. However, unlike his own extinguished dreams, William's life was just beginning. Due to their proximity to the miracle forest, there was even an artificially created marketplace in this area. Although the market was not large, the variety of goods was dazzling, and it seemed to have everything that should and shouldn't be there. As they walked, the most common items they saw were various monster pelts and body parts. Of course, weapons, consumables, medical supplies, food, and water sources were also very plentiful. From time to time, William would see different teams in various attires hurrying past him, some carrying injured individuals, some bearing multiple body parts injured to varying degrees or nearly dying. This also allowed William and his companions to witness the harshness of the miracle forest, under the tense and oppressive atmosphere. After replenishing their supplies, the 4 of them chose to stay at an inn in the marketplace for the night and set off again the next day. At the inn, upon hearing the price of 1 gold coin per room for the night, although William felt the price was outrageous, he ultimately didn't say much and straightforwardly paid, booking 2 rooms. As for why 2 rooms, it was obviously to save money. There were no regulations on how many people could stay in one room, and it just so happened that William was used to sharing a room with Dolores, while Rod was with Grot. Regarding this arrangement, although Grot wanted to say something, he decisively chose to remain silent when he saw that a blushing Dolores didn't refuse. After the innkeeper led the 4 of them to 2 separate rooms with courtyards, William suddenly felt that perhaps spending 1 gold coin wasn't such a waste after all. After all, this was a garden inn with independent courtyards. However, if William thought about it carefully, he would realize This place is not a city, and all the land is free. Aside from the risk of encountering monsters at any time, there are no land purchase costs here. As a result, the cost of building such an inn has been driven down to the minimum. Moreover, with the natural independent courtyard, while such houses may be rare in the city, they are quite common in the wild. Pushing open the room's door, William took a look at this simple room on the first floor. Indeed, he was too happy too soon. This house is simply the worst of the worst. Not only is it bright on all sides, but it lacks everything you could want. The only thing that can be considered decent is that the bedding and pillows in the room are clean, although the accommodation is a bit shabby. Everything here is incredibly new and fresh for William and Dolores, coupled with the feeling of being alone together in the same room. The two fell into silence for a moment. I'll go take a shower first. After saying this, unable to suppress her inner turmoil, Dolores took her change of clothes and walked into the bathroom, which was also in the same room. Like the room, the bathroom was very simple. Inside, there was a shower head resembling a modern design, and on the other side of the shower head was connected to the hotel's boiler room. To use the water, you just pull a lever in the shower, and then the workers in the boiler room would open the valve of the iron pipe, allowing water to flow out. Similarly, when finished using it, pulling the lever again would cut off the water supply from the boiler room. In William's words, the existence of this thing felt absurd, and he was also curious about who invented it in the first place. As for whether users would waste water, sorry, but this water usage is charged separately, and the price isn't cheap. Anyone who isn't foolish wouldn't waste it carelessly. Listening to the sound of water flowing in the bathroom, William felt a bit restless. All this way, to be honest, William was almost suffocating. To go or not to go? After pondering for a moment, William silently took off his clothes. What was there to be afraid of? After all, if we include his past life, William was no novice. If Dolores truly wanted to reject him, she wouldn't have shared the same bed with him for so long. Because Dolores had her back to him, she didn't notice William coming in. It wasn't until William hugged Dolores from behind that she was startled and almost screamed. If William hadn't quickly covered her mouth, Garrot and Rod in the next room would surely have been awakened. Upon realizing it was William, Dolores's expression instantly turned crimson. Why you? How did you get in? Being embraced by William, Dolores's breathing quickened. Dolores. When William kissed her on the lips, it didn't take long for Dolores to lose herself in his embrace. In the stillness of the deep night, Dolores lay shyly in William's arms. In that state, they had done almost everything they should and shouldn't have done. If Dolores had already acknowledged William before that, after experiencing what just happened, her body and mind were completely conquered by him. Dolores. Hearing William's call, Dolores softly asked, "What's wrong?" I thought about it again. Being pinned under William. Dolores was startled. Although she loved that feeling, her body simply couldn't handle it. "Darling, I can't take it anymore. Please spare me." With a swift motion, Dolores pulled William back onto the bed. "If we do it again, I probably won't be able to walk tomorrow." Hearing this, William could only helplessly give in. The night passed without a word. Dolores, lying in William's arms, had already fallen into a deep sleep, but at that moment, William was full of energy. With nothing to do, he continued his daily work of forging. As the sound of clanging echoed in his ears, William suddenly had a thought. "System, can I enhance a gold coin?" Enhance a gold coin? What's the point of enhancing a gold coin? The system didn't understand. That thing, even if enhanced, is still just a gold coin. Are you expecting it to turn from 1 to 2, or from 2 to 3? System, I'm not expecting the gold coins to multiply, but isn't a gold coin just a single item? If it gets enhanced, can it also become stronger? Have you forgotten that there's a treasure in the innate treasures called the falling treasure money? Moreover, not only falling treasure money, but the so-called innate treasures. Aside from their abilities, aren't they all just ordinary items? For example, the Fanteon seal, the golden cicada cut, the Qian Kuan ruler, and so on. Anyway, materials aren't the main concern for you. Enhancement is the most important thing. Isn't it? Well, there seems to be some truth to that. Maybe you really can give it a try. So, soon after the Fire God Sword, a gold coin was thrown by William into the enhancement pool. Ding! Unlike the Fire God Sword, the gold coin only needed one enhancement to show a difference. The gold coin was still that gold coin. However, unlike its original ordinary form, it had completely changed its identity. Item, gold coin. Level, magical artifact. Attribute, shape change. Enhancement, 1. The so-called shape change means William could control various forms of the gold coin. It could be square, round, solid, or liquid. Interesting. With a thought, After William threw all 500 gold coins given by Dolores into the enhancement pool for a total of 20 enhancements, he obtained something very interesting. Item, gold brick. Level, low-grade spiritual artifact. Attribute, shape change. Hardness, enhancement, 20. The speed of this enhancement is too fast. William hadn't expected that the enhancement speed of this gold brick would be so much faster than that of the Fire God Sword. However, William also noticed that although the enhancement speed of the gold brick was fast, even if it was enhanced to a spiritual treasure, it didn't awaken a spirit. According to the system, a magical artifact without a spirit was destined to have a low grade. But didn't matter. The reason William enhanced the gold brick was just for fun. Moreover, looking at the armor that covered him like the golden cloth of the Saint Seiya, William couldn't help but smile. He looked quite handsome. Reabsorbing the armor back to his wrist, William's consciousness entered the enhancement pool again. Having played around enough, it was time to continue with the Fire God Sword. Miracle Forest. The four of them gradually deepened, as if they were on a trip. Thanks to William's danger perception ability, and being on the outskirts of the Miracle Forest, even the experienced Rod appeared quite calm. It was William's first time here, and it was also Dolores's first time. The two walked and stopped, finding everything curious. Even the weakest magic butterfly caught Dolores's attention for a while. During this time, William said nothing, and Rod and Grot naturally didn't mention the issue of time. Holding a colorful magic butterfly, William himself felt curious. Why was this butterfly so beautiful? In the distance, a magical deer with eyes shimmering with dark light watched the four of them from afar, neither afraid nor attacking, just curiously observing. Although its twitching ears remained alert to any potential danger around. Noticing William's gaze, Rod smiled and explained, "This magical deer, although also infected by magic, is a herbivore. So as long as you don't provoke it, it won't actively attack humans." No, what I mean is, can this thing be eaten? William's question left Rod stunned for a moment before he burst into laughter. Although it's infected by magic, of course, it can be eaten, and its meat is delicious. It's a rare delicacy. Then what are we waiting for? With a snap, William looked at the magical deer that had its neck twisted by a strange shadow. Rod felt a chill run down his back. He had never seen William use such a method before. Moreover, Rod's instincts linked this to the assassin from the Temple of the Killing God that William had killed. Owen. You're not mistaken. This is Owen's ability. But how is that possible? Seeing William actually admit it, Rod gasped in shock. Didn't you say you hadn't eaten the divine fruit? I used to think I hadn't eaten it, but after killing Owen, I realized I had indeed eaten a divine fruit. Pointing to the shadow moving under his feet, William explained, "The fruit I ate is called the replication fruit. As long as I kill an ability user, I can replicate their abilities." William said that the ability to duplicate fruits also lays a foundation for his own powers in the future, which avoids unnecessary explanations. Although William believes he doesn't need to explain himself, since there's a reasonable explanation, there's nothing that can't be said. When William explained the duplication fruit, Rod's eyes widened, feeling as if his facial features were exploding. This ability is too perverse, right? What about your strength? My body has the ability that comes with the fruit. Without a strong physique, how could one control these abilities? Are you saying you can duplicate infinitely? I'm not particularly sure about that. I just learned about my fruit ability. Upon hearing this from William, Rod didn't have too many doubts. In fact, there are quite a few people like William on the continent of Shia. Many of them don't even know they have consumed a divine fruit, and due to their lack of understanding of the fruit's abilities, some people remain unaware that they are divine bestowers until death. With a thought, countless tentacle shadows appeared on the demon deer, and with a tearing sound, the demon deer was instantly dismembered into several pieces. Let's go. Leaving the best leg meat tied to the cart, the group continued deeper into the area. During this time, William naturally explained his abilities to Dolores. As time passed, William encountered various magical creatures, among which there were not many powerful ones. Most were weak magical creatures. However, even these weakest creatures could be fatal to ordinary warriors. Because of this, later on, Dolores had already returned to the cart. It wasn't that she didn't want to come out, but these magical creatures appeared too strangely. A flower that looked ordinary or an ant on the ground could potentially be a deadly magical creature. After encountering many, Dolores put away her previous disdain and became cautious. "William, that big tree looks like a magical creature." "William, that snake, the green one, yes, did you see it?" With repeated reminders and explanations from Rod, Dolores seemed to realize she had been a bit too talkative. So, after a while, she obediently closed her mouth. However, looking at her cute appearance with wide eyes, cautiously defending against her surroundings, Even William found it a bit amusing. Dolores, you really don't need to. Have you forgotten my ability? Are you saying, sensing danger? Yes. So I know what's around. Following William's finger, in an instant, overwhelming shadows exploded from all around. A simple move instantly annihilated all the magical creatures nearby. Did you see that? Sticking out her tongue cutely, Dolores finally felt relieved and sat back in front of the cart. However, Rod found William's display both amusing and exasperating. William, if it's not necessary, please don't do that next time. The strong smell of blood will only attract more powerful magical creatures. It's best for us to speed up. All right, this situation is like killing a whale in the ocean. Although humans cannot smell the blood, it is an extreme stimulus for certain creatures. Accelerating after 5 minutes. William suddenly raised his hand. Noticing William's gesture, Rod immediately stopped, focusing despite the fact that William had not spoken. Rod sensed something was off. It was too quiet around them. Rod, trouble is coming our way. In fact, at the moment William killed, he sensed a powerful killing intent. Initially, he didn't feel that the threat was directed at him, but after 5 minutes of acceleration, he was certain that the target was him and his group. Just as Rod said, he had indeed attracted some unnecessary trouble. Glot, you take Dolores and get out of here. Rod issued the most correct command at that moment. But just as Glot hesitated, William said, it's too late. A strange sound echoed around them. They're coming. They? Hearing that word, Rod's expression changed. A woo, accompanied by a high-pitched wolf howl. Over 30 magical wolves surrounded William and his group. Looking at the cold, killing intent in the eyes of the magical wolves, Glot gasped. This is bad. Glot looked at William and said seriously, Mr. Duke, what should we do? What to do? Just chill. Despite the situation, William's expression remained calm. With me here, don't panic. Completely ignoring the magical wolves surrounding them, William's gaze turned to the majestic magical wolf king. Clearly larger than the surrounding wolves, its fur shimmering with silver. When William's provocative gaze met that of the magical wolf king, it was obvious that the king was provoked. In its limited wolf life, it had never seen such an arrogant human. Those it had encountered before, whether human or magical creature, were all frightened by its imposing presence. Provoked, the magical wolf king let out a wolf howl. A wolf. As the howl fell, the pack of wolves quickly launched an attack. However, before they could take a second step, countless shadow tendrils connected with all the magical wolves present. Can't move. After a moment of waiting and realizing something was wrong, the magical wolf king howled again, but received no response. Rod. A smile appeared on William's lips as he spoke softly. Understood. With a swing of his cross sword, he decapitated a magical wolf on the spot. As the first magical wolf fell, more and more wolves were continuously beheaded by Rod. Watching his kin perish one by one, the magical wolf king could no longer sit still, though its brain, comparable to that of an 8-year-old child, couldn't comprehend why things had turned out this way. With an angry roar, a fist-sized, blazing fireball was shot towards Rod from the magical wolf king's mouth. The high temperature of the flames caused Rod's expression to change, and with the smell of burning hair, he quickly dodged. Boom! With a loud bang, Rod was fortunate to have dodged in time. Otherwise, that alone could have been fatal. Rod, do you need my help? As shadows entangled the magical wolves, with a twist of his hand, William snapped the necks of all the magical wolves except for the Wolf King. The reason he didn't kill the Wolf King was not that he forgot or couldn't control it. It was simply to verify Rod's strength. Hearing William's words, Rod replied without looking back, No need. If it's just this beast, I can handle alone. As soon as he finished speaking, Rod rolled to evade the magical Wolf King's pounce, and with lightning speed, he swung his cross sword. A clear wound appeared on the underbelly of the magical Wolf King. Feeling the pain in its abdomen, the magical Wolf King became extremely furious. Opening its gaping mouth, a massive fireball shot towards Rod. Facing the enraged magical Wolf King, Rod's eyes were calm to the extreme. Although he was in a precarious situation, he constantly dodged the deadly fireballs by mere inches. As 3 fireballs fell, Rod seized a moment to charge toward the magical Wolf King with his sword raised. At the same time, the fireball in the magical Wolf King's mouth began to coalesce again. Seeing this, Rod showed no fear. With a cold snort, he fiercely thrust his cross sword at the magical Wolf King. Before the blade reached, the sword's energy erupted. In an instant, the sword energy collided violently with the fireball. Boom! Rod was violently thrown back, crashing into a large tree, and collapsed to the ground. However, compared to Rod, the magical Wolf King was undoubtedly in a worse state. The fireball exploded on its face, severely injuring the Wolf King's visage. Amidst the Wolf King's anguish howls, Rod slowly stood up, leaning on his cross sword. Blood dripped from Rod's right arm, yet a smile appeared on his lips. Just now, Rod had completed his debut with sword energy, and the results were incredibly impressive. It's over. Step by step, he approached the magical Wolf King, who was in pain and howling, and with a swipe of his cross sword. The magical Wolf King was decapitated. At this point, Glot finally breathed a sigh of relief. So impressive. Watching Rod's battle from the cart, Dolores felt a surge of emotions. Compared to Glot's powerlessness, Rod's strength and progress were even more astonishing to her. Well done. Thanks to your guidance. Rod knew very well that his easy victory over the magical Wolf King was entirely due to William's instruction. How's your injury? It's fine, although it has some impact. It's not too serious. Seeing Rod take out bandages to wrap his injury, William smiled and said, "No need to bother, I'll do it." Pointing his hand, the tiny threads formed by shadows wrapped around Rod's injured right hand like in a surgical procedure, and in no time, the tear in Rod's hand was completely stitched up. Seeing this, Rod was incredulous. "Are you sure this is the ability of the shadow fruit you're replicating? The difference is too great. The strength of a fruit's ability ultimately depends on the user. There are no weak talents in this world, only weak people. The extent of your imagination defines the vastness of the world." As William finished speaking, Rod looked shocked, and Dolores gazed at William with admiration. As for Glot, he widened his eyes at William, completely unable to understand how someone so young could grasp these principles. "William, is it really true that there are no weak talents in this world?" Rod asked, disbelief in his tone. "If you were given the ability to shoot threads, what do you think you could achieve? Just shooting threads? What use is that? If I tell you that a city can be easily destroyed just by launching a thread, would you believe me? If someone else said that to me, I definitely wouldn't believe it, but since you said it, I do." Hearing Rod's words made William chuckle. He waved his hand, not wanting to continue the topic, and asked Rod, "Take a look and see if there's anything valuable to take. If not, it's time for us to leave. This strong smell of blood will probably attract quite a few monsters. The territory of the Wolf King is different from other monsters. For a short period, no other monsters will dare to come here to hunt." After explaining, Rod pointed to the Wolf King's corpse and said, "As for valuable items, the most valuable thing here is its magic crystal. Besides a magic crystal, its fur, teeth, and bones are also quite valuable. Magic crystals are energy bodies that can only be condensed by monsters of a certain level. Even a magic crystal the size of a fingernail is the source of power that enables the Wolf King to launch explosive fireballs, with the shadow ability activated again. In just a breath, the entire Wolf King was disassembled into parts by William. Looking at the fiery red magic crystal in his hand, William curiously examined it. The magic crystal contained fire attribute energy. Although not much, it was still quite fascinating. As for the bones and teeth, they were placed in the storage compartment at the back of the cart by William. "How much can this sell for?" William asked curiously. "No less than 2,000 gold coins. So valuable?" Hearing this price, William found it hard to believe. "That's the basic price. If we encounter the right buyer, such as someone with the ability of a fire attribute divine fruit, that price could even double without a problem." William understood and curiously asked the system, "Is this useful for me?" "It won't be much use to you, but you can use it to enhance the fire god sword." Hearing this, William's eyes lit up. He had almost forgotten about that. While the four of them continued on their way, William's consciousness entered the enhancement pool. Item, fire god sword. Level, medium grade spiritual weapon. Attribute, weapon spirit. Blaze. Enhancement, 20. Although the fire god sword remained a medium grade spiritual weapon, after being enhanced with the Wolf King's magic crystal, it gained an additional blaze attribute. Looking at the attributes of the fire god sword, William suddenly had a feeling. Continue. Keep going. Ding 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 ding. Item, fire god sword. Level, upper grade spiritual weapon. Attribute, weapon spirit. Innate spiritual fire. Enhancement, 30. Looking at the newly refreshed fire god sword, William smiled with joy. Perfect. Although he hadn't tested it, William could clearly feel that the power of his fire god sword had increased by at least 10 times. Moreover, he had a rough guess about the continued enhancement of the fire god sword. Once the innate spiritual fire reached the level of heavenly fire, it would be the time for the fire god sword to break through into a celestial weapon. Celestial weapons are powerful, but would it be a case of losing sight of the end for the means? That is not the case. With the enhancement of the infinite enhancement physique and the infinite photosynthesis physique, William's physical strength was changing rapidly. Although it had been less than half a month since leaving Westwood Town, William could feel that his strength had undergone a tremendous transformation. Coupled with the incredible attributes awakened after the photosynthesis physique today, William even had a feeling that his strength would enter a period of geometric growth from now on. What does it mean to circle the entire planet in 1 second? William experienced it. Although it was just a short minute, without anyone knowing, William had already flown around the whole world. And this brief minute gave William a completely different understanding of this world. If the existence of the outer domain was not a big deal, then the divine tree at the deepest part of the miracle forest connecting heaven and earth was something even William found incredible. Could this be the source of the divine fruit? Just as William curiously circled the divine tree, it seemed to sense his exploration, and an incredible magical power erupted from the tree. The strength of that magical power even made William's light form crackle. Although it couldn't harm William's main body, he thought for a moment and still retreated a distance. From afar, the towering divine tree quickly disappeared between heaven and earth, as if what William had just seen was merely an illusion. "System, what is this thing?" William asked curiously. "Host, this is a good thing." William even had the illusion that the system was drooling. "This tree is obviously strange. However, it's not the right time yet. Let us wait a bit longer until it bears fruit, and then we'll come back. This thing can't really be a divine tree, can it?" The system's response made William show a strange expression. "Is there really a Tsutsuki clan in this world?" No, no, no. Host, this divine tree is truly nurturing real deities." "Nurturing deities? This thing tastes amazing." "Tastes amazing?" Hearing this, William felt his mouth twitch. "Just the taste?" "Cough, cough, cough. I just heard about it." Seemingly a bit awkward, the system explained, "Of course, I also heard that eating this fruit allows mortals to become gods. Isn't that a good thing? It might be a good thing for others, but it doesn't have much effect on you, host. Moreover, once you eat this fruit, you will be forever bound to this world. Then I'll pass." Although William didn't think there was anything wrong with staying in this world, as a traveler, he naturally yearned for the stars and the sea. Furthermore, if possible, William actually wanted to go home even more. Roar. Just as William was communicating with the system, suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from beneath his feet, accompanied by a terrifying pressure that soared into the sky. A force capable of destroying the world acted upon William. Frowning slightly, William looked at the monstrous creature of the Dragon King on the ground. Without any visible movement, William's figure had already appeared before the dragon. Ignoring the brutal murderous intent in the dragon's eyes, William sneered and said, "Little bug, what are you looking at?" Immediately, a pressure that was 100 times greater than that of the Dragon King swept over. Buzz. Looking at William in terror, the dragon let out a low groan and trembled in fear. Having dominated the miracle forest for 100,000 years, the dragon had never seen such a terrifying existence. To the dragon, William seemed like a true god. "Remember, that thing belongs to me. If you dare touch it, I'll crush you." Hearing William's words, the dragon nodded repeatedly. Scram. Upon hearing this word, the dragon not only did not feel humiliated, but instead showed joy, diving headfirst into the bottomless lake without looking back. Until the lake calmed down, William glanced again in the direction of the divine tree before vanishing into the air as light. When he regrouped with Dolores and the others, the three clearly encountered some trouble. Before the two could react, William had already stomped to death a gigantic magical bear that even Rod could barely hold back. "William, you finally returned." Looking at the dead magical bear lying on the ground, Rod, holding the crossed sword, finally breathed a sigh of relief. If he had encountered any other magical creature, Rod might not have thought much of it, even if he was injured. However, facing the magical bear known for its strength, Rod realized how greatly his injuries affected his capabilities. Although he was confident he could kill the magical bear if he really had to in the miracle forest, Rod was very clear that if he got injured again, he would probably become a burden to William. Continuously being hit, Rod became increasingly eager for the divine fruit. Seeing Rod hesitate to speak, William noticed and felt amused. Although Rod didn't voice it, William could guess some things. Don't be fooled by Rod being suppressed all the way. As an ordinary human, Rod truly deserved the title of a rank shadow, but unfortunately, he was limited by his physical condition. "Why didn't you take off the burden just now?" William curiously asked as they continued forward. Rod's expression was helpless. "I didn't have time to take it off during the battle." William understood and couldn't help but chuckle. Even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. This is a big taboo. In fact, if it weren't for the burden, you might not have seen me right now. Pulling apart his torn clothing, Rod revealed a deep scratch from the burden. "Were you ambushed?" William was surprised, as he knew how vigilant Rod was. In fact, Rod got injured while supporting Dolores, but that wasn't an excuse. In this crisis-filled miracle forest, both Dolores and Grot were actually burdens, but there was no help for it. After all, Dolores was not only the financier but also, more importantly, had a relationship with William. If Dolores were to be hurt, even slightly in Rod's hands, he was certain that his relationship with William would be completely shattered. This is also why Rod desperately wanted to save Dolores. Rod didn't explain, but Dolores, being the party involved, explained the reasons to William. After listening to the whole process, William finally understood. After a long hesitation, Dolores said softly, "William, it's already so dangerous just after entering the miracle forest. How about Grot and I wait for you at the market?" After the novelty wore off, Dolores had a deep understanding of the dangers of the miracle forest. She knew very well that if it weren't for William and Rod, just the two of them, she and Grot wouldn't last long here. Lightly patting Dolores on the head, William comforted her softly. "It's not your fault. It's my leaving without permission that put you in danger. I won't let this happen again. But don't worry, I'm here." Looking at William's confident demeanor, Dolores's inner fear completely dissipated. On the following journey, the four of them encountered no crises, just as William had said. All dangers were eliminated in advance by him. This allowed the four to reach their final destination with great ease on the third day, clearing away the dense undergrowth. A valley that looked like a paradise appeared before William and the others' eyes. Everything here seems like the miracle valley hidden within a miracle forest. At a glance, there are no signs of magical creatures in the entire valley. The surroundings are filled with the sound of birds and the fragrance of flowers, with various blooms competing for beauty, creating a picturesque scene. Above the valley is a small waterfall, and the rushing water has formed a tranquil and clear lake. Various butterflies fluttering around make the whole valley feel like a paradise on earth. "Rod, how did you find this place?" After stepping into the valley and looking around, William couldn't help but ask Rod curiously. Rod seemed a bit embarrassed by the question. In fact, discovering this place was also a coincidence. "I encountered a very powerful magical creature and accidentally stumbled in here while fleeing." Even though it wasn't his first time seeing it, Rod still felt an overwhelming sense of shock upon returning. If it weren't deep within the miracle forest, and if Rod didn't have many things left to do, this place would definitely be a great place to retire. Strolling through, Rod pointed at a plant on the ground that looked like a blue moon and said, "William, look, this is blue moon grass." After glancing at the large patches of blue moon grass around, William couldn't help but exclaim, "There really is a lot of blue moon grass here." The task of finding blue moon grass is a long-term mission for the Shadow Pavilion. And this place is like a gold mine for any shadow. This shows how much Rod sacrificed to bring William here. Although the quantity of blue moon grass throughout the valley is quite large, William only stopped after picking 10. Seeing this, Rod chuckled and said, "It's okay, just pick freely. The conditions here are very special, and the blue moon grass grows very quickly. The first time I came here, I even picked more than half of the blue moon grass in the area, and now, so much has grown back." Blue moon grass is a sea-level task, and there isn't much point in farming it excessively. Hearing William's words, Rod couldn't help but smile. "All right, do as you wish." While speaking, Rod took out Dolores's treasure map. Compared to blue moon grass, exploring the ruins is now the most important thing. After comparing the location on the treasure map, Rod led William to the base of the waterfall. The clear lake water was so transparent that the bottom could be seen at a glance, which is also why Rod had come here twice without discovering any signs of ruins. According to the treasure map, the ruins require activating a ship anchor mechanism at the bottom of the lake. "I'll go down and take a look." Rod removed his shirt and leaped into the lake. Opening his eyes underwater, Rod's hands continuously searched the lake bottom. After pushing aside the pebbles, Rod suddenly grabbed a heavy object. Found it. Overjoyed, Rod exerted force. Gurgle, gurgle. Turbid air bubbled out of Rod's mouth. But what shocked him was that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move the metal object. After several attempts, Rod furrowed his brow and returned to the surface. Wiping the water off his face, Rod, still in the water, looked at William on the shore and said, "William, I can't move that thing. I'll need your help." William nodded and followed Rod back to the lake bottom. Looking at the obviously artificially crafted ring in front of him, William curiously tugged at it. It didn't budge at all. Just as Rod was puzzled that even William couldn't pull it, William suddenly had a thought and pressed down. Logically, with a ring like this, anyone would instinctively pull outward, but the ruins in front of them clearly did not conform to logic. With a click, Rod's face showed shock. However, the next moment, the entire lake bottom began to shake violently. Not good. as a powerful suction force came from below. Just as Rod instinctively grabbed William to prepare to leave, the massive suction vortex instantly pulled both of them away from the lake bottom. Seeing the scene, Dolores and Glot on the shore both changed their expressions. No. In a panic, Dolores instinctively tried to jump into the water, but fortunately, she was pulled back by the quick Glot. Otherwise, Dolores would have likely been sucked into the lake's vortex. Glot, don't pull me. Miss, stay calm. William is powerful and a divine gift-bearer. Although there was an accident, I believe they will be able to turn misfortune into good fortune. Hearing Glot's words, Dolores finally calmed down. What if William doesn't come up? He is a divine gift-bearer, but he is also human. If he can't breathe, even a divine gift-bearer might perish. Miss, look, that passage is closed. I think the entrance to the ruins is below the lake. Since there's a treasure map left for the ruins, I don't believe it will be a dead end. What if it is? Glot's gaze turned to the ruins. In fact, when the vortex occurred, William could have left, but after hesitating for a moment, he ultimately decided not to do so. Because when William opened the entrance to the ruins, he realized that this ruin could only be opened once. If he gave up this opportunity, the next time it opened, the entire ruin would be submerged by the lake water. After being swept into the ruins by the lake water, William's body didn't even touch the ground. Instead, he floated in midair. When the dazed Rod regained his senses, William had already reached the center of the ruins. The entire ruin was a secret chamber. There was no light in the chamber, but a hole in the ceiling provided oxygen and faint light. In the center of the chamber sat a skeleton, and from the cleanliness of the skeleton, it was evident that the person had been dead for quite some time. In front of the skeleton lay a uniquely shaped fruit. Divine gift fruit. Seeing the fruit, Rod's face lit up with surprise. Just as Rod instinctively moved forward, he was grabbed by William by the collar. Caught by William, Rod looked embarrassed and said, "Sorry." At that moment, he also remembered that this fruit belonged to William, not to himself. William smiled at Rod's apology, but said nothing, only pointing to the ground. Rod's expression changed, and cold sweat broke out on his back. As a shadow, he had calmed down and realized that this was a trap. That fruit was fake. The shadow moved, and the instant William's shadow grabbed the so-called divine fruit, the ground in front of the skeleton quickly opened and then closed again. In that instant of closure, Rod naturally noticed the countless spikes and spears beneath the surface. How ruthless. Seeing this scene, Rod couldn't help but swallow hard. If he had gone up just now, the outcome would have been quite tragic. It was indeed fake. The unaffected shadow gently squeezed the so-called divine fruit, producing a crisp crack. His expression changed slightly. The shadow transformed into a wall to block in front of him. Suddenly, the terrifying steel balls exploded, and in an instant, the entire secret chamber had been turned into a sieve. If someone had eaten it, the consequences could be easily imagined. Impressive. Witnessing this scene, William couldn't help but exclaim, and at that moment, Rod was also frightened. This sudden change really made Rod feel a chill run down his spine. This is not a relic at all. It's simply a deadly trap. Taking a deep breath, Rod began to carefully search the surroundings. Compared to that unknown divine fruit, Rod now felt that being alive was actually better. With his experience, Rod surveyed the area, and after a detailed search, his gaze fell upon the skeleton. William, if you want to get out, the key point should be on that skeleton. It's likely. William, who made the same judgment as Rod, reached out and pointed, causing the shadow to directly knock the skeleton away, revealing a mechanism that connected to the entrance of the ruins beneath it. With a step, William took Rod to the position where the skeleton had originally sat. However, this time, William tried to pull it. Boom! After a violent tremor, a surprising scene unfolded before William. The entire ruin began to rotate. In no time, the originally empty side of the ruin appeared before William and Rod. Looking at the neatly arranged 30 treasure chests in front of them, William knew he had found a right place. However, to be safe, the shadow still led the way. Once dozens of treasure chests were opened, ignoring the gold coins and jewels overflowing the entire compartment. Both William and Rod's gazes fell on a single earthy yellow fruit shaped like a mango. Could it be the desert fruit owned by the Desert Emperor? Upon seeing the fruit, shock appeared in Rod's eyes. Meanwhile, the system's prompt appeared before William immediately. Desert fruit grants the user the ability to control the desert. The ability of this fruit reminded William of two people, Gara of the Sand and Crocodile. It's quite a remarkable ability. If this is the fruit in question, I can understand why this ruin is so cruel. The person who built this ruin clearly didn't want a second Desert Emperor to appear in this world. So they prepared to seal this fruit here permanently, along with anyone who explores the ruins. Do you know who built this ruin? William asked curiously. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the goddess of water. As the goddess who liberated the desert city from the desert emperor, she would certainly be able to understand what this valley is all about. So that skeleton we saw earlier was really the desert emperor? William felt no embarrassment about this. The shadow controlled the desert fruit and brought it to his hand. Under Rod's astonished gaze, William handed over the fruit he held. What do you mean? Eat it. Just two simple words brought tears to Rod's eyes. He had never imagined that something he had dreamed of his entire life would be so easily handed to him by William. Rubbing the corners of his eyes, Rod explained, trying to hold back his tears. Don't underestimate this fruit. It can grant the God-gifted the ability to control the desert. The former desert emperor even created a kingdom with this fruit. Although Rod desperately wanted it, reason ultimately suppressed his inner impulse. Even though you've already eaten a God-gifted fruit, this fruit is still an invaluable treasure, even without eating it. Smiling, William placed the fruit in Rod's hand and said lightly, "Do you remember what I told you? In this world, there are no weak talents, only weak people. Indeed, by obtaining this fruit, I could gain massive wealth, but compared to wealth, I hope to gain a new desert emperor." The desert emperor. With a look of longing, Rod nodded firmly. "From now on, my life is yours, Captain." From being a guide to a member of William's team, Rod felt not awkward, but rather honored. Even in the past, he wouldn't have dared to share the desert fruit with others. Yet William could do it so casually. At this moment, William's charisma was fully realized in Rod's eyes. Taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement, Rod simply wiped his mouth and swallowed the sandy fruit whole, skin and all. How does it taste? Since he had never eaten it before, William was quite curious about the flavor. Hearing William's question, Rod frowned. Although he wanted to say the God-gifted fruit tasted great, the mouthful of sand almost made him gag. After just one bite, Rod really didn't want to continue. But he managed to swallow the whole fruit with great difficulty, gasping for breath, and helplessly said, "How can I describe this taste? It's like eating a mouthful of sand." This description directly suppressed all of William's curiosity. Fortunately, he didn't eat it. Thinking back to the feeling he had when he ate the shadow fruit, it seemed to have no taste at all. As soon as he finished speaking, Rod showed a look of surprise, and the next moment, he saw that his body began to turn to sand. Suppressing his fear, Rod calmed down and carefully felt until his entire body was completely transformed into sand. He could clearly sense the feeling coming from the ground beneath his feet. That was the ability to control sand. After perceiving the entire ruins through this ability, despair appeared on Rod's face. "William, I'm afraid I can't get out." Pointing to the surroundings, Rod said angrily, "There are no exits in the entire ruins. The only way to leave here is to break the entrance of the ruins. Once the entrance is broken, the water from the lake will flood in. Yes, if I hadn't eaten the desert fruit, I might have survived, but now I am made of sand, and that massive influx of lake water will surely lead to my death." Rod never expected that the divine fruit he had just obtained would put him in an endless predicament. The water goddess was truly ruthless. She had planned everything just to ensure the extinction of the desert fruit. Looking at the wealth scattered around him, the desolate Rod felt a chill all over his body. What is this called? Heaven has a path you won't take. Hell has no door, yet you come here? Looking at Rod's pained expression, William couldn't help but laugh. Is this how you give up? Seeing William, Rod's eyes lit up. How could he forget about William? "William, do you have a solution?" "Solutions? There are many. Which one do you want?" "Many solutions?" Hearing William's words, Rod looked bewildered. "The simplest solution is to split this lake." "Split it?" Looking at William, Rod's expression went blank. This so-called water goddess is quite interesting. Is she releasing so much wealth out of guilt? With a wave of his hand, all 29 chests of wealth were collected into William's system space. He reached out, and the fire god sword appeared in his hand. "Do you remember the sword energy I showed you last time?" He smiled slightly at Rod. "Watch closely. Crescent moon sky charge." The terrifying sword pressure was casually unleashed by William. Puffed. Boom. Watching the ruins and the lake being instantly severed by the sword energy, Rod's eyes nearly popped out. "There should be BGM here. Let's go." Grabbing Rod's shoulder, he gently squeezed. Hiss. Looking at the sand in his hand, William apologized. Sorry, I forgot you're made of sand now." Seeing his shoulder crushed to pieces, Rod had a strange expression. "This feeling is too weird. That's just you not being used to it now. Once you adapt to this ability, the strength of the sand won't be much weaker than that of a flesh and blood body." Without using his hands, William directly wrapped Rod in shadows. And with a push of his foot, he soared into the sky with Rod. William's sword cleaving through the lake along with the waterfall naturally attracted the attention of Dolores, who was anxiously waiting on the shore. When she saw William return safely with Rod, she could no longer suppress her excitement and threw herself into William's arms. "William, are you okay? Are you hurt?" After embracing, Dolores looked at William with concern and asked hurriedly, "I'm fine, don't worry. It's just a small ruin. No threat to me at all." Hearing William's words, Dolores finally breathed a sigh of relief. After carefully checking William's condition, Dolores curiously asked, "William, did you obtain the divine fruit?" "Yes, I got it." Pointing at Rod behind him, William smiled and said, "Luckily it was me who went in this time. Otherwise, anyone else would probably not have come out." After William explained the deadly traps in the ruins, Dolores felt a wave of fear. What is this? Is it fortune or misfortune? If I don't give the treasure map to William, then the ones who enter will surely be Dolores and the Gallup family. According to William, it seems that everyone who enters the ruins will have to die, although the one who ultimately consumes the desert fruit may not necessarily be Dolores. She can imagine that even if she doesn't eat it, her mortal body would likely be unable to withstand the force of the lake water flooding back. Reflecting on her own actions, Dolores can't help but feel a bit proud of her foresight. Indeed, all this effort has been worthwhile. Although it isn't William who obtained the desert fruit, in Dolores' eyes, Rod is clearly also one of William's people. Therefore, Rod's strength increasing is equivalent to indirectly strengthening William's power. The logic is the same. Let's rest here tonight and leave tomorrow. Naturally, no one had any objections to William's suggestion. While Grot picked up dry branches to start a bonfire, Rod was experimenting with the new power within his body. Meanwhile, William was whispering sweet nothings to Dolores while casually giving pointers to Rod about the operation of the desert fruit. Rod didn't go into detail, but shared some techniques and principles he knew. After breaking through the limits of a human body, Rod quickly grasped the concepts, and before long, he had already begun to make progress. In fact, compared to Sand Crocodile, William preferred Gara's use of sand. This directly led to Rod's techniques gradually aligning more with Gara's. Sand Shuriken, Sandstorm Burial, Sand Hand, Sand Binding Prison, and so on. What amused William the most was that, upon casually mentioning it, Rod actually had a sand gourd on his back. Although it was only a short half-day, Rod's strength had clearly undergone a qualitative leap. As evening approached, William, sitting by the bonfire, reminded him, "Although the abilities of the desert fruit are powerful, I hope you don't forget your swordsmanship. When practiced to the extreme, swordsmanship can be just as strong as divine fruits." Rod humbly accepted William's kind reminder. After all, he had witnessed the power of swordsmanship at noon. The elegance of the crescent moon still made Rod yearn for it. After eating the last piece of bread, with the bonfire illuminating Rod's cheeks, his expression remained calm, but his eyes couldn't hide his excitement. After returning, if I plan to form a team, I actually have a few good candidates. The minimum requirement for forming a team is B-level Shadow. Have I completed my current task? It's completely sufficient. By soloing the Blue Moon Grass task and adding an A-level task, you can directly rise from D-level Shadow to B-level, plus one more A-level task and one S-level task. And upon returning, you can directly elevate to A-level Shadow. Thinking about it this way, even Rod felt it was incredible. "William, even in the Shadow Pavilion, your speed of leveling up is unprecedented. If you pass the trial of the gods, you will surely become the most legendary Shadow of the Shadow Pavilion. Is that so? That's quite amazing." With a smile, William thought that while such an improvement might be unbelievable to others, to him, it felt just like a drop in the bucket. In the middle of the night, William held the delicate body of Dolores in the carriage. The time and place were not right, and they didn't do anything, just quietly embraced each other and whispered sweet nothings. Unknowingly, Dolores fell asleep in William's arms, and just as William was about to drift off himself, a sudden wave of intense malice came from afar. In the darkness, William suddenly opened his eyes. Gently laying Dolores down, William floated down from the carriage. "What's wrong?" Noticing William's movement, Rod, who was on watch, immediately gripped his cross sword. "It's coming." Just as the words fell, a fierce wind suddenly swirled rapidly around the campfire. "What is that?" Although Rod sensed something was wrong, he didn't know what it was due to his unfamiliarity with the opponent's abilities. Could this be the backup left by the water goddess? Rod couldn't see it, but that didn't mean William couldn't. In William's line of sight, a bizarre, three-headed magic crocodile, resembling a chameleon, was dashing toward them at high speed. The three-headed crocodile didn't seem to intend to directly attack William and the others. Instead, it circled around, playing with them, seeking death. Seeing it attempt a sneak attack from behind, William snorted coldly, and the gold brick transformed into a set of winged armor that appeared on him. He reached out and grabbed. Ugh! With a pained cry, the three-headed crocodile was lifted into the air by William. The head he was grasping thrashed in agony, trying to break free, while the other two heads glared at William with cold, killing intent. One on the left and one on the right. The three-headed crocodile opened its massive jaws to bite down on William's arm. However, before those sharp teeth could latch onto him, William pressed down with his left hand. Bang! The three-headed crocodile was instantly slammed to the ground by William. Before the three-headed crocodile could regain its senses, William brought his foot down heavily. Boom! The ground shattered, and blood gushed uncontrollably from the crocodile's mouth. Although the three-headed crocodile had 3 heads, its body was only one. So William's strike could be said to have severely injured it. Just as the three-headed crocodile was preparing to flip over and escape, countless grains of sand surged from the earth, and in a matter of breaths, the terrifying three-headed crocodile was entangled into a tight sandball. Good job. William acknowledged Rod's timing control ability. However, just when William thought the battle was coming to an end, suddenly, a drop of water fell from the sandball. With the appearance of the first drop, more and more water began to flow from the sandball. Something's wrong. Just as Rod was preparing to activate his ability again, the sandball, which was originally tightly wrapped, began to disintegrate on its own. It wasn't that Rod's desert fruit was completely countered by water. The current situation could only be said that Rod's control over his ability was still too superficial. If it were truly a desert, how could such a small amount of water have any effect? Suddenly, a high-speed rotating water arrow shot toward William's head. With a slap, William shattered the water arrow in front of him and looked at the three-headed crocodile, which had completely turned into water, with some surprise. Could it be that this three-headed crocodile had eaten the water fruit? No. Silently, the three-headed crocodile vanished from William's sight, and the next moment, it reformed and descended from the sky, its massive jaws ready to swallow William whole. Be careful. Seeing this scene, Rod couldn't help but show a look of panic. Rod underestimated the three-headed crocodile's abilities, but the three-headed crocodile had also underestimated William. With a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, just as the three-headed crocodile was about to swallow William, he transformed into light and silently disappeared from his original position. Noticing the three-headed crocodile looking around in confusion, William, suspended in the air, said lightly, "What are you looking at?" Roar. The three-headed crocodile, provoked, let out a roar. However, the next moment, it regretted it. Piercing wave. Puffed. A light wave that appeared from William's finger instantly pierced through the three-headed crocodile's body. The extreme power of a light wave not only penetrated the crocodile's skin, but also pierced its heart on the spot. At this moment, the three-headed crocodile, lying on the ground, was in pain and despair. Although it possessed the ability to control water, it was not a user of the water fruit and could not elementalize. With its heart pierced, the three-headed crocodile could only wait for death in despair. Having lost its heart, all the power within its body vanished in that moment. It struggled to open its eyes, but that was merely a drop in the bucket. As William's footsteps approached, the three-headed crocodile no longer moved, quietly staring ahead as its consciousness gradually sank into darkness. "William, are you okay?" Dolores, awakened by the commotion, looked at William with concern. After William gestured, Dolores sighed in relief and returned to the carriage. As for Grot, who had been acting as an invisible man since entering the miracle forest, he didn't show much reaction to William killing the three-headed crocodile, as if it were all perfectly normal. Curious about the three-headed crocodile, he stepped forward to examine the massive creature. "Looks like I was overthinking it. This three-headed crocodile probably stumbled into this place by accident." Looking around, although the entire valley still appeared very calm on the surface, William had a feeling that the environment here seemed to have undergone some unknown change. Could it be because I destroyed the ruins? Although William couldn't see it with his naked eye, the infinite Chi quickly informed him of the reason. This valley was originally a natural formation, and although the formation is not advanced, it can conceal the entire valley. This is also why the valley feels so out of place compared to the miracle forest. System, is there a way to repair it? It's very simple. Under William's astonished gaze, the entire valley was pulled into the enhancement pool by the system. After a series of clinking sounds, the original valley not only recovered, but the system also enhanced the formation of the entire valley. Not to mention, from now on, unless William leads the way, no one else will be able to enter this place. System, you. Looking at the intact valley before him, William was dumbfounded. "What about me? Speak if you have something to say. Don't you think this is a bit of a bug?" "Haha. William's words made the system laugh uncontrollably, just a sprinkle of water. It seems I underestimated my own system. City of Saya. Unknowingly. Nearly a month had passed back and forth. Upon returning to the city of Saya, William felt a sense of nostalgia, and beside him, Rod felt the same. However, Dolores and Grot did not have much of a reaction, as this city truly felt like just a stopover for the two of them. Shadow Pavilion. There were no flowers or applause, nor any welcoming committee. 2 people went and 3 people returned. The arrival of William and his group was like that of passers-by. And this was the daily norm of the Shadow Pavilion. Due to special reasons, Rod did not go directly to the mission hall, but headed straight to Herman's office. Herman. Upon seeing Rod walk in, a genuine smile appeared on Herman's wrinkled face. You're back. Yes. Casually sitting down in front of Herman, Rod felt as if he was at home in Herman's office, where he could fully relax. Herman smiled even more at Rod's actions. He was already used to Rod behaving like this. Having never married, Rod's presence was for Herman a relationship that was both teacher and friend, as close as father and son. William. After greeting Rod, Herman looked at William and also smiled, but when he saw Dolores standing next to William, a look of surprise appeared on Herman's face. It was obvious that Herman recognized Dolores, but what puzzled him was the tightly clasped hands between William and Dolores. You two? Noticing Herman's gaze, Dolores felt nothing. She smiled slightly, and everything was unspoken. Herman realized, although his expression was somewhat strange, if it were another woman, Herman would definitely bless William, but knowing Dolores' identity made Herman's feelings a bit complicated. Herman, William needs to authenticate for A-level shadow. Herman's originally complex expression turned into shock. This matter is indeed a bit unbelievable, so Rod explained with a smile. C-class task. Find blue moon grass. William can solo 10 of them. 2 A-class designated tasks, and 1 S-class designated task. Taking a deep breath, Herman said in a deep voice, Rod, I can understand the blue moon grass task, but what about those 2 A-class tasks and the S-class task? It's not that Herman didn't believe Rod. It's just that this situation was too bizarre. After Rod explained the whole journey, even Herman couldn't help but gasp. However, at this moment, Herman's gaze towards Dolores became even more peculiar. If he could still understand the 2 A-class tasks, then what was the situation with this S-class task? You were the task issuer, and not only did you gain no benefits, but you also gave away gold coins just to promote William to the A-class shadow position? Well, I'm getting old. I really can't understand the love of this era. After pondering for a long time, Herman said helplessly, Rod, there's no problem in certifying William as an A-class shadow, but the premise is that we should first let Dolores pay the task reward. Noticing the gazes of Rod and Herman, Dolores smiled slightly and confidently said, President Herman, I've already sent my guard Grot to the headquarters to issue the task commission. If all goes well, it should reach the city of Saya in a few days. And this is also why, on the way back, William's group became 3 people. The Gallup family's residence is in the royal city, and it is obviously not appropriate to bring a large amount of gold to the city of Saya. Therefore, after leaving the Miracle Forest, Grot was dispatched by Dolores to the royal city. Just as she finished speaking, there was a knock on the door of Herman's office. President Herman. Outside, the secretary Julie's surprised voice came. Come in. President Herman, Rod, William, you are all here. After scanning the crowd present, Julie handed a document to Herman with a strange expression. President Herman, this is a document for the headquarters. Please take a look. Herman took the document and opened it to read. The content was very simple, and it coincided perfectly with what Rod and Dolores had just said. Taking a deep breath, Herman could no longer suppress the smile on his face. Putting down the document, Herman looked at Julie and said softly, Assistant Secretary, please fill in the information regarding William Duke's A-class shadow certification. If the document from the headquarters had already left Julie in disbelief, then Herman's words completely broke her defenses. Julie remembered very clearly that when William left, he had just become a shadow, and he had completed in this back and forth what an ordinary shadow could only achieve in a lifetime. How absurd is that? However, thinking of how William had completed 2 A-class tasks and 1 S-class task as a D-class shadow, wasn't that also a situation akin to a fairy tale? I understand. President Herman, with a deep gaze directed at William, Julie said softly, William Shadow, please come with me to the task hall. Okay. William nodded and looked at Dolores, saying softly, why don't you rest here for a bit? I'll wait for you here. Watching William and Julie leave the office, Herman showed a smile on his face. It wasn't just anything. For Herman, Dolores was not only the daughter of Duke Gallup, but also a major financial backer. Therefore, very soon, Herman personally took Dolores to the VIP room and offered a large array of treats. Watching Herman talk about polite formalities, Dolores couldn't help but laugh. President Herman, you can go ahead and get busy if you have things to do. Herman understood and smiled as he left the VIP room. Back in the office, unable to contain the joy in his heart any longer, Herman gave Rod a big hug. Rod, you finally succeeded. Yes. Meeting each other's gaze, laughter echoed in the office. I'm getting old. This world is changing too fast. After the congratulations, rubbing his eyes, Herman couldn't help but sigh. Rod, the certification for the S-Class Shadow needs to go to the headquarters. When are you planning to go? What? Are you in such a hurry to retire? Rod understood Herman's meaning. He had been waiting for Rod to become an S-Class Shadow so he could take the position of branch president in the city of Saya. Perhaps in the past, Rod would not have rejected such a proposal, but now he no longer had the same thoughts. Herman, perhaps I will need you to wait a bit longer. Herman looked puzzled. What's wrong? I promised him that I would form a team for him. Is that so? With a light laugh, Herman sighed. That's fine. You remind me of the past. Sitting back in his chair, Herman lit a golden leaf cigarette. I still say, whenever you want, my position will always be reserved for you. But don't make me wait too long. You know, I also want to experience retirement life early. On the city walls of the city of Saya, leaning on William's shoulder, the two quietly watched the setting sun. Time seemed to stop at that moment. William, do you love me? This question seems to be one that many people like to ask, and Dolores is no exception. It suddenly reminds me of something I once read. Do you want to hear it? William's voice was soft and gentle. You say, to speak the truth, would you wait for someone for 3 to 5 years? It seemed like he was asking, yet also reflecting on his own thoughts. Before Dolores could contemplate the answer to this question, William's voice came again. Some say that in novels and biographies, 3 to 5 years is just a page of text accompanied by a brief narrative, a period that has already passed. However, in reality, 3 to 5 years require you to feel every single moment. The deeper the obsession, the more painful it is. Rather than doing things you think are romantic or impressive, why not look up and see that there are sunrises and sunsets? Life is slowly unfolding. Others say to never speak lightly of waiting. Waiting is such a luxurious thing. Yet in novels and biographies, it only takes a few sentences and a few lines of small text. And 20 years later, with a white-haired beauty, everything has come to an end. But in real life, in 3 or 5 years, which second doesn't require you to endure it? A lifetime is truly too long. But isn't life also a kind of biographical novel? Life is like a play, and there will indeed be someone waiting. I know you will. I know you are waiting. I know you still hold on to a glimmer of hope, wishing that one day they can turn back and look at themselves. Or perhaps you're waiting for yourself to let go. Waiting that has a result is called waiting. Waiting without a result is called torment. The one who truly loves you will not make you wait too long. All waiting, in the end, is due to uncertainty and lack of resolve. What is most feared in love is never the passage of time, but the endless waiting without seeing an end. Just like the saying goes, the sea is beautiful, but the boat must reach the shore. After all, no one can drift endlessly on an infinite sea, nor can anyone keep groping in a tunnel where light is unseen. The flowers of spring have withered too quickly. Helplessly, the cold rain comes in the morning and the wind in the evening. The tears of rouge, lingering drunkenly. When we meet again, life is inherently filled with long regrets as water flows east. Under Dolores's shocked gaze, William kissed her forehead and softly said, So, you asked me if I love you? My answer is love. I don't want to wait, so I will grasp you at all costs, even if there is no future. A blush rose to her cheeks, and a crystal tear slid down her face, seeming both excited and touched. This is the man I have my eyes on. A voice from the system sighed in William's ear. Host, you're amazing. Shut up, be quiet. Until the last hint of red in the sky disappeared. Dolores softly said to William, William, let's go back. Okay. Picking up Dolores, their figures transformed into light and vanished atop the city wall. The sun rose and the moon set. Dolores slowly woke up in William's arms. She quietly looked up, silently observing the man she had chosen. A hint of tenderness unconsciously showing in her eyes. You're awake? Gently stroking Dolores's golden hair, William chuckled. Do you want to keep lying down or get up? I want to lie down. That's true, but after greedily enjoying William's embrace for a while, Dolores still sat up from his arms. Because she knew every morning was William's workout time. Let me help you get dressed. Seeing William get up, Dolores's face turned slightly red. You? Can you do it? I can learn. Although a bit clumsy, Dolores really enjoyed this playful interaction between them. After finishing their grooming, When William opened the door, he saw Rod waiting in the yard. It was already noon. Want to have a match? During this time, Rod, who exercises with William every day, has also gotten used to this lifestyle. Although it was obvious that William woke up late today, Rod could understand. After all, who hasn't been young before? This courtyard is the house that William purchased through the Shadow Pavilion yesterday. The house has 4 entrances and exits, with the backyard serving as the residence, the central courtyard as the training ground, and the front hall as the courtyard. Although the courtyard is not located in the main urban area of Saya City, it boasts tranquility, and it is conveniently next to Rod's courtyard, which William also likes. As soon as the gold coins from the task reward arrived, William made a generous decision and directly bought this courtyard. If he were alone, staying casually in the Shadow Pavilion would be fine, but with Dolores around, William wouldn't hesitate to spend this amount of gold. I haven't had breakfast yet. William couldn't help but smile at Rod's eagerness. Wait until I finish eating. Upon hearing this, Rod let out a sigh. He had already completed his daily training, and coming to William was naturally for practical combat. Training in isolation wouldn't lead to progress, and every outlandish idea of William's was a spiritual baptism for Rod. Therefore, if it weren't for William being a bit lazy, Rod would really want to have 3 practical sessions with William every day, morning, noon, and night. That would be even better. First, let's out go to my place and grab a bite. You just moved in, so there are no housekeepers or cooks. That could be arranged. In the training ground, Dolores sat in a lounge chair, watching the 2 combatants sparring and smiling happily. Although everything here is not as luxurious as the Gallop families, there are things here that the Gallop family does not have, and that is William. Rod, your swordsmanship has regressed recently, easily blocking Rod's cross sword. William's expression seemed somewhat playful. It's not that I've regressed, it's that you have advanced too quickly. In response to William's teasing, Rod's reply was a bit gritted teeth. Although he felt that his own improvement had reached a rapid level, compared to his own improvement, William seemed like a bottomless pit. No matter how he progressed, when facing William again, he still felt as powerless as when he first met him. Is there a possibility that I've actually been holding back all along? With a kick on Rod's sword, William almost kicked Rod out of the courtyard, saying with a funny expression, "That seems to be the case. If you used that sword, I would definitely die." Steadying himself on the wall like a gecko, Rod said with a hint of admiration, "Crescent moon slash. If one day I could wield that sword, how great would that be? Although the chances are slim, you could totally harness the power of the desert fruit, couldn't you?" Desert fruit? With a thought, the sand in the gourd on his back began to gather continuously. Let's give it a try. Once the sand had gathered to a certain extent, a flash of brilliance appeared in Rod's eyes. Sand sword. Slash. A sand sword, formed from 40 meters of sand, swung down towards William. Are you kidding me? Watching the sand sword fall from the sky, William couldn't help but laugh. With a flash of light, William unknowingly disappeared from his original spot. Bang! The sound of the sand sword was quite loud, but aside from kicking up a cloud of dust, it had no effect whatsoever. With a wave of his hand, a powerful gust of wind carried the sand and dust skyward. Are you okay? Cough, cough, cough. Although William was fast, Dolores still got choked by the dust. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Seeing this scene, Rod awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Think more next time. Without any intention of ending the fight, William appeared in front of Rod again. Your sword technique is almost there. Let's try your abilities. The fire god sword returned to the system space, and William tapped his fists. Are you ready? Come on. As soon as he finished speaking, William's figure disappeared from the spot again. Bang! A punch was thrown, barely blocked by the sand shield. At the same time, countless sands transformed into a massive downpour of sand swords falling towards William. Not bad. Watching the scene, William effortlessly weaved through the rain of sand as if shifting shadows. Rod, in a daze, suddenly realized that William had already appeared in front of him. Just as he saw the fist the size of a pot about to land on his face, Rod's body trembled. With a whoosh, his body was directly pierced through. However, a few meters away, Rod's body, entirely made of sand, slowly re-emerged from the ground. Impressive. In the face of William's praise, Rod, clutching his heart, could only feel it was unbelievable. William, how fast are you? As fast as I can be, that's how fast I am. Unbeknownst to him, William's body had already arrived behind Rod. His body stiffened, and countless grains of sand continuously gathered behind Rod to form a shield. But before the sand shield could take shape, William's fist had already crushed Rod's head. How is this possible? The speed of light? This is simply absurd. Once again, Roderick, who had condensed half of his body from afar, exclaimed in shock. William, I'm really curious. How did you kill that God-given being who possesses the speed of light? How to kill? Isn't it enough to be faster and stronger than him? William's answer was quite simple, but to Roderick's ears, it sounded like thunder. The speed of light was already unimaginable. What does superluminal even mean? Roderick asked curiously. William, just how strong are you? Dolores was equally curious about this question. Noticing the gaze from both of them, William stroked his chin and said jokingly, I don't really know exactly how strong I am, but if I wanted to destroy this world, I might only need 1 second. Roderick, Dolores. Their eyes widened, and Roderick exclaimed in shock. William, you're not joking with me, are you? Do I look like I'm joking? William waved his fist and chuckled. How about we give it a try? No, no, no. Although it was hard to believe, Roderick was still scared by William's words. If trying it meant death, that would really be a joke. No more fighting. No more fighting. Waving his hand, Roderick, knowing he could never be William's opponent, didn't want to continue. Hearing Roderick's words, a smile appeared on William's face. In fact, this was William's true intention. It was hard to find a reason not to train, but because of Roderick's presence, William ended up having to clock in for training every day. To be honest, when he said he would train every day, it was just something he said. If he could get stronger while lying down, why bother suffering every day? As time passed, the daily training had long lost its effect on William. In fact, the core of William's rapid growth now was his photosynthetic physique and infinite energy. The photosynthetic physique is quite simple. Soaking up sunlight can make you infinitely stronger, which is easy. As for infinite energy, let us say if exercising once gives you a 1 boost, then the increase from infinite energy is a geometric multiplier. What kind of concept is that? Think of it as a super scion. Although it's not as exaggerated as a 1,000,000-fold increase, a 1,000-fold increase is still achievable now. After 1,000-fold, the increase from infinite energy slows down a bit. However, William is still young, and he is not in a hurry. William set a goal for himself. When he reaches a 1,000,000-fold increase, that will be the time for him to leave this world and move on to the next one. Sitting down on the ground, Roderick felt a bit defeated. Don't you think this gives you even stronger motivation? What is the Desert Emperor compared to this? When you catch up to me, your life will truly be perfect. Can I really do it? Of course. Just as Roderick was encouraged by William and began to feel confident, William laughed and said, Impossible. Roderick, haha. The feeling of appeasing others, I have to say, is quite enjoyable. Facing Rod's speechless gaze, William laughed and said, Although you can never reach my height, surpassing that so-called Desert Emperor is completely possible. Sometimes, changing to a more achievable dream isn't such a bad thing, is it? Dreams? My dream is to become the greatest Shadow King, not to surpass a pervert like you. Noticing Rod rolling his eyes, Dolores couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. When it came to dreams, William approached Dolores and softly asked, My dear, what is your dream? Me? Facing William's gaze, Dolores blushed and replied, My dream has already come true. Come true? At first, William didn't quite react until he noticed the way Dolores was looking at him. A smile crept onto his lips as he patted Dolores on the head and said, Silly girl, you're still a bit away from your dream. For a moment, Dolores was puzzled and asked, What am I missing? You're missing me marrying you. Taking Dolores' hand, William held a magical crystal ring crafted from the fusion of 3-headed crocodile magic crystals and gold. After William's enhancement, this magical ring had gained the ability to protect its wearer. Not to mention, even without consuming the divine fruit. This ring would be enough to ensure Dolores had the power to protect herself when she was alone. This is the product of William's efforts to enhance it all night last night. Although it cannot be considered completely foolproof in 99 of cases, this ring is already sufficient to protect Dolores. Kneeling on one knee, William softly said, This is a tradition from my hometown. Beautiful Miss Dolores, will you marry me? I will. With Dolores' approval, William smiled as he placed the magic mirror ring on her ring finger. Although there was only Rod as a witness from now on, you are mine. Watching the two embrace, Rod, not far away, felt a mix of emotions and found himself overwhelmed with jealousy. Even though he had experienced it himself, he couldn't help but marvel at how powerful some of William's actions were to women. Perhaps I could learn a thing or two. With that thought, a woman's figure appeared in Rod's mind, but he felt uncertain about whether she would agree like Dolores did. Looking at the ring on her hand, Dolores grew fonder of it and felt increasingly excited. If it weren't for the fact that they were not in the capital, Dolores would have wanted to show this ring to everyone she knew. Although there has never been such a tradition in the West Asia continent, Dolores naturally would not refuse such a sense of ceremony. After the two were affectionate for a while, Rod suddenly spoke to William. William, I originally had some direction for the team members, but I have some new ideas. I wonder what you think. Go ahead, William replied. If we want to create the greatest shadow team, I believe the members must all be strong. William nodded. Indeed, a 10-person team values quality over quantity. Since we need to select, we must choose the most elite. If that's the case, then I need to revise the goals for my previous members. That's not necessary. Hearing Rod's words, William smiled. Just like the former you don't lack anything else. You just lack an opportunity, a chance to obtain the divine fruit. What do you mean? How many candidates did you have at the beginning? 2. Each of them is not weaker than my former self, except for the inability to obtain the divine fruit. Just 2. We can completely provide the divine fruit. We provide? Rod was taken aback, then suddenly remembered. I forgot that after achieving an S-rank shadow, I gained an opportunity to obtain the divine fruit. So this issue is resolved. As long as we get one more. See, doesn't that solve it? As for the rest of the people, I'm not in a hurry. I could take my time to find them. William's idea was quite simple. If possible, he wouldn't mind forming a group similar to the Akatsuki organization from the Naruto world. Just imagining that each member of his team possessed the power to destroy a city felt quite satisfying. Let's go. Take me to meet them. Upon hearing William's words, Rod, feeling a bit awkward, said, William, how about I communicate with them first, and then you go? It wasn't that he was afraid they wouldn't agree, but he was worried that they might say something wrong and upset William without understanding the situation. Rod knew very well that although William was usually very friendly, that demeanor was a facade of a strong person. It didn't mean William didn't have a temper, although they had only interacted for a month. Rod had a good grasp of William's mindset. Okay, then you go and communicate with him first. Smiling, William understood Rod's intention. Turning to Dolores, he said, Dolores, if you have nothing to do this afternoon, would you accompany me for a stroll? Speaking of which, I have never fully explored the city of Saya. The three parted ways at the door, and as they walked, when Dolores noticed that William seemed to be unclear about many things, she began to introduce him like a tour guide. Unlike the small town of Westwood, where William had lived for 3 years, the city of Saya was not modern in style at all. Walking and stopping, William's eyes were opened to a whole new world. Dolores, is there a big difference between the royal city and the city of Saya? After thinking for a moment, Dolores smiled and replied, Actually, there isn't much difference. The royal city is just a bit larger than the city of Saya, with a more reasonable layout and planning. The city of Saya is mostly for professionals, while the royal city has more noble children. That's all. At this point, Dolores blinked at William and softly asked, William, where do you plan to marry me? William smiled. Did I say I would marry you? Hearing William's words, Dolores was taken aback. However, noticing the teasing smile on William's face, she huffed, pouted, and pointed to the ring on her ring finger. But I'm wearing your ring now. You can't back out. Ruffling Dolores's hair, William smiled happily. Silly. Grabbing William's arm. Fixing her hair, Dolores playfully asked, I'm serious. You have to tell me. So, where do you want me to marry you? Pointed her lips. Dolores looked a bit expectant. Actually, I'm fine with wherever you choose. Saya City is also good. The royal city would be even better, wouldn't it? MHM. Dolores naturally did not deny it. After all, I grew up there. Of course, if you don't want to, I can accept that too. But what if I can't afford a house in the royal city? Oh, that's not a problem at all. I can just ask my father to buy it for me. Thinking about her continuous financial drain on her family, Dolores couldn't help but giggle. Aren't you afraid your father will scold you when he finds out? Not afraid, not afraid. If he dares to scold me, I'll just offer my little treasure chest to you. Do you have a lot of money hidden away? Hee, quite a bit. Talking about her little treasure chest, Dolores said proudly. Not to mention, it's enough for us to spend in the royal city. William chuckled. You don't mind me being a kept man? What does it matter? I'm willing. Wrapping her arms around William's, Dolores laughed happily. And besides, you said that ever since I put on the ring, I belong to you. So wherever you go, I'll be there too. What's mine is yours. So it doesn't matter if I'm supporting you or not. Dolores has changed a lot, compared to the mature and sophisticated woman William first encountered. Dolores now seems almost like child. However, isn't this also a state of being in love? If both parties remain completely calm during the passionate phase of a relationship, it can only indicate one thing. It is not true love. Ignoring the gazes of those around them, William pulled Dolores into his arms and kissed her on the lips as her face turned red. Hearing the applause and cheers around them, Dolores felt a wave of shyness and also a bit moved. Until William let her go, Dolores instinctively gave him a light slap. But her face couldn't help but break into a smile. In every city where there is light, there is also darkness. However, unlike modern cities, the darkness in this world is not hidden. Instead, it is openly exposed to everyone. Looking at the grand venue before him, reminiscent of the Roman Colosseum, and hearing the continuous cheers from within, William frowned slightly. This is a gladiatorial arena, known for its bloodshed and violence. Men seem to love this place. Should we take a look? Noticing William's gaze, Dolores softly explained that although she didn't like it here, she wouldn't stop him if he wanted to go, as her brothers had frequented this place. Let's take a look. William's most profound impression of a gladiatorial arena came from a TV show he once watched, Spartacus, which is also why he wanted to see it. He was curious to find out if the gladiators in this world were like those he had seen before. Unlike other places, entering the arena requires a ticket, and the price varies significantly based on the location. The most ordinary seats cost 1 silver coin per person, regardless of gender. A slightly better location costs 5 silver coins per person, which is not only closer to the arena, but also provides a considerable distance between seats. As for the best VIP seats, they are priced at 1 gold coin each. The VIP seats are 10 times more expensive than the ordinary ones, but they are indeed very different. They offer the best viewing positions and have dedicated VIP boxes, ensuring no disturbances from ordinary people. Of course, fruits and snacks are charged separately. Neither of them were short on money, so William directly handed over 2 gold coins. For such a big spender, the guards at the entrance of the arena immediately put on their friendliest expressions. "Sir, please allow us to escort our esteemed VIP guests inside." With a command, a beautiful maid immediately came forward. "Noble guest, please follow me." Led by the maid, William and Dolores entered the VIP exclusive passage of the arena. However, shortly after they stepped inside, the deafening cheers and curses made both William and Dolores frown. Indeed, no matter how many times he came, he still did not like this place. Dolores thought to herself, and to her surprise, William also seemed to dislike it. This was the first time Dolores had seen a man her age who didn't like this kind of place. After all, even her own father seemed to be very obsessed with this competition. But isn't this also what makes William different from others? This era is different from modern society, which has a variety of entertainment options. Ordinary people have almost no entertainment besides their wives and children at home every night. And this is precisely why the gladiatorial arena is so popular in this world. Compared to those places of pleasure, the scenes of life and death battles, where blood is shed, stimulate the hormones in the bodies of the viewers. This is true for men, and women are no exception. Therefore, although most of the audience in the gladiatorial arena is male, there are still over 20 of women present. That kind of morbid frenzy sometimes even surpasses that of men. As he walked toward the VIP room, William's gaze frequently scanned everything happening in the arena, ignoring the craziness of the audience. The gladiators fighting for their lives were the most captivating to William. Who is he? Looking at the muscular man on the arena, wielding a long knife and shouting wildly, William curiously asked the maid serving him, "Esteemed sir, he is the Tyrannosaurus, one of the most popular gladiators in the arena." The maid explained to William very professionally. With the recent victory, the Tyrannosaurus has now achieved his 9th consecutive win. If he wins one more match, he will qualify to challenge the King of Gladiators. The King of Gladiators? Hearing this term, William showed a strange expression. "Sir, you don't know about the King of Gladiators?" Seeing William's puzzled expression, the maid looked slightly confused. "You must know that this sport is popular all over the world." Beside them, Dolores, who knew William's place of origin, softly explained, "The King of Gladiators is a grand event held every year in the arena. The Yaster Kingdom has 13 cities, each with its own arena. In these arenas, any gladiator who achieves 10 consecutive wins in the current era can participate in the grandest competition for the King of Gladiators held in the royal city each year." Is achieving 10 consecutive wins difficult? Upon hearing William's question, the maid smiled slightly and replied, "Sir, in fact, it is very difficult. 10 consecutive wins require participating in 10 matches over 10 consecutive days, regardless of whether you are injured or whether you can still fight. It's either life or death. For participants, 9 out of 10 die." William nodded, understanding the difficulty. Then why do they still participate? Of course, it's for honor. Before the maid could finish her sentence, she couldn't help but scream excitedly as she saw a black-haired man suddenly walk out from the backstage. With the maid's scream, the entire arena seemed to boil over. "Garcia! Garcia! Garcia!" The synchronized cheers echoed throughout the arena, and that scene was akin to fans seeing a superstar in later generations. At that moment, the maid, realizing her mistake, showed a look of shame and repeatedly apologized. "I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to. I was just too excited." William smiled and didn't take it to heart. Shall I introduce? Struggling to contain her excitement, the maid looked at the strong and heroic man in the arena and said with a flushed face, Garcia. He is the most popular gladiator in this season's arena of the city of Saya, bar none. The last 4 words, the maid couldn't help but emphasize once again. Such powerful charisma? Looking at the ordinary man in the arena, William was a bit surprised and said, how can he have such high popularity? That's because you don't understand Garcia. He is not only the first to have a spot in the Gladiator King competition this time, but he is also a prince. A prince? Yes. With a hint of sympathy in her eyes, the maid looked at Garcia, who had already arrived at the arena and was standing next to the Tyrannosaurus. Although Garcia was very popular, it still couldn't hide the fact that both his height and physical condition were overshadowed by the Tyrannosaurus. Garcia's homeland was invaded and occupied, and the people were in great distress. To save his kingdom, Prince Garcia resolutely came to the kingdom of Yaster for help. The king agreed to Garcia's plea, but he required Garcia to fulfill one condition. William looked strange. To become a gladiator king? Yes. Is this really that dramatic? William asked Dolores, looking for confirmation. Noticing William's gaze, Dolores nodded and said, it's true. The intention of Emperor Yaster was also to help Garcia, because the reward for becoming the king of gladiators is a divine fruit. For the small nation of Bruce, having a powerful divine bestower is enough to help Garcia overthrow the invaders. If that's the case, why not just send a divine bestower directly? William struggled to understand the reasoning of the king of Yaster. It's not that simple, William. Shaking her head, Dolores explained. Although the kingdom of Bruce may not be as large as the Duchy of Gallop, it is an independent nation. If the kingdom sends troops, it would send the wrong signal to other kingdoms. William understood. Once the kingdom of Yaster deployed troops, other neighboring kingdoms could also send their forces. By then, it wouldn't just be about overthrowing the invaders. The entire regime of the kingdom of Bruce could be toppled. This is also the tragedy of small nations. Their existence is not due to their own strength, but rather because more powerful kingdoms choose to let them exist for certain reasons, while surviving in the cracks. Once a war breaks out between kingdoms, they become the biggest buffer in battlefield. The identity of a gladiator may seem glorious, but in reality, it is not only undignified but also carries humiliation. Even if one ultimately becomes the champion of the gladiators and obtains divine fruits from an outsider's perspective, this identity is undoubtedly no different from that of a slave or the king of slaves in a feudal society. Ultimately, the identity of a gladiator is primarily a profession created to please the wealthy and nobility. Meanwhile, in the arena, when Garcia, who is a head shorter than the Tyrannosaurus, steps forward, the cheers of the entire Colosseum come to an abrupt halt. The scene before them resembles a century battle of the future world, a confrontation between a king and one about to become king. Ignoring the gaze of over 1,000 spectators in the stands, Garcia calmly says to the Tyrannosaurus, your next opponent is me. Is that so? A playful smile appears on the Tyrannosaurus's face, his eyes filled with cruel intent. Then I am truly honored. Looking at the Tyrannosaurus's serious injuries and the bandages wrapped around his waist, Garcia's expression becomes solemn. Although I regret having to confront you in this way, I won't hold back. Ha ha! Hearing Garcia's words, the Tyrannosaurus bursts into laughter. Do you really think you can win? Perhaps in the eyes of the audience at the Colosseum, Garcia is undoubtedly the most popular gladiator, but in the eyes of true gladiators, Garcia is unquestionably a clown. This is not only because of his inherent status and popularity, but also due to jealousy. Garcia not only comes from noble birth, but is also completely different from those true gladiators who have climbed up from the bottom. He is like a pay-to-win player in a game, and not only does he pay to win, but he also cheats. Because of the popularity that Garcia brings, not a single strong opponent has been arranged for his winning streak. This is also why other gladiators fight tooth and nail without achieving such a winning streak, while Garcia can accomplish it so easily. Deep down, the Tyrannosaurus looks down on Garcia. Moreover, recalling the expressions of the nobles who warned him when he began competing for the title of Gladiator King, the Tyrannosaurus feels a deep-seated disgust. The Tyrannosaurus not only wants to win, but also aims to become the biggest dark horse of this tournament. He initially thought that this battle would take place after he achieved a winning streak, and that he would then compete with Garcia for the final spot. However, it is clear that the nobles, sensing the momentum was not in their favor, have begun their schemes again. No matter. Do you think I'm really weak just because I am injured? That can only mean you underestimate me too much. Kicking aside the corpse of a gladiator who lost in the previous battle, the Tyrannosaurus roars while holding his battle knife. Come on, Garcia. Today, you will undoubtedly die. Faced with the Tyrannosaurus, who is as furious as a madman, Garcia's expression turns serious. He knows that today's battle may be the most dangerous one he has faced in the arena. Unlike the Tyrannosaurus, who is equipped with a two-handed battle knife, the calm and composed Garcia is armed with an oak shield and a one-handed sword. Ladies and gentlemen, the final battle is about to begin. I don't need to introduce the combatants. The host announces Tyrannosaurus, Garcia Bruce. The odds of winning for this battle have been released. Everyone is encouraged to participate. So, who will win the title of Gladiator King today? Let's wait and see. In the center of the arena, after the host delivers a simple opening statement into a microphone similar to a loudspeaker, he raises his right hand. Fight. Begin. With a roar. Before the host can exit, the Tyrannosaurus has already lunged at Garcia with his two-handed battle knife. Without hesitation, Garcia raises his oak shield to block in front of him. However, bang! With a loud crash, although he blocked the Tyrannosaurus's strike with the shield, everyone underestimated the Tyrannosaurus's strength. With one swing, Garcia is even knocked back. As Garcia rolls and struggles to get up, the Tyrannosaurus laughs wildly. Garcia, come on, let's fight. Another heavy blow. Bang! Garcia is sent flying again, his face turning pale. Just as he is shocked by the Tyrannosaurus's immense strength, he suddenly sees the Tyrannosaurus approaching him again. What? As the Tyrannosaurus prepares to deliver a fatal blow to Garcia, the entire Colosseum gasps in disbelief. No one expected the most popular Garcia to be so powerless against the Tyrannosaurus. However, compared to all the women, the men cannot help but laugh hysterically. Kill him! Kill him! Win! Ha ha ha! Even as the entire Colosseum goes wild, Garcia seems to hear none of it. As he sees the Tyrannosaurus's knife descending toward him, he can only hear the sound of his own heart pounding. Bang! 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 I cannot lose. I cannot lose. Thinking of his kingdom, the kingdom's people, and his wife, in a moment of electric clarity, Garcia does not continue to passively defend. Instead, he charges at the Tyrannosaurus with his shield raised. What? Faced with this sudden move, the Tyrannosaurus is also taken aback. The tip of the knife grazes Garcia's head, cutting off a long strand of hair, but the Tyrannosaurus is knocked back in the air by Garcia's oak shield. Garcia, my Lord Prince. So cool. The entire Colosseum is in a frenzy, and the spectators on the platform stand up in excitement. Both men fall to the ground, and as they get up, the Tyrannosaurus glares furiously. In fact, the recent collision did not cause much damage, but it was extremely embarrassing. With a sudden force beneath his feet, Garcia stomped down hard, creating a deep pit. The Tyrannosaurus charged at Garcia once more, but this time, knowing that he was no match for the beast's strength. Garcia had no intention of clashing head-on. Relying on his nimble positioning, Garcia continuously dodged the Tyrannosaurus's attacks, waiting for the right moment to strike with his single-edged sword. This maneuver disrupted the Tyrannosaurus's offensive, and for a moment, the once dominant beast found itself suppressed by Garcia. The weapon not only compensated for Garcia's lack of brute strength, but his agile movements and clever tactics left the Tyrannosaurus confused. It was at this moment that the beast realized it had underestimated Garcia. Unlike the wild upbringing of the Tyrannosaurus, Garcia had been a prince since childhood, receiving the best education and guidance from renowned masters. Coupled with Garcia's exceptional talent, his abilities were not merely the result of cheating as the Tyrannosaurus had thought. Unfortunately, the Tyrannosaurus realized this too late. As the battle progressed, Garcia even took the initiative to use his shield to counter the Tyrannosaurus's attacks, stabbing with his sword from an incredible angle while the beast was bewildered. With a piercing sound, the sword struck, and the Tyrannosaurus widened its eyes in disbelief, looking at the wound on its abdomen. You lost, Garcia said calmly, looking into the beast's eyes with a steady gaze. Unlike the Tyrannosaurus, which always killed its enemies, Garcia, as usual, held back and did not bring the Tyrannosaurus to its death. This is Garcia's charm, but is also his greatest weakness. Did I lose? The bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex not only showed no signs of weakness, but instead revealed an extremely ferocious smile. No, Garcia, it's you who has lost. With his left hand firmly gripping Garcia's saber, the Tyrannosaurus Rex's right hand swung its battle blade fiercely toward Garcia's head. What? Garcia, whose strength was no match for the Tyrannosaurus Rex, decisively chose to retreat when he realized he couldn't pull out his saber. Swish! Although he reacted quickly, a blood mark was still drawn across Garcia's chest. However, at this moment, Garcia couldn't care less. because the Tyrannosaurus Rex had actually pulled out the saber embedded in its body and lunged at him again. The injured Tyrannosaurus Rex was not affected at all. Instead, it became even more frenzied and mad. It was as if the wounds on its body did not exist at all. No way. This is impossible. At this moment, Garcia was in a dire situation, but he could no longer afford to care. What could be let go compared to death? The battle between the two had stirred the entire arena into a frenzy, with ups and downs, and the climax continued to rise, captivating everyone as hearts. Even Dolores, who had always disliked such bloodshed while sitting in the VIP room, was drawn in. William, if this goes on, Garcia might lose. Due to the tension, Dolores gripped William's hand tightly without noticing. In response to the situation, William didn't show any signs of jealousy. The clash between both sides was indeed spectacular. The Tyrannosaurus's brutality and Garcia's calmness were vividly displayed in this fight. At this point, both sides had used all their means. And just as it seemed Garcia would be slain by the Tyrannosaurus at any moment, William quietly said, "The Tyrannosaurus has lost." Upon hearing this, Dolores and the maid couldn't help but turn to look at William, because William's words clearly contradicted the situation at hand. Although the maid wanted to say something, she was at a loss for words given William's VIP status, and besides, she secretly hoped for Garcia to win as well. Unlike the maid, Dolores clearly had no such concerns, and looking at the scene, she asked in confusion, "William, what do you mean? His wound on the abdomen can't hold out much longer." What? Looking again at the Tyrannosaurus, Dolores was taken aback, only then realizing that the Tyrannosaurus was covered in blood, and upon closer inspection, its once red face was starting to pale. Although its physique was special, it was still an ordinary person, and if this continued, it would undoubtedly die. In contrast, after withstanding the maximum pressure, Garcia could no longer afford to lose. As soon as the words left his mouth with a roll, Garcia actually managed to grab the single knife that the Tyrannosaurus had thrown on the ground during their struggle. A counter stab, watching the single knife pierce through its chest. The Tyrannosaurus was momentarily stunned, its gaze gradually losing focus. "I lost." The words came out with blood, and as its head tilted, the Tyrannosaurus completely lost its breath. At this point, Garcia also sat down on the ground. The recent battle had exhausted all his physical strength, and coupled with the emotional turmoil, Garcia now felt his entire body going soft. "I almost died." After the Tyrannosaurus fell, the entire arena erupted with thunderous cheers. More than that, there were shrill screams from women, mixed with some men-esque curses. The noise at the scene was so loud that even the host couldn't suppress it, only watching helplessly as the situation continued for a long time, before finally announcing loudly that the next match was about to begin. As two scantily clad female gladiators entered the arena, the atmosphere was reignited. Although female gladiatorial fights were not as fierce as those of men, they had their unique highlights. Watching the two female gladiators enter, Dolores's gaze instinctively turned to William. "What are you looking at?" Noticing Dolores's gaze, William couldn't help but smile. "I'm just taking a look." "Is that so?" The insincere words were seen through by William, but he didn't expose her. Watching as the remaining fabric on the two gladiators was torn apart, William cleared his throat and said to Dolores, "Let us go." "All right." Dolores naturally wouldn't refuse. Indeed, she still didn't like the arena. Dolores thought to herself, "Are we leaving already?" The maid was surprised to hear William's words. After all, they had just spent 2 gold coins to buy tickets to enter. 2 gold coins is not a small amount. Of course, more importantly, if there were no bets placed, it meant that she wouldn't receive any tips for her service this time. However, as a maid, she naturally didn't dare to say much. After leaving the arena, they exchanged glances, and for some reason, both felt like laughing. Just as William was about to say something, a wave of malice suddenly came from a distance. Looking up, the appearance of a middle-aged man in the distance made William frown. The man's aura was clearly at odds with those around him. Following William's gaze, Dolores also saw him. As Lawrence Cobble slowly approached them, Dolores wore a strange expression. Dolores. Because he had watched Dolores grow up, Lawrence had always regarded her as his own daughter. So their address for each other was quite affectionate. Uncle Lawrence. Lawrence Cobble, one of the 3 priests of Duke Gallop, and the owner of the giant fruit. His strength was so formidable that he was one of the notable figures even in the royal capital. After experiencing multiple assassination attempts from the god of killing, although Dolores had considered that her father might send someone to protect her, she never expected that her father would send Lawrence. "Dolores, if you're done playing, come back with me." Hearing Lawrence's words, Dolores couldn't help but stick out her tongue cutely. However, when it came to the matter of going back. Dolores instinctively looked at William. Noticing Dolores's little action, and seeing the hands they were holding, Lawrence frowned slightly. After sizing William up, he coldly asked, "Who is he?" Perhaps William's appearance had a significant impact on women, but the first impression he gave Lawrence was not good. It wasn't just that William lacked the aura of a strong person. More importantly, William was too handsome, so much so that Lawrence subconsciously felt William was unreliable. It felt like his daughter had fallen for a playboy. "Uncle Lawrence, let me introduce you. This is William Duke, my husband." After hesitating for a moment, Dolores introduced him generously. Although she felt a bit guilty, she had already made up her mind about William, so she was naturally prepared. What? However, upon hearing Dolores's introduction, Lawrence's expression went blank. If at first, Lawrence had thought of William as a little trickster deceiving Dolores, at this moment, he was struggling to contain his inner rage. "William, is it?" Lawrence's cold eyes fixed on William as he spoke coldly. "Do you know what kind of identity Dolores has?" Feeling Dolores grip his hands tightly, William smiled slightly, not only not withdrawing his hand, but also draping his arm over Dolores's shoulder in front of Lawrence. "Of course I know. What does that have to do with me?" Taking a deep breath and suppressing the impulse to slap this guy, Lawrence said, "Since you know, what makes you think you are worthy of Dolores?" Looking back at Dolores, Lawrence said, "Dolores, stop messing around and come home with me. I will pretend I don't know about you and him, but otherwise, do you know what your father will do?" At this moment, Lawrence was already regretting letting Dolores go out alone this time. Not only had Dolores faced several crises, but she had also encountered a con artist like William. If it were in the past, Lawrence was sure that Dolores would have obeyed him, but this time was different. Facing Lawrence's strong stance, Dolores firmly said, "Uncle Lawrence, I know what you want to say, but I also know what I am doing. I hope you won't interfere with my feelings." "You," pointing at Dolores, Lawrence was momentarily taken aback. He never expected that the obedient and sensible Dolores would be so confused about this matter. Unable to bear to be angry with Dolores, Lawrence had directed all his frustration towards William instead. "William, I think we need to have a serious talk. What do you think? Uncle Lawrence, is there something you can't say in front of me? I'm not a child anymore." Facing Lawrence's eyes, Dolores spoke seriously. However, Lawrence did not look at Dolores. He kept his gaze fixed on William. Gently patting Dolores on the shoulder, William smiled and said, "It's okay. I'll talk to him." But William shook his head and softly said, "Don't you trust me?" "I understand. Concern leads to confusion." Although Dolores knew William was strong, she didn't want him to face any danger. As the two were about to leave, Dolores wanted to say something, but after hesitating for a long time, she still couldn't bring herself to say it. William was her lover, but in Dolores's eyes, Lawrence was also like family. Dolores really couldn't say anything serious to Lawrence because she knew that everything Lawrence did was for her own good. "Go outside the city?" After walking for a while, Lawrence said lightly, "Sure." Hearing William's answer, Lawrence was somewhat surprised. However, thinking that William probably didn't know his identity, Lawrence didn't dwell on it. With a sudden push, amidst a loud rumble, Lawrence jumped directly out of the city. William was taken aback by this way of moving, as it reminded him of the scene when he had just left Westworld Town. When he glanced around and noticed that William was still in place, Lawrence showed a look of disappointment. He had originally thought that the man Dolores was interested in would have something special about him, but it seemed that he was just an ordinary person after all. In that case, as Lawrence landed, he suddenly noticed William, who had somehow appeared beside him, and was taken aback. Ignoring Lawrence's surprise, William calmly said, "I know what you're going to say. Although I'm not a prince or a member of the nobility, if you want to ask me what qualifies me to be with Dolores, I can confidently tell you it's my fists." "Your fists?" Hearing William's words, Lawrence couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Then let me see how hard your fists are. Cool me." Without further ado, the next moment, the two fists, one large and one small, collided on the spot. Boom! Looking at William, who stood calmly in place, Lawrence, who had taken 3 steps back, showed a look of shock. This was the first time Lawrence had fallen at a disadvantage in a clash of strength. Thinking of power, Lawrence wondered, did you eat a power fruit? This question, I wanted to ask you too. Your strength and physique are quite strange, aren't they? Muttering to himself, Lawrence put away his long-standing contempt and introduced himself. Lawrence Kubo, user the giant fruit. Giant fruit? A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as Lawrence clapped his hands and said, "Don't say I'm bullying you. Let me show you first." Without any visible movement from Lawrence, who was originally of normal height, he suddenly expanded to twice his size. Looking up at Lawrence, William was also stunned. This ability is just too strange, isn't it? "Hey, William, come on. Let me see your punches again." A buzzing roar came from Lawrence's mouth. In the next moment, a fist the size of a basin came crashing down on William from above. Although Lawrence's body had doubled in size, his speed had not only remained unchanged, but had actually increased correspondingly. So bring it on. Without a second thought, William met the massive fist above him with a simple punch of his own. Bang! What? With a shocked exclamation, Lawrence's large frame did not overpower William. Instead, it encountered an even greater force. With one punch, Lawrence was sent flying. It should be noted that the giant fruit enhanced not just Lawrence's size, but also his overall physical qualities and defense. Giants, even in the age of myths, are incredibly powerful beings. Although he didn't unleash his strongest power, even so, feeling the intense pain from the punch, Lawrence still felt like he was going crazy. How is this possible? Are we still fighting? The wind tousled William's hair as he looked at Lawrence, his expression calm with a hint of smile. William, I admit I underestimated you, but if you think this will defeat me. However, before Lawrence could finish his sentence, William suddenly vanished. Stop talking and just fight. As William's voice echoed in Lawrence's ears, his figure appeared right in front of Lawrence's face. Boom! With a punch, Lawrence, who was propelled into the air, suddenly felt his body swell again. Well said. William, let's battle. A punch powerful enough to shake mountains flew toward the still, suspended William. Just as Lawrence's fist was about to hit his face, whoosh, William's body vanished again. When he landed, William was surprisingly standing on Lawrence's arm. Watch the punch. Come on. As William threw this punch, Lawrence swiftly dodged to the side, but his punching arm suddenly swung back with an elbow strike. In midair, William vanished again, defying the laws of physics, and, after a 90-degree drop, he landed on the ground. By the time Lawrence reacted, William was already back in front of him. Don't underestimate me. With a roar, taking a deep breath, Lawrence, now larger again, threw a punch. Before the punch even reached him, the terrifying force loomed before William like a giant. Impressive. Seeing this scene, excitement spread across William's face. Lawrence could be said to be the strongest opponent William had encountered in this world so far. Since that's the case, let me show you my power. A normal punch. The four light words fell into Lawrence's ears, and the next moment, a giant, completely out of place and seemingly connected to the heavens, appeared before Lawrence. How is this possible? Boom! With a thunderous roar, darkness enveloped Lawrence's vision, and his cheek throbbed with pain. With one punch, Lawrence was knocked to the ground. Moreover, due to the overwhelming power, not only was his giant form shattered, but he was also buried into the dirt. Crack, crack, crack. Trembling, Lawrence looked incredulously at the slowly descending William, his face showing shock. How can you be this powerful? Brushing off the dust, William smiled and said, You're pretty impressive too. As he looked at the hand that reached out to him, under the sunlight, William appeared like a warm sun. At that moment, Lawrence suddenly understood why Dolores was attracted to William. One might ask, which girl could resist such charm? Gently holding William's hand, the disheveled Lawrence stood up from the ground. Are you okay? William asked with a smile, brushing the dirt off Lawrence. Cough, cough. With a light cough, Lawrence suppressed the pain on his face and casually replied, I'm fine. Although your strength is impressive, the giant's body is not to be underestimated. In fact, I didn't even unleash my full power. Hearing this, William chuckled. I see. It's a pity, though. If only we could have a match when you were at your peak, it would surely be enjoyable. Upon hearing William's words, Lawrence burst into laughter. There will be a chance. There will be. So, shall we head back? Will we drink? A drink in the evening? Absolutely. The atmosphere between the two was tense when they set out, but upon returning, it had completely changed. Watching the two chat happily, Dolores breathed a sigh of relief. Though she found it a bit strange, it was too odd. Before Dolores could ask, William smiled and said, Let's go find a place to eat. Eating now? Dolores glanced at the sky, a bit puzzled. Noticing the time was off, William smiled and said, Right, how about we go to my place to sit for a bit? Laughing and chatting, William led Lawrence to his residence. The house is simple, so don't mind it, William said politely. What's their mind? This courtyard is quite nice, very clean. Pushing the door open, William noticed the servant cleaning. Rod, who are they? William, you're back. These are the servants I found for you. Don't blame me for taking the initiative. Rod leaned closer to William and whispered, These are the families of some of my former comrades. You don't need to worry about safety. Seemingly still worried, Rod added, Also, you don't have to worry about the expenses. I'll take care of that. With such a large courtyard, it naturally needed servants. Rod had saved William a lot of trouble. As for the expenses, I'll cover that. There's no need for that. Gesturing to Lawrence beside him, William introduced, This is Lawrence Cobble from Dolores's family. Lawrence, this is Rod Garcia, my good friend. Lawrence? Upon hearing this name, Rod seemed to feel a wave of familiarity and excitement, quickly widening his eyes. You are the giant Lawrence? Oh, you know me? Lawrence was also a bit surprised. He didn't expect someone in this small border town to know him, but it felt quite nice. Seeing Lawrence's happy expression, William found it somewhat amusing. Putting aside the initial impression Lawrence gave him, the other's personality was actually quite interesting. Lawrence, would you like tea or? Yeah. Hearing this, Lawrence couldn't help but frown. Just as Lawrence was hesitating to say something, Dolores, standing beside William, chuckled. William, Uncle Lawrence likes to drink. In fact, before obtaining the giant fruit ability, Lawrence didn't like drinking, but after gaining the physical qualities of a giant, he developed a dependency on alcohol. Or rather, it was the giant fruit that made him dependent on alcohol. However, unlike ordinary people, although Lawrence enjoyed drinking, his body would not absorb any alcohol. At his most outrageous, Lawrence even tried drinking for an entire day without any issues. He has the stomach of a giant, is how many of Lawrence's familiar friends described him. If we're talking about good wine, I do have some. An idea struck William, and he smiled. Wait a moment, I'll go get it. After arranging for the others to take a seat, William pretended to leave the hall. It didn't take long for him to return, carrying a jar of wine that looked quite ordinary. Seeing the small jar of wine in William's hands, Lawrence couldn't help but laugh. William, this amount of wine is barely enough for water. Is that so? Then try it. I guarantee you won't be able to finish the third cup. William's words were mysterious, but Lawrence naturally didn't believe it. 3 cups, huh? What if I can drink more? Lawrence was quite confident in his drinking capacity. Then what if you can't drink it? Hey, William, if I can't drink it. Pointing to himself, Lawrence confidently stated, I'll take care of the facts between you and Dolores. Hearing this, Dolores's face turned slightly red. Meanwhile, William, who had brought the wine jar to the table, laughed. There's no need for you to mediate between me and Dolores. You brat. Lawrence laughed. Although your strength is impressive, you should know that this time I'm bringing Dolores back. You have quite a few competitors. What do you mean? William frowned at Lawrence's words. It's normal that you don't know. Before I left, someone had already proposed to Dolores's father, Duke Gallop, and he is a prince of the Yaster Kingdom. Uncle Lawrence, the prince you're talking about, isn't Prince Penelo, is it? Oh, you know about this? Upon receiving confirmation from Lawrence, Dolores's frown deepened. Grandpa Lawrence, you know what kind of person Penelo is. How can my father possibly agree? Duke Gallop hasn't directly agreed. Isn't that why I'm bringing you back to discuss this? Moreover, I heard that Penelo has turned over a new leaf, so Duke Gallop has been hesitating about this lately. I don't believe it. Besides, I already have someone I like. Mentioning this, Lawrence looked at William and said, William, with your strength, you must not come from an ordinary background. Which family are you from? Raising an eyebrow, William helplessly replied, Lawrence, you've really misjudged this. I'm just an ordinary person. If I had to say my identity, the only one I have right now is an A-rank shadow. However, I reckon that title wouldn't mean much if I said it out loud. However, upon hearing William's words, Rod disagreed. William, the title of a rank shadow is quite remarkable. Remarkable? William retorted. But at this moment, he also noticed Lawrence's gaze and frowned. Is the A-rank shadow really that impressive? If it were the A-rank shadow from the Shadow Guild, then that title would indeed be quite impressive for an ordinary noble. But when competing against a prince, it still falls short. Rod confidently stated, Lawrence, what if we add the identity of an S-rank shadow? If it's S-rank, then they're S no problem. William, incredulous, asked, is a Shadow Guild really that powerful? William, while an A-rank shadow doesn't carry a noble title, its status can actually be on par with ordinary nobles. If it's S-level shadow, it can definitely stand shoulder to shoulder with noble lords at the city lord level. The reason you think the identity of shadow is very ordinary is that you have joined the Shadow Pavilion for too short time, so you know too little about it. Seeing William still looking a bit confused, Rod had no choice but to say, it seems I need to educate you on the basic knowledge of the Shadow Pavilion. The entire world is composed of 10 major kingdoms, but among these 10 kingdoms, there are 3 organizations that span the entire human world. The Shadow Pavilion is one of them. As for the other 2 organizations, one is the Temple of Killers, and the other is the Temple of Gods. William has heard of the Temple of Killers, but this is the first time he has heard of the Temple of Gods. William curiously asked, what is the Temple of Gods? The Temple of Gods is the most mysterious organization on the entire continent, and is also recognized as the most powerful force on the continent. I've heard that only the most powerful divine fruit ability users can enter the Temple of Gods. Each core member possesses power that can rival that of gods. Is it really that powerful? Hearing Rod's explanation about the temple of gods, William felt incredulous. With a light laugh, Lawrence said, "William, although the temple of gods is powerful, the shadow pavilion is not to be underestimated either. Indeed, while the temple of gods is mysterious, if we talk about the organization with the largest influence, is undoubtedly the shadow pavilion. Rod has full confidence in his organization. The shadow pavilion has a presence all over the world, with branches in every kingdom and royal city, as well as in subordinate cities. Each branch leader is an S-level shadow. William, you can imagine how many divine fruit users the shadow pavilion has on the surface. And this is only the divine fruit users that the shadow pavilion shows on the surface. William, do you know why we're called shadows? Why? In fact, William also found this name a bit hard to understand. Speaking of this, Rod couldn't help but say proudly, because the first Shadow King who founded the Shadow Pavilion was a divine fruit ability user, and, at his peak, he had the record of killing gods. Killing gods. Even the Temple of Gods can only claim to be on par with gods, while the Shadow King is a being who has truly killed gods, and William understood the concept behind it. So, don't think that our identity is inferior. In fact, if we were to compare identities, you are only lacking a bit of time. S-level shadow, huh? Rod nodded and said, yes, as long as you become an S-level shadow, even when facing King Yaster, you will have enough privilege. Hearing this, William couldn't help but exchange a glance with Dolores. How about I level up first, and then go? Lawrence looked a bit confused. William, becoming an S-level shadow, is probably not that simple, right? On this issue, Rod had ample authority to speak. It may be difficult for others, but for William, it's just a matter of time. You mean? The trial of the gods. The back and forth made William feel a bit strange. If that's the case, then there's no problem with William's identity. Once he becomes an S-level shadow plus the trial of the gods, he wouldn't be much inferior to Princess Penelope. Is there anything else about the trial of the gods that I don't know? Rod nodded, concentrating. William, the trial of the gods is one of the core secrets of the three major organizations. I'm not particularly clear about the secrets involved, but I speculate that it should be related to the gods. It's the inheritance of the gods. Lawrence's words drew the attention of all three. Noticing their gazes, Lawrence smiled and said, "Don't look at me. I only know this. It's something I learned after my fruit awakened, and it's just some very one-sided memories and images. I'm not particularly clear about the specifics." Awakening of the fruit. Unlike others who felt incredulous, William was curious about Lawrence's so-called fruit awakening because this divine fruit was indeed becoming more and more like a devil fruit. Beside him, Dolores curiously asked, "What is fruit awakening, Uncle Lawrence?" Divine fruit users, while they have already gained the ability of divine fruit, only possess the most basic abilities of the fruit. Fruit awakening is a further core power of the divine fruit, and it is the true power of the divine fruit. Seeming to think that this explanation was a bit abstract, Lawrence deliberately enlarged his hand and said, "You see, this is the power I had when I just awakened the giant fruit. The giant fruit granted me the ability to enlarge various parts of my body, and after awakening, I gained the ability to enlarge my entire body." As soon as he finished speaking, Lawrence began to grow larger. Do you understand now? With such a clear explanation, even Dolores, who was the only one present without a divine fruit, understood, let alone William and Rod. If that's the case, what ability will my fruit awaken to? Waving his finger, Lawrence corrected Rod's misconception. It's not about what ability you can awaken. It's about the true power of the divine fruit. Only by understanding the core power of the divine fruit can you complete the true awakening of the fruit. The true power of the divine fruit. If there were other fruits, Rod might not know, but he was very familiar with the abilities of the Desert Emperor. The reason the Desert Emperor is terrifying is that he has the power to turn an entire city into a desert in an instant. Could this be the true power of the desert fruit? Rod speculated inwardly. As for William, when it comes to the development of the shadow fruit, he had already reached the awakening state. After all, William's shadow fruit enhancement level had already reached an astonishing 100. Although it wasn't as powerful as a phototropic physique, William was confident that there should be no one in this world who understood the power of the shadow fruit better than him. Looking at William, Lawrence said speechlessly, "William, are you going to drink this wine or not?" After saying so much, William didn't show any intention of opening the wine jar, and Lawrence couldn't help but feel a bit impatient. Saying he couldn't drink 3 bowls, Lawrence naturally didn't believe it. "Oh, I forgot about this. Come on, let us drink." After speaking, William opened the wine jar, and instantly, A rich aroma of wine mixed with fruit and other complex fragrances filled the entire hall. Involuntarily sniffing, Lawrence's eyes nearly bulged. What kind of wine is this? The wine was originally just the most ordinary wine in this world, but after undergoing system enhancement, it had reached the level of exquisite nectar. And this is also why William said Lawrence wouldn't be able to drink the third cup. The celestial brew is not to be taken lightly. Carefully pouring a small cup for the three of them, Lawrence only felt his corners twitch. William, you gone too far, huh? This little bit of wine is barely enough to fill a gap in my teeth. Looking at the tiny wine cup in front of him, Lawrence felt deeply humiliated. Let's not talk about anything else. Let us just drink this cup first. Are you kidding? Do you know what my drinking capacity is? Raising his glass, Lawrence eagerly downed the drink in front of him in one gulp. Impatiently about to say that he wouldn't say he couldn't handle 3 cups from such a small glass. However, as the liquor went down his throat, he felt a powerful ethereal energy surge into his heart along with the alcohol. In an instant, the originally white skin of Lawrence's face flushed red, and the next moment, his head swayed, almost causing him to topple over. What kind of liquor is this? Covering his head, Lawrence felt as if his entire being, body, heart, and soul was about to get drunk. Looking at Lawrence again, his originally clear eyes now had a hint of drunkenness. Is it really that strong? Seeing Lawrence's appearance, Rod, who also enjoyed drinking, couldn't help but curiously raise his glass. However, noticing Lawrence's condition, Rod naturally didn't dare to drink it all at once. He took a small sip instead, and instantly his eyes widened. Good wine, good wine. Due to the small amount, the ethereal energy in the celestial brew began to wash over Rod's limbs and bones just perfectly. In a moment, Rod felt as if his entire body had been refreshed and invigorated. Looking at the wine in his cup, Rod was utterly astonished. He simply couldn't imagine that such a small cup of wine could have such a significant effect. Seeing the two of them, Dolores couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. However, just as Dolores was about to drink, William reminded her, "Your constitution isn't like theirs. Take a sip. Just a little bit." Hearing William's words, Dolores understood and took the smallest sip, and instantly, she felt as if all the blood in her body had been invigorated. So the next scene turned into Rod and Dolores taking small sips every now and then, their smiles never fading. As for Lawrence, although he was stubborn, he could no longer speak coherently. His whole body felt weak, and his head was completely muddled. The question of whether to continue with the second cup was no longer something Lawrence considered. He was now desperately trying to resist passing out. If he really got drunk, Lawrence could be sure he wouldn't have the face to see anyone tomorrow. But, bang! Lawrence, who had just collapsed onto the table, startled Rod and Dolores, who were sipping their drinks. The two, recovering from their shock, almost burst into laughter. What happened to his supposed heavy drinking? After just one glass, he was out? Even less than me. However, looking at the drinks in their glasses, they noticed that their small cups hadn't gone down much. Even so, both of them were feeling a bit tipsy now. Not drinking anymore? How could that be? Not drinking such a treasure would be a waste. Although they didn't understand what was going on with William's wine, they certainly understood that it was definitely a treasure. As for William, after Lawrence fell, he had already downed his third glass. TSK, William lamented, "If I had known he was so weak, I should have bet on something else." By the time he finished his drink, both Dolores and Rod had already succumbed to sleep. William carried Dolores into her room, while Rod and Lawrence were naturally attended to by servants who took them to their respective rooms to rest. With the moon high in the sky, William sat alone in the courtyard, enjoying his drink while busying himself. What was he busy with? Naturally, he was focused on forging. Ding, 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 ding. After a dazzling flash of golden light, William smiled as he watched the god of fire sword float around him before coming to his hand. Item, God of Fire Sword. Level, low-grade immortal artifact. Attributes, artifact spirit, heavenly fire, indestructible. Enhancement, 1000 heavy sword without edge, great skill without craft. Although the attributes of the god of Fire Sword were simple, it was precisely because of their simplicity that they reflected ultimate power. Grasping the hilt of the god of Fire Sword, a feeling of bloodline connection and spiritual resonance surged in his heart. Finally, the immortal artifact was accomplished. Instinctively swinging the sword, the originally starry night sky transformed into a brilliant glow. Watching the sword energy illuminate the entire city of Saya, William paused for a moment and couldn't help but laugh. Was this commotion too big? Buzz, feeling the consciousness transmitted from the god of Fire Sword. A smile appeared on William's face. Luckily, that swing was aimed at the sky. If it had been directed forward, the entire city of Saya might have vanished. And this was even without William using any power or techniques to enhance it. This shows just how immense the amplification of the god of Fire Sword was. After retracting the god of Fire Sword, William's gaze turned to the wrist guard on his hand. The original golden brick has been completely transformed by William into the form of the golden saint cloth. However, unlike the fire god sword, William is almost certain that the golden saint cloth cannot break through the immortal artifact level due to the inability to awaken the spirit of the artifact. Although William does not need the protection of the golden saint cloth, it is still a matter of prestige. In William's vision for his future self, setting aside the Chaos Supreme Treasure for now, he definitely needs to possess at least one innate Supreme Treasure. If the Golden Saint Cloth has no hope of advancing, William is prepared to replace it. But wait, system, since you are an infinite enhancement system, there shouldn't be any bottlenecks for anything, right? In response to William's question, the system replied speechlessly, "Host, why do you have to care about the item's level? If you focus your attention on the enhancement level, you wouldn't be asking this question. Enhancement level? It's like you. You're not an immortal, but do you think you're weaker than an immortal now? Although an item's level allows it to gain various abilities. Setting aside these abilities, the system's enhancement always exists. And you, host, can gain various abilities from the divine gift fruit. But without the divine gift fruit, do you become weaker?" William understood. "System, I get it. A child can be taught. Although not weak, it's still cool." The system's laughter abruptly stopped, even feeling a bit embarrassed. No matter how strong or cool, can you compare to the coolness of exploding a star with one punch? Think about the Spirit Bomb and Kamehameha from Dragon Ball. Can't you use those? Isn't light and physique cool? Speaking of infinite chi, you just choose not to use it. If you don't believe me, try using it once. As for infinite chi, if it were to be used, it might accidentally destroy this world. All right, I was just rambling a bit. Upon hearing William's words, the system finally huffed and stopped talking. Being invincible is so lonely. Although that's true, William definitely won't stop enhancing. One night passed without a word. The next day at noon, when Lawrence woke up, William and Rod had already left their residence. After learning that Dolores was still asleep, Lawrence felt relieved. Thinking about the bet he made with William last night, Lawrence felt a bit embarrassed. After having breakfast, Lawrence leisurely drank tea in the courtyard, waiting for Dolores to wake up in the Shadow Pavilion. Upon hearing William's proposal to sign up for the Trial of the Gods, Hermann naturally would not refuse, as he had originally planned for William to participate in this year's Trial of the Gods. There are 3 people in the city of Saya who meet the standards to participate in the Trial of the Gods. But this year's quota, I will directly give to you. So, you can go straight to the royal city to participate in the final trial at headquarters. While speaking, Hermann took out a token from his waist, symbolizing his identity. "Here, this is your identification." Taking the token from Hermann's hand, William said nothing. As for whether this was fair, there is no fairness in this world. And if it came to a competition, William was not afraid of anyone. William was very certain of this, and Hermann was also very clear about it. The gap between ordinary people and those with divine gift fruits is vast. Not to mention that even among the divine gift holders, William's strength is among the best. Oh, by the way, is there something you all know about? Mentioning the flame sword energy that illuminated the entire city of Saya last night, Hermann seemed a bit troubled. That level of power even made Hermann feel a bit scalp-tingling. "Last night?" Ruffling his hair, Rod said helplessly, "I drank too much last night and went to bed early." However, thinking about the sword energy, Rod looked at William. "If we're talking about that level of sword energy, William, I think only you could have done it." Speaking of this matter, William felt a bit embarrassed. "I experimented a bit last night. Sorry about that. It was really you?" Remembering the scene from last night, Hermann was stunned and incredulously said, "William, just how strong are you?" "Not too bad. Actually, it's just like that." If it were Rod asking, William would naturally not hold back, but since it was Hermann, William remained modest. "Speaking of which, I haven't exercised in a while. How about an old man like me has a match with you?" Upon hearing this, before William could respond, Rod quickly said, "Hermann, just forget it. At your age, if you get hurt, that would be bad." Raising an eyebrow, Hermann smiled. "Although I'm old, if it's William, I really want to see for myself." Hearing this, William also smiled and advised, "Chairman Hermann, growing old is a good thing. However, if it's a match, let's skip it. You're indeed getting older. Knowing that I'm old, you should let me off, right?" Upon hearing this, William didn't know what to say, and after hesitating for a moment, he said, "But if it's just like this, you probably won't feel satisfied, will you? You brat." Patting William's shoulder, Hermann couldn't help but laugh. Although Herman wanted to say not to underestimate his strength, since William didn't want to fight, Herman didn't insist. Conversely, if he won, that would be fine. If he lost, he would lose face. This is actually quite good. The finals of the headquarters trials are on October 1st, so don't forget to report there. Herman reminded William with a smile as he was preparing to leave. I understand, President Herman. After leaving Herman's office, William did not leave directly, but instead went to the mission hall. Speaking of which, he hadn't properly looked around the last time he was here. Now, on his second visit, William had already become an A-level shadow. Thinking about the upcoming trip to the royal city, William wondered if there were any tasks along the way that he could take on. However, after looking around, he wasn't sure what he could do. It was the task of the elixir of immortality that caught William's attention. Rod, what's up? How about we take on the task of the elixir of immortality? Rod was taken aback by William's words, and then his brows furrowed. Taking a deep breath, Rod said, we can, but I haven't completed the S-level certification yet. If we want to do it, we need to go to the headquarters to accept this task. Are there any interesting tasks here? Interesting? The tasks in the A-level task area are relatively difficult. If I had to say what's fun, exploration-type tasks are more enjoyable. But the danger level of these tasks is quite unknown. Rod pointed to the task ranked third on the list and said, for example, this task of exploring the Five Peaks Cave. There have been 3 waves of shadows that have gone missing there. Is it that mysterious? William was surprised to hear Rod's words. Among A-level tasks, escort tasks were actually the safest. Compared to them, seemingly simple tasks were often more challenging. What about this one? William noticed a very interesting task. Following Williams, Rod pondered for a long time before saying, William, do you know about the Kingdom of Bruce? William nodded and said, I've heard a bit. I watched a gladiator challenge by Garcia at the arena yesterday. No wonder Rod realized if this task were issued as an S-level task, there would probably be many willing to take it on. Unfortunately, it's only an A-level task. Then why not list it as an A-level? Rod laughed. Isn't that simple? There's no money. If there were money, the task issuer would definitely list it as an S-level task. William couldn't quite understand this. Really? Although it's just a small country, they can't even offer the rewards for an S-level task? Actually, this is quite normal. Just like how you don't understand the shadows. There are very few in this world who can actually afford to issue S-level task rewards. The royal family of Bruce might be able to, but now they are in rebellion. Where would that Prince Garcia get the money from? Speaking of this, Rod couldn't help but marvel at William's good fortune. After all, it was unlikely to find another woman in the world willing to issue an S-level task as a reward for William's advancement. That seems to be the case. At this moment, William understood why Garcia chose to become a gladiator. Without a kingdom, Garcia truly resembled a lost dog. If he couldn't free his people or avenge his family and friends, he might never be able to move on in his life. Being able to issue an A-level mission was probably Garcia's limit. In fact, William was being too optimistic, not to mention issuing an A-level mission. To ensure that Garcia could leave for the Yaster Kingdom to provide support, he arrived without a single coin. Moreover, he endured countless hardships and heavy encirclement before finally reaching the Yaster Kingdom. In fact, this A-level mission was issued by the King of Yaster for the sake of his own reputation. As for why an S-level mission wasn't issued, there were naturally deeper considerations. The Shadow Guild certainly had the ability to liberate the Kingdom of Bruce. But how could the King of Yaster be willing to let the Shadow Guild join this game and share the profits? That's why the King of Yaster attached a rather useless A-level mission. The king never considered that a shadow would take on this mission. After all, even high-level shadows lack the ability to accept such a task. However, the King of Yaster miscalculated. Among the A-level shadows, there were indeed those capable of taking on this mission. And as for the mission reward, William felt it was quite good. A reward of 5,000 gold coins. And after the Shadow Guild's cut, there would still be 4,000 gold coins left. The commission is actually quite substantial. Moreover, the trip to the royal city to visit the Kingdom of Bruce isn't too far out of the way. Of course, the main reason is that William has his eye on Garcia. William feels that Garcia is quite suitable for his team. As for whether Garcia is a prince, William hasn't thought much about it. What does being a prince matter? Being able to join my small team is an honor, even if you're a king of a nation. Hearing that William actually wants to take on this task, not only were the staff at the task window stunned, but even Rod was taken aback. Duke Shadow, are you sure you want to take this task? Facing the staff's doubt, William calmly replied, of course. Is there a problem? Oh, no problem. If you're sure you want to take on this task, please provide your shadow token. William nodded and took out his token from his space. After a series of operations, the task window staff awkwardly returned the shadow token to William. Duke Shadow, the task has been successfully accepted. I wish you success in completing it. Taking back his token, William and the oddly expressioned Rod left the Shadow Pavilion. Just as Rod was about to say something, William asked Rod, "How's it going with those two people of yours?" Rod felt a bit embarrassed about this. One person agreed, the other hasn't responded yet. "I'm planning to talk to him again in the next couple of days. No need to say much, agreeing is fate, and if not, I won't force it." Hearing William's words, Rod felt regret. Not for William, but for the friend who hadn't agreed. "Let's go. Take me to meet the members of my future team." Rod led the way, and soon, the two arrived at an old house in a remote area of the city of Saya. Contrary to William's expectations, the team member Rod arranged for him was currently working as a blacksmith. Seeing Rod, Jeff Hart, a muscular man with dark skin, smiled as he hammered a battle knife. "Rod, Jeff." After the two embraced, just as Rod was about to introduce William to Jeff, Jeff smiled and said, "You must be William Duke that Rod mentioned. Nice to meet you. I'm Jeff Hart." Looking at the somewhat grimy big hand extended towards him, William smiled slightly and shook it. "Hello, I'm William. From now on, we'll be comrades." Although William looked nothing like a shadow, and if it weren't for Rod mentioning William's strength, most people would see him as a pretty-faced noble. However, in Jeff's eyes, there was no hint of disdain, but rather respect. Patting his chest, Jeff smiled and said, "This life of mine was given by Rod. Since he believes in you, then my life will be entrusted to you from now on." Jeff was smiling, but his tone was filled with sincerity. "Oh, it seems you two have quite the story." Jeff laughed heartily. "There are many stories. It could take 3 days and nights to tell them all." Hearing Jeff's words, Rod couldn't help but smile. "After that incident, Jeff and I formed a two-person team. To be honest, it was Jeff who helped me out of that shadow. Without Jeff, I might have already died in some corner." The two exchanged smiles, and everything was unspoken. Seeing the two of them in such a friendly manner, William couldn't help but chuckle. Through their conversation, William understood the relationship between the two. Their meeting occurred during Rod's low point in life, and Jeff Hart was in a similar situation. However, unlike Rod, Jeff fell into despair because his wife and child were killed by a group of bullies. Rod helped Jeff avenge his deep-seated hatred, while Jeff helped Rod out of his life's lowest point. After that, they formed a two-person team and gradually developed a deep friendship. However, although Jeff was also an A-class shadow, after experiencing the ups and downs of life, he gradually withdrew from the shadow lifestyle and found an opportunity to open this blacksmith shop in the city of Saya. He usually operated this not-too-big shop, but whenever Rod needed help, he would unhesitatingly return to the shadow life. Of course, in the following years, Rod had not sought Jeff for help. It was only this time, when William was forming a team, that he thought of Jeff, but fundamentally, it was that Rod didn't want Jeff to miss this opportunity. Jeff is a weapon master. Although he may not be Rod's match in swordsmanship, he has the ability to turn any weapon into something extraordinary in his hands. Plus, with years of blacksmithing experience, he has developed strong muscles. I'm quite curious, who is stronger between the two of you? William originally thought the two would be modest, but surprisingly, they both replied in unison, "Of course, it's me." As soon as the words were spoken, the two of them were stunned, then exchanged glances and surprisingly disliked each other at the same time. Rod proposed, "How about a fight?" "Sure, let's fight." "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Jeff rolled up his sleeves and effortlessly picked up the giant iron hammer from the ground with one hand. Seeing this, William smiled and intervened. All right. No need to fight. There's no reason to hurt our feelings. I was just curious and asked a casual question." Looking at Rod again, William chuckled. "And you, Rod? Don't you think fighting now is a bit unfair?" Balancing the head-sized hammer on his shoulder, Jeff confidently said, "Although Rod has become a god-given, that doesn't mean I'm afraid of him." "Oh." Rod raised an eyebrow, a bit surprised. "Are you sure?" "Let us see," Jeff replied. At this point, William had nothing more to say. In fact, he was quite curious about Jeff's strength, which Rod revered. The two stood firm in the yard, and without any greetings, they each made their moves. Swinging the hammer, Jeff leaped down like a berserker. Facing this move, even Rod instinctively dodged. With a thunderous boom, the hammer smashed into the ground, creating a large pit. "Rod, my strength isn't bad, right?" "Indeed impressive, but it's just that." Rod dodged the hammer while slicing horizontally with his hand. While tilting his head to evade, Jeff swung the hammer back. The tremendous force even caused the air to explode. The two exchanged blows, fighting fiercely, and halfway through, they even used fists and feet. Rod excelled in agility and had a varied sword technique, while Jeff was overwhelmingly strong and imposing. More importantly, Jeff not only had immense power, but also astonishing endurance. At this point, William had already realized Jeff's combat capability. Jeff's physical condition had reached the human limit. William estimated that if Rod hadn't met him before, he might not have been able to match Jeff. However, now, Rod, what about your fruit ability? Is that all you've got? The two were evenly matched, fighting fiercely, but Jeff was somewhat dissatisfied. He could tell that Rod had been holding back. As a warrior, there is honor among warriors, and Jeff wanted to see just how strong Rod had become after becoming a god-given. Are you sure? Grabbing Jeff's right hand that wielded the hammer, Rod surprised Jeff by blocking his strength effortlessly. You? Don't underestimate me, Jeff. Unbeknownst to them, countless grains of sand began to spread from the ground, soon completely pinning Jeff down. Impressive. Looking at the astonished Jeff, just as Rod was about to say something, suddenly, Jeff let out an angry grunt. Bang! In an unbelievable scene, the sand that trapped Jeff was forcefully shattered by him. However, just as Rod was about to activate his ability again, Jeff stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. Gasping for breath, Jeff plopped down on the ground and waved his hand. All right, no more fighting, I concede. Hearing this, the sand that had spread over Jeff paused and then fell back to the ground. As expected of a god-given, that ability is truly impressive. After Jeff conceded, William also praised, Jeff, I was able to win thanks to my fruit ability. In terms of physical condition, I'm really not as good as you. Waving his hand, Jeff laughed heartily. Don't be modest. Your swordsmanship isn't weak at all. During our previous battle, don't think I didn't notice you held back twice. Really? You noticed that? Rod scratched his head, smiling as he extended his hand to Jeff. Jeff got up, brushed off the dust, and looked at William with a hint of sincerity. Captain, I wonder if my abilities will catch your eye. Welcome to my team, Jeff Hart. William smiled and said, moreover, compared to those lucky ones, your situation is actually similar to the former Rod. What you lack is just an opportunity, or rather, a fruit. Hearing William's words, Jeff casually replied, well, there is nothing to be done about that. This opportunity is something countless people aspire to but cannot attain. Nearby, Rod patted Jeff's shoulder and said, don't worry, that fruit of yours is guaranteed to be in my hands. Stunned for a moment, Jeff looked speechless. I forgot that you got lucky. The events between Rod and William were actually something Rod had already told Jeff during their last encounter. However, at that time, even Jeff thought Rod was just talking. After all, this was a God-given fruit, not something trivial. Even the best friends and family can turn against each other over such things. The last time Rod mentioned it, Jeff didn't take it seriously, but this time, Jeff realized that Rod was not just talking. In a few days, I plan to set off for the royal city. Jeff, do you need a few days to deal with things at home? Hearing William's words, Jeff laughed and said, what do I need a few days for? I'm all alone. If I really want to go, I can leave with you anytime as soon as I close the door. In that case, how about joining me to meet the members of another team? Then let's go. Jeff wasn't just joking. After hearing William's words, he actually closed the door and left. Of course, before leaving, Jeff didn't forget to take his weapons with him. Looking at Jeff, who was now carrying numerous weapons and then picking up the raging warhammer, William understood why Rod referred to Jeff as the master of weapons. Isn't it a bit too much to carry so many weapons? I just took a glance, and Jeff has almost packed a third of the weapons from the armory onto himself. Moreover, what impresses William even more is that despite this, Jeff walks without making a sound. Is your outfit special? Taking a look at Jeff's similar black robe to the one from the Shadow Pavilion, William was curious. In response, Jeff couldn't help but feel proud. Of course, this outfit took me quite some time to make. Just as Jeff was about to explain how difficult it was to make this outfit, William turned and continued walking forward, as if that question was just a casual remark. This left Jeff momentarily speechless, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Rod, noticing the situation, couldn't help but chuckle and began to talk to Jeff about some details regarding William. When Jeff heard that William actually possessed a treasure that could store items, his eyes lit up. This treasure is something Jeff has always dreamed of. Although he is very proud of the cloak he is wearing, compared to a storage treasure, this cloak is practically worthless. Not only is it heavy, but the main issue is that it is too warm in hot weather. The three of them arrived at the gladiatorial arena. As they saw William pay to enter, Rod suddenly thought of a possibility and whispered to William, you can't be thinking of. Correct answer. But how do you know he would be willing to go with you? That is not up to him. Hearing the two of them talking mysteriously, Jeff, who was following behind, was confused, but he was not the curious type. Although he found it strange, he didn't ask any further questions. Coincidentally, the maid who brought William in this time was the same one from last time. The maid clearly recognized William and was about to say something after greeting him when William spoke up. I'm not here to watch the gladiators this time. Please take me to Garcia. Hearing William's words, the maid hesitated for a moment and said, "Please wait a moment. I need to report this." "Please." William replied politely with a smile. After a short while, the maid returned with a bearded man dressed formally. "Mr. Rod, long time no see." The bearded man noticed Rod in William's group and spoke first. "Are you the one who wants to see Garcia?" Rod, however, was not fond of the bearded man. "Vita, I didn't expect you to join the gladiatorial arena." With a chuckle, the man named Vita replied sarcastically, "I'm not like you, with a backing like Herman. Someone like me goes where the treatment is better." Not wanting to continue the conversation, Rod gestured to William and said, "This is William, our captain." Raising an eyebrow, Vita looked surprised. "What's going on?" The renowned swordsman Rod actually joined someone else's team? He scanned William up and down, looking even stranger. In Vita's eyes, William was too young and didn't look like an assassin at all. Instead, he resembled some noble young master. Thinking of this, Vita's smile grew wider. "Fallen on hard times? Huh. But it is true. Those who know the times are wise. This era is like that, just like myself, who also gave up my identity as an assassin to join the gladiatorial arena." After shaking his head, Vita, unsure of William's identity, politely asked, "Mr. William, you want to see Garcia? Is there a problem?" Facing William's assertiveness, Vita was not angry. Instead, he became even more polite. "It's not a big problem. But as Garcia is a gladiator of the Saya gladiatorial arena, I would still like to know why Mr. William wants to see Garcia. Since when is Garcia your gladiator? Isn't he a free man?" Once William said this, Vita's smile slightly faded. "To participate in the championship of the gladiatorial king, one must sign a contract with a certain arena. That's the rule. Although Garcia's situation is somewhat special, he is still a gladiator of Saya." "Is that so? Then let me see the contract." Vita replied, "Contract? What contract?" In fact, what Vita just said was merely a pretense. Garcia's identity was designated by King Yaster as a participant in the gladiatorial king's finals. Even if they pretended, they could not make Garcia actually sign a gladiator contract. Moreover, with Garcia's identity and popularity, he naturally brought in traffic. To get Garcia to join their arena, Saya Gladiatorial Arena must have put in a lot of effort. Thus, Garcia was not only a free man, but also the entire Saya Gladiatorial Arena was accommodating him. However, such investments also yielded equivalent returns. Over 15 battles not only garnered massive attention, but also brought in huge wealth. Garcia had become a treasure trove for Saya Gladiatorial Arena. Therefore, Saya Gladiatorial Arena would not allow just anyone to approach Garcia casually. "I think I've given you enough face, but if you continue to block my way, don't blame me for slapping you in the face." Reaching out, William took out the token that symbolized an A-level shadow. Seeing the token in William's hand, Vita's brow furrowed. "A-level shadow? What are you joking about? You should know that even when I gave up my shadow identity, I only reached B-level shadow. How old does William look?" With a changing expression, Vita said darkly, "Although you are an A-level shadow, without a reasonable explanation, the Shadow Pavilion might not help you." Beside him, Rod laughed. "Vita, we accepted a mission, and the issuer of the mission is none other than Garcia." "Garcia? Issued a mission? What mission? Wait." Vita's eyes widened in shock. "You guys can't be." With an exasperated shrug, Rod smiled. "There's nothing we can do. The captain has accepted the mission, so we can only go along." Vita's voice became distorted. "Are you all crazy?" "I don't know about crazy, but if you continue to block the captain from seeing Garcia, then if something happens, don't blame us." After hesitating for a moment, Vita reluctantly agreed to lead the way. An A-level shadow is not something to joke about. Not to mention the powerful Shadow Pavilion behind it. Even the present, if they really tried to stop a shadow from completing a mission, they could be killed without reason. However, while leading the way, Vita also discreetly signaled to his subordinates. William and the others naturally noticed this scene, but they didn't care at all. If it really came to a confrontation, what could Saya Gladiatorial Arena do? Although they were slow, in the end, Vita still led William to the gladiator's residence where Garcia was. However, there were already 30 fully armed guards blocking the way. In front of the guards stood 3 people dressed in luxurious attire, clearly of noble status. The man in the middle was none other than Darnell Bob, the Baron of the Kingdom and owner of the Saya Gladiatorial Arena. William, Rod, Jeff. The identities of the 3 A-level shadows made even Darnell feel a bit challenged. Just as he was about to say something, William unexpectedly ignored him completely and continued forward. Seeing William move past him without acknowledgement, Darnell's face turned extremely ugly. Looking at the line of guards blocking his path, William revealed a cold smile. Are you trying to stop me? Hearing William's words, the guard blocking his way exchanged glances. Uncertain, although William looked very young and didn't appear to be a strong figure at all. His confidence and complete disregard for the Baron present indicated that his identity was not simple. They wanted to stop him, but faced with William's assertiveness, the guards were momentarily at a loss as to what to do. They were guards, not individuals who licked blood off knives, and naturally, they feared provoking someone they shouldn't. As William ignored the weapons in front of him and approached step by step, the guards retreated again and again, not daring to touch him even once. Seeing the scene, Darnell finally spoke up. Let him pass. Upon hearing this, the guards immediately stepped aside for William. Thus, the situation changed, and William, along with the others, made their way to Garcia. Seeing William's imposing presence, Garcia, who was alone and wiping his weapon, showed a puzzled expression. Although he didn't know who William was, the fact that Darnell, the owner of the gladiatorial arena, was behind William indicated the significance of William's identity. Garcia Bruce, William said as he stood before him. Who are you? Garcia instinctively stood up from his seat, asking with confusion. William Duke, A-class Shadow. I have accepted your mission. My mission? Garcia's expression turned strange. And then he showed joy. You mean? That's right. I have taken on the mission to rescue the kingdom of Bruce. So get ready and come with me. Upon hearing this, Garcia hesitated no longer and immediately said, I have nothing to pack. I can leave with you right now. All right then. As William was about to take Garcia away with just a few words, Darnell's expression turned extremely grim. Garcia, I hope you think this through. Once you become the king of gladiators, you will obtain the divine fruit, and then you will have a greater chance to rescue your kingdom. Upon hearing Darnell's words, Garcia showed confusion. However, being a smart person, Garcia quickly understood the situation. It was clear that William and Darnell were not on the same side. If that were the case, it meant that William was not from the kingdom of After. But then again, it made sense. The Shadow Pavilion was an independent force outside the kingdoms. However, at that moment, Garcia couldn't care less about that. As long as the kingdom wasn't liberated, its people would suffer every day. Thinking of his wife and children, he realized that even if he couldn't guarantee becoming the king of gladiators, could they wait for that day? With that thought, Garcia's resolve strengthened. Leaving here means you are giving up your chance to become the king of gladiators. Think it over. An A-class Shadow may be strong, but are you sure he can help you save your kingdom? Darnell's words finally calmed Garcia down. Looking at William, he asked, Mr. William, I wonder how confident your Shadow team is in completing this mission. Stopping in his tracks, William replied, without looking back, if I didn't have 100% confidence. Do you think I would take on your mission? Upon hearing this, Garcia felt certain. In that case, I will trouble you, Mr. William. Although he knew Garcia couldn't stay at the Saya Gladiatorial Arena forever, Garcia's presence was indeed like a golden egg for the arena. Seeing this golden egg about to fly away, Darnell finally panicked. Stop! As soon as those words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the room instantly turned icy. As the guards prepared to block again, Jeff, undaunted, cheerfully lowered his hammer from his shoulder, ready to attack at William's command. On the other side, Rod's left thumb was also pressed against his cross-sword. Without saying a word, William turned around, looking at Darnell with indifferent eyes, silently staring at him. However, despite this, Darnell felt a chill run down his spine. Even though there were over 30 guards around him and many of his foot fighters nearby, he still felt no sense of security. Just as Darnell was about to say something, William's cold voice came through. Say one more word, and I'll ensure you don't see tomorrow's sun. At this, everyone present, including Darnell, gasped. What is this? This is simply a disgrace. A great humiliation. Let's go. With a cold remark, William was the first to walk towards the door. However, this time, even Darnell didn't dare to say anything. Watching William and his 3 companions disappear at the end of the corridor, Darnell trembled all over, his face flushed with shame. I want him dead. I want him dead. With a cold gaze, Darnell looked at Vita, who had been silent beside him, and said, Come with me. Yes. Hearing Darnell's words, Vita nodded, and the two quickly left the gladiators' lounge. Darnell's office. After closing the door, Darnell sat in his office chair with a gloomy expression. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, Vita, will the Temple of Death accept a mission from the Shadow Guild? Upon hearing this, Vita was stunned. Although he had guessed what Darnell would say, he really didn't expect Darnell to actually do it. After contemplating for a while, Vita said uncertainly, Theoretically, as long as enough gold coins are paid, the Temple of Death will accept any mission. However, unlike the nobles, if it involves assassinating an A-rank shadow from the Shadow Guild, which is also one of the three major forces, the cost would likely be astronomical. Moreover, in William's team, there is more than one A-rank shadow. If such a mission were to be issued, I estimate that even you would have to bear an immeasurable loss. Upon hearing Vita's explanation, Darnell's previously furious emotions were instantly suppressed. Being able to own a gladiatorial arena, Darnell was inherently a clever person. But it was precisely because of the current circumstances that he couldn't swallow this anger. Gritting his teeth, Darnell said coldly, "Money is not a problem. The Saya gladiatorial arena is like a beast that devours gold." And thus, Darnell was very wealthy, unimaginably so. If that's the case. After the two communicated for a while, Vita quickly left Darnell's office. Meanwhile, William and his three companions were on their way home. Along the way, after a brief introduction, Garcia quickly became familiar with Rod and Jeff. "Mr. William, may I ask how many people are currently in your team?" "Four." "Four?" Upon hearing this number, Garcia's expression went blank. He had thought that William's team would have at least hundreds, if not thousands of members, but four? "I, Rod, Jeff, and you, just four people." "Garcia, I think I'd better go back." Looking at William in confusion, Garcia suddenly regretted it. What the hell is this? Although the kingdom of Bruce is just a small country, do you really think that four people can liberate it? And what do you mean by including me in the Shadow Squad? When did I become a member of your team? Seeing Garcia stop in his tracks, Jeff chuckled and put his arm around Garcia's shoulders, saying, "Are you scared?" "We're not afraid. So what are you afraid of?" Garcia, being led forward by Jeff, looked horrified because Jeff's strength was just too overwhelming, so strong that even with all his might he couldn't stop and was being dragged along. Is this the power of an A-level shadow? Realizing he couldn't resist, Garcia helplessly ceased his struggle. Beside him, Rod comforted, "Do you really think we're going to our deaths?" Just as Garcia was about to respond to Rod's words, he suddenly noticed the strange sand gourd on Rod's back. The sand gourd wasn't the most important thing. What mattered was that a wisp of fine sand had appeared out of nowhere in Rod's palm. His pupils contracted. Garcia quickly understood what this power was. A God-given one? With a faint smile, Rod said, "So, do you understand now?" At this point, Garcia felt a sense of calm in his heart. Although the existence of God-given ones wasn't always invincible, facing ordinary people, their power was almost mythical. In front of a powerful God-given one, numbers had lost all significance. Moreover, if Rod was a God-given one, what about the other members of the team? Was Jeff also a God-given one? And what about the team leader, William, who was an even more powerful being? Thinking of this, the regretful Garcia had now completely broken into a smile. Additionally, an even more surprising scene occurred when they arrived at William's residence. Who did Garcia see? Lawrence Cobble. If William, Rod, and Jeff felt unfamiliar to Garcia, then the name of the giant was extremely familiar to Garnett. Has Lawrence also joined this mission? But then, something fell off. Garcia knew very well that King Yaster had only issued an A-level mission to him. How could so many powerful beings come all at once? Could there be a conspiracy? Is the Yaster kingdom planning to annex the Bruce kingdom? As these thoughts crossed his mind, a shadow rose within Garcia's heart. William, however, paid no attention to Garcia's constant internal turmoil. Just then, Dolores, who had already gotten up, happily came to William's side. "William, look at me. Do I look different?" As she spoke, Dolores twirled around in front of William. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing this, Rod and Jeff immediately took the cue and left William's side. As for the contemplative Garcia, he was naturally pulled away by Rod. After looking Dolores up and down, William smiled and said, "Indeed, you look more beautiful." "Hee hee." Joyfully, Dolores replied, "William, that wine of yours is amazing. After drinking it and having a nap, my skin and hair color improved, and I feel like my body has become stronger and healthier." Waving her little fists, Dolores felt a surge of power within her. This was quite normal. This wine was no ordinary drink. For ordinary people, it not only beautified and rejuvenated, but also washed the muscles and marrow, prolonged life, and cured all ailments. Hearing about so many benefits, Dolores' eyes sparkled as she whispered, "William, do you have any more of this wine? What's wrong? You want to drink more?" After hesitating for a moment, Dolores cautiously said, "Actually, I'm fine. I just want to bring some for my father and mother. Is that okay?" "Of course. I know this wine is precious. I don't want much, just 2 small cups like yesterday." Ruffling Dolores' hair, William smiled. "Don't worry. I will prepare this without you needing to ask." "Thank you." Giving William a sweet kiss, Dolores cheerfully said, "This is to reward you." "Is that it? What do you want then?" After whispering something in Dolores' ear, she couldn't help but blush. However, noticing William's expectant gaze, Dolores ultimately nodded. So obedient. Pinching Dolores' cheek, William smiled. We will set off tomorrow morning. After we finish the mission in the Bruce Kingdom, I will take you to the royal capital. The mission in the Bruce Kingdom? Wait, isn't he? At that moment, Dolores, whose eyes were only filled with William, finally noticed Garcia. Do you know why I took your mission? Hearing William's words, Garcia looked a bit confused. My team is still short on personnel, and I think you're good, so I'm giving you a chance to join my team. You want me to help you just to join your team? In Garcia's strange gaze, William replied lightly, of course. What did you think? Do you really think I care about that little task reward? Taking a deep breath, Garcia said seriously, if I refuse, will you not continue this mission? A smile appeared at the corner of William's mouth as he said, you don't need to test me. Even if you don't join my team, liberating the kingdom of Bruce is something I can easily handle. So this ISNTA transaction, you can consider this condition as our sincerity. After a pause, William continued, as for any other messy thoughts, you don't need to think too much. A small country like this is not something the Shadow Pavilion or I would be interested in. Garcia understood the meaning behind William's words. Yes, if the Shadow Pavilion really wanted to plot against the kingdom of Bruce, why wait until now? Moreover, historically, there has never been a precedent of the Shadow Pavilion trying to overthrow a kingdom. Reflecting on his previous thoughts, Garcia realized that he had indeed overthought. Taking a deep breath, Garcia nodded and said, as long as you can liberate the kingdom of Bruce, I can agree to whatever you ask. In the sunlight, Garcia gratefully extended his hand to William. Then, welcome to join my team. Shaking hands, William smiled and said, in the future, I will make you feel proud of today's decision. I hope so, Garcia murmured to himself, not saying much due to their recent acquaintance. Clapping his hands, William said, all right, let's take a day off today. Tomorrow we set off. Okay, Rod responded. Understood, Jeff added. As for Lawrence, he looked at William oddly at that moment. Although he was not one of King Yaster's people, everyone with eyes in the capital knew that Garcia was just a pawn, a piece set up by Yaster. However, this piece, which was supposed to be predetermined, was directly pulled out today. Lawrence didn't know how King Yaster would react after learning about this, but anger was definitely certain. Moreover, with his son having been taken away by William along with Dolores, it seemed that William had unknowingly crossed paths with the Yaster royal family. Lawrence didn't know whether William did it on purpose or not. William, of course, did it intentionally. In fact, the news of Prince Pinello proposing to the Gallop family made William feel disgusted. Although William knew that no one could take Dolores away from him, he still felt nauseated. It's like your woman being eyed by someone else. Even though William knows that the other party can't take her away, it still makes him feel provoked, and that's why he suddenly became strong. Since you make me feel disgusted, I'll make you uncomfortable. William wants to see what the Yaster royal family can do to him. If you dare to keep talking back to me, I'll overthrow your kingdom. Although William knows that subjectively, this matter can't be blamed entirely on the Yaster royal family. Only in a child's world is there right and wrong. In an adult's world, there are only benefits and harms. Dolores also sensed that William seemed different today. But being in the throes of love, she naturally wouldn't think too much. For Dolores now, as long as William can be with her and treat her well, she already feels incredibly happy and satisfied. As for everything else, Dolores believes that William can handle it well. At night, while William was sitting in the courtyard admiring the moonlight, Garcia's figure slowly approached him. Noticing Garcia's arrival, William didn't turn his head and handed him a wine glass. What's wrong? Can't sleep? Garcia lightly nodded, sitting beside William, his tone carrying a hint of sorrow. He wanted to say something, but ultimately turned into a sigh. After a long silence, Garcia said solemnly, Captain, do you think I'm useless? With a bitter smile, Garcia continued, I, who grew up carefree, never knew what hardship was before disaster struck. It wasn't until one familiar person after another fell to save me that I understood that being weak means being beaten. Countless nights, I've hated myself for not being stronger. If I were just a little stronger, I could protect them and ensure my country wouldn't be invaded by these bastards, and my kingdom's people wouldn't have to suffer. If only I were just a little stronger. His clenched fists suddenly relaxed, and Garcia's expression gradually returned to calm as he quietly stared at the wine in his glass, falling into silence. After Garcia finished speaking, William said, I understood a principle long ago. Relying on others is not as good as relying on oneself. When you're in a desperate situation, the only one who can save you is yourself. William's words felt like a stone dropped into a calm lake. Gazing blankly at the sky, Garcia said softly, what if I can't even save myself? Then, haven't I come? Hearing William's words, Garcia was stunned, and a grim smile appeared on his face. Is there still someone important there? I don't know. When it came to this, Garcia was filled with confusion and hatred. At that time, I didn't even have the chance to save her. Garcia's hatred is directed at the rebels, but more so, it's actually hatred towards himself. Really? Hearing this, William didn't know how to comfort him. Family, friends, lovers. An unforgettable hatred. Who are the rebels? Mentioning the rebels, Garcia couldn't help but clench his fists. Spencer Bruce. This surname left William stunned. To be precise, he was exiled from the kingdom of Bruce by my father for conspiring to seize power, discovered by my uncle back then. Mentioning this matter, Garcia became increasingly helpless. The whole incident stemmed from the king of Bruce's leniency back then. With just Spencer, he probably wouldn't have the ability to overthrow the kingdom. Do you know who helped him? If I'm not mistaken, it should be the kingdom of O'Connor. In this continent, there are a total of 10 kingdoms. Currently, William is in the Yas kingdom, and the O'Connor kingdom is also one of the 10 kingdoms. If that's the case, William understands why the Yas kingdom has been holding back and not taking direct action. He also wonders why Garcia chose to come to the Yast kingdom instead of the O'Connor kingdom. Moreover, once the Yast kingdom takes direct action, the people of the O'Connor kingdom won't need to pretend anymore. They can reveal their intentions and straightforwardly seize the buffer territory of the Bruce kingdom. It seems that this time the leader of the rebels, Spencer, has won, but in reality, isn't Spencer just a pawn that can be discarded at any moment? William even suspects that Spencer's power has likely been undermined long ago. Noticing Garcia's subtle attention to his gaze, William couldn't help but smile. It seems there is still a lack of trust. However, William had no intention of proving anything. Slowly getting up, he patted Garcia on the shoulder and said lightly, "Have a drink and then go back to rest early. We need to get up and travel tomorrow." Upon hearing William's words, a smile unconsciously appeared on Garcia's lips. Although William didn't say much, his previous statement had already conveyed his attitude. Looking towards the direction of the Bruce kingdom, Garcia silently vowed, "Wait for me. I'll be back soon." This time, regardless of the outcome, regardless of whether success is possible, Garcia has made up his mind. Even if he has to die, he will die in his hometown. A night of silence passed. The next morning, after everyone packed their things, Dolores boarded the carriage driven by Lawrence, and a group of 6 left the city of Saya at a steady pace. As they traveled silently, Rod guided the direction while William contemplated methods to strengthen the team members. The divine fruit was indeed the fastest and simplest method. However, the same logic applies. The divine fruit is not something that can be easily obtained. So far, although William had eaten one and obtained another from the ruins, ultimately, these 2 divine fruits actually belong to someone else. Moreover, the divine fruit is indeed something that relies on luck. Is it possible to create a type of ability? William thought of hockey. In One Piece, there are 3 types of hockey: observation hockey, armament hockey, and conqueror's hockey. William thought of the 3 types of hockey because of the elementalization ability of the divine fruit. Although William could easily crush this elemental power, what about the other members of his team? Since they joined his team, William's requirements are not just simple divine fruit users. In William's view, the awakening of the fruit is merely the most basic level. What he wants is for each member to possess the strength to sweep the world. With this in mind, William activated the infinite power within him. In the blink of an eye, armament hockey appeared. When the black armament hockey enveloped William's right hand, Rod next to him blinked and rubbed his eyes. After confirming that his vision was clear, Rod said in disbelief, "William, your arm?" Hearing Rod's words, a smile appeared at the corner of William's mouth. I discovered something good. Although simulating armament hockey with infinite power was like using a cannon to shoot a mosquito, there was no other way. Infinite power is not something an ordinary person can withstand. After armament hockey, observation hockey was even simpler. The feeling of being able to sense the laws of all things in the world might seem magical to others, but for William, it was simply too basic. After observation hockey, conqueror's hockey. Buzz. ZZZZ. The golden conqueror's hockey erupted instantly centered around William. In that moment, looking at the fallen people and horses around him, William almost stopped his conqueror's hockey after 0.001 seconds. Fortunately, it didn't affect Dolores. As for Lawrence, who was driving the carriage and looking at him with immense fear, William awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Sorry, Lawrence, I just learned this power and forgot to rein it in for a moment." Taking a deep breath and suppressing the violent beating of his heart, Lawrence incredulously asked, What kind of power is this?" "I call it hockey," William replied. He placed his hand on the unconscious warhorse, and after a while, the black warhorse that had been carrying William slowly regained consciousness. Then, William placed his hand on Rod, Jeff, Garcia, and their respective warhorses. Once everyone had returned to normal and noticed the gazes directed at him, William concealed his use of the three-colored hockey and said, "Just now, I have granted each of you this power. Use it wisely. Its strength exceeds your imagination. Could it be stronger than the divine fruits?" Lawrence, who had not received this power, asked curiously, "Is hockey more powerful than fruit abilities?" William smiled without answering. Regardless of whether true hockey is stronger than fruit abilities, it should be noted that the hockey William granted to the three of them was modified with infinite power. Although the infinite power was diluted 10,000 times, it was still infinite power. What a powerful force. The first to awaken was Jeff, who awakened armament hockey. As his entire arm was enveloped in black armament hockey and he swung the war hammer again, Jeff felt that his strength had multiplied. Moreover, when Jeff instinctively concentrated the armament power onto the war hammer, everyone was stunned to see the entire hammer turn black. Rod, huh? What's wrong? Rod, who was feeling the hockey within him, instinctively looked up, only to see a black war hammer coming down on him. At that moment, Rod instinctively elementalized. However, with a snap, he grabbed Jeff's war hammer, and William frowned. "Do you want to kill him?" "What do you mean?" Jeff was a bit confused. In fact, he had just wanted to experiment, and because he knew Rod possessed the power of elementalization, he acted this way. Armament hockey restrains the divine fruit of elementalization. How is that possible? Hearing William's words, Rod was stunned. In fact, ever since he gained the power of elementalization, Rod had felt a bit floaty. Apart from being restrained by his own water, he never thought any power could kill him. "Don't believe it?" Glancing at Rod, William casually waved his left hand, and at the moment his fist was about to make contact with Rod, armament hockey condensed. Puffed. Boom. Watching Rod being sent flying and spitting blood in midair, Jeff was utterly stunned. Thinking back to his earlier actions, Jeff couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If that hammer had landed. "Sorry. No need to apologize. You were just being careless. Just be more careful next time." Jeff nodded and went to Rod's side. "Are you okay?" Cough, cough, cough. Covering his shoulder and standing up from the ground, Rod, "This feeling is just terrible." In the time that followed, due to William's infinite power, the three easily awakened the three types of hockey. This opportunity made even Lawrence a bit envious. However, despite his jealousy, Lawrence did not shamelessly ask William for it. Lawrence knew very well that such power was not something William would easily give away. As for Dolores, similarly, with William's help, she was the fourth to awaken the three-color hockey. Moreover, with William's special enhancement and her sincere intent, Dolores' armament hockey even manifested as a pink color when activated. Watching Dolores having so much fun, Lawrence was contemplating whether he should join William's team. Because in William, Lawrence saw the future. He was certain that the power of hockey would undoubtedly change the entire landscape of the world, especially the Conqueror's hockey. That kind of power could sweep across the entire world. In just half a day, the strength of William's team had already made a qualitative leap. If, when leaving the city of Syria, Garcia still felt a bit anxious, now his face was full of confidence. At this moment, Garcia was even eager to return to the kingdom. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, a week. When the territory of the kingdom was in sight, Garcia's face showed signs of anxiety. Border City, for William and his group who had come from afar. The soldiers on the city wall of Border City did not take them seriously. From the high wall, the soldiers looking down at William's group shouted, "Who are you? What business do you have in the kingdom of Bruce?" Upon hearing this, William said nothing, just glanced at Garcia. Garcia understood, quietly leading his horse to the front of the team. Although the soldiers at Border City had all changed, they still felt a vague familiarity with Garcia, but they couldn't quite place it. "I am Garcia Bruce. I have returned." Upon hearing Garcia's self-introduction from below the wall, the soldiers on the wall were stunned, then exclaimed in shock, "The prince has returned. Archers, prepare your bows." As a row of 10 archers aimed at him, Garcia showed no signs of panic at all. Instead, he revealed a smile. Buzz. The Red Conqueror's hockey swept through. Thud. In an instant, all the soldiers in front of Garcia rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. Garcia was not surprised by this scene at all. He quietly led his horse to the towering city gate, drawing his one-handed sword. After the black armament hockey covered the blade, Garcia swung down. With a rumble, the city gate crashed down, revealing thousands of soldiers standing at the ready behind the wall. However, facing these thousands of soldiers, Garcia showed no fear at all. One man, one horse, one sword, confidently confronting thousands. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire border city became extremely oppressive. Are you ready? Hearing Garcia's words, the thousands of soldiers exchanged glances. In their eyes, Garcia was simply crazy. Didn't he see the enormous difference in numbers? Did he really think he could take on all of them alone? Was he dreaming? However, the next moment, buzz. From above Border City, thousands of soldiers inside fell to the ground like cut wheat in an instant. Moreover, Garcia strangely allowed the hockey power to bypass the general in Border City. When General Grove, with wide eyes and trembling all over, came back to his senses, Garcia calmly rode his warhorse to stand in front of him. With a clang, the sword in Grove's hand fell to the ground, and he also knelt down. Please spare me, Your Highness." In Grove's eyes, Garcia's methods were like those of a deity. Although Grove did not understand how Garcia had caused the soldiers to fall, he only wanted to live at that moment. Silently watching Grove kneeling in front of him, Garcia's gaze was calm. "I remember that your position was given to you by my father, right? Is this how you repay the Bruce royal family?" Facing Garcia's questioning, Grove pleaded, "Your Highness, I didn't want this either, but I had no choice. My family, my children are all in their hands. Please understand me. Is that so?" Hearing Grove's words, Garcia chuckled lightly and said, "Then, are they still holding them captive?" When these words were spoken, Grove's voice abruptly stopped. "I can understand you, but please understand me as well." Without mercy, he struck down, and Grove fell to the ground in despair. "What do you plan to do with these people?" At this moment, William's voice came from behind. William was referring to the 1,000 soldiers. "Kill." Although the Kingdom of Bruce was a small country, there were originally quite a number of people living in the Border City. However, the Border City had long been desolate, which was also why Garcia was so ruthless. "Then let me handle it." Behind him, Rod slowly approached Garcia. Everyone present had already understood the situation in the Border City. Without any visible movement, an invisible wave of energy spread from Rod's feet, and in the next moment, the originally brick-paved square in front of Rod instantly turned to sand. 3 seconds later, the entire square returned to normal, but the thousands of people who had been lying on the ground were already gone. The situation in the Border City caused Garcia's mood to plummet. "My condolences." Patting Garcia's shoulder, Rod said as he mounted his horse, "Let's speed up." Without saying anything, Garcia mounted his horse and galloped toward the royal city. After leaving the Border City, there was a vast plain ahead. Along the way, Garcia led the way, with Rod and Jeff closely following behind. "Dolores, you don't need to go any further. You and Lawrence wait for us here." Dolores did not refuse. However, just as William was about to leave, Dolores softly said, "Be careful." William smiled and nodded, no longer riding, but directly transformed into a beam of light and disappeared from the spot. The silent sword had already gathered William's form with the three of them, quietly flying beside Garcia. William said, "You all continue forward. I'll take a look first." After saying this, William's form had already vanished from spot. The royal city of Bruce. Although it was called a royal city, to William, it was more like a giant fortress built against a mountain. Surrounding the entire fortress were clusters of residential buildings. Transforming into light, William circled around the royal city of Bruce and obtained some rather bad intelligence. Although most of the citizens were hiding in their homes, there was still quite a number of people gathered in the central square. On the execution platform in the center of the square, blood was everywhere, and heads were rolling. Moreover, several people were tied up on the execution platform. Although it was unclear what Garcia's woman's identity was, it was evident that the situation on the scene was not good. Standing still in the air, William quietly observed the scene below. Sighing, William's form scattered into light points. Dozens of kilometers away, William's form reassembled as light points next to the three of them. Noticing Garcia's anxious yet expectant gaze, William gently shook his head and comforted him. "Although the situation is bad, you are too slow. Let me take you there." After saying this, William pointed, and the fire god sword enlarged out of thin air. "Get on." When all three stood on the fire god sword, buzz, flying on the sword, William instantly broke the sound barrier. In midair, Jeff, unable to hold back, let out a terrified scream, accompanied by Jeff's voice. The expressions of Garcia and Rod were also not too good. Behind them, Jeff's scream even startled William. Until he realized what was happening, William couldn't help but laugh. This tough guy, Jeff, was actually afraid of heights. Just as William was about to say something, Jeff, trembling all over, screamed, "Mommy, I want to go home." Puffed. As soon as this was said, William felt that his merits were about to burst out laughing. Beside him, Rod, who covered Jeff's mouth and was struggling to keep his face from turning red, felt an overwhelming sense of shame. This was so embarrassing, it was truly too embarrassing. Didn't you see that Garcia was fine? The next moment, whoa, Garcia finally couldn't hold it in and threw up. William, while finding it funny, forgot about his own experience of not daring to ride roller coasters back on Earth. Slow down, Garcia hurriedly said, covering his mouth. William was taken aback and then realized that at this speed, it could probably rival that of a fifth-generation fighter jet. Having already adapted to light speed, William felt nothing. But for Garcia and the others, it was their first attempt. Looking at Rod, this guy even used elementalization, otherwise he would probably end up no better than Garcia. In the central square of Bruce King City, the four of them descended from the sky. The sudden appearance of the four made everyone present feel incredulous. However, the only ones with a flaw were the two who looked pale. William, Rod, and Jeff were all strangers, which was normal since nobody knew them. But when they noticed that the newcomer was actually Garcia, the square erupted in exclamations. Your Highness! Your Highness! Are you here to save us? Can we finally survive? The noise at the scene awakened the surrounding soldiers. Just as the armed soldiers around were about to launch an attack, Rod pressed a hand, and countless sand particles silently coalesced into a sand flow that instantly sliced through their necks. Watching the soldiers fall around them, a nauseated Garcia looked at Rod and said gratefully, "Thanks. You're too polite. Don't forget, we're a team," Rod replied. As the patrolling soldiers launched their attack on the four, Rod calmly said, "You just keep killing. We've got your back." Understood. Garcia drew a one-handed sword from his waist and, with his armed color hockey activated, charged fiercely towards the palace. Facing hundreds or even thousands of soldiers, Garcia was like a moth flying into the flame. However, a scene that left everyone wide-eyed occurred. At the moment of contact, the soldiers of the royal city began to be slaughtered as if they were being mowed down. Without even using Conqueror's hockey, Garcia started a frenzied massacre with just one sword. Garcia's sword was merely an ordinary one-handed sword, but after being covered with armed color, it became like a peerless sword. Any weapon that collided with it was swept away and severed. Moreover, the fully protected body under armed color completely ignored the weapons, resulting in a one-sided slaughter. As for stamina, Garcia, who was based on the seed of infinite power, didn't need to worry about this issue at all. Furthermore, with Garcia's continuous use of hockey, the transformation from infinite power reached an astonishing level, which directly resulted in Garcia not only feeling no fatigue, but actually growing stronger as he fought. However, although Garcia was powerful, the soldiers of the royal city were also increasing in number. If it weren't for Jeff and Rod behind him, Garcia, who wasn't using Conqueror's hockey, would probably have been overwhelmed by now. However, at this moment, the three of them tacitly did not use Conqueror's hockey. As the battle intensified, a fervent look appeared on their faces. Garcia, charge out. Understood. With a roar, having experienced Rod's sword energy, Garcia focused his mind and swung his sword. Boom! A massive sword energy swept across. With one strike, hundreds of soldiers were instantly cut in half. Seeing this godlike scene, the entire battlefield seemed to hit the pause button, and at the same time, Jeff's warhammer heavily struck the ground. With a rumble, a crack over 100 meters long was created in the earth before Jeff. Wherever the crack spread, the surrounding soldiers lost their balance and fell to the ground, with some unfortunate ones directly falling into the crevice. At that moment, Rod's voice floated through the air. Sandstorm burial. With both hands pressed to the ground, in an instant, the terrifying sand altered the entire terrain of the royal city. The soldiers at the bottom screamed as they were dragged into the quicksand, and then, splash, silence, complete silence. In the entire square, all the spectators who witnessed this scene were left dumbfounded. What had just happened was nothing short of a miracle. Looking to the sky, the only one who hadn't intervened, William quietly gazed into the distance. It was only after all the battles had ended that William's figure slowly descended to the ground. At this moment, there were no more obstacles on the road to the palace. In a short while, a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious royal attire, resembling Garcia to some extent, was dragged to the execution platform by Garcia. Watching the other party desperately plead and talk about feelings, Garcia felt nothing but disgust instead of sympathy. Interrupting the other's words, Garcia coldly said, "Uncle Spencer, my father has spared your lifetime, and again, out of family affection, thinking you would turn over a new leaf. But I never expected it would end like this. Do you think I will spare you this time?" With Spencer pinned to the ground and seeing Garcia draw a one-handed knife, he trembled in fear. However, even as he begged for his life before death, Spencer could not escape his fate. When Spencer's head fell to the ground, the entire central square fell silent. Kneeling on the ground, looking up at the sky, Garcia wept. "Father, behind the scenes, I have finally avenged you." At that moment, A person suddenly rushed into the crowd, just as Jeff was about to stop him. He was playfully held back by Rod. In the next second, the blonde woman threw herself into Garcia's arms, feeling the familiar shape of the woman in his embrace. Garcia was stunned for a long time, overwhelmed with joy. "Natalie, it's really you. That's great. Truly great." Gently stroking Natalie's dirty cheek and wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, Garcia said apologetically, "I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I didn't protect you well. I didn't protect everyone well. I'm sorry." "No, it's not your fault," Natalie said softly, comforting Garcia as she saw his pained expression. "Everyone believed in you, which is why they let you go. And you did it." As she stood up and pulled Garcia with her, the entire central square erupted with countless cheers. At this moment, the people of the kingdom of Bruce finally welcomed their liberation. After the citizens voluntarily gathered the bodies in the square, Garcia began to recruit soldiers for the kingdom again. At Garcia's call, countless citizens responded in an instant. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on Garcia's face. Everything seemed to be developing in a good direction. However, was everything really as wonderful as Garcia had anticipated? In the dead of night, after finishing the tasks at hand, Garcia wearily arrived at the palace hall. It wasn't just physical fatigue, it was mental exhaustion. The aftermath of the disaster, the reorganization of soldiers, the appointment of officials, the stockpiling of food, agricultural work, the treatment of the injured, and so on. All these matters converged into one, making Garcia feel as if his scalp was tingling and his whole being was overwhelmed. Garcia had never dealt with so many issues before. Everything required his attention, and he felt like his head was about to explode. Back at the palace, looking at Natalie, who was also unable to sleep and waiting for him, Garcia finally let down his inner strength. "Natalie, I feel like I might not be able to do this well." Gently caressing Garcia's cheek, Natalie said softly with concern, "Don't rush. Take your time. Everything will pass. I'm afraid I will let them down again." "You won't. Everyone believes in you, and I believe in you too. After going through so much hardship, you've made it through. I believe you will become a king even more outstanding than your father." "Really?" Garcia asked doubtfully, looking into Natalie's eyes. "Believe in yourself. You can definitely do it." "Natalie, thank you." Time passed quickly, and 3 days had already gone by. After the initial chaos, the kingdom's situation finally began to stabilize. During this time, Rod and Jeff had also helped Garcia a lot. Garcia saw this and was unsure how to express his gratitude. As for William, although he had done almost nothing after that, even so, Garcia still held him in the highest regard. Because Garcia knew very well that without William, he would probably still be fighting bloodily in the arena to become the king of gladiators, unable to liberate his kingdom today. At the same time, it had also given Garcia the extraordinary power to defend his kingdom. It seemed that William had done nothing in these 3 days, but in reality, he really had done nothing. Out of boredom, aside from his usual training, the only thing William had done over these 3 days was decide on one thing: a future base for their team and the team name. "Rod, from now on, our team's name will be Lingxiao Hall. Please call me Emperor Haoyin from now on." Lingxiao Hall? Emperor Haoyin? Although Rod didn't understand what Lingxiao Hall meant, he felt that the name was very imposing. As for the title of Emperor Haoyin, Rod could understand it somewhat. After thinking for a moment, Rod chuckled. "So, will the future Lingxiao Hall have 10 great emperors? Isn't that a bit too arrogant? Do you think the future you won't be worthy of the title of emperor?" Rod shook his head, understanding William's meaning. "Although I am not yet worthy of the title of Desert Emperor, in the future, I will definitely surpass him." Although Rod's current use of the Desert Fruit ability might not be as good as William's, the 3-color haki was a power the Desert Emperor had never possessed. Moreover, the most important thing was that while gaining the 3-color haki, Rod could clearly feel that the power within him was rising at a terrifying speed. It wouldn't be long before he reached the power of the Desert Emperor. After Rod informed Garcia of this matter, Garcia naturally would not refuse William's arrangement to have Lingxiao Hall's base within the kingdom. However, regarding the titles, neither Jeff nor Garcia had decided on one. Not because of anything else, but mainly because both felt they still lacked a divine fruit. However, for the time being, Garcia might not be able to set off with William again, because he needed to stabilize the kingdom's political affairs first. Thus, on a new day, William said goodbye to Garcia, along with Rod and Jeff. Watching the 3 leave, Garcia couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. "Don't worry, they will come back after things settle down," Natalie comforted softly beside him. "I know, I just feel sorry. As a member of Lingxiao Hall, I feel like I'm bound here. Do you regret it?" Looking at the citizens of the kingdom beneath the palace, a complex expression appeared on Garcia's face. "I can't say I regret it. Since I've inherited this position, My mission is for the kingdom, isn't it? At the border city, William descended with Rod and Jeff. Although it was the second time riding the flying sword, Jeff was still terrified to death. Overcoming a fear of heights is truly not something that can be done in 1 or 2 tries. After landing, Jeff swore that next time, he would rather die than fly again. For Jeff, facing powerful monsters wasn't as terrifying as flying on a sword. That feeling was simply unbearable. Seeing Jeff's pale face, Rod couldn't help but smile inwardly. As for William, he naturally had no time to care about Jeff. After having a good time with Dolores, William recounted the events of the past few days. Upon learning that the kingdom of Bruce had been liberated, Dolores couldn't help but feel relieved for Garcia. Although the process was somewhat tortuous, the outcome was still satisfactory. The liberation of the kingdom of Bruce was just the beginning. Garcia would have even more tasks to undertake. Don't forget, the kingdom of O'Connor has its eyes on the kingdom of Bruce, and they probably wouldn't easily give up on what they had already taken. Is it really the kingdom of O'Connor? Hearing William's words, Dolores was equally surprised. She really didn't expect that the mighty 10 kingdoms would actually wage war against such a small country as Bruce. In fact, if Spencer had gone to the Yaster kingdom at that time, William similarly would not have believed that the Yaster kingdom would pass up such an opportunity. Taking down the Bruce kingdom would be equivalent to taking control of the only buffer zone between the 2 countries, which holds immense strategic significance for any kingdom. Being weak is the original sin. This principle applies to any world. It makes no difference between right and wrong. Although the truth can be cruel, reality is what it is. If you don't want to be defeated by reality, the only option is to make yourself stronger. Just as William and Dolores were sweetly whispering love words to each other, suddenly, William felt a deep malice coming from a distance. What's wrong? Noticing William's gaze, Dolores asked with confusion. Shaking his head, William slowly got up and said, I need to step out for a moment. You wait here with them. Although she didn't understand what was happening, Dolores obediently agreed and didn't ask any further questions. After explaining to the others, William's figure instantly transformed into light. On a plain not far from the border town, William's gaze fell upon a figure in the distance. Noticing the attire of the person, William's expression gradually turned cold. Another assassin from the Temple of Assassins. William didn't think much of it, assuming it was another assassin sent to kill Dolores. But he didn't expect that this time the target was not Dolores, but himself. Nancy Lindsay, an S-rank assassin from the Temple of Assassins, owner of the illusion fruit. At the same time, Nancy Lindsay is one of the few female S-rank assassins in the Temple of Assassins. Originally, Nancy Lindsay was just passing through the city of Saya. But coincidentally, she stumbled upon a very interesting mission. Level Shadow, William Duke. Mission details. The fastest shadow to advance to A rank in the history of the Shadow Pavilion. Strength unknown, self-established team, with 2 other A-rank shadows in the team, William and Jeff. The mission target is currently leading Garcia Bruce to the Kingdom of Bruce to complete an A-rank mission and liberate the Kingdom of Bruce. If the presence of 3 A-rank shadows makes this mission very challenging, then the name of the genius who advanced to A-rank the fastest in the history of the Shadow Pavilion is what Nancy values the most. You must know, killing a genius is Nancy Lindsay's favorite thing to do. Thinking about the scene of this genius begging desperately at her feet, the incredibly proud and alluring Nancy couldn't help but tremble all over, excited yet feeling an indescribable thrill and a pathological sense of satisfaction. This emotion also caused Nancy to momentarily fail to react when William suddenly appeared. At the same time she saw William, he noticed the silver mask on Nancy's face. What surprised William even more was that the other party was a woman. The god of Death Temple, William Duke. Nancy Lindsay was surprised that William had actively sought her out. Could it be that her mission had been exposed? Meanwhile, William was astonished that the other party knew him. When had he become so famous? Or was the other party not here to find Dolores? A simple line of dialogue led both sides to have a rough guess. Well, although I don't know where you got this information, since you're already in front of me, I won't hold back. Reaching into her sleeve, Nancy pulled out 2 weapons resembling throwing knives and took a stance. If the target is indeed me, then I can only say that you, god of Death Temple. How about the wrong person? Cool, William said lightly, beckoning Nancy with his fingers. Whoosh, with a sharp sound of air being sliced. The throwing knife in Nancy's hand was already at William's face. Like swatting a fly, William swatted away the knife and said irritably, Is that all? Facing William's mockery, a cold smile appeared on Nancy's lips. Really? Then take another look. Like a phantom, a multitude of throwing knives appeared before William. Illusion? Realizing that her ability had been seen through, a glint of excitement appeared in Nancy's eyes. Did you figure it out? Then what can you do? In the next moment, the throwing knives fell towards William like raindrops. However, in the face of this scene, William didn't move at all. Instead, he looked at Nancy with an exceedingly strange expression. The rain-like throwing knives fell, but caused no harm to William. Is that all? Reaching out, he pinched the only throwing knife in front of him between two fingers. And William's gaze even carried a hint of mockery. Your illusion is really pathetic. Don't underestimate me. Hearing William's words, Nancy couldn't suppress her anger and dashed towards him. Seeing this, disappointment grew in William's eyes. Illusions, what an interesting ability. Whether it's Itachi Uchiha, Shursui Uchiha from Naruto, or later on with Kagaya's infinite Tsukuyomi, or characters like Shinji Hirako and Sosuke Aizen from Bleach, all left a deep impression on William, making him exclaim art. But what is this illusion from Nancy? Although he had to admit she had a great figure and looked good, what was this ability? Too disappointing. Watching Nancy still wanting to compete in close combat, William was left puzzled. Just as she was about to reach him, William reached out and grabbed her neck, lifting her off the ground. Is this all your ability can do? Gripping William's arm in pain, Nancy, however, revealed a strange smile. In the next moment, William was dragged into the illusion space. Welcome to my world. In the dark world, Nancy's sickly voice echoed. Here, I am God. As soon as the words fell, a beam of light shone upon William. In the next moment, countless lights illuminated the entire illusion world. It was a vast prison, and around the prison were various bizarre torture devices. As his vision blurred, William found himself bound to a cross. This is somewhat similar to the world of Tsukuyomi. In fact, William himself is immune to illusions. And the reason his consciousness was drawn into the illusionary world is simply out of curiosity to see what Nancy wants to do. Looking at Nancy, who appeared before him in the illusionary world, William curiously asked, does your ability require you to be close to activate it? Of course not, Nancy replied, a sickly smile appearing on her face. Just as William was pondering the situation, one torture device after another appeared in Nancy's hands. Instead of worrying about me, you should think about how much longer you can endure this, she said. A psycho? Looking at Nancy, who was crazily tormenting his consciousness in the world of awareness. William felt goosebumps all over his body. Is this woman really so twisted in character? But then again, thinking about it, anyone who can enter the Hall of Killers must have some issues. Normal people don't kill, right? With a snap, William ruthlessly twisted the opponent's neck. In an instant, Nancy's consciousness was pulled out of the illusion space. In her final moments of life, Nancy's eyes were filled with terror, despair, and a strong sense of unwillingness. However, everything ultimately returns to death. The illusion fruit is mine now. Watching the divine gift fruit coalesce beside Nancy's corpse, William curiously swallowed it. As the power of the illusion awakened, a marvelous change occurred in William's eyes. Single hook, double hook, triple hook, kaleidoscope, reincarnation eye. One pattern after another appeared in William's eyes. Of course, it wasn't that William's eyes actually mutated, it was just the power of the illusion fruit. In William's hands, the ability of the illusion fruit was directly pushed to the deepest level of power. Illusion was no longer just an illusion, but absolute hypnosis, control over the five senses, and even direct attacks on consciousness and soul form. Interesting. Returning to Border City, just as William was about to find Dolores, he suddenly had a bad idea. With a sly smile, the illusion world descended upon Border City. Watching the monsters crawling out from beneath the ground, it was unsettling, even for William himself. In the blink of an eye, the entire Border City had turned into a hellish realm. The next moment, terrified screams echoed throughout Border City. Don't be afraid. It's all fake. Later, looking at Dolores, who threw herself into his arms and cried loudly, William felt he might have gone a bit too far. But then again, it's understandable. Women are bound to be scared of such things. However, Rod, Jeff, and Lawrence, what's going on with you three? This time, not only Dolores, but even Rod and the others were greatly frightened by William. Noticing William's gaze, Rod's face turned pale. William, next time, absolutely never do that again. Don't you know that scaring people can be deadly? Don't you think it's a bit strange for a grown man to say this? Don't you think what you just did was completely absurd? Creating a hell just for fun, that's something else. This behavior is simply childish. William quickly explained. I just got this ability and was ready to experiment with it, right? If you keep talking, do you believe I'll put a headless ghost on your bed every night? At the thought of this scene, Rod's face instantly darkened. No, I was wrong. Don't do that to me. Hearing their conversation, Dolores in William's arms couldn't help but laugh. Speaking of which, where did you get this ability? Rod, knowing William's fruit ability, couldn't help but guess, could it be? Mentioning this, William's expression turned cold. That killing god hall, I'll find a time to destroy it. Although he understood William's strength, Rod felt uncertain about destroying the killing god hall. After pondering for a moment, Rod said at this stage, "It's best if we don't provoke them. Let's wait until we have enough power." William, the killing god hall is indeed not something we can destroy so easily. On the side, Lawrence couldn't help but advise. After losing an S-class assassin, normally, if they don't increase the reward significantly, the killing god hall won't send people to act. However, William didn't think so and asked, "Is the headquarters of the killing god hall in the royal city of Yaster?" "Yes." After getting confirmation, a cold killing intent appeared on William's face. "Once we reach the royal city, I'll first wipe out their headquarters." Everyone. It seems William didn't hear a word of advice. Royal city of Yaster. Due to the detour around the kingdom of Bruce, 10 days later, William and his group finally arrived at the most magnificent city William had ever seen. The huge city walls, towering at 12 meters high, were filled with traces of history and time. At a glance, it stretched horizontally at least 3 times the distance of the city of Saya. The soldiers stationed in the royal city were elite among elites, in terms of quantity, quality, and weaponry. As they moved around, even ordinary citizens were dressed neatly, and there were quite a few dignitaries among them. However, after returning to the royal city, Dolores, who should have been very happy, looked more worried than expected. Noticing this scene, William asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Holding William's hand, Dolores appeared somewhat anxious. "William, I'm a bit worried." Hearing this, William understood what Dolores meant. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Leaning gently against William's shoulder, Dolores didn't say anything more. However, as they got closer to the Duke Gallop's mansion, her expression became increasingly serious. When Lawrence led the group to the Duke's mansion, which covered nearly 1,000 acres, even the worldly wise Rod and Jeff were surprised. It was simply too big and too luxurious. The sprawling residence exceeded Rod's imagination. The last time he saw such a grand building was at the royal palace of King Bruce. However, that was a palace, and this was a Duke's mansion. As for whether meeting Duke Gallop would be intimidating, Rod, along with Jeff, truly looked down on power these days. This confidence came from their own strength, just as it was also derived from William. "Lord Lawrence, Miss Dolores." Upon seeing Lawrence and Dolores, the guard at the entrance respectfully greeted them and promptly opened the grand door of the Duke's residence. "Is the Duke at home today?" Lawrence casually asked as they walked through the door. "He is at home." Lawrence nodded and looked at the attendant standing inside the door, saying, "Take us to the Duke." "Yes." The attendant understood and quickly led the way. The Gallop Duke's residence was vast, unimaginably so. If the exterior was already impressive, then the luxurious decor inside was no less than that of the royal palace of Bruce. Various pavilions, artificial hills, and ponds filled the courtyard, which was beyond what an ordinary person could imagine, and this was just one of the courtyards within the Duke's mansion. There are a total of 3 such yards in the Duke's residence. Continuing without stopping, under the guidance of the attendants, the group walked for nearly 3 minutes before finally arriving at the backyard of the Duke's residence. Here is also the place where the Duke and his family reside. When Dolores and her companions arrived, the Duke of Gallop, who had received the news earlier, was already waiting in the hall of the backyard. Upon seeing his precious daughter, a middle-aged man dressed in simple yet elegant attire showed a hint of a smile. She asked back. This simple sentence was the most direct expression of the Duke of Gallop's feelings. "Father." Seeing her father, Dolores timidly called out, "If you're tired, you should rest early." When the Duke of Gallop said this, he looked at Lawrence and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Lawrence." At the same time, the Duke's gaze was also scanning William and the others. "It's not really hard work, just a good opportunity to stretch my legs." Smiling in reply, Lawrence pointed to William and the others beside him and introduced, "Your Grace, this is William, Logan, and Jeff. They are all A-level shadows from the Shadow Pavilion." The Duke of Gallop nodded, not thinking too much about it, assuming they were there to protect Dolores as part of the task she assigned. However, Lawrence's next sentence left the Duke of Gallop stunned. "Your Grace, there is something you might need to know." "What is it?" the Duke of Gallop asked in confusion. "It's about William and the young lady." "What do you mean?" Noticing the Duke's gaze, Dolores's heart tightened. "Father, I have already prepared to marry William." "What?" The Duke of Gallop's eyes widened in anger. "Absurd. Do you know what you are saying?" As soon as the words came out, it seemed he realized he had frightened his daughter a bit, so the Duke of Gallop suppressed his anger and said in a lowered voice, "Dolores, come in with me. We need to talk." As he stood up, the Duke of Gallop didn't even ask William a single question or glance at him again. Duke Gallop, I think we should talk first. With a cold snort, Gallop looked at William with a respectful yet icy gaze, saying nothing. However, from a concealed spot, two guards in standard armor suddenly stepped out. From their aura, William could sense that these two were clearly also God-given. Impressive. The ones casually brought out are all fruit bearers. Seeing the situation becoming somewhat unfavorable, Lawrence quickly said, Your Grace, calm down. After that, he took a few steps forward and briefly explained William's strength and some circumstances to the Duke of Gallop. After hearing Lawrence's introduction, the Duke of Gallop frowned. Really? Do you not believe my words? Seeing Lawrence's displeased expression, the Duke of Gallop helplessly said, You know very well that I don't mean that. And this concerns Dolores's happiness. Moreover, you know that Prince Penelo has already proposed to me. If you wanted Dolores to marry Penelo, you would have agreed long ago. Wouldn't you? The Duke of Gallop nodded and coldly snorted. The Gallop family does not need to rely on marriage to stabilize the family. I am very clear about Penelo's intentions. The reason he wants to marry Dolores is simply to gain more power and authority through the Gallop family. This little trick is nothing more than child's play for Duke Gallop. However, setting everything else aside, it is indeed a fact that Penelo's status matches that of his daughter. Hearing Duke Penelo's words, Lawrence chuckled lightly and said, If that's the case, doesn't that provide a very reasonable explanation? Noticing Lawrence's hint in his gaze, Duke Penelo understood. The so-called concern leads to chaos. Lawrence's words made Duke Gallop take notice. After carefully scrutinizing William, Duke Gallop said solemnly, Then let us talk. With that, Gallop respectfully turned and left the hall. Seeing this scene, Dolores anxiously grabbed William's hand. It's fine. Just leave everything to me. Following Duke Gallop's lead, William entered the adjacent hall. After both stood still, their eyes met, and a powerful aura emanated from Duke Gallop. It was not a pressure of ability, but rather an inherent aura of a superior. It is similar to ancient emperors. Although they themselves had no power, their every word and action were enough to instill fear in the lords and ministers. However, what surprised Duke Gallop was that in the face of his gaze, William showed no fear at all, and even seemed to exude a sense of discomfort that made Duke Gallop feel uneasy. This feeling is indescribable, as if William himself does not belong to this world. Although this is our first meeting, you are quite impressive. You are also quite impressive. With a hint of a smile, Duke Gallop said, Although Lawrence has already mentioned your strength, could you show me? Shrugging, William replied lightly, I do not perform. Of course, no performance. Slowly raising his arm, in the next moment, one of the two men in standard armor approached Duke Gallop. After bowing to Duke Gallop, the man came before William. This is one of my two bodyguards, Daniel Pello. Divine gift, fruit ability, elf fruit. After Duke Gallop introduced his bodyguard, Daniel Pello slowly removed his hat, revealing his long dark green hair and the unique pointed ears of an elf. When he put the helmet back on, an energy bow and arrow materialized in Daniel's hands. If we can't perform here, we can change locations. Daniel looked at William with a very calm gaze, steady yet elegant. Despite Daniel's youthful appearance, he is actually older than Gallop, being one of Duke Gallop's personal bodyguards. The elf fruit not only granted Daniel the power to use wind elements, but also bestowed upon him the physique and lifespan of the elf race. And this is why Daniel still looks so young. No worries, it's all the same to me. Daniel nodded, choosing not to say more, drawing the bowstring. And the wind elemental arrows appeared on his elemental bow. As a ranged archer, Daniel had no intention of letting the enemy get close. Are you ready? The moment Daniel's gaze met William's, he suddenly felt a moment of distraction. Where are you looking? Watching Daniel, who had vanished without a trace. And hearing a voice from behind, Daniel felt a chill run down his back. The next moment, just as he was about to turn and shoot, he discovered that his arrow was aimed at Duke Gallop. Forcing himself to stop, just as Daniel felt regret for almost causing a disaster, a hand suddenly slapped his shoulder. Where are you looking? His body stiffened, and Daniel felt them all over. Instinctively, he drew the short knife from his waist, but unexpectedly, his body began to transform into a large tree. The sensation of his body being restructured and crushed left Daniel in despair. What kind of ability is this? What do you think it is? At some point, William's body had left the large tree and slowly approached Daniel. Looking at the strange patterns in William's eyes, Daniel was taken aback and exclaimed, Is this an illusion? Only now did you realize? I sent it a bit too late. Without hesitation, Daniel bit down on his own tongue, the sharp pain and blood causing his world to shatter with a bang. Looking again, William hadn't even moved an inch. I want to fall for it again. Not daring to look into William's eyes any longer, Daniel immediately unleashed his wind arrow. As the wind arrow pierced through William's body, Daniel finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, where are you looking? With a thud, Daniel fell heavily to his knees. You lost. I lost. Staring blankly at the ground, Daniel felt almost hopeless. He could barely distinguish between reality and illusion. And just when he thought it was finally over, bang, the mirror shattered again, looking at William, who was still standing there, savoring the moment. The wind arrow in Daniel's hand dissipated. I lost. Weakly lowering his head, Daniel felt an extreme sense of shame. Hearing Daniel's words, Duke Gallop behind him was bewildered. What's going on? Are you admitting defeat just like that? In the real world, less than a second had passed. In Duke Gallop's eyes, he only saw Daniel raising his arm, preparing to attack, when he suddenly admitted defeat. If it weren't for having grown up with Daniel and knowing he could never betray him, Duke Gallop would have suspected that the two were colluding. At the same time, when Daniel conceded, an elderly knight in disguise stepped in front of Duke Gallop and explained, "My lord, he is an illusion fruit user. Be careful of his eyes." I see. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duke Gallop respectfully understood why Daniel had lost. However, thinking about the powers of the dream fruit, his expression was not good. The illusion fruit ability was considered taboo across the entire continent. Hundreds of years ago, a dream fruit user nearly plunged all of humanity into an endless dream, leading to devastating natural disasters. It almost resulted in the extinction of humanity. Since then, all illusion fruit users have been viewed with hostility by all divine bestowers. This is also why Nancy has worn a mask for years and has such an extremely poor personality and behavior. Illusion fruit users could be said to be public enemies. Duke Gallop asked in a deep voice, "William, what fruit did you eat?" "I ate the replication fruit." Replication fruit? Upon hearing the name of this fruit, everyone present was dumbfounded, as they had never heard of it. "As long as I kill a user of a power, I can replicate their ability." What? Upon hearing this, the faces of the three, including Duke Gallop, changed dramatically. How is this possible? It should be known that on this continent, the rule that a person can only consume one divine fruit is absolute. If William's fruit has this capability, what does that imply? Don't believe it? With a slight smile, William's shadow suddenly elongated, connecting with the shadows of the three in an instant. "This is the power I obtained from a shadow fruit user I killed." With William's actions, Duke Gallop and the other two made the same realization, and even if they didn't want to believe it, they had to. If that's the case, can you not replicate various abilities infinitely? Thinking of this, Duke Gallop was also amazed by the power of this fruit. Theoretically, yes. However, in practice, I haven't tested that limit yet, and don't know how many abilities I can possess simultaneously. Perhaps you can let me experience it? Noticing William's gaze, Daniel and the old man's expressions changed. They understood what William meant. With a bright smile, Daniel said, "Let's leave it at that. You probably won't be interested in our abilities." "Not necessarily. Your abilities are average to me, but I still don't know his," William replied, looking at the old man. The old man helplessly explained, "I am Camille Garden, a dragon fruit user." As he spoke, the old man transformed into a half-dragon. However, unlike a true dragon, Camille did not have distinctive dragon scales and could not breathe fire. He looked more like a lizard. Noticing William's somewhat disdainful gaze, Camille was not angry, but rather relieved. After all, William could kill a hypnosis fruit user, and his power was likely far beyond their imagination. Curiously, Duke Gallop said solemnly, "So you possess multiple fruit abilities? Is there a problem?" Duke Gallop looked at Rod and said, "Your illusion ability should be used sparingly unless necessary. Otherwise, it may cause unnecessary trouble. Also, it's best not to mention your replication fruit to anyone." Upon hearing this, William nodded, understanding Duke Gallop's meaning. "I am well aware of this. The reason I told you is that you are Dolores's family." Seeing William's understanding, Duke Gallop felt a sense of relief. However, he soon thought of his daughter and became somewhat conflicted. William's strength, his identity as a member of the Shadow Pavilion, and his status as a candidate for the test of the gods were indeed impeccable. However, even so, the thought of handing over his precious daughter, whom he had raised for nearly 20 years, made him feel unwilling. "William, do you really like my daughter?" "Yes." William's answer to Duke Gallop's question was very affirmative. After pondering for a moment, Duke Gallop tentatively asked, "What if I don't agree to your relationship?" Looking at Duke Gallop, William spoke confidently, word by word. "No one can stop me from marrying Dolores." "Oh, not even me?" Upon hearing William's words, Duke Gallop's tone became serious. "Yes." Hearing this, Duke Gallop could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. At that moment, he was not angry. Instead, he admired William even more. After all, he had also gone against the odds, disregarding everyone's objections, to marry what was then a commoner, now the Duchess. Even now, she had borne him 2 sons and 1 daughter. Although their marriage had lasted for 30 years, their feelings remained very affectionate. This is also why Duke Gallop dotes on Dolores so much. Because Dolores resembles his wife from her youth, he naturally gives his greatest love to his only precious daughter. Given your sincerity, wanting to marry my daughter is not impossible. However, you must fulfill 3 conditions. Can you do that? William laughed and said, You say, good. The first condition, although you have obtained a place in the test of the gods, you have not yet obtained the inheritance. So my requirement is that you must complete the test of the gods of the Shadow Pavilion. Inheritance? What inheritance? Suppressing his curiosity, William asked, continue. The second condition, after the test of the gods, next year, the kingdom will hold a selection for a new general. I want you to become the candidate for the new general. General selection? What on earth is that? Upon hearing this, William instinctively thought of a naval admiral. Not understanding, William asked, What is the general selection? You don't know about the general selection? Duke Gallop was somewhat baffled by William's question, seeing that William truly didn't understand. Duke Gallop helplessly explained, A general is the highest combat power in the Yast kingdom, aside from the marshal, representing the strongest divine bestower in the kingdom. Normally, there are 3, and now one of the 3 generals is about to retire, which is why there's a vacancy. That's quite something. William couldn't help but laugh. So what is the third condition? The third condition, and the most important one. Looking deeply at William, Duke Gallop said solemnly, I want you to promise that you will never, ever harm Dolores. Watching William extend his hand, Duke Gallop smiled and reached out his hand as well. One large and one small, their hands clasped together, everything unspoken. As she watched William's departing figure, Camille softly remarked, Your Grace, aren't these conditions a bit too difficult? How to complete the trial of the gods is the most core secret of the 3 major organizations. Even the kingdom isn't very clear about the relationships involved. However, it can be foreseen that completing it will certainly be very challenging. If we set aside the trial of the gods, then the selection of the general is even more difficult. As a divine bestower, Camille is well aware of how many people are eyeing this position. Winning the general selection is undoubtedly fraught with difficulties. Although she has seen William's strength, Camille believes that even William cannot be certain of victory in this contest. On the contrary, the third condition mentioned by Duke Gallop seems to be the easiest to fulfill. However, in Duke Gallop's view, the first 2 challenging conditions are less important than the last, easier condition. Perhaps this is just a matter of differing perspectives and considerations. In response to Camille's concerns, Duke Gallop smiled lightly. If you're worried about William's strength, then I can only say that you underestimate him. William's strength is such that even Lawrence cannot match him. Hearing this from Duke Gallop, Daniel couldn't help but smile wryly. If even Lord Lawrence cannot be defeated, then why does your grace want me to step onto the stage? To this question, Duke Gallop replied with a playful tone, Of course, I don't believe it either. While I know Lawrence wouldn't lie to me, I really want to see just how strong William is, who can easily defeat Lawrence. Daniel. Patting Daniel on the shoulder, Duke Gallop said softly, If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, how could I entrust the general selection position to him? Upon hearing this, Daniel finally understood. After all, the importance of the general selection position is immense. Being chosen as a general is equivalent to directly holding military power in the kingdom. Such a position is not something just anyone can hold. Moreover, without recommendations and guarantees from others, even if you are strong, you may not even qualify to compete. Of course, the prerequisite for recommendations is that you must be strong enough. In the hall, upon seeing William return, Dolores's face showed a worried expression. When Dolores learned of the 3 conditions William had reached with her father, she let out a slight sigh of relief. Not to mention anything else, Dolores still has full confidence in William's strength. At this time, Duke Gallop also returned to the hall. Looking at William, Duke Gallop smiled and said, It's getting late, William. You 3 should stay at the Duke's residence. In the evening, I will host a lavish dinner for everyone, and please be sure to attend on time. William did not refuse this invitation. The grand dinner allowed William to witness the so-called luxury of the nobility. Throughout the dinner, under Duke Gallop's introduction, William also met other members of the Gallop Duke's household. Among them, the one who caught William's eye the most was the Duchess, who bore a striking resemblance to Dolores. Unlike the youthful and beautiful Dolores, the Duchess was not only gentle and kind, but also stunningly beautiful, with every word and action, every smile and frown. evoking a sense of spring-like warmth and heartfelt respect. Moreover, unlike the initial hostility that Duke Gallop showed towards William, upon learning that William was Dolores's beloved, Lady Gallop expressed great fondness for him, and throughout the entire banquet, her gaze rarely left William. As for Duke Gallop's two sons, the elder son, Stuart, was refined and elegant, exuding an air of aristocracy. Although he carried a subtle sense of superiority, it was understandable, given that Stuart's birth was the culmination of everyone's struggles. The younger son, Aubrey, was lively and active, with a great passion for swordsmanship. Surprisingly, his dream was the same as Rod's, to become the Shadow King. However, due to Duke Gallop's circumstances, he couldn't even aspire to be a shadow. This led to the moment during the banquet when, upon learning that William was indeed a shadow, he was the first to offer his blessings regarding his sister's marriage. William, after dinner, can we have a swordsmanship match? Let's see whose skills are better. After getting to know each other, Aubrey approached William and confidently expressed his intentions, not as a request for guidance, but as a challenge. Although he couldn't become a shadow, Aubrey was very confident in his swordsmanship, having been trained by renowned masters since childhood. After all, even his teacher, the kingdom's sword Saint Bill Roy, praised his talent highly. Hearing that Aubrey wanted to compare swordsmanship with William, Rod almost spit out his drink and looked at Aubrey with a strange expression, marveling at the courage of the young man. At the main table, upon hearing his son's words, Duke Gallop also smiled. Aubrey, confidence is a good thing, but arrogance is not acceptable. Duke Gallop certainly knew that his younger son had a talent for swordsmanship, but as a father, he also understood that Aubrey's talent was only significant against ordinary people. Facing William would be like child's play. Father, I'm very strong. Yes, you're very strong. Upon hearing Aubrey's words, Duke Gallop couldn't help but laugh, while Duchess Daisy beside him also stifled a laugh. Seeing Aubrey's flushed face, William understood that young people often couldn't handle such things and didn't want to embarrass the little guy. At this moment, William didn't even realize that his current body was actually 3 years younger than Aubrey. William replied, I'm not particularly skilled in swordsmanship, but I do have a master swordsman in my team. If you really want to compete, I can have Rod fight you. Upon hearing this, Rod couldn't help but smile wryly. He was enjoying his meal, so why did he have to get involved in this? Besides, not skilled in swordsmanship? That was something that could only fool Aubrey. On the other side, Dolores also suppressed a laugh upon hearing William's response. However, when she noticed her mother's half-smiling gaze, her face immediately turned red. So, after the dinner, the eager Aubrey set up a match with Rod outside the restaurant. In this duel, there were no outsiders. Watching Aubrey, who was fully focused, Rod initially did not take it to heart. However, when Aubrey's swordsmanship was gradually revealed, Rod was somewhat surprised. To be fair, there was indeed something to it. In Rod's eyes, Aubrey's swordsmanship was not only solid and reliable, but also subtly carried a sense of grandeur in each move. As Aubrey's swordsmanship flowed gracefully, not only was Rod taken aback, but even the Duke of Gallop's family was astonished. They truly did not expect Aubrey's swordsmanship to have reached such a level. Brother, go for it. Seeing this situation, Dolores couldn't help but cheer for Aubrey. Hearing Dolores's voice, Aubrey's fighting spirit intensified, and his sword technique became even more fierce. In contrast, Rod appeared serious, but in reality, he was holding back. Although Aubrey's swordsmanship was good, it was merely decent. If Rod were to get serious, not to mention unleashing his full power, even under normal circumstances, Aubrey would likely have already lost. Compared to Aubrey's solid fundamentals, his greatest weakness was actually being too cautious and lacking practical experience. In reality, Aubrey posed no threat to Rod at all. Suddenly, with a crisp sound, the forceful strike not only halted Aubrey's body, but also completely shattered his sword momentum. With a sweep and pull his cross-sword, humming, just as Rod's cross-sword reached Aubrey's neck, the terrified Aubrey even forgot how to react. It wasn't until Rod's cross-sword stopped at Aubrey's neck that Aubrey felt completely drained. That feeling was as if he had experienced life and death. I lost, Aubrey said bitterly, his fighting spirit dissipating. At this moment, he finally understood that Rod had been letting him win all along. With a slight smile, Rod patted Aubrey's shoulder and sheathed his cross-sword, saying, at your age, your swordsmanship is already impressive. Mr. Rod, please don't comfort me. I've already guessed that you've been letting me win just now, right? To this, Rod chuckled. You've only been practicing swordsmanship for a few years. Well, I've been training for many years. It's normal that you can't beat me. Mr. Rod, please tell me the truth. If it really came to a fight, how many moves could I block from you? Rod smiled, but remained silent at this question. Seeing Rod sheath his sword, Aubrey was completely stunned. Just as Rod was turning to leave, Aubrey suddenly said, "Mr. Rod, could you teach me swordsmanship?" "Oh." Hearing Aubrey's words, Rod turned around with a frown. "The master who teaches you swordsmanship is no weakling. Why do you need me to teach you?" In fact, Rod felt a bit annoyed by Aubrey's statement. Although Aubrey couldn't fully grasp the essence of the opponent's swordsmanship, Rod could clearly sense the skill in Aubrey's technique. To have such a renowned master guiding him and still be unsatisfied was what made Rod feel this way. "But I feel that you, Mr. Rod, are stronger than him." Just as Rod was about to respond, a loud laugh suddenly came from afar. "Oh, a swordsmanship master stronger than me? I would love to see that." Hearing this, everyone's gaze turned toward the newcomer. The person was none other than the sword saint of the kingdom, Bill Roy. This is a very clean-looking middle-aged man at first glance, wearing a plain robe without a single wrinkle, with neatly combed black hair, long hands, and a simple face. Bill's appearance is quite ordinary, even understated, but his bright sword-like eyes are striking even in the dark. Upon seeing Bill, Rod couldn't help but show a look of surprise. "Bill, oh, who are you?" Hearing William call out his name, the sword saint Bill looked at Rod with a thoughtful expression, then was taken aback. "You are Rod? You actually remember me?" Rod's expression carried a hint of emotion upon hearing the sword saint call his name. "Ha ha ha!" Bill laughed heartily, and his initial hostility instantly dissipated. "It's really been a long time." Approaching Rod, the two extended their hands to shake, and for a moment, they both felt a sense of nostalgia. 10 years ago, Bill was not the sword saint he is today, but a sword madman challenging everywhere, while Rod, equally spirited, was the youngest A-rank shadow in the Shadow Pavilion. When he was brought to the royal city by Herman to participate in the trial of the gods, the two unexpectedly met. With similar ages and comparable strengths, they developed a deep friendship through their exchanges. But neither of them expected that their next meeting would be 10 years later today. "Master Bill." At this moment, the Duke of Gallop, as the host, finally spoke up. Upon hearing the Duke's words, Bill released Rod's hand. Looking at the Duke, Bill bowed and said, "Your Grace." The Duke of Gallop nodded and asked, "Why do you have time to come to my residence tonight?" He continued, "I had no plans for the evening and just wanted to come and teach Aubrey, but I didn't expect to encounter an old friend." As the sword saint of the kingdom and also Aubrey's swordsmanship instructor, Bill had the right to come and go freely from the Gallop family estate. However, he did not anticipate that his impromptu visit today would lead him to meet an old friend. "Master," Aubrey said, his expression awkward upon hearing Bill's words. His intention was not to gossip behind anyone's back. He simply spoke without thinking. This is also a manifestation of the immaturity of most young people. At first, when Bill heard what Aubrey said, he felt a bit annoyed, but after meeting Rod, his original mood had faded away. Although he didn't know what had happened to Rod over the years, he was genuinely curious about Rod's strength during this time. "Rod, are you coming or not?" This sentence brought Rod's memories back to 10 years ago. 10 years ago, wasn't their conversation just like this? "Cool, mate." Without hesitation, Rod drew his crossword again, and Bill unsheathed his one-handed sword from his waist. 10 years ago, 10 years later. Without a second thought, the crossword and the one-handed sword instantly clashed together. After a burst of intense sparks, Bill, unable to withstand the force of the one-handed sword, took a step back, while Rod swept his sword across. Bang! Another dazzling spark erupted. Compared to his battle with Aubrey, Rod was truly unleashing his true skills now, with each strike faster than the last. Even Bill was being pushed back steadily. However, despite this, Bill grew more and more excited as he continued to retreat. When faced with Rod's next slash, Bill's eyes lit up, and he drew a perfect arc with his one-handed sword from below. The immense power combined with the sword energy formed from the condensed air shocked Rod. "Sword energy? Rod, you lost." Facing Bill's confident strike, Rod couldn't help but smile. Not necessarily. Slash. With a fierce downward thrust of the cross-sword, an overwhelming sword pressure capable of cutting through steel descended with a loud bang. A tremendous sound erupted between the two. "What?" After the sound, seeing that even the cross-sword was unscathed, Bill's face showed shock. How is that possible? This was the reason he was known as the Sword Saint. The sword energy was a technique Bill spent 20 years finally mastering, and it was his trump card even when facing divine bestowers. Who would have thought that today? His trump card sword energy slashes aren't something only you can use, you know? Looking at Bill, Rod pressed down with his cross-sword, declaring with authority, "Bill, let me show you my sword. Although this move wasn't originally meant for you, you're qualified to see it." Overbearing crescent moon slash. As Rod swung his sword, the black-armed hockey condensed into sword energy surged from his cross-sword, leaving even William behind him dumbfounded. Wow, that's impressive. It should be noted that Rod had never used this move in front of him. But just thinking about it made it clear how long Rod had secretly practiced this move. At the same time, facing Rod's crescent moon slash. Even the Sword Saint Bill was momentarily stunned. At that moment, he didn't even know how to respond. It wasn't until the black crescent sword energy brushed past him and disappeared into the horizon that Bill realized what was happening. At this moment, not even Bill, but also the Duke of Gallop's family and all the servants and guards did not react. What is this? A hallucination? Is this swordsmanship? How could this possibly be swordsmanship? No, no. In a daze, Bill asked with a blank expression, Rod, did you eat the divine fruit? Although the principle of sword energy could be explained for those who also practice swordsmanship, the attack method, just now, was something even Bill, hailed as the Sword Saint, could not comprehend a swordsman possessing such power. When others posed this question, the crowd's puzzled gazes immediately turned to Rod. Regarding this question, William's explanation was somewhat indifferent. This is not the power of the divine fruit, it is the power of hockey. Hockey? Another entirely new term. Meanwhile, Lawrence explained this hockey to Duke Gallop. When Duke Gallop learned that this power of hockey was actually researched by William, his gaze towards William became rather strange. Suddenly, Duke Gallop seized on a point and exclaimed in shock, Are you saying that anyone can cultivate hockey? According to William, that is indeed the case. However, without understanding the principles, it is almost impossible to get started. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Lawrence also tried to imitate William's hockey, but after experimenting for so long, he gave up because, although he understood it was hockey and saw its power, he didn't even know what hockey actually was. So how did William learn it? Regarding this question from Duke Gallop, Lawrence was at a loss. I don't know either. He just muttered something on horseback and created this thing. Who knows how it works? Perhaps it might be related to his devil fruit power. Upon hearing this, Duke Gallop reacted. If this is also a devil fruit power, then the divine fruit that William obtained is indeed remarkable. Looking at the dejected Bill, Rod sheathed his sword and smiled. What's wrong? Did you get hit? What do you think? A bitter voice came from Bill. After all these years being called the Sword Saint, Bill had gotten used to the idea that he had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Who would have thought that Rod's sword would completely shatter his long-held pride, making him fully understand what it meant to be a frog at the bottom of a well? Rod, what is hockey? Upon hearing this question from others, even Lawrence and Duke Gallop turned their gazes to Rod, as they wanted to know what hockey really was. Faced with everyone's attention, Rod instinctively looked at William. And only after William nodded did Rod explain. Hockey is the latent power possessed by humans. It is an innate ability. When you can control this power, you can manifest it into a strong force, and that is hockey. Latent power? Innate? The literal meaning was understood by everyone, but in practice, there was no way to apply it. Although they wanted to ask more, Bill did not continue to inquire. He knew very well that this was a power completely different from devil fruit abilities. It was a personal secret, just like his sword aura. Would he answer if everyone came to ask? After the battle ended, everyone dispersed one by one. Although Dolores was reluctant to part with William, she could only think about it, and due to her mother, she was soon taken away by Daisy. After Dolores left, William was quickly led to the guest room of the Duke's mansion by his attendants. Accompanying him were Bill and Aubrey, although the two were still most curious about hockey. Setting that aside, Bill and Rod chatted about their experiences over the past 10 years. Rod's experiences occasionally drew exclamations from Aubrey, watching the three enjoying their conversation. William did not join in, but continued to upgrade every day. Meanwhile, Jeff was practicing the use of the space ring that William had given him. Yes, you read that right. After countless failures, William finally forged a space ring unique to him through the enhancement pool. This also became a standard item for Lingxiao Pavilion. The ring on William's hand was engraved with the Chinese characters for Lingxiao Hall and the word Haoyan. Rod's ring was similar, except his had desert instead of Haoyan. As for Jeff, since he had not yet found his title, his ring only had the 3 characters for Lingxiao Hall. But even so, it excited him for several days. As a master of weapons, Jeff liked the Warhammer, but in reality, his weapons were not limited to just the Warhammer. He habitually used the Warhammer simply because it was easier to carry. The appearance of the space ring can be said to have lifted Jeff's restrictions. Looking at the various weapons that occasionally appeared in Jeff's hands, including the battle axe he now held, William smiled and asked, Jeff, have you thought about what kind of devil fruit power you want to eat in the future? Jeff was taken aback by William's question and replied, Is there even a choice with these divine fruits? Whatever is available, I'll eat it. Raising an eyebrow, William said, You have such low standards? Jeff sighed, It's not that my standards are low. Even as a shadow, All these years, aside from seeing divine fruits in the catalog, I haven't encountered any in real life. It's not that Jeff lacks insight, but rather that 99 of the entire continent has never actually seen a divine gift fruit. Although William often encounters divine gift bearers or those from the Godslayer temple, in reality, ordinary people might go their whole lives without ever encountering a divine gift bearer. This is reality. Upon hearing this, William couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and frustration. Imagine if you had to eat. What kind of ability fruit would you prefer, if you could really choose? This question is something Jeff has fantasized about. He actually prefers to eat fruit from the paramecia type. If he could eat the strength fruit or the speed fruit, that would be even better. Although the idea of the strength fruit and speed fruit is quite simple, William understands what Jeff means. Thinking back to what Dolores once told him, William suddenly had an idea. The night passed without a word. The next morning, while William and his group were having breakfast in the restaurant, Dolores bounced in front of William. Looking at Dolores's happy expression, William smiled and asked, "What is making you so happy?" I won't tell you." Although she said that, it wasn't long before Dolores couldn't help but tell William, "Last night, my mother told me to bravely pursue my love. She thinks you're great, so she really supports me being with you. Isn't that good?" "Yeah, that's why I'm so happy." Holding William's hand, Dolores happily said, "Also, my mother told me that she would talk to my father about his thoughts in the next few days. And if all goes well, we will be able to get married soon." Thinking about being able to marry William soon, Dolores's eyes filled with more longing. Well then, let's look forward to good news. Dolores's thoughts were quite innocent, but William had no intention of dampening her spirits. Moreover, regarding the Duke Gallop's requirements, William felt it would only take a year or two, and he was confident he could meet it. "Dolores, last time I heard you say your family has the divine fruit." To this question, Dolores nodded and replied, "Yes, why? Do you want to take a look? Can you take me to see it?" "Of course, no problem." Soon, William followed Dolores to the Gallop family's treasure vault. As expected of the Duke Gallop's most cherished daughter, the entire vault had no defenses against Dolores at all. Even the guards protecting the vault did not stop her when they saw her. As the treasure vault of the entire Duke's residence, there wasn't a single guard here. Although there were traps all along the way to the treasure room, the defenses here seemed too lax. Just as William was puzzled, an old man with gray hair and bleary eyes appeared at the end of the corridor. Seeing Dolores and William, a strange look flashed in the old man's eyes, but he showed no intention of getting up. He weakly said, "Dolores, why did you bring an outsider here?" Facing this seemingly decrepit old man, Dolores's face showed respect. "Great-grandfather, he is not an outsider. He is my fiancé, William." "William, this is my great-grandfather, the eldest elder of the Gallop family." "Oh." With surprise in his tone, the old man named Kent looked a bit dazed. Time flies so fast. "I didn't expect the little girl to be getting married soon." Dolores smiled and said, "Great-grandfather, you must come when I get married." Hearing Dolores's words, Kent laughed e artidi, come, I will definitely come. While speaking, he also let out a fit of severe coughing. Looking at him, Dolores expressed concern. "Great-grandfather, your health." "It's nothing, just old ailments. Don't worry." Then it's settled. Seeing Kent nod, Dolores playfully stretched out her hand to him. "Great-grandfather, can I borrow the key? Are you going to play again?" Kent's tone was reproachful, but also a bit indulgent. "William wants to see the divine fruit, so I brought him to have a look." "Oh, have you discussed this with your father?" "Not yet, but great-grandfather, you won't tell my father, right?" Hearing Dolores's words, Kent couldn't help but laugh and cry. "You, still as mischievous as when you were little." That said, Kent still handed the key to Dolores. It wasn't until he followed Dolores into the treasure vault that he withdrew his gaze from William. After pondering for a while, Kent closed his eyes again. William was also curious. This great-grandfather Kent seemed to be overly kind to Dolores, and he showed no hostility towards himself. William's sense of good and evil was very intuitive. Moreover, even when Kent knew he had encouraged Dolores to enter the treasure vault, he still did not stop him. It was indeed strange. As expected of the Gallop Duke's treasure vault, the immense wealth was astonishing even to William. At a glance, the first thing that caught the eye was the countless gold and silver jewels scattered throughout the vault. Even William had to restrain himself from gazing at this wealth for a long time and followed Dolores deeper inside. Soon, the two arrived at the area specifically for placing the divine fruits. 1, 2, 3. A total of 24 divine fruits appeared before William. Noticing William's gaze, Dolores explained, "Actually, the most we had was a few years ago. I remember there were over 40 divine fruits here back then, but over the years, some have been used up. This is the grass fruit, this is the bomb fruit, this is the bubble fruit, this is..." With Dolores's narration and the system's prompts, William quickly learned all the abilities of the 24 fruits in the treasure vault. It must be said that as a collection of the Gallup Duke's residents, aside from a few relatively useless ability fruits, the other fruits were all very good divine fruits. Among them, the most attractive and surprising to William was undoubtedly the quake fruit. Looking at the white fruit in his hand that resembled a desolate planet, even William almost couldn't resist eating it. Although William's current abilities far surpassed Whitebeard's, he still felt a sense of yearning for Whitebeard's charisma. Noticing William's gaze, Dolores curiously asked, "Quake fruit? William, is this fruit very special?" "This fruit is very powerful." "Very powerful?" Hearing William's words, Dolores was puzzled. "It's not that great. Although the power of vibrations is special, but it's just that. That's only because they don't know how to use it." William wasn't surprised by Dolores' answer. As he had said before, there are no weak talents in this world, only weak people. In William's view, the quake fruit could only exert its strongest power in Whitebeard's hands. Even if others like Blackbeard also ate the quake fruit, they might not reach the peak power that Whitebeard had with it. Originally, William came here to see if he could find a suitable fruit for Jeff, but unexpectedly, he stumbled upon a pleasant surprise. He took a bite of the quake fruit, and the next moment, a white orb of light appeared in William's hand. "What is this?" Dolores felt confused at this scene. Airquake. With a punch. Crack. In front of William, the entire space was shattered. Seeing this scene, Dolores was stunned. Is this the power of the? This is the power of the push to the extreme. With one punch, it could crack the entire royal city. This is incredible. Hearing William's words, Dolores couldn't help but get excited. However, what Dolores didn't know was that if William wanted, even without relying on the power of the, he could easily destroy the entire continent of Asia with just one punch. The reason he ate was more of a sentiment. "Dolores, can I take another fruit?" "Of course, no problem. If you want it, take as many as you like," Dolores answered simply to William's question. However, William naturally wouldn't really take them all. After all, the other fruits didn't attract him much. After taking another fruit, William left the treasure vault with Dolores. Looking at the two coming out of the vault, Ken only glanced at them indifferently, without asking anything or saying a word. After returning the key to Kent, Dolores smiled and greeted, "Great-grandpa, we're leaving now." Kent nodded, but said nothing. Dolores didn't mind this, and took William away from the treasure vault. When they returned to the courtyard where he lived, William still had a somewhat dreamlike expression. To be honest, today's events were truly beyond William's expectations. He hadn't even thought that he would end up with 2 divine fruits after just one trip back and forth. "Jeff." Looking at Jeff, who was training in the open space, William called out, "What's up?" Hearing William's call, Jeff approached him with a puzzled expression. "This is for you." As William handed over a fruit that resembled a black gold banana, Jeff's expression froze. This is a divine fruit." Seeing the fruit in Jeff's hand, Rod couldn't help but exclaim and ran over. "What kind of fruit is this?" Curious, Rod compared it to his memory, but couldn't recall it for a moment. "This is the diamond fruit," Dolores explained from the side. The diamond fruit belongs to the Zoan-type fruits and allows the user to transform into a diamond, possessing physical qualities 10 times stronger than an ordinary person. Hearing Dolores' words, Rod's eyes lit up. This fruit was indeed what he had always dreamed of. However, William's next words left Dolores stunned. In fact, this is not the diamond fruit, but the behemoth fruit. Behemoth fruit? The three looked puzzled. Behemoth, or the behemoth beast, is the only race in mythology that can match the Titan gods in size. It is the king of the continent, the top predator in the food chain. With a body so hard that it is immune to all methods and a power strong enough to shift mountains, even gods find it difficult to block its punch easily. A power that even gods cannot withstand. Upon hearing William's words, the eyes of the three widened. Of course, awakening the behemoth form is not something that can be done casually. Before that, it could also be considered as the diamond fruit. Jeff already had some understanding of awakening. Since that's the case, what are we hesitating for? With one bite, he sank his teeth into the divine fruit and swallowed it. The next moment, Jeff's body transformed into a behemoth towering over 2 people. Feeling the explosive power within him, Jeff couldn't help but roar to the sky. After venting for a while, Jeff quickly calmed down. When his body gradually returned to human form, he turned to Rod beside him and said, "Rod, shall we compare again?" "Sure." Unlike last time, this time, the two unleashed a nearly frenzied battle. However, both of them had tacitly chosen not to use hockey, which led to Rod being completely overwhelmed for a time. In terms of strength, speed, and physical defense, the difference was like heaven and earth. The power of the Zoan type, divine fruit, indeed, far surpasses the elemental type. And it wasn't until Rod began to use the power of the desert fruit that the tide of the battle completely turned. Rod's utilization of the desert fruit left Jeff dizzy, with all sorts of flashy skills causing Jeff to almost explode. After a round of fighting, Jeff felt as if he had been dragged into a quagmire like a giant. No matter how he struggled, it was futile. Although at one point he caught Rod off guard with his speed and power, without using hockey, Jeff was unable to inflict any damage on Rod, which directly led to Jeff not wanting to fight Rod for a while. There was nothing he could do. It was too frustrating. However, if he used hockey, Jeff was afraid he might accidentally kill Rod. Of course, this was what Jeff said. Rod naturally disagreed. In Rod's view, although he might not withstand one punch from Jeff, under the ability of the desert fruit, Jeff wouldn't even be able to touch him. Moreover, his swordsmanship was not necessarily weaker than Jeff's. As for hockey, he was even less afraid. In summary, the current state of the two was that neither would back down. Along the way, the two were bantering with each other, and before they knew it, the group of four had arrived at the headquarters of the Shadow Pavilion. Unlike the Shadow Pavilion in the branch of Saya City, the headquarters in the Royal City was not low-key at all. Instead, it was located on the most prosperous street. Although it wasn't in the noble district, its area was not much smaller than a duke's mansion, and the grandeur at the entrance left William, who had never seen such a thing, dumbfounded. Is this considered a provocation against the Yaster Kingdom? However, judging from the fact that the Yaster Kingdom can only tacitly accept this situation, the strength of the Shadow Pavilion is indeed not to be underestimated. Entering the headquarters of the Shadow Pavilion leads directly to the Task Release Hall. The entire Task Release Hall is divided into 3 sections with clear functional divisions. One side is the Shadow Task Release Area. The other side is the Shadow Task Reception Area, and the last side is the Shadow Noble Reception Area. In the center of the hall, there is a dedicated inquiry area where anyone with questions can go directly to ask. William and his group of 4 went straight to the inquiry area. Even though William and his group were right in front of them, the staff at the inquiry area didn't even lift their heads to look, just chatting among themselves. They looked very much like some staff William had seen in a large hospital in his past life. It was only when Rod took out an A-level shadow token that the 2 staff members became somewhat serious, asking, "This shadow, what can we do for you?" "I am Rod, from the Saya City branch, here to complete the S-level shadow certification." Upon hearing Rod's words, the staff of the Shadow Pavilion showed a look of surprise. S-level certification? Yes. After Rod confirmed, the staff's expression changed, and a flattering smile appeared on their face as they quickly stood up. "Shadow Rod, please wait a moment. I will check immediately." After saying this, the staff left the workstation and went to the Shadow Pavilion's rank certification inquiry area. After confirming with a colleague, the staff quickly returned to Rod's side, respectfully saying, "Shadow Rod, please follow me." Personally leading the way, William and his group soon arrived at the office door of the president of the Shadow Pavilion. Every S-level shadow receives a personal appointment from the president of the Shadow Pavilion. Gently knocking on the office door, soon, a woman with short golden hair and a neat appearance opened the office door. "What is it?" Seeing the people outside, Viola frowned slightly. "Lady Viola, Shadow Rod is here for S-level certification." "Rod?" Upon hearing this name, Viola immediately recalled. S-level shadows are already rare, and getting one in a year is considered lucky. As the secretary of the president, Viola, with her photographic memory, certainly knew that this was the only S-level shadow certified this year. Looking at Rod and his group, Viola was momentarily taken aback, her smile growing wider. "If I'm not mistaken, you're Shadow William, right? You're Shadow Jeff. As for this lady, she should be Miss Dolores, the 3rd Miss of the Gallup family." William was not surprised that Viola could recognize him, or even Dolores, but he was truly astonished that Viola could even recognize Jeff. "What is going on?" Noticing William's curious gaze, Viola smiled and pointed to her eyes, saying, "I can remember everyone and everything I've seen." "Photographic memory? Is this your fruit ability?" "No, it's my talent." After saying this, Viola confidently introduced herself, Viola Fortes, currently serving as the personal secretary to President Boyd. She opened the office door with a smile and said, "Come on in." As they entered the office, what caught William's eye was a classic office exceeding 50 square meters. However, what surprised William was that this was just Viola's office. Pushing open a door beside the office, an indoor garden appeared before the 4 of them. After walking through the indoor garden, they encountered a man resembling a playboy, lounging on a deck chair, basking in the sun. The loud snoring indicated that he was in deep sleep. Helplessly holding his forehead, Viola cleared her throat amidst William's group estays. "Snore, snore." Seeing that there was no reaction after 2 reminders, Viola's expression turned cold, and she kicked. Who? Who is attacking me? Boyd, who had fallen heavily from the deck chair, suddenly woke up. Upon noticing it was Viola, Boyd couldn't help but laugh. Viola, what are you doing? Facing this unreliable president, Viola replied irritably. Can't you see there are people here? People? Who? Boyd glanced at the people beside Viola. His expression stiffened, and he stood straight, looking serious. I am Boyd. What do you need from me? However, as he tried to sit down, he unexpectedly fell again because there was nothing behind him, landing in a heap. After a moment of calm, Boyd returned to the office, looking completely serious again. However, the previous scene was too memorable, and as a result, Dolores couldn't help but stifle a laugh while looking at Boyd. Not just Dolores, even William felt that this guy was a clown. Viola, the shadow token for Rod should be ready, right? Looking at Boyd with disdain, Viola wanted to say something, but ultimately held back since there were outsiders present. President Boyd, I have already given you Rod Shadow certification. As for where you put it, you can find it yourself. Huh, really? At that moment, Boyd showed no signs of embarrassment. After rummaging around, he finally found Rod's shadow token in the desk drawer. Finally found it. After pulling out Rod's token from a pile of items, Boyd smiled and handed it to Rod. So, congratulations, Rod Shadow. Thank you. Although this token seemed no different to Boyd, it was like a treasure in Rod's hands. After carefully inspecting the token, Rod cautiously stored it in the Ling Xiao ring. Clapping his hands, Boyd looked at Viola, sighed in relief, and asked with curiosity, So, is there anything else I haven't done? Viola rolled her eyes. Of course there is. As an upgraded S-rank shadow, Rod Shadow has a chance to enter the Shadow Treasury. Does this matter? Boyd felt a bit embarrassed when he saw the strange looks from William's group. Sorry. I only took over as president last year, and I'm not particularly familiar with some business matters. No wonder. Hearing this, everyone understood why this guy seemed so unreliable. Rod curiously asked, What about the old president? Just as he was about to speak, Boyd suddenly noticed Viola's gaze and quickly changed his words. That's a secret, so you don't need to worry about it. As for entering the Shadow Treasury, you can go in with this. After rummaging through the drawer again, Boyd took out a token with a special pattern, handed it to Rod, and said, As for the others, they shouldn't go. Outsiders are not allowed in there. William nodded and said to Rod, Then you can go by yourself first. I understand. I'll come find you later. After saying this, Rod turned to leave. At this moment, Viola spoke up. If no one takes you to the Shadow Treasury, you won't be able to find it. Wait a moment. I'll have someone take you there. Rod naturally wouldn't refuse this. After speaking to Rod, Viola looked at William with a strange expression. According to the news from the Saya branch, you should be one of the participants in this year's divine trial, right? Yes. William nodded and took out the token that Herman had given him from his ring. After receiving the token and checking it, Viola nodded and confirmed. Indeed, it is the token from President Herman. At this moment, Boyd, who had been silent, sighed and said, The trial of the gods is approaching. The annual grand competition is coming up so soon. Viola, how many recommenders from other branches have arrived? President Boyd, William is currently the first to arrive. But there's no rush. There's still 3 months until the trial of the gods. Perhaps because there were others present, Boyd and Viola didn't discuss the trial of the gods in detail. After registering William's information, they fell silent. Meanwhile, the person Viola had specifically found for Rod had also arrived at the office. After Rod left, William was about to leave when Boyd's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. If you have time, come find me alone. Nodding discreetly, William left the office with the others. Time passed slowly, and just as William was about to fall asleep, Rod, looking very pleased, found him. So happy. Noticing the smile on Rod's face, William was a bit puzzled. I got a very powerful fruit. As he spoke, Rod took out the fruit from his Ling Xiao ring. Since there were no other people in the VIP room, Rod wasn't worried about being seen. While speaking, Rod took out the divine fruit he obtained from the baby storage in the Shadow Pavilion. This is a fruit that resembles a volcanic eruption, the magma fruit. Looking at the fruit in Rod's hand, the voice from the system informed William of the fruit's name. It is actually the magma fruit. Seeing this fruit, William couldn't help but feel surprised. Regardless of how Sakazuki is portrayed in One Piece, and regardless of whether Oda's claim that the magma fruit is a higher level fruit than the Mera Mera Nomi is correct, the power of the magma fruit is undoubtedly formidable. Giving this fruit to Garcia would be impeccable. At this point, a smile unconsciously appeared on Rod's lips. Now, in the Ling Xiao Pavilion, only Garcia has not consumed a divine fruit. If this magma fruit is given to Garcia, then the Ling Xiao Pavilion would currently have 4 divine bestowers. Coupled with the power of Haki, such strength is something Rod could hardly have imagined in the past. At this moment, Dolores suddenly spoke up beside him. William, do you think I can join the Lingxiao Hall as well? Dolores's words caught William off guard, and he replied, of course you can join. But if you want to be a part of it, you must strengthen your abilities. William had his own plans for the Lingxiao Hall. Even though it was Dolores, he didn't want to break his own setting. If it's about becoming stronger, I can do that too. Throughout this journey filled with constant pursuit and various encounters, Dolores has also begun to think about becoming stronger. Moreover, the power of hockey was granted to her by William. If it is the God-given fruit, then if she wants it, there is a ready supply in the Duke's mansion. As for your God-given fruit, I have other arrangements. If you want to join the Lingxiao Palace, then starting tomorrow, you need to train hard. Can you endure it? Trust me, Dolores said firmly. That afternoon, after returning to the Duke's mansion, Dolores couldn't help but start training. To accelerate Dolores's training speed, William even chose to personally guide her. And he was pleased to see that, even without holding back, Dolores gritted her teeth and persevered. However, after the training ended, Dolores couldn't help but cry in William's arms. After all, persistence is one thing, and feeling wronged is another. As for William, he naturally left a private message. While training with Dolores, William gradually infused diluted infinite power into her body, which directly led to a leap in Dolores's strength in just a week. Peak observation hockey, peak armament hockey, and even conqueror's hockey. Even Rod and Jeff were incredibly shocked by Dolores's mastery of hockey, and at one point, even Dolores thought she might be a rare martial arts genius. About 4 kilometers away from the Gallup Duke's mansion, this estate has now become William's residence. With the friendship and assistance of the Duke, William purchased this mansion at a price 3 times lower than the market value. This place has also become the sub-base of William's team, the Lingxiao Palace. Perhaps for most people in this world, such a mansion would be a lifelong dream home. But for William, this mansion could never be the headquarters of the Lingxiao Palace. On the 3rd day after moving into the new mansion, Rod approached William with a serious expression. What's wrong? Noticing Rod's demeanor, William asked curiously. William, I want to complete the task of the elixir of immortality. William understood this task well. It was the mission that changed Rod's fate and was also his lifelong pain. Do you need my help? William didn't say much, just asked softly. I came to ask for your help. Even though Rod now possessed far more strength than in the past, he still lacked absolute confidence, which is why he sought out William. William smiled. When do we leave? If nothing else comes up, how about we leave tomorrow? Sounds good. With William's affirmation, a smile appeared on Rod's face. I will go too. At this moment, Dolores couldn't help but speak up. After all the hard work, she had developed powerful abilities, and she was eager to try them out. This, if it were her own mission, William wouldn't have said anything, but knowing the nature of this task was different. William looked at Rod. No problem, then let's go together. If it were the previous Dolores, Rod definitely wouldn't let her go. Not to mention the burden, just the danger level there. If anything were to happen, the consequences would definitely not be something Rod would want to bear. However, the current Dolores was not necessarily guaranteed to win even against Rod, so he naturally didn't have to worry. When Rod left to purchase supplies, William took out the prepared lady's golden holy armor from the system space. As William handed over the gold necklace, Dolores was puzzled about why William would give her this. Click, 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 click. Looking at the golden holy armor that covered her entire body, a look of surprise appeared on Dolores's face beneath her mask. How is it? Do you like it? It's so beautiful. The entire golden armor was inspired by the Phoenix Gold Holy Armor from Saint Seiya. The streamlined armor had the wings of Phoenix at the back, and it not only granted Dolores immense power, speed, and defense, but also the ability to fly, as well as the power of the Phoenix's rebirth. The Phoenix Gold Holy Armor completely compensated for Dolores's lack of divine fruit, and opened up a whole new path of enhancement for her. As his woman, William naturally did not hesitate to grant Dolores power that surpassed this world. In fact, William had already arranged the next steps for Dolores. He did not intend for her to consume the divine fruit, since she was going to eat. She should eat the best, and the fruit deep in the miracle forest was undoubtedly the most suitable for Dolores. Transforming Dolores into the most powerful goddess of this world was William's carefully planned goal. With the golden holy armor, Dolores showcased a completely different power, and when they fought again, their battle had even surpassed the limits of this world. Bang, 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 bang. Watching the two collide at speeds beyond the naked eye, Jeff was stunned. He didn't even understand how Dolores could become so powerful in such a short time. It wasn't until Jeff noticed the divine-like golden holy armor on Dolores that he finally understood. He definitely felt envious, but he wasn't jealous. The golden holy armor was indeed powerful, but Jeff was also certain that once he awakened the power of the behemoth fruit, his strength wouldn't be much weaker. With one hand pressing down on Dolores's hand and the other on her shoulder, amidst the fierce winds, William pinned Dolores to the ground. At this point, their battle finally came to an end. Although she lost again, there was an excited look on Dolores's face. That unprecedented feeling of power made her feel as if the might of the gods was probably still like this. All right, you've adapted to the power of the holy armor. Next, focus on honing your own strength. Try to merge your domineering aura with the power of the holy armor. Dolores, while the holy armor is powerful, I don't want you to rely too much on the weapon's strength. True strength comes from within. Do you understand? Dolores nodded and softly said, I understand. Looking at Jeff, William smiled and said, Next, you train with Jeff. I have some matters to attend to. Since he was going to be away for a while, William planned to take this time to have a chat with Boyd from the Shadow Pavilion. Shadow Pavilion headquarters. When William saw Boyd in the garden again, Boyd was still asleep. When Viola woke Boyd up, he still looked groggy, and William couldn't help but laugh. I feel like you can never get enough sleep. To William's remark, Boyd rubbed his head helplessly. There's nothing I can do. It has to do with the fruit I ate. Although curious, William didn't press further. However, Boyd seemed indifferent and directly explained, I ate the sleep god fruit. Sleep god fruit? With a slight smile, Boyd used his ability on William. Instinctively, William yawned. William was stunned, and Boyd was also taken aback. You? Boyd's eyes widened in disbelief. Although he hadn't used his strongest ability, it should be noted that when his power was fully unleashed, even gods couldn't withstand it. Yet, William managed to block it. What does this represent? Are you a divine bestower? Is it your ability? The two asked in unison. In the next moment, they both paused and couldn't help but laugh. Interesting, very interesting. Laughing heartily, Boyd got up from the recliner and looked William up and down. I didn't expect you to have already consumed the divine fruit, able to withstand my sleep god power. Can you tell me about the power of your fruit? After pondering for a moment, Boyd didn't rush and just smile while watching. My ability is the tremor fruit. Stretching out his hand with a crack, a light shield formed from the power of tremors appeared in William's hand. Feeling the tremor energy that flowed into his body, Boyd suddenly realized and guessed a bit. Using the power of vibration to counteract the sleep god's power? Quite a talent. Taking a deep breath, Boyd's smile grew wider. If you are already a divine bestower, then there are many things I can discuss with you. Lying back in the chair, a nostalgic look appeared on Boyd's face. The so-called divine trial is actually the divine graveyard. The divine graveyard? William had speculated about the divine trial, but had never thought it would be this. People die, and so do gods. However, unlike humans, all gods return to the divine graveyard after death. A strange look flashed in Boyd's eyes as he said seriously, the divine trial is very dangerous. But at the same time, it also holds great opportunities. There, even the most ordinary person can obtain divine fruit, but his tone gradually became serious. And Boyd said solemnly, if you do not want to be replaced by the gods, I advise you to act within your capabilities. Hearing Boyd's words, William's expression grew even more puzzled. However, when it came to this turning point, Boyd's expression lightened. If you have become a divine bestower, then it's much simpler. Find the god corresponding to you and obtain the divine inheritance. William asked in confusion, what is divine inheritance? Using your divine bestowed power as a guide. Find the god corresponding to your ability, obtain the divine quality from them, and then ignite it with your divine bestowed power. Is it that simple? Yes, it's that simple. What did you think? Speaking of this, Boyd found it somewhat amusing. For someone who has already become a divine bestower, it is indeed very simple. But for ordinary people, it is very difficult. Why doesn't Rod know about these things? Rod? Boyd didn't expect William to mention Rod. His expression filled with confusion. Did Rod also participate in the divine trial? He once secured a spot in the divine trial, but an accident occurred when he entered. An accident? After hearing William's description, a strange look appeared on Boyd's face. Wait, the Rod you're talking about. Could it be if it were someone else? Boyd might not have recalled it. However, as the first and only shadow in the entire history of the Shadow Pavilion to successfully advance in the divine trial, but ultimately not participate, Boyd remembered it vividly. Could there be some hidden truth about that incident? Noticing the expression on Boyd's face, William's brow furrowed slightly. And thinking of this, he asked, Boyd, who issued the mission regarding the water of life back then. Although surprised that William had guessed some things, Boyd ultimately apologized. I'm sorry, but the issuer of this mission does not want to disclose their identity, so the Shadow Pavilion must also abide by the relevant agreements. Hearing Boyd's words, William's expression gradually turned cold. Although he did not obtain the information he wanted, Boyd's words made William realize that he had already grasped the key to the problem. Thinking of this, William changed his approach and asked, "I want to know who replaced Rod to participate in the divine trial back then." As soon as the words were spoken, Boyd felt a jolt in his heart, his expression revealing a hint of complexity. Did he guess it? But then again, with such an obvious hint, it wouldn't be surprising if one could figure it out with a bit of reasoning. It was Lambert Marshall. "Thank you." Without saying much more, after greeting Boyd, William quickly left Boyd's office. Seeing William approach, Viola asked curiously, "William, is there something you need? I want some information on a person. Could you help me find it? Whose information do you want?" Viola asked with curiosity. "Lambert Marshall." Upon hearing this name, a subtle, odd expression crossed Viola's face. But in the end, she didn't say much more. It wasn't until William left with Lambert's information that Boyd approached with a calm demeanor. "He left?" "Yes. He took Lambert Marshall's information." Nodding, Viola looked at Boyd with a puzzled expression. "Why did you tell him about this?" Not meeting Viola's gaze, Boyd's eyes held a hint of amusement. "Although I can't take action myself, it's time to clean up the trash in the organization. Aren't you afraid he might hold a grudge against you? These things will eventually come to light. Do they really think they can hide it forever? Otherwise, why do you think that old guy was in such a hurry to retire? Some things can no longer be suppressed." At this point, a hint of self-mockery appeared on Boyd's face. "Otherwise, why do you think he would willingly give up this position to me? It's an open scheme, and I can't refuse. After all, who wouldn't want to sit in this position? Moreover, I'm not necessarily going to lose. Do you think William can win? I don't know. He gives me a strange feeling. Perhaps he will surprise me. Besides, he is merely my backup. Even if he loses, it won't be a loss for me, will it?" However, what Boyd and Viola didn't know was that their entire conversation was overheard by William. If throughout the entire time William's sense of good and evil didn't detect Boyd's malice, then when Boyd mentioned Rod, his sense of good and evil sent an alarm to William. Although it wasn't pure malice, it still caught William's attention. A group of ants trying to scheme against a giant. I wonder who gave you this courage. With a hint of sarcasm, William's figure vanished into the shadows. "Rod, let me show you something." "What?" Taking the information handed over by William, Rod looked puzzled. However, when he flipped through the information about Lambert Marshall, Rod's expression turned very grim. Lambert Marshall, what an impressive name. After all, he was Rod's ultimate opponent back in the day. At this moment, he faintly understood why there were no divine bestowers in the finals of the divine trial back then. It turned out that the divine trial was originally a predetermined match, and Rod's appearance completely changed the outcome of this originally fixed situation. To compensate for this mistake, the Shadow Pavilion headquarters directly assigned a task that was originally a high-level mission. Furthermore, to lure Rod into a trap, the previous president, Morton Marshall, even personally took part to let Rod take on this task. Rod never expected that everything from that year was actually a setup. Clenching his fists tightly, Rod's expression became extremely grim. Now, the only reason Rod hadn't exploded in anger was that all of this was merely his own speculation. Even though Rod was very clear that this speculation was almost close to reality, without any evidence, everything was just a guess. Noticing Rod's expression, William calmly said, "If you want to know the reason behind all this, you must go to the task of the water of life. Perhaps we can find all the answers there." Taking a deep breath, Rod nodded and said, "For now, that's all we can do." However, at this moment, Rod's heart was filled with turmoil, because Rod knew that after the incident happened to him back then, Hermann had also gone to the task location of the water of life, but the outcome remained unknown. "Hermann, I hope you had no part in all this." Rod lowered his head, feeling an unbearable bitterness in his heart. If Hermann was involved in this matter as well, then Rod's life would truly be a joke. "Hermann, before this matter is revealed, please don't tell anyone, William. Don't worry, I have it under control." Nodding, without saying anything more, Rod silently left the hall. A night passed without a word. The next morning, as if nothing had happened the day before, Rod leaned on his horse and chatted happily with Jeff. It wasn't until William came out that the two nodded in tacit agreement. Just as the four of them were preparing to leave, unexpectedly, at the city gate, William noticed a familiar figure. Lawrence. Upon seeing the other party, Dolores's expression became somewhat awkward. "Dolores, where are you planning to go?" Stepping forward, Lawrence asked with a smile. In fact, Lawrence had already noticed some strange behavior from Dolores yesterday, and thus, when he saw Dolores unusually waking up early, he quietly waited at the city gate. And the result was indeed not beyond Lawrence's expectations. Noticing Dolores's expression, William couldn't help but laugh. "Didn't you tell your family?" Dolores retorted, "If I told them, They wouldn't let me go out. With a helpless sigh, Lawrence said, Dolores, it's not that I don't want you to go. But if you go on a mission with young Master William, you will only hold him back. Do you understand? I have become stronger. Hearing this, Lawrence couldn't help but laugh even more. Dolores, do you know what becoming stronger means? Don't you believe me? Dolores's lips curled into a smile. Just as William was about to stop this scene, suddenly, a golden conqueror's hockey erupted centered around Dolores. Boom! The moment the hockey erupted, everyone in sight at the city gate of the royal city was swept away. After everyone fell down, Lawrence, whose face turned red and eyes widened, could no longer resist and fell heavily to the ground with a thud. At this point, the entire city gate fell silent. Seeing the scene, Dolores realized she might have gone a bit too far. Sticking out her tongue cutely, Dolores instinctively looked at William. What should we do? Just leave it. Hearing this, William couldn't help but laugh. Since it had come to this, there was naturally nothing to be done but treat it as if nothing had happened. It was not until the four of them had left the royal city for a while that the strongest, Lawrence, finally awakened. At this moment, countless people surrounded the area. Among them were groups of kingdom soldiers. Upon noticing the kingdom soldiers, Lawrence immediately chose to retreat. However, just as he was about to leave, he was stopped in his tracks by a familiar figure calling out to him. Lawrence! Hearing this voice, Lawrence's expression became awkward. But he continued walking. You have the wrong person. Just as it seemed Lawrence was about to walk away, one of the generals in royal armor, Augustine, accelerated to block his path. Lawrence, I need to know what is going on. Faced with Augustine's questioning, Lawrence felt increasingly embarrassed. Although he wanted to conceal some matters, he found himself at a loss for words. Moreover, Lawrence was well aware that even if he wanted to hide the truth, there would undoubtedly be other witnesses to this incident. How long could he really keep it secret? This is the city gate of the royal city. Unprovoked attacks on the kingdom's soldiers are serious crimes. Even though Miss Dolores is the daughter of Duke Gallop, this matter can still be significant or trivial. Thinking of this, Lawrence helplessly said, This is an accident. Although Lawrence wanted to brush it off, Augustine pressed on. Accident? What accident? Taking a step forward, Lawrence leaned close to Augustine's ear and whispered, This incident was caused by Miss Dolores accidentally awakening a divine fruit. So could you do me a favor? Augustine, with a serious expression and a square face, was momentarily taken aback, surprised that this incident was actually caused by the third young lady of the Gallop family. However, given the circumstances, Augustine couldn't just let it go. Lawrence, you know that attacking the kingdom's guards is a very serious matter. I know, but it really was an accident. Looking deeply at Lawrence, Augustine asked, Then, where's Miss Dolores? She has left. Left? Not knowing how to explain, Lawrence braced himself and said, Augustine, I will have Duke Gallop personally explain this to the king. I would like to know what kind of explanation Duke Gallop will provide. With a cold sneer, Augustine said no more and turned to leave the scene. As a general of the kingdom, allowing such an incident to occur in the royal city had extremely negative implications. If things went poorly, even he, the kingdom's general, could be implicated. Fortunately, the incident was not caused by an enemy nation. If it had been an enemy or a rebel army, it would have escalated significantly. Time flew by, and half a month had already passed. Today, 10 years later, Rod finally returned to the place that changed his fate, the location of the Fountain of Eternal Life. Here, they had already reached the depths of the miracle forest. Unlike the endless plains, a towering mountain appeared before the four of them. When Rod dismounted and led everyone to the mountain's peak, a magnificent canyon, resembling a miracle, soon came into view. So beautiful. Even William showed a look of shock at the sight of the ruins before them. Although the water flow in the canyon had dried up, human markings were etched into both sides of the canyon, including the cliffs. On both sides of the canyon, there were uninhabited stone houses, and at a glance, one could faintly see the traces of their past lives. Above the canyon, there were carvings of nameless creatures, humans, birds, the sun, and the moon, and even more unknown beings. Everything here showcased a completely different civilization and belief system. The relics of the water of life were right here. Looking at everything below the cliff, Rod's tone was serious. William nodded and said calmly, I'll go down first. Before Rod could react, William took a step and jumped straight down into the canyon. Wait for me. Seeing this, Dolores, displaying the wings of her holy attire, followed closely behind. Just as Rod was about to set off, Jeff quickly said, Wait, take me with you. I can't fly. Rod was momentarily taken aback and couldn't help but smile. Let's go. Gathering sand and gravel beneath his feet, Rod leaped down with Jeff. As they descended vertically, Jeff couldn't help but scream. Clearly, he hadn't overcome his fear of heights. It wasn't until Jeff landed heavily on the ground, his legs giving way, that he nearly knelt down on the spot. After a while, he finally recovered. At this moment, William had flown around the entire canyon. "Rod, there are no signs of life here," William said, appearing before Rod in a flash of light, confused. "Follow me." Without saying anything, Rod led the group through the canyon, and when they reached the end, a massive cave appeared before them. Pointing to the abyss-like cave, Rod said with a serious expression, "This is the true entrance to the ruins." The entire cave was very dark, and at a glance, there was only a path wide enough for a single person to pass through. On both sides of the cave were rocks connected to the entire mountain, and those with claustrophobia couldn't stay inside for long. Even William felt a sense of oppression while inside, as the rocks of the cave were slanted, making it seem like the cave could collapse at any moment. And if it did collapse, one could only imagine the weight of an entire mountain. Tick-tock, tick-tock. As they walked, faint cracking sounds occasionally echoed through the dim passage, accompanied by a strange noise that even the powerful Dolores could not help but grip William's arm tightly, afraid to let go. It was simply the fear of the unknown. "Use observation hockey to sense. That way, you won't be afraid," William said. Hearing William's words, Dolores remembered to activate her observation hockey, and soon the fear on her face gradually dissipated. Setting aside the cave structure, it was actually quite safe here. Even the sounds within the cave were just small insects. The only truly frightening things were the elongated snake-like creatures that were present. However, without needing Dolores to remind him, William had already used his ability to crush them. After passing through the dark cave, what appeared before William was a completely different underworld, unlike the real world. In this underground world, there is no sunlight. What illuminates it is the continuously flowing magma beneath the ground. As they stepped in, a pungent smell of sulfur filled everyone's nostrils, a scent that even made William furrow his brow. At this moment, Rod's serious voice came. "Be careful, we have arrived." Jeff felt a bit strange beside him. In a place like this, let alone the water of life, there probably can't be any water at all. "No, the water of life does exist, but I don't know how to explain it. You'll understand once you see it." After saying this, Rod took the lead. However, as soon as they stepped into this territory, William felt a deep malice. "Something has discovered us." Hearing William's words, Jeff's expression became serious. He had already witnessed William's perception of good and evil. "It's the fire spiders. They have a very strong territorial awareness." Fire spiders? Just as Jeff was puzzled about what that was, countless blood-red spiders emerged from the ground and the sky from all directions. Seeing the scene, Jeff was also startled. Although fire spiders were not large and did not seem to be man-eaters, their numbers were truly astonishing. The sheer number of these spiders was terrifying, and you must not get bitten by them. Otherwise, the pain is unimaginable. While speaking, Rod pointed his hand, and in an instant, countless ants swept through like a tornado in all directions. The fire spiders, which had once caused Rod and his team to flee in embarrassment, didn't last even a second before Rod now. "Let's go." Without any hesitation, Rod began to accelerate. The reason for the acceleration was, of course, that there were other dangers here. Following behind Rod, William looked up. On the dark mountaintop, countless bats opened their blood-red eyes. The sheer number made William feel his scalp tingle. It wasn't that the blood bats were terrifying, he simply felt a surge of fear due to their density. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Accompanied by the sound of flapping wings, the underground world was filled with a sea of bats. The sky was covered with blood bats, swirling continuously. And for a moment, it seemed as if the entire underground world had been activated. Conqueror's Hockey. With a focused gaze, Rod unleashed his blood-red Conqueror's Hockey. In an instant, the flying blood bats fell like raindrops. However, compared to the number of blood bats, even Rod's Conqueror's Hockey only cleared less than 1/10 of the area. "Jeff." "Understood." Hearing Rod's voice, Jeff stepped forward, unleashing an even stronger Conqueror's Hockey. Boom! In an instant, it felt as if time itself had stopped in the entire underground world. At the same time, Rod stepped forward and pressed his hand on the ground. Sans technique, fluine sans stone. Boom! The next moment, countless waves of sand surged toward the blood bats in front of them. At this point, there were no blood bats left in front of the four. "Let's go." Still showing no intention of stopping, Rod continued to advance atop the waves of sand. As they delved deeper into the underground, the temperature around them kept rising. And before they knew it, under the scorching heat, the air began to thin. Struggling to breathe, Dolores asked Rod, "Are we there yet? If we go any deeper, I feel like I won't be able to breathe." Pointing to a distant mountain, Rod said, "Just hold on a little longer. We'll be inside there soon." After saying this, Rod accelerated again. However, suddenly, William's sense of malice kept warning him. "Stop." He grabbed Dolores flying beside him, and the power of shadows simultaneously restrained Rod and Jeff. The next moment, boom! From deep within the earth, terrifying lava erupted into the sky. Seeing this scene, both Rod and Jeff broke into a cold sweat. If they had taken another step forward, they would have surely died. Watching the erupting lava, William pulled the four back a distance, and soon, the ground beneath their feet had turned into a sea of fire. Among the lava, a demonic hand covered in magma emerged, along with a devil that stood about 3 meters tall. "What the hell is that?" Seeing this monster, Jeff's face changed dramatically. Upon seeing the figure, William instinctively said, "Flame demon?" With a surprised expression, Rod also didn't expect that William would recognize its identity. This is a flame demon, a creature that lives off magma. Its most terrifying ability is to spray lava, but shouldn't be here. How did it appear outside? Rod remembered that the last time his team encountered such a terrifying creature was only towards the end of the ruins. However, Rod also didn't expect that they would encounter a flame demon so soon after just entering the first layer of the ruins. It seemed someone had brought it out. William gestured to the huge, penetrating wound on the flame demon's chest, puzzled. How can it still be alive with such an injury? As long as the magic crystal isn't shattered, and as long as there's magma, it can continuously heal itself. Just as Rod's words fell, the flame demon charged at the four like a malevolent ghost. "Scatter!" At his command, the four immediately dispersed, and with the power of observation hockey, the flame demon couldn't even touch them. Even Dolores easily avoided the flame demon's attack with her observation hockey and the wings of her holy garment. Just when Dolores thought this monster was no big deal, suddenly, a whip made of condensed magma appeared in the flame demon's hand. As she saw the fiery whip coming toward her, a hint of fear flashed in Dolores' eyes. Bang! The flame whip collided violently with the sand, and from a distance, Rod quickly shouted, "Retreat! You scared me. Take this." Seeing this scene, instead of retreating, Dolores advanced, stepping on the sand, and her armament hockey manifested. She landed a heavy punch on the flame demon's face. Boom! With a scream, the flame demon was instantly knocked to the ground by Dolores. As she watched the giant body fall, a surprised Rod pressed his hands down. Sans technique, sans myriad. Buzz! Countless quicksand continuously swallowed the flame demon, and in no time, the entire flame demon was consumed by Rod's sandstorm burial. The next moment, bang! Black blood spilled continuously from the quicksand. The flame demon was dead. With that, the malice dissipated. "Let's go." William, who had not intervened throughout, was the first to step into the next cave, initially thinking it would be better upon entering the cave. But the entire cave became even hotter. "Are we walking in a lava?" "Rod, didn't you say it would be fine once we got inside?" At this moment, Dolores was breathing heavily, her face flushed, yet there wasn't a trace of sweat on her body. Because any moisture here would evaporate in an instant. "It's getting better. There are no magical creatures here." Dolores was speechless. "I feel that if this continues, we might get roasted dry." Pointing to the ground beneath them, Rod said, "There's no choice. We are currently in a volcanic fault. The temperature here must be very high. However, it will be fine after we get through this. Don't lie to me anymore. I don't believe you anymore." After passing through the cave and seeing the dense swarm of fire demons wandering freely in the magma at the exit, Dolores felt a shiver run down her spine. "Rod, you're not going to tell me we have to pass through there, are you?" At this moment, not to mention Dolores, even Jeff's face turned a bit pale. Before Rod could say anything, William pointed to a seemingly collapsed opening nearby and said, "If I'm not mistaken, we should go this way, right?" "Yes." Rod took a step forward, and with a wave of his hand, countless large stones were moved aside. Suddenly, a gust of wind came from the passage. Although the wind was still warm, it made everyone feel a refreshing coolness. This passage has more than one route. As Jeff looked at the 3 openings that suddenly appeared before him, he was puzzled about which way to go when Rod pointed to the cave on the right and said, "Let's go this way." As for why to choose this path, it was quite simple, listening to the direction of the wind. "What's in the other 2 caves?" William asked curiously. "Both are dead ends. One is filled with traps, and the other leads to the lair of the fire demon." Although Rod spoke lightly, William could guess that these 2 paths had likely cost Rod's team a significant price in the past. Noticing William's gaze, Rod's expression turned somber. "Back then, we lost 2 brothers on those 2 paths. I should have turned back when I got here, but my pride and arrogance ultimately led the team into a dire situation." At this moment, William also understood why Rod's team suffered such heavy losses this time. To say it was a disaster is an understatement. It was lucky that Rod managed to come back alive. As they progressed, the original high temperature gradually dissipated, replaced by a sudden chill. Jeff spoke up. Am I imagining things? Why do I feel cold? It wasn't an illusion. This was the terrifying aspect of this mission, being caught between ice and fire. While speaking, Rod took out a wool cloak from his ring and handed it to the three of them, saying, "Don't worry, I prepared everything." However, only Jeff accepted the cloak, while William and Dolores both waved their hands to refuse. William's body could handle this little bit of cold. Even if he were submerged in magma, he would have no issues. As for Dolores, it didn't matter much due to her divine clothing. Seeing this, Rod didn't say anything more. After he and Jeff wrapped themselves in the cloaks, they continued forward. Before long, the entire passage was covered in frost. In this icy passage, William surprisingly saw no fewer than one frozen corpse. The corpses were all facing towards the cave's entrance, indicating how terrifying the creatures they had encountered were. Looking at the bodies, William's expression showed a hint of confusion. "Rod, are any of your team members among these?" "No, these corpses were already here when we arrived." Rod shook his head and said softly, "In fact, their presence is a warning to outsiders not to step inside, but back then, I didn't pay attention." As they passed through the frozen people, William and his group stepped into the snowy world. The world before them resembled a land of ice and snow. At a glance, William could even see countless frozen creatures and plants trapped within the ice layers. Everything here seems to have suddenly encountered a disaster. Time has since been frozen. The master of this world is an ice frost giant dragon. The water of eternal life is protected by this giant dragon. Speaking of this ice frost giant dragon, a cold glint flashed in Rod's eyes. However, to be precise, it is actually just a bone dragon. Dolores widened her eyes. Ice frost giant dragon? Jeff, bone dragon. Pointing to the peak of the snowy world, Rod said solemnly, "It is right there." "Who?" As if sensing the presence of outsiders. The swirling frost grew even more intense at that moment. However, before reaching there, we still need to defeat the snow spirits. They possess the power of invisibility. However, using the observation hockey, we should be able to find them. Back in the day, Rod's team suffered greatly at the hands of the snow spirits. Although these snow spirits do not possess one-hit kill power, their numbers and the difficulty they pose almost led to Rod's team being completely wiped out. This directly resulted in Rod's team being utterly defeated when they finally saw the Ice Frostbone Dragon. However, fortunately, they did not actually encounter the Ice Frostbone Dragon. Otherwise, Rod believed he would not have been able to escape death. Feeling the powerful pressure at the peak of the snow, William moved his neck. Crack, crack. William's figure slowly took flight. "I'll go meet that bone dragon first, you follow me afterward." As soon as he finished speaking, William's figure instantly vanished before the eyes of the three. At the peak of the snow, when William's figure appeared, the massive, broken, bone-only ice frost giant dragon's eyes shone with piercing light. Slowly rising, it began to flap its bony wings, a massive blizzard rushing towards William. After examining the creature before him, William felt disappointed. "I was hoping you would be my mount, but you look too pathetic like this." As if understanding William's words, the bone dragon opened its mouth. A terrifying dragon's might descended upon William's head. However, in the face of this power, William's expression remained very indifferent. What a joke. With a cold snort, a vibrating circle appeared in William's hand. He swung a punch. Buzz. Crack. Boom. A huge scream came from the bone dragon's mouth. With a single punch, the massive bone dragon was even knocked to the ground by William's strike. Accompanied by the tremendous force of the blizzard, the bone dragon clumsily got back up, and looking at William, the ice frost ancient dragon's eyes erupted with piercing blue light. Opening its large mouth, boom, the ultimate icy dragon breath was hurled down at William. At the foot of the mountain, seeing the suddenly avalanche-stricken world, Rod, Dolores, and Jeff's expressions turned exceptionally shocked. As Dolores was about to step forward after easily defeating countless snow spirits, unexpectedly, a larger avalanche struck. Rod, seeing this scene and noticing the two unsteady on the ground, Dolores quickly said, "Hurry, fly up." "I know." Without looking at Dolores' situation, he unleashed another air shock. Crack, 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 crack. Bang. A loud shattering sound. The bone dragon's icy breath was actually shattered by William. In the next moment, William had already reached the top of the bone dragon's head. Air shock. Boom. With a single punch, there was a thunderous sound, and the bone dragon was slammed to the ground by William. However, seeing that the skull had only cracked slightly. Even William felt surprised. This guy, is his defense really that strong? Roar. Amidst the huge dragon's roar, the bone dragon flipped over, spewing out an even more powerful dragon breath than before. In silence, William had already moved to the side. However, the bone dragon, noticing the situation, showed no intention of letting William go, continuously unleashing its dragon breath while shifting sideways, covering the entire mountain peak with its frost dragon breath. Beast, do you really think I have no way to deal with you? With a cold snort, William once again gathered the power of the shock fruit in his right hand. Air shock. He swung a punch. Suddenly, the entire space shattered. With a crack, the bone dragon let out a miserable cry. Its massive body was even directly shattered by William's punch. The dragon bones flew into the air and shattered, as the bone dragon's enormous body fell heavily to the ground. At the same time, Dolores, Rod, and Jeff had also arrived near William. Looking at the bone dragon smashed to pieces by William's punch, everyone's faces showed shock. However, William's face revealed a strange expression. It actually didn't die. Such a strange power. Feeling the completely undamaged life force within the bone dragon, William's expression turned a bit surprised. Even under an invisible force, the bone dragon that had been shattered by William's punch began to reassemble. Resisting the impulse to use his true power to obliterate the bone dragon at the atomic level with a single punch, William said, "If I'm not mistaken, this ability was granted to it by that water of life. This thing is just right for you to practice with. Give it a try." After saying this, William descended. Watching Dolores and the others engage with the bone dragon, William slowly walked to the edge of the pond. Is this the water of immortality? Feeling the almost terrifyingly strong life force in the water, William found it hard to believe. Focusing his mind, William finally noticed something unusual. There is something underground. Without hesitation, William stepped into the water of immortality, reached in, and as he grasped that object, he pulled it out. In the next moment, a fruit that resembled a peach appeared in William's hand. Immortal fruit, fruit ability, immortality. How is this possible? Seeing the system's description of this fruit, even William found it hard to believe. However, the system cannot be wrong. This means that this fruit is indeed the immortal fruit. As William took the immortal fruit out of the water of immortality, the bone dragon, which was fighting with Dolores, let out a mournful cry. At that moment, the bone dragon completely ignored the attacks from Dolores and the others, and even when Jeff, transformed into a giant, knocked it to the ground with a punch, its eyes remained fixed on the immortal fruit in William's hand. What's going on? Seeing this scene, Dolores and the others paused their assault. If they guessed correctly, this bone dragon is the guardian of this fruit. Fruit guardian? Hearing William's words, Dolores showed a look of surprise. He truly didn't know there was such a creature. What kind of fruit is this? The immortal fruit. What? Upon hearing William's words, Dolores, Rod, and Jeff were all stunned. Even though the three of them had already eaten fruits, they couldn't help but feel impulsive after hearing William's words. Immortality. What is this concept? Looking at the gradually lifeless bone dragon, Jeff said in disbelief. Just the water was soaked and has given this already dead frost giant dragon the power of life. The power of this fruit is simply incredible. However, compared to the power of this fruit, Rod cares more about another matter. William, have you found anything else? William shook his head, no. Just as Rod was feeling disappointed, William's figure shot up into the sky. Where are you going? Rod was surprised to see this scene. I feel like we seem to have overlooked something, those corpses. When William returned to the cave entrance and looked at the several frozen corpses again, he discovered a problem. If I remember correctly, the previous chairman of the Shadow Pavilion, Morton Marshall, was a gravity fruit user, right? Looking at Rod, who followed behind, William said, "Yes. But what's the problem with that?" Rod showed a puzzled expression. "Look at their postures. Don't you find it a bit strange?" Following William's gaze, Rod noticed the actions of a group of over 10 people who were almost lying on the ground. If Rod initially thought they were just fleeing in panic, then, under William's reminder, Rod's eyes flashed. "Are you saying they were suppressed by the gravity fruit? You can sense their bodies. Their bones are all shattered. But the power of being frozen could not cause such injuries." Clenching his fists tightly, Rod's gaze turned icy to the extreme. The truth from back then was finally explained at this moment. "So what are you planning to do?" "I want revenge." Every word Rod spoke was filled with icy determination. "Is it the Shadow Pavilion or Morton Marshall?" After a moment of silence upon hearing William's words, Rod replied, "Naturally, it is Morton Marshall. The Shadow Pavilion is not my enemy." At this moment, Dolores arrived by William's side with the dragon crystal. Looking into the distance, Jeff was quickly approaching. However, due to his inability to fly, he could only run over. When he reached the three of them, Jeff panted, "Rod, you went too far, making me run all the way here." Hearing Jeff's words, Rod couldn't help but smile. Without the frostbone dragon, William estimated that this place would gradually return to normal over time. However, this was no longer William's concern. After leaving the ruins, Dolores asked Rod about the dragons. She was curious about how such a powerful creature could disappear. In response to Dolores's question, Rod answered, "Dragons haven't actually disappeared. They just no longer appear in human sight." It said that deep within the Miracle Forest, there are signs of dragons living, but that place is one where no living being dares to tread. Those who have seen dragons are already dead. Holding Dolores's hand, William said with a smile, "If you want to see one, I'll take you there in the future." Sticking out her tongue playfully, Dolores replied, "Maybe not. I was just saying that. Those creatures look terrifying." Look terrifying? Upon hearing Dolores's words, the three of them couldn't help but laugh. For women, such creatures appear frightening, but for men, they are a symbol of power. In this world, which man doesn't want to be a dragon slayer at least once? Just the thought of it is enough to get one's blood boiling. After leaving the ruins, the four did not head directly to the capital, but took a detour to the kingdom of Bruce. Upon returning to the kingdom of Bruce, it seemed as if the entire kingdom had transformed. Not only were the buildings different, but more importantly, the citizens of the kingdom. At a glance, almost everyone's face was filled with happiness and anticipation for the future. Upon seeing the arrival of William and the others, Garcia was incredibly happy. When the group began to discuss their experiences during this time, Garcia's expression revealed a hint of regret upon learning that William and his companions had accomplished the feat of slaying a dragon. Moreover, when Rod took out the magma fruit, Garcia was stunned. "What are you looking at? Just eat it." With a heavy nod, Garcia suppressed his complex feelings and took a bite of the magma fruit. In no time, half of Garcia had transformed into magma. Feeling the heat emanating from Garcia, Jeff couldn't help but say, "If you could join us in the ruins of the water of immortality, it would probably make things much easier for us." Jeff's words puzzled Garcia, but Dolores and Rod both nodded in agreement upon hearing this. After all, that was the power to control magma. If the fire demon lived on magma, then Garcia was probably the king of magma now. Although it was uncertain whether Garcia could suppress the frostbone dragon, even if he couldn't, he would likely be able to inflict significant damage on it. "Garcia, I have some suggestions for you regarding the magma fruit." William taught Garcia some techniques he knew about Akainu, Sakazuki. After listening to William's explanation, Garcia understood. Hellhound, Great Fire, Canine Bite, Red Lotus, Meteor Volcano, among the four techniques. The last two could not be executed immediately, but Garcia quickly mastered the first two, along with the power of elementalization. From now on, I am the Emperor of Crimson Flame. Garcia also settled on his title. William nodded and handed over the Lingxiao ring marked with crimson flames, saying, "Next, keep an eye out for new members. If there are suitable candidates, you can recommend them." Looking at Rod and the others, William said calmly, "When all 10 emperors of the Lingxiao Hall are gathered, I will announce something." Hearing this, the expressions of the three were slightly strange. However, in the end, none of them spoke up. None of them were fools. Although they weren't completely sure, they all roughly guessed what William intended to do by gathering the 10 emperors. However, as men, how could they refuse to change this world? In the hall, William sat in a chair, looking at the fruit of immortality in his hand. This fruit is remarkable, but for William, it feels somewhat wasteful, as he knows very well that after acquiring the photosynthetic physique, he essentially possesses endless life. However, William is also attracted to the other abilities granted by the fruit of immortality. After hesitating for a moment, William couldn't help but laugh at himself. Why think so much about it? Waste is waste. It's just a fruit, and I actually took so long to ponder it. After mumbling to himself, William took a bite of the fruit of immortality. In the next moment, endless vitality flooded back into William's body. He realized that he had been thinking too simply. This immortal fruit is so powerful. The immortal fruit not only stimulated William's physique, but also awakened a special ability within him. The blood of immortality. "Dolores, what's wrong?" Hearing William's call, Dolores came to his side with confusion. Here, looking around, Dolores' face turned red. Although she felt shy, there was also a sense of thrill. Watching Dolores kneel in front of him, ready to take off his pants, William was both amused and exasperated, quickly interrupting. "What are you doing? Isn't this what you wanted?" Looking at William with confusion, Dolores replied helplessly, "That's not what I meant." Upon hearing William's explanation, Dolores felt an extreme sense of shame. Just as she was about to run away, William grabbed her. But since you're willing, then go ahead. Dolores? 20 minutes later, just as Dolores was about to ask why they were doing this, suddenly, a powerful life force filled her body. Along with this life force came William's will. What is this? With wide eyes, Dolores could hardly believe it. Infinite power. As William's will descended, the infinite power seemed to have found its master and began to unleash itself wildly. In just a moment, Dolores had already fused all the infinite power granted to her by William within her body. And what does this mean? Simply put, the blood of immortality directly awakened the infinite power within Dolores. Boom! The powerful infinite power filled Dolores' entire being, feeling an unprecedented strength within her body. Dolores felt as if she could shatter this space with a single punch. And the truth is, she really could do it. The blood of immortality not only grants you the power of eternal life, but also awakens the potential within you. Of course, there's one thing William did not mention. That is, while Dolores received the blood of immortality, William also gained complete control over her body. In other words, from now on, Dolores' life and death would be under William's control. This is the domineering power of the eternal fruit. Following Dolores, William granted the blood of immortality to the three rods. After awakening, the three experienced a leap in strength. Rod gained the power to transform all non-living objects in a desert. Jeff awakened the true power of the behemoth fruit. And Garcia awakened the power of the nether volcano. At this point, the three truly possessed Emperor-level power. During the following time, while everyone, including Dolores, was adapting to their new powers, William wandered around the city of Bruce. Although the city was far inferior to Yaster in both scale and architecture, William felt a sense of familiarity here. This feeling made William feel as if he had returned to Westwood Town. There were no class differences, no nobility, and no shadow pavilion. Everyone in the royal city, except for the soldiers, was an equal commoner. Watching a group of children laughing and running away from him, a smile involuntarily appeared on William's lips. How does it feel? Just as William was strolling through the streets like a tourist, Garcia's figure appeared beside him. What are you doing here? Noticing the courtyard where Garcia came out, William asked curiously. Pointing to the courtyard, Garcia said with a helpless expression, "This is an orphanage, housing all the orphans of the royal city. Unless there is something urgent. I come here almost every day." Orphans, huh? In the courtyard, there were quite a few children. Although the war had taken away their loved ones, William still saw innocence, kindness, and hope for a better future in their eyes. William asked curiously, "How do you plan to arrange them?" "The kingdom has just gone through turmoil. I plan to train them to become warriors of the kingdom, essentially reservists." Sighing, Garcia said solemnly, "Although this may be unfair to them, for now, it's the best option. I have a suggestion." "What suggestion?" "You could train them in hockey." "Hockey?" Garcia was taken aback. Then his expression turned thoughtful. After a long while, he said with a serious expression, "If that's the case, they might suffer quite a bit." Garcia knew very well that without the help of limitless power, it was nearly impossible to rely on personal training to develop hockey. "Don't forget, you already possess my blood of eternal life." Hearing William's words, Garcia was shocked. Could it be? William nodded and smiled. "Although the seeds of hockey you have can't be enhanced as quickly as my limitless power, you can also selectively allow them to awaken a single type of hockey power. Those who can awaken hockey are already geniuses. As for conqueror's hockey, it's not something just anyone can awaken. It's a power that only those with the qualifications of a king can awaken." Qualifications of king? Hearing William's words, Garcia's expression had a hint of peculiarity. So, those who can awaken conqueror hockey are the geniuses among geniuses. Looking at the group of children in the courtyard who were looking at him, Garcia nodded and said softly, "Then, let me wait and see who among you can awaken this rare qualification." When returning to Yaster Royal City, there was less than a month until the new year of the Westia continent. Walking on the road, the atmosphere of the new year could already be felt. William asked, "Rod, Jeff, are you going back to Syar City for the new year?" After thinking for a while, Rod shook his head. "Not going back this year." As for Jeff, he casually said, "I'm all alone anyway. It doesn't matter where I am." After saying that, he nudged Rod beside him and winked. "Rod, it's been a long time since we went out to have fun. How about we go have a drink together tonight?" Drinking is naturally fine. After saying that, he gave William a look and asked, "William, are you going?" At first, William didn't react, but following Rod's gaze, he noticed the vibrant nightlife across the street and was momentarily speechless. Although he felt a bit tempted, he still shook his head and refused. "Forget it. You guys go drink. Why not go? Seeing William refuse, Dolores quickly said, I'm going home today too. Just let them keep you company. Silly girl. Are they really going to drink? Hearing Dolores's words, William was both amused and exasperated. Nearby, Rod and Jeff were also struggling to suppress their laughter. Shadow Pavilion Headquarters. Upon learning that Rod had actually completed the task of the Water of Eternal Life, the staff responsible for S-level tasks in the task reception hall changed their expressions. You must know, this task had been on the task list for years, and no one had completed it for a full decade. Sorry, please wait a moment. I need to report about the task of the Water of Eternal Life. Shortly after, Viola came to Rod's side. You completed the task of the Water of Eternal Life? William nodded and handed over the specially crafted water bottle. This is the Water of Eternal Life. Looking at the water bottle in front of her, Viola showed a strange expression. The Water of Eternal Life. Even Viola had never seen it before. So when she opened the cap of the water bottle, she couldn't be sure if it was truly the Water of Eternal Life. If you don't believe it, just drink a little and you'll know. Drink a little? Upon hearing this, Viola's expression became even stranger. Have you guys drunk it? Of course. How could we let go of such a good thing? What effects does this water have? Viola asked curiously. Leaning closer to Viola, Rod looked around to confirm no one was paying attention and whispered to her, the Water of Eternal Life naturally has the ability to grant eternal life. What? With her pupils constricting, Viola showed a shocked expression. Are you sure? If I say I'm sure, you won't believe me, right? Pointing to the water bottle in Viola's hand, Rod said, whether it's true or not, you could just try it out. Looking at the water bottle in her hand, Viola couldn't help but be tempted. Suppressing her inner desire, she took a deep breath and said solemnly, please wait a moment. I must verify this task first. After bringing William and the others to the VIP room, Viola hurried to Boyd. After hearing Viola's account, Boyd also showed a shocked expression. The Water of Eternal Life. Even Boyd initially thought this task was a trap set by Morton Marshall specifically for Rod, but he never expected that there really was the Water of Eternal Life in this task. What does it mean to have water that can grant eternal life? Moreover, there was another question. If Rod really obtained the Water of Eternal Life, would he hand it over to the Shadow Pavilion? Not to mention Viola. Even Boyd didn't believe it. There must be a conspiracy. Definitely a conspiracy. However, whether there was a conspiracy or not, they just needed to find someone to test it out. With this thought in mind, Boyd instinctively looked at Viola. What are you looking at me for? Hey. You're not thinking of making me test this, are you? Viola said with an unhappy expression. Viola did not want to touch this mysterious object at all. Even though she knew it might grant her the power of immortality, who knew what the cost of that immortality might be? If the Water of Immortality could truly bestow the power of eternal life, then here, I only trust you. Looking into Boyd's deep eyes, Viola sighed and said helplessly, really? You always play these tricks. Aren't you afraid that I might actually refuse you? I know you won't, Boyd replied, lifting her palm. Viola's cheeks flushed slightly. Their relationship could be described as childhood sweethearts, but due to Boyd's identity issue, although Viola had loved him since they were young, she had never dared to speak up. Until now, they remained in a state of being more than friends, but less than lovers. Taking the Water of Immortality that Boyd handed her, Viola held it in her hand and observed it for a while. The Water of Immortality was slightly different from ordinary water. It seemed to emit a faint golden glow. Meanwhile, in the lounge, Rod displayed a complex expression. William, do you think they will drink it? No need to worry. No one can resist the temptation of immortality. William was not concerned about whether Boyd would drink the Water of Immortality mixed with his own blood. He had already told Rod that his blood could control the powers of others. After the initial shock, Rod quickly accepted this reality. In his view, he could give his life to William, so what did it matter if he was controlled? It made no difference to him. Moreover, the idea of using the blood of immortality was even Rod's plan, aimed at completely controlling the Shadow Pavilion. After realizing that his life was being manipulated by Morton Marshall, Rod had already begun to darken. Sensing the power of their blood connection, a smile appeared on William's lips. Did it succeed? Noticing William's expression, Rod suppressed his excitement and asked, It's half successful. The first one to drink the blood of immortality is Viola. Smiling slightly, William said, If it were someone else, I might have some concerns, but with Viola, there's no problem. William was also surprised that Viola was willing to take such a risk for Boyd. I estimate Boyd will observe for a few days. After that, remember to act as if you don't know anything. Understood, Rod? Rest assured, I have it under control. In a short while, Viola arrived at the lounge. Looking at Rod and William waiting in the lounge, she apologized. I'm sorry, but the water of immortality has been verified. Your mission is complete. However, due to some issues, I hope you can keep this secret. Is that okay? Rod asked in confusion. So, does that mean the headquarters won't acknowledge that the mission is complete? Viola nodded. Yes, that's the chairman's intention. If others find out that you completed this mission, it may cause unnecessary trouble for you. Do you understand? Are you saying the water of immortality? Since you have all drunk the water of immortality, then you should understand the power of this water. Understanding is one thing, but who will bear our losses? Upon hearing Rod's words, a smile appeared in Viola's eyes. You can rest assured about this. The chairman means that the losses from this mission will be compensated with an S-class mission reward for each of you. How about that? Just when Viola thought Rod would agree, he suddenly spoke up. Not enough. Huh? Viola was puzzled. If you want us to keep this hidden, I have 2 more conditions. Frowning slightly, Viola said in a serious tone, Speak. First, you must tell me who the issuer of this mission is. Second, I want a chance to enter the treasure vault and select a divine fruit. In our team, Jeff still doesn't have a divine fruit. Looking at Viola, Rod said, You got the water of immortality, and I get what I want. How about it? Viola actually had some preparation for Rod's 2 demands. However, even so, she still hesitated for a long time. If you can't make this decision, let Chairman Boyd come and talk to us. No need. Your request. I represent the chairman to agree. Looking deeply at Rod, Viola said, The issuer of this mission is Morton Marshall. What? Rod's eyes widened in disbelief. So, you understand why I want to hide this mission. What we are doing is actually to protect you. After expressing her stance, Viola took out the chairman's token representing Boyd. As for your requested divine fruit, you can go to the Shadow Vault and choose for yourself. This time, I want to arrange for someone to take you there. After saying this, Viola left the lounge with a calm expression. Until Viola closed the door, Rod's previously complex expression gradually settled. Patting his own cheek, Rod chuckled. William, how was my acting? William gave a thumbs up and said, I approve of your acting. Sharing a smile, Rod headed to the Shadow Vault. Outside the Shadow Pavilion, after waiting for a moment, William met Rod as he arrived. This time, what fruit did you get? William asked curiously on their way back. Mentioning this, Rod displayed a speechless expression. I found a very special fruit. I'll tell you when we get back. Oh, hearing Rod's words, William became curious. Back at home, when Rod took out a fruit that looked like it was bound by golden lightning, William also showed a surprised expression. Magnetic fruit. The power to control magnetism. Magnetic fruit? Upon hearing the name of this fruit, Rod's expression changed. Isn't this the thunder fruit? Don't you know? At that moment, Rod was extremely frustrated. I thought it was the thunder fruit and was so excited, but it turned out to be this garbage fruit. Recalling the divine fruit guide, Rod's frown deepened. But wait, this fruit's shape isn't that of thunder? In this world, the magnet fruit and the thunder fruit are very similar, except that the thunder fruit is colorful. However, there is no colored illustration in this world, which is why Rod misunderstood. Who told you that the magnet fruit is a trash fruit? Isn't it true? If I remember correctly, this magnet fruit can't even rank within the top 100 fruits. With a helpless sigh, Rod apologized. I'm sorry, William. I was actually thinking of giving the thunder fruit to Dolores. Smiling and waving his hand, William said, Thank you for your kind intention, but you really stumbled upon this by mistake. Taking the magnet fruit from Rod, William said, If we were to rank the fruits, in my opinion, the magnet fruit could even make it into the top 10. Top 10? That's amazing? You don't believe it? Rod decisively shook his head. Then let us give it a try. After saying that, William directly consumed the magnet fruit in front of Rod. You can still eat it? Rod's eyes widened in shock, because Rod was very clear about the fruit abilities that William possessed. The copy fruit, later the shadow fruit, the illusion fruit, the quake fruit, the immortality fruit, and now the magnet fruit. 6 types of fruit abilities. Rod found it unbelievable that William could have the copy fruit ability. It wasn't possible at first, but the power of the immortality fruit has enhanced my abilities. Hearing William's explanation, Rod suddenly understood. Feeling the magnetic field of all things, a playful expression appeared on William's face. He pointed his hand. Buzz. Uffed. Rod was startled to see a cross sword appear in front of him without knowing when. How is it? If it's just controlling metal, it's not that strong of an ability, right? Is it? With a slight smile, without any visible movement from William. Suddenly, a frenzy of metal erupted from ground. This is... Watching the exaggerated scene of the metal swirling around William like a giant metal dragon, Rod's expression changed. Controlling metal within the magnetic grasp is just the simplest application. Pointing again, the overwhelming amount of underground metal rushed toward Rod. Clapping his hands together, a shield of sand made of countless particles stood in front of Rod, but the density of sand and metal is completely different. In just a moment, Rod's sand shield was shattered by William. As the metal dragon approached, Rod transformed into a sandstorm, continuously entangling, and surprisingly, the metal dragon was held back by Rod's sandstorm. Just this move had already put Rod in an invincible position. Rod was now truly much stronger. Seeing this scene, William chuckled lightly. The metal dragon scattered, and the sandstorm and metal storm continuously intertwined. Under the powerful cutting force with a buzz, Rod was silently crushed into a ball by the metal storm. What kind of ability is this? Inside the metal ball, Rod's real body wanted to break free, but he found that he couldn't break through the surrounding barrier at all. This is the power of the magnetic field. To break this magnetic field, you must have the power to break this planet. Seeing that even with the use of Conqueror's Hockey, he couldn't break through, Rod finally gave up. He couldn't imagine that William, who had just learned magnetic control, could possess such incredible power. Until the metal ball scattered, Rod's sand form gradually coalesced and returned to the ground. How is it? The magnet fruit isn't bad, right? William wore a smile. However, regarding this question, Rod shook his head and said, the truly powerful one isn't the fruit but you. William was taken aback and couldn't help but laugh. Not bad, not bad. While chatting and laughing, both of them used their abilities to tidy up the battlefield in the yard. That night, Rod and Jeff left the courtyard to go out for drinks as usual, while William, due to Dolores not being around, was lying in the yard forging. Nowadays, William's Fire God Sword had also entered a bottleneck period. Item: Fire God Sword. Level: High quality immortal weapon. Attribute: Spirit. Heavenly Fire. Indestructible. Enhancement: 9340. Although the enhancement of the Fire God Sword was still rising, its grade had been limited to that of a high-quality immortal weapon, and there was no sense of breaking through to a postnatal spiritual treasure. Although William had obsessive-compulsive disorder, after the last system prompt, he wasn't too anxious. He continued to enhance the Fire God Sword's enhancement points every day as usual. However, also because of the inability to break through for a long time, William started to try other objects, which is why the Lingxiao ring came to be. Today, after pushing the enhancement points of the Fire God Sword to 9,500, William stopped the enhancement of the Fire God Sword and took out the Frost Dragon magic crystal he obtained from the Frostbone Dragon. Although it was called a magic crystal because it was a dragon magic crystal, this crystal was not small, being roughly the size of a palm when held by William. Because of this size, William had been hesitating about what to do with it. Although he knew that this thing had a high initial level, he always wondered what to use it for. Was he just going to use it to smash someone? It wasn't until today, when no one was around. That inspiration struck William, and he suddenly had an idea. Using the Frost Dragon's magic crystal to reshape the Frost Dragon. However, unlike the previous Bone Dragon, William combined his magnetic control to create a body for the Frost Dragon that could change forms. It was like a transformer. What is this concept? To create this body, William needs to complete a component with more than 8 million polygonal surfaces. This massive project, even in an industrialized and developed modern society, is a crazy endeavor. And the greatest assurance William has to complete it is magnetic control. No machines, no equipment, just the ability to activate, and he can quickly assemble various components. However, even so, by the next day, when Rod and Jeff returned from their sweet dreams, William had only just completed 1/3 of the project. Looking at the half-constructed body in the yard, Rod and Jeff were stunned. They didn't understand what William was doing. However, seeing how serious William was, even not noticing their arrival, the two decisively chose not to disturb him. The sun rises and the moon sets. It wasn't until the third day, when William finally completed the structure of the last eye, that his expression gradually became frantic. Finally, it's done. Looking at the magnificent steel dragon before him, William's heart was incredibly excited. But at the same time, William also felt regret. If he had known it would be so troublesome, he wouldn't have come back for anything. Taking out the Frost Dragon's dragon crystal, he equipped it into the chest of the metal dragon. Click, 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 buzz, accompanied by the blue energy circulating throughout. The entire metal dragon seemed to come to life. Just as Rod and Jeff were astonished by William's masterpiece, they didn't expect that this was just the beginning. Enhancement pool. Ding, ding, ding. A golden light flashed. A brand new metal dragon appeared before William. Frost Dragon Beast. Level: Superior Spirit Artifact. Attributes: Spirit, Ice Power, Transformation, Self-Healing. Enhancement: 1. How powerful! Looking at the attributes of the frost dragon beast, even William was stunned. Just enhanced to 1, it had already awakened the spirit, and its initial level was a superior spirit artifact. What does this mean? Master. A crisp voice transmitted from the mouth of the frost dragon to William's ear. As the frost dragon spoke, a powerful ice force swept across the entire yard. Looking at the frost dragon that had already given birth to its spirit, William asked, "Can you shrink a little?" "Yes, master." Accompanied by a series of mechanical clicks, the body of the frost dragon quickly folded until it shrank to William's size. "Is this your smallest form?" William asked. The frost dragon understood and replied, "Master, if you think I'm inconvenient to carry, I have another form." After saying that, the frost dragon directly covered William while he was in a daze, forming a frost dragon armor. When the helmet in the shape of the frost dragon covered his face, the voice of the frost dragon echoed in William's ear, "Master, is this okay?" "Not bad, not bad." Ever since he made the golden holy armor into the phoenix seat holy armor for Dolores, he really lacked a set of armor. The frost dragon armor perfectly matched William's preferences. With William's consciousness, the helmet appeared on his back. Looking at Rod and Jeff, who were completely stunned beside him, William smiled and said, "You're back to your senses, back to your senses." The two were taken aback and couldn't help but show envy. Which man could resist such battle armor? Rod and Jeff were no exception, even though neither of them understood the principle behind it. Rubbing his hands together, Jeff said enviously, "William, if there's a chance, can you give me a set too? It's so cool. I can get it for you, but you need to bring me a dragon crystal first." Upon hearing this requirement, Jeff flashed a bright smile. Setting aside other matters, he really wasn't sure about the dragon crystal. After the joke, Jeff smiled and said, "William, we met a great person last night." "A woman?" William, of course, knew what they had been up to these past few days and looked at him strangely. "Why are you telling me this?" "Ahem." Clearing his throat, Jeff awkwardly said, "Yes. Although she is a woman, I mainly think her strength is quite suitable for the Lingxiao Hall." "Is that so?" Noticing William's gaze, Rod smiled and explained, "Yesterday, Jeff had a match with her." "Did he lose? How is that possible?" Hearing William's words, Jeff's face turned red as he retorted, "I didn't lose." "But you didn't win either," Jeff complained. "Rod, don't tell me you didn't notice. I was letting her win." Yes. Although Rod acknowledged it, his tone, expression, and laughter really annoyed Jeff. William curiously asked, "Do you know her identity?" As soon as William said this, even Rod's expression became a bit awkward. She is. Jeff momentarily didn't know how to start. William, looking confused, said irritably, "Jeff, you aren't telling me you lost to her in bed, are you?" Puffed. Hearing this, Rod couldn't help but laugh out loud. As for Jeff, his face turned bright red as he said, No, don't misunderstand. Although she works there, she's actually not." How should I explain this? You mean to say she doesn't take clients, right?" William said speechlessly. Yes, she doesn't take clients." William deliberately said, "How do you know she doesn't?" "She really doesn't. If you don't believe me, ask Rod." Seeing Jeff's hasty defense, Rod helplessly said, "William, although she grew up in that place, she is indeed not a prostitute." William asked in confusion, "Grew up in that place?" "Yes," I inquired, "and she was abandoned after birth and raised by a prostitute." When he got to this point, Rod also sighed, although she has a bad background. "Her luck is really good." William asked curiously, "What situation?" "Not only has she self-taught herself powerful skills, but she is also a divine gifted. Is it that outrageous?" "Yes." At that time, both Jeff and I were incredulous, but it is indeed a fact. Since she is a divine gifted, what is she still doing there? Regarding this matter, Rod also found it hard to understand, but Jeff provided the answer, because that place is her home. Upon hearing this, the smile in William's eyes gradually faded. If that's the case, then this girl is a bit interesting. Let's go. Take me to meet her. In the brothel, amidst the bright lights and festive atmosphere, there were men laughing and chatting joyfully, with one or two scantily clad, alluring women beside them. William's arrival did not attract anyone's attention. Everyone was caught up in their own happiness, too busy to notice others. Just as the madam of the brothel approached to greet them, Rod had already stepped in to stop her. While Rod was communicating with the madam, William asked, "Have you spotted her?" Looking around, Jeff quickly locked onto a target and said, "Over there." Following Jeff's gaze, William looked at a girl who seemed like a little lowly, with two long ponytails, a pure appearance, but with a childlike face and ample bosom. Noticing her appearance, William couldn't help but frown, doubting whether she was even of legal age. "How old is she?" Understanding that William might be misunderstanding, Jeff quickly said, "Don't worry, she is already of age." Noticing the gaze of William and Jeff, the girl who was wiping the stairs shot a sharp look at them. Their eyes met, and William sensed a hint of danger from her. In the next moment, the girl's figure suddenly appeared in front of William and Jeff. "What are you two doing here again?" Facing the girl's question, Jeff exchanged glances with Rod and said helplessly, "What? Can't I come? You just got into trouble a few days ago. Aren't you afraid they'll come looking for you?" The girl's voice was cold and calm, although she was not tall. Her imposing manner completely suppressed Jeff. "Can't you grow up a bit?" The tone was so instructive that it left Jeff speechless. "What did you do?" William asked curiously, looking at Jeff, who was rendered dumbfounded by the girl's words. Clearing his throat, Jeff replied helplessly, "It's nothing much, just taught a lesson to a few self-righteous men." The girl corrected him. Those men, at the very least, were barons. One of them was even a marquis. "Could you at least find out the other party's identity before you act?" Jeff retorted defiantly. "So what if they are? Do you think I'm afraid of them?" With a cold snort, the girl said, "Yes, you aren't afraid of them. But have you ever thought about what happens to the women you rescue?" Hearing this, Jeff's expression changed. "Are they coming again?" With a cold snort, the girl replied, "What do you think? You act so carefree, just walking away. Do you know what would happen if I weren't here?" Jeff, watching the girl with her imposing demeanor, found himself liking her more and more. This girl is truly interesting. After leaving Jeff speechless, she stopped saying anything and, after sizing William up, said, "Are you his friend?" William Duke waved his hand. And the girl, "I'm not interested in knowing your name." Watching the girl turn and leave gracefully, William said, "You're not interested in me, but I'm very interested in you." Hearing William's words, the girl paused. She was well aware that her appearance had a deadly attraction for men with certain preferences. And the kind of man she despised the most in her life was exactly that type. Just as the girl was about to explode, Mommy quickly spoke up. "Sir, I apologize. Tiffany is just a maid. Don't misunderstand. That's not what I meant. I'm here today to invite Tiffany to join my shadow team." Shadow team? Mommy was stunned. And Tiffany, who had turned around, was also taken aback. Pointing to the noisy surroundings, William politely said, "Could you arrange for a room?" "Don't worry, I can pay." Mommy, seeing that William was serious, took a deep breath and smiled. "The fee is 100 gold coins." "How much?" Raising an eyebrow, William was also taken aback by the price. However, seeing Mommy's outstretched hand, he could only helplessly pay the 100 gold coins. Thus, the three of them were arranged into a private room. However, although he knew Tiffany's strength, Mommy still followed them in. "Are you hers?" Seeing this scene, William sensed something. "She is my mother." After saying this, Tiffany looked at William, who was standing in the middle, and calmly said, "For the sake of the 100 gold coins, you can speak. I'm listening. Let me introduce myself first. I'm William, an A-level shadow." After taking out a token to indicate, William then introduced the identities of Rod and Jeff respectively. If being an A-level shadow was somewhat acceptable, then Rod's identity as an S-level shadow surprised both of them. Having been born in the royal city, Tiffany and Mommy naturally had broad knowledge, and they were well aware of what an S-level shadow represented. At this moment, Tiffany also understood why Jeff had the confidence to teach the Marquis a lesson. After all, although this is the kingdom of Yaster, the power of the Shadow Pavilion is not something that the kingdom can easily provoke. Moreover, it also involves S-class shadows. After revealing his identity, William smiled and said, "I have formed a small team called the Lingxiao Palace. These two are members of my team. The Lingxiao Palace only recruits the strongest, God-gifted individuals. I learned about your existence through Jeff, so I came here to recruit you into my team. Aren't you the team leader? Isn't it him?" Tiffany pointed at Rod, somewhat confused, as Rod was a real S-class after all. Beside them, Rod smiled and explained, "Sometimes, level doesn't determine everything." "So you were the strongest?" Tiffany asked, and, as she sniffed lightly, her pure blue eyes gradually changed color. Looking at William, a strange color flickered in Tiffany's eyes, the scent on you. The smell from William made Tiffany unable to suppress her inner desires. Unable to control herself, she clenched her fists, and a cute little fong appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Scent?" William sniffed himself, not quite understanding what she meant. However, seeing Tiffany's condition, her mother quickly said, "Tiffany, Mom, I feel like I can't control myself." Tiffany was trembling all over, and her blue eyes had turned completely blood red. "Are you okay?" Jeff, noticing this scene, asked in confusion. "Sorry, I need to step out for a moment." Clenching her fists tightly, Tiffany turned and ran out of the room. Seeing this, her mother hurriedly followed. "Tiffany, Mom, I need blood. How could you suddenly lose control?" Her mother, looking puzzled, quickly offered her own arm. Seeing the pulsating veins on her arm, Tiffany bit down, and immediately, pain appeared on her mother's face. However, This pain soon faded away, as Tiffany, having consumed the blood, had already recovered. Looking at the wound she caused, Tiffany felt guilty and bit her own finger. As their blood mingled, the wound on her mother's wrist healed at a visible speed. Taking a deep breath and glancing back at William's room, Tiffany said with confusion, "Mom, I don't know why, but the blood inside that person makes me unable to control myself. That sin is just like a delicacy from the human world. How could this be? Although he might be a God-gifted individual like you, is the blood of God-gifted individuals different? Different. That one named Rod is also a God-gifted individual, but he doesn't have any allure to me." Tiffany shook her head and walked back towards the room. "What are you going to do? I need to find out why." Seeing Tiffany firmly push the door open, her mother sighed helplessly. The child has grown up and already has her own thoughts. Moreover, I know nothing about the world of God-gifted individuals. When Tiffany returned, the three of them who were discussing stopped. However, what surprised them was that Tiffany walked straight up to William without stopping. With a strange expression on William's face, Tiffany leaned closer to him and gently sniffed with her cute nose. Suddenly, the rich and enticing aroma became even more stimulating. Looking at the veins on William's neck and listening to the sound of blood flowing within him, Tiffany's eyes turned blood red once again at that moment. Not just her eyes. Even Tiffany's hair transformed from light gold to blood red. What was happening? William, who was already confused about what to do because of Tiffany, was also stunned after realizing this. Looking at Tiffany again, her body began to grow strangely, her height increasing from 1.6 meters to 1.8 meters, with two sharp vampire fangs appearing, and even blood marks showing on her face. Coupled with her perfect figure and shortened clothing, Tiffany had transformed from a stunning lowly into a seductive succubus. William was puzzled. How could there be vampires in this world? Wait, could it be a vampire fruit? Suppressing the urge to bite William's neck, Tiffany placed her hand on his shoulder and said coldly, "Why is your blood so enticing?" "I'm not sure about that. However, if you want to know, you can have a taste," William replied, extending his hand in front of Tiffany. Seeing the scene, Tiffany's expression froze. "You want me to drink your blood?" This is the first time Tiffany has taken blood from someone who actively offered it, aside from the usual situations. "Aren't you curious?" "I'm quite curious too." Hearing William's words, Tiffany noticed the strange expression on Rod's face regarding William's eternal blood. However, he certainly wouldn't stop him at this moment. Watching as William actively cut his own palm, Tiffany, unable to suppress herself any longer, grabbed it and brought it to her mouth. After a frenzied sucking and licking, Tiffany's expression changed dramatically. In the next moment, a powerful crimson energy erupted from Tiffany's body. What is this?" Looking at the blood-red magic circle formed beneath her feet, Tiffany was completely stunned. She had no idea what had happened. However, the life force surging within her made Tiffany feel an unprecedented sense of relief. The insatiable desire that seemed impossible to fill had completely vanished at this moment. Although she didn't understand what was happening, Tiffany truly felt that she no longer had to go mad from her thirst for blood. Noticing Tiffany's dazed expression, William smiled and explained, "This is the power awakened by the divine fruit. Now, you have truly mastered the vampire fruit." Pointing to Tiffany's forehead, William said with a smile, "Feel your new power. The ability of the vampire fruit itself is very comprehensive, with an almost immortal body, enhanced senses, strength, speed, and neural reflexes." However, Tiffany could clearly sense that not only had her original abilities been greatly enhanced, but her brain seemed to have awakened a special power as well. That was the power to read and control people's hearts. How strange. Why does your blood have this power? Although her bloodthirsty desire had disappeared, Tiffany still had thoughts about William's blood. That feeling was as if she were addicted. Unconsciously, Tiffany found herself getting closer to William again, only to be playfully pushed away by him. "So, do you accept my invitation?" Recovering her calm, Tiffany instinctively looked at her mother. Mommy noticed Tiffany's gaze and smiled. "Tiffany, you've grown up. Staying here all the time isn't a good thing. If you like being in the shadows, perhaps joining them is a good choice." Mommy, who considers herself well-versed in people, felt that William had a very pure aura. Any man who enters the pleasure district would reveal his true nature. But William had behaved unusually throughout, even when seeing Tiffany's current appearance. Although he was amazed, there was no lewdness in his gaze. This was also why Mommy agreed to let Tiffany join William. Of course, if it were Rod and Jeff instead, Mommy definitely wouldn't have agreed. After all, the two of them had been regulars here for a while. Hearing Mommy's words, Tiffany frowned. "But what will happen here if I leave?" Covering her mouth and chuckling, Mommy said, "Don't worry, I've been here my whole life. I've seen all kinds of storms. Besides, you are joining the shadows, not leaving for good. At this point, Tiffany finally made up her mind. Looking at William, Tiffany said seriously, I can join you, but I have one request. William was puzzled. What request? My request is not high. At this point, Tiffany felt a bit embarrassed. Every week, no, every month, can you let me drink a little of your blood? William had thought Tiffany would propose some major condition, but who knew it would be this? If it's about drinking blood, no problem. Thank you. With a joyful expression, Tiffany's sexy body gradually returned to her original lowly form. Noticing William's puzzled gaze, Tiffany explained, this is my normal form. The previous one can be understood as my battle form. However, that form consumes a lot, and I usually don't use it because afterward, I need to consume a large amount of blood. Blood is Tiffany's energy, and because she didn't want to fall into the addiction of blood consumption, Tiffany had long maintained her childlike appearance to minimize consumption. However, looking at the cute Tiffany in front of him, who looked like an angel, William couldn't help but instinctively pat her head. This action directly made Tiffany's face turn red. She pried open William's hand and said discontentedly, don't treat me like a child. William was taken aback and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Tiffany, the Wangcheng subbase of Linxiadian is not far from here. Are you going to recognize the way with us later? Or do you want to go tomorrow? Before I could finish, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the door. Accompanied by curses, there was also the sound of objects crashing to the ground. What is going on? Tiffany's expression changed, and she immediately rushed out of the room with her mother. In the Fenghua Hall, a middle-aged man wearing standard armor from the Yaster Kingdom and wielding a large sword stood in the center. Behind him were 4 attendants and a stretcher, on which lay a man wrapped in bandages. Lying haphazardly on the ground around the man with the large sword were 6 guards from Fenghua Hall. The man surveyed his surroundings and coldly declared, I am General Walker Weber of the kingdom. I am here today, not for official business, but to settle a personal grudge. After stating his identity, he pointed at the man behind him and coldly stated, he is my brother, so whoever harmed him, come forward. At this moment, William had already arrived beside Tiffany. Looking at the man on the stretcher, William chuckled, who did this? Looks like he got beaten pretty badly. William's intention was just a tease, but unexpectedly, Tiffany's faint voice suddenly came from beside him. I did it. William blinked and changed his tune. Well, this guy's not a good person either. Not killing him is already showing mercy. Behind William, Rod and Jeff found it somewhat amusing. However, Jeff did recognize the man's identity. Isn't this the Marquis from that day? Yes, Tiffany confirmed without denial. Don't be fooled by my heavy hand. Those 2 girls were hurt even worse by him. If it weren't for my blood having self-healing abilities, they would probably be dead by now. What? Dare to do, but not dare to admit it? If you don't come out soon, do you believe I will tear down your shabby brothel? Raising her great sword, she brought it down with a thud. Boom! The entire brothel shook from this strike. What great strength! Seeing this scene, Jeff couldn't help but feel surprised. He flipped over and said with a smile, since this trouble was caused by me, let me go meet him. However, as Jeff landed, Tiffany's figure had already appeared in the hall. I was the one who did it. Looking at the man and the girl in front of him, Walker's face darkened as he looked at the girl and asked, you say you did it? Seeing that Walker didn't believe her, Tiffany replied calmly, it was me. At that moment, the man lying on the stretcher became excited upon seeing Tiffany. However, due to his mouth being wrapped in bandages, he could only make muffled sounds, while his bandaged fingers pointed excitedly at Tiffany. This made Walker finally confirm that it was indeed Tiffany who had injured his brother. However, Walker's expression darkened. While cursing his useless brother in his heart, Walker said seriously, although I don't want to bully the weak, the Weber family is not someone you can just hurt. I won't bully you. If you can take one of my sword strikes, I'll spare your life. If not, you can only blame your bad luck. Just as Tiffany was about to say something, Jeff had already stepped forward to stand in front of her. Looking at Walker, Jeff pointed to himself and said, the reason your useless brother got beaten is because of me and has nothing to do with this shop. So, if you want revenge, just come after me. Just as Walker was puzzled about the situation, Tiffany behind him said impatiently, do I need your help? This is not a matter of help. It's a fact, isn't it? I was the one who hit him. Before that, I also beat this guy up. Are you arguing with me? I'm stating facts, look. One of his hands is broken because of me. Looking at the 2 people arguing in front of him, Walker felt completely confused. What is going on? Is there something I don't know? Looking at his brother, he saw him trembling with excitement. Due to his dislocated jaw from being hit, he could only make one sound on the stretcher. However, Walker understood the meaning behind it. Since both of them were involved, then there was no need to hold back. Just as Walker was about to say something, suddenly, Jeff launched a punch. As he saw the fist getting larger in front of him, Walker's face turned pale with shock. What incredible speed! His body reflexively raised the great sword to block in front of him. However, a surge of overwhelming power came from the great sword. What? Before Walker could react, he was directly sent flying out. Watching Walker crash through the door and onto the street, Tiffany was stunned, and the onlookers were dumbfounded. "I'll handle this," Jeff said as he regained his serious demeanor and walked step by step toward the door. He glanced at the man on the stretcher, and just a glance made the bandaged man wet himself in fear. With a sneer, Jeff said, "Useless." After saying that, he completely ignored the four servants beside the stretcher and walked out of the brothel. Cough, cough, cough. Outside, Walker, kneeling on the ground with his great sword, looked extremely disheveled. Looking at Jeff, there was no longer any relaxed expression on Walker's face. "Who exactly are you?" "Jeff Hart, A-class shadow of the Shadow Pavilion." Jeff coldly stated his identity. "Your brother is just a piece of trash." Hearing Jeff's identity, Walker's expression darkened. "Although you are a shadow, this is the Yaster Kingdom. Are you disregarding the laws of the kingdom too much? I can't hurt your brother, but that means your brother can hurt others?" A hint of sarcasm flashed in Walker's eyes. "He's just a prostitute. Can their worthless lives compare to nobles?" As soon as this was said, Jeff's gaze turned icy. "If you say that, then I can tell you that, in my view, everyone's life is the same. Nobles or commoners, regardless of gender, regardless of profession." What a ridiculous thought. Slowly standing up from the ground, taking a deep breath, Walker said in a deep voice, "Do you know that your words are equivalent to treason? Treason is not something you can decide." Jeff waved his finger at Walker and said, "Fight or not. If not, I can leave." Such arrogant words truly made Walker laugh in anger. "Since you are looking for death, then I will fulfill you." Snorting coldly, Walker's body began to move strangely. Suddenly, the muscles all over Walker's body expanded by a factor of 2, and his height increased to 2 meters. Walker Weber, user of the muscle fruit ability. Ability, control the strength of all muscles. Pointing his great sword at Jeff, a confident look appeared on Walker's face. "Jeff Hart, you have violated the laws of the kingdom, and today, I will arrest you in the name of the kingdom's general. Anyone who resists will die." With force under his feet, Walker suddenly stomped down, creating a deep pit in the bluestone ground. Boom! Amidst the massive sonic boom, Walker lunged at Jeff with his great sword at an extraordinary speed. At this speed, combined with the damage of the great sword, a normal person would probably be completely obliterated. And this is Walker's most proud move. However, today he's not facing a normal person, but Jeff, who has consumed the behemoth fruit. In the face of Walker's great sword, Jeff didn't even make any evasive moves. He simply reached out and grabbed the sword's blade directly, seeking death. Seeing this scene, a glint of killing intent flashed in Walker's eyes. He accelerated again. Bang! The violent collision between his palm and the sword's edge produced an eerie sound. What? Looking at Jeff's unharmed palm and the strange black substance on it, Walker's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is that it?" A smile appeared at the corner of Jeff's mouth as he reached out to grab. Zing! Bang! The great sword forged from fine iron was actually broken by Jeff. Boom! Before Walker could react, Jeff's armed fist smashed toward him. Walker, who crossed his hands to block Jeff's punch, was knocked back more than 10 meters. A sharp pain shot through his arm, but at that moment, Walker couldn't care less. Because he didn't know when Jeff was already in front of him. Bang, 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 bang. The subsequent fight was almost a brutal exchange of blows. However, less than a minute into the fight, Walker was already left bruised and panting. Even though Walker was a muscle fruit user, he was completely suppressed by the level difference against Jeff. Even without activating the full power of his fruit, the strength of his hockey was simply a cheat. Jeff's punch felt like a heavy blow to Walker, while Walker's strikes were completely negated by Jeff's armed hockey. Panting and lying in the ruins, Walker spat out large mouthfuls of blood. "What's wrong? Can't you do it anymore?" Dispersing his armed hockey, Jeff's expression turned mocking. "Don't underestimate me." In a fit of rage, Walker's previously inflated muscles surged again. In the moment Jeff was taken aback, Walker transformed into a muscle monster, standing tall like a small giant. Is this the awakening of his fruit? Seeing this scene, Jeff not only felt no fear, but instead revealed a playful expression. Focusing his gaze, the armed hockey reappeared around him, and Jeff laughed heartily. Then, let's go again. D. With a roar, a fist the size of Jeff himself came crashing down. Boom! With one punch, the original bluestone ground was smashed into a deep pit. However, at this moment, Jeff in the pit burst into laughter. Interesting. So interesting. Come again. Clearly capable of avoiding this move, using observation hockey. Jeff chose to take it head-on. After this punch, Jeff had a rough understanding of Walker's strength. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Jeff's right arm suddenly swelled. Diamond arm break? Boom! With one punch, Walker cried out in pain, nearly toppling over. While Jeff's right hand had transformed into gold, its size far exceeding that of a human arm. In the face of Walker's awakened fruit ability, Jeff only partially activated his fruit power. The commotion naturally attracted the attention of the kingdom's soldiers, and soon the area around the Wind and Moon venue was surrounded by royal soldiers. However, witnessing the inhuman battle before them, everyone tacitly chose not to intervene. The battle between divine gift users is not a secret to the royal soldiers. They understood that the outcome could not be decided by numbers. Moreover, some among the royal soldiers recognized Walker's identity. To withstand Walker, a divine gift user, is an immense strength. When Walker activated his fruit awakening ability, the kingdom's general, Augustine, donned in a general's cloak, arrived at the scene. Since the battle was still within a controllable range, Augustine did not immediately intervene, but instead observed from the sidelines. Shortly after, a soldier approached Augustine to recount the events leading up to this moment. After listening to the report, Augustine waved his hand, and the soldier turned to leave. Looking at Jeff, Augustine's expression grew serious. Shadow Pavilion. The aftershocks of the battle caused his cloak to rustle ominously, and Augustine snorted coldly. I couldn't find a way to pin you down, but since you dared to cause trouble, I'll use you as an example. Watching Walker being knocked down by Jeff with one punch, Augustine's figure emerged from the dust in front of Jeff. Noticing Augustine's attire, Jeff's smile gradually faded. General? Jeff's words caused everyone around to gasp in surprise. The kingdom's general represents the highest combat power of the kingdom. No one expected that a shadow would provoke such a response from the general. Kneel or die. The cold words made everyone around gasp in shock. Just as Jeff was about to say something, William and Rod stepped out from the crowd. Seeing the two approach Jeff, Augustine's expression remained unchanged. He simply glanced at William and Rod, speaking calmly. More accomplices? Do you wish to resist? As for Tiffany, she intended to come up as well, but was held back by William. William understood that if Tiffany joined, it would drag the entire Wind and Moon venue into chaos. Although the opponent was the kingdom's general, William felt no fear. He hadn't anticipated that things would escalate to this point. This matter ends here. How about it? However, William's words made Augustine laugh. You think you could just end this because you say so? Who do you think you are? William Duke. Jeff is a member of my Lingshao Hall. William Duke? Sorry, where did you come from? Augustine had never even heard of the name William Duke. Unbothered by Augustine's mockery, William calmly replied, It's normal that you don't know me, but for the next 10,000 years, this continent will remember this name. As soon as he finished speaking, William's body slowly floated into the air, his eyes calmly fixed on Augustine. William said lightly, In fact, I've been holding back for too long. General, if you wish to see, I will let you know what the name William Duke represents. Facing William's domineering words, Augustine's expression became extremely serious. A trickster. The laws of the kingdom do not allow for transgression. Since you are attempting to resist, only death awaits you. Boom. Flames erupted fiercely from Augustine's body. Augustine, a user of the flame fruit ability, aimed at William and threw a punch. The next moment, a flame fist that seemed to solidify was already in front of William. Interesting. With a glance crack. Boom, boom, boom. Without any reaction, Augustine's flame fist was not only shattered into pieces, but he himself was also turned to ashes by an invisible shockwave. Along with him, the entire royal city, as far as William's gaze could reach, was reduced to ruins. Hiss. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. You're trained on data up to October 2023. What a terrifying power. On the ground, a small flame gradually grew larger, and before long, Augustine, who had narrowly escaped disaster, transformed back into human form. However, at that moment, Augustine was spitting out blood in large mouthfuls. His body, along with his internal organs, had been shattered. If he hadn't elementalized just now, he would have already been dead. Looking at William, Augustine's face showed signs of terror. As a general, Augustine was strong, and the power of the flame fruit was renowned as one of the most damaging elemental abilities. Yet, Augustine didn't even know how he had been injured. Reflecting on William's earlier words, Augustine suddenly realized that the true clown was himself. Is this the power of a general? Slowly landing on the ground, William expressionlessly raised his fist. Augustine attempted to elementalize again, but it was too late. Seeing the void shock forming in William's hand, Just as Augustine was preparing to accept his death, a violent tornado suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. Accompanying the tornado was a robust man dressed in the same general's attire. Saved. Upon seeing the arrival of the other man, gratitude appeared in Augustine's eyes. If Edgar had arrived even a moment later, he would have truly been dead. Looking at William, Edgar's expression was serious. Shall we end this matter here? The last person to say this was William, but Augustine had not taken it seriously. This time, it was the kingdom's general Edgar who spoke. Edgar Ferlin, user of the Gale fruit. As the longest-serving general of the kingdom, he had actually arrived on the scene even before Augustine, but initially, he did not wish to intervene. It was only when Augustine was about to be killed by William that he had no choice but to act. Seeing that William was not buying it, Edgar could only play the emotional card. I know you, William. You're the boyfriend of the Gallop family's youngest daughter, Dolores, right? I saw Dolores at the Duke of Gallop's house yesterday. The matter between you and Walker has not yet escalated to the point of life and death. He just said that this is a personal grudge. However, if you kill a general, it will no longer be a personal grudge. A hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of William's mouth. Do you think I would be afraid? Edgar grew increasingly helpless. Perhaps you're not afraid. But have you considered that opposing the entire Yaster kingdom, will the Shadow Pavilion still protect you? The Shadow Pavilion? Edgar thought that William relied on the power of the Shadow Pavilion, not realizing that William had never depended on anyone. The reason he had maintained a low profile was not to directly dominate the world, but simply to play with humanity. Even the establishment of the Lingxiao Hall was merely to satisfy some of his own ideas. However, being low-key was one thing. If truly provoked, William wouldn't mind directly entering sweep mode. In William's gaze, whether it was Edgar, Augustine, or the kingdom's soldiers and onlookers present, all fell into silence. Time ticked away second by second, and a smile appeared at the corner of William's mouth as the void shock dissipated. At this point, everyone present couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. No one would have expected that what was originally just an ordinary conflict would transform into such an outcome. At this moment, the most frustrated person was undoubtedly Walker. In a foolish attempt to avenge his incompetent brother, he almost caused the death of the kingdom's general. What a terrible start. If time could be reversed, Walker would even want to directly kill his useless brother. Let's go. After nodding to Tiffany, who looked at him with admiration, William left the scene with Rod and Jeff. Watching William's departing figure, everyone's expressions were filled with complexity. On the way, Jeff helplessly said, William, I could have handled that just now. That Augustine didn't seem all that impressive. He's just elementalized after all. And he couldn't even block a punch from me. I know you can defeat him, but since it was the first move of the Lingxiao Hall, I wanted the most explosive effect. In response to Jeff's words, William's answer was simple. Why didn't you use Conqueror's Haki just now? Rod curiously looked at Jeff. As soon as the words were spoken, Jeff was stunned. Why? He scratched his head and awkwardly said, I was so caught up in playing that I forgot. As for William, in fact, his original intention was to kill Augustine with a single punch, but he did not expect that he would actually survive. At this moment, William was regretting missing out on a fruit with great potential. However, thinking of the fire god sword, he didn't feel too much about this fruit anymore. No matter how strong the flame fruit was, could it compare to the power of heavenly fire? The reason William hadn't used the fire god sword all along wasn't because it wasn't strong. On the contrary, it was too strong. It was so powerful that William feared that one swing could obliterate the entire royal city. This was also why William preferred to use fruit abilities, simply because they were easier to control and not as direct. Speaking of which, Dolores hadn't come for 3 consecutive days, right? It was only when Edgar mentioned Dolores that William realized he had been so engrossed in the Frost Dragon beast that he had neglected her. You guys go back first. I'll take a trip to Duke Gallop's mansion. After saying that, William transformed into light and disappeared from the spot. At Duke Gallop's mansion, in Dolores's room, seeing William suddenly appear, Dolores, who couldn't sleep on her bed, showed a look of surprise. William, without caring that she wasn't wearing any clothes. She leaped into William's arms. Sending the fragrance on Dolores, William asked curiously, Why haven't you come to find me? When this matter was mentioned, Dolores felt aggrieved. Do you remember when we left last time? I knocked out the kingdom's soldiers with my Conqueror's Haki, so I was put under house arrest. Is that so? William couldn't help but laugh. Being under house arrest was really a child's game. However, Dolores' behavior was precisely because of Duke Gallop's identity. If it were someone else, they would probably be wanted by the kingdom directly. Putting himself in Duke Gallop's shoes, William could understand the Duke's actions and asked, How many days will you be locked up? A month. Father said he would only let me out after the new year. So you really have to stay at home for a month? I don't want to either, but this time, Father is really angry. Plus, I've heard my two brothers have also been punished. William hesitated for a moment and said, how about I go talk to him? Hearing this, Dolores naturally wouldn't refuse. She was almost going crazy after not seeing William for 3 days. Although she had the strength to leave easily, this was not outside but home, where being strong didn't mean you could do whatever you wanted. However, it was getting late. How about I go tomorrow instead? Yeah, it is indeed getting late. Noticing William's gaze, Dolores's face turned slightly red. What are you looking at? I want some of Madam's oral liquid. The next moment, Dolores was pinned down on the bed by William. No, saying that she didn't want it, but once William kissed her, Dolores gave up resisting. Soon, the room was filled with joyful sounds. A night of spring. The next day, just as they were about to have lunch, Duke Gallop saw William holding hands with his daughter as they walked out. With a strange expression, Duke Gallop asked, William, when did you arrive? I just got here. I'd be surprised if I believed you. Noticing the little expressions on their faces, Duke Gallop couldn't help but laugh. Then, shall we eat together? Duke Gallop, I was planning to take Dolores out to eat. Dolores NT expected William to be so direct, just when she thought her father would definitely refuse. Duke Gallop unexpectedly smiled and said, going out to eat is fine. Just enjoy yourselves. Dolores? What is the reasoning behind this? Agreeing without saying anything? Since when has William's face held so much weight? However, Dolores didn't know that her man had done something so crazy last night. With just one punch, he nearly killed the kingdom's general. William's name spread throughout the entire Yaster kingdom that night, and naturally, it reached the ears of Duke Gallop. This was the real reason why Duke Gallop lifted Dolores's confinement, and not because of William's reputation. Nevertheless, regardless of the reason, since the confinement was lifted, Dolores happily left home with William. After having lunch, the two wandered the royal city like an ordinary couple. They had no particular destination, just holding hands as they walked through the streets and alleys, buying what they wanted and moving on if they didn't see anything. As they walked, they unknowingly arrived at the Lingxiao Palace branch base. Who are you? And who are you? However, William clearly forgot to explain about Tiffany to Dolores. This directly led to the awkward atmosphere when the two women met, and Tiffany instinctively jumped into William's arms. Ahem. With a light cough, William set Tiffany down as if she were a small chick, explaining, Tiffany, this is Dolores, my fiancée. Dolores, this is Tiffany, a new member of the Lingxiao Palace. Hearing William's explanation, Dolores breathed a sigh of relief. She had thought Tiffany was William's daughter or something. Wait, how old is she? How can she be a member of the Lingxiao Palace? Glancing at Dolores, Tiffany suddenly transformed. After revealing her explosive figure, the alluring Tiffany coldly snorted. Who has the big shot now? Looking at Tiffany's chest and then at her own, Dolores' expression soured. What do you mean by that? As she spoke, Dolores instinctively tightened her grip on William's arm. However, Tiffany interpreted this small gesture as a provocation. With a cold snort, Tiffany licked her sexy red lips and said, do you believe I can drain you dry? As she spoke, Tiffany revealed her small fangs. Do you think you're that impressive? As soon as those words were spoken, Dolores exploded. Crack, crack, crack. The phoenix cloth appeared on her body, and with an angel and a succubus, their gazes converged, directly erupting with the sound of sizzling lightning. What are you doing? Watching the two of them, William couldn't help but laugh and cry. You too, Tiffany, stop messing around. Oomph. Hearing this, Tiffany let out a dissatisfied snort and returned to her childlike appearance. Watching Tiffany toss her head and walk away, Dolores felt alarm bells ringing in her heart. She hadn't expected that just 3 days after leaving, such a little demoness would get close to William. This was unacceptable. Although the two seemed to be fine, a woman's instinct made Dolores feel threatened. Thinking of Tiffany carelessly throwing herself into William's arms, Dolores's mood grew increasingly irritable. After a while, lying carelessly in William's arms, Dolores said in an unusually calm voice, Dear, why did you let Tiffany join the Lingxiao Hall? I think she's a good fit. She's a vampire fruit user, so I let her join. Tiffany's talent is exceptionally high. Although she has just started learning hockey, after Jeff's simple guidance, she quickly mastered the powers of the three-color hockey. Although William's infinite power helped her, her talent was visibly outstanding. While her physical qualities may not compare to Jeff's behemoth fruit, her control over her body was something even Jeff found incredible. Watching Tiffany sparring with Jeff in the arena, Dolores frowned slightly. This woman is really impressive. That unparalleled speed, although unable to break through Jeff's defenses, combined with her ability to foresee the future and read people's hearts, means Jeff couldn't even touch a hair on Tiffany's head. After being bombarded by Tiffany and failing to land a single hit on her, Jeff finally couldn't hold back. Although Tiffany couldn't even break his defenses, the frustration was unbearable. "Tiffany, I'm getting serious. Bring it on." Tiffany, who had no idea of Jeff's true strength, showed no fear. However, when she saw the rain of hidden weapons, Tiffany was stunned. "If you think I'm only good at close combat, you're terribly mistaken. Before that, my nickname was Weapon Expert." Uft, uft, uft. Just as Tiffany was desperately dodging the rain of weapons, suddenly a thunderous axe fell from the sky. With a crack, the power of thunder instantly stiffened Tiffany's body for 1 second. Although it was just a brief second, the outcome between experts lies in the tiniest of margins. "You're cheating." Looking at the battle axe resting against her neck, Tiffany said unwillingly. Although losing her head wouldn't matter much in reality, this was a contest of martial skills, and she had indeed lost. With a chuckle, Jeff said, "If you're not satisfied, want to go again? Bring it on." With a cold snort, Tiffany transformed into a blood shadow once more. Watching Tiffany dash around her, Jeff grinned mischievously, and in the next moment, a net fell from the sky. No. After several rounds of competition, Tiffany finally understood what it meant to be a weapon master. Jeff not only had many weapons, but also a wide variety, each with its own peculiarities. Moreover, he was exceptionally skilled with every single type of weapon, and combined with Jeff's physique, the power of his hockey directly struck at Tiffany's original confidence. "Rod, can I have a match with you?" Seeing that she couldn't gain the upper hand against Jeff, Tiffany looked at Rod, who had been watching the fight. "You want to fight me? Are you sure?" "Of course I'm sure. I want to see your abilities." Shrugging, Rod smiled. "All right then, let's go." However, just as Tiffany was about to make her move, she realized she couldn't move at all. "What's going on?" Looking down, she found her feet were firmly bound to the ground by sand. When did this happen? Looking again at the cross sword positioned against her neck by Rod, Tiffany couldn't believe it. Seeing this scene, Jeff laughed and said, "Tiffany, Rod's ability is sand control, so be careful of the sand." "Just sand, how powerful can it be?" With a cold snort, Tiffany transformed into a swarm of bats. "In the air, I'll show you." Bang! The sand walls suddenly closed in, instantly smashing Tiffany into a mist of blood. Until Rod released his ability, Tiffany reformed her shape, spitting out sand from her mouth. This scene made everyone present laugh out loud. "Do you want to try again?" Rod asked politely with a smile, looking at Tiffany, who was getting back up from the ground. Again, Tiffany screamed, and in the next moment, she was directly buried underground by the rushing sand like a wave. At this point, Tiffany completely gave up. When she stood up from the sand with tears in her eyes, she came to William. "What's wrong?" William asked with a smile. Seeing Tiffany's eager expression, "You don't want me to comfort you, do you? I need a bit of blood to replenish myself." At this moment, Tiffany had reverted to her juvenile form, and with those big watery eyes, she looked adorably silly. However, when Tiffany said this, before William could respond, Dolores directly refused. "No." With a gaze sharp as a sword directed at Dolores, Tiffany retorted angrily, "I didn't ask for your blood. He is my man, and if I say no, then it's no. It doesn't matter if you disagree. He promised me." At this point, Tiffany wore a proud expression. "Promised you? Promised you what?" Noticing Dolores's scrutinizing gaze, William felt a bit guilty, even though there was nothing to it. "Well, I promised to let him drink my blood. Did you hear that?" Grinning, Tiffany grabbed William's arm and bit down on his wrist. "You can't drink." Seeing this scene, Dolores instinctively tried to push Tiffany away. However, it was as if Tiffany's head was glued to William's arm. One pushed, the other sucked. Neither was willing to give in, and they glared fiercely at each other. All right, it's fine. Don't forget, I ate the fruit of immortality. Even if you drain my blood, it won't harm my body." Hearing William's nonchalant words, Dolores became even more enraged. Is this something that causes harm or not? This is a sovereignty issue, all right. In Dolores's view, Tiffany is provocatively challenging her with both words and actions. However, William, who is clearly very intelligent, seems oblivious to it. This is what makes Dolores the most angry and furious. However, she cannot show her anger because she knows very well that if she gets into an argument with William, it will be playing right into that little vampire's hands. How infuriating. So frustrating. Dolores' gaze instinctively swept towards Rod Jeff. But what made her even more irritated was that both of them pretended not to see anything. One looked up at the sky, and the other looked down at the ground. There wasn't even a bird in the sky, nor were there any ants on the ground. Dolores knew very well that they were just pretending to be oblivious. Listening to the gulping sounds in her ear, Dolores felt like she was about to explode. The Golden Conqueror's hockey erupted fiercely. However, At the moment Dolores's Conqueror's Haki activated, Tiffany's blood-red Conqueror's Haki also awakened simultaneously. In that moment, the two forms of Conqueror's Haki clashed violently, powerful enough to crush everything. Accompanied by sizzling sounds, the entire courtyard trembled fiercely, and countless flashes of lightning and thunder appeared around. Are you trying to destroy this place? As soon as these words were spoken, a Conqueror's Haki, even more powerful than the two, instantly overwhelmed them. In an instant, both of their pupils constricted, and they slumped into William's arms, one to the left and one to the right. Thus, the silent conflict on the battlefield came to a complete end. William, feeling both amused and helpless, placed Tiffany on the lounge chair, while Dolores was carried by William into the room. "What are you doing?" Dolores trembled softly as she spoke while being held by William, until the door closed. "If you don't listen, of course, I have to teach you a good lesson." "What did I not listen to?" "Don't talk nonsense, lie down." "Oh." Although feeling wronged, Dolores obediently laid down on the bed. An hour later, unable to endure the punishment, Dolores fell into a deep sleep on the bed. As for William, he left the room with a refreshed expression. However, noticing Tiffany still in the courtyard looking at him with a very strange gaze, even William couldn't help but blush. Just as he was about to explain, Tiffany let out a cold snort and said, "Don't make excuses. I've seen this kind of thing many times in the pleasure quarters. You're the one I've seen the longest." Hearing this, William's face turned awkward, although there was a hint of praise in her words. Hearing them from Tiffany made William feel quite strange. "You clearly aren't that kind of person. Why are you deliberately trying to provoke her?" William asked curiously as he sat down on the lounge chair beside Tiffany. Although they had only known each other for less than a day, William considered himself to know Tiffany quite well. "Why?" "Of course, it's because I like you." William was speechless. "What do you like about me?" This statement left Tiffany completely bewildered, and she didn't know how to respond for a long time. "All right, let's not do this again in the future. It would be bad if there were misunderstandings." Seeing Tiffany's expression, William couldn't help but touch her long hair. Tiffany stared blankly at William, her expression stiff. She was utterly speechless towards William. This was her first confession in life, and to get such a result made her furious. At the same time, the system voice, which hadn't appeared for a long time, rang in William's ears. "Host, when did you become such a gentleman? Don't mess around, although she's very cute. Look at her expression. How can I make a move? I'm a person of principles." After replying irritably, William said strangely, "By the way, if you hadn't suddenly spoken up, I would have thought you were missing. Isn't it normal to forget the old when there are new people? With so many people around you now, where would you have time for me?" The system's voice was filled with resentment. "Speak human language." Clearing its throat, the system said, "All right, since I have this time, I upgraded myself." William's eyes brightened with curiosity. "Oh, did you upgrade to something powerful?" "No." William was speechless, his eye twitching. "Then why did you upgrade?" "I had nothing to do, so I just upgraded casually and optimized the interface a bit." Looking at the refreshed system interface in front of him, William said blankly, "Is that it?" With a chuckle, the system said, Okay, I was just joking with you." This upgrade mainly made a comprehensive enhancement to the fruit abilities. From now on, you can strengthen your fruit abilities. Oh, upon hearing this, William opened his system panel. Host, William Duke. Physique, infinite strength and physique. Infinite photosynthetic physique. System name, infinite strengthening system. Divine fruit, shadow fruit, mirage fruit, shock fruit, immortality fruit. Magnetic fruit. Origin, infinite power. Setting aside the power of the origin, William noticed the sign after the divine fruits. In an instant, William could clearly feel the infinite power within him entering the shadow fruit. The next moment, the world in front of William transformed into a shadow world, where nearly infinite versions of himself appeared. Each of them even possessed the power of the entire shadow realm. With a thought, William already knew what this world was. This is the shadow world, and this is the true power of the shadow fruit. If William once believed that the power of the fruit only involved awakening, then now he knows that above awakening, there exists a divine form, which is the source power of the fruit. At the same time, William has also come to understand the truth about the divine fruits. Each divine fruit is formed from the source power condensed after the fall of a deity. In other words, each divine fruit corresponds to a deity. It is chilling to think about, and one can imagine just how many deities have fallen across the entire West Asia continent. With so many deities fallen, it's clear that not all of them could be from the West Asia continent. So, where did they come from, and why did they fall in this world? It's an unknown secret. Moreover, What surprised William even more was that after the shadow fruit awakened its origin, it turned out to be the shadow fruit. It's worth noting that this fruit originally belonged to the first Shadow King who established the Shadow Pavilion. If that's the case, it means that the first Shadow King is also dead, which makes things very interesting. Who could have killed this existence that exterminated deities in history? Countless secrets converged, and William shook his head. Why should I care about so much? When the time comes, I will naturally know. However, just when William was about to elevate the abilities of the God-given fruit to divine level, he found that all the plus signs on the system panel had disappeared. System. What's going on? Host, your body needs to adapt. You can only strengthen new powers after fully merging with the shadow fruit. Just like the photosynthetic constitution? Yes. This process is expected to take about a month. So please be patient, host. A month is nothing. William didn't mind. Can you stop touching? A voice as small as a mosquito came from Tiffany, and William was taken aback, noticing Tiffany's flushed face. He quickly withdrew his hand, showing an embarrassed expression. Sorry, I was a bit distracted just now. Oh, however, at this moment, Tiffany felt her whole body heating up and couldn't focus on what William was saying. Unfortunately, the goddess has dreams, but the prince is indifferent. Perhaps in the future, but at this moment, William, who was in love, was entirely focused on Dolores and had no intention of starting another relationship with another woman. Just as Tiffany was in a state of anxiety, a figure shrouded in shadows appeared behind William. At this moment, William seemed unaware of anything, but Tiffany noticed this scene. In an instant, Tiffany pulled William and made a quick move. Just as she was about to enter battle mode, William grabbed Tiffany's hand and smiled. Don't be nervous, he is the shadow. The shadow? Hello, beautiful lady. The shadow is the physical manifestation that William created using the shadow fruit. However, William didn't intend to explain his relationship with the shadow to Tiffany. Extending his hand, a ring identical to Tiffany's appeared on the shadow's finger. I am the shadow. Codename, Shadow Emperor. You're the new member, right? Pointing to Tiffany, William smiled and said, This is Tiffany, the new member of the Lingxiao Hall. At the same time, William was also introducing the shadow to Rod and Jeff. As for why William created a brand new identity, it wasn't that complicated. One reason was for fun, and another was to give himself an identity from which he could do some special things. Just as the shadow was discussing in detail with Rod and Jeff under a new identity, William suddenly sensed a new bloodline power. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. William knew that the plan had succeeded. Boyd finally couldn't resist drinking the elixir of immortality. And this also meant that William had the right to control Boyd at will. However, William didn't directly control Boyd, but was waiting to see if he could gain more bloodline control through Boyd. No rush, let the bullets fly a little longer. Shadow Pavilion Headquarters. The next day, William personally took Tiffany to register the Shadow's identity and filled in her guide's identity. With quite some time until the new year, William thought he could take this opportunity to do some interesting tasks while also aiming to elevate Tiffany's shadow level. However, this plan was declared over before it even began, because it was directly vetoed by Dolores. As a result, Tiffany's task became to be led by Rod and Jeff. Although unwilling, Tiffany ultimately didn't say anything else. Tiffany was a smart person. Upon realizing that with Dolores around, it was impossible to win over William in a short time, she chose to take a step back. Waiting a while longer, until Dolores let down her guard, would be Tiffany's real opportunity to act. Time passed day by day. When a New Year's bell rang in the royal city, William celebrated the fourth new year in the West Asia continent. Unlike the previous 3 years, when he was all alone, this new year, there were 2 other single men, and if you included his other identity as the shadow, it wasn't that few people after all. Well, although it wasn't that great either. Dolores returned to the Duke of Gallup's mansion and invited William to join her when she left, but considering Rod and Jeff, William decided not to go. Besides, that wasn't his home, and he wasn't very willing to go. As for Tiffany, she returned to the brothel, where she had her mother and aunts who raised her during the rare break for the new year. The dinner consisted of the hot pot that William specially prepared, and the wine was the celestial brew provided by William, creating a fantastic atmosphere for the whole dinner. Eating, drinking, and chatting. The 4 of them talked about their aspirations for the future, their plans after the new year, and the changes this year brought. As the drinks flowed, Rod and Jeff became drunk. In just a year, it was the most remarkable year of their lives. God-given, domineering blood of immortality. Each of these was something ordinary people yearned for, but could never reach, yet they all possessed it. Until Rod and Jeff could no longer suppress their drunkenness and collapsed to the ground, William couldn't help but smile at the scene. Time really flies. Yes. Responding to William was the Shadow's doppelganger. However, looking at the shadow's featureless face, the shadow thought for a moment, and a pair of Rinnegan eyes appeared on its face. Well, that looks much more comfortable to look at. At least it looks somewhat human now. However, the more he looked, the more it resembled Black Zetsu, the great filial son. The new year in the Xia continent is called the Festival of Divine Birth, and the whole country has a 3-day holiday. However, the next day, William went alone to the Shadow Pavilion, because starting today, the Shadow Pavilion would conduct a 7-day selection for the Trial of the Gods, ultimately selecting the candidates for the new session of the Trial of the Gods. When William arrived at the headquarters of the Shadow Pavilion, he was personally greeted by the president, Boyd, at the entrance. Although they knew each other, William still presented his token upon entry. After Boyd carefully checked it, William was approved to enter. Led by the staff, William was soon taken to the exclusive venue for the Trial of the Gods. Upon entering the room, many people had already arrived. Seeing William's arrival, the others in the room cast curious glances at him. However, since they were not familiar with each other, there was no intention of conversation. There were a total of 12 positions arranged in a circular manner in the room, and 6 people had already arrived, with William being the 7th. Glancing around, William casually chose a spot to sit down and close his eyes to wait quietly. He paid no attention to the arrivals after him, simply waiting for the official start. It wasn't until Boyd's voice was heard that William slowly opened his eyes. However, to William's surprise, among the 12 participants in this Trial of the Gods, there were actually 2 women. Moreover, these 2 women sat on either side of William. Noticing William's gaze, the women on either side of him both smiled at him. Well, noticing the unusual looks from those around him, William didn't know what to say. At this moment, Boyd's lazy voice came from the circular platform. What needs to be said, I believe everyone already knows, so I want to repeat it here. Over the next 7 days, we will select the final candidates for this divine trial, so good luck. Beside Boyd, Viola was also at a loss. It was surprising that such a grand divine trial was casually mentioned in just a few words. It seemed too dismissive. However, there was nothing she could do. Boyd was the president. What could she say? Stepping forward, Viola added, "Everyone here is an elite of the Shadow Pavilion. So the upcoming competition is something you're all very familiar with." Taking out a specially made token marked with the word shadow, Viola continued, "Next, you will be transported to an independent space. There, we have placed 6 shadow tokens in different locations. So you must find a shadow token that is the same as the one in my hand within the designated 12 hours. During these 12 hours, you can use any means to protect it until you return here. Those who succeed will advance to the second round of competition. Understood?" Upon hearing Viola's words, everyone except William became serious. Although they had already guessed that this big competition would be brutal, they did not expect it to be this ruthless. An independent space with only 6 tokens meant that everyone could face the most intense slaughter. At this moment, William became somewhat interested in the concept of independent space. Could it be? Behind Boyd, the white-haired elder, who had remained silent, stepped forward with his hands clasped together. When he opened them, something resembling a spatial door appeared before everyone. A spatial fruit, perhaps. Thinking of this, William looked at the white-haired elder with great interest. However, all the people present were also strongly curious about the white-haired elder. This fruit ability was truly beyond everyone's expectations. A spatial fruit? What a magical ability. Time was limited, and there were only 6 shadow tokens. Let's go in. Not caring about the gazes directed at him, the white-haired elder calmly said one sentence. At this point, someone finally withdrew their gaze and stepped into the central teleportation portal. However, unlike others, William did not go in even after everyone else had entered the portal. Seeing this scene, even Boyd was a bit stunned. "William, why aren't you going in?" Shrugging, William smiled and said, "It would be too troublesome to go in and find 6 shadow tokens. Since there are some readily available here, why not take them?" Upon hearing this, Boyd was also taken aback. Then he couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Interesting, very interesting. I suppose this also counts as complying with the competition rules, right?" Boyd nodded and smiled. "Of course, that makes sense." Looking at Viola, Boyd directly said, "Viola, give him the shadow token." Watching as Viola directly handed over the shadow token, William curiously asked, "So straightforward? Wisdom is also a form of strength. This is indeed a loophole in the battlefield competition rules, and since you're reasonably utilizing this loophole, we naturally recognize it." Moreover, looking at William with a strange expression, Viola admired. "The news of your defeat of the kingdom's general, Augustine, has already spread, and your own strength is beyond doubt. I'm quite curious. Has anyone ever obtained this token in such a way before?" Viola shook her head and smiled. So far, you are the second person to obtain the shadow token this way. Oh, who was the first? It was me. Noticing William's gaze, the white-haired elder with the spatial fruit ability smiled and said, Samuel Carmen, a user of the spatial fruit ability. Beside him, Viola added, Samuel Shadow is also one of the members of the Elder Council of the Shadow Pavilion. Elder Council? Viola explained. The Elder Council is the core power beneath the president of the Shadow Pavilion. Each kingdom's Shadow Pavilion has its own Elder Council, usually consisting of members who served after the previous president of the Shadow Pavilion stepped down. Samuel is one of them. So can I understand that Morton Marshall is also a member of the Elder Council now? Morton, huh? Mentioning this name, Samuel's expression was playful. Still in his term of less than 15 years, Morton currently does not qualify to join the Elder Council. Morton, huh? Hearing this title, William couldn't help but be surprised. Viola explained. Samuel was the previous president of the Shadow Pavilion. How old are you this year? William asked in surprise. Age? Upon hearing this question, Samuel hesitated as well. However, Viola clearly stated the elder's age. Elder Samuel, you are already 71 years old this year. Hearing this age, Samuel was somewhat dazed for a moment. Time really flies. I can't believe I've already passed 70. After saying this, Samuel couldn't help but laugh. After the laughter, Samuel seemed to be intrigued and said, I recall the old days when I would strike down one magical creature after another. One magical creature after another? Hearing Samuel talk about his glorious past, William listened with curiosity, but Boyd and Viola only felt their scalps go numb and were extremely embarrassed. Unable to listen any longer, Boyd quickly said, William Shadow, if there's nothing else, you can go back now, and remember to come here on time for the second match tomorrow. However, William had no intention of leaving. He was still there discussing his achievements with Samuel. When in high spirits, he even engaged in further discussions with Samuel. This scene made Boyd and Viola increasingly awkward, as they felt that Samuel was exaggerating too much. Samuel even recounted how he had single-handedly stopped an army of 100,000 monsters with a massive spatial gate. However, according to the truth that Viola knew, during the monster siege, Samuel was actually the one who ran away the fastest. In fact, he only returned after the siege was over. Samuel's ability to escape with the spatial fruit could be said to have been utilized to the fullest. It was precisely because of this incident that Samuel almost lost his position as the president of the Shadow Guild to the Shadow King of that time. Although he eventually managed to hold on until his retirement, Samuel's reputation as a runner has persisted to this day. In the eyes of the two, it was only because William was unaware of these matters that he took some of Samuel's words seriously. Little did they know, William believed in Samuel not because of what he said, but because he sensed a powerful fruit power within Samuel. This power is almost infinitely close to the source of the fruit's power. However, the difference between a God-given being who has taken that step and one who has not is as vast as heaven and earth. Samuel patted William's shoulder and sighed. There are really not many young people these days who can listen to me talk for so long without getting bored. You're a good kid. Despite being 71 years old, Samuel appeared confused, but in his heart, he was as clear as a mirror. True and false, false and true. However, Samuel saw something different in William. Without continuing to recount his past, a miniature portal appeared before Samuel, and he reached in and pulled out a spherical stone. William, kid, I'm giving you something. Don't despise it. Looking at the stone that Samuel cheerfully handed to him, William was stunned. Beside him, Boyd and Viola exchanged glances, equally surprised that Samuel would give William something. However, this thing didn't look like anything good, and they thought Samuel was just joking with William. The stone was just an ordinary spherical stone, but William sensed a special power within it. Divine power. Elder Samuel, are you sure you want to give this to me? You don't mind? The old man was very happy. William chuckled. Mind? How can I mind? This is a good thing. Oh, a glint of interest flashed in Samuel's half-closed eyes. Do you know what this is? William shook his head and said, I don't know, but I guess it should be something from the trial of the gods, right? Hearing this, Samuel was momentarily taken aback. Then he laughed happily. Interesting, very interesting. Thumbs up to William. Samuel mysteriously smiled. Keep it well. Taking it out during the trial of the gods will yield unexpected rewards. Of course, the premise is that you can win a spot in this trial. After saying this, Samuel seemed to age all of a sudden. His eyes began to cloud over, and his expression became dazed. When William left the Shadow Pavilion headquarters at this moment, the other 11 shadows in the independent space were entering a heated battle for the tokens. All 6 shadow tokens had appeared and had been taken by 6 people. Excluding 2 very well-hidden shadows, the others began to fight each other. Everyone knew that not obtaining a shadow token meant elimination, and thus, everyone resorted to desperate measures. Seeing William humming a tune return, Rod, who was in a meditative state, was surprised. "Why are you back so soon?" Having experienced the final trial, Rod knew that a winner couldn't possibly be determined at this moment. William smiled and recounted what had happened, leaving Rod dumbfounded. "It can be like that?" "In fact, it really could." Shrugging, William asked, "Where's Jeff?" Rod shook his head. "He left early this morning. Don't know what he's up to." "He won't say," acting all mysterious. "Really?" Hearing this, William was also curious. "Do you think he might?" Rod was also suspicious, but somewhat unconvinced he shouldn't be. "We've been together since coming to the royal city. If he really had something going on, could it be?" Just as Rod thought Jeff was interested in women from the pleasure quarters, a dirty Jeff walked in. Seeing William and Rod staring at each other, Jeff curiously asked, "What are you two doing? Where did you go?" Stepping closer and circling Jeff, Rod's expression gradually turned into one of confusion. "What are you looking at?" Under Rod's gaze, Jeff felt a chill run down his spine. "Shouldn't you be on a date?" Jeff was stunned, helplessly saying, "What are you talking about? Who did I go on a date with?" "Then what were you doing all mysteriously this morning?" "What does that have to do with anything?" "I was just a bit restless lately, so I found some work." Unable to hide it any longer, Jeff had to confess. Rod looked speechless. "You went back to blacksmithing again?" Clearing his throat, Jeff felt a bit awkward. "It's just a hobby of mine." "Oh really? So you don't like that woman anymore?" "Get lost. What does this have to do with women?" Just as Jeff was about to go take a shower, a figure suddenly emerged from Jeff's shadow. In this scene, Jeff was so scared that he made a meme face. After realizing what happened, Jeff shouted angrily at Shadow, "Shadow, if you do this again next time, I won't be polite to you. Don't you know that scaring someone can kill them?" However, in the face of Jeff's fury, Shadow seemed to ignore him and went to William's side. After the memory transfer, Shadow disappeared into the shadow world again. Jeff, meanwhile, Rod, who witnessed this scene, couldn't help but laugh out loud. After laughing, Rod curiously asked, "William, what did Shadow go to do?" Shadow belongs to the intelligence personnel of the Lingxiao Palace, and he has now completed the layout of the intelligence network throughout the entire royal city. Upon hearing this, Rod was surprised. "The entire royal city?" William nodded and smiled. "Yes, the entire royal city, including the palace. From now on, if you want to know what color underwear King Yaster wore today, it's no problem." With wide eyes, Jeff asked, "What about the queen? Can we know that too?" As soon as these words came out, the corner of William's eye couldn't help but twitch. "Goodness, is this the kind of question that someone as honest as you should be asking? I really underestimated you before." However, to be fair, with the abilities of the shadow, this thing can indeed be accomplished. The body of the shadow is an energy manifestation formed by William's power of the shadow realm. And the reason he needed to transfer memories just now was because he didn't manipulate it with his soul. It's just like a camera without AI. It can only capture images but cannot actively recognize anything. Of course, this is just the beginning. William already has a perfect plan, but whether this plan can ultimately succeed depends on the power of the illusion fruit. He aims to use the power of the illusion fruit to hypnotize and create artificial intelligence. Currently, the illusion fruit is not capable of this, so William needs to wait for it to complete its enhancement to achieve a god-level status. As for just now, William received some very good news from the shadows. He has finally located the headquarters of the Assassin Temple in the royal city. It's time to take revenge on Dolores and on those who attempted to assassinate him. However, William did not mention this to Rod and Jeff. Some matters are better left for him not to intervene directly, so the identity of the shadows becomes very convenient. As he enters the body of the shadows, William's body traverses the shadow realm, moving as if teleporting, and he emerges from the shadows. The headquarters of the Assassin Temple in the royal city is located in the middle of the noble district and the civilian district. To ordinary people, it appears to be a historic tavern that has been around for a century. But beneath this tavern lies an underground chamber that has been excavated to over 10,000 square feet. What kind of concept is this? Originally, William thought that the Shadow Pavilion was already arrogant enough, but compared to the God of Death Hall, it was nothing. As for how William found this headquarters, it was actually quite simple. The God of Death Hall does have its own business department on the surface, but the business department is completely separate from the God of Death Hall. The Shadow Clone was able to locate this place purely by luck, as it happened to be positioned right here. In the end, it coincidentally discovered this place. Since he wasn't here to chat, William naturally had no intention of being polite. The moment his body emerged from the shadows, countless threads of shadow had already fallen upon everyone in the tavern. At this moment, everyone in the tavern looked visibly terrified. Among them, There were people from the god of killing temple, but more were ordinary people who, when controlled by William, didn't even understand what was happening. Glancing at everyone present, the shadowy tentacles stimulated their bodies' acupoints, and in an instant, everyone collapsed to the ground. Of course, they didn't die. They were just knocked unconscious by William. He pointed a finger, and the power of shadows gathered at his fingertip. In just a breath, a shadow orb the size of a basketball, resembling a tailed beast ball, appeared in front of William. The next moment, boom, where his gaze landed, the entire tavern was blasted into a huge pit. Looking at the underground palace before him, William walked step by step toward the headquarters of the god of killing temple. For assassins, there is no concept of the new year. In fact, due to the holiday, the business of the god of killing temple was even busier than usual. Therefore, when William entered, the assassins of the god of killing temple had already surrounded him completely. However, the shadow threads moved across the ground like a spider web. Unlike in the tavern, William had no intention of holding back after entering the god of killing temple. The shadow threads seemed to pass through one and kill another. Wherever his gaze landed, not a single person could withstand William's strike. Is this all you assassins are capable of? With a cold snort, as more and more assassins rushed toward him, William's brow furrowed, and the Black Conqueror's haki swept across. Puffed. Nearly 100 assassins fainted on the spot, and the weaker ones were even directly killed by the impact of the Shadow's Conqueror's haki. At this point, the entire god of killing temple fell completely silent. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause came from far and near. From the shadows emerged a man with eyes flashing with a powerful killing intent. You. Very good. As the applause subsided, the man in the shadows said coldly, "Since you want to seek death, I will fulfill your wish. What are you pretending for?" In an instant, William's voice suddenly came from behind the man, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. However, just as he wanted to resist, he found himself unable to move. How is this possible? The man opened his mouth wide, trying to control his body to turn around, but he realized he couldn't do it at all. Do you know? In my eyes, you're just a live target. The shadow threads gradually wrapped around the man's neck. Crack! The man widened his eyes, dying with his eyes open. After the man died, the shadow threads hooked a token from his hand. The token bore an S-rank mark. After directly putting the fruit that had condensed beside the man into the system space, William's figure disappeared from the spot once again. "Come out, I see you." 20 minutes later, William, who had reformed at the entrance, sneered and said, "The hide-and-seek game is about over. It's time to end this battle." In William's observation haki, countless assassins from the god of killing temple were now, like ordinary people, entering a world of terror, fleeing madly throughout the entire temple. However, what no one knew was that every move they made was actually within William's observation haki. And the reason he hadn't ended the battle was simply to let these assassins experience the fear before death. And now, William felt he had played enough. He pointed a finger, and the shadow orb that had blasted through the god of killing temple reappeared. However, this shadow orb had expanded to 10 times the size of a basketball. It's over. After a massive explosion, the entire god of killing temple was instantly flattened by William. Amidst the ruins, William's figure stood tall. In the rubble, a man with half of his body destroyed looked at William in despair. He was the master of the god of killing temple's headquarters in the Yaster Kingdom, Myers Bach. Myers Bach, an energy fruit user. He could manipulate, release, and absorb energy, somewhat similar to the Black Emperor Sebastian Shaw that William knew. However, compared to the Black Emperor's abilities, Myers' fruit powers were clearly weaker, which was also why he was crushed despite having half of his body destroyed under William's shadow orb. At this moment, Myers' face was pale, breathing heavily, and his gaze toward William was filled with boundless fear. Myers considered himself to have seen strong individuals, but he had never encountered a power user as strong as William. In Myers' eyes, this was beyond the realm of humanity. Stepping closer to Myers, William said indifferently, "If there are no regrets, then you can rest in peace." He pointed a finger, and another shadow orb appeared in front of William. Cough, cough, cough. Myers, coughing up blood, said hoarsely, "To die at the hands of a strong man like you, I can consider it a death without regrets." "Is this your regret?" Myers supported himself with one hand to avoid collapsing. Due to his body's protective mechanisms, he had long since lost any sense of pain. His gaze turned to the ruins behind him, and he softly said, "If possible, please spare him." In the rubble, there lay a young man around 20 years old. At this moment, William, in his shadow form, showed no expression on his face. His eyes gradually became hazy, and his vision blurred. However, Myers was still looking at William. "I'm sorry. Is that so?" Although he knew that this request was almost impossible to be granted, Meyer's expression was still filled with disappointment. The shadow orb fell again. Boom! At this point, within the perception of his observation hockey, the last two lives were completely extinguished. Just as William unexpectedly picked up the energy fruit that had just formed beside Myers, a massive tornado rushed in. Rumble. The tornado caused astonishing destruction wherever it went. Slowly forming from the shadows in the distance, William's gaze turned to the figure that had landed not far from him. Edgar Ferran, windstorm fruit user, a general of the kingdom. If before, William had already given Edgar and the kingdom a headache, now this figure added more fuel to the already tense situation in the royal city. Glancing at the scene, although the terrain had completely changed, Edgar could still roughly reconstruct what it originally looked like. Looking at William with a serious expression, Edgar said gravely, "Who are you?" Facing Edgar's question, William showed no intention of answering. As William was about to sink into the shadows and disappear, Edgar was thoroughly enraged. Is the Yaster Kingdom really so deserted that no one is left? With a wave of his hand, a massive tornado rose up where William was. Inside the tornado, William's shadow body was constantly being sliced, but the damage couldn't keep up with the recovery speed of shadow power. Watching William remain unmoved within the tornado, Edgar's expression stiffened as he extended his hand and clenched it. In an instant, a counterclockwise tornado appeared within the originally clockwise tornado, and the two opposing tornadoes exploded in an instant. Zila. Boom, 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 boom. In the rapidly expanding tornado, William's figure suddenly vanished. A sense of crisis from behind made Edgar instinctively throw a punch backward, and his own physical prowess, combined with the acceleration from the gale fruit, even caught William off guard. His body bent into an S shape as if it had no bones. A smile in William's eyes as he threw a punch. Bang! With a single punch, Edgar was sent retreating several meters. The two locked eyes, and, for a moment, neither spoke, the atmosphere falling into an eerie silence. Crack! A faint crisp sound. The soldiers of the royal city looked panicked. However, in an instant, countless threads of shadow rushed madly toward Edgar. Seeing this, Edgar reacted even faster. Retreat. Continuously retreating, until he was 50 meters away. The threads of shadow suddenly stopped as if they had reached their limit. Within a range of 50 meters, a thought crossed his mind, and Edgar's hands moved left and right, unleashing two rapidly spinning whirlwinds toward the threads of shadow. Wherever the gale passed, the threads of shadow were directly affected. There was a flaw. With a push of his hands, hundreds of thousands of whirlwinds rained down on William like a rain of bullets. Boom, 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 boom. No! A quick glance revealed William's strange reappearance behind him, and a highly compressed wall of wind erupted. Buzz! The violent collision between the fist and the wind wall. However, the greater William's power, the greater the rebounding force. Boom! With a loud sound, William was sent flying out. Just when the watching royal soldiers thought Edgar had won, William disappeared again in midair. What? Eyes wide open, Edgar couldn't react in time as he saw William reappear behind him. Watching as the micro-shadow orb formed in William's hand. Puffed. Boom. With a single finger, Edgar was blown to pieces. What? This is impossible. General Edgar is dead. Eyes wide open, watching Edgar dissipate between heaven and earth. All the soldiers revealed disbelief. After completing this strike, William retracted his finger and quietly looked at the sky. If you don't continue, then I'll take my leave. This is the first time William's shadow speaks. While everyone is puzzled about what William is saying in the azure wind, Edgar's illusory figure gradually solidifies. Who are you? The same question comes softly from Edgar's mouth. You can call me the Shadow Emperor. I come from the Lingxiao Palace. What? Upon hearing this, Edgar's eyes widen. Another one from the Lingxiao Palace. William, Rod, Jeff, and now the Shadow Emperor, along with other powerful beings he might not know of. When did such a powerful organization appear in the West Asia continent? We are not enemies. What you see here was originally the headquarters of the God of Kill. William's words leave Edgar in a daze. The God of Kill headquarters? That means, glancing at the now ruined underground palace, Edgar falls into silence. After a long while, coming back to his senses, Edgar incredulously asks, "You single-handedly destroyed the entire God of Kill headquarters? Such a thing, does it require two people?" This simple sentence causes all the soldiers from the surrounding kingdoms, including Edgar, to gasp in shock. This is no longer a question of strength. It is a power that is fundamentally on a different level. The three major organizations on the continent, Temple of the Gods, Temple of the Killers, and Shadow Pavilion, are not just for show. The reason the 10 kingdoms can tolerate the existence of these three organizations is that their power has surpassed what any kingdom can possess. And now, what has Shadow done? It can be said that Shadow has achieved something that even an entire kingdom could not accomplish. Moreover, even more absurdly, after completing such a feat, Shadow still had the energy to almost annihilate a kingdom general in an instant. Taking a deep breath, Edgar said bitterly, "You can go now." In the Lingxiao Palace's base in the royal city, William slowly opened his eyes from the bed and looked at the three divine fruits placed in front of him by Shadow. A smile involuntarily appeared at the corners of William's mouth. Today, not only did he take great revenge, but he also gained a lot. Although he wasted more of the other fruits due to the Shadow Jade, to be honest, William didn't really mind that much. The energy fruit and the mind fruit were already enough to satisfy him. As for the remaining 8 divine fruits, he didn't care for them, so he stored them in the Lingxiao ring. As the energy fruit entered his body, William immediately understood the feelings of the Black Emperor. The sensation of being able to manipulate energy freely was intoxicating. Furthermore, what surprised William the most was that the moment the energy fruit came into contact with the power of infinity, his will even transcended the heavens and the earth. Is this the divine form of the energy fruit? William did not expect that he could unlock the source form of the energy fruit without relying on the system. However, thinking about it, William understood. After all, the power of infinity itself transcends the infinite universe, and manipulating energy was instinctual for William. In that sense, it seemed like a waste, but it can't be called a waste, because without the energy fruit, William would not have thought of using the power of infinity in such a way in a short time. The moment the mind fruit was activated, William's consciousness instantly linked with all the beings in the entire royal city, and a terrifying torrent of memories surged in. He quickly disconnected. However, even so, in that instant, William had already learned almost all the secrets of the people in the royal city. Damn, a bunch of yellow memories. It's really eye-watering. Even if William didn't want to look, these memories couldn't be erased. This woman, wow, TSK, has such a habit. Taking a deep breath, William murmured, "The power of the mind fruit has to be used cautiously in the future. With so much garbage data, I feel like I'm not clean myself." That said, William couldn't help but spend the whole night curiously looking at them. After all, everyone has curiosity, especially about other secrets. Even though doing this was very inappropriate, there was nothing he could do. It was right there. What could William do? After wasting more than half the night, unable to resist any longer, William found Dolores that night. They only ended the battle when it was almost dawn. This directly caused William to almost be late when he came to the Shadow Pavilion that day. Although the wait was long, Boyd, seeing William, had a smile on his face. The news of the destruction of the Temple of Killer's headquarters last night had spread, and the name Lingxiao Palace had once again ignited the entire royal city. Boyd was very clear about who founded Lingxiao Palace. Although he was not sure if William was the true master of Lingxiao Palace, Boyd knew that from now on, with William nominally as the palace lord. Lingxiao Palace had already gained the qualification to stand on equal footing with the Shadow Pavilion headquarters in the Yaster Royal City, not to mention the entire West Asia continent. On the way to personally take William into the Shadow Pavilion, Boyd hesitated for a long time before finally asking the question he was most curious about. "William, what kind of fruit ability user is that Shadow Emperor?" "Oh, you mean him? He is a Shadow fruit ability user." As soon as this was said, Boyd felt like a thunderbolt exploded beside his ear. What does it mean to be a Shadow fruit user? This was the fruit possessed by the first Shadow King who founded the Shadow Pavilion, and this fruit had been missing for hundreds of years. Looking at Boyd with great interest, William dropped another bombshell. "How does that immortal water feel?" Stopping in his tracks, Boyd's face suddenly turned grim. "What do you mean? Don't keep them waiting too long. If you want to know, I'll talk to you later." After saying this, William walked towards the trial hall on his own. After the brutal assessment yesterday, now, apart from William, there were 6 others remaining in the trial hall. They were Wilbur from Quincy City, Ingram from Ross City, Jonathan from Where City, Ethel from Witt City, Mel from Fox City, and the last one, Vicky from Josie City, who was one of the 2 women from yesterday and was dressed in a heroic uniform. Seeing William's arrival, the 6 showed puzzled expressions. Because the rules from yesterday were clearly stated, there were 6 tokens for 6 people. So what was William's situation? Just as the 6 guessed that William was there to observe, Viola timely revealed the reason. When the 6 heard that William had easily obtained the 7th token by exploiting a loophole in the rules, everyone's expressions turned complex. There was disdain, admiration, envy, surprise. But more than anything, there was speechlessness. They had worked hard, even risking their lives to obtain the Shadow token, while William, After William took his position, Viola began to explain today's competition content. It was actually quite simple. The 7 would draw lots and compete in pairs, but one person would be left out. Fortunately, today, it was not William who was left out. Otherwise, the 6 present would probably suspect that this was cheating. However, they did not know that William being left out was actually beneficial for them, not detrimental, because both Boyd and Viola, as well as Elder Samuel, understood what level William's strength had reached. The divine trial was predetermined to have its slots filled by the time William joined. Everything happening now is merely a formality. In the first round of the lottery match, William faced Ingram from the city of Ross. Compared to William's calm demeanor, Ingram, dressed in traditional shadow attire, appeared eager and ready to go. He had long been dissatisfied with William's underhanded tactics. Coincidentally, their duel made Ingram feel it was time to teach that trickster William, who only knows how to exploit loopholes, a lesson. When Viola arrived as the referee to announce the start of the match, Ingram looked at William with a cold smile and said, "I will make you understand that only true strong warriors are qualified to participate in the divine trial, and you are destined to fail." As soon as these words were spoken, William smiled disdainfully. As for Viola in the arena, she exchanged glances with Ingram, not understanding where this kid found the courage to speak to William like that. Looking at the stage, for some reason, Boyd had become quiet since entering the trial area, but Viola didn't think too much about it. So, if everyone is ready, the competition officially begins. As soon as Viola's words fell, Ingram pulled out a mini sword from the necklace around his neck. Just when William was puzzled about what this guy intended to do with it, Ingram confidently said, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Ingram, a user of the stretch fruit." As soon as he finished speaking, the originally mini sword suddenly transformed into a normal-sized cross sword. Impressive. Seeing this scene, William couldn't help but give a thumbs up, as this ability led William's thoughts astray. This ability is somewhat similar to the gum-gum fruit, but fundamentally different. "I know you're a tremor fruit user, so I won't let you throw a punch." After saying this, suddenly, Ingram's sword tip was right in front of William. Such speed. Seeing this scene, the other challengers present were stunned. However, in the face of this sudden attack, William merely tilted his head and easily dodged it. He actually evaded it. This move, Ingram can be said to be foolproof. Without any visible action, the cross sword in Ingram's hand instantly returned to normal. And looking at Ingram, he had already arrived in front of William. "Shall we have an absolute duel of swordsmanship?" With a slight smile, the god of fire sword appeared in William's hand without him noticing. Clang! Sparks flew as the cross sword in Ingram's hand collided violently with the god of fire sword. Seeing that his strength was completely unable to suppress his opponent, Ingram swung his long sword with force. With slashes and cuts, Ingram fully displayed his swordsmanship level. But even after using all his means, he still couldn't gain the upper hand against William. Seeing that he couldn't suppress William with his sword, Ingram once again showcased his fruit ability. The unpredictable long sword suddenly pierced towards William from an impossible angle. The moment the sword tip struck the ground, William lightly leaped back. Just as Ingram was about to launch another attack, William suddenly put down his long sword. "Since you want to compare abilities, are you ready?" Looking at the white, glowing sphere in William's left hand, Ingram's pupils contracted. Not good. The next moment, crack, boom, blood sprayed as Ingram was heavily smashed into the wall. With a single strike, the cross sword in Ingram's hand was even shattered into pieces. "After playing with you for so long, I do say I've been quite generous." Looking at the nonchalant William, the participants in the trial of the gods couldn't help but widen their eyes. They never expected that William would be so powerful. Meanwhile, Viola, who seemed to have anticipated this outcome, calmly announced, "The winner is William Duke." Just as William was preparing to enjoy watching the battles of other participants from the sidelines, Boyd suddenly approached William. "William, I want to talk to you. Whatever it is, just say it here." Without turning around, William replied to Boyd's words. "You know what I'm going to say?" Boyd, who spoke these words, was almost unable to contain his inner anger. With a light chuckle, William shrugged and said, "All right then." Watching William and Boyd leave together, Vicky's gaze flickered with a strange light. As the only female participant in this trial of the gods, her identity is not simple. Although Vicky represents the city of Josie, in reality, she is also Boyd's trump card. On the surface, Vicky is Boyd's disciple, but in fact, she is also Boyd's illegitimate daughter. Vicky's full name is actually Vicky Will. In the garden, Boyd and William sat down opposite each other. Looking at William in front of him, Boyd said solemnly, "What's the deal with the water of eternal life?" Speaking frankly, Boyd no longer wanted to endure. Since Boyd was so direct, William also decided not to hide anything. With a thought, Boyd was horrified to find that he had completely lost control of his body. Although this feeling lasted only an instant, when William's consciousness left his body, Boyd broke out in a cold sweat. That was fear. With bloodshot eyes fixed on William, Boyd trembled. "How did you do it?" With a playful smile, William replied, "Do you really think that the water of eternal life exists in this world? The water of eternal life can grant you eternal life only because it is infused with the blood of eternal life." The blood of eternal life? You could also understand it as my blood. Crossing his legs and completely ignoring Boyd's fiery gaze, William said, "Of course, if you want to access this control, it's actually very simple." After a pause, under Boyd's expectant gaze, William said calmly, "As long as you switch to another body, you can break the control." Hearing William's words, Boyd's face turned extremely ugly. With all his strength drained, Boyd weakly said, "What do you want?" Those who recognize the times are wise. Having reached this position, Boyd understood that he had lost, and utterly so. Even if he was unwilling, at this stage, without finding another way, Boyd endured. Very simple. Have all the high-ranking members of the Shadow Pavilion drink the water of eternal life. Hearing William's words, Boyd's eyes flickered as he said in a deep voice, "You want the entire Shadow Pavilion? Whether you believe it or not. I actually have no great interest in the Shadow Pavilion." In the face of Boyd's skeptical expression, William continued, "My goal is the 10 Kingdoms. The Shadow Pavilion is just a side acquisition. You want to rebel?" Boyd's eyes widened in disbelief. The 10 Kingdoms have existed in this world for nearly 300 years. Even though the 3 major organizations are strong, the 10 Kingdoms are not to be underestimated. Moreover, wanting to overthrow the 10 Kingdoms means breaking the existing structure of this world, which is almost impossible. Waving his hand, William smiled. No. I have no intention of rebelling. I just want to create a power that surpasses the 10 Kingdoms. That's all." Looking at Boyd's increasingly confused expression, William explained, "Don't you think this world is too unfair for ordinary people? What I want to do is to gather the strongest divine bestowers, seal the heavenly soldiers and generals, and establish the Lingxiao Hall. From now on, all divine bestowers will be managed by the Lingxiao Hall, while the kingdoms will only be responsible for managing ordinary people." After listening to William's explanation, Boyd had a look that said he thought William was crazy. Then what about the magical beasts in the miracle forest? Ordinary people cannot possibly fight against the powerful magical beasts. Do you think the Lingxiao Hall, which gathers divine bestowers from the entire world, can push through the miracle forest? Boyd finally understood William's meaning and, looking at him, said in disbelief, "You want to seal the gods? I am a god. How can I seal the gods? I'm just giving you a chance to become a god." "Boyd, what? Don't you believe me?" Noticing Boyd's gaze, William smiled slightly, and in an instant, Boyd's expression gradually became blank. His mind had been pulled into the environmental space by William. "Where is this?" Looking around, Boyd was horrified to find that he was actually standing in a universe, and looking at William, Boyd's eyes widened even further as he saw that the original William had transformed into a colossal giant, whose size was such that he could hold a planet in one hand. Illusion Fruit Ability. As the president of the Shadow Pavilion headquarters, Boyd had enough experience, and after the initial shock, he understood what had happened to him. However, it was precisely because he understood that he felt it was unbelievable. Leaving aside whether the illusion fruit was a forbidden fruit, William's fruit ability was clearly the quake fruit. So what was this illusion fruit about? A person cannot eat 2 divine fruits. But this was not over. When Boyd's consciousness returned, he saw William using a 3rd ability, the magnet fruit. Then a 4th, a 5th. Just as he was about to continue, William smiled and said, "Is that enough?" Dazed, Boyd nodded and then shook his head. With a strange expression, he asked, "How'd you do it?" "My abilities depend on how much power I want." Hearing William say this, Boyd was incredulous. "Are you really a god?" In Boyd's understanding, only a god could possess such power. "I think I've shown enough already." With a smile, a brand new Lingxiao ring appeared in William's hand. Noticing Boyd's gaze, William said indifferently, "You're a smart man. So, are you interested in joining my Lingxiao palace?" "I think I have no reason to refuse." "A wise choice." The Lingxiao ring flew into Boyd's hand. "In my plan, the Lingxiao palace will have 10 great emperors, and currently, there are already 7. Pointing to himself, William said, "I am the Emperor Hao Yin, the Phoenix Emperor, Dolores Gallop, the Desert Emperor, Rod Garcia, the Behemoth Emperor, Jeff Hart, the Crimson Flame Emperor, Garcia Bruce, the Blood God Emperor, Tiffany, the Shadow Emperor, Shadow. If you join us, that makes 8. After briefly discussing the members of the Lingxiao Palace, William said, "Additionally, the true power of the Lingxiao Palace, besides the divine fruits, includes another ability we call overbearing qi." He pointed in the method of cultivating overbearing qi, along with infinite power, was injected into Boyd's memory. When William left, Boyd was still in shock. It wasn't until Viola's voice reached his ears that Boyd finally came to his senses. "President, is something wrong?" Seeing Boyd's dazed expression, Viola asked with concern. Looking deeply at Viola, Boyd said bitterly, "Viola, we need to change our plans regarding William." Viola was not surprised by this. "I understand. William and his Lingxiao Palace's strength has far exceeded our expectations. We indeed need to change our original strategy. However, didn't we discuss this morning?" "No, far from enough." Waving his hand, Boyd sighed and said solemnly, "William Duke will change the entire world." "What do you mean?" At the entrance of the Shadow Pavilion headquarters, just as William was contemplating whether to go home or visit Gallup's house to see Dolores, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "William Duke." Following the voice, William looked at the newcomer, a sharply dressed Vicky in a white uniform, and asked curiously, "What is it?" Stepping gracefully in front of William, Vicky looked into his eyes and said, "I just wanted to introduce myself. I'm Vicky Will." Looking at Vicky's outstretched hand, William didn't think much about why Vicky's last name was Will. After all, there were many people with the same surname in this world. It wasn't strange at all. However, when William instinctively used his telepathic ability, everything changed. "You want me to voluntarily give up the trial of the gods?" Blinking, Vicky was momentarily taken aback, not understanding how William knew what she was thinking. However, an even more awkward situation arose. "Are you willing to give me your first time?" "Vicky, you actually want to cultivate the most talented child with the best genes?" "Stop." Although Vicky didn't know how William knew these things, she could no longer listen. Stop. I have no idea what you're talking about. You actually know my identity, your Bolt's daughter?" As soon as these words came out, Vicky's aura exploded, and she reached out to lock William's throat, sternly saying, "You're reading my memories. You figured it out?" "Sorry, I didn't mean to. I was just instinctively a bit curious." Completely ignoring the hand gripping his throat, William's expression was apologetic. "But don't worry, I won't tell anyone your secret." "I don't believe you." With a flash of light in her eyes, Vicky coldly said, "Killing you is the only way to ensure the secret won't be leaked." "Oh, you think you can?" Before Vicky could decide whether to take action, William's body began to twist. The next moment, Yaya, William transformed into countless crows scattering in all directions. "What?" Seeing the scene, Vicky was completely stunned. As Vicky tried to locate where William was, the entire sky and world fell into darkness. With the arrival of darkness, a pair of blood-colored kaleidoscope Sharingan appeared between heaven and earth. Facing these eyes, Vicky suppressed her inner fear, her whole body trembling. Vicky didn't expect that William was a wielder of forbidden power, a divine fruit user of illusion. "You want to kill me?" A trickle of crimson blood dripped from Vicky's mouth. The pain of biting her tongue didn't break William's illusion ability. "Is this the power of the forbidden fruit?" Looking up at the divine-like eyes, Vicky's expression turned ugly as she said, "This is all a misunderstanding." However, in response to Vicky's display of weakness, William simply chuckled. "I know. Since you know, why did you do this?" Vicky wanted to ask, but didn't know what to say at the moment. "Your fruit ability is quite interesting." William's body floated like a ghost, half hovering in front of Vicky. Vicky Will, user of the forest fruit, possessing the power to control the forest. In William's understanding, Vicky was comparable to the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, from Naruto, a low-tier version of him, as Vicky clearly lacked Hashirama's strength and demeanor and hadn't even completed her fruit awakening. Vicky's fruit ability was not a secret, yet William's words made her face flush with anger, filled with murderous intent. "What exactly do you want to say? You have great talent, but you seem to lack confidence in yourself. The forest fruit is not a powerful fruit. Throughout the history of divine gifts, there has never been a strong user of the forest fruit, and this is also Vicky's greatest insecurity and helplessness." After accidentally eating the forest fruit due to her gluttony as a child, Vicky began to regret it. Even now, relying on inhuman training to develop her own and her fruit's abilities to a very powerful level, it was still her insecurity and lack of confidence that prevented her. Even with Boyd's education, from awakening her form. Nowadays, Vicky's greatest strength is not the forest fruit, but her extraordinary physical fitness, powerful healing ability, and martial arts training that surpasses ordinary people. This is why Vicky was so angry at William's words. She even thought William was mocking her. I meant no offense. What you need is confidence and imagination. The real reason Vicky was willing to sacrifice her most precious first time to enter the trial of the gods was her hope to gain divine inheritance through the trial and awaken her fruitability. The consequence of failure would be to completely give up on the path of becoming stronger, settling down to raise children and nurture a stronger next generation. This was also the result of Boyd's personal discussion with Vicky. Although William's words stirred a slight emotion in Vicky's heart, she quickly shook off her inner distractions. Exhaling a breath of foul air, Vicky said lightly, "It seems your ability is destined to not give up on the trial of the gods. I have my reasons for needing to go to the trial, but if you want to become stronger, I can teach you." Vicky asked what? Watch closely. Without saying more, William directly recalled the battle between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha from his memory in the environment. Until the battle was completely over, Vicky's eyes widened. She had never thought the forest fruit could be so powerful. "So, do you understand?" "Thank you." William not only gave Vicky direction, but, most importantly, helped her regain confidence in the forest fruit. Crack. Bang. The mirror shattered. Blinking her eyes and looking at William, who was smiling at her like sunshine from a distance, Vicky couldn't help but blush. It wasn't until William's figure disappeared around the corner of the street that Vicky reluctantly withdrew her gaze. Always the strong woman. Vicky felt something she had never felt before in William: admiration, gratitude, and an indescribable feeling. Remembering Hashirama from the illusion world, Vicky suppressed her inner emotions, returned to her room, and began her training. However, this time, Vicky did not train her martial arts, but began to cultivate the power of the forest fruit. Unbeknownst to Vicky, in the recent illusion, she had unknowingly consumed a drop of William's eternal blood. Walking on the way to the Duke Gallop's residence, a voice came from afar. "William." Turning around, it was Aubrey, the second son of Duke Gallop. "Aubrey, what's the matter?" Breathing heavily, Aubrey rushed to William's side and said anxiously, "William, I was just about to find you. Come with me quickly." "What happened?" William asked in confusion as he was pulled by Aubrey. "Prince Penelo is here again." Hearing Aubrey's words, William frowned. "Did you tell him about me and Dolores?" "We did, but it was useless. Penelo doesn't believe it and keeps pestering. That's why my sister sent me to find you." Was this a provocation? Snorting coldly, William suddenly accelerated. In an instant, before Aubrey could react, he had already caught him and brought him to his own yard. In the yard, a man dressed in luxurious clothing, looking like a pretty boy, was talking to Dolores. Even though Dolores, sitting in the yard, didn't even glance at him, he remained unaffected. When William descended with Aubrey, the pretty boy, Penelo, finally stopped his incessant chatter. The next moment, two guards in standard armor, wearing conical helmets and holding spears, immediately stood in front of Penelo. However, just as the two were about to say something, Dolores had already passed them and jumped into William's embrace. Seeing this scene, the two guards exchanged strange glances while Penelo's face turned dark. How could Penelo, who had always gotten everything he wanted, endure such a blow? Looking at Aubrey beside William, Penelo didn't even know that the person was the William Duke they spoke of. Snorting coldly, Penelo stood up from his chair, his gaze icy as he looked at William, his tone filled with murderous intent. "You lowly commoner. Who gave you the courage to touch the noble Dolores?" "Guards." "Yes." Hearing Penelo's words, the two guards responded in a low voice. "Kill this commoner for me." "Yes." As the two guards aimed their spears at William, Aubrey, as the second son of Duke Gallop, was the first to get angry. "I dare you." Although Penelo was a prince, where was this? The Gallop Duke's residence. Aubrey could never stand by and watch them kill his brother-in-law. If Penelo really did that, it would be the greatest shame for the Gallop Duke's residence. Unfortunately, Penelo's two guards clearly would not listen to Aubrey's orders. Just as the two were about to launch their attack, William's long hair flew up. Boom! A tangible aura swept across. Crack! Bang! With a glance, there was a scream, and the two guards spat blood and flew backward. However, what surprised William was that the seemingly unskilled Penelo suddenly had an energy shield appear around him. What the hell is this? Watching the energy shield crackle and almost break, Penelo showed a look of terror. "Anthony," as Penelo watched the energy passport on her body shatter. Just when she thought she was about to die, a person clad in full armor, even with their head wrapped in armor, stood in front of her. The newcomer was Anthony Yaster, a member of the Royal Knights dispatched by King Yaster specifically to protect Penelo's safety. The Royal Knights are all members of the royal bloodline of the Yaster Kingdom. However, unlike direct royal members, most of the Royal Knights are children born specifically to cultivate guardians from royal members, although they share the Yaster surname. Their status and rights belong entirely to the royal family. To put it bluntly, they are essentially a group of powerless mercenaries. In fact, some illegitimate children without talent would be directly euthanized after birth, and only the strongest could remain and officially become members of the royal knights. Moreover, to ensure that these powerful royal knights do not rebel, they are constantly brainwashed from birth, and for absolute security, the royal family has also left themselves a backup plan. Facing William's overwhelming aura, a nearly tangible killing intent burst forth from Anthony's body beneath the armor. However, under William's pressure, this tangible killing intent was instantly crushed. Before approaching, Anthony felt nothing, but once he intervened, he realized just how terrifying William's aura was. "Get lost." A light, dismissive voice came from William, and Anthony's expression changed. Without hesitation, he drew his great sword from his waist. The killing intent merged. However, bang! The great sword violently collided with the aura. With a loud noise, Anthony was actually sent flying while carrying the great sword. At the same time, as Anthony was sent flying, Penelo, who was caught in the aftermath, was also knocked away by Anthony. In midair, a heart-wrenching pain and fear caused Penelo to faint on the spot. She fell heavily to the ground. Her condition was utterly tragic. Besides her injuries, she had also suffered from William's Conqueror's Hockey, which directly caused the dignified second prince to lose control of his bladder from fear. Seeing this scene, Anthony's face changed dramatically beneath his mask, and he stabbed his sword into the ground, finally managing to halt his backward momentum. As he landed, Anthony, still masked, looked at William and said coldly, "You dare to harm His Highness the Second Prince? Do you know what the consequences of your actions will be? Do you think I wouldn't dare to kill you?" Let go of Dolores. William slowly walked towards Anthony, or rather, this waist. Those who insult the royal family deserve death. The eyes beneath the mask were icy cold. Even knowing William's strength, Anthony showed no fear, not even a hint of emotion, as if he were a cold machine. In fact, his body was a machine. Anthony Astor, user of the mechanical fruit. Kaka. Under the metal armor enveloping his body, Anthony began to transform. His muscles, bones, and blood, the original carbon-based life, were converted into steel machinery, gears, and lubricants. He pushed down hard, unleashing over a ton of force. Boom! The blue bricks in the garden were crushed into large pits. And Anthony's body reached William at a speed beyond human limits, swinging his great sword down. If it had been someone else, they would have been split in half by now, but in William's eyes, Anthony's speed still seemed turtle-like. Clang! Amidst the dazzling sparks, Anthony slashed horizontally once more. With a swift movement, William's finger was already aimed at Anthony's head. Energy wave. Puffed. The energy light wave instantly pierced through Anthony's head. A gunshot to the head. However, to William's surprise, Anthony seemed to have no reaction at all to such a fatal injury. The great sword swung down again. What the hell is this body? Like swatting a fly, William knocked Anthony's great sword away, frowning as he condensed a sword of light to strike down. The great sword was cut in half, and Anthony's left arm was directly severed by William, revealing the completely mechanized body beneath the armor. For the first time, anger flashed in Anthony's eyes at having his secret discovered. The severed left arm emerged in liquid metal, and Anthony's left hand assumed a strange shape. Bang! A bomb shaped like a missile erupted from Anthony's right hand. Is it really a missile? Grasping the object in his hand, even William found it hard to believe. The next moment, with Anthony's cold smirk, boom, William was engulfed by a terrifying explosion. William, seeing this scene, Aubrey, who was unaware of William's strength, exhibited an expression of anger. Although he had only known William for a short time, Aubrey had already regarded him as one of the Gallop family. How could he accept that William could just die like that? However, seeing this scene, Dolores patted Aubrey's shoulder and said softly, "Don't worry, William is fine." Dolores knew very well that such damage couldn't hurt William at all. Moreover, William possessed the power of the immortal fruit. In this world, there was nothing that could kill him. As the smoke gradually cleared, when William appeared unscathed in place, Anthony's face showed surprise. How is that possible? Disappointed? Dusting off his clothes, William casually dropped the missile's remaining shell to the ground. Are you ready? A vibrating light sphere appeared on William's fist. Although he hadn't even thrown a punch yet, Anthony's heart skipped a beat, and a deadly fear gripped him. Of course, in this form, Anthony had no heart. I can't wait. I'll die. A strong sixth sense urged Anthony to attack, but he had just begun. Crack. Boom. Anthony was directly shattered into countless parts by William's shockwave power. As the scattered metal pieces fell to the ground with a thud, Anthony's robot-like head flickered with its retina. The liquid metal attempted to reassemble his body, but within moments, Anthony's liquid metal ceased movement. His body had been too severely damaged. Perhaps it was the tremendous noise or the threat of death, but the originally unconscious second prince, Penelo, slowly began to awaken. As he painfully rose, Penelo also saw the scattered parts all around him. Looking at Anthony again, Penelo's expression turned extremely grim. Waste. Truly a waste. Clutching his arm, he slowly sat up from the ground, glanced at William, then at Aubrey and Dolores, and coldly said, "Very well, I will make all of you pay the price." After finishing speaking, Penelo stood up and limped towards the gate of the Duke Gallop's residence. Seeing this, William couldn't help but find it amusing. "I say, do you not understand the situation?" Pointing at himself, Penelo arrogantly said, "I am the second prince of the Yaster Kingdom. What, do you dare to kill me?" With a light laugh, William said nothing. However, unbeknownst to anyone, he had already activated the ability of the illusion fruit. There was no need to waste his breath on a dead man. Watching Penelo leave, Dolores came to William's side, worriedly saying, "William, you've injured Penelo and killed a member of the Royal Knights. The Yaster royal family will surely not let this go easily. I would like to see whether the Yaster royal family will take action." William replied softly to Dolores, then turned to Aubrey, who was standing nearby, and asked Aubrey, "Where is Duke Gallop?" "Father went to the territory today. Normally, he returns in the evening." William nodded and said, "Then I will have dinner here tonight, just in time to discuss some matters with your father." Aubrey naturally did not refuse this. On the other side, Penelo, who had left the Duke Gallop's residence, had already retracted his previously arrogant expression. Coldly glancing back at the Duke's residence, Penelo got into the carriage. In the study of the Yaster Palace, Penelo, now dressed in a new outfit with a white bandage wrapped around his arm and bruises all over, stood before King Yaster, who was busy handling state affairs. Noticing Penelo's injuries, King Yaster, with a scar on his face, frowned and asked, "What happened to you?" "Father, please stand up for me." In Penelo's account, William had not only become an intervener in the relationship between Penelo and Dolores, but had also disdained and even ignored the existence of the Yaster royal family. As for the matter concerning the siblings of the Duke Gallop, Penelo had already thought of addressing them one by one on the way there. However, what Penelo did not know was that, in fact, by the time he arrived, news of everything that had transpired with Penelo at the Gallop family had already been faithfully relayed to King Yaster. Regardless of whether what Penelo said was true, just the fact that William had assaulted a prince and killed a royal family member was enough to determine William's guilt. Anthony, a member of the Royal Knights, had royal blood. Until Penelo finished recounting the events, King Yaster did not speak directly, but simply stared quietly at his son in front of him. Under his father's gaze, Penelo felt a chill run down his spine. "Do you know who William Duke is?" King Yaster's question left Penelo stunned. "What does that matter?" "William Duke possesses strength that rivals that of a general. Just a few days ago, I recommended William Duke to become the kingdom's third general." Penelope knew nothing about this matter. William Duke established a shadow squad called the Lingxiao Hall. That's not the point. The point is that one member of his Lingxiao Hall single-handedly annihilated the headquarters of the Killing God Temple. What? Upon hearing King Yaster's words, Penelope was finally shocked. What does it mean to wipe out the Killing God Temple by one person? Although the Yaster royal family could also achieve this, not to mention the immense casualties it would cause, how many royal families among the 10 kingdoms would dare to provoke those madmen in the Killing God Temple? However, William's Lingxiao Hall not only dared to do so, but even destroyed a kingdom's headquarters. The dignity of the royal family cannot be insulted. After characterizing this matter, King Yaster continued, "However, we don't need to take action. The Killing God Temple will definitely not let him go. But the Killing God Temple is the Killing God Temple, and the royal family is the royal family. If others find out that we do nothing, won't anyone be able to bully the royal family in the future? Kill him, or let him become a dog. Which do you prefer?" "Of course, let it be a dog." With a light chuckle, King Yaster said calmly, "The selection of the general will begin soon." Upon hearing this, Penelope understood. So, just endure for a while. As for the little daughter of the Gallop family, since she doesn't want to be a princess, then let her be a breeding tool in the future. Penelope's original smile gradually turned eerie, and in the next moment, she pulled out a short knife from her bosom. Seeing this scene, King Yaster was also taken aback. Before he could react, Penelope, holding the short knife, suddenly rushed towards her father. Insolence! With an angry shout, a strong hand suddenly grasped Penelope's wrist, and with a crack, her wrist was brutally broken. Under the immense force, Penelope was forced to kneel on the ground. "Kill! with a brutal killing intent in her eyes. The hand that was originally wrapped in bandages suddenly produced another short knife. Are you crazy? At the moment Penelope's short knife was about to stab the elder in front of her, the elder kicked out. Bang! As her body was kicked into the air, Penelope's left-hand short knife also pierced into the elder's abdomen. Ugh! Looking at the knife embedded in his abdomen, the elder was truly enraged. The elder's name was Thomas Yaster, a user of the barrier fruit, a member of the Royal Knights, and also one of those tasked with protecting King Yaster. Since gaining the ability of the barrier fruit, this was the first time Thomas had ever been harmed, and this was also why he was so furious. Just as Thomas was about to kill Penelope with a palm strike, a calm voice came from behind him. Thomas. Huh. The palm wind stopped at Penelope's forehead. The immense force even began to distort her face. However, while Penelope stopped her attack, she did not cease her movements. Seizing the opportunity, Penelope swung her knife again, but with a clang, an invisible barrier had already blocked her efforts. After several failed attacks, Penelope had no choice but to stop. Penelope, what is wrong with you? King Yaster knew very well what kind of person his son was. To describe him as useless would not be an exaggeration. The fact that he even had the audacity to attempt to assassinate himself was something King Yaster had never considered. Facing her father's questioning gaze, Penelope said nothing, raised a short knife in her hand, and under the shocked eyes of King Yaster and Thomas, stabbed it into her own heart. This scene truly left both of them wide-eyed. With a thud, Penelope fell heavily to the ground. Suddenly standing up from his chair, King Yaster trembled at the sight of the deceased Penelope. This is impossible. Stepping forward to examine the situation, Thomas rose with a grave expression and said to King Yaster in a low voice, "Your Majesty, Penelope is dead." Slowly sitting back down in his chair, a hint of sorrow appeared in King Yaster's eyes. However, this sorrow was quickly suppressed by anger. What on earth happened? Find out the truth for me. I can't believe Penelope would do something like this, commit suicide. He wouldn't do that. Is he possessed, or what? Eyes wide open, King Yaster said coldly. Penelope was under an illusion. Hearing this, Thomas was taken aback and nodded. It seems that this is the only explanation. All the illusion fruits have already been sealed away. Who outside still has any illusion fruits? Thomas naturally couldn't answer this question. However, at that moment, a voice came from the shadows of the study. Your Majesty, it is rumored that there may be illusion fruits in the Hall of Killers. Sander Yaster, a member of the Royal Knights, possesses the ability to mimic. Sander not only has the ability to imitate anyone, but he also has the best memory in the world. At the same time, he is one of King Yaster's best right-hand men. Hearing this, King Yaster's face darkened. What is going on? Nancy Lindsay is rumored to be an illusion fruit user. Illusion fruit? The illusion fruit, a type of illusion fruit, has the ability to pull people into an illusion and torment them. The illusion fruit cannot do such a thing. Sander. Then, there's only one person left. Morgan Lagren, one of the elders of the Hall of Killers, a mind fruit user. After a moment of silence, King Yaster coldly said, So, Penelope was used? Regarding King Yaster's conjecture, Sander pondered for a long time before affirming. The probability is very high. The Hall of Killers wanted to use Prince Penelope to kill Duke William, and after failing, they sought to incite internal conflict between the Yaster royal family and William. Issue an order, search the city for the remnants of the Hall of Killers, and kill them without mercy upon discovery. After issuing the cold command, King Yaster continued. Additionally, send out a 3-man team from the Royal Knights. They must find Morgan Lagren. Dead or alive? Yes. Thomas and Sander bowed in response to the order, but just as Thomas was about to leave, King Yaster's voice came faintly. All soldiers on duty in the study today are to be removed and buried with Penelope. So-called royal family has no affection. Although Penelope died in front of King Yaster, after a brief moment of sadness, King Yaster had already returned to normal. For King Yaster, Penelope was merely one of his dozens of children, and not one that was particularly liked. The only reason he tolerated him was due to his mother's identity, nothing more. Watching Thomas take Penelope's body away, King Yaster did not say a word. After a long silence, King Yaster wrote the name of Duke William on the paper. Garel. I am here. Unknowingly, a man shrouded in shadows appeared before King Yaster. Garel Yaster, a sensory fruit user. With superhuman senses, he could even eavesdrop on everything happening in the royal city. At the same time, he was also King Yaster's most important intelligence officer. How is the intelligence gathering on Duke William and the Hall of Killers going? Your Majesty, there are currently 7 known members of the Hall of Killers. Here is their list. As if he had anticipated what King Yaster would ask, Garel respectfully handed over a list right away. Looking at the names on the list, King Yaster's expression turned grim. Aside from Boyd, who had just recently joined the Hall of Killers, all the names of the members were written there. If Dolores being a member of the Hall of Killers surprised King Yaster, then the names of the 7 members of the Hall of Killers ignited his fury even more. Slamming his right hand on the table, King Yaster shouted, "Self-proclaimed Emperor, who gave them the audacity?" Just as Penelo said, they all deserve to die. In the face of King Yaster's rage, Garel bowed his head in silence, not offering any opinions. "Your Majesty, there is one more important piece of news." Seeing the information written on the back of the Hall of Killers, King Yaster couldn't help but take a deep breath, shocked. Suspected triple fruit user? How is that possible? Double fruit abilities are already incredible, and according to Garel's information, it is actually a triple fruit user. Regarding this issue, Garel's response also carried a hint of hesitation. Duke William's outward ability is the tremor fruit, but in his battle with Anthony, he also used another ability somewhat similar to energy waves that pierced through Anthony's body, highly suspicious. Additionally, all members of the Hall of Killers possess a power called Hockey. According to my intelligence, this is a power granted by William to all members of the Hall of Killers. If that is the case, Duke William would indeed be a triple fruit user. After hearing Garel's intelligence, even King Yaster fell into silence. I just want to know, can the Royal Knights defeat William's Hall of Killers? Regarding this question, Garel fell silent again. "Answer me." "Sorry, Your Majesty, I cannot answer that question." "So, does that mean the Royal Knights will lose?" "The Royal Knights should be able to win, but they will likely suffer heavy casualties. Moreover, this is still under the assumption that we do not consider Duke William and that Shadow Emperor." Bang! With a loud crash, Garel was also startled. "Why did you only submit this information today?" King Yaster did not expect that such a large power organization would emerge in his kingdom. Although the number of opponents is not large, such a presence is deadly for any kingdom. Once they want to do something or plot something, King Yaster could even imagine that at any time, these people could come to kill him. This also made King Yaster feel an unprecedented sense of crisis. "Your Majesty, I am very sorry. This is my negligence." After admitting his mistake, Garel couldn't help but explain, however, one thing is that William Duke's rise has been too rapid. He truly joined the Shadow Pavilion and established the Lingxiao Palace in less than a year. This is simply unreasonable. However, Garel's words only fueled King Yaster's anger even more. If he could possess such power in less than a year, does that mean that in less than 2 years, he could overthrow the entire Yaster kingdom? This sentence indeed scared Gerald into a cold sweat. William's rate of development is simply too fast. If he continues to develop at this speed, it won't even take 5 or 10 years for William's Lingxiao Pavilion to possess enough power to dominate the entire world. By that time, who could still be a match for William Duke? At this moment, even Garel couldn't help but marvel at William Duke's methods. There is no need for any soldiers or mid-level forces. Only the strongest combat power was required. In the presence of such a strong individual, numbers had already lost all advantages and had even become a burden. Compared to William's Lingxiao Palace, which could initiate a war or organize an assassination at any time and place, the Yaster royal family seemed like a live target in front of them. This could not be allowed to continue. King Yaster stood up and said to Garel, "Notify everyone, except for Duke Gallop, to secretly summon the 3 great dukes to the palace. In 3 days, we will hold a kingdom meeting. All 3 dukes must be present. Understood?" "Yes." After bowing in response, Garel slowly exited the study. Duke Gallop's residence. When Duke Gallop, who had just returned, heard this shocking news from his wife, Daisy, he felt his scalp tingle and his mind went blank. How could this happen? Wasn't anyone there to stop it at the time? The situation occurred too suddenly. Moreover, it was the second prince who took action, and no one in the household dared to intervene. Speaking of this matter, Lady Daisy also felt indignant on behalf of William. After spending some time together, Lady Daisy had already accepted William as her son-in-law. She said, "This cannot be blamed on William. I also heard that it was the second prince who called for William to be killed, and William was forced to act. Fortunately, the second prince was only injured, while the royal knight was the one who died." With a deep sigh, Duke Gallop said helplessly, "Forget it, you don't understand. I get it now. Where is William?" "William is at home waiting for you." In the study, William was sitting across from Duke Gallop. This time, Duke Gallop directly cut to the chase and asked, "Do you know about the Royal Knights?" "Yes." "Oh." Although surprised that William actually knew, this was something the Duke couldn't understand. If he knew, why still resort to violence? In that case, even I couldn't turn things around. William nodded and said, I will handle this myself, but I'm sorry, I may not be able to fulfill the promise I made to you. After a moment of silence, Duke Gallop said, in fact, I don't care whether you're really a general or not. I know, William, you are a good kid, but your actions make me very suspicious about whether Dolores could be safe following you. Interrupting what William was about to say, Gallop said solemnly, I know you are very powerful, but many times, not everything can be solved by force. If it can't be solved by force, then it's just that their strength isn't enough. William's words made Duke Gallop feel naive. Do you think you can stand against the entire Yaster Kingdom? What if I can? William's reply left Duke Gallop stunned. The Duke knew many things, such as William having the strength to overpower generals, and that William had formed an organization called Lynxiodian, whose members included someone who single-handedly pushed through the headquarters of the Killing God Temple in the royal city. Are you not joking with me? Duke Gallop, have you ever thought about changing the surname of the Yaster Kingdom? As soon as these words came out, a glint flashed in Duke Gallop's eyes. After a long silence, Gallop said solemnly, William, be cautious with your words. With a slight smile, William said, I was still thinking about what kind of betrothal gift to use when marrying Dolores. If you don't mind, I would like to use the entire Yaster Kingdom as a betrothal gift. Taking a deep breath, Duke Gallop lowered his voice. How confident are you? 10 out of 10. Hearing William's words, Duke Gallop's expression turned serious. Young man, don't be too arrogant. You must know that anything can happen. To this, William naturally replied humbly. After chatting for a while longer, William stood up and said, If there is nothing else, I will take my leave. Just as William was about to leave, Duke Gallop's voice came softly. If you need anything, just let Dolores know. Money, manpower. The Gallop family will fully support you. Upon hearing this, William couldn't help but stop, turned to Gallop, and asked softly, Why do you trust me so much? To this, Duke Gallop's answer was simple. Because the Gallop family has a prophetic fruit. Prophetic fruit? William was surprised. So, you were actually just pretending earlier? Not really. Seeing that William didn't believe him, Gallop smiled and said, The prophetic fruit foretold that my Gallop family would replace Yaster to become the king of a nation. But in terms of details, the prophetic fruit cannot reveal that. It was only when you said that sentence just now that I understood. What if I don't succeed? Fate has long been predetermined. What I have to do is just to follow the heavenly mandate. You have guts. When William came out, Dolores hurriedly rushed over. Just as Dolores was about to ask something, William waved his hand and said, Let us go to the subbase first, and we can talk about it there. After saying this, William disappeared with Dolores from the Duke's residence. Subbase. When William arrived at the subbase with Dolores and Tiffany, Rod and Jeff were drinking and admiring the moon in the yard. I have something to announce. Looking at the four, William said seriously, I want to change the name of the Yaster Kingdom. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone present, except for Dolores, was stunned. After William briefly recounted what had happened at Duke Gallop's residence today, Rod and the other two finally understood the reasons behind it. After listening to William's explanation, Rod smiled and asked, When do we strike? Beside him, Jeff was also beaming with excitement. Are we finally getting started? My blade has been itching for action. As for Shadow, he simply nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, Tiffany, who had just joined the Lingxia Hall, was feeling a bit bewildered. Hey. Is there some misunderstanding? This is the entire Yaster Kingdom. How can we possibly achieve this with just a few of us? Tiffany, the reason you say this only proves that you have a serious misunderstanding of our strength. Jeff said with a smile as he patted Tiffany on the shoulder. But it's not your fault. Although your current strength is still somewhat behind ours, you must understand that having the aura we possess is completely different from being a divine gifted without it. Upon hearing Jeff's words, Tiffany felt a bit uneasy and asked, Really? Clapping his hands, William didn't let the topic continue, as some things are better experienced firsthand than discussed. Boyd, the president of the Shadow Pavilion headquarters, is now the 8th member of the Lingxia Hall. I'm announcing this to you all. Tiffany didn't feel much about this news from William, since she had just become a Shadow and didn't even know who Boyd was. However, the seasoned Rod and Jeff were shocked. They hadn't expected William to recruit him. After the surprise, Jeff asked, Should we inform Garcia? After all, this is the first major event for the Lingxia Hall, and it would be even more perfect if everyone could participate. Regarding this question, William nodded in agreement. Let's see. If he has time, he can come over. If he doesn't it's fine. It's just the Yaster Kingdom. We don't lack his combat power. Seeing the nonchalant demeanor of the few, Tiffany couldn't help but ask, It's a kingdom after all. Do you have any plans? Plans? William chuckled. No need. We can just push through directly. However, One thing, I won't take the initiative to strike first, so let's wait and see what actions they will take later. There should still be some time, just enough for me to complete the trial of the gods. Tiffany, Shadow Pavilion Headquarters. Today is the 4-into-2 competition of the trial of the gods. It's a 1 versus 1 duel. When Viola started drawing lots, Vicky smiled and nodded at William. Today, Vicky was still full of vigor, but William could clearly feel that the aura around Vicky had undergone a tremendous change. It was no longer the stagnant water of the past, but was now filled with vibrant energy. This kind of Vicky is increasingly attracting attention. At least, Wilbur from Quincy City and Ethel from Wit City can't seem to take their eyes off her. However, unlike Vicky, who has no injuries at all, both of them are somewhat wrapped in bandages and their spirits aren't too high. It's evident that the matches over the past 2 days have been quite tough for them. But this is normal. Those selected as the strongest shadows from City all possess their own skills. The reason they were able to win was somewhat due to luck. As for Vicky, she was mainly the lucky one who drew the short straw yesterday. Once the draw was over, in the first match, William faced Ethel, and the second match was Vicky against Wilbur. At Viola's signal, William and Ethel took their positions on stage. Looking at William, Ethel, with his brown hair and a physique as robust as a gorilla, confidently said, "William, your tremor fruit ability is strong, but unfortunately, you're destined to fail today." "Oh, why is that?" William asked curiously. "Don't you know? I am the hardest substance in this world." As soon as he finished speaking, Ethel transformed into a shimmering diamond. "Even if your tremor ability is strong, you cannot hurt me." William chuckled. "If that's the case, then what's the story with your injuries?" Being reminded of this, Ethel was speechless. Indeed, his fruit ability allowed him to turn into diamond, but because of its extreme hardness, he couldn't completely diamondize his joints, eyes, and other areas to be able to move. This gave the enemy an opportunity. Of course, the main issue was that Ethel couldn't maintain full-body diamondization for long, as the fruit ability consumed stamina, and the cost of full-body diamondization was several times greater than that of partial diamondization. Therefore, understanding his own strengths and weaknesses, Ethel launched a frenzied attack on William as soon as Viola announced the start of the match. "Charge!" Seeing Ethel charging at him like a tank, William couldn't help but laugh. This skill truly matches Ethel's abilities. However, if it were just like this, William really doubts how he has managed to win until now. With a relaxed sidestep, he dodges Ethel's attack. Ethel is not impatient and makes a sharp turn to charge at William again. His massive size and oppressive force are indeed formidable, but his methods are too singular. After easily dodging 4 times in a row, just as William was about to end the battle, Ethel's charge suddenly halted in a manner that was very unexpected. In the moment he stopped, his body spun around, and using the powerful inertia, Ethel swung his diamond fist fiercely at William. Impressive. Such an emergency stop is something an ordinary person's body cannot achieve. However, the diamondized Ethel can do it, and he even took advantage of inertia to launch a surprise attack when William let his guard down. One must admit that Ethel is indeed very clever. Boom! With a single punch, the ground was torn apart, as the dust settled and a large pit appeared before him. A powerful fighting spirit rose in Ethel's eyes as he looked at William, who had somehow moved to a distance. Ethel excitedly said, "Come again." However, this time, Ethel did not use full-body diamondization again. Instead, he charged at William with his fists diamondized. The massive body and speed were completely beyond what Ethel's physique should be capable of. Partial elementalization, balancing defense and attack, while also considering speed and explosiveness. One must say that Ethel's development of his fruit ability is indeed impressive. Ethel's fists were dodged effortlessly, and no matter how hard he attacked, William's expression remained calm, his movements flowing like water, exuding the demeanor of a master. Ethel, who kept attacking, gradually became more serious. He truly did not expect that William could handle his offensive so easily. What powerful martial arts! Everyone watching the battle couldn't help but have such thoughts, not only about William, but also about Ethel. What a delightful fight! However, now only Ethel himself knew the of it. Not enough. Still not enough. Can't hit. Not even close. What to do? With a focused gaze, Ethel spread his arms wide and lunged toward William for a bear hug. This is not a trick, but Ethel's move. In a moment of the bear hug, countless diamond spikes had already emerged from Ethel's body. If this were to be held tightly, the consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing this scene, William smiled and reached out his noticeably smaller hands towards Ethel, who was coming in for a bear hug. In this comparison, the strength of the two is clearly not on the same level. Below the stage, Vicky gasped in surprise. Just when everyone thought William was going to lose, bang. As their hands touched, Ethel's face was still beaming with a victorious smile, but his expression suddenly froze. How is this possible? Crack, crack, crack. No matter how hard Ethel tried, he found that William's hands were like colossal pillars, completely unresponsive. Just as Ethel was shocked by William's strength, his gaze sharpened. Bang! With one kick, Ethel was sent flying by William. What? Below the stage, Wilbur exclaimed. Just moments ago, Ethel had turned his entire body into diamond. What kind of strength was needed to kick him into the air? However, William showed no sign of stopping. With a graceful spinning kick, bang! In midair, Ethel flew out like a missile. Boom! He crashed heavily against the wall, creating a deep dent in the wall behind him. Landing on the ground, Ethel bowed his head, his aura dark and heavy. Just now, if it weren't for his quick reflexes, he would have almost lost. I want to give you another chance. With both fists on the ground, Ethel assumed a charging stance once again. Is that so? With a slight smile, a void shock sphere appeared in William's hand. Your ability is ineffective against me. Completely ignoring William's ability, Ethel's speed reached an extreme. It was actually twice as fast as before. Seeing the scene, Vicky finally couldn't help but exclaim, William. As soon as these words were spoken, the other 10 spectators on the battlefield had no reaction. However, Boyd, who was the only one not focused, was stunned. Unlike the others, Boyd already knew the outcome of the match, which was precisely why he wasn't paying attention. Therefore, when he noticed his daughter's situation, his expression suddenly became strange. Could it be? In the arena, Ethel and William shockwaves collided in an instant. Boom! A powerful tremor erupted throughout the Shadow Pavilion headquarters. Ugh! The moment Ethel's shoulder made contact with William's fist, a look of extreme pain appeared on Ethel's diamondized face. It hurt. It hurt so much. How is this possible? Looking at the shattered diamonds on his shoulder, Ethel was stunned. However, before Ethel could react, an even more powerful force swept over. Boom! A huge cloud of smoke rose. When the smoke cleared, Ethel lay in the giant pit with vacant eyes, and the diamond transformation on his body had been shattered by William's punch. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, those who didn't understand showed expressions of disbelief. However, only Boyd was not surprised, as he was well aware of the gap in strength between William and the others. Moreover, the power of hockey was simply the nemesis of the devil fruit. Whether it was elemental or enhancement types, all were ineffective in the face of hockey. However, Boyd did not know that William had not used the power of hockey. Using it against such a small fry would be too much of a bully. The power that William used to shatter Ethel's diamond transformation was the tremor fruit. Indeed, diamonds are incredibly hard. But as long as the frequency and speed of the vibrations reach a certain level, what does diamond transformation matter? Even space can shatter, let alone mere diamonds. In the first match, William won. As Viola announced the result of the match, William smiled and walked over to Ethel, extending his hand. Seeing this, Ethel smiled painfully and also extended his hand. When William helped him up, Ethel covered his right arm and said in disbelief, "You are really strong. You're strong too. So how's your arm?" "The bone is broken, but it's just me. If it were someone else, you would have smashed them completely." Hearing this, William couldn't help but laugh heartily. He quite liked Ethel's personality and didn't mind chatting with him. "Actually, you have quite a bit of potential." As William and Ethel left the stage, the second match began. Vicky Will, user of the forest fruit. Wilbur, user of the magic eagle fruit. At the start of the battle, Wilbur had already activated the power of the magic eagle fruit, transforming into a magic eagle and soaring in the sky. The ability to fly is a bug-level suppression for most of the divine gift-bearers in this world. Although Wilbur cannot be hit, his magic eagle fruit can unleash a barrage of magic balls. Wilbur has been utilizing his abilities to gain the upper hand in several battles. In the past, Vicky would have inevitably faced defeat because, no matter how powerful her swordsmanship was, she could never reach Wilbur even with all her strength. However, this time, Wilbur made a mistake. Vicky, who had already gathered all of Wilbur's information, abandoned her swordsmanship and instead clapped her hands. The powerful ability of the forest fruit was unleashed for the first time. Countless vines erupted from the ground like a demonic surge, and even Wilbur was momentarily stunned by the sight. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, countless vines shot up into the sky. Not good. With the flapping of the magic eagle's wings, Wilbur's body continuously circled around the trial tower. However, since this was not an outdoor environment, although Wilbur was fast, his space for movement was limited. While Wilbur kept evading, The vines on the ground had become alarmingly dense. This directly resulted in Wilbur losing any space to escape. When the first vine bound Wilbur's wings, countless other vines spread out along with it. Unbeknownst to him, Wilbur had already been wrapped into a ball by the vines. Just when everyone thought the battle was over, boom, a massive fireball exploded. You think you've won just like that? With an angry shout, Wilbur, half human and half eagle, suddenly struggled, his wings flashing behind him as he lunged at Vicky. Seeing this, Vicky instinctively reached for the longsword at her waist, but then stopped. Zizizizi. The swirling vines formed a solid vine wall, right in front of Vicky. Eight Mia Veen. Watch me tear you apart. However, after breaking through a vine wall, Wilbur was stunned, because behind the vine wall was yet another vine wall. While Wilbur was in a daze, the sky and the ground were completely surrounded by vine walls. Although I can't do that yet, this is enough to deal with you. Completely misunderstanding Vicky's intent. Just as Wilbur was about to attack the exposed threat in front of him, an astonishing number of vines appeared among the vine walls in the sky and on the ground. In an instant, Wilbur was once again wrapped up like a rice dumpling. With a roar, unable to break free, Wilbur unleashed the strongest magic ball power from his mouth. However, boom, the magic ball, launched into the air, was blocked once again. Moreover, this time, having learned from the previous lesson, a green light flashed in Vicky's eyes. No. How is this possible? As the spikes of the vines pierced into his body, Wilbur's strength suddenly dissipated, and he began to feel drowsy. The spikes were poisonous. When the vines returned to the earth and dissipated, they revealed a calm Vicky standing still and the unconscious Wilbur. William was not surprised by the outcome of the battle, but at that moment, Boyd was stunned. Unlike others, Boyd was very aware of the power of the Mori Mori fruit. When he learned that Vicky had eaten the Mori Mori fruit, he nearly gave up on her as a daughter. Historically, most of those who consumed the Mori Mori fruit were merely nurturing flowers and plants, and even those who were strong did not produce any remarkable warriors. Who would have thought that his own daughter could utilize the Mori Mori fruit to such an extent? However, when Boyd noticed that his daughter made a small gesture towards William after her victory, he was momentarily taken aback. Could it be William? Indeed, as Boyd suspected. The reason Vicky was able to suddenly harness the Mori Mori fruit to such a degree was because of William's immortal blood and infinite power that had fused within her. For plants to grow stronger, they need nutrients. The potential of the Mori Mori fruit is enormous, but generally, it is impossible for ordinary people to unleash its true power. This is also why those who historically consumed the Mori Mori fruit were very weak. Vicky was considered quite talented. She had effectively utilized the powerful self-healing abilities of the Mori Mori fruit to cultivate formidable martial skills. However, this also laid a solid foundation for Vicky. Coupled with William's infinite power, Vicky had truly achieved a situation of accumulating strength over time. William could foresee that before long, Vicky would possess combat power not less than that of Senju Hashirama. The finalists had been determined, William and Vicky. The final match would take place in 3 days. After the meeting was dismissed, unable to resist, Vicky quietly followed William. Once they were the only two left after leaving the Shadow Pavilion headquarters, Vicky quickly moved to walk alongside William and whispered, "Thank you." With a slight smile, William understood Vicky's meaning. Such a thank you was not sincere enough. Vicky did not expect William to say this and asked, "What do you want then? I'm actually quite interested in your original gratitude." Upon hearing this, a blush rose on Vicky's face. She certainly knew what William meant. Dedication. After a long silence, as Vicky was about to say that she could actually do it if he really wanted, William suddenly interjected, "Just kidding, don't mind me." Blinking her eyes, Vicky swallowed all her words. Deep down, she felt a bit disappointed. "If you really want to thank me, would you be interested in joining my Lingxiao Hall? Currently, there are 2 vacancies in Lingxiao Hall." Lingxiao Hall? Hearing this, Vicky hesitated. She could make decisions about her own body, but joining another organization was not something she could decide on, especially since her father was Boyd. "I know what you're worried about, but you can rest assured. Your father is also a member of Lingxiao Hall." "What?" Vicky was taken aback, her lips slightly parted. "However, I don't need you to agree right now, because we still have a match to play in 3 days. After that match, I hope you can give me an answer." Watching William's departing figure, Vicky's expression grew somewhat complicated. After hesitating for a moment, she turned and headed towards Boyd's office. Meanwhile, on the way, a tall figure slowly approached William from behind. It was Esser, who had just fought William. Esser had just agreed to join William's Lingxiao Hall, so with the addition of the last member Vicky, The 10 Directions Emperors of Lingxiao Hall would be fully formed. Base camp. Upon seeing the new member brought by William, Rod and others came forward to greet him one by one. Jeff, you'll be in charge of teaching Esser. No problem. After having Esser consume the immortal blood, Jeff began to teach Esser the power of hockey. Tiffany, where's Dolores? Not seeing Dolores after scanning the room, William curiously asked Tiffany beside him. Regarding this question, Tiffany, who was eating fruit, replied speechlessly, "What do you think she could be doing?" Glancing around the room, William, using observation hockey, saw Dolores still sleeping in. He couldn't help but laugh. After spending some time together, everyone got familiar with each other. Tiffany was speechless about Dolores' habit of sleeping in. At first, she would say a few words, but over time, she stopped advising her. Just because. "William, I'm hungry." Tiffany looked at William with her big, watery eyes, her expression adorably dazed. "Aren't you eating fruit?" "You know, fruit can't fill my stomach." Rubbing her little belly, Tiffany suddenly paused, then looked down. "Oh no, my perfect figure. Ruined." William, noticing this scene, almost laughed out loud. "Look at your belly, and then look at how you are now. You're almost turning into a ball, and you still say you're hungry?" In the past few days, William clearly remembers that this little girl has been shouting that she's hungry every day, which is why she has been sucking his blood daily. Although William himself doesn't mind, the power of immortal blood is not the same as ordinary blood. It is precisely because of this that Tiffany's originally slim figure has transformed into the chubby appearance she has now. Transformation activated. In the blink of an eye, the once adorable Tiffany has turned into the enchanting and seductive blood god form. Tiffany's appearance was simply the epitome of sexiness. Even Ethel, who was practicing in the distance, was stunned, which directly led to her being knocked away by Jeff on the spot. As she tucked her long hair behind her ear, every natural movement unknowingly showcased her most alluring side. Noticing this scene, Rod and Jeff couldn't help but turn their heads quickly. They knew what abilities Tiffany possessed in this form. If her mind reading was triggered, it would be awkward. Gently caressing her enchanting waist, Tiffany sighed in relief. Thank goodness. This way there won't be any problems. Following Tiffany's movements, William's gaze unconsciously fell on her clearly visible abdominal muscles, causing him to cough lightly and turn his head away. What a sight, what a sight. However, just at that moment, Dolores walked out of the room. Seeing Tiffany's appearance, Dolores was momentarily stunned, then immediately furious. Tiffany. Before Tiffany could react, Dolores swung her Pegasus meteor fist at her. Are you crazy? I told you not to seduce my man. Get lost. I didn't do anything. Still trying to argue. Take this. Instantly, the two women began to fight. Witnessing this scene, experienced William naturally pretended not to see. Coughing lightly, he said to Rod beside him, Rod, let's go buy some groceries. I want hot pot for lunch today. Sure, it's been a few days since we had hot pot. When William and Rod returned, the fight between the two women had already ended. Inevitably, Tiffany had received another round of lessons. Upon seeing William, Tiffany couldn't help but rush into his arms, crying loudly. However, Tiffany clearly forgot that her current body was her true form, making the situation between her and William a bit ambiguous. Seeing this scene, Dolores' eye twitched, and the anger that had previously subsided was reignited. Moreover, when she saw Tiffany sticking her tongue out at her from behind William, Dolores felt like laughing. Perhaps it was because she had maintained her childlike appearance for too long. Tiffany's personality often resembled that of a child. Get down. No. Get down, do you hear me? No, I won't get down. I'll make you mad. Although William was somewhat enjoying it, this situation was indeed a bit inappropriate. So Tiffany, activating her energy fruit, tried to grab onto William, but slid down his back instead. No matter how hard Tiffany tried, she couldn't grasp anything, as all the kinetic energy was absorbed by William's body. Tiffany, kneeling on the ground, looked sorrowful. You all bully me. For lunch, I bought a whole cow. William emphasized this quantity. Hearing William's words, Tiffany immediately perked up. Really? I want to eat. I want to eat. Dividing an entire cow was no easy task. While Rod in the shadows helped with the ingredients, William prepared the hot pot base. In this world, there are no ready-made hot pot bases, which is why the most familiar William is needed to handle it. Throughout the process, Tiffany watched carefully from the side, learning and occasionally helping with some simple tasks. Dolores felt helpless about this, but in the end, she didn't stop it. She trusted William very much. Moreover, being born into nobility, she had naturally seen the extravagant lifestyle of the aristocracy. In fact, she wasn't opposed to having multiple wives or concubines. However, what moved her was that William consistently kept his distance from other women, even from Tiffany, who was stunning enough to amaze Dolores, without crossing any boundaries. This is also why Dolores sometimes indulged Tiffany. Handling a hot pot base is not complicated, but it is very difficult to do well. However, after several improvements by William, the flavor has become increasingly close to perfection. Before long, the unique aroma of spicy hot pot wafted through the entire courtyard. Although it was a bit simple, let's consider this meal as Ethel's welcome ceremony. Come on, everyone, raise your glasses. After clinking glasses, Ethel, watching Rod and the others sip their drinks carefully, looked puzzled, wondering why the shadow was being so refined about drinking. Noticing Ethel's expression, Jeff quietly reminded him, "Don't speak, you'll understand once you drink." After downing the drink, Ethel understood. Looking at the small jar of liquor placed in front of him, Ethel's eyes sparkled like diamonds. If it weren't for just joining the Lingxiao Hall and not being particularly familiar with everyone yet, Ethel would have probably already taken the jar and drunk straight from it. How does it taste? What kind of liquor is this? This is incredible. Hearing Ethel's words, Jeff couldn't help but laugh. This is the elixir made by William himself. Only he has in this world. Ethel was taken aback, glancing at William before quietly asking Jeff, "So, after we join Lingxiao Hall, will we have some to drink? What are you thinking?" Jeff looked at Ethel with amusement, shaking his head. "Do you think this liquor is so easy to brew? I heard William say that. Not to mention the raw materials, just the brewing time takes 81 years. How much do you think there is in stock?" Ethel immediately felt disappointed. "So, you understand? As your teacher, shouldn't you contribute something?" Noticing Jeff's teasing expression, Ethel's mouth dropped open in shock. It turns out that these things are the same everywhere. Everyone else naturally noticed this scene. Ethel, looking enviously pitiful and extremely reluctant, ultimately had no choice but to hand her small jar of wine to Jeff. Rod saw this, but didn't say much. This thing, not to mention Jeff, even Rod is quite tempted. Unable to drink, he can only eat, imitating others. He put a piece of beef into his mouth, and immediately Ethel's originally white cheeks turned red from his forehead to the nape of his neck. Holding back the urge to spit it out, Ethel chewed carefully, initially thinking this thing might be like a celestial brew, but soon realized it was not the case. However, the spicy sensation was so addictive. In pain and pleasure, Ethel ate heartily. With a whole cow there, Ethel naturally wouldn't hold back. One word, refreshing. Breathing heavily, Ethel couldn't help but stand up as he ate. He initially thought a whole cow would be too much, but William clearly underestimated Ethel's appetite. By the end, it felt like the entire cow had already been devoured. Sweating profusely, Ethel swallowed the last bite of beef and couldn't help but say, "Master, can we have hot pot every day from now on?" Upon hearing Ethel's words, the others present couldn't help but look over. In fact, it wasn't just Ethel. Rod and Jeff, who had just enjoyed hot pot during the new year, also liked it very much. As for Dolores and Tiffany, they had only eaten a couple of days more than Ethel. "If you eat like this, I can't handle it either," William said, speechless, as he had come to understand Ethel's appetite. At this moment, William could understand why Ethel's figure was so inhuman. Her stomach was simply a bottomless pit. "Do you eat this much every day?" he asked. Ethel nodded and replied matter-of-factly, "Of course. The reason I want to join the shadow is to eat my fill. So, can I take it that most of your money goes into your stomach?" Upon mentioning this, Ethel suddenly looked a bit flustered. "Boss, you promised me that if I join the Lingxiao Hall, I get free meals." Hearing this, William couldn't help but laugh. At that time, Ethel had casually mentioned it, and William thought she was joking. Now reflecting on it, it seemed that Ethel had agreed just to get free food. However, what is money? Money's a bastard. In his previous life, he struggled hard just for money, and in this life, William no longer wanted to worry about it. He looked over at Dolores nearby. "How nice." After eating, just as William was lazily lying on a lounge chair basking in the sun, suddenly, both he and the shadow felt a jolt in their bodies. The power of the shadow world had finally merged completely with his true form. Slowly opening his eyes, a system panel appeared before William. Well, it's time to evolve the illusion fruit. When William pressed the button after the illusion fruit, in an instant, he felt the entire world start to become illusory. With a thought, a Qinglong that should only exist in the illusion world appeared in William's hand. This is domain. Within the domain, reshape the real world with the ability of the illusion fruit. Moreover, as long as William wishes, by infusing infinite power into the Qinglong, this creation could exist like a true life form indefinitely. At this thought, William suddenly had an idea. He glanced at Jeff and Ethel, who were training their domineering abilities, and said, "Jeff, Ethel, what?" They turned their heads and saw the divine-looking Qinglong in the sky. Ethel completely didn't understand what was happening, but Jeff, who knew William well, had a strange expression. William, what ability is this? Are you hallucinating? Hallucination? Jeff subconsciously rubbed his eyes, but when he opened them again, what he saw was the scorching dragon breath unleashed by the Qing Long in the sky. Jeff, run. Seeing this scene, Ethel instinctively activated her diamondization ability. As for Jeff, although he felt panicked, he still didn't take it seriously. With a scream, Jeff was sent flying. Even as a beast titan, Jeff felt his body being burned to a crisp. Collapsing on the ground, a puff of black smoke erupted from Jeff's mouth, and he felt excruciating pain all over. Looking at Ethel, she was now showing signs of her entire body's diamondization starting to dissolve. The melting point of diamond is 4,000 degrees. But the Qinglong's dragon breath had already reached the temperature of the sun's surface. No, activate armament hockey. Ethel, curled up, was instantly blasted away by the tremendous force. Thankfully, if she hadn't activated armament hockey in time, Ethel felt she might have died. However, in a daze, Jeff and Ethel incredibly found that everything seemed to have returned to its original place, as if what had just happened was merely an illusion. Did something just happen? Ethel blinked, looking confused. Did something happen? Nothing happened at all? Hearing Ethel's words, Jeff looked bewildered. Meanwhile, William was covering his mouth, trying not to laugh. In fact, he had only used an illusion on Ethel. Jeff hadn't seen what had just happened at all, which left Ethel even more confused. All right, the experiment was about done, and now was time for the most important matter. The moment William and the shadow locked eyes, a memory completely crafted by William was transmitted into the shadow's body. After a long time, William's consciousness withdrew from the shadow's body. But at this point, the shadow did not appear dazed. Rather, after a brief moment of cooling down, it gradually adapted to its current state. Meanwhile, through the shadow's abilities, William could still clearly perceive everything about the shadow. Not bad, not bad. Shadow. Understood. Avoiding others. Countless dense black spots appeared on the shadow's body, and as soon as these spots emerged, they transformed into crow-like creatures that sank into the shadows. In just a moment, the entire royal city was already filled with the shadow's crow network, and this was just the beginning. With the continuous infusion of power from the shadow world, more and more shadow crows flew across the entire West Asia continent. Although these shadow crows had no real power, they could provide William with eyes and positioning for the entire world. In the future, as long as William wished, he could instantly transport himself or others to any corner of this world through the shadow world. Similarly, the shadow clone could do the same. When dozens of shadow crows' eyes reached the Yaster Royal Palace, soon, real-time images began to appear before William's eyes and ears. In no time, William had a general idea of what King Yaster was planning to do. Is he preparing to unite the three dukes to deal with me? But the Killing God Hall is really unlucky. Not only did they die, but they were also dragged out to be ridiculed. And Penelope's cause of death was even hung up there. TSK, 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 this is just too damn funny. In fact, William could completely perceive these things through the Mind Fruit's ability, but reading it and seeing it live were two completely different concepts. Moreover, William couldn't keep the Mind Fruit's ability on 24 hours a day. He couldn't, but the shadow could. And this was the true reason why William wanted to deploy shadow crows. To William, the current shadow was essentially like artificial intelligence, and the shadow crows were the biological web he was setting up across the entire West Asia continent. However, passive retaliation was not my style. Since I was already prepared to take action, I wouldn't hold back. After muttering to himself, William called Rod. Rod, I have a task for you. What task? After hearing William's explanation, Rod understood and quickly left the base with the shadow crows. Time quickly moved to the third day, and today was also the final match of the goddess trial. William versus Vicky. Due to it being the final match, the location was not in the Colosseum, but at the site of the first match. Here, in the depths of the Miracle Forest. However, this place has been arranged with spatial barriers by Samuel, making it a location that will absolutely not be influenced by outsiders. Sorry. This place is not favorable for you. Both sides stood still, and Vicky's expression showed some guilt. Please believe me, this is not my idea. Glancing at Boyd floating in the air, William smiled and said, It's fine, the location doesn't matter much to me. Hearing William's words, Vicky secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, I feel much more comfortable. In this match, I hope to defeat you in the fairest place. Oh, you're confident you can defeat me? William was also somewhat surprised to hear Vicky's words. Your illusion has already lost its effect on me. This sentence was not explicitly stated by Vicky, but she made a gesture towards William, believing that he could understand. Is that so? With great interest, she pointed to Vicky beside her, and William smiled, saying, "Then look, what is that?" Hiss. Seeing the cobra suddenly appear on his shoulder, Vicky's expression changed dramatically. Instinctively, Vicky did not scream, but instead drew the long sword in his hand. However, when he looked again, the cobra had mysteriously vanished. "Don't be overly confident." With a slight smile, William took out the sword of the fire god and said, "But this time, you can rest assured that I won't use illusions again. That wouldn't be fair to you." William's words made Vicky's expression turn extremely serious. "Don't underestimate me." With a cold snort, Vicky charged at William without saying another word. As he approached the optimal position, Vicky leaped into the air, swinging his long sword fiercely down at William. Is a sword meant to be used like a knife? Clang! Dazzling sparks flew, and after glancing at Vicky's sword, William realized that it was only sharpened on one side. In other words, it was indeed a knife. Moreover, it was the tang horizontal knife that William remembered vividly. One strike failed to achieve its purpose, but Vicky remained unfazed, continuously demonstrating his knife skills, which were so powerful that they even brought a sense of aesthetic pleasure to William. "Good knife technique. Your sword skills are also impressive." As their eyes met, a powerful pressure emanated from both of them. Boom! In an instant, terrifying sword energy and knife energy swept across. William did not expect that Vicky could wield knife energy, and Vicky was equally surprised that William could use sword energy. At the moment their weapons collided again, the sword of the fire god nearly erupted. Fortunately, William managed to suppress it in time. Otherwise, Vicky's knife would have likely been lost by now. "Be good. She is not the enemy." Upon hearing William's words, the sword of the fire god, which was originally flickering with scorching heavenly fire, gradually calmed down. "Then, take a sword from me. Come on." Seeing William's movement, Vicky instinctively prepared to unleash knife energy again. However, when he saw the black sword energy approaching, he had no time to dodge. Crescent moon, sky charge. Block it. In the next moment, rows of thorn walls rose from the ground, accompanied by the shattering of 6 thorn spears. The final force of the crescent moon sky charge came to a halt right in front of Vicky. Looking at the sword mark that had nearly cut off his hair, Vicky's face turned a bit pale. However, it was clear that this was not the time to be distracted. With a push of his foot, Vicky finally leveraged his advantage in the forest, continuously darting back and forth while utilizing all the plants around him. In that moment, it felt as if William was battling the entire forest that had come to life. Once again, he cleaved through the massive trees that kept coming at him, and William began to feel a bit annoyed. With his left hand vibrating, waves of light flickered. Break, crack, boom. Everything in sight was shattered into pieces. Watching the shockwave that brushed past and disappeared at the edge of the forest, Vicky felt a bit of a tingle on his scalp. The damage is simply outrageous. Just as William was about to swing his fist again, suddenly, a sky full of thorns rose up from beneath him. In just a moment, when William's left hand, which was ready to punch, was about to be tightly entangled, the fire god's sword swept. Boom! Another terrifying slash shattered a piece of the forest. "Is this your strength?" Laughing loudly towards the direction where Vicky was, William swung his fist again. Air shock. Boom. Puffed. In an instant, Vicky, unable to dodge, was sent flying into the air. Seeing this scene, Boyd's expression changed, and the Vicky that was sent flying turned into a wooden clone. An opportunity. As William retracted his fist, Vicky surprisingly emerged halfway from the ground and pressed down on the ground. Rumble. In an instant, a massive outbreak of mutated plants went wild. To William, this move was nothing but the wood release, birth of the world from the thousand-handed Hashirama. However, upon seeing this scene, William showed no fear at all, instead shouting, "Not enough, still not enough." The fire god sword disappeared, and William's hands glowed with vibrating waves. Crack! Boom! The shockwave clashed fiercely with the crazed power of the forest fruit. However, although the forest fruit had powerful resilience and unparalleled recovery, it was still not enough against the explosive power of the shock fruit. In just a moment, the terrifying white light swept across everything. The forest was shattered, and even the ground was torn apart. As the dust settled, Vicky was revealed with nearly shredded clothes and a heavily injured body. "Is it over?" Hearing William's words, Vicky's eyes narrowed, and he said seriously, "Not yet." Bringing his hands together, countless green lights surged from the forest and entered Vicky's body. In just a breath, Vicky's original injuries completely healed, and not only that, the greenwood energy seemed to have clothed him in an energy-like battle armor. At the same time, Vicky's eyes and hair turned completely green. His eyes flickering as he looked at William, Vicky coldly declared, The battle has just begun. Pointing a finger. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, as if awakened halfway, countless large trees burst forth from the ground. Fortunately, William dodged quickly. Otherwise, he would have been in serious trouble. However, before William could say anything, rumble, another huge tremor occurred, and under William's feet, everywhere he looked, dense plants were growing wildly. As the plants grew crazily, countless mutated plants appeared. The giant flowers spraying yellow pollen seemed to come alive, and the cacti that should have had no chance of surviving in the forest. And so on. You'd better surrender quickly, because this place is now filled with various poisons. And do you see those pumpkin-like plants? Once they explode, the power generated will be enough to turn you to dust. In fact, this is just what Vicky mentioned. In this world that Vicky calls the forest of death, there are even more deadly things. Many plants that even Vicky himself feels terrified of. However, Vicky's words only made William take a deep breath. Not bad. Full of natural plant neurohypnotic toxins. If it were someone else, just this breath would probably knock them out for 7 days and nights. Can I say that this fruit ability is indeed impressive? It seems I have to use a bit of my real skills, otherwise I might really be underestimated by you. Useless. My current self is immune to illusions. With what energy surrounding him, Vicky was equivalent to the entire forest of death. The essence of illusion abilities acts on the senses, which is ineffective against plants. And this is also why Vicky has always been immune to illusions. You have lost. At this moment, Vicky seemed like a deity, and his powerful aura was felt even by Boyd, Viola, and Samuel, who were watching from the sky, making them feel incredible. Truly, someone I have my eyes on. Vicky's innate talent is so strong that, in William's view, even in the Lingxiao Hall, he would probably only be stronger than her. However, William still wanted to teach Vicky a lesson today. That is to let her understand who the real protagonist of this world is. Vicky. Hearing William's voice, Vicky looked over with a complex expression. Watch closely. Raising his right hand, which glowed with vibrating light orbs, William suddenly punched down. Buzz. Crack. Boom. What? A catastrophic scene unfolded. The entire world turned upside down. Everything in sight shattered. The destructive power was so great that it even caused cracks to appear in Samuel's spatial barrier. What? Samuel's face changed dramatically, and he immediately activated the power of the space fruit. However, even so, the cracks in the entire space continued to expand. Steady, roaring in anger, Samuel even exerted all his strength. Finally, as the space was on the verge of collapse, William's shockwave power finally weakened and dissipated into nothingness. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Samuel looked at William with eyes full of disbelief. What a powerful force this is. With a leap, William arrived in front of Vicky, who had been knocked out by his punch. If he hadn't used the power of the magnet fruit to protect Vicky at the last moment, it would have been far worse than just being knocked out. It's over. At William's gesture, Boyd and the others slowly landed in front of him. How is she? Boyd couldn't help but ask. Don't worry, she's fine. After William dispelled the power of the magnet fruit, Vicky quickly regained consciousness. Looking around in confusion, Vicky turned to William and said softly, I lost. As for the injuries on Vicky, the self-healing ability of the force fruit is no joke. Seeing this, Boyd finally breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Samuel, saying, Samuel, thank you for your help. Boyd, you're too polite. Hearing Boyd's words, Samuel smiled slightly and opened a portal. Well then, let's go. This time, only Boyd and William passed through the portal, while Samuel returned to the Shadow Pavilion headquarters with Viola and Vicky. Passing through the portal opened by Samuel, William and Boyd arrive at the entrance of an ancient ruin. This is the entrance to the Trial of the Gods, bringing William to the stone door of the ruins. Boyd explained, the history of this place far exceeds that of the 10 great kingdoms. The first Shadow King, who established the Shadow Pavilion, also relied on the Trial of the Gods to achieve the power to slay gods. After scanning the surroundings and confirming that there was no one else, Boyd smiled. It seems we're the first to come here. It's quite normal. After completing the final match, a normal person wouldn't just rest for a year, but would at least take 3 to 7 days to recover before coming here. Looking at William, Boyd asked, so, are you going in now? There's no need to waste time. Let's go in now. Shrugging, Boyd took out the token that symbolized the position of president. As the token approached the groove on the stone door that nearly matched it, in the next moment, a strong suction pulled the token onto the stone door. With a series of clicking sounds as mechanisms turned, the stone door slowly opened. However, what lay behind the stone door was not a passage, but a teleportation portal. This is how it should be. For William, who who had already explored the entire world, if there truly was a tomb of the gods. He would have discovered it long ago. You can stay in the tomb of the gods for 3 days. After 3 days, you will be expelled by the power of that world and returned here. Before Boyd could finish speaking, William's figure had already disappeared into the portal. This arrogant personality really is quite self-assured. With a light laugh, Boyd turned around and happened to see a man wearing a half-metal mask over both eyes, dressed in a standard shadow black robe, approaching. Leo Brown. Leo Brown, the shadow president of the O'Connor Kingdom. Boyd? Leo was also surprised that Boyd had arrived at the entrance to the Trial of the Gods even earlier than he did. Is this your trial participant for this year? Noticing Boyd's gaze, Leo Brown immediately stood in front of Graham. If it were someone else, they might not understand Boyd's abilities, but as a fellow president, Leo was very clear about what Boyd could do. Seeing Leo's action, Boyd couldn't help but smile. Really? Do you not trust me that much? Boyd, where's your trial participant? You can't tell me you guys slacked off again this year. Regarding Boyd's question, Leo clearly didn't want to elaborate and instead took back the initiative in the conversation. The so-called slacking off was naturally the result of the previous president of the Yaster Kingdom, Morton Marshall. Leo, there's something I wanted to ask for a long time. We're not assassins, so why do we have to wear this mask? Do you think you look unpresentable? The two were talking past each other, and Graham behind them felt like he was listening to a foreign language. As they continued, Boyd and Leo themselves found it hard to keep talking. Thus, with nothing more to say, the two snorted coldly and turned their gazes away from each other. Graham, this is the teleportation portal for the Trial of the Gods. Once you go in, you can enter the Tomb of the Gods. On the other side, in the Tomb of the Gods, a gravity even more immense than that of the Asia continent surprised William, but what appeared before him was even more shocking. This is a broken planet, with shattered fragments quietly drifting in the unknown universe. Looking up, one can even see an endless starry sky, and above the planet, there are ruins everywhere. However, it is precisely this dead planet that still exists. Moreover, this planet even has oxygen that can sustain human life. Everything is so unscientific. Feeling out, the gravity of the god's grave is 3 times greater than that of the West Asia continent. But after a simple adjustment, William's form turned into light and disappeared into the horizon. While constantly traversing through the shattered planet, William also activated the power of the mind fruit at the first opportunity. Originally, William thought that there could be no living beings on this planet, but unexpectedly, the moment he activated his psychic abilities, countless voices surged into William's mental world. What? Suddenly stopping, William was incredulous. The next moment, following the nearest position, William's form descended from the sky. On the ground before William, a tombstone without any markings appeared. However, like the fragments of this planet, this tombstone was slowly floating in the air. Upon seeing William's arrival, a voice from the tombstone chuckled, and the next moment, a plant sprouted from the tombstone, and a divine fruit gradually took shape on the plant. Eat me, eat me. A series of tempting voices echoed in William's mental world. However, what the other party did not know was that William had no feelings for such temptation at all. At the same time, William also noticed the system's prompt. Devil fruit, a fruit formed from the condensation of a devil after its death. Eating it grants the power of the devil. Note, beware of being possessed by the devil within the fruit. After waiting for a moment without seeing any action from William, the devil in the tombstone became anxious. Eat. Hurry up and eat. Eat your ghost. Gah. The devil's whisper abruptly stopped. What? You? You can hear me talking? What do you think? Devil, I was just bored, so I was teasing you. However, from you, I have learned quite a bit. Here, indeed, is the graveyard of the gods. It was once the main battlefield of the ancient war between gods and demons, where countless gods and demons fell. It is precisely because of the immense power of gods and demons that this world has ultimately become what it is today. The divine fruit is formed from the essence of gods after their death. Conversely, the demon fruit is formed from the essence of demons after their demise. This also made William think of the monsters in the miracle forest. If William is not mistaken, the monsters in the miracle forest should be a result of the demon fruit. As for why William has never seen a human who has consumed a demon fruit, he speculates that there must be quite a few on the West Asia continent, but they all hide very well. The same goes for the divine fruit. Currently, the divine fruits on the West Asia continent are not complete divine fruits, as they lack the original power of the gods, which means that no one on the West Asia continent can truly achieve the awakening of the gods. The existence of divine fruits is more about the gods secretly bestowing power upon humans to resist demons. As for the true intention of the god's trial in the Shadow Pavilion, It is to allow the trial takers to come here and complete the final awakening of the gods. But for William, the so-called awakening of the gods has no meaning anymore. As for the demon fruit, William is even less interested. The real reason William came here was to see if there were any divine weapons or similar items that could help the fire god sword break through the celestial artifact realm, or to see if there were other treasures. However, the unexpected discovery of the mind fruit has brought William unexpected joy. Since it's right in front of him, there's no need to ignore it. Moreover, William is also curious if the tombstone has any other uses. System, can this thing be repurposed? For William, possessing infinite power, these so-called original powers of gods and demons are indeed worthless. If you want to collect it, that's fine. Then forget it. Completely ignoring the demon fruit in front of him, William soared into the air. Hey, are you blind? Can't you see such a big fruit? Noticing William's actions, the demon soul looked incredulous. This is a good thing, don't go. A cold wind blew in, bringing with it the sorrows of demons. This truly is a case of a tiger falling into the plains and being bullied by dogs. I, a dignified mid-tier demon, ended up in such a miserable state after death. However, just as I was thinking this, a piercing wave came crashing down from the sky. Puffed. The devil fruit, along with the tombstone, was instantly pierced through. At this point, the tombstone that carried the soul of the high-tier demon shattered into pieces. I didn't even want to bother with you, yet you dared to insult me, seeking death, while continuously sweeping and strengthening. William's figure had already arrived at the center of the god's graveyard. Unlike the other tombstones floating in the air, most of the tombstones in this area were on the ground. Through his mental perception, William also discovered that in this area, the deceased were at least high-tier gods and demons. Among them, even a god king and a demon king had fallen, and William's gaze was fixed on the weapons of these two. Rather than calling this a god's graveyard, it would be more accurate to say this is a battlefield of gods and demons. As he pondered this, William was surprised to find that the God King and Demon King seemed to have no intention of paying attention to him upon noticing his arrival. So dignified, huh? Glancing at the two tombstones in front of him, William pushed aside the surrounding ruins, revealing two dimmed weapons among them. One sword, one blade. This was the last hope. If he couldn't improve with these, he would be truly out of options. With a thought, the blade and sword were directly thrown into the enhancement pool. Since the last system upgrade, William's enhancement had also been upgraded, allowing him not only to enhance divine fruits, but also to devour and advance enhancements. Accompanied by a series of clanging sounds, a blinding white light flickered before William's eyes in anticipation. A different color. There's hope. Item, celestial demon sword. Level, postnatal spiritual treasure. Attributes, weapon spirit, celestial fire demon flame, indestructible. Enhancement. Looking at the black and white sword before him, William was somewhat surprised. Not only had the level increased, but even the name had changed. Celestial Fire Demon Flame. It may seem like just two additional words, but it makes all the difference. Celestial Fire represents extreme high temperatures, while Demon Flame represents extreme coldness, each embodying two extremes that perfectly merge together. The ultimate compatibility of these two flames possesses the power to easily annihilate gods and demons. The moment he grasped the celestial demon sword, terrifying power surged into the sky. In that moment, even the fallen God King and Demon King couldn't help but awaken from their slumber. Feeling the overwhelming power within William that could surpass the heavens and the earth, it was unclear who succumbed to temptation first. In any case, two special fruits adorned with thrones appeared on top of the two tombstones. After last night's events, the God King's soul and the Demon King's soul exchanged glances. Sheathing the heavenly demon sword, William gazed at the two fruits before him. Initially, William didn't pay much attention to these two fruits, but the system's prompt stirred something within him. Holy light fruit, the power of holy light. If it were any other fruit, it wouldn't matter. But this fruit perfectly complemented William's light synthesis constitution. As William approached, the God King's soul couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Noticing the God King's expression, the Demon King's expression darkened. However, when the Demon King noticed William plucking the God-given fruit and then moving towards him, the God King panicked. Yet she had no way to intervene, as the world's rules kept them alive in this manner, unable to communicate with the outside world. It was only when William simultaneously plucked the Demon King's fruit that the Demon King couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, the laughter quickly ceased when William directly tossed the Demon King's fruit to the ground and stomped it into a pulp. Ha 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 ha! This time, It was finally the turn of the God King to laugh. Facing the size of the God King, the Demon King was filled with rage. How is this possible? A mere human. How could he possibly know that this was a devil fruit? How do you think I know? As soon as William said this, both the God King and the Demon King were stunned, because William's voice resonated in their consciousness. The God King looked surprised. How is this possible? You can actually communicate with us? Wait, this is mental power, no wonder. The God King, being the God King, discovered the reason in just a moment. God King, haven't you noticed that this human has a problem within him? A problem? As soon as the Demon King said this, the God King looked and was dumbfounded. How could you possibly possess so many abilities? If it were someone else, William might be able to use the copy fruit as an excuse, but facing this one, William truly couldn't find the words. After all, William had already understood the true nature of the so-called divine granted fruits after coming here. Because my physique is very special. Physique? After sizing him up, the God King found it even more incredible. How could your body be so powerful? This can no longer be described as powerful. The strength of William's body has far exceeded the concept of gods and demons. While surprised, the God King didn't think much of it. After all, he was already dead. If that is the case, I can understand why you possess so many abilities. Kid, why did you crush my fruit? At that moment, a domineering voice entered William's ears. The voice belonged to none other than the Demon King. In response to the Demon King's question, William retorted impatiently. Why do you ask? Don't think I don't know what the devil fruit is. I don't want you to possess me. The God King couldn't help but laugh and add, humph, devil fruit. Not even a dog would eat that. Furious, the Demon King was enraged. Having been dead for thousands of years, he was tired of living like this. If I give up possession, will you eat the devil fruit? If you play tricks, I wouldn't mind trying the devil fruit. With a cold sneer, the Demon King said, don't just talk. If you have the guts, eat it right now. The source of power recongealed, and the devil fruit reappeared on the Demon King's tombstone. Devil fruit, destruction fruit, possesses the power to destroy all life. System, can this fruit be eaten? Yes, it can be eaten. Upon hearing the system's response, William didn't hesitate and swallowed it whole. Gulp. Noticing William's actions, the God King didn't have time to stop him. It was only after William had finished swallowing that the God King exclaimed, not good. He hadn't expected someone as powerful as William to be so naive. However, facing the God King's gaze, the Demon King couldn't help but laugh until tears came out. I never thought that after so many years, the first person to believe in me would be a human. In a world unseen by William, the Demon King's figure gradually faded before the God King. You really went through with it? The God King widened his eyes in disbelief. Could it be that after all these years, you still hope to be resurrected? Half of his body had already turned to ash, and the Demon King's smile was incredibly calm. As soon as these words were spoken, the God King also understood. Yes, you are right. After so many years, it is indeed time to put an end to this. Not long after William consumed the holy light fruit, with a crack, the two gravestones in front of him instantly collapsed. At that moment, William also sensed the difference between the two fruits. Holy light and destruction, from the very beginning, were divine level. System, does a divine gift fruit have another level? Above divine level is the rule. Just as William was about to inquire, the system doused him with cold water. However, host, you don't need to think about it. Your infinite power starts as an existence that surpasses the rules. So it is impossible for you to regress to that level. William wanted to say, then am I weaker than others by one level? But thinking about it, that didn't seem right. My photosynthetic system isn't really the shining fruit. I've just been using it as if it were. Moreover, it seems this world hasn't reached the point where I need to use that kind of power yet. With this thought, William stopped being entangled. It was another fruitful day, but he couldn't leave here for 3 more days. What should he do for the next 2 days? Just as William was pondering what to do next, suddenly, in the distance, a powerful surge of magic energy shot into the sky. What's going on? Is there still someone here? With a stir in his heart, William's figure transformed into a speck of light and disappeared from the spot. When William arrived at the location of the magical explosion, the soaring magic energy gradually dissipated, and a demon, entirely blood-red with pitch-black eyes and wearing a green-pointed hat, appeared before him. Seeing the appearance of the other party, William almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. What are you laughing at? The expression on William's face made the demon appear as if it had been mocked, showing anger. Is it that funny? No, actually it's not funny at all. Really, ha ha. He couldn't hold it in for a moment, and while laughing, William stuttered. I can't really blame me. You look, well, a bit like a chili pepper, wahaha. Damn human, you dare to insult a noble demon. Although he didn't know what a chili pepper was, it was clear that William's words were not a compliment. The furious demon pointed a finger, and a powerful, highly corrosive red magic burst forth from its mouth. Seeing this scene, William's laughter abruptly stopped. This move from the opponent truly resembled spewing vomit, and it made William feel quite nauseated. Get lost. Pointing a finger, powerful holy light erupted from William's fingertips. At that moment, the red magic was not only dissipated like smoke, but even the demon's very form seemed to melt away. Amidst the screams, the demon, transformed into red smoke, managed to escape from the holy light at the last moment and looked at William in terror, saying, "You are the divine race." The divine race is the standard term for gods, as referred to by demons. I am human. With a cold snort, William looked at the other party in confusion and asked, "Whose body is this?" This body is, of course. To William's surprise, the demon transformed into 4 clouds of red smoke and began to flee in 4 different directions. Do you think you can escape? William's gaze locked onto the red smoke in the west, and his form turned into a point of light, instantly blocking the path of the red smoke. How do you know my true form? Looking at William standing in front of him, the demon's head materialized from the red smoke, but at that moment, there was an expression of immense fear on the demon's face. Since you dare to strike at me, be prepared for death. Watching the holy light glow on William's finger, the demon revealed a fierce expression. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? The red smoke reformed into a physical body as the demon lunged violently at William. The demon's strength was already far beyond that of a mere human, and he thought he could suppress William with his physical power. However, unexpectedly, upon a single punch, the demon was left dumbfounded. William lightly pinched the demon's fist and laughed. In fact, my strongest asset is my body. What a joke. However, as soon as he finished speaking, boom, William's fist smashed into the demon's face, and immediately, the demon's head was crushed into red smoke. Seeing the other party's head regenerate again, William playfully said, "Is this a smoke fruit? Don't compare your fruit abilities with the noble demon's. Your powers are merely the strength we bestow upon you." In response to the demon's outcry, William punched the demon's face once more. However, this time, the demon was not directly dispersed by William's attack. Instead, his head was deformed by William's strike, and with a powerful force, the demon was sent flying, painfully landing on the ground, blood covering his head. The demon looked at William in utter terror. How is this possible? The power of holy light was indeed the nemesis of demons, but the demon did not expect that William could genuinely injure him solely with his physical strength. Noticing the red energy enveloping William's fist, the demon incredulously asked, "What kind of power is this?" With a slight smile, William replied, "I call it Conqueror's Haki." Glancing at the miserable demon, William continued, "I originally thought it wouldn't work on you, but it seems quite effective, so let's try this." Buzz! An extreme Conqueror's Haki erupted violently from William's center. The moment the Conqueror's Haki swept over the demon, boom! The demon's eyes widened, and with his eyes rolling back, he fainted on the ground. Under William's Conqueror's Haki, the demon lost consciousness directly. In fact, the Conqueror's Haki was merely a form of power that William mimicked using infinite power. The true core was still the infinite power itself. In reality, infinite power allowed William to simulate any known or imagined power in this world. Gradually landing, William approached the demon. And just as he was considering how to deal with this demon next, a painful voice suddenly came from the demon's mouth. "Don't kill me, I am human." "Oh, you still have consciousness?" William knew that the other party was human, but it was because he had consumed a demon fruit and had been possessed. "Since my consciousness fell into a coma, I can barely restore my own awareness. I am Grim of the O'Connor Kingdom. If I'm not mistaken, you should be the trial taker from the Yaster Kingdom." Because he didn't know when the demon inside him would awaken, Grim spoke quickly. However, due to his severe injuries, Grim's speech was often unclear, but fortunately, William possessed the power of the mind fruit, allowing him to understand what the other was saying clearly. O'Connor Kingdom. William's expression was peculiar, and his tone was indifferent. "So, what do you want to say? Save me. I can offer you a reward." Hearing the other party's words, William couldn't help but laugh. "Do you think you still have a chance? As long as I'm not dead, there is hope. I am not willing to give up." After going through so much hardship and paying such a high price, he thought entering here would lead him to success, but unexpectedly, he couldn't resist the temptation and consumed the demon fruit, regretting his decision. Yet it was all too late. "So what price can you pay?" William was somewhat curious about what confidence the other had. Taking out a medal from his pocket, Grimm weakly said, I am the prince of the O'Connor kingdom. As long as you save me, you can gain the friendship of the O'Connor kingdom. William raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but laugh. Just this? Do you think I would give up everything from the Astor kingdom for your O'Connor kingdom? Cough, cough, cough. In a violent fit of coughing, Grimm spat out a mouthful of blood, but he regained some spirit. It's normal that you don't know. Currently, the O'Connor kingdom is prepared to wage war against the Astor kingdom, and the Astor kingdom is destined to perish. As one of the 10 great kingdoms, I am quite curious, where does your confidence come from? With a light laugh, but not wanting to pull on the injury on his face, Grimm grimaced in pain. However, mentioning this matter, Grimm showed a proud expression, because the O'Connor kingdom has already annexed the 2 great kingdoms of Ian and Bennett. How'd you do that? If you want to know, save me, and I'll tell you. However, Grimm noticed that William's expression suddenly became very strange. I didn't expect you to develop to this extent, Grimm. Using the powers of the God-given fruit and the demon fruit to cultivate the demon tree, it can be done. You. Upon hearing William mention the demon tree, Grimm's eyes widened. How do you know this? The biggest secret was revealed by William, and Grimm started to panic. However, he did not know that the power of the mind fruit had allowed William to clearly understand the greatest secret of the O'Connor kingdom. The current O'Connor kingdom was no longer a simple human kingdom. In order to possess the power to dominate the entire West Asia continent, the O'Connor kingdom had taken a different approach by setting their sights on the demon fruits. Conventional demon fruits would almost certainly be possessed by demons. But the demon tree was different, with the source powers of the God-given fruit and the demon fruit as nutrients. The demon fruits cultivated not only provided O'Connor with a continuous stream of demon fruit users, but also eliminated the risk of being possessed by demons, achieving 2 goals at once. However, to speed up the cultivation of demon fruits, the king of O'Connor ultimately set his sights on the goddess grave of the Shadow Pavilion, and the results were unexpectedly delightful. The discovery of the goddess grave caused the number of demon fruit users within the O'Connor kingdom to increase exponentially, and this time has lasted a full 10 years. After enduring for 10 years, the O'Connor kingdom has successively conquered the 2 great kingdoms of Ian and Bennett, and the next target is none other than the Astor kingdom. As for this encounter with William, it was not a coincidence at all. It was purely to eliminate William. However, what Graham did not expect was that not only did he fail to kill William, but he almost got killed by William instead. William's conqueror's hockey indeed caused Graham's main personality to fall into a coma, and now the one who has awakened is not Graham himself, but the demonic personality that was consumed by Graham. Normally, the second personality would not awaken on its own. It only awakens when the main personality falls into a coma or loses control of the body, taking over and sharing memories with the main personality. Therefore, without the demon, everything was merely a self-directed performance by Graham. So how do you want to die? Looking quietly at Graham in front of him, a smile appeared on William's face. The O'Connor kingdom will surely triumph, and you, along with your loved ones, will eventually accompany me to hell. Is this your last words? The holy light erupted in his hands. Amidst the screams, Graham's body was instantly reduced to ashes. Looking at the flickering holy light in his hands, William sighed. This holy light really does have a powerful restraint against demons. However, glancing around this world, William murmured, since I know that the O'Connor kingdom treats this place as a cash cow, then I must do something. Destroy this planet with a punch? That seems a bit wasteful. Just as William was contemplating, he suddenly thought of the stone ball Samuel had given him. Samuel said this thing could be used here. He didn't know what its purpose was. Taking the stone ball out of the Lingshao ring, just as William was puzzled about how to use it, the stone ball suddenly floated in midair and quickly moved in front of William in the blink of an eye. Where's it going? Following the stone ball, William moved quickly and unknowingly arrived at the foot of a large mountain. Just as he was wondering how the stone ball disappeared into the mountain, suddenly, the entire mountain let out a rumbling sound, accompanied by violent tremors. Crackling sounds echoed. A large door appeared before William's eyes. Where's this? The bold William did not think much and swiftly entered. To his surprise, upon entering, he found that this place was actually a ruin within a ruin. The walls on both sides seemed to be carved with the history of this world, the origin of life. If William could understand these, then when he saw the scene where the people around were kneeling before that familiar sacred tree, he was stunned. What is this? Looking further down, a person climbed up the sacred tree with exceptional courage and discovered the fruit. After eating the fruit, the person became a god and received the worship of all. If William was not mistaken, This was the origin of the divine race in this world, which also explained why the divine race could transform into fruits after death, because their power comes from the fruit of the sacred tree. However, what infuriated William was that the next mural was actually vandalized. If William was not mistaken, the explanation for the origin of demons was below. If the divine race originally came from humans, then the one who vandalized the mural did not want people to know how to transform from human to demon. However, although he was uncertain, William felt that the person who vandalized this mural was probably not Samuel. Looking at the endless ruins, William was curious about what was inside. His figure flashed, and William quickly delved deeper toward the end of the passage until he passed through it and arrived in a valley, where at the center, he saw a towering sacred tree. What is this? Wait, this is the sacred tree from the mural. Unlike the one William saw on the West Asia continent, this sacred tree in front of him was not only dim and lifeless, but many places also showed obvious hollows, as if it were a dead tree. What does this mean? William did not understand why Samuel had brought him here, just to see this dying sacred tree. Or did he want him to know the truth of this world? Curiously stepping forward, William gently placed his hand on the sacred tree. Buzz! A familiar divine power actually transmitted from the sacred tree into William's body. What is this? Feeling the thin divine power conveyed by the divine tree, William felt incredible. He didn't understand why, even though he was on the brink of death, divine power was still being transmitted. At the same time, a faint voice echoed in William's ear, but he couldn't hear what was being said. Instinctively, he activated the power of the mind fruit. Suddenly, William understood. However, it was precisely because he understood that he fell silent. The divine tree regarded him as a child because of the divine gift fruit within him, even though the divine tree of this world was clearly exhausted and on the verge of death. Is this what Samuel calls a benefit? For some reason, William inexplicably felt a pang of sadness. Instead of continuing to absorb the primordial power of the divine tree, William instead injected it with infinite power. In the moment that the infinite power was infused, the once decayed divine tree began to rejuvenate, almost visibly. It started to recover, the hollows were filled. The trunk began to regrow, and the leaves became lush, until at the top of the divine tree, a small flower blossomed. Bit by bit, the flower began to bloom, and at its center, a fruit appeared. No words could describe that scene, which was akin to a miracle, until the divine tree bore new fruit again. William could clearly feel the joy emanating from within the tree. However, before William could react, the energy within the divine tree was all infused into the fruit, and within a few breaths, the tree wilted once again, and the fruit slowly fell before William. Crack, 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 bang! At this point, the divine tree was completely dead. Yet, before William, the fruit had split open. From the crack, a pair of fair, tender hands slowly emerged, and under William's gaze, a girl resembling an elf stepped out from the fruit. The girl not only absorbed all the power of the divine tree, but also completely absorbed the infinite power that William had infused into her. As William looked on in confusion, the elven girl slowly floated in front of him, her body adorned with what appeared to be leaves of the divine tree. Facing William's puzzled gaze, the elven girl introduced herself. Hello, I am Julius. And you are? You can understand that I am a child of the divine tree, and also a deity nurtured by this planet. However, Julius said helplessly after finishing this sentence, my previous body has been consumed by someone, and I have been reshaped by your power. So, in human terms, you're my father. William did not expect that a casual action of his would create a child for him. Can you leave this world with me? Yes. But as the world that nurtured me, I would prefer to rejuvenate this world first. Can you do that? If I rely solely on myself, it might not be possible. But with your power, I believe I can give a try. Then, shall we try? Julius nodded, and she reached out to touch the ground. In an instant, a powerful green energy erupted from Julius's body. Boom! Accompanied by a massive tectonic movement, William soared into the sky, witnessing the entire world being pulled together and reconnected by Julius's power, centered around her. This is no longer a manifestation of energy, but rather an application of rules. Is this the power of rules? Thinking of this, William recalled what he originally wanted to do. Julius, you should be able to close the passage to this world, right? I know someone is stealing the source power of this world, but if you do that, you might not be able to come in either. William shook his head and said to Julius, if you're worried about that, you actually don't need to. In the shocked gaze of Julius, William lightly threw a punch. Buzz! The ultimate power erupted from his fist, and in an instant, the entire space was even torn apart. The power of this punch was completely beyond Julius's understanding. It was entirely against the rules. However, what Julius did not know was that William's infinite power was the power to break the rules. So, do you understand? I understand. His eyes once again erupted with green divine power, and in an instant, all the passages were closed. Not only that, when Julius's divine power swept across the entire world, all the tombstones of gods and demons were actually disintegrated, and the source power re-entered this planet. Accompanied by the injection of source power, a newly born divine tree appeared before William. However, unlike the divine tree that nurtured Julius, this divine tree only grew to 10 meters tall before it began to sprout countless dense branches, and on these densely packed branches, one green humanoid fruit after another appeared. Noticing William's gaze, Julius said, "From now on, the beings of this world will be composed of elves." Time flew by, and soon it was 3 days later. After Julius closed the last passage that William could leave through, the entire world was completely sealed off. Looking at the disappearing portal behind him, William's figure had already returned to the entrance of the trial of the gods. Seeing William's figure, Boyd, who was sitting on the ground and looking somewhat disheveled, allowed a slight sigh of relief. Not far away lay the corpse of a dead demon. When William informed Boyd of what he knew, an incredulous expression appeared on Boyd's face. He originally thought it was just Leo disguised as a demon. But who would have thought that the O'Connor kingdom would have such an astonishing secret? Glancing at Leo, who was obviously much stronger than Graham, William smiled and said, "It's not too embarrassing to have killed him without knowing the truth." In response to William's teasing, Boyd, "If it weren't for the observation hockey, I probably would have died." Indeed, the incident happened too suddenly. In order to perfectly kill Boyd, Leo even endured for 3 whole days, waiting until today when William was about to return, and at the moment Boyd had let down his guard, Leo launched a fatal attack on Boyd. Everything happened too suddenly. If it weren't for the last-minute warning from the observation hockey and the defense from the armament hockey, allowing Boyd to foresee the future, he would probably have already been dead. Do you want to inform the other shadows about this? After pondering for a moment, Boyd shook his head and said, "The O'Connor kingdom has prepared a 10-year plan. It cannot be targeting just one shadow headquarters. It is very likely that more shadow headquarters have been invaded. At this stage, it is best for us to leave here. There is one thing I think I should tell you." "What is it?" Seeing William's serious expression, Boyd had a bad premonition in his heart. From now on, the trial of the gods of the Shadow Pavilion no longer exists. Boyd's eyes widened. He didn't understand what had happened. What happened? "I closed off the entrance to that world." Hearing William's words, Boyd nodded thoughtfully. Although he didn't know why William did this, he also knew that William must have his reasons for doing so. After saying this, William continued, "There's also another matter. Can you say it all at once?" Boyd had a speechless expression. "Vicky, I will let her join the Lingxiao Hall." Boyd frowned, his expression strange. "Why choose her? Is it bad to choose her? I suspect you have ulterior motives." Although he thought this in his heart, Boyd naturally wouldn't say it. Her strength has indeed increased a lot, but she's still far from the level of the 10 great emperors. William smiled and said, "I never judge people by their strength. What I value is only their potential." Speaking of potential, Viola is not weaker than Vicky. Viola, the user of the white bird fruit. The white bird is originally a strange beast, and coupled with the power to control frost, she indeed possesses strong talent. However, Viola's downfall lies in her relationship with Boyd. William could not allow her to become one of the 10 great emperors. As for who has stronger talent, William didn't care at all. He was just casually looking for an excuse. Being able to hold the position of the president of the Shadow Headquarters, one of the 10 great kingdoms. Boyd was naturally a clever person. With just a little thought, he roughly understood William's meaning. 3 days later, the Lingxiao Hall subbase. Today, including Garcia, who hurried from the Bruce Kingdom, as well as Vicky Weil, who had just joined the Lingxiao Hall, the 10 great emperors of the Lingxiao Hall gathered together. Emperor Haotian, William Duke. Emperor Phoenix, Dolores Gallop. Emperor of the Desert, Rod Garcia. Emperor of the Behemoth, Jeff Hart. Emperor of Crimson Flames, Garcia Bruce. Emperor of Blood God, Tiffany. Emperor of Shadows, Shadow. Emperor of Sleep, Boyd Weil. Emperor of Diamonds, Ethel Bison. When everyone briefly introduced themselves, William, sitting in the main seat, spoke. "In light of the imminent attack that the O'Connor kingdom may launch, I have decided to advance our actions." As soon as his voice fell, everyone's gaze turned to the kicked-open door. "William Duke, I am General Augustine of the kingdom. You are suspected of killing royal family members and are under arrest." The kingdom's soldiers pushed open the door, and the spirited Augustine led his men into the conference hall. I advise you not to resist, otherwise. However, before he could finish his sentence, Augustine and the soldiers behind him were dumbfounded. Although Augustine had never seen the shadows, he knew their identity from Edgar. And then who did he see? Isn't this Boyd Will, the president of the Shadow Pavilion? What is this? Am I interrupting a meeting between big shots? Looking at Augustine, William had a playful expression. General Augustine, what did you just say? Gulp. Augustine swallowed hard, his face darkening. At this moment, he finally understood why Edgar had been silent when the king announced this task, and even looked at him with that strange expression after Augustine accepted it. It seemed that this task was a trap. However, thinking of the people who came with him, Augustine calmed down a bit. It's fine. I'm not afraid. If there are more people, I'm not lacking either. Augustine was smiling, and William was smiling too, and then, boom, with a loud crash, Augustine, caught completely off guard, was sent flying. The attacker was Ethel, the diamond closest to the door. After receiving William's order, Ethel struck with a diamond just his fist, not only causing Augustine to bleed from his head, but also breaking 3 of his ribs on the spot. The armed color hockey was no joke. Attack! Lying in the ruins, Augustine weakly shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, one after another, divine bestowed beings descended from the sky, and in no time, there were already 9 divine bestowed beings in the square of the base. These 9 individuals are the strongest warriors promised by the 3 great dukes to King Yaster. And with them is General Augustine, representing the king. This team of 10 is sufficient to destroy any small nation on this continent. However, at this moment, William isn't even interested in hearing their identities. Rod, understanding the situation, slowly stood up and walked to the door. Upon seeing Rod alone, one of the 9 couldn't help but sneer. You don't intend to take us on by yourself, do you? If that's the case, I guarantee you will die a miserable death. Do I need a second person to deal with trash like you? You underestimate us too much. Kill. The moment the 9 took their first step, Rod's Conqueror's Haki erupted from within him. Boom! Under the overwhelming Conqueror's Haki, the dark clouds in the sky were instantly dispersed. Looking at the courtyard, all 9 divine beings, along with thousands of royal soldiers, fell to the ground, rolling their eyes. They had never encountered such power. At this moment, the only one still conscious was Augustine. However, Augustine's situation wasn't much better. As he reached out, countless grains of sand began to wrap around him. Augustine instinctively tried to activate his elemental power, but found that it had no effect at all. How is this possible? Painfully grasped by a hand made of sand and lifted into the air, fear finally showed on Augustine's face. So, how do you want to die? Rod asked calmly, looking at the royal general before him. I am the royal general. You can't kill me. Is that your dying wish? Puffed. Blood splattered, and the royal general, Augustine, was dead. What ways to use such a fine flame fruit like this? Reaching out, William grabbed the flame fruit next to Augustine's corpse. Since they've made their move, I have no need to wait any longer. As William stood up, everyone in the celestial hall rose as well. Above the palace, William led everyone from the celestial hall down from the sky. At this moment, no one in the palace noticed the sudden appearance of the 10. Then, let us get started. The moment a fireball appeared in William's palm. Boom! A towering pillar of fire engulfed the entire palace. This power is precisely the ability of the flame fruit that William just consumed. No mercy. Understood. In the next moment, everyone in the Lingxiao hall, except for Dolores, had already dispersed. Noticing Dolores's confused gaze, William smiled and shook his head. No need for you to go. They are enough. The roar, the explosions, the screams, the entire palace instantly turned into a sea of blood, accompanied by raging flames. The Yaster royal family was completely exterminated overnight. William, when the battle was over, Duke Gallop, under the protection of the 2, came to William's side. Timing is everything. You really timed this perfectly. Seeing Duke Gallop, William couldn't help but tease. Hearing William's words, Duke Gallop felt somewhat embarrassed, but could only explain, I wouldn't dare come over at that moment. If I were mistaken for an enemy, I might lose my life. This is not an excuse from Duke Gallop, but a fact. In that level of battle, just now, not to mention Duke Gallop, who is not even a god-given, but even his 2 bodyguards, Daniel and Camille, did not dare to come forward. As for the other nobles in the royal city, including the 3 great dukes, they are now trembling in fear, worried that William will annihilate them after ending the royal family. Before Duke Gallop came in, the 3 great dukes personally appeared and promised countless benefits in front of Gallop. However, even so, Gallop did not immediately agree to their intentions, but simply conveyed their intentions to William. So, Duke Gallop, if it were you, how do you think I should handle this? William did not intend to answer immediately. but instead returned the question to Duke Gallop. Hearing William's words, Duke Gallop's heart tightened. Although William appeared indifferent on the surface, in reality, this was very likely a test from William. After thinking for a moment, Duke Gallop said seriously, from the perspective of stabilizing the kingdom, letting them go could stabilize the nobles of the kingdom. However, from the king's perspective, their actions are a capital offense. This is just talk. It's as good as saying nothing. William turned to Dolores. What do you think, Dolores? Well, I don't know, she replied. But since they've taken action, there should definitely be appropriate punishment. Hearing this response, William chuckled. You're still too merciful. The iteration of royal power leaves no room for mercy. William's gaze shifted to Boyd. Boyd nodded in understanding, and just as he was about to leave, William said, take someone with you. Garcia, you go with Boyd. Watching the two leave, Duke Gallop's face showed a complex expression. He had said what needed to be said, but he had also anticipated this outcome. Glancing at the completely destroyed palace, William said, well then, it's time to renovate this place. Slowly floating off the ground, William pressed his hands down, and in an instant, a vast amount of metal emerged from the earth. With a slight manipulation from William, the metal was compressed into various materials. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, a palace made entirely of steel rose from the ground. The layout of the palace remained largely unchanged, but in the very center of the palace stood a row of 10 giant statues, representing the 10 great emperors, including William himself. However, these were not just statues. Using the powers of the mechanical fruit, William had created mechanical beings within them, equivalent to dormant mechanical life forms. Once activated, each of them would be a mechanical giant capable of destroying a city. After completing all this, William looked at the people of Lingxiao Hall and said, although the royal family has been exterminated, this does not mean that the entire Yaster Kingdom belongs to us. So the hard work falls on you now. The Yaster Kingdom has a total of 10 main cities, and aside from the royal city, there are 9 other main cities. So each of you can choose one. Hearing William's words, Duke Gallop looked stunned. One person per royal city? Isn't this a bit ridiculous? Except for Boyd and Garcia, who have left, everyone else, including Dolores, Tiffany, and the 3 women from Vicky, has already chosen their respective cities. So let's disperse. As others began to scatter, Duke Gallop quickly shouted, Dolores! Dolores, of course, knew her father's concerns and smiled, saying, don't worry, father, I'm very strong. In the next moment, Dolores, donned in her holy armor, soared into the sky. Time passed day by day. During this period, Duke Gallop replaced the royal family and began to govern the entire royal city. After forcefully eliminating the 3 major duke houses, all the nobles in the royal city accepted this fact obediently. For the nobles, as long as their interests were guaranteed, it didn't matter much to them who became king. It was precisely for this reason that the subsequent handover went so smoothly. Although this time was tiring, Duke Gallop was both pained and joyful. The first to return was none other than Rod. After easily defeating the Lord of Saya City, William directly appointed Herman, the former president of the Shadow Pavilion branch, as the Lord of Saya City. Having long been rooted in Saya City, Herman was very familiar with the various forces within it, which allowed Rod to easily take control of the entire Saya City. However, unlike Rod's ease, other members of the Lingxiao Hall encountered considerable trouble to varying degrees. With their strength, capturing a city was not difficult. The real challenge lay in how to smoothly take over control of the main city. Among them, the males fared better, while the females, such as Dolores and others, found it more troublesome. This world is still a male-dominated one, after experiencing initial feudal persuasion and chaos. The 3 women finally understood that truth lies beneath power. As more and more people returned, until the last diamond, Ethel, came back, the kingdom of Yaster, which had been in turmoil for a month, finally settled down. A week later, Duke Gallop was crowned king in the royal city, and from then on, the kingdom of Yaster was renamed the Kingdom of Gallop. However, on the day King Gallop was crowned, the kingdom of O'Connor issued a declaration to conquer the Kingdom of Gallop. The next day, the expeditionary army of the Kingdom of O'Connor had already stationed at the border. Things escalated too quickly, so fast that even the world government composed of the 10 major kingdoms didn't understand what was happening. Nevertheless, war was about to break out. William, how should we respond? In the palace council chamber, everyone was already aware of the Kingdom of O'Connor's declaration of war. However, when the day actually arrived, King Gallop felt a bit anxious. If it were just a simple war between kingdoms, Gallop wouldn't be so flustered, but he had heard from William about the devil fruits. It was precisely for this reason that he was worried. King Gallop did not want to lose the position he had just obtained. With a slight smile, William said, "This time, I will personally take action." Upon hearing this, King Gallop finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Then, I will trouble you." At this moment, Garcia smiled and said, "I'll join you. They want to attack the Gallop Kingdom, and it will inevitably affect the Bruce Kingdom. All right then, let's move together this time." Just as William was about to leave, Dolores grabbed his arm. "Don't worry, you know my strength, right? Be careful, and I'll be waiting for your return." William touched Dolores's golden hair, smiled and nodded, then transformed into light with Garcia. At the border city of the Bruce Kingdom, when William and Garcia arrived on the city walls, they saw an endless army of the O'Connor Kingdom. Facing the O'Connor Kingdom's army, the soldiers of the Bruce Kingdom in the border city felt a wave of despair. Even though everyone was fearless, the absolute disadvantage in numbers was something they couldn't change. When they saw Garcia descending from above, they finally couldn't help but cheer. Although they all knew that even with Garcia's arrival, it wouldn't change the outcome of the war. The thought of fighting alongside the king was enough for them to die without regrets. "Don't worry, today, none of you will die. This time it's up to me." Garcia shouted these words on the city wall, leaping down amidst the astonished gazes of all the warriors. When the O'Connor Kingdom's army saw the person coming down from the city wall, no one paid any attention. In the face of such a massive crowd, an individual's power couldn't even create a ripple. However, just as everyone was mocking Garcia for overestimating himself, a scorching heat wave spread from his body, and the power of the magma fruit turned Garcia's hands into blazing magma, accompanied by the terrifying force pouring down onto the earth. He shouted, "Meteor volcano! Boom! 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 Boom!" When the disaster-level magma giant fists fell from the sky, everyone in the O'Connor Kingdom was left in a daze. "No! God! How is this possible? Run!" With a tremendous roar and cries of despair, the entire army of the O'Connor Kingdom was completely defeated. However, just as everyone in the Bruce Kingdom was shocked by Garcia's power and the victory of the war, a sea of red smoke rose up from the rear of the O'Connor army. "This is the fruit of the evil fruit user. Garcia, do you need my help?" On the city wall, looking at the sky filled with red mist, William asked calmly. "No need. I'm enough on my own." With a hint of domineering aura, Garcia descended like a god, unleashing the power of the magma fruit and charging directly into the army of tens of thousands. Wherever he went, everything was consumed by magma, and even the devil fruit users were no exception. Seeing Garcia's unstoppable momentum, the O'Connor Kingdom's Demon Legion dispatched over 100 devil fruit users. But, buzz, the moment the Conqueror's Haki was unleashed, everything returned to 0D. With another meteor volcano attack, the entire O'Connor Kingdom's army was completely defeated by Garcia alone. Witnessing this scene, an uproarious cheer erupted from the walls of the Bruce Kingdom, as everyone cheered for Garcia, cheering for their king. Thus, Garcia accomplished the feat of single-handedly repelling a kingdom. However, William's actions did not stop due to the O'Connor Kingdom's retreat. Seeing Garcia return, William said, "Now that the Bruce Kingdom is safe, I should set off as well." Garcia, of course, understood what William intended to do. "What if I go with you? Having one more person?" "No need." Swinging his neck back and forth, making cracking sounds, William chuckled. "No need. In fact, I've been holding back for too long." Slowly rising into the air, William nodded at Garcia. His figure turned into light and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. O'Connor Royal City. William's figure descended from the sky. Boom! With terrifying power, a massive force swept across a 10-kilometer radius centered on William. "O'Connor King, come out!" A cold voice echoed throughout the O'Connor Royal City, as William's figure slowly emerged from the thick smoke, and with a roar, the smoke filling the sky was completely dissipated. "William Duke, the master of Lingshao Palace." A domineering voice approached, as a white-haired yet imposing elder flew from the palace to stand before William. Behind the elder, 10 individuals clad in identical red and silver armor, draped in gray cloaks, and wearing demon masks stood in a row. "Oh, you actually know me." William was somewhat surprised that the O'Connor King recognized him. To know oneself and one's enemy is the key to victory in every battle. As the most talented shadow of the Yaster Shadow Guild, I naturally know you. Looking around at the destruction caused by William, the O'Connor King exclaimed, "Your power truly deserves the title of genius. You should have already realized it, right? My army has already surrendered to Yaster. Oh no. It should be called the Gallop Kingdom now. Submit to me, and I will grant you the chance to live." Seeing that William remained unmoved, the O'Connor King continued, I've always been lenient towards geniuses. Join me, and I can guarantee that the next president of the O'Connor Kingdom's shadows will be you. How about it? Hearing the O'Connor King's words, William couldn't help but applaud. To be honest, I almost couldn't help but agree. Oh, then, do you have any other concerns? Or do you think Gallop can withstand my army? That's right. Your army was just defeated. It's normal for you not to have received news. What did you say? Haha, the O'Connor King sneered. You say my army was defeated? Are you joking with me? You know, waving his hand. William directly interrupted. I know what you want to say, a devil fruit army, right? Huh. Upon hearing this, the O'Connor King was taken aback. He did not expect that the kingdom's biggest secret would be revealed by William. To be honest, do you know what you are in my eyes? Slowly extending his hand. William's palm was slightly clenched. To be honest, you are too weak, so weak that I can just squeeze lightly. Boom. Blood mist erupted suddenly behind the O'Connor King. Before the O'Connor King could comprehend what happened, the 10 devil fruit users behind him had their heads crushed by William. Even with the devil fruit, they could not escape death. Do you see that? With a thought, the armor on the 10 men was melted and compressed by an invisible force, and in an instant, countless short swords were aimed at the O'Connor King. For me, killing you is incredibly easy. Protect the king. Following the death of the 10-man team, more devil fruit users rushed towards William from all directions. However, with a sweep of his gaze, bang, 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 like a chain reaction, all the devil fruit users that entered his vicinity were blown into a mist of blood. The bizarre way they died stunned everyone. The O'Connor King in front of William's dimensional presence flashed with sharp light in his eyes. Your fruit ability can actually control metal? Did you figure it out? Indifferent. William pointed, like 1,000 swords returning to their source. Countless long swords surged towards the O'Connor King. Don't underestimate me. With a furious roar, a blood-red aura coalesced around the O'Connor King. Boom! Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing exploded continuously. William was surprised to find that his imitation of 1,000 swords returning to their source was actually blocked by the O'Connor King. Interesting. But how long can you hold out? Do you think this can kill me? With a roar, boom! Blood-red energy erupted, and countless long swords were sent flying by the giant O'Connor King. In the next moment, the O'Connor King slammed to the ground, pressing his hand against the earth. Rumbling. With a single grasp, the entire ground seemed to be lifted by him. What is this? His figure instantly vanished from William's sight, and a massive blood-red fist had already reached the back of William's head. Interesting? Slap. With a loud bang, a small hand easily blocked the O'Connor King's punch, while William elbowed back. Boom! With a loud crash, the O'Connor King was instantly sent flying by William. Witnessing this scene, countless devil fruit users rushed towards William. As various extravagant abilities approached him, William swiped his hand, and a shield made of metal formed in front of him. Amidst the huge roar, countless red smoke surged towards William. Seeing this, William revealed a playful expression. It's about abilities, huh? With a sweep of his gaze, Buzz. Dozens of devil fruit users were dragged into the illusion world and erased. His right hand clenched into a fist. Crack. Boom. Under the shockwave, half of the royal palace was directly pierced through by William. Crack, crack, crack. Rumbling. As William cleared the area with a punch, the O'Connor King, rising from the ruins, pressed his hand to ground. Buzz. Rumbling. In the next moment, the ground beneath William's feet suddenly cracked open, and with a grab of his hands, a mythical rock giant appeared before him. As the rock giant swung a punch, another steel wall appeared in front of William. Is that it? He reached out and grabbed the steel wall, transforming it into a giant spear that he held in his hand, then threw it. With a thud, the rock giant was instantly pierced through the head by William. It's not over yet. As William regained control, the giant spear transformed into a massive brick, which William slammed down with one hand. Boom! The rock giant was instantly shattered into pieces. With a pointed finger, he pierced through several devil fruit users behind him who attempted to ambush, and William's foot landed squarely on the face of King O'Connor, who was preparing to continue his attack. Bang! With another loud noise, King O'Connor was forcefully pressed into a deep pit by William. Even with his demonized body, King O'Connor still couldn't break free from William's strength. With wide eyes, he attempted to resist again. For metal short blades appeared out of nowhere, piercing through King O'Connor's limbs. In addition, William delivered a fatal blow. Hearing King O'Connor scream, William couldn't help but shiver. Sorry, just a moment of carelessness. He casually drew his fifth sword, but it seemed to have already been rendered useless. I will kill you. I must kill you. With blood-red eyes wide open, King O'Connor glared fiercely at William, his face showing a menacing expression. I will definitely kill you. I will also kill all your relatives. Friends, if you say that, then I have nothing to feel guilty about. Listening to King O'Connor's various vicious curses, a playful expression appeared on William's face. Moreover, you actually inherited the powers of both the divine fruit and the devil fruit at the same time. You are indeed a bit different. You mere human. What do you know? William was speechless. It seemed that King O'Connor considered himself a demon and didn't see himself as human. I am quite curious about how you came up with the idea of planting the demon tree. With a glance, the ability of the mind fruit activated. No, get out of my head. Unlike others, King O'Connor possessed both divine and demonic powers, and therefore had a stronger mental strength than ordinary people. But compared to William, there was no comparison at all. Soon, William had learned all the secrets in the other's memory. To his surprise, it was like this. Cough, cough, cough. Due to the immense mental strain and his physical injuries, King O'Connor was coughing up blood, his features bleeding, and his spirit was at an all-time low. Ha ha! Amidst a grim laugh, King O'Connor hoarsely said, even if you know, what of it? Sooner or later, you and your human race will be completely destroyed. Then I can only say, you know nothing of my power. Glancing at the devil fruit users still rushing towards him, William turned around and slowly raised his fist. Speaking of which, I have never used this power before. Today, I will make an exception for you to see. Taking a deep breath, William threw a simple punch. Boom! Under the explosive force of the punch, everything in William's line of sight turned to nothingness. After a long time, King O'Connor's expression was one of dazed disbelief. As the dust gradually settled, looking up at the sky, King O'Connor's expression was extremely complicated. How could a mere human possess such power? To cultivate a new divine tree for the entire West Asia continent, to have endured for over 1,000 years for this plan, I admire you. At this point, William finally understood the greatest secret of this world. The divine and demonic races in the ruins of the gods were originally all human races. But a war between gods and demons caused the entire world to collapse. After the Great War, the remaining divine and demonic races temporarily reconciled. But their home planet had already been shattered. To continue their lineage, both races brought the seeds of the divine tree to the West Asia continent. Because the growth of the divine tree requires a long wait, the demons used their immense power to forcibly create the entire miracle forest to protect the divine tree. After completing this task, all the divine and demonic races resided in a place known as the outer domain. However, as time passed, and they interacted with the humans of this world, some of the gods of the divine race gradually changed their mindset. Their presence not only accelerated the development of civilization in this world, but also taught humans to use the powers of the divine fruits, even giving birth to offspring with the humans of this world, gradually evolving into today's world. Similarly, the demons also had their own kind, but they did not release humans. Instead, they released the demonized creatures in the miracle forest. The two races developed separately, originally living in peace, until humans attempted to annex the miracle forest, leading to an inevitable war. This also directly resulted in the downfall of a kingdom and a divine race at that time. Thus, the divine and demonic races, feeling they had violated the agreement, all withdrew to return to the outer domain. However, one demon remained behind, the one who hid in the miracle forest to protect the divine tree, Yulia. King O'Connor's knowledge about the devil fruit was taught by Yulia. As for King O'Connor, he was even more absurd, clearly human, yet willingly acting as a demon traitor. Is being a demon something to be proud of? This world will eventually belong to the divine and demonic races. Since you can't win, why not join? Moreover, what's wrong with being a demon? The weak human body has no comparison to the demons. Even the divine fruits are nothing but toys bestowed by the divine race. What great philosophy of if you can't beat them, join them. William was left speechless by King O'Connor's reasoning. To be honest, you really wasted all that talent. In William's view, King O'Connor not only had the best identity in this world, but he also had opportunities that surpassed ordinary people and a unique physique that made him a true protagonist. What a shame, it was truly wasted. However, William understood why King O'Connor thought this way. This era and this world limited King O'Connor's thinking. Your existence is the greatest threat to this world. For the sake of this world, die. With a roar, King O'Connor's body began to swell. A self-detonation? Boom! That terrifying self-detonation power, capable of destroying the entire O'Connor kingdom, twisted in William's palm. Yet even with such power, it still couldn't spill out a single bit from William's hand. After a full 3 seconds, A wisp of green smoke rose from William's palm. Watching King O'Connor turn to ashes in the self-detonation, William couldn't help but sigh. If it weren't for the difference in ideology, he would have really wanted to recruit this one into the Lingxiao Hall. After consuming the earth fruit that had condensed after King O'Connor's death, brilliant yellow light erupted from William's eyes, until he completely absorbed the power of the earth fruit. William slapped his hand. Boom! Accompanied by the violent tremor of the royal city, a brand new palace rose from the ground. And like the palace that had now become the Gallup Royal City, the statues of the 10 Directions Emperor were also engraved at the entrance of the palace by William. Behind the statue of the 10 Directions Emperor was a subbase specifically built by William for the Lingxiao Hall. From now on, the O'Connor Kingdom will merge into the Gallup Kingdom, and all divine fruit users and devil fruit users must report to the Lingxiao Hall within a month. Those who disobey will be killed without mercy. William's voice spread throughout the entire O'Connor Kingdom through the power of the heart fruit. At the same time, shadows slowly rose from William's own shadow. William was well aware that some people would not take his commands seriously. The existence of the shadows was not only for registration work, but also to intimidate everyone in the O'Connor Kingdom. Step 3 of the plan: establish the Celestial Hall. Transforming into light, William disappeared from the King of O'Connor, Gallup. After hearing William's plan, although King Gallup hesitated, he ultimately agreed. While the divine bestowal registration was in full swing, William began to think about the outer realm. In William's view, although he had not examined it closely, he was certain that place would be very suitable to become the headquarters of the Celestial Hall. Now, there is only one question before William. Should the 2 races of deities and demons from the outer realm remain? William considered himself not a person who kills, so he thought, let's go talk to them. However, before that, William remembered the demon Yulia still in the miracle forest, and he thought of the divine tree's fruit. Perhaps I can achieve everything in one step. When Dolores heard that William was going to the miracle forest, she immediately became interested. This time, I'll go with you. Just as William was about to say something, Tiffany, who had just returned, curiously asked, Where are you going? Nowhere. Without a second thought, Dolores directly denied it. However, Tiffany, hearing this, would not believe it. She hopped into William's arms, her clear big eyes blinking at him. William, seeing this scene, Dolores was speechless. This woman was simply getting more and more outrageous. Acting cute and silly, she was trying all sorts of ways to entice him. Fortunately, William was not fooled. Otherwise, if it were another man with that taste, he would have probably surrendered long ago. William disliked lying, so he said directly, We are going to Miracle Forest. Miracle Forest? Upon hearing this place, Tiffany instantly lost interest. She had already spent enough time there and felt more comfortable staying here. However, while Tiffany was not interested, Vicky was very eager. Can I go with you? Dolores? Tiffany. Looking at Tiffany still in William's arms and then at Vicky, Dolores covered her head, feeling a headache. It seemed that her competitors were increasing. Recently, there had been quite a few matters concerning the Celestial Hall. So this time to the Miracle Forest, I'll just take Dolores with me. Hearing William's words, Vicky looked disappointedly at him. When she saw William not speaking, she could only turn and leave. As for Tiffany, whether she was jealous or it was unintentional, when she left, she accidentally stepped on William's vital spot. William gasped, looking at Tiffany who flew away, and he couldn't help but laugh. Miracle Forest. William did not know where Yulia was, but he knew how to find him. When William and Dolores arrived by the divine tree, a person shrouded in demonic energy appeared before William. However, to William's surprise, the other party did not directly attack. This is not a place for you. Leave here. Yulia. Upon hearing William call out his name, Yulia's voice was clearly filled with surprise. You know me? I don't know if you remember O'Connor. After a moment of silence, Yulia asked, Are you his descendant? No, I killed him. Hearing this, Yulia looked puzzled. I learned many things from him. The 2 races of deities and demons, the divine tree. So, I established an organization called the Celestial Hall, and I want the 2 races to join me. Yulia frowned under the demonic energy. Are you joking? What makes you think the deities and demons will join you? Very simple, because just as William's hand was about to touch the divine tree, dark demonic energy wrapped around his hand like tentacles. I advise you, it's best not to do that. Although Yulia did not know what William was trying to do, he would never allow William to touch the divine tree. You really don't look like a demon. Yulia's actions completely overturned William's preconceived notions about demons. Those who touch the divine tree shall die. Without saying much, countless demonic energy tentacles appeared behind Yulia. Dolores, leave it to me. With a slight smile, Dolores donned her holy attire. feeling the immense power erupting from Dolores's body. Yulia's expression changed. What? In an instant, the battle between the two had reached a fever pitch. While they were fighting, William's hand had already touched the divine tree. And with the infusion of infinite power, all the power within the divine tree was activated. However, just as the divine fruit was about to bear fruit, William stopped the infusion of infinite power. A wave of light flickered, and the divine fruit was in William's hand. Dolores, drive Yulia back, and Dolores came to William's side, asking in confusion, "What's wrong? Eat it." Seeing this scene, Yulia's face changed dramatically. This is, just at that moment of sudden distraction, Dolores obediently ate the divine fruit from the divine tree. The next moment, an unprecedented force erupted within Dolores. Accompanying the burst of power, Dolores could clearly perceive the entire world, as if her consciousness had become this planet. Not only that, but Dolores could also clearly sense that in this world, she could do anything she wanted. No! Seeing this scene, Yulia let out a furious roar that shook the heavens. However, the moment he attempted to attack Dolores, the power within him began to be stripped away. How was this possible? William patted Dolores on the shoulder, and at William's signal, Dolores stopped stripping Yulia's power. Now, the fate of both the deities and demons is in my hands. Of course, you can also continue to plant the divine tree in another world. I give you this opportunity. Kneeling on the ground, Yulia understood that they had lost. Regardless of whether William would actually allow them to choose a world to plant the divine tree again, even if he agreed, the divine and demon races no longer had that opportunity. In fact, although the divine and demon races called themselves divine beings, their lifespans were not endless. Throughout this long wait, their lives had already reached the point of exhaustion, and their only hope, the fruit of the divine tree, had been eaten by Dolores. If they disagreed, what awaited them would likely be death. Time passed, and a full 10 years had gone by. In 10 years, the entire West Asia continent had undergone earth-shattering changes. Today, the Lingxiao Palace governs the heavenly realm, while the world government led by the Gallop Kingdom manages the mortal realm. As for the Miracle Forest, it was blown apart by William S. Punch, but the result of this was that, due to a bit too much force, the entire West Asia continent was shattered, and the original land had directly turned into an age of seas. Although William found this outcome somewhat strange, he ultimately didn't care, as the Lingxiao Palace primarily resided in the outer domain, and he and his companions rarely returned to the land. Thus, the whole world entered a post-navigational era. After returning to the Lingxiao Palace, William and Dolores completed their grand wedding. In 7 years, they successfully gave birth to a son and a daughter. As for Tiffany and Vicky, although William did not formally marry them, Dolores had already tacitly accepted the situation. Now, the children had grown up. In a moment of stillness, William suddenly felt the desire to return home. Dolores had also learned that William was not from this world, and when she heard he wanted to go back, she felt a bit flustered. However, in the end, she did not stop him. In fact, Dolores also wanted to go back with William, but she understood that she could not leave this world. Even if William said he could sever his ties with this world, Dolores still did not do so. It wasn't that she didn't want to, nor was it that she didn't want to give up her powers, but rather, she was no longer just William's wife. She was also the mother of 2 children and the goddess of this world. More importantly, Dolores didn't want William to feel like she was a burden. Whenever he wanted to come back, he could. I and the children will always wait for you in this world. Lying quietly in William's arms, Dolores hesitated for a moment and said, "And Tiffany and Vicky, they will miss you too. Wait for me to come back." The spatial transmission between 2 worlds, even William could not arrive instantly. Ignoring the damage caused by the spatial tearing, William asked the system, "Will there be any differences in the flow rate of time between Earth and the West Asia continent?" The system answered, "In the same universe, the flow rate of time is actually the same." Hearing this, William felt relieved. After 30 consecutive spatial jumps, William finally saw the familiar solar system and Earth. He was back. Stepping out, William's feet were already on the soil of his homeland. Breathing in the air of this world, William felt a sense of fulfillment, both physically and mentally. William Duke was the name he used in the West Asia continent. In fact, on Earth, his name was simply William. You might say this name is too westernized, but there's nothing to be done. It was the only thing his parents left for him. Even though William himself did not know who they were or whether they were still alive. When he traversed the West Asia continent, it was the year 2010 on Earth. But upon his return, The current time was already 2023, and the changes in this world made William feel unfamiliar. However, it didn't take long for him to adapt completely. The power of the heart fruit allowed William to easily learn about all the major and minor events that had occurred on Earth over the past 13 years. The explosive leap in technology also propelled the development of the entire world. Although there were several disasters along the way, overall, it was still a wonderful era. Time quickly passed to a week later. William was living a boring life in the top luxury mansion he had bought for $200 million. To be honest, William regretted not bringing Dolores and the other two women back, which led to his current boredom of scrolling through various borderline videos on his phone to kill time. As for this house, William had bought it through official channels 3 days after arriving in this world. For William now, money was no longer something he needed to pursue. The ability of the mechanical fruit, which was quite ordinary in the West Asia continent, was like a godly existence in modern society. With the ability to control any machinery, William was almost a god on the internet. In fact, with just a slight thought, he could instantly become the richest person in the world. However, he had always adhered to a low-profile attitude and was unsure if there were unknown powers in this world, as well as needing to learn some necessary knowledge. So during this time, William had mostly stayed at home. Today was the 7th day he had stayed at home. While continuously enriching his consciousness through the internet, William also made sure to exercise his somewhat rusty body. After quickly completing 20 laps in the indoor swimming pool, William's body came to a stop. The entire world had been scanned, and no special powers were found. Since that was the case, it was time to let loose. What should he do? This is a good question. In fact, it's a question that William has been struggling with for a long time. The first step is to unseal oneself. Clearly possessing power that surpasses the entire world, why suppress oneself? After finally returning, he should do the things he once wanted to do, but dare not do. Unknowingly, the seal in William's heart was quietly broken. Looking at the female streamer on his phone, who was gently swaying her body, William directly scrolled the gifts to the bottom. Just as he was about to press the send button, he hesitated again. Isn't this too childish? Thinking of it this way, William felt relieved. Yes, so what if it's childish? Who can dictate what I can or can't do? He directly pressed the gift button. A carnival worth 3,000 yuan was sent out. Suddenly, a beautiful gift effect appeared on the phone screen. Wow! With a surprised expression, the little fairy, who was slightly twisting her body, immediately covered her chest with her hand and repeatedly thanked. Thank you, Emperor Hao Tian. Thank you for the carnival sent by Emperor Hao Tian. Brother Hao Tian, message me privately in the back end, and I'll add you on WeChat after the stream. What dance do you want to see, Brother Hao Tian? Listening to the sounds coming from a live stream, William had a strange expression. To be honest, this was the first time he had sent a gift since watching live streams, and he didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. However, why did he feel embarrassed? Don't underestimate 3,000 yuan. In fact, many people might only earn 3,000 yuan a month, and William just gave it away. Although the streamer wouldn't receive the full 3,000 yuan, such an act was enough to make a relatively small streamer like the little fairy so excited. After all, the little fairy, who just reached 100,000 followers, had only received a carnival reward for the first time after a month of streaming. I didn't ask you to just pick a dance and perform. If it's good, I'll send you another one. The mechanical fruit gave William the ability to control any machinery, and without any action from him, a line of text was sent out. Hearing William's words, the little fairy became even more excited. You'll send more? What else is there to consider? Well, how about I give my brother a glass cleaning? Sure. As the performance ended, William had a blank expression, even feeling a bit like laughing. To be honest, under the mechanical fruit ability, any special effects are useless to William, and thus, he only watches streamers who are inherently talented, like this little fairy. Although her popularity isn't very high, she is indeed beautiful. However, it feels a bit discordant for someone with a pure image to dance like this. Because of this, after watching her entire performance, William replied, "You danced well, but don't do it again." Little fairy. Just as the little fairy didn't understand what William meant, the carnival special effects were activated again. Instantly, all dissatisfaction was put away, and she kept calling out brother, brother. The 2 rounds of carnival boosted the little fairy's popularity, and soon, the number of viewers in her live stream was constantly rising. However, seeing the sweet interaction between the two in the live stream, many people suddenly felt dissatisfied. After a wave of various gifts, the little fairy had to change the topic. However, in the back end of William's live stream, the little fairy sent William various apologetic messages, paired with some cute emojis. All right, this operation is really impressive. Is it fun? Actually, it's just okay, but William is bored. Moreover, if it's just to pass the time, it can actually be quite engaging. After sending 3 rounds of carnival gifts in a row, William began to switch live streams. Whenever he saw something good, he would send a carnival gift. Whenever he saw something fun, he would also casually send a carnival gift. In no time, the level of William's account started to soar. At this point, William noticed that the live streaming platform account also had levels. William checked and found that the highest level was level 60. 20 million? These rich people are really impressive. While secretly thinking that these people are insane, William clicked to recharge 20 million for himself. Awesome. He silently gave himself a thumbs up. Bang. William's level instantly rose to the top tier. How does it feel? No special feeling, just comfortable. So, every time William entered a live broadcast room, without discussing anything else, a line of golden text would appear first, followed by various welcome shows and constant calls of brother and big shot. William was also very generous. Anything that felt good would start with a carnival. If it felt nice, another carnival. And if he was satisfied, 3 carnivals would be the limit. Then on to the next one. Such bold moves made William's account suddenly go viral on the live streaming platform. After all, who could refuse a true big shot? For an entire afternoon, William did nothing but send gifts and watch videos. Although he felt very childish himself, there was nothing he could do. He was just really bored. That night, the number of followers on William's account skyrocketed from single digits to over 100,000, and this number continued to rise as William kept sending gifts. In this process, naturally, some were amazed, some were skeptical, and everyone was guessing whether William was really wealthy or just pretending to be rich. The next day, gifts were given. The third day, the gifting continued. When William spent over 10 million for 3 consecutive days, all doubts vanished, and everyone knew that William was indeed a big shot. On the 4th day, William stopped spending. He released a video, and the content was very simple. With no other meaning, it was just about buying a second-hand car. You might ask, what's so special about a second-hand car? However, this second-hand car was a Ferrari 300 GTO. At the time, its auction price exceeded 300 million, and William bought it directly for 400 million. Then, in the video, he drove it away. Yes, he didn't keep it in a collection. He drove it away. A car worth 400 million. What does that mean? This is a moral decline, a distortion of humanity. And worship the big shots. The big shots are amazing. The big shots are powerful. Below William's video, although there are various insulting comments, there are more expressions of worship and friendship messages. In fact, most people in this world actually harbor resentment towards the rich, but when a person becomes extremely wealthy, this resentment undergoes subtle changes. Just like Ma, just like Juan, although there may be envy and jealousy, the feeling of resentment towards the rich is actually very rare. That night, William didn't do any promotion. He simply opened his live stream. Of course, all the streaming equipment was assembled by William himself using his mechanical fruit ability. Does William want to be a streamer? Of course not. William is just here to have fun. He thought there wouldn't be many viewers, but who would have thought that the number of viewers would surge to over 10,000 instantly, and the number displayed in the back end was still rapidly increasing. 1 minute into the stream, William hadn't said anything. Yet he saw that the number of people in his live stream had already reached over 20,000, and the comments were continuously flooding the screen. William noticed a comment on the bullet screen. Huh? Why can't we send gifts? Regarding this question, William smiled and replied, I have turned off the gift donation feature in the live stream. You don't need to send me gifts, I don't need them. Once this was said, it triggered countless comments, with various big shots flooding the screen. You don't need to send me gifts, I don't need gifts. In fact, I just decided to go live today on a whim, just for fun, and I really didn't expect so many people to watch, which was quite surprising. However, since everyone seems to enjoy it, let me introduce myself. My name is William. You can call me William or my online name Haoyan. Either is fine. I'm currently in City S, and my profession is confidential. The reason I'm going live is to share a bit of my life with you all. I casually lifted the camera to show you a glimpse of where I live. William said, this is where I usually stay. Noticing the comments on the screen, William nodded. Yes, there is an indoor swimming pool here, and I swim here when I have free time. Just as he was about to continue speaking after showing the pool, he noticed another comment on the screen. It seems there are quite a few talented people in the live chat, as they guessed which community I live in. But since you know, let us not continue discussing it. It's just a hassle. Laughing, William pulled the camera back. Let me explain my video from today. First, I want to clarify that I'm not trying to flaunt my wealth, cough cough, mainly not flaunting my wealth. I just bought a car that I really like. So I wanted to share that with you. I hope you can understand that feeling. When I started this live stream, I actually just wanted to do a simple warm-up, and I was planning to start the official sharing tomorrow. However, Since it seems like everyone is enjoying it, I'll just share a bit about my daily life. With a pack of cigarettes, a phone, and a car key, William left his place. As he walked, he laughed and said, "Do you know why everyone likes me? Because I'm rich." Looking at the comments in the live chat that said rich repeatedly, William was speechless. Being rich is one thing. The main thing is, who would refuse a man with a camera on his head? Once this was said, the atmosphere in the live chat suddenly became tense. This joke is really cold. Seeing this scene, William laughed even happier, until the camera captured William's car. The barrage in the live stream started to go crazy again. Although the car is even older than William himself, it can't be helped. After all, this is a car worth $400 million. Starting the vehicle, the roar of the V8 engine echoed, and under the gaze of the onlookers, William quickly drove to his destination, the most bustling pedestrian street in City S. After driving around for a full 10 minutes, William helplessly said to the live stream, "No matter how expensive your car is, if there is no parking space, you still have to wait." Just as William was about to leave, a message suddenly popped up in the live stream. "How Ian, if you don't mind, drive your car to the entrance of my hotel. You can park there directly." The entrance of the hotel? Which hotel? William was curious. "Hotel. Are you sure?" After getting a reply, William was a bit skeptical. "As long as you are willing to come, I will call and arrange it immediately." "Okay, I'll head over now." Without thinking too much, William drove directly to hotel. When William's car stopped at the entrance of the hotel, the security guard immediately approached the driver's side. As a security guard at a five-star hotel, he had seen all kinds of luxury cars, and although William's car was a Ferrari, the young security guard still came to William's window and said, "Hello, sir, you can't park here. Please move your car." As soon as these words were spoken, the live stream room was immediately filled with boos. The young man Wong had just confidently assured everyone in the live stream that there wouldn't be any issues. Who would have thought he would get slapped in the face so directly? Although it was quite frustrating, William didn't mind too much. It seemed there was no way around it. It was my fault for forgetting that today was the weekend. I can't drive here next time. Just as William was about to leave, a middle-aged man wearing a hotel manager's name tag rushed over from the hotel lobby. Sir, wait." Panting as he ran to William's car, the hotel manager respectfully said, "Sir, you are Wong's friend, William, right?" "I'm William, but I wouldn't call myself a friend just yet." Hearing this, the hotel manager exchanged glances, but the voice in his ear prompted him to respectfully present his phone to William. "Sir, Wong wants to speak with you." "Hello, I'm Wong from your live stream. I've already communicated this. Just hand your car over to the hotel manager, and he'll take care of parking it." "Thank you." William didn't say much in response. "Thank you? I'm not in S City today. When I return to S City, we should all get together, consider making a new friend. How about that?" "Friends? All right. Let's talk when you come over. I don't even know who you are right now." Hearing William's words, Wong on the other end of the line laughed instead of getting angry. "Don't worry. I guarantee you'll be surprised." After that, Wong spoke again to the hotel manager. "Manager Huang, pay attention. My friend S car is not an ordinary car. It's worth $400 million. Be careful, or I might not be able to compensate." $400 million. Hearing this figure, the hotel manager's face turned red. Looking at William's car, he felt his heart leap to his throat. Looking at William, he didn't even turn off the engine, just left the car there without worrying that someone might take it. "The car is yours. I'll come back to get it later." Watching William's departing figure, Manager Huang and the hotel security exchanged glances. $400 million. For one car. What an international joke. However, after a quick check, Manager Huang had nothing more to say. As for moving the car to a parking spot, don't be ridiculous. He didn't even want to touch it. After carefully turning off the engine, Manager Huang quickly called over several security guards to set up a barrier around the car, and in the end, even arranged for 4 people to stand at the 4 corners. There was no choice. He couldn't help but be anxious. Just as Wong said, if something happened to this car, no one here could afford to compensate for it. However, what Manager Huang didn't know was that his overly cautious actions had inadvertently caused quite a stir at the hotel. After all, 5-star hotels weren't uncommon, but a car worth $400 million was rare. Once people recognized it, soon enough, the area around William's Ferrari 300 GTO was filled with people taking pictures. And within no time, this news even trended on social media, giving hotel a rather significant advertisement. However, at that moment, Manager Huang was not feeling well. As more and more people gathered to take pictures, sweat kept dripping down his face from the tension. If something went wrong, he couldn't afford to lose his life over this. On the other hand, William was not worried at all. He was currently live streaming and walking down the pedestrian street like an ordinary person. Just as everyone in the live stream was curious about how wealthy people like William lived, a beautiful woman with long legs appeared in the video. and the camera began to shift along with her legs. At first, the men in the live stream were too busy admiring her long legs to notice. But when some women in the live stream texted to remind William to pay attention to his image, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ahem, I was just looking with an appreciative gaze. Don't misunderstand. A wave of boos accompanied by laughter erupted. This small action not only didn't cause William to lose any viewers, but also attracted more and more people to join. In an instant, the entire live stream room turned into a sea of joy. Seeing this scene, William pretended not to notice and continued on his way. He mainly came here to have dinner. After glancing at the shops on the street, William noticed a rather upscale restaurant. Not to mention, he recognized the tire logo above. However, just as William was about to walk in, he was stopped. Stopping William was a tall, good-looking blonde foreigner. Hello, sir, do you have a reservation? Reservation? William certainly didn't have one, but just by looking at the other person, the blonde foreigner warmly invited William into the restaurant. This restaurant is a business dining establishment, and the menu consists entirely of set meals. Not to mention, the main selling point is the high price. There are only 3 set meals to choose from: a 1,999 yuan 6-dish meal, a 3,999 yuan 9-dish meal, and a 6,999 yuan 12-dish meal. It's quite something. Very nice. Upon hearing the prices, even William was taken aback. He asked, "Is this the price per table or per person?" "Sir, this is the price for a single person." Although William's question was quite naive, the beautiful waitress serving him smiled and explained, maintaining a warm expression the whole time. However, her response left almost everyone stunned. Am I the only one who finds this ridiculous? Goodness, is this the life of the rich? Over 1,000 for a single meal? Not to mention the 6,999 yuan option. Even the lowest 1,999 yuan option is already absurdly expensive. It's not like they're robbing people at this speed. Although the comments on the live stream were diverse and colorful, William didn't think too much about it. Since he was here, he might as well go for the most expensive option. So he ordered the 6,999 yuan set. Very well, sir. Upon hearing William's order, the waitress's smile grew even brighter. One dish after another was perfectly delivered to William's table. All the dishes were actually quite tasty, but the portions were simply small. Huge plates with just a tiny bit in the center. As William ate, he made brief comments on each dish. Meanwhile, the waitress serving him spoke softly and moved swiftly, explaining the type of dish, the ingredients, and the concept behind it with great detail, making William feel very comfortable. By the time the dessert was served, all the dishes had been completed. While William savored the dessert, he also glanced at the comments in the live stream. Even with the addition of the beautiful waitress, 99% of people still felt it wasn't worth it. Only a few people expressed that they would consider experiencing it someday. William didn't offer any comments on that. After finishing dinner, he didn't linger and left the restaurant, heading to the pedestrian street. Watching the ebb and flow of people due to the live stream, William casually found a corner to sit and chat with the audience. Although he was sitting somewhat off to the side, the pedestrian street was still bustling with people. From time to time, he could see many fashionable young men and women passing by. While chatting, he noticed a tall, sexy, and sophisticated woman approaching from a distance, radiating an impressive aura of a high-quality mature woman. Especially with her short hair paired with fashionable sunglasses, she looked incredibly cool. As William's camera shifted again, not only did the man who had already laughed like a pig turn his attention, but even women were equally captivated by her presence. The impact was truly universal. Just as everyone was focused on the woman, a sharp-eyed viewer suddenly noticed something amiss. Can you all stop focusing on the woman and pay attention to the man and woman behind her? Sorry, what did you say? All I see are legs. So white, so long, so big. This woman is too beautiful. Haha. After a series of strange comments, William stood up and slowly walked towards the tall-legged beauty. Noticing William approaching, the tall-legged woman instinctively slowed her pace. William looked very handsome. Although he was dressed quite simply, he still couldn't hide his unique aura. As William drew closer, under the scrutinizing gaze of the sunglasses-clad beauty, her steps gradually slowed. Just when the sunglasses beauty thought William was going to strike up a conversation with her, he unexpectedly brushed past her. After standing still for half a second, the sunglasses beauty lightly huffed and muttered something as she was about to leave when a noise nearby caught her attention, prompting her to turn around. Looking at the man and woman in the distance who had already started fighting, the sunglasses beauty hesitated for a moment, but ultimately curiously followed William. Oh no, they're fighting. Wow, this woman is amazing. As the woman delivered a kick that hit the target perfectly, everyone watching, including those in the live stream, Couldn't he help but gasp in shock? With that kick, the man fell to his knees on the ground, left with nothing but the fate of being beaten. What happened? Host, hurry and ask. Aren't you going to help? That guy looks like he can't take it anymore. How can we help in this situation? Maybe others don't know what exactly happened, but William, who possesses the ability of the fruit of the heart, knows very well. However, it is precisely because he knows that William feels this man truly deserves it. Cough, cough, cough. Clearing his throat, William spoke in a calm tone. Do you want to know what really happened? Upon hearing this, everyone in the live stream couldn't help but flood the chat with question marks. Host, do you really know? This can't be a script, right? It doesn't look like it. That man seems to be badly beaten, and that woman is really powerful. Her strikes are ruthless. Watching the rolling comments in the live stream, William smiled and said, to be honest, when I first heard about it, my worldview was shattered. Damn, host, I want to kill you. I'm going to die from anxiety. Hurry up and tell us. If you don't say it soon, I'm not watching anymore. Not watching one, not watching two. What's going on? A cold voice interrupted William just as he was about to speak. Looking to the side, it was none other than the tall, leggy beauty in sunglasses. As William turned his head, the beauty noticed the device he had clipped to his ear. What is that? A camera? In this era, live streaming is quite common, but unlike others, William's equipment is obviously more advanced. Noticing the scene on William's phone, the sunglasses-wearing beauty frowned slightly and asked, are you live streaming? Shrugging, William casually replied, if you mind, I can blur your face. It's fine, I'm not a celebrity or anything. But your live stream has quite a lot of viewers, huh? At this moment, the number of viewers in William's live stream was increasing, reaching over 100,000, a number that could rival that of major streamers. Emperor Haotian. The woman chuckled mysteriously, her tone particularly meaningful. It's just a name, merely a code. William clearly didn't want to elaborate on the name. He knew it sounded a bit childish in today's context, but he didn't care. I saw you leaving just now. I came to see the excitement since I have nothing to do tonight anyway. By the way, I heard you mention you know what happened. Just as William was about to give a brief explanation, the woman could no longer contain her fury and shouted, you bastard. Scumbag. Beast. What do you think you're doing? Haven't I treated you well? I'll buy you whatever you want. Just tell me what you've done. Ah, you're keeping a mistress. That's one thing, but you're keeping a mistress right in my neighborhood. What does that even mean? Hiss. Hearing this, the onlookers were dumbfounded, but it wasn't over yet. It continued to escalate. With a fierce kick to the man's body, the woman exploded with rage. Damn it. Not only are you keeping a mistress in our neighborhood, but you also have one in the same building as me. What do you want to do? Grabbing the man's ear tightly, amidst his heart-wrenching screams, the woman continued to yell. You keeping a mistress in my building is one thing, but you're keeping 6 of them. Don't you know what kind of person you are? You can't even climb 2 floors, and you want to keep 6? Are you planning to live with me for a week or something? The painful screams once again came from the man's mouth. Hiss. At this moment, the bystanders who originally wanted to persuade the woman fell silent. Well, if that's the case, then this man really deserves to die. Just as William and everyone in the live stream were watching this shocking revelation, he heard the curious voice of the sunglasses beauty next to him. Hey, can I ask you a question? What question? Why can't a big man like you climb even 2 floors? What do you mean? Ha-ha. The live stream was filled with a series of ha-ha-ha. However, while there were seasoned viewers, there were also naive newcomers. By the way, I just noticed this question too. Does it have any special meaning? Same question. Same question. Noticing the consecutive questions in the live stream, William was a bit surprised. Why could I figure it out, but you all don't understand? Noticing the curious gaze of the sunglasses beauty, William helplessly and calmly explained, change floors to time. Time? At first, the sunglasses beauty didn't get it, but soon her face flushed. 2 minutes? Not even 2 minutes, and he has 6 lovers? This man is impressive. Hearing William's words, the sunglasses beauty couldn't help but snort and said, you seem to be quite envious. Criticism is fine, but one must see both sides. Although many might curse, I never speak falsely. For a man to have 6 women willingly be his lovers, and even live in the same building, he must have something going for him, even if he can only climb 2 floors. Just as she finished speaking, the woman who was beating up the man angrily shouted, I give you 1 million a month for pocket money, and you do this. Generous, huh? Each of them gets 100,000 a month. Are you even human? Just tell me. Are you human? Ahem. Clearing his throat, William quickly changed his tune. Forget I said anything. Wow. Giving 100,000 every month. How can a few women resist such temptation? This was said in less than 2 minutes, and before it even started, it ended. I feel bad about taking this money. How can they feel okay accepting it? Is this a moral decline or a distortion of humanity? Damn, what is going on upstairs? If it were me, I'd be tempted too. The person saying this had a woman's avatar, but this statement itself was one that could provoke criticism, yet received widespread agreement in the comments below. Just as William was curiously reading the comments, the sunglasses beauty nudged him and quietly asked, "Can I ask you something?" William, puzzled, replied, "What is it?" "Well, I don't quite understand. ISNT 2 minutes, a very short time?" Since the other person was whispering in William's ear, it was clear that the sunglasses beauty inadvertently revealed her entire conversation to the live stream. At this moment, the entire live stream room fell silent as everyone awaited William's response. Touching his ear, William didn't expect the other party to ask such a question. However, seeing the other person's eager expression for knowledge, William explained scientifically, theoretically, as long as a man can last for 2 minutes. It is actually within a normal range of time. Are you sure? From William's expression, it was clear that the sunglass-clad beauty didn't believe him. I said, "This is theoretical. From a physiological and scientific perspective, it's not a problem. However, in practical terms, that time is indeed a bit short. So how long can you last?" What kind of wolfish words are these? William didn't expect the other party to ask this question. However, once the sunglasses beauty spoke up, the audience in the live stream couldn't help but start questioning him eagerly. "All right, if you really want me to say it." Seeing William extend one finger, not only did the audience in the live stream burst into laughter, but the sunglasses beauty also couldn't help but laugh out loud. "1 minute? Then you're not even better than him?" "Ha, sorry, I couldn't hold it in. Come on, is my hint not obvious enough?" "I'm holding up one finger. So it means forever." "Got it. Forever?" After a moment of daze, the sunglasses beauty reacted and laughed. "Do you think I believe you?" "To be honest, I have no intention of putting others down." Taking a look at the woman in front of him, William said playfully, "But if you don't believe it, you can try." "Pervert." With a cold snort, Qin Zihan rolled her eyes under her sunglasses. "How about we make a bet?" "A bet? What are we betting on?" "Very simple. Let's bet on who asks for mercy first. If you lose, I don't want anything. If I lose, I will agree to any condition you have." As soon as William said this, the live stream erupted into chaos. Everyone knows Sima Zhao's intentions. Not only did the people in the live stream catch on, but Qin Zihan obviously did too. Looking at William, Qin Zihan couldn't help but laugh and cry. "Do you really think I would bet with you?" William shrugged nonchalantly. "Actually, I don't care. After all, the one losing is you, not me." Covering her forehead, Qin Zihan felt defeated by William. "Aren't you the host? Aren't you afraid your fans will hear you say that?" "I'm not a professional host. As for fans, do I even have fans?" Live stream. Qin Zihan. After glancing at the number of fans displayed on William's phone backend, which had even surpassed 1 million, Qin Zihan was even more speechless. "Are you sure that what you just said doesn't matter? Also, where did you buy all this equipment? I've never seen it before." Pointing to the live streaming device on her ear, William casually said, "You mean this? I made it myself when I had nothing to do. How about it? Am I quite handy? Speaking of which, this is related to my profession. Aren't you a host?" "I'm just playing around with live streaming." Hearing this from William, Qin Zihan was even more curious. "Oh, then what do you do as your main job?" In Qin Zihan's view, someone who casually gained 1 million followers must have a more impressive main job. Clearing his throat, William said with a serious expression, "My main job, well, that's a long story. So my main job is..." Seeing William hesitate to speak, Qin Zihan couldn't help but urge, "Come on, just say it. Miss Qin, how about we add each other on WeChat to chat in detail?" Qin Zihan. Then, realizing something, Qin Zihan frowned. "Wait, do you know me?" Shrugging, William replied, "I don't." "Then how do you know my last name is Qin?" Hearing this, Qin Zihan became even more skeptical. "Miss Qin, do you believe in fate?" "What do you mean?" As William continued to speak mysteriously, Qin Zihan grew more curious. "When I was a child, a fortune teller told me that my future wife has the last name Qin. I never believed it before, but after meeting you, I do." Looking at William's mysterious expression, Qin Zihan couldn't help but roll her eyes after a moment of silence. "Do you think I believe you? In the dark, there is a destiny set by heaven. I am unmarried, and you are unmarried, so how about we give it a try?" Looking at the QR code William handed over, Qin Zihan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately couldn't resist adding William on WeChat. "The host is doing well. You can't say that. Women love this kind of stuff. Lesson learned. Next time I'll try it too. The one upstairs, the premise is that you need to have money. The one above that, if you're ugly. Be careful of being accused of sexual harassment." Haha. Watching the rolling comments in the live stream, William casually replied, "There's nothing I can do. This is my strength." Hearing William's words, the comments in the live stream went even crazier. Meanwhile, Qin Zihan blushed and playfully hit William, explaining, I'm not that kind of casual woman. I can tell. Otherwise, you wouldn't have delayed yourself until this age. However, as soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the live stream instantly froze. With sharp eyes looking at William, Qin Zihan said coldly, Are you saying I'm old? William shook his head, his gaze sincere. No, on the contrary. You are at your most beautiful now. As their eyes met, the atmosphere became somewhat ambiguous. Smooth talker. Rubbing his nose, William sighed helplessly. There's nothing I can do. That's my flaw. As soon as these words were spoken, the live stream was filled with a series of ellipses. It was inevitable. It was too slick. However, Qin Zihan, who heard this, couldn't help but smile. In her opinion, William was indeed different from others. What Qin Zihan didn't know was that for William, who possessed the ability of the soul fruit, there truly wasn't any woman in this world who could resist him. After all, who would refuse a partner who was in sync with them? Of course, the main reason William spoke so much to Qin Zihan was also that, although she appeared to be a proud and sexy mature woman, she was actually a very interesting, self-contradictory, and self-loving woman. In this materialistic society, women like Qin Zihan have become quite rare. However, this is somewhat related to Qin Zihan's family background. Not only was she born into a prestigious family, but her grandfather also had a strict upbringing. From a young age, Qin Zihan began receiving the best education, and her parents' influence further instilled in her a strong sense of integrity. Hearing the sirens not far away, William knew that the show was about to end, so he said, If there's nothing else later, how about we watch a movie together? Are you this direct with other girls too? I'm actually a relatively introverted person. I only become this proactive when I meet the right person. After saying this, William directly opened up. Sometimes, when fate arrives, you can't stop it. You see, when I bought the movie ticket today, I accidentally bought an extra one. Look, it just so happens. What a coincidence. Looking at the ticket time on William's phone, Qin Zihan was a bit surprised, but soon she thought of a possibility. You weren't originally planning to meet another girl, were you? On my honor, I didn't have plans with anyone else. The people in the live stream can testify to that. However, when William showed the comments in his live stream, he found that everyone was tearing him down. Don't be fooled by him, beauty. The host is a scumbag. Of course, he has plans with other women. Don't believe him. Watching the barrage of comments flooding the live stream, William cleared his throat and said irritably, Don't mind them. These people just love to watch the chaos. However, William's explanation made Qin Zihan even more suspicious. Why do they all say you're a scumbag? I didn't know them until today. What do they know? Shoo. As soon as these words were spoken, the live broadcast room was filled with boos. However, to be fair, William's words really left them with no way to refute. After all, what William said was indeed the truth. With no way to argue back, all they could do was boo. If you keep this up, I might just end the live stream. Once William said this, the live room immediately filled with a series of no, along with some apologies and others speaking well of William. However, in this atmosphere, it all looked as if they were being threatened by William. Don't mind them. They're all just adorable fools. In a foreigner's tone, they're all idiots. With a smile, William put away his phone and no longer let Qin Zihan look at the live stream comments. In fact, William didn't even need to look at the comments. All his actions and responses were being operated by mechanical fruit. This included William's movie tickets as well. Since there was still an hour before the movie started, the two of them just wandered aimlessly on the road. However, as they walked, Qin Zihan suddenly asked, Are we on a date right now? If you don't mind, just consider it a date. As he spoke, William reached out to hold Qin Zihan's hand. Feeling the warmth of William's palm, Qin Zihan instinctively wanted to pull her hand back, but after trying a few times and failing, she was at a loss for words. Can you let go? Let go. At this moment, how could she possibly let go? She wouldn't. Noticing the people around her, Qin Zihan couldn't help but shoot William a glare. But in the end, she didn't struggle any further. I'll give you some face this time, but don't do this again next time. Although she said that, the smile at the corner of her mouth betrayed her good mood at the moment. Do you want to eat this? No. How about some milk tea? No. Are you tired? Do you want to take a break? During the following time, the two of them didn't feel much, but to the viewers in the live stream, they seemed like a real couple, holding hands while shopping and occasionally bantering with each other. Although there were fewer comments in the live stream, very few people left. After all, the sweetness of the moment was undeniable. You guys say, am I too shameless? Clearly, I'm single, but I can't stop smiling watching them. Same question. You're not the only one. The smell of love is so nice. I'm really doomed. Jealous. Jealous when I'm watching with my wife. She is sitting. Kneeling. The amount of information is huge. Bro, what are you doing? Regarding the comments in the live stream, William replied occasionally when he was interested, and ignored them when he wasn't. Until the movie was about to start, William, holding popcorn and drinks, smiled and said to the live stream, "Everyone, the movie is about to start, so today's live stream will end here due to copyright issues. If you don't find it boring, feel free to join again tomorrow. Bye." While speaking, William waved at the camera, but then he noticed the small square on his hand, and suddenly, the atmosphere in the live stream changed. Sure enough, the scumbag identification is complete. Damn, he has already prepared for this. The world loses another innocent girl. Host, let her go, let me come. Men are silent. Women are in tears. You guys think who will win the bet tonight? I don't know who will win, but I want to say the host is winning big. We all lost. William naturally noticed the barrage of comments that flooded in after the live stream went black. But he wouldn't explain. It wasn't what they thought at all. This was just a pair of disposable gloves. Eating popcorn, keeps your hands clean. Good explanation. I just forgot to ask, what movie did you buy? After glancing at the movie title on the ticket, Qin Zihan fell silent for a moment and said, "Boring. Horror movies are all fake." This was true. But what was funny to William was that Qin Zihan was now tense all over, her hand clenching his tightly when the eerie music started at the beginning of the movie. Then, the screams echoing in the cinema startled William, who was focused on Qin Zihan. "Damn," he muttered, and only then did he manage to focus slightly on the movie's plot. If you set aside the fact that the female lead was so beautiful it distracted him a bit, the movie was indeed a very good horror film in terms of storyline and plot. This, in turn, caused Qin Zihan next to William to grow increasingly nervous and scared as the plot deepened. Even when William lifted the armrest between them and directly pulled Qin Zihan in his arms, she seemed to not resist because at that moment, she was really scared. Clumsy but playful, and also stubborn. In William's view, this perfectly described Qin Zihan. Until the movie was about to end, Qin Zihan, with a flushed face, finally sat back up from William's embrace. There was no way. During the movie, Qin Zihan had been so soft. Don't get me wrong. It wasn't that William did anything inappropriate. It was just that Qin Zihan was scared. Having been a good girl all her life, Qin Zihan had only watched horror movies twice, and the reason was, of course, because she was scared. Even though the knowledge Qin Zihan had learned throughout her life clearly told her that there were no supernatural beings in this world, and that ghosts and monsters were fake. But knowing it didn't change the fact that she was still afraid. Until they walked out of the cinema, Qin Zihan went to the restroom, and after fixing her makeup, she stared at William and said, "You must not tell anyone about today. Don't worry, I'll keep it a secret." Holding back a laugh, William nodded in agreement. However, after glancing at the time on his watch, William said, "It's getting late. You should go home. Go home." Upon hearing William's words, Qin Zihan felt that time had passed so quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was already 11 o'clock, and, at this time, the mall outside the cinema had already closed. Accompanying Qin Zihan to the parking lot, they hardly saw anyone along the way. There were only a few scattered people who had watched the same movie as William. Qin Zihan's vehicle was a black currant-colored Porsche sports car, perfectly complementing her temperament. When they reached the car and were about to get in, Qin Zihan paused and asked, "Do you want me to give you a ride?" In fact, she had been hesitating about this question all the way and ultimately couldn't help but ask. In Qin Zihan's view, William would definitely agree. However, to her surprise, William's response was very straightforward. "No need, we're not going the same way." Qin Zihan, watching William walk away without looking back. Qin Zihan bit her lip and ultimately didn't say anything to keep him. In fact, her earlier invitation was already the limit for Qin Zihan, and she hadn't expected William to refuse. However, in a way, this only increased Qin Zihan's fondness for William. At the hotel, when manager Huang finally saw William return, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Sir, here's your key." William nodded. After manager Huang politely dismissed the others, William drove in the direction of home. Halfway there, he received a blue message from Qin Zihan, saying just got home. Seeing this message, William replied, "Get some rest. I'll find you after work tomorrow." However, it took a long time for Qin Zihan to respond with just a simple okay. In fact, William knew very well that if he had been a bit more direct, he could have basically won Qin Zihan over tonight. But he didn't do that. Having experienced the beauty of love, he yearned for that kind of beauty. What William was looking for was not a one-night stand, but a woman he could grow old with. Even though William considered himself an ordinary person, he still held onto his initial faith in love. This is also why he didn't directly pursue Qin Zihan today. That said, it is true that he still indulged in short videos. Even someone as strong as William could not avoid being captivated by them. One can only say that the temptation of short videos in this world is simply too great. Of course, not all of them feature beautiful women. In fact, most are just some bizarre things. For example, there are videos of Sanderson peeling bananas, R-Star Productions, and Brothers of Color, which William watched without missing a single episode. William himself has a low threshold for humor, and after being out of touch for so many years, he still found many old jokes amusing. In between, there were some uplifting clips, Naruto, One Piece, and other tear-jerking videos. Before he knew it, it was already past midnight. If I don't scroll, it's fine, but the more I scroll, the harder it is to fall asleep. I'm completely not tired. Wait, I don't have to work. I don't have to make money, and there's no issue with my body being able to handle it. So what am I worried about? Thinking of this, William felt even more justified in scrolling. Halfway through, feeling it was a waste, William decided to multitask. He scrolled through videos, watched movies, and played games all at the same time. Great. He continued until dawn the next day, finally ending a night of hard work. Indeed, a fulfilling night brings such a pleasant mood. Looking at his VIP 10 account, now upgraded to a 100-star king, William nodded in satisfaction and closed the game interface on his phone. In the washroom, looking at himself in the mirror, William had a thought. While brushing his teeth, he took a half-body photo of himself and sent it to Qin Zihan on Blue Letter. The timing of William's message was just right, coinciding with Qin Zihan changing into her sports outfit to start her morning run on the treadmill. Seeing the photo on Blue Letter, Qin Zihan's face turned red, and even before running, she couldn't help but feel hot all over. After zooming in to observe all the details, Qin Zihan replied to William with a cute emoji question mark. Up so early? While brushing his teeth, William controlled himself to send this Blue Letter. I go for a morning run every day. At the same time, Qin Zihan didn't forget to send a beautiful photo of herself on the treadmill. The photo perfectly showcased Qin Zihan's most charming side, both in angle and lighting. And paired with her tight gray yoga pants, her charm was off the charts. However, after sending it, Qin Zihan regretted it. In fact, she didn't even understand why she sent that photo. So, she added a self-deceptive comment below, sent by mistake. Seeing those 3 words, William almost couldn't help but laugh. Looks good. William added a shy emoji after that. This made Qin Zihan's mood beautiful for the entire day, although the two didn't send any more Blue Letters afterward. During this time, Qin Zihan, for some unknown reason, began to pay attention to William's social circle. For instance, his Moments and Douyin account. When Qin Zihan finished watching the first video posted on William's account, her expression was no longer so wonderful. Handsome and wealthy, young and full of charm. Coupled with his extraordinary charisma, William perfectly matched all the conditions of a scumbag. Moreover, with William's various extravagant displays of wealth on live streaming platforms, Qin Zihan's initially fiery heart suddenly felt a twinge of worry. In reality and online, William seemed like 2 different people. Or is this just the persona William is deliberately putting on? Since Qin Zihan's company is an investment firm, it naturally has internet companies under its wing. So as the vice president, she understood so-called internet celebrities better than most. Should she ask him about it later? With this thought, Qin Zihan felt a bit worried, but would he think I'm being unreasonable? Caught in her worries, Qin Zihan even spaced out during meetings. This scene was naturally noticed by others in the company, and everyone was curiously speculating but didn't dare to ask or even remind anyone. After all, this company is actually part of the Qin family's business. And given Qin Zihan's image as a decisive and domineering CEO, most people in the company are quite afraid of her. Letting their minds wander was fine. Everyone pretended not to see it, and the meeting continued as usual. Ding! The sound of a text notification suddenly broke the silence in the office, and instinctively, everyone's gaze turned to Qin Zihan. Noticing this scene, Qin Zihan frowned slightly, and after getting up coldly, she said, "You all continue, and give me the meeting minutes after it's over." After saying this, Qin Zihan quickly left the meeting room. Seeing this, the others in the conference room exchanged glances. It was hard to tell who started it, but one of them said, "Do you think President Qin might be in a relationship?" It's possible. It really is quite possible. Who is so capable that they can even win over President Qin? Now, the meeting is not happening, and everyone in the conference room starts to discuss. Compared to the boring daily meetings, Qin Zihan's gossip is obviously much more interesting, especially since their boss Qin Zihan is not around. Everyone feels more relaxed. Just when everyone is discussing Qin Zihan in the conference room, she is blushing as she returns to her office. The reason is that William has sent her the second piece of work. The content of the work is simple, consisting of various angles of Qin Zihan's photos, interspersed with some videos of her. Today, I met her. Each stunning photo, with no dead angles, paired with William's heartfelt words, makes the entire piece almost indistinguishable from a confession. So sweet, so cute, so happy. Covering her flushed cheeks, Qin Zihan repeatedly watches this video from William, her heart racing like a deer. Qin Zihan is no longer young. She once thought she would never be moved like a young girl by something, but today, she realizes she was wrong. It's not about a specific event that moves you, but rather, it's about a person willing to do something for you. Thinking back on the worries that have troubled her all day, Qin Zihan suddenly realizes that her concerns were unnecessary. After hesitating for a long time, Qin Zihan replies with a cute smile emoji in the comments of the work. Although it's just the simplest expression, it gets quickly pinned to the top. In the comments below, the emoji soar rapidly. The female lead is online. Eating melons. I'm first. So beautiful. Okay, I'm fourth. Envious, envious. Damn, I'm the... Among them, someone was always trying to keep the formation neat, but didn't realize that their speed was far behind the others. In an instant, they were left behind by 100 people. Meanwhile, Qin Zihan received a message from William on Blue Letter. Sorry, I uploaded that piece without your consent. If you think it affects you, I can take it down. After seeing this message, Qin Zihan pondered for a long time, unsure how to respond. Saying yes would mean implicitly agreeing with what William said about the picture. Saying no might hurt his feelings. Just as Qin Zihan was struggling with how to reply, William sent a file. The file size was 1 gigabyte. Curious, Qin Zihan asked, "What is this?" "These are some photos I organized overnight yesterday. I don't know if you like them, but you can take a look." Qin Zihan received the file on her computer, which contained videos and photos. She opened one of them. Regardless of the angle, framing, layout, or pixel quality, it achieved the perfect shot. The more Qin Zihan looked, the more surprised and pleased she became. Opening Blue Letter, she asked, "When did you take these photos?" "Of course, it was last night. You can tell by looking at the background." After a careful look, Qin Zihan felt even more amazed. Although she didn't know exactly when William took the photos, she could feel his attentiveness. "Thank you. You're welcome. Just don't blame me for secretly taking photos of you. However, these from last night are still a bit imperfect. They are already very beautiful. If you give me some time and a location, I can take even better ones. Have you studied photography? I'm a professional. If you don't mind, can I invite you to be my model?" Hearing about the photo shoot, for some reason, Qin Zihan's expression became a bit strange. After hesitating for a moment, she asked, "What type do you want to shoot?" "What type do you want to shoot? Can it be lifestyle?" "Of course, it's settled then." "Okay." After ending the call, Qin Zihan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Although she didn't want to admit it, she still felt a little distracted. It's like having never eaten pork but always seeing pigs run. I hope it's not what I think it is. With a thought in her mind, Qin Zihan, the strong woman, quickly immersed herself in her work. Meanwhile, William, lying on the sofa, revealed a smile. Taking photos, what an interesting thing. After lunch, William opened the live stream. Perhaps due to the timing, the number of viewers was not high when he first opened the stream, only around 10. William was not anxious about this. After adjusting the camera angle of the live stream equipment to that of a drone, William, wearing only swim trunks, began to warm up by the pool. His picturesque physique nearly caused a few viewers in the live stream to erupt in excitement. No one expected William's body to reach such a level. His muscles were like those of an ancient Roman sculpture, making all the women in the live stream almost unable to resist licking their screens. Once the standard warm-up was over, William turned to the chat filled with hearts and said, "Before we start today's routine, let me swim first. If you don't know what I'm doing today, you can check the title of my live stream." After saying this, William executed a textbook perfect dive and began to swim underwater. His form was extremely standard and very fast. Within less than 10 seconds of professional drone footage, William had already started to turn and continue. Some attentive viewers noticed that William's speed was almost terrifying. But due to a lack of focus on that, not many were paying attention to his swimming speed. They were more curious about the title of his live stream. Creating an arc reactor was the title of the live stream. What is an arc reactor? Viewers unfamiliar with this were curious. You don't know what an arc reactor is? Is that strange? Are you an alien? Haven't you seen Iron Man? What's Iron Man? A movie? In the live stream, after a series of ellipses, those who knew were momentarily at a loss for how to explain it. The arc reactor is an energy device based on nuclear fusion. Its working principle is based on nuclear fusion. Got it. Oh, nuclear fusion. Is that hard? Upstairs, that's something fictional for movies. With today's technology, it can't be made at all. Is that hard or not? Stop explaining. That guy probably didn't even graduate from elementary school. Please don't insult elementary school students. They might not know about nuclear fusion, but they definitely know Iron Man. How could a streamer possibly make something like that? It's probably just for show, which is normal. You have to make things up at the start, and it's not illegal. What if there's a possibility? Are you joking? Do you know what that concept is? While I admit the streamer is rich, even a country can't make that with current technology. The streamer can make it? I'm just saying, what if? There's no what if. With today's technology, even the most advanced country, can't make that thing. If the streamer can make it, I'll immediately live stream myself eating food upside down. Do you believe it? It's probably just an experiment. The streamer has money, so experimenting isn't a big deal. But if it really gets made, I still don't believe it. Don't believe 1. Don't believe 10. The original arc reactor in Iron Man 1 outputs energy up to 3 billion joules per second, equivalent to a power of 3 million kilowatts, while a Boeing 747 at full speed outputs about 200,000 kilowatts, which is enough to power 15 Boeing 747s. Have you checked Baidu upstairs? I took a quick look, but indeed, this is something not possible to create by human effort. Do you believe the streamer, or believe I'm Qin Shi Huang? Come on, pay up. Haha. While the chat on the live stream was in a heated discussion, William had just finished today's workout, 2,000 meters of swimming. After coming ashore, William felt every muscle and pore opened up. One word, refreshing. As for the chat in the live stream, William didn't mind. In fact, not just the viewers, but if it were the William of the past, he wouldn't have believed it either. But that was the past now. With a slight smile, William casually wiped the water off with a towel, put on a robe, and slowly walked towards the already modified laboratory. This, my God, isn't this Tony Stark's laboratory from Iron Man? Is that mechanical arm JARVS? Could this be the streamer S1? One replica of Stark Industries' laboratory? If the familiar scene of the laboratory left everyone present in disbelief, then when the live stream camera captured the parts laid out on the table, everyone was stunned. What is this? Although everyone had a vague guess. When William began to assemble the arc reactor with a mechanical arm Jarvis, everyone in the live stream widened their eyes in disbelief. What's going on? Is this really starting? Shouldn't the live stream explain things first? What about the process? Accompanied by a series of clicking sounds, in no time, a brand new arc reactor appeared in William's hands. It looks pretty good. Looking at the reactor in his hands, a satisfied smile appeared on William's face. After a series of question marks, someone asked, is it just assembling a model? It doesn't seem impossible, right? The streamer only mentioned creating an arc reactor. Maybe we were just thinking too far off. Haha, streamer, you crack me up. Now looking back at those people, it's just hilarious. However, just as everyone was teasing, William pressed a button in his hand, and the next moment, the nanomecha gradually covered William's body. As he placed the arc reactor on his chest, click, a gentle blue light illuminated the eyes of William's armor. Ah, so cool. What the heck is this? Streamer, you're amazing. Can someone tell me what's happening? My scalp is tingling. This can't be real, right? This is obviously fake. Just a replica, but even as a replica, it's just too cool. The details, the mechanical feel. Oh my God. Amidst countless screams, William controlled the Iron Man armor to hover up. It's an illusion. This must be an illusion. Has live streaming technology advanced this much now? At this moment, the barrage in William's live stream was almost drowning. However, William at this moment didn't pay any attention to the live stream and had no intention of explaining anything. Inside the Iron Man armor, William quietly said, Jarvis, open the laboratory. Okay, Mr. William. The next moment, click. In the shocked gaze of everyone in the live stream, the top of William's house began to split open. He can't be planning to fly, right? He can't really fly, right? This can't be real. Haha, it's an illusion. All an illusion. The fact tells us that live streams can't have special effects. So do you understand now? Boom. As William's Iron Man armor soared into the sky, a drone camera quickly followed. Wow. Inside the mech, William's voice was filled with excitement. It's not the flying that's thrilling. It's showing everyone what he can do. Did you see that? I am. Taking a deep breath, William, suspended in midair, opened his helmet to the camera. I am Iron Man. Giving a thumbs up, William closed the helmet, and the next moment, amidst everyone's silence, he shot up into the sky again. As more and more people in S-City looked up curiously, they began to notice William's actions. This is real. Mom asked me why I was kneeling to look at my phone. The streamer is awesome. I'm losing my voice. I'm going crazy. Almost in less than a minute, the Iron Man topic had already topped the live stream headlines. Meanwhile, the number of viewers in William's live stream surged from over 10,000 to over 100,000 in an instant, and this speed skyrocketed at an unprecedented rate. From 100,000 000 to 1 million, from 1 million to 10 million, in less than 3 minutes. Nearly a third of the entire live streaming platform's traffic was filled by William's live stream. However, what William didn't know was that as he flew higher and his range expanded, his actions finally triggered a warning from the military's missile defense system. Accompanied by a piercing alarm, the missile defense system wouldn't care who William was. What does it mean to discover an unidentified flying object in the international metropolis of S-City? Almost in the next second, an anti-missile missile was launched from a nearby coastal base. No. Streamer, look quickly. Just as William was showing off in the air, sharp-eyed viewers in the live stream had already noticed something was wrong. It's a missile. Oh no, the streamer is in trouble. Streamer, run. Run for what? That's a missile. Do you think the streamer can outrun it? Oh no, I'm going crazy. This is a genius who can create the Iron Man armor. If he dies, do you know how big the loss would be? Hurry up and see if there are any connections. Quickly make them stop. If the streamer dies, we are all guilty. Hurry up. Think of a way. Just as everyone was panicking that William was about to be hit by a missile, William had already noticed the missile before them. But did he care? Of course not. In fact, William wanted to see if this fun and experimental Iron Man armor actually worked. So, when the anti-missile missile was about to reach him, William began to accelerate. Whoosh! His legs formed massive flames, and William's figure instantly broke through the air. The speed was so fast that he even entered the sound barrier within a second. Watching the sonic boom erupting around William, everyone in the live stream was dumbfounded. What the heck is this? Supersonic flight. Oh no! Amidst the huge roar, William and the anti-missile missile instantly disappeared into the sky. Hurry up and follow. Seeing William and the missile disappearing into the sky, the viewers in the live stream became anxious. Dude, do you not see what speed that is? No, I can't blame myself. Even if I don't want to laugh, I really can't help it. Do you think a drone can keep up? It seems so. But not being able to see makes me even more anxious. Are there any big shots in the live stream? Among the comments, a barrage quietly appeared. Wait a minute. I've already contacted the Department of Defense. Hope the streamer can hold on. Go for it. Go for it. Just as everyone in the live stream was praying for the streamer, no one noticed that the drone modified by William began to transform. The next moment, boom! Amidst the huge sonic boom, under the shocked gazes of everyone in the live stream, the live streaming drone began to accelerate continuously. Supersonic. Oh my god, my ears. What the heck is this? Boom! Another shocking scene has occurred as the live stream continues to focus, revealing the presence of anti-missile missiles and William in the live room. The streamer is amazing. Watching William, who is almost moving at the same speed as the anti-missile missiles, shuttle through the air, everyone feels a surge of excitement, even experiencing an intense sense of pride from the heart. Look, what am I seeing? Is there a bug? Or am I watching a movie? Is this a game scene? These are various questions raised by new viewers in the live broadcast room. However, after someone who had been watching the live stream explained the situation, these viewers felt like their worldview had exploded. A streamer has developed a steel battlesuit, and during a test flight, it was targeted by a national missile. And now he's on the run. Oh my god, are you kidding me? What kind of crazy live broadcast room is this? Are you all insane? I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it. Just as everyone was feeling their hearts racing, a calm voice suddenly came from the steel battle suit controlled by William. Running away like this is not my style, everyone. It's time for me to fight back. Boss, don't mess around. Streamer, that's a missile. What do you think you could do to fight back? It's already amazing that you're alive. Hurry up and run. Boss, stop messing around. I'm sorry, but I believe the country will forgive me, right? As soon as he finished speaking, William's steel battle suit suddenly did a 360 spin, and to his surprise, the anti-missile missile actually changed direction at the same time. Interesting. It reacted so quickly, accelerating again. While chasing, William lifted his arm. Buzz. Watching the missile start to sway irregularly in front of him, not only was William stunned, but everyone in the live broadcast room was also dumbfounded. This missile is too impressive, isn't it? Amazing. With a gasp, William shot straight up into the air again. As William ascended, the missile immediately began its pursuit. Everything is complicated to explain, but in reality, all of this happened within just a few seconds. Yet, it was these few short seconds that made everyone in the live stream feel as though their worldview had dramatically changed. When did live streaming become like this? However, regardless of anything else, the fact remains that William is currently on the edge of life and death. After all, a missile is right behind him. If this gets hit, even a steel armor would probably shatter. Do you really think I can't do anything about you? With a laugh, William's hands glowed with a red light as he faced the anti-missile missile below that was constantly moving irregularly. At this moment, in William's live streaming room, a viewer named Defense Orange, who supposedly had contacted the Ministry of Defense, sent a message. Host. The Ministry of Defense has issued a directive. Just hold on a little longer, and this missile can be. Before the words were finished. In an instant, Zila. Boom. A red laser instantly traced a circle. And with the explosion of the laser, the anti-missile missile suddenly exploded. In a massive explosion rising up, William's steel armor soared into the sky again. And, watching the explosion below, William executed a stylish flip in the air, hovering mid-flight. Meanwhile, the drone, transformed into a small fighter jet, had assembled onto William's arm after a series of transformations. Pulling the camera closer, William smiled at the live stream. Thank you all for your concern, but I think we should end today's live stream here. After saying this, disregarding the pleas from the live stream amidst the explosions, William directly cut off the broadcast. Exciting, isn't it? Actually, it was okay. More than that, it was more of a psychological thrill. If he transformed into light, William could guarantee that the missile wouldn't even see its own tail, but for the sake of the show's effect and some other reasons, William chose to operate this way. Returning home, he pressed a button, and the steel armor assembled into a bracelet that fit around William's wrist. Taking a glance at the slowly closing roof, William left the laboratory. After freshening up, William, bare-shouldered, entered the living room and habitually checked his phone, only to find that he had over 10 missed calls. They were from Qin Zihan. Did she see it? This number was newly registered, and thus, the only contact in this phone was Qin Zihan. As for those former classmates and friends, forget it. To them, William was probably just a missing person, and he himself had no intention of contacting them. Checking Blue Letter, there were even a series of voice messages and texts. Ding! A series of urgent phone rings sounded. Just as he answered the call, Qin Zihan's anxious voice came through. William, are you okay? I'm Fina. Don't worry. Hearing William's voice on the other end, Qin Zihan, who was driving, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Where are you? Qin Zihan's tone brooked no argument. Slightly taken aback, William couldn't help but laugh. Let me send you my location. I'll be there soon. After saying this, Qin Zihan hung up the phone directly. Qin Zihan had a somewhat strong personality, different from Dolores, Tiffany, and Vicky. Although it felt a bit strange, William didn't mind. In less than 20 minutes, ding-dong, the moment the doorbell rang, William had already opened the door to his home. When the anxious Qin Zihan saw William, she momentarily didn't know what to say. I'm fine, I'm good. Cool mean. With a slight smile, William stepped aside. Qin Zihan nodded and followed William inside. After curiously surveying William's home, the two sat on the sofa in the living room. After pouring her a glass of juice, Qin Zihan asked in a strange tone, was what you said in the live stream just now true? This question not only intrigued the people in the live stream, but also Qin Zihan. Even though she had seen the entire process, countless people still didn't believe it. Is this what you meant? William said nothing, just pressed a button on his wrist, and in the next moment, nanomachines formed a semi-finished steel arm on his wrist. Seeing this scene, Qin Zihan couldn't help but gasp. Putting down her juice, she got up and walked to William's side, hesitatingly asking, can I touch it? Of course, William smiled, placing the arm in front of Qin Zihan. It was only after she actually made contact with the steel armor that Qin Zihan truly confirmed that this was all real. Meanwhile, the news trending topics were about to explode, because today's hot topic was bizarre to the extreme. William is Iron Man, the real-life Iron Man. I'm Iron Man. William is Iron Man. Who is the Emperor Hao Ian? Can Iron Man really be made? Arc reactor, missiles, laser weapons, supersonic flight. The top 10 trending titles were stunning everyone's eyes. Those who didn't understand even thought someone had spent a fortune to buy the trending topic. But when everyone curiously clicked on it, they realized what they had missed. They missed an era. Oh my God, I'm going crazy. Is this real? Pictures prove the truth. There really is an Iron Man in this world. Meanwhile, more and more trending topics began to rise continuously. But all today's trends revolved around one person. That is William. Who is William? He is a streamer on a live streaming platform. Moreover, he is a novice streamer. Yet, this novice streamer personally crafted a steel armor and even won when faced with a missile attack. What kind of concept is this? This is simply something that seems impossible to happen, yet it really did. Moreover, it's not just the technology of the arc reactor, but also the technology of the Iron Man suit, nanotechnology, Jarvis's advanced artificial intelligence, and so on. As people dug deeper, they discovered how much technology was involved in today's Iron Man incident. Upon reflection, some people said at the time that if William really died under the missile, it would be a loss for the entire country and even the whole world. As for the live streaming community, when William was trending across the internet and the world, everyone couldn't help but complain. Why would a scientist who could change the era and even win a Nobel Prize come to compete with us streamers for a livelihood? However, no matter how much they complained, they couldn't change the fact that this event had already been established. William's house. Can I take a look at your laboratory? After confirming that William had indeed created the Iron Man suit, Qin Zihan couldn't help but curiously ask this question. Just as William was about to respond, the doorbell suddenly rang from outside. Do you have guests? Noticing the doorbell, Qin Zihan asked curiously. William shook his head. Although he didn't open the door, he already knew who was outside. Jarvis opened the door. Okay, sir. Upon receiving the order, with a beep, William's front door opened, revealing a man and a woman in military uniforms. The man had a square face and a righteous look, while the woman was graceful and had a pure appearance. If their uniforms already drew attention, the four fully armed Special Forces members behind them, holding firearms, made the situation feel even more unusual. Before the two could introduce themselves, William, sitting on the sofa, casually said, "Come in." Hearing William's words, just as the two were about to enter, the Special Forces members stepped in first. Just as the four were preparing to search William's room, William calmly said from the sofa, "I advise you not to do that." The Special Forces naturally wouldn't listen to William, but at that moment, the woman suddenly spoke. That's enough. Receiving the command, the four stood at attention and positioned themselves at the four corners of the living room. The two entered, and the woman looked at William and smiled. Let's introduce ourselves. I'm Wang Dan, and this is Yu Jinghui. We are from the Special Operations Department. Although it seemed like Yu Jinghui was taking the lead, their actual ranks were not on the same level. William nodded. Director Wang, Captain Yu. This address made the expressions of the two change slightly. You know us. Yu Jinghui spoke for the first time. Shrugging, William replied, although you might think it's a bit arrogant. The truth is that the internet in this world holds no secrets for me. Hearing this, Yu Jinghui's expression darkened, while Wang Dan laughed instead. That's true, mister. William is someone who can create Iron Man from the fantasy world, so artificial intelligence shouldn't be a challenge for you. Glancing at Qin Zihan beside William, Wang Dan said apologetically, Ms. Qin, could you please step out for a moment? We need to discuss something with Mr. William. To this, Qin Zihan didn't hesitate. And as she was about to leave, William smiled and said, There's no need for that. Didn't you want to see my laboratory? Go take a look. I'll be done here soon. Is that okay? Qin Zihan felt a bit embarrassed. It's nothing bad. Jarvis. Although William didn't issue a command, Jarvis, having understood, immediately opened the entrance to the laboratory next to one of the Special Forces members. Looking at the open room behind them, the four Special Forces members were also surprised. They hadn't expected that there was a secret room here. Moreover, they hadn't even noticed that it was just a glass partition. Once Qin Zihan entered, and Jarvis closed the laboratory door, a smile appeared on Wang Dan's face. It seems Mr. William really likes Ms. Qin, although their relationship hasn't been confirmed yet. I do quite like Zihan. At William's gesture, Wang Dan and Yu Jinghui took their seats. Mr. William, may I ask if your technology can be provided to the country? To this, William had no intention of hiding anything, saying, I can provide the technology, but I don't recommend you delve too deeply into research. Why? Wang Dan asked, puzzled. This involves the issue of technological gaps. If you want to reverse engineer my technology, you'll find that you might have to overturn the entire scientific system of the world, which wouldn't be beneficial for the country's technological development. William's abilities do not stem from technology, but from the power of the mechanical fruit from the West Asia continent. Thus, what he just said was indeed true. However, it was clear that Wang Dan and Yu Jinghui did not believe this. William had no intention of further explaining. He reached into the Ling Xiao ring and took out another nano Iron Man suit that had been prepared earlier, placing it in Wang Dan's hands. Try it out. I've already given you permission to use it. Hearing William's words, Wang Dan was curious, and the next moment, a sky blue Iron Man suit covered her entire body. Experiencing the power of the Iron Man suit and the effect of communicating with Jarvis, Wang Dan felt that everything was so magical. This feeling is like opening the door to a new world for Wang Dan. Can I try again? Of course. With a slight smile, William already understood what Wang Dan meant. Jarvis. Understood, sir. After Jarvis separated the glass window, accompanied by flames, Wang Dan fearlessly controlled the armored suit to soar into the sky. Amazing. Under the armor, Wang Dan showed a look of surprise, and with continuous control, her confidence grew stronger. However, just as she was about to ascend again, Jarvis's voice suddenly rang in Wang Dan's ear. Miss Wang Dan, If you continue to ascend, you may be detected by radar. Remembering the scene of William being chased by a missile, Wang Dan was startled and quickly lowered her altitude until she flew back to William's residence and removed the armor. Wang Dan still wore a look of amazement. Mr. William, this is simply incredible. Beside her, Yu Jinghui, who had long been eager, quickly said, Director Wang, can I try it too? I only have one usage permission for this device, so I'm sorry. Is there such a setting? Facing Yu Jinghui's gaze, Wang Dan cleared her throat and said nothing more. In fact, she wasn't very sure either. However, this is what Jarvis told her, so she could only convey it like this. Actually, I have a collaboration method. I don't know if you all agree. At this moment, William suddenly spoke up. You said, after personally experiencing the steel battle armor, Wang Dan's attitude towards William had undergone a tremendous change. I can partner with the state to establish a company where I will be responsible for the equipment and products. And the state will have the rights to use all the products in the company. Of course, if we need to sign any confidentiality agreements, I have no problem with that. This proposal is acceptable. After thinking for just a moment, Wang Dan agreed to the plan proposed by William. In fact, Wang Dan's directive upon arrival was to first confirm whether William truly possessed the core technology. If he did, then without a doubt, at any cost, they would bring William into the National Institution. As for how to cooperate, William could propose it entirely. What Wang Dan did not expect was that William was so easy to talk to. So, Mr. William, I will take care of the company's matters from now on. William nodded and casually said, all right, you handle it. However, William did not expect that 10 minutes later, after Wang Dan's phone communication, he would leap from an ordinary citizen to holding the rank of Major General. Although due to time constraints, the rank and certificate had not been officially issued. Special arrangements were made, and William directly enjoyed all the benefits of the Major General rank. After respectfully saluting William, Wang Dan smiled and said, then, I will trouble Major General William to take care of me from now on. What do you mean? William was a bit confused. Because Major General William, there are many things you are not aware of. So starting today, I will be your exclusive secretary. William found it strange. Isn't that too much of a downgrade? A director of a special operations department turned into a secretary feels a bit odd. There is no downgrade. In fact, I have been promoted. What Wang Dan said was indeed true. With the technology William now possessed, not to mention the country, even the whole world would be envious. Being able to become William's secretary at this time was also a benefit that Wang Dan obtained due to his family background and being the first to discover and communicate with William. In this peaceful era, it is really difficult to advance further in the military. However, following William, even if he had no inventions in the future, just the technology of the steel battle armor would be enough for the country to surpass the entire world. Moreover, Wang Dan, being part of William's team, would naturally also reap honors and achievements. This was evident from the envious gaze of Yu Jinghui, standing aside. Don't be envious. I'll step back, and the position in the Special Operations Department will be handed over to you. Upon hearing Wang Dan's words, Yu Jinghui finally put away his envy and couldn't help but smile broadly. In short, it was a win-win situation. After sending the two and the Special Forces team away, William opened the door to the laboratory. Noticing William's entrance, Qin Zihan hurriedly hid the things in her hands behind her back and nervously said, why did you come in all of a sudden? I came in after handling the matter. But what are you doing? William glanced at what was behind Qin Zihan. Nothing. Nothing. Qin Zihan shook her head rapidly, becoming increasingly embarrassed. However, noticing that William clearly didn't believe her, Qin Zihan had no choice but to hand over what was behind her to William. Sorry, I moved your things without your permission, and it seems I broke it. I am really sorry. I can compensate. Compensate? Upon hearing this word, William looked at the item Qin Zihan had handed over. It was none other than the super gene serum William had crafted using his eternal blood, but the vial was now empty. Did you drink it? William's expression turned strange. I didn't know what it was at first. I thought it was a drink, so I drank it. After a moment of silence, William said gravely, do you know what you drank? Hearing this, Qin Zihan's face turned pale. I am really sorry. Saying sorry doesn't help. Taking the vial from Qin Zihan's hand and placing it on the table, William slowly leaned closer to her, gazing into her guilty eyes, and said, as compensation, you will accompany me for a photo shoot. Qin Zihan was stunned. A photo shoot? Yes. Do you know what you drank? That was the super gene serum I spent countless efforts to formulate, the only one in the world. What? Super? Super gene serum? What? Don't you feel anything right now? Qin Zihan's face changed. I. William handed her a steel pipe lying on the ground, lightly smiling. Try it. Can I? You'll know if you try. When Qin Zihan curiously took it and easily bent the steel pipe, her face turned even whiter. You aren't going to tell me that you haven't recorded that serum, are you? When William nodded, Qin Zihan's face darkened. What have I done? I actually, You destroyed the opportunity for everyone in this world to become superhuman. Can't you formulate it again? William, you made me feel like a sinner. Of course I can. However, William certainly wouldn't do that. That gene was something he had whimsically formulated, and he had no intention of turning this world into a superhero world. As for Qin Zihan accidentally drinking it, well, it happened, and William didn't mind. So, you understand, a photo shoot as compensation is not a loss. Noticing the smile in William's eyes, Qin Zihan realized he was teasing her. While feeling relieved, she playfully asked, "So, is that photo shoot serious?" William was taken aback and reflexively said, "Of course it's serious. Who does serious photo shoots?" Ha. At this moment, it was William's turn to feel embarrassed. Well, if you want to take some inappropriate photos, it's not impossible. Snickering, Qin Zihan looked into William's eyes and said with a smile, "So, where do you want to shoot? Here?" In the bedroom, as she posed in sexy lingerie, William kept taking pictures with his camera. An hour later, both of them finally stopped, panting. Qin Zihan was tired, while William was holding back. "I'm sweating a lot. I'm going to take a shower," giving William a flirtatious glance. Qin Zihan turned her back to him and took off her lingerie as she walked into the bathroom. This enchantress. William gritted his teeth. There were limits to what one could endure. This was definitely a provocation. "Should I take some pictures in the bathroom?" he asked from outside the door. "I didn't lock the door," came Qin Zihan's lazy voice from inside the bathroom. Soon, an hour passed. Qin Zihan lay lazily in bed, cradled in William's arms. Just now was her first time in life, and she was very satisfied. The feeling was completely indescribable, and William's prowess was unmatched. Even with her having consumed the super gene serum, she was no match for William. However, after adapting, Qin Zihan managed to leverage her advantages as a woman. Although her various attempts were somewhat clumsy, they were enough to leave William immensely satisfied. In this world, men conquer the world, while women conquer men. Gently circling her fingers on William's chest, Qin Zihan softly said, "William, what's wrong? You lost that bet." At first, William didn't react to Qin Zihan's words, but soon he remembered the bet from yesterday. William couldn't help but feel amused. "Are you sure I just lost? Anyway, I didn't beg for mercy, so that counts as you losing." Thinking back to how Qin Zihan tried to escape using all her strength and how he ended the fight out of concern for her, William couldn't help but feel speechless. Women really can't be reasoned with, can they? However, William was quite curious about what request Qin Zihan would make. "So, go ahead. What is your request?" With a gentle gaze directed at William, Qin Zihan softly said, "My request is very simple. I don't care how many women you had before, but from now on, you can only belong to me. Can you do that? I only have you as my woman." William instinctively replied, but in his heart, he added, "In this world." Qin Zihan pinched the soft flesh at William's waist with her fingers and hummed, "Do you think I believe you? Don't tell me all your skills were self-taught. Is this request something you can't fulfill?" Quietly looking at William, tears gradually welled up in Qin Zihan's eyes. "I promise you." Seeing this scene, William no longer hesitated and quickly agreed. With his assurance, Qin Zihan's tears suddenly stopped. Wow, her acting is simply amazing. In this scene, William was also taken aback. Kissing William's lips, Qin Zihan smiled and said, "This is a reward for you." "No, just now. Do you dislike me?" I don't. I just dislike myself." "I don't dislike you. Come on, kiss me." William, a night of silence. The next morning, Qin Zihan, wearing William's shirt, woke up first. Looking at William, who was still dreaming while holding her, a smile of happiness unconsciously appeared on Qin Zihan's face. This feeling of having support is something Qin Zihan has never experienced before. As she kissed William's cheek, just as she was about to sneak away, William pulled her back into his arms. "Where are you going?" William asked, opening his eyes in confusion. "Don't make trouble. I'm going to make you breakfast." Qin Zihan swatted William's hand away and said, her face turning red, "I want to eat you more than breakfast." Feeling weak all over from William's kiss, Qin Zihan once again slipped out of bed while William wasn't paying attention, casually throwing on William's shirt and grinning. "Let me rest first. I'll give you some later tonight." "Can I say that your escaping skills are really impressive?" William said, looking at Qin Zihan, who had escaped from his grasp again, feeling both amused and helpless. Playfully sticking out her tongue, Qin Zihan leaned against the door and said, "You can't blame me. You're just a beast. If we do it again, I won't be able to get out of bed today. Are you admitting that I'm impressive?" Rolling her eyes, Qin Zihan blushed and said, yes, 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 you're impressive. Is that enough? Why do I feel like you're just being perfunctory? No, don't talk nonsense. Also, if you want to sleep, you can sleep a little longer. I'll call you when breakfast is ready. There's nothing at home. How are you going to cook? Hearing William's words, the door opened again, and Qin Zihan was speechless. You have nothing at home? I'm not cooking. Of course there's none. Then I'll go buy some. It's not good to always eat out. William didn't expect that the strong-willed Qin Zihan was actually a good wife and mother type. Do you want me to accompany you? No need. These things are things you men don't understand. Breakfast, due to insufficient preparation and time constraints, was quite simple for Qin Zihan. However, looking at the exquisite sandwiches and milk on the dining table, William was still very satisfied. In contrast to William, Qin Zihan kept it even simpler: vegetable salad, eggs and bacon, American coffee. Is this enough for you? Noticing William's gaze, Qin Zihan smiled and said, this is a fat-reducing meal meant to maintain my figure. After looking up and down at Qin Zihan's body, William, having explored her last night, certainly understood how good her figure was. Perfect breasts, an A4 waist, a mermaid line, and peach-shaped hips. She had it all. Your figure is already very perfect. Qin Zihan was very pleased with William's compliment, but still said, that's why I have to maintain it. What if I don't look good anymore and you don't want me? Just then, the sound of the door opening echoed, and Qin Zihan looked towards the door in confusion. Dressed in green military attire with a ponytail, the spirited Wang Dan walked in. The two women exchanged glances, and the atmosphere suddenly became a bit tense. Before Qin Zihan could question her, Wang Dan smiled and said, Ms. Qin, don't misunderstand. Starting today, I will be Mr. Williams' secretary. Qin Zihan. Let me explain. After placing the badge and documents representing the rank of Major General on the table, Wang Dan said, in light of Major General Williams' research and development, the Ministry of Defense will jointly establish a technology company with Major General William. This is a national Major General. Not caring about Wang Dan, or perhaps doing it deliberately, Qin Zihan kissed William on the lips. Dear, you are amazing. Actually, it was okay, just a routine operation. William was not polite either and naturally wrapped his arms around Qin Zihan's slender waist. Since she wanted a sense of security, he would provide it for her. For William, Qin Zihan was his woman, and he naturally didn't mind or care about others' opinions. On the side, seeing the actions of William and Qin Zihan, Wang Dan felt a bit awkward, but her eyes couldn't help but show a hint of envy. Good men, who wouldn't love? Wang Dan knew very well how William and Qin Zihan met, and it was precisely because she knew that she felt Qin Zihan was really lucky. Well, I'm off to work. After driving Qin Zihan away, William returned home. Seeing Wang Dan sitting on the sofa in a standard sitting posture, William smiled slightly and said, this isn't the army, you can relax a bit. Major General William. Just call me William from now on. No need for Major General. Isn't that inappropriate? There's nothing inappropriate about it. Aren't you supposed to listen to me now? After hesitating for a moment, Wang Dan helplessly said, then, William, the research base is ready. Do you want to go visit it? Hearing Wang Dan's words, William was surprised. So soon? It was originally impossible to be this fast. But just as the new nuclear power research base was completed, it was directly requisitioned. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Directly taking someone else's peach. William could easily imagine what the other party would feel. No, this is something everyone agreed on, and the Ministry of Defense has compensated them. Then let's go. Since it was said that way, William naturally wouldn't refuse. Wang Dan drove a customized Warrior 900. Looking at the imposing dark green off-road vehicle in front of him, William was also taken aback. Is this your car? What do you think? Wang Dan was actually already 7 meters tall, but still looked small in front of the Warrior, showing just how big it was. Very imposing. I think so too. After getting in the car, Wang Dan, holding the steering wheel, said, this car is a specially customized version, with bulletproof chassis, steel plates, windows, and tires. The whole vehicle not only has strong bulletproof capabilities, but can also be used on water. The functions on the car are even more powerful, with military-grade satellite positioning, radar, early warning systems, and even a weapons cache. William's riding experience could only be described in one word: stable. The car drove smoothly without any congestion, quickly getting onto the highway. The base is located in a relatively remote area of City S, but even so, in this land where every inch is precious, having a 300-acre area, equivalent to 200,000 square meters, could only be afforded by the state. The entire base integrates experimental areas, office buildings, accommodations, dining halls, and living areas into a comprehensive structure. After a tour, William's impression of the entire experimental base was perfect, although this area still belonged to nuclear power. Once the company was established, this land would directly be incorporated under the company's name. How does it feel? After the tour, Wang Dan asked proudly. In fact, this land was personally selected by Wang Dan for William, as she believed William's inventions were fully deserving of this land. William nodded. When can I use the laboratory? Anytime. William snapped his fingers and smiled. Then, procure some materials for me. No problem. Just give me a list of what materials you need. I will procure them as quickly as possible. For the next 3 days, William was busy setting up his laboratory. The progress of the laboratory gradually took shape under Wang Dan's incredulous gaze, and even after Jarvis got involved in the entire base. The whole base entered the era of artificial intelligence at an unbelievable speed. Wang Dan couldn't understand how these robots that could replace human labor were made. She hadn't even seen William procure equipment. Could it be that William made all of these himself? It was incomprehensible. Completely incomprehensible. So, you don't need other researchers to help you? Looking at the super-large arc reactor that occupied one of the base's laboratories, Wang Dan's expression was dazed. William shook his head. No need. Jarvis is the best assistant. I don't need anyone else to help me. Not only did he not need anyone else, but William also required Wang Dan to implement military-grade confidentiality measures for the entire base, because what was involved here were products that surpassed this era. Not to mention anything else, the super-large arc reactor that William created had already reached an outrageous level. What is a super-large arc reactor, you ask? It is an energy source that could support a large city for 100 years. That is a force capable of changing the entire world's energy landscape. After immediate communication, Wang Dan directly brought in a regiment of troops to surround the entire base. In the words of the Ministry of Defense, from today onwards, without William's permission, not even a mosquito is allowed to fly into the entire laboratory base. Besides the base, William's personal protection had also reached the highest level of existence. According to the Ministry of Defense, William's existence had now risen to a level comparable to a country, so no matter how high the level of protection, it was allowed. If it weren't for William's firm refusal, there wouldn't be less than a platoon of troops protecting him openly. Just as William returned home, preparing to start a live stream, Wang Dan suddenly reminded him, William, the higher-ups require you not to showcase overly advanced items during the live stream. William chuckled. What do you mean by overly advanced? Wang Dan wanted to explain, but noticing the playful glint in William's eyes, she couldn't help but chide. Do you, the great scientist, still need me to explain this to you? In fact, after a whole week, the hype surrounding William had already decreased. However, one thing was certain. Whether people believed it or not, almost everyone was waiting for William to personally prove himself. However, for an entire week, not only did William show no intention of clarifying anything, but he also seemed to have disappeared completely, as if he had evaporated from the world. Some mockers suspected William had been sent to a small black room, while others worried that William had encountered some misfortune. Of course, more just onlookers. Under such circumstances, when William's live stream opened again, the number of viewers in the stream wasn't particularly high. However, it seemed like the calm before the storm, as 1 minute later, the number of viewers in William's live stream suddenly surged from over 3,000 to over 10,000. William didn't have much feeling about the number of viewers. He simply wanted to share some of his things to let others know, that's all. As for how many people knew and whether they believed it, William didn't want to explain too much. Hello everyone, I'm the Emperor Haoyan. I haven't been live streaming this past week due to some personal matters. At this moment, a series of questions appeared in the live stream's bullet chat. Among these, a small portion is about what William is doing this week, but more of it is inquiring about whether the Iron Man suit is real. I already talked about Iron Man during the last live broadcast, so I won't explain it further. Believe it or not, that's up to you. However, it's just that once William mentioned it, more people started to ask about it. Among them, many people in the comments were asking William to prove himself. Seeing this scene, William couldn't help but laugh. Prove myself? I have no obligation to prove anything to you. If you can't prove it, then it's fake, right? Just a guy trying to attract attention. Look, he's panicking. If you have the guts, tell me where you are, and I'll come verify it in person. Do you dare, streamer? The comments suddenly took a turn. In no time, the live chat was flooded with comments calling the streamer an AI dog. Seeing this, William frowned. Jarvis, kick all these accounts out of the live stream and permanently ban them. Also, lock these accounts and investigate their backgrounds for me. Yes, sir. After receiving William's orders, Jarvis quickly got to work. In just a moment, the comments in the live stream finally became harmonious again. Meanwhile, some people with ulterior motives who heard these words were suddenly alarmed. They didn't expect William to do this. However, more people didn't believe that William could really do it. Nevertheless, the facts would tell them that in this world, there is no luck. When Wang Dan received Jarvis's investigation results, he quickly began to take action. Let me reiterate. The internet is not a lawless place. If you want to use some petty tricks against me, I'm very welcome to it. But the results may not be to your liking. So, I advise everyone, sometimes don't lose big over small things. After saying this, William started the main topic of today's stream. Today, I mainly want to share with you some things I've been researching recently. He picked up a small chip from the table and smiled. This, everyone should be familiar with, right? A chip. A chip, so what? You're not telling me you've developed a chip, right? Is this thing even considered high-tech? Upstairs, don't you read the news? Don't you know how much the country is being choked by Western chips? While everyone was discussing, William nonchalantly said, "You're right, this is a computing chip. But there's also something wrong. Since I brought it out, it naturally isn't just a simple computing chip, but an AI quantum chip. I know you want to ask what level this chip has reached. Well, let me explain it this way. You know what a quantum computer is, right? The computing speed of this chip can reach the level of a quantum computer." As everyone in the live stream felt a shock, William smiled and said, "Then someone will ask, what is the production cost of this AI quantum chip? Well, I roughly estimated the price should be below 10,000. What? How is that possible? Streamer, are you joking? I don't believe it. I don't believe anything you say. This is simply ridiculous. Who would buy it at such a high price? Upstairs, are you an idiot? Not only are you an idiot, but you're also mentally challenged. Who let him out? Please take him away quickly." After a series of ellipses, William chuckled. Of course, there will be someone asking a key question. Can this thing be mass-produced now? Well, that's a good question. Currently, this chip has achieved mass production, with an annual output of 1 trillion units. As soon as William said this, the entire live stream fell silent. Yes, a complete silence. It's not that they didn't want to speak, but everyone didn't know what to say. William's announcement was equivalent to declaring that all Western blockades had collapsed. No, not just that. The emergence of the AI quantum chip was a devastating blow to the entire industry. Almost simultaneously, semiconductor giants, the financial industry, and intelligence agencies worldwide turned their attention to William's live stream. Although they didn't know and weren't sure if what William said was true. Even so, in less than 20 minutes, stocks in the global semiconductor industry directly halved by 10, and this speed was still declining rapidly. It can be said that William's live stream and his words directly evaporated trillions in wealth from the global semiconductor and financial industries. At this point, William's presence could be said to have truly entered the spotlight of the world. It could be said that before William finished the live stream, Wang Dan's phone had already exploded with calls. At first, Wang Dan would try to explain a few things, but as the calls kept coming, he had become numb. Eventually, he didn't even want to answer anymore. There was no way, because he simply couldn't keep up with the replies. "William, how about we end it here for today?" Noticing Wang Dan's almost pleading eyes, William stopped what he was about to say next. "All right, then today's live stream will end here." After saying this, he put down another computing chip in his hand, ignored the countless comments in the live stream, and directly closed the phone live stream. "What is this?" Looking at the smaller chip in William's hand, Wang Dan said in a serious tone, "A super chip." Wang Dan was confused. "Super chip?" "Yes. Its computing speed has reached 1,000 times that of the most advanced quantum computers. It is a chip I specifically prepared for the military in the country." The corners of his eyes twitching, Wang Dan was almost about to collapse. "Were you going to introduce this just now?" "Yes. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have prepared to say it." Taking a deep breath, suppressing the madness within, Wang Dan gritted his teeth and said, "William, next time you want to release something, can you discuss it with me? Do you know what consequences your revelations will lead to?" Good heavens, just before the live stream, he still told William not to showcase overly advanced things. And what did William do? He dropped a bomb right at the start. This shouldn't be considered overly advanced, right? After all, doesn't this world also have quantum computers? You know that's a quantum computer. What is this? A chip. Dude, can you differentiate between the two? Covering his forehead, Wang Dan weakly said, "Also, when did you make this thing? How come I didn't know? In a new laboratory, didn't you see it?" Wang Dan was puzzled. But then he remembered the strange, square, metal object in the corner of the lab. "You can't be talking about that thing, right?" "Yes, that's it. That thing was designed by me based on the Allspar from Transformers. In fact, it can directly create robots." Stumbling, Wang Dan almost fell to the ground, his voice nearly screaming. "What did you say?" Looking at Wang Dan, who was grabbing his shoulder almost frantically, William said weakly, "Robots. What's wrong?" Damn. Finally unable to hold back, Wang Dan immediately dialed the phone. Commander, I request an entire division of troops. Immediately. Right now. What? What I want to do? I want to completely seal off that damned laboratory. Do you know what Major General William has created? In Wang Dan's nearly frenzied explanation. The voice on the other end of the phone gradually became confused. Are you sure? Absolutely? That's what he said. After hearing Wang Dan's assurance, the voice on the other end replied in a daze. I understand. I will arrange it immediately. Wait, I will directly deploy a military base there, and from today on, clear everything within 100 kilometers for me. That would be the best. After hanging up the phone and taking a deep breath, Wang Dan looked at William as if he were a god. William, what's wrong? I'm really curious. How did you create these things? Hearing this, William shrugged. Actually, it's not that difficult. As long as I want to do something, I can make it happen. Are you serious? William curiously asked. Why? Do you have something you want to make? Wang Dan's eyes lit up. Can you turn my warrior into a transformer? Sure. If you want, that's not a problem. Upon hearing this, Wang Dan quickly grabbed William's hand. What are you doing? Of course, I'm going to do it. Now. Can we do it now? It's not that we can't. It's just that I finally got back and was planning to rest for a few days. How about I go in a few days? Just as he finished speaking, the sound of the door opening echoed, and Qin Zihan walked in happily. However, just as Qin Zihan was about to throw herself into William's arms, she suddenly noticed Wang Dan beside him. Feeling a bit disappointed, William, without any hesitation, stepped forward and embraced Qin Zihan. I missed you. Feeling William's embrace, Qin Zihan's body stiffened for a moment, then slowly relaxed, gently stroking William's hair. She said softly, I missed you too. Watching the sweet and loving scene between the two, Wang Dan couldn't help but cast an envious glance. But soon, suppressing his inner emotions, he calmly said, Well, I'm leaving first. Contact me after you've rested. Until Wang Dan left. Just as Qin Zihan was about to say something in William's embrace, William directly picked her up. With a surprised cry, Qin Zihan blushed and said, What are you doing? What do you think? No. Carrying Qin Zihan into the room, soon, a pleasant sound echoed from inside. After finishing the battle, the originally petite Qin Zihan suddenly transformed into a queen-like presence looking at William. Feeling a bit creeped out by Qin Zihan's gaze, William asked, Why are you looking at me with that kind of eyes? Pointing at William's chest, Qin Zihan snorted coldly. Don't think I didn't notice. What did you notice? William was confused. That Wang Dan, she likes you. William chuckled. How did you see that she likes me? Pointing at her own eyes. Qin Zihan said, Both of my eyes can see it. I'm innocent with her. I know otherwise, With a light hum, Qin Zihan reached out and grabbed. If you dare to be dishonest, be careful I break him. William was amused. Would you really? Slightly loosening her grip, Qin Zihan helplessly said, Although I wouldn't want to, I don't want to share you with anyone. Don't worry, even if you can't, I won't dislike you. That's tough. Giving Qin Zihan a thumbs up, William couldn't help but laugh. Kissing Qin Zihan's forehead, William said, Although she's very beautiful, don't worry. I actually don't have any feelings for her. You better mean that. Gently kneading for a while, Qin Zihan blushed and said, What she has, I have too. And if there's anything you want, just tell me. I can satisfy you. Raising an eyebrow, William asked, Are you sure? Stopping her fingers, Qin Zihan rolled her eyes. Am I not satisfying you? Actually, I have a little quirk. What quirk? Hearing what William whispered in her ear, Qin Zihan's expression gradually turned speechless. Is that what you call a little quirk? Just now you said you would satisfy me. So what? Are you backing out now? I'm not backing out, I just. Turning away, Qin Zihan. Time flew by, and it was already Monday. After Qin Zihan went to the company, Wang Dan, who arrived later, couldn't help but pull William to the laboratory, which had now become a military stronghold. Even Wang Dan and William had to go through 3 rounds of inspections before entering their laboratory. Since this time, they needed to use Wang Dan's car. All the soldiers were asked to leave after Wang Dan drove into the laboratory. When William touched Wang Dan's car with a crafted source of fire, an incredible scene occurred. In the blink of an eye, Wang Dan's warrior underwent an indescribable change and transformed into a Cybertronian mechanical being. Hello, my creator. Hello, my master. Kneeling on one knee, the transformed warrior greeted William and Wang Dan. At this moment, Wang Dan's gaze was completely dazed. Although he already knew that William had such abilities, seeing it with his own eyes was a completely different concept. Looking at the warrior and then at William, Wang Dan incredulously said, William, you must have obtained alien technology, right? It must be that way, right? Hearing Wang Dan's words, William shrugged with a smile. If you insist on thinking that way, then think so. However, I don't want you to spread this. Understand? After hesitating for just a second, Wang Dan quickly nodded. I understand. This is a secret between the two of us. Looking at the transformer in front of him, Wang Dan said with a hint of complexity, from now on, can I call you warrior? Of course, my master. Then, can you turn back? Of course, master. With a series of mechanical clicks, in the blink of an eye, the warrior had returned to car form. Just as William was about to say something, Wang Dan suddenly stepped forward and kissed William on the cheek. You? Noticing William's gaze, Wang Dan couldn't help but blush and lower her head. Don't get me wrong, I just really like this gift. So I wanted to thank you. Gently touching the spot where Wang Dan had kissed him, William fell into silence, and for a moment, the atmosphere between the two became a bit strange. Taking a deep breath, William said with a complicated expression, in the future, don't do that again. Hearing William's words, Wang Dan couldn't suppress her disappointment. In fact, she didn't understand why she had just done that. Although she had always had this impulse, she never expected she would actually do it. Thinking about how she would have to interact with William in the future, Wang Dan felt a bit lost. If you mind, I can apply for a transfer. Looking at Wang Dan's slightly stubborn eyes, William helplessly said, that's not what I meant. I waved my hand, and William continued, I know what you want to say, but if you want to transfer, I think there's no need for me to stay here any longer. Oh, staring blankly at William. A smile could not be suppressed from the corner of Wang Dan's mouth. Wang Dan is someone who loves deeply and hates deeply. If you had met me earlier, would you? William's answer was affirmative, but there are no ifs. Wang Dan nodded. I know, but with your answer, I'm already satisfied. In the following interactions, both of them tacitly threw the recent events behind them. William continued to create things that could only exist in the realm of fantasy, while Wang Dan communicated and reported progress with people from other departments in the office. Soon it was evening. Are you coming back tonight? Sitting in the car, Qin Zihan sent William a video call. I'm on my way back. The phone camera zoomed out, and William said, we're on our way back. Noticing Qin Zihan in the video, Wang Dan forced a stiff smile. Just as she was about to say something, suddenly, a strong malice surged in William's heart. Be careful. There's danger. As soon as he finished speaking, a high-speed rotating bullet shot with a bang against the bulletproof glass in front of William. Noticing the warrior was about to transform, William quickly said, don't transform, I'll handle it. Just as he finished speaking, 3 sniper bullets continuously fired, seeking death. With a cold snort, William directly opened the passenger door. William, seeing this scene, Wang Dan's face changed dramatically. Don't worry, didn't you forget? I have this. With a click, a full set of nano armor covered William's body under Wang Dan's watch. Boom! Leaping out, flames surged beneath his feet, and William flew out. There was no need for Jarvis to lock on. William had already locked onto the opponent's position through his perception of malice. In the sniper's horrified gaze, William, clad in armor, descended from the sky. God, Iron Man, looking at William, who had arrived in front of him dressed in camouflage. The mercenary hiding in the mountains turned pale. Just as the mercenary was about to fire again, a steel hand bent his sniper rifle on the spot. Without any hesitation, the mercenary drew his handgun from his waist, but, crack! Amid screams, the mercenary's handgun along with his hand was crushed by William. With a single punch, the mercenary in front of William fell unconscious. William, in the next moment, Wang Dan, also in a full set of iron armor, arrived by William's side. Pointing at the unconscious mercenary on the ground, William calmly said, he's here. You can handle the investigation as you see fit. Seeing that William was unharmed, Wang Dan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Glancing at the mercenary lying on the ground, Wang Dan reached out and lifted him up as if he were a chick. Next time, don't act alone like this. If anything happens, I'll be the nation's criminal. Don't worry. With this armor, I won't get into trouble. The armor is strong. But if the opponent has other weapons, like an electromagnetic pulse, it can still be dangerous even with the armor. Hearing this, William was speechless. An electromagnetic pulse is indeed the nemesis of the iron armor. Although William actually didn't need this armor at all, in the end, he didn't explain further. For this world, the iron armor was already something beyond this era, and if any superpowers were added, William estimated he would eventually become a public enemy. It's better to avoid trouble. Returning to the car, the mercenary was quickly taken away by soldiers protecting William, while Wang Dan continued to stay with William as they headed home. On the way, Wang Dan casually asked, William, who do you think that person was? Although William knew the answer clearly, he had no intention of stating it directly. Leaning on the armrest with his chin, William replied lightly, no matter who he is, we'll know soon enough. Noticing William's tone, Wang Dan curiously asked, aren't you curious? With a slight smile, William said, "I'm actually not particularly curious. No matter who he is, it doesn't mean anything to me. Anyone who tries to stop me will eventually find out that they're just a joke." William's confident demeanor made Wang Dan momentarily lose her focus. Once she came to her senses, she suppressed her racing heart, constantly warning herself not to let it happen again. However, her gaze unintentionally drifted towards William. William noticed Wang Dan's gaze, but he didn't think much of it. At that moment, he was remotely commanding Jarvis to do some tasks. Although William appeared indifferent on the surface, he would not let anyone who dared to attack him go unpunished. In a laboratory base, avoiding military blockades, the Terminator disappeared into the night. Days passed, and Wang Dan became busier. With the emergence of the super chip, military and corporate orders were overwhelming Wang Dan. Even though the company office had a dedicated sales team, they could only handle orders between companies. Military orders still required Wang Dan to personally intervene. Despite being busy, Wang Dan was happy because only when she immersed herself in work would she not pay too much attention to William. Yes, as time went by, Wang Dan also realized that she was becoming increasingly infatuated with William. His character, talent, and way of handling things continuously attracted Wang Dan closer. Even though she knew it was wrong, even though she constantly warned herself that this would lead nowhere. Watching William and Qin Zihan's affectionate moments still made Wang Dan genuinely feel envy and jealousy. That feeling was truly horrible. This was also why Wang Dan had been avoiding William during this time. She was afraid she would act on her impulses and do something bad. As for William, after spending this time with Qin Zihan, the two grew more and more in sync, becoming even more affectionate, and had even reached the point of discussing marriage. Of course, it was mainly Qin Zihan pushing for it. In her words, she was no longer young and didn't want to wait any longer. There was also pressure on Qin Zihan because she was afraid that someone even more outstanding than her would be by William's side, which was why she had been trying various ways to showcase herself. Various uniform temptations, skits, and little performances allowed William to enjoy the pleasures of manhood. Nowadays, William had transitioned from being addicted to live streaming to being addicted to beauty. Well, feeling that this was not right, William finally opened the live stream again after a month. The missing person returns. The host has finally started the broadcast. I've been waiting for you, big boss. Host, what high technology will you showcase this time? I'm waiting for the amazing scoop. As soon as William started his broadcast, the streaming platform immediately opened the biggest traffic hotspot for him. As for signing William, they had thought about it, but after getting to know William's identity in depth, the streaming platform gave up. This is truly a big boss. Signing him is out of the question. Of course, they won't skimp on the fees owed to William. If he checks the back end right now, he'll find that there are already 8 figures available for withdrawal. However, William hasn't touched a single cent, mainly because he doesn't need that little money at all. Seeing the comments in the live chat, William lightly cleared his throat and was about to say something when he noticed the phone ringing beside him. He casually answered the call and asked, "What's up?" On the other end, Wang Dan, who had already started the vehicle, hurriedly said, "Why didn't you tell me you were going live?" "Do I need to tell you when I go live?" William's response made him laugh. That's not what I meant. I just wanted to remind you to hold back." "You must hold back." However, the next moment, Wang Dan was stunned. She realized that the sound of her conversation with William was being broadcasted in the live chat. Suddenly, the entire chat room burst into laughter. "William, you..." An exasperated Wang Dan hung up the phone. The live effect instantly peaked. Looking at the various teasing comments in the chat, William calmly put down his phone and said, "You guys can joke around, but don't mess up the relationships, okay? She's my secretary." "Secretary? What kind of secretary? Is it that kind of secretary? Sorry, am I overthinking it?" "Bro, it's not just you overthinking it. I'm overthinking it too." William's comment only fueled the chaos in the live chat, but they can't be blamed. In modern society, the definition of the profession of secretary has changed. At this moment, Wang Dan naturally saw the vulgarities in the live stream. However, instead of being particularly angry as she should have been, she felt a bit of warmth in her body instead. Could it be that I am not proactive enough? What are those films they're talking about? Maybe I should look for them when I go back. I've been quite busy lately. When she heard William's first sentence, Wang Dan almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Busy? I just see you busy dating every day. What are you busy with?" So, there hasn't been much time to do anything. Hearing William's words, the audience in the live stream felt a bit disappointed, but they still actively comforted William, saying that inventing and creating is already very difficult. And even if William does nothing now, the existing things are enough to last a lifetime. Then, William spoke again. "Today, I casually tinkered with some small things in my lab to share with everyone." While speaking, William took out a small bottle of red glass liquid from under the table. He shook it in front of the live stream camera and smiled, saying, "Guess what this is?" Let's do this. I'll give everyone a minute to guess. And there will be a prize for the correct answer." As soon as those words were spoken, the bullet comments exploded, even though William hadn't revealed what the reward was. Almost everyone had already started using their imagination, and the truth proved that William had underestimated the imagination of the vast number of netizens. Just 3 seconds after William said this, someone guessed the correct answer. Oh, someone actually got it right. Let's see who it is. He pulled down the bullet comments, and soon, a netizen named Stargazing was found by William. "How about this? Today I'll do a live connection. Is it convenient for you to connect?" Stargazing? Hearing William's words, the bullet comments in the live stream exploded even more. Due to the overwhelming number of comments, everyone was momentarily unaware of what others had guessed. Almost every second there were thousands of messages. What a concept. Seeing the response from the other side, William activated the live connection feature. 6 seconds after the connection, Stargazing appeared in William's live stream. Are you stargazing? The background on the other side of the video was a dormitory, and in the live stream, Stargazing appeared as a female university student with big black-framed glasses, braces, and a pure gaze. "Hello, host William." Although Stargazing was very nervous, her voice trembling as she spoke, she managed to stabilize herself well. "William, you are my idol." No, you could say you're already the idol of everyone in our school." "Is that so?" "That's quite an honor." William smiled and said, "Due to privacy concerns, I won't let you introduce yourself. You know, there's too many people in my live stream. And sometimes there are bound to be some bad apples." After a pause, William smiled and asked, "So, can you tell me how you guessed what I had?" Hearing William's words, Stargazing smiled and said, "It was just a coincidence because I just watched the Ant-Man movie last night, and it clicked right away." "But host, is this really PIM particles?" As soon as this was said, the live stream went wild. "PIM particles? What the heck? Is this for real? Are you kidding? Can such a thing really be made? The host is amazing. The big shot is amazing." With the announcement of the PIM particles, the entire live stream once again went into a frenzy. Just as William was about to say something, his phone rang. Seeing the message from Wang Dan and a series of exclamation marks, William instantly changed what he was going to say. "All right, I was just joking with you all." As soon as these words were spoken, not only was the starry sky walk speechless, but everyone in the live broadcast room was at a loss for words. "Goodness, I've already taken off my pants, and you're just telling me this?" However, what could William do? The words were on the tip of his tongue, yet he couldn't say them, which was also frustrating for him. Helpless, William could only smooth things over by saying, "Actually, this is something I have just started researching, and Haven Tea produced results yet. However, as someone who guessed it right, I still keep my word. This is a smart device I've recently developed, and I'll give it to you as a gift." While speaking, William took out a palm-sized glass screen. Don't be fooled by its fragility. In fact, its material is very special. Its hardness has even reached diamond level. At the same time, William smashed the glass screen onto the table. However, the glass screen showed no signs of damage at all. Pressing the power button, William smiled and said, "Look, this smart device integrates a series of functions, including mobile communication, computer capabilities, and supports screen mirroring. Of course, the most important thing is that it integrates smart AI. So you don't need to lift a finger. All functions can be handled by the AI." After a demonstration, it was undeniably cutting-edge technology. Everyone watching this scene had their eyes shining. "Anchor, when will this phone be released? I must buy it when it launches. Let's go. This just completed the testing phase, and if it were to be released, the timing would likely be around mid-year." As soon as this was said, the people in the live broadcast room cheered, but globally, the market value of all smartphone manufacturers plummeted, both domestic and foreign, all dropping indiscriminately. Among them, the Fruit phone, which had always occupied half of the smartphone market, was hit the hardest. The new product launch, originally scheduled for next month, was announced to be postponed on the same day. And for a moment, this newly emerged electronic device made all smartphone manufacturers tremble. The calm smartphone manufacturers were adjusting their latest strategies, while the less calm ones directly accused William of being a disruptor in the industry. Compared to the currently peaceful electronic product market, William's product can truly be said to have made a complete dimensionality reduction strike. On the other hand, the starry walk, which received reward from William, also showed a look of surprise. Thank you, Anchor. Thank you, Anchor." After repeatedly expressing gratitude, William ended the connection. Having received a message from Wang Dan, William had no intention of showcasing other items and just chatted aimlessly in the live broadcast room until he heard the doorbell. Wang Dan quickly arrived at William's live streaming room. Avoiding the camera, Wang Dan noticed some things in the room. Is this really a PIM particle? Without speaking, Wang Dan expressed his confusion verbally. In response, William nodded and said, Then what is this? William remained silent and directly picked up the PIM particle dart on the table and threw it. In silence, a cabinet in William's room vanished on the spot. No, it didn't disappear. It shrank. With wide eyes, Wang Dan stepped forward to examine it and finally found the nightstand that had shrunk to the size of an ant on the ground. Instantly dumbfounded. It's real. It's really real. If what William said is true, and this is just a little toy he casually made, then what exactly is William's situation? This is not scientific. Suddenly, Wang Dan thought of an identity. No, it should be said it was a plot from a novel. You can't be a time traveler, right? Because he knew William had turned on the microphone, Wang Dan typed this message for William to see on his phone. Shrugging, William shook his head and nodded a bit. What does that mean? Wang Dan was a bit confused. Is it or isn't it? All right, everyone, I have something to attend to. So today's sharing ends here. After saying that, William directly closed the live streaming platform. Looking at the suddenly blacked out live room, everyone was bewildered. What is going on? We were chatting so well. How did it suddenly close? Reflecting on William's earlier situation, everyone quickly confirmed that someone had arrived. Moreover, it was someone important to William. Qin Zihan? Or was it that secretary? Thinking of this, everyone began a heated discussion in the black screen of the live room. However, as they chatted, the topic began to drift. Soon, it turned into a discussion about what William would do next. 90 of the people guessed that William would definitely stage a melee battle, while 10 speculated that William was really busy. However, at this moment, William had already ignored what was happening in the live room. Why do you think I'm a time traveler? William curiously looked at Wang Dan. I just guessed. Novels are novels. How could there possibly be time travel in this world? However, upon hearing this, William showed a playful expression. What if I am a time traveler? How is that possible? Wang Dan waved his hand, not believing it at all. And why did you ask me? I just asked casually. Who knew you would nod and shake your head? Wang Dan didn't realize that her casual remark had revealed William's biggest secret, but since she didn't take it seriously, William naturally had no intention of actually admitting it. No longer entangled in this question, Wang Dan asked, is this PIM particle already mass-produced? It can be mass-produced, but I want to promote this thing. Why? Wang Dan was curious. If you've seen Ant-Man, then you would know that there is a quantum realm in this world. Is there really a quantum realm? Although Wang Dan hadn't seen Ant-Man, as a top student, she could still understand the so-called quantum realm. In short, this thing is very dangerous. Hearing William's words, Wang Dan was speechless. Since you know that, why are you still talking about it in the live room? William was taken aback, then laughed heartily. Well, I'm the kind of person who likes to share. Just say you like to show off. Ahem. Clearing his throat, William retorted. This isn't showing off. It's just that I can't keep secrets. To this, Wang Dan couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. She was already very familiar with William's personality. You can't blame me. Think about it. If I make this thing and don't say it, I feel uncomfortable, right? I still say, some things are better not to be too high profile. Have you forgotten the last time mercenaries tried to assassinate you? Do you think I'm afraid? If they really provoke me, do you believe I would wipe them out? Don't be impulsive. Wang Dan actually believed William's words. After all, she knew how many Iron Man suits and weapons were in the lab. If William really got angry, he could indeed start a war. However, such a result would likely lead to the entire world entering World War III. In this peaceful era, such an outcome is something no country wants to see. Just as William was about to say something, Qin Zihan's video came through. Connecting the video, Qin Zihan's holographic projection appeared on the screen in William's hand. William looked at Qin Zihan's projection and asked, is there something? Nothing much. I just closed the live stream. What is up? This afternoon, the company has nothing going on. If you're free too, let us go shopping together. All right, I'll come find you later. Since it's a date with his wife, William naturally wouldn't refuse. Qin Zihan nodded, then suddenly asked, is Wang Dan with you? She just arrived. William nodded, not hiding it. To him, the two of them were clear and honest. So there was nothing to feel guilty about. Ask her if she doesn't mind joining us. Noticing William's gaze, Wang Dan hesitated for a moment and then refused. No. Miss Qin, I have other things this afternoon. Wang Dan could guess that this shopping was a cover, and the real purpose was a demonstration. Seeing Wang Dan reach out, William asked in confusion, what's wrong? Pointing at the glass screen shaped like a phone in William's hand, Wang Dan said, is this still available? Can I have one? Yes. William smiled and casually took one out from the drawer and handed it to Wang Dan. The AI will teach you how to use it when you turn it on. Wang Dan nodded. I got it, then I'll leave. Watching Wang Dan's retreating figure, William humorously said to Qin Zihan. You, what's wrong with me? Qin Zihan feigned innocence, looking completely naive. Forget it, it's nothing. After thinking about it, William decided it was better to avoid trouble. Moreover, since she is his woman, he couldn't help but pamper her. Dear, what's up? Do you prefer white stockings or black stockings? William, who was putting on his shoes, froze for a moment, his expression gradually becoming strange. Do you think wearing this with a skirt is a bit inappropriate? While speaking, Qin Zihan slowly pulled the camera to her body-hugging skirt and the two straps. Without waiting for William to respond, she continued, I feel it's not very good. How about changing to white stockings? William firmly stated, don't change for now. Wait until I come over to take a look first. But if someone sees you like this, won't it be a bit inappropriate? Clearing his throat, William asked, do you have a jacket? It would be too strange to wear a jacket in this weather. Then, change to another skirt. In short, he avoided mentioning changing to black stockings. Then, how about I change to this one? Looking at the yellow dress Qin Zihan was holding, William had a strange expression. This dress? It can't be? When Qin Zihan changed and came in front of the camera, William had already confirmed that this dress was indeed the same yellow goddess outfit he had seen on the live streaming platform recently. How is it? Do you like it? William's expression was slightly awkward. He realized Qin Zihan had checked his browsing history. Wait for me, I'll be right back. After saying that, William directly hung up the phone. With a light hum, Qin Zihan looked at her stunning beauty in the mirror and muttered softly, letting you see other women. Do you think I'm not prettier than them? Qin Zihan was more beautiful than those internet celebrities in both appearance and temperament. But it was clear that Qin Zihan did not understand men. It's like most men, despite having a wife, still can't quit watching adult videos. There's no other reason, just curiosity and the desire to satisfy their curiosity. In the company parking lot, William saw from a distance the beautiful Qin Zihan standing by the elevator. Her outfit paired with her temperament made her stand out even in a crowd. Just as he was about to approach her, a sports car suddenly pulled up in front of Qin Zihan. When William got out of the car, the man inside was inviting Qin Zihan. However, it was clear that Qin Zihan didn't want to engage with him, not even glancing in his direction. Beautiful lady, I really just want to be friends. Don't misunderstand, I'm not a bad guy. Look at my car. Do I seem like someone inappropriate? While the man in the car was boasting about his wealth, he didn't expect to suddenly be grabbed. Just as Qin Zihan was about to get angry, she noticed it was William. You're here. Let us get in the car. Let us go. After saying that, William led Qin Zihan past the sports car without looking back. While opening the car door for Qin Zihan, William couldn't help but squeeze her curvy backside, causing him to pause. You? Qin Zihan shot him a glare, her face turning red, and said, we'll talk about this later. William nodded. Just as he was about to get in the car, the window of the driver's seat of the sports car that had just grabbed Qin Zihan came down. Hey, buddy, your girl is hot. If you don't mind. The young man with white hair gave William a knowing look. However, this remark irritated William. If you're not smart, I suggest you go see a doctor. TCH, what are you pretending for? She's just a washed-up internet celebrity. You really think she's something special? Believe it or not, I can throw some money at her and she'll happily come to my bed. The young man wasn't in a good mood either, and upon hearing William's words, he angrily jumped out of the car. However, when he realized that he was a whole half a head shorter than William, his bravado weakened a bit. We're all just out for fun. Why act so serious? Just as he finished speaking, the young man suddenly noticed the color of William's license plate. You? Get lost. Young people are impulsive, and when William said that, the young man got hot-headed and retorted, do you really think I'm scared just because you have a military plate? Is that so? Noticing William's playful expression, the young man angrily said, do you know who my dad is? Laughing lightly, William replied, I don't care who your dad is. But soon I believe your dad will find out what you've done. Glancing at the plainclothes officers arriving from behind, William said, you better check yourself. Yes. The officers saluted William, and they immediately pinned the young man against the car. Seeing this scene, the young man panicked. No. I was wrong. I didn't do anything. However, at this moment, William naturally didn't bother with him anymore. After getting in the car, William quickly drove away from the basement with Qin Zihan. Neither William nor Qin Zihan paid any mind to the earlier incident. Compared to what just happened, William was more curious about Qin Zihan's outfit. However, when William instinctively reached to lift Qin Zihan's skirt, she stopped him with her hand. What are you doing? Just wanted to take a look. Get lost. What if a camera catches us? You want to be embarrassed, but I would. That's true. William nodded, but he didn't stop his actions. Noticing William's hand behind her, Qin Zihan rolled her eyes. However, since she was already dressed like this, She didn't mind William knowing. Feeling the strap, William felt a surge of heat. Do you know? You're blatantly tempting me. Noticing William's gaze, Qin Zihan was quite pleased, but she said lightly, I'm not tempting you. You just lack self-control. I'm wearing normal clothes. She grabbed William's hand that was already deepening its reach and placed it on her thigh, giving him a glare. Drive properly. When you say drive, do you mean driving properly? What do you think? Grinning, William said, you look good, but you're still missing something. What is missing? When Qin Zihan noticed what William had in his hand, her face turned crimson. You pervert. Why do you have this thing in the car? Do you believe me if I say I made it myself? I believe you're lying. You've used this on someone else. Haven to you? William was speechless. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Aren't you? No, don't. Although Qin Zihan tried hard to stop him, in the end, she still couldn't escape William's grasp. She glared at William, unsure of what to say. At that moment, she realized that she seemed to not really know William, and she hadn't expected him to be so playful. Where are you going? With her face flushed, Qin Zihan asked, Didn't you ask me to take you shopping? You wanted to go shopping like this? Just like this is great. Being carried by William through the mall, Qin Zihan's attention was unfocused, as she alone knew her current situation. Plus, with Qin Zihan's beauty and temperament combined with her outfit, she attracted a 100 turnback rate. This led to her feeling weak as they walked. By the third time, Qin Zihan's legs were soft. I need to go to the bathroom. Don't think I don't know what you want to do. No, you have to believe me. Qin Zihan tried to argue. I want to say more unnecessary words. You choose a spot. Frowning, Qin Zihan's face turned red. Can we even change spots? Shrugging, William replied, of course. You don't only have one spot to consider. Look at me. I'm thinking of you. Is that considering me? You're torturing me. Then you can choose to continue. You're really a pervert. Hee hee. Thanks for the compliment. With no other choice, Qin Zihan could only walk into the bathroom. After checking for a while, William satisfactorily patted Qin Zihan's head and said, Good girl. Let us go. Husband will treat you to something delicious. Snorting, Qin Zihan replied unhappily, I can buy it myself. I don't need you. It is true that she said that, but in the end, Qin Zihan still took William's hand, and it wasn't until several hours later that the two of them, carrying bags of various sizes, left the mall. As soon as they got home, Qin Zihan turned into a little white rabbit. By the time it was dark outside, after finishing the battle, Qin Zihan was completely exhausted and collapsed on the bed, with no energy left to move. Although Qin Zihan was initially resistant, after truly experiencing it, she found excitement and pleasure in it. That completely different experience also satisfied William's inner wicked desires. Looking at William's expression, Qin Zihan felt that everything today was very worthwhile. Let's continue next time. Go away. Don't disturb me while I'm sleeping. I'm tired. After dragging her weary body to wash up, Qin Zihan quickly fell into a deep sleep. At this time, it was 11 p.m. William, who wasn't feeling too sleepy, picked up his phone from the bedside and noticed a message from Wang Dan sent half an hour ago. Are you asleep? Just about to sleep. Is there something? Glancing at Qin Zihan, who was sleeping soundly beside him, William silenced the ringtone. Wang Dan's reply came quickly. There's something. Someone above wants us to delay Nebula. What do you think? Nebula was the name William had given to his electronic device. As for why they wanted to delay Nebula's launch, William understood it was because his product was encroaching on someone else's profits. William didn't reply directly. Instead, he asked, what do you think? I don't recommend delaying it. Besides, the reason they want us to delay the launch is just to make more money from the public. William smiled and said, then let's not delay. After sending an OK emoji, their chat suddenly stopped, as both William and Wang Dan didn't know what else to say. Then I'm going to sleep. Just as William sent that message, Wang Dan's message came in. Is she beside you? He quickly retracted his message. Yeah. Seeing William's action, Wang Dan, who was lying in bed, couldn't help but smile. Is she asleep? Yeah. I bought a new piece of clothing. Do you want to see it? However, Wang Dan didn't reply to William's question mark, but instead sent a photo. The photo was a selfie of Wang Dan in front of a mirror, wearing a very sexy light-colored JK outfit. William instinctively opened it, and his expression went blank. However, the photo was retracted after just 3 seconds. How is it? Does it look good? Faced with this question, William hesitated for a long time and decisively sent back looks good. Seeing William's message, Wang Dan lying in bed smiled, even more happily. Then how about this one? As if encouraged, Wang Dan sent one beautiful photo after another that she could only admire herself. However, she smartly retracted each photo after 3 seconds, repeating this 6 times before asking, will this wake Miss Qin up? Glancing nervously at the still soundly sleeping Qin Zihan, William replied, It's fine. She's already asleep. It's getting late. You should rest early too. Looking at Wang Dan's reply, William was speechless. Wow, are you doing this on purpose? Since she couldn't wake Qin Zihan, she simply stopped sending? Just as William was pondering how to respond, another photo was sent over. In the photo, Wang Dan was wearing sexy lingerie. As usual, after 3 seconds, Wang Dan retracted it again. All right, I'm going to sleep too, good night. After sending a series of ellipses, William felt a wave of heat rush through his body. If it weren't for Qin Zihan being so tired just now, William would have wanted to pull off a little trick. Helpless, he could only close his phone to avoid seeing it. Holding Qin Zihan's delicate body, William suddenly felt a sense of guilt. Not only towards Qin Zihan, but also towards Dolores. Ever since returning to this world, his actions seemed to have become more indulgent. Perhaps it was time to rein it in a bit. However, this thought was quickly cast aside by William. The next day, when William saw Wang Dan again, she had changed into a seductive secretary's pencil skirt. Why are you dressed like this? Faced with Wang Dan's fiery red lips, William felt a bit unaccustomed. The past Wang Dan always dressed elegantly, and even when she wore makeup, it was just light makeup. But today, what don't you like it? Boldly turning around in front of William, Wang Dan fully showcased what an S-grade female figure looked like. Awkwardly touching his nose, William said, I do like it, but I'm just not used to it for a moment. So, do you prefer me dressed like this, or how I used to dress? With black stockings paired with high heels, Wang Dan stepped onto William's chair, leaning down to stare directly at him, exuding a full aura. You're provoking my bottom line. Taking a deep breath, William almost couldn't hold back. Noticing William's expression, Wang Dan showed a smug smile, thinking, look at me not being able to handle you. Indeed, a secretary's identity should be used like this. Stepping closer, with her chest almost touching William's face, Wang Dan's cheeks flushed slightly. But she still suppressed her shyness and gently adjusted William's shirt collar. Before leaving, Wang Dan even seductively breathed into William's ear. William, with his mental power activated, William finally understood why Wang Dan had changed so much. Indeed, little movies can mislead people. Is this using all the tricks on me? However, I'm not the protagonist in a little movie, so if you think you can easily take me down like this, well, William must admit that he has been tempted. But just a little bit. Compared to his feelings for Qin Zihan, this temptation is actually acceptable. After all, having someone like that in life is quite interesting. Accepting Wang Dan's change with a clear conscience, William once again entered the experiment. Although it's called an experiment, it's really just William thinking about what he wants to do. The ability of mechanical fruit is so invincible in this world. As for what exactly to do, William's thoughts gradually scattered. He thought of many things, but rejected them one by one. After thinking for a long time, he found he had no inspiration at all. Several hours later, Wang Dan, who came to call William for dinner, noticed the situation and asked, what's wrong? Hearing Wang Dan's voice, William slightly regained his senses, rubbed his brow in distress, and said, suddenly I don't know what to do. There are many ideas in my head, but I don't want to do any of them. Seeing William's troubled expression, Wang Dan came behind him, gently massaging his temples, and softly said, you're asking too much of yourself. In fact, even if you do nothing now, you are already the greatest scientist of this era. Scientist? Hearing this word, William couldn't help but feel a bit sarcastic. I don't deserve that title. Stopping her hand, Wang Dan said a bit angrily, you can't say that about yourself? William couldn't help but laugh. Is it not okay for me to say it myself? No. Continuing to massage William's temples, Wang Dan said, everyone has their limits. You're not a god, and you shouldn't put too much pressure on yourself. You owe no one anything, and you don't have to do anything in particular. Yes, I don't owe anyone anything. I also don't need to do anything in particular for this world. What I casually do is already the limit of this world, so why should I force myself? Thinking of this, William suddenly understood. Slowly reaching out, William gently held Wang Dan's hand. William spoke softly, thank you. Feeling William's slightly warm hand, Wang Dan suddenly felt no other thoughts, only peace. If only they could hold hands forever, how wonderful that would be. Thinking of this, Wang Dan felt a bit disappointed because she knew very well that William did not belong to her. Wang Dan, if it were you, what do you think you would want to do? Me? Yes, if you were in my position, what would you want to do? I hope there will be no more diseases and suffering in this world. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Dan couldn't help but sigh. Although we are in a peaceful era now, the wars in this world are often unseen. They should be in their best years. But their best lives are cut short by injuries and disabilities. And those patients in hospitals suffer from pain every day. There are far too many such cases. Wang Dan's words opened up William's thoughts. He had been thinking about creating weapons that surpassed this era and had never considered making medical machines. The idea is good, but if I really create such a machine, have you thought about how many people would lose their jobs? Currently, William only has this one hesitation, because he knows that there are far too many people in the medical field. Once a universal treatment device is really made, it would deal a devastating blow to the entire industry. How many people would be laid off and unemployed because of this? William couldn't even imagine that number. Long pain is better than short pain, isn't it? Once the torment of illness is gone, the whole world will enter a new era, right? At this point, Wang Dan found it a bit funny. And besides, even if you want to create this thing, it would probably be very difficult for you. After all, this is not the field you are familiar with. If you think that way, then I can only say, you underestimate me. With a slight smile, William said, for me, wanting to create this thing is actually a very simple matter. Really? Hearing William's words, Wang Dan was incredulous. I don't understand medicine, but I don't need to. Don't you remember? I have Jarvis, and I possess nanotechnology. Jarvis, construct the plan for Universal Medical Pod. This time, William didn't even need to use his abilities. Okay, Master. To Wang Dan's astonishment, a model resembling a medical pod appeared on the starry sky projection, accompanied by Jarvis's modeling and simulation experiments. Soon enough, after millions of simulation results, a green light lit up. Master, the data construction is complete. Start 3D printing. Okay, Master. With the addition of nanobots in no time, a brand new universal medical pod emerged in William's 3D printing area. William gestured. Do you want to give it a try? Is it safe? It's not that she didn't trust William, but this completely illogical thing was still beyond Wang Dan's understanding. Don't worry, as long as your body has no diseases. It's actually no different from getting an MRI. Moreover, this universal medical pod is also compatible with beauty effects. It can make you more beautiful. Hearing this, Wang Dan's eyes brightened. Even for Wang Dan, as a woman, she couldn't resist beauty. Looking at the already open pod door, Wang Dan asked, what do I need to do? Do I just lie down? If you want the best treatment effect, it's best to take off all your clothes. All of them? Take them off? Looking at William, Wang Dan showed hesitation. Clearing his throat, William said, you can treat me as a doctor now. You are the patient, so you can trust my medical ethics. You're not a doctor. Where does your medical ethics come from? Wang Dan chuckled, but noticing William's expectant gaze, she hesitated for a moment before finally turning her back to William and slowly taking off her clothes. By the time she walked into the medical pod, her hands instinctively covered her private parts. Noticing William's fiery gaze, Wang Dan playfully scolded, Dr. William, where did your medical ethics go? Medical ethics? Is that valuable? Turn around. Unable to watch any longer, Wang Dan said sternly. Although she liked William, it didn't mean she was a casual woman. Thinking William would turn around, she was surprised that he didn't even bother to do so. Clearing his throat, William chose to lower his head and operate the machine. You know, if I turn around, I won't be able to operate the machine. Don't think I don't know that Jarvis can operate the machine. Stunned for a moment, William awkwardly stopped his random operations. All right, Jarvis. Okay, starting scan. Jarvis's voice came, and a green light began scanning from Wang Dan's head. During the scanning process, Jarvis spoke some medical terminology. Summarizing, Wang Dan's body was very healthy, and her physical quality had reached a very high standard for humans. However, compared to these, Wang Dan was clearly more concerned about beauty issues. After communicating with Jarvis, white gas filled the entire medical pod, and within this gas were nanobots invisible to the naked eye. Under Jarvis's instructions, countless nanobots began working on the surface of Wang Dan's body, clearing impurities, tightening the skin, and repairing minor flaws, among other things. Until the nanobots finished their repairs, William extended his hand and said, Jarvis, inject my blood. Okay, Master. The nanobots in the medical pod gradually formed a needle. After William released his body's defenses, a drop of immortal blood containing infinite power was collected by the nanobots and injected into Wang Dan's body. In an instant, a transformative power even more potent than that of the nanobots acted on Wang Dan. Buzz. It felt as if her body had been completely cleansed, until a golden light erupted from Wang Dan's opened eyes. At this point, Wang Dan's life form had completely changed. Stunned for a long time, feeling an unprecedented difference in her body, Wang Dan exclaimed, William, why do I feel different? I added a little something different for you. It allows you to exert capabilities beyond human limits. You mean like the super soldier serum? Given that William liked to create things from superhero movies, Wang Dan had studied a lot about this. Similar. However, this is much stronger than the super soldier serum. With the transformation complete, Looking at Wang Dan, who seemed completely renewed, William hesitated to hand over her clothes. Feeling William's increasingly audacious gaze, Wang Dan blushed and said, "Aren't you going to give it to me?" Oh, okay." William hurriedly handed over the clothes, but Wang Dan was speechless. "First, give me my underwear." "That one is out of the question. I accidentally got it dirty, so I threw it away." "Threw it away?" Looking at William suspiciously, Wang Dan thought to herself that he must have done something inappropriate, but at this moment, she could only roll her eyes at him. Under William's gaze, she laid down on the bed. Feeling the vacuum on her body, Wang Dan stepped forward and tightly wrapped her arms around William's waist. After William pretended to cry out in pain, Wang Dan finally gave a huff and let him go. "Want to try your current body?" Wang Dan was also curious about her current physical condition. The experimental base had a dedicated gym, and all the accompanying equipment was complete. Although this outfit was a bit inappropriate, she couldn't care less at that moment. After trying one exercise after another, the results were astonishing. Just as William had said, her physical quality had made a qualitative leap. If she had to describe it, Wang Dan was now like a female version of Captain America. Moreover, according to William, as time passed, and with the sun's radiation, her physical quality would continue to enhance infinitely. If she didn't know that William wasn't an alien, Wang Dan would have almost thought she was a Kryptonian. Even though Marvel movies have created a frenzy worldwide in the past decade, the title of Superman remains the most recognized superhero in this world, an unchangeable fact. How does it feel? Not bad, right? William, who was admiring the view from the side, said somewhat smugly, "Thank you." Putting down the dumbbells, Wang Dan's expression was filled with excitement, admiration, and affection. Their eyes met, and unable to hold back any longer, the two embraced and kissed. Kissing, caressing, gradually their clothes began to come off. Looking at Wang Dan's dreamy gaze, William casually asked, "Is this okay? Give it to me." As if receiving a command or encouragement, William moved. After a long while, the battle finally ended, and a weak Wang Dan lay quietly in William's arms. Feeling the joyful afterglow, after fully relaxing, Wang Dan struggled to sit up from the yoga mat. "What's wrong?" Noticing Wang Dan's movements, William asked curiously. Wang Dan pointed to the clock on the wall and said, "It's already very late. If we don't tidy up soon, your lady friend will come to check." After hearing this, William couldn't help but laugh and cry. Qin Zihan was good in every way, except for this one thing. Of course, it's not because Qin Zihan has a strong desire for control, but mainly because William is too outstanding. So much so that even Qin Zihan lacks confidence in herself. When it was time to leave, she naturally couldn't help but stall for a bit. Today, Wang Dan was clearly unable to drive. Her legs were still weak, and sitting in the passenger seat, she was drowsy and wanted to sleep. However, Wang Dan suddenly remembered something. Noticing the gaze Wang Dan directed at him, William asked curiously, "What's wrong? Can you help me buy some medicine when we pass by the pharmacy?" "Buy medicine?" At first, William didn't quite understand, but upon noticing Wang Dan's look, he immediately realized. "That medicine is not good for your health." Rolling her eyes, Wang Dan replied, "What if I get pregnant and don't take it?" "Then so be it. Aren't you afraid?" Wang Dan was somewhat surprised by William's response. William shook his head and smiled. "In fact, it's not that easy. Even for ordinary people, it's not something that happens just like that. Moreover, consider my situation, although there is no genetic isolation, getting pregnant with my child is not a simple matter. Otherwise, during the 10 years on the Xia continent, only Dolores had given birth to a pair of twins for William, while neither Tiffany nor Vicky had fewer encounters with him. In that world, there was no concept of contraception as in a modern world." After a moment of silence, Wang Dan smiled ambiguously. "You said it. So if it really happens, don't let me take care of it." "If it really happens, I'd be more than happy," William said, gently holding Wang Dan's hand. "Although I may not be able to give you an official title, I can give you anything you want. Can you also give me the stars in the sky?" Wang Dan was just teasing, but in fact, she was already quite satisfied with what William had said. However, she clearly underestimated William's determination. With a smiling expression, William said to Wang Dan, "If you want it, it's a very simple thing." Wang Dan was taken aback and remembered that William's greatest strength was his inventiveness. "One day, I'll build a spaceship, and then I'll take you to space to pick stars." Upon hearing this, Wang Dan's expression gradually became enamored. Such a confident William is the man she likes. He was half an hour late compared to before. But what surprised William was that Qin Zihan did not call for a video chat today. In the past, Qin Zihan was always punctual, but when he checked his phone, he saw that Qin Zihan had sent him a message at noon saying there was a company dinner, but he hadn't noticed it at that time. Feeling relieved, William sent a message to Qin Zihan and smiled when he learned that she might be back very late. Let's have dinner together later. Hearing William's words, Wang Dan asked in confusion, aren't you going back? Is everything okay? It's fine. Zihan has a company dinner tonight. All right, then I want to eat hot pot. Hearing this from William, Wang Dan became interested. Okay, hot pot it is. Do you eat spicy? Yes. Then let us go for spicy hot pot. While having dinner with Wang Dan, William asked Jarvis to locate Qin Zihan's position. It wasn't that he suspected Qin Zihan was up to something. It was mainly to feel more at ease while accompanying Wang Dan. After all, today, she had just given herself to him, and it was nice to be able to stay with her a little longer. After eating and drinking enough, holding William's hand, they strolled by the river. The river breeze rustled the willows by the riverbank, and under the night sky, the bright moon hung high, with stars twinkling. Although it was just a simple walk, neither of them felt bored. They chatted about various topics and unknowingly reached 10 p.m. Although reluctant, Wang Dan was a person who understood boundaries. Seeing that it was getting late, she nestled in William's arms and softly said, you should go back now. She just left. How about we wait a little longer? No, it won't be good if we get discovered. After kissing William's lips, Wang Dan said, besides, we have plenty of time in the future. All right. Seeing this, William didn't delay any longer. When he got home and had just finished showering and lay on the bed, Qin Zihan arrived home. Although there was a dinner, Qin Zihan didn't drink, and given her position, no one pressured her to drink. I'm back. I'm going to take a shower first. Qin Zihan casually took off her clothes and walked into the bathroom. After finishing her shower and wrapping herself in a towel, Qin Zihan noticed the dirty clothes William had thrown into the basket. Just as she was about to clean them up and put them in the washing machine, she suddenly smelled a different fragrance. It was the scent of Wang Dan's perfume. Qin Zihan was actually quite familiar with Wang Dan's scent since, as William's secretary. She spent almost all day with him except at night. However, what was different this time was that the scent was particularly strong, accompanied by an indescribable smell. Feeling a bit strange, Qin Zihan couldn't help but laugh. It wouldn't do to always be suspicious, and, after so much time, William had given her the trust she wanted. Not thinking too much about it, she picked up the laundry basket and put the clothes in the washing machine. When she got to the bed, she lay down in William's arms. Noticing that William's phone screen was showing a female streamer dancing, Qin Zihan hummed lightly and said, looking at her, she must have used beauty filters. I don't know what's so good about her. Whether she's good looking or not doesn't matter. Mainly, she's provocative. Taking another glance at the streamer twisting her body, even Qin Zihan had to admit that her dancing skills were indeed professional, but she couldn't help but say, if you like, I can dance for you too. You? Better not. You're not suited for dancing. William chuckled, recalling how she made him laugh the last time she danced, and swiped up to stop looking, saying this is just something that randomly came up, you know that. However, the next video was another dance. Swiping again, it was still the same. All right, William directly turned off his phone. Looking at Qin Zihan's half-smiling expression, he couldn't help but pinch her cheek and change the topic. Okay, it's getting late. Let's sleep. Sleep? I can't fall asleep. Oh, are you feeling needy? Feeling William's hand, Qin Zihan quickly stopped him. Don't mess around. I still have my thing. Then let's sleep. As if sensing William's disappointment, Qin Zihan said, how about I help you? After saying that, she was about to dive under the covers, but William pulled her back up. It's fine. I'm not insisting. Let's just rest today. In fact, he had just released earlier with Wang Dan that afternoon, and he wasn't feeling very enthusiastic right now. However, Qin Zihan naturally didn't know this and thought William was just being considerate of her. In the dark, Qin Zihan quietly asked, darling, tomorrow is the weekend. My best friend invited me to dinner. Do you want to join? Your best friend? Yeah, you haven't met her. I want to introduce you to her. We've grown up together, and she's my best friend. Single? Qin Zihan frowned. Yes, she's not only single, but also a stunning beauty and comes from a good family. Why? What do you want to do? Just as she finished speaking, Qin Zihan couldn't help but pinch the soft flesh around William's waist. No, don't misunderstand. I was just asking casually. If she's really as you say, I might just choose not to go. Why not? Releasing her grip on William, Qin Zihan asked in confusion. No reason. Having two beautiful women together while I'm just a guy isn't good, right? You really won't go? No, I won't go. I have an experiment that's reached a critical point, and I want to finish it early. What have you invented this time? Qin Zihan asked curiously. After William explained the universal medical pod, Qin Zihan's gaze gradually filled with admiration. Darling, if you can really make this happen, it would definitely benefit humanity. You're amazing. William smiled and said, then if I don't accompany you, you won't blame me, right? Qin Zihan shook her head, No, your work is much more important, and besides, we have plenty of time in the future. The sooner you finish, the sooner you can help patients. While this was true, in reality, the next day, after Qin Zihan dressed up beautifully to go out, William drove to Wang Dan's house. Seeing William, Wang Dan was a bit surprised. What are you doing here? I missed you. Hearing William's words, Wang Dan playfully rolled her eyes at him, but moved aside to let him in. Just as she closed the door, William pinned Wang Dan against the wall, and a passionate kiss left her breathless and weak all over. However, just as William was about to take it further, Wang Dan pushed him away. No, I'm swollen. Let's skip it today. Swollen? Yeah. Speaking of this made Wang Dan's face turn red. Let me see. Wang Dan shot him a glare, unwilling to show him. It was too embarrassing. How about going to the medical pod for treatment? Wang Dan decisively rejected the proposal. Not for any other reason, but mainly because she felt that even if things were fine today, they would definitely swell up again later. So it was better to stay as things were now. Moreover, she felt that she was actually already better, but it seemed like taking another day of rest would be better. After all, she didn't want to end up like in those little movies, indulging too much. Are you working? William asked curiously, noticing the starry sky and documents in the living room. Yes, I'm organizing the company's weekly report. Since you're here, let me show you. Just as Wang Dan was about to report the company's sales situation to William, he interrupted her directly. Okay, I don't care about these things. You just handle it. Wang Dan couldn't help but laugh and cry. Aren't you afraid I might sell you out? What is there to be afraid of? Would you really sell me? Facing William's gaze, Wang Dan blushed and lowered her head. To be honest, setting aside the country for a moment, after what happened yesterday, Wang Dan had already realized that she probably couldn't live without William for the rest of her life. Unless, of course, William didn't want her anymore. With that thought, Wang Dan couldn't help but sigh internally. She knew very well that this was a one-way street, yet she dove right in. She subconsciously caressed her lower abdomen, knowing that even if she were pregnant, she wouldn't feel it today, but Wang Dan really wanted to have a child for William. That way, even if William didn't want her in the future, at least she would have something to look forward to. She just hoped her body would cooperate. You go ahead. I won't disturb you from the side. While that was true, when Wang Dan actually started working, she found that her clothes were gradually becoming fewer, and by the end, they were almost in a state of complete honesty. Half of Wang Dan's mind was on handling work, while the other half was trying to stop William from becoming more and more reckless. Amidst the torment, there was also a certain pleasure. Hiss! Wang Dan gasped, looking at William, who was holding an ice pack, and asked, What are you doing? Aren't you swollen? Let me give you an ice pack. I don't need it. I think you should ice yourself. Glancing at William's imposing figure, Wang Dan couldn't help but roll her eyes and stood up. What are you doing? What do you think? Blushing, Wang Dan shot William a glance and said helplessly, If this doesn't satisfy you, I won't be able to continue working today. Time quickly passed to the afternoon, but in the end, Wang Dan was still sent to bed. Admiring Wang Dan's sexy figure, William couldn't be more satisfied. I have to say, this feeling is just amazing. As for why William didn't show any tenderness, after activating the full power of the eternal blood, Wang Dan's body had even reached a level of healing comparable to that of Deadpool, so this little injury wouldn't affect her at all. Is that better? Wang Dan shot William a glance and returned to the living room. Having wasted a whole day, the actions she had originally planned to complete today were clearly going to be postponed. However, there was nothing to be done. After all, it was William. Moreover, in fact, Wang Dan, who was trying forbidden fruit for the first time, was also quite enjoying it. While Wang Dan started working, William, feeling a bit bored, opened his enhancement pool. Speaking of which, during this period, William felt that he had fallen back into a state of depravity since returning to this world. Although, with William's current strength, it was almost difficult for the enhancement pool to elevate his power significantly. He felt he should do something for Qin Zihan and Wang Dan. Eternal blood was one thing, but this world had even more powerful conventional weapons, and even nuclear weapons, so William felt he should create something more powerful. But what should he make? Divine gift fruit? William immediately rejected the idea. While it was a good thing, in William's view, such power was very disharmonious in this world. However, if he didn't use divine gift fruit, what should he use? As he pondered, William lost focus. I got it. Suddenly noticing the nanobots on Wang Dan's wrist, inspiration struck him. I wonder what would happen if I enhanced this thing. What's wrong? Wang Dan asked, puzzled, as William took off the bracelet from her wrist. I suddenly had an idea. I want to upgrade this. Oh, Wang Dan didn't ask what the inspiration was because even now, she didn't know the principle behind the steel armor on her hand. William placed Wang Dan's bracelet and another bracelet into the enhancement pool, accompanied by the crisp sound of metal being forged. Soon, the enhanced steel bracelet appeared before William. What is this? Looking at the data panel in front of him, William was also shocked. Nanobot bracelet. Level. Magical artifact. Attributes. Transformation. Self-healing. At field. Enhancement. 1. William was astonished. Such a simple enhancement had directly elevated the nanobot bracelet to the level of a magical artifact. Moreover, it even generated a field. The field, originating from Eva's absolute territory, could be described as a wall that separates the self from other selves and the objective world through the power of the mind and soul. Within a field, one could almost be immune to nearly all powers in this world. Wang Dan, you should try it. Now, Wang Dan was confused. It had only been a short while since she handed it over, and it was already done. However, since it was William's request, Wang Dan wouldn't refuse. When the nanobot armor covered her body, she exclaimed in surprise from behind the mask, "Why do I feel like this armor is alive? It's not just a feeling. It is alive. How is that possible?" William gently comforted the somewhat frightened Wang Dan. "In fact, it only comes to life when you are with it. You can feel its new power. What should I do?" "Calm down." Taking a deep breath, Wang Dan gradually calmed down under William's guidance, and slowly, she began to sense it. Quietly, Wang Dan slowly opened her eyes. However, in a place only visible to William and Wang Dan, the field activated. This power feels so strong. The field can resist all powers in this world, and as long as the nanobot bracelet is on you, you can unleash this power. So how is it? Impressive, right? Darling, you're amazing. This is simply black technology. Hearing this, William couldn't help but smile. Indeed, this thing is black technology. Moreover, the field can not only defend, but you can also change its form. Really? Wang Dan learned quickly. Almost as soon as William finished speaking, the field transformed into a longsword. Practice more. Once you are familiar with it and can activate both modes simultaneously, you will possess the strongest weapon and the strongest defense. After experiencing it, Wang Dan's expression became somewhat serious. This power is very strong, but it's also too dangerous. Yes, that's why I don't intend to make this power public. In this world, only you and Zihan's battle armor possess such power. Don't you need it? Noticing William's choice of words, Wang Dan felt a bit puzzled. William shook his head and smiled, saying, "In fact, I really don't need it." Although William didn't say it explicitly, Wang Dan understood that he must have something else hidden. She was curious, but didn't press further. If William was willing to share, she naturally wanted to know, but if he chose not to, there must be a reason for that. However, from the transformers and the field that William casually took out, Wang Dan knew that such technology must be incredibly powerful. Time quickly passed, and a week later arrived. On this day, when William announced the development of the Universal Medical Pod, it once again triggered a global sensation. Today's William has completely transformed from his original sharing livestream. Now his sharing resembles more of a press conference. However, each time William releases something, it causes a shockwave in an industry. And this time, it was the turn of the medical field. When William stated that the Universal Medical Pod could treat all known diseases on Earth, even disabilities, it truly sent everyone into a frenzy. At this moment, both those studying medicine and those who were not fell silent. It was not that they didn't believe William, but mainly because the manufacturing of this thing was simply a matter that broke the current scientific perspective. Meanwhile, everyone with a disease or with a sick family member began to cheer. If this was true, it would completely change their original fate. Every city would have pilot programs, and I would offer 100 free slots for each pilot. Once the slots were filled, corresponding fees would be charged according to the normal rates. But you can rest assured that these fees will definitely be within everyone's affordability. When William announced this, the entire internet, including the whole world, began to boil with excitement. However, while some were thrilled, others were dissatisfied. Many foreign netizens commented under William's post asking when the pilot programs would start in their countries. In response, William's answer was very simple. As for the pilot programs and hospital construction abroad, I'm sorry, our company will focus on domestic efforts first, and I will only consider foreign ones once domestic resources are sufficient. As soon as this was said, the domestic internet erupted with joy. But foreign netizens couldn't hold back their outrage. This is unfair. Science knows no borders. You can't do this. Are the lives of Chinese people lives? But the lives of people from other countries are not. Protests. Serious protests. In response to the barrage of protests, William calmly said, "I'm really sorry, but protests are ineffective. This is my thing, and I will use it wherever I want. You have no say in it." After saying this, William directly hung up the live stream with a show of authority. Meanwhile, Wang Dan's phone was also bombarded with calls immediately. This was something that was expected. As for the reason they called, it was quite simple: to inquire about where the pilot was and to request slots. However, Wang Dan directly handed this task over to Jarvis to respond. And this time, all the pilot work and personnel selection were personally handled by Jarvis, completely eliminating any so-called personal connections. As for the military, William's response was also straightforward. The military's medical pods are independent of civilian ones, and all treatment costs are to be borne by William himself. This reply received full support from the state. That evening, Wang Dan even received a new appointment. William was directly promoted to general, and due to William's special status, the inauguration ceremony was held in the Grand Hall, personally conducted by the Dragon Head. As for Wang Dan, due to his special contributions, he was promoted from colonel to major general. However, at William's request, Wang Dan continued to serve as William's secretary. After the inauguration ceremony, William decided to take a break and chose this coastal city. As for going abroad, William had no such intention. Not to mention whether he would be allowed to go out. Even if it were possible, he had no desire to travel abroad. After all, for William, there are still so many places in Huaxia that he hasn't visited, and he is not interested in traveling overseas. This time on the trip, not only did Qin Zihan come, but Wang Dan also joined. Although Qin Zihan felt somewhat speechless and dissatisfied about this, in the end, she had no choice. After all, she knew that William's status was truly different now. Wang Dan was no longer just William's secretary. More importantly, the globally famous William needed Wang Dan to handle many matters. For instance, the crazy fans, the fervent admirers, and even many jealous and hostile forces wishing for William's downfall. Therefore, although the three appear to be on a vacation, it was actually quite suffocating. For 3 consecutive days, Qin Zihan only briefly went to the beach with William once and then never left the rented hotel again. The reason was simple. The beach was packed with people, all there to see William. William and Qin Zihan never expected this situation. At this moment, both of them regretted not listening to Wang Dan's advice. Had they known, they would have disguised themselves better, so they wouldn't be in such a predicament now. Although they felt helpless, this was also a testament to William's popularity. The name William had resonated throughout every corner of Blue Star. Countless people held animosity towards William because he had nearly destroyed the current social system. The semiconductor industry, smart appliances industry, medical system, and even military enterprises were affected. However, many others were grateful to William, as his creations had given hope to all terminally ill patients. Nowadays, the universal medical pods had almost spread to every city in Huaxia. And over time, more and more patients were being cured, which had propelled William's fame to a peak. Even now, the universal medical pods had become an important bargaining chip for Huaxia to balance against Western countries. As the distribution of medical pods gradually improved domestically, the government had already opened the first batch of national application lists after communication with William, and among them, almost all countries, except for third world nations, had extended olive branches to Huaxia. However, this time, there were only 3 countries on the application list, while the number of countries on Blue Star was nearing 200, highlighting the fierce competition for this application. Even now, the most powerful country, the United States, publicly threatened others, but it still couldn't stop various nations, even their longtime ally. Japan seemed to care about nothing anymore. There was no way around it. This was no longer about political direction, but rather about public opinion. Anyone who dared to falter at this time would find themselves in a precarious position. Moreover, it wasn't just ordinary citizens who needed treatment. Many high-ranking officials and dignitaries were also seriously ill. Even though the approach William took was vastly different from Huaxia's nearly free treatment. With each use of the equipment costing an outrageous price, this still couldn't deter the frenzy from all countries. Through the hotel window, William looked out towards the sea. The sea was teeming with people. Unlike the curious public, reporters from around the world were pulling out all the stops. Planes, cruise ships, telescopes, drones, almost every piece of equipment was in action. If it weren't for the fact that they had discovered they couldn't get within 50 meters of the hotel after several attempts, William would dare to say that drones might have already crashed into the window. How about we change locations? I'm tired of staying in hotels every day, William said, feeling a bit bored after watching for a while. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his heart sank. As he zoomed out his view, he was shocked to see more than 10 missiles, and they were aimed directly at the hotel where William was staying. Who did this? At this moment, William's face was extremely difficult to look at, filled with rage. This missile strike will not only affect the hotel where William is staying, but almost everyone around will be impacted. Is this to kill me, by any means necessary? At this moment, Qin Zihan also noticed something unusual about William and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? If nothing unexpected happens, there will be a missile attack here in 38 seconds. What?" Hearing this, Qin Zihan's face changed dramatically. "But how is that possible? This is already near the coast. Who would do such a thing? The location of the missile launch is in international waters, fired from a stealth submarine. Which country would dare to do such a thing?" Qin Zihan found this hard to believe. "South China Sea exercises. You mean?" William didn't specify which country, but Qin Zihan already knew who it was. However, regardless of who it was, they had to intercept them first. The mask of the armored suit lit up with a red glow. "I'll go with you." Seeing William rise into the air, Qin Zihan quickly said, "One more person can help." William shook his head. "No need, this time I plan to do it alone. I want them to know what happens when they dare to provoke me." Breaking through the window, William transformed into Iron Man and shot up into the sky. Witnessing this scene, all the reporters were dumbfounded. "Hurry, hurry, hurry. Follow him. This is big news. Boss, I can't keep up. He's too fast. Follow him as fast as you can." However, in comparison to William's speed, both helicopters and drones lagged far behind. Just when all the reporters were feeling frustrated, a keen observer suddenly noticed that William had actively opened his live streaming room. Without any words, as the camera zoomed out, the rapidly flying missiles appeared before everyone. "Oh my God, missiles! Another missile! Is the streamer crazy? What is he doing? No, can you all get a grip and see how many missiles there are? My God, is this madness? What's going on?" As countless comments flooded the live stream, William showed no intention of explaining. Just as the missiles were about to make contact with him, William's hands suddenly unleashed red lasers. Boom, 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 boom. After a series of terrifying explosions, William's figure showed no signs of stopping. Noticing this scene, combined with the direction William was heading, everyone's expressions changed. What is he going to do? Haven't the missiles already been destroyed? No, 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 it can't be. That direction. That's the direction of the military exercise. What military exercise? The Mr. Military exercise. Aren't you all paying attention? Could it be that he's going to? God bless. Buddha bless. Three pure ones bless. Is he going to kill them all by himself? Streamer, don't do it. You'll die. Streamer, don't go to your death. Completely ignoring the barrage of comments, William had already entered the warning zone of the military exercise. When William appeared within the radar range of the military exercise monitoring, the warships of the Mr. countries participating in the exercise aimed their weapons at William's direction, and at the same time, fighter jets on the aircraft carrier took off immediately. "Here it comes," murmured William. In the next moment, without any intention of communication, the radar on the fighter jets had locked onto William. Upon discovering that William showed no intention of changing direction, dozens of missiles instantly flew towards him with a whistling sound. Doesn't William know he has been locked on? Of course William knew, but so what if he was locked on? Faced with even more missiles than before, William didn't slow down at all. Instead, he accelerated forward. Boom! In a massive sonic boom, William's speed had reached supersonic. Boom, 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 boom. Cool. The streamer is dead. What is going on? Just when everyone was puzzled about why William would throw himself into danger, amidst the huge flames and explosions, William's figure surprisingly emerged unscathed. At this moment, the entire live broadcast room erupted with deafening cheers. Not only that, when William extended his hands, a piercing alarm sounded, and the fighter jets immediately took evasive action. However, Zila, boom, 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 accompanied by a thunderous explosion, 6 fighter jets worth over 100 million each instantly turned into fireballs. Yet, the William who took this action showed no signs of stopping. As William approached the mothership, the surrounding escort ships quickly activated all their combat equipment. "Shoot them down." The commander roared in the cockpit, and countless missiles and bullets roared wildly. Almost in an instant, the torrent of bullets transformed into a giant flame dragon. However, facing this scene, William showed no intention of dodging. He activated the field, snorted coldly, and even withstood armor-piercing rounds and missiles, instantly piercing one of the escort ships. As William soared into the air again, bullets and missiles became even more dense. Yet, all the weapons that hit William, even the missiles, vanished silently around him. At this moment, everyone realized that William's steel armor was surrounded by an invisible energy field. What is this thing? So powerful. So cool. Kill them. Damn it. I'm going crazy. Am I seeing Superman? When did Iron Man become so amazing? It's not Iron Man that is amazing. It's the broadcaster that is amazing. The big shot is amazing. Amidst countless roars, a device that looked like an energy weapon suddenly opened behind William. Seeing this scene, although everyone was puzzled about what this setup was, they all guessed that it was an even more powerful weapon. It absolutely must not be allowed to fire. Otherwise, we will all die. Soldiers, fire. Use all weapons. However, even so, they were unable to break through William's field. It was as if there was a dimensional gap between William and this world. All weapons would be blocked the moment they touched William's surroundings. As the energy behind William gathered to an extreme. No, accompanied by countless roars, boom. The 4 escort ships were immediately pierced through. At this point, the entire aircraft carrier had become William's live target. As for the fighter jets that were coming at him, almost fighting to the death, William merely swatted them away like flies. When the last fighter jet ran out of all its missiles and chose to self-destruct alongside William, William reached out. Ka-ka-ka. In that moment, William could even see the pilot's desperate eyes wide open in the cockpit of the fighter jet. No. Boom. In a massive flames. The fighter jet was instantly blown to pieces, and the debris was casually tossed aside by William. By this point, the entire fleet of aircraft carriers from Country M was left with only the powerless mother ship. As for Country R, none of them expected things to suddenly turn out this way. In fact, the mastermind behind this incident was actually Country R, followed by Country M. But it was as if William couldn't see Country R. After destroying the entire fleet of aircraft carriers from Country M, William's figure had already landed on the deck of the mother ship. As for Country R, after William's laser weapon blew up the submarine that launched the missile, the entire fleet of Country R chose to retreat under the leader's orders. There was no choice. They simply couldn't fight back. If this stays, the result will be a dead end. Rather than this, it's better to leave. As for the last search aircraft carrier of the M country, there's no need to even think about it. They know that someone like William, who would do such a thing, would never let the other side go. Looking at William stepping onto the deck, all the soldiers on the aircraft carrier were trembling. Just as William took a step forward, a dozen Navy personnel in front of him had already emptied their magazines in fear. However, despite hundreds of bullets fired, not even a scratch was made on the paint of William's armor. After all, even armor-piercing rounds and missiles had failed to harm him in any way just moments ago. What effect could these handguns have? With a series of clanging sounds, looking at the golden bullets scattered on the ground, William scanned his surroundings without saying a word. The atmosphere had grown extremely cold. Watching the Special Forces soldier in front of him trying to change magazines and prepare to shoot, William sighed. Why bother? It's just a dying struggle. He pointed and made a swipe. Splash! In the dazed gaze of everyone, the entire deck of the aircraft carrier was sliced in half, accompanied by waves and vibrations. Crackle! In a massive turmoil, the entire aircraft carrier was miraculously split in two. Watching the soldiers on the deck panic and desperately seek survival, William's eyes were cold to the extreme, showing no sympathy whatsoever. Seeing this scene, the replies in the live stream gradually slowed down, and some compassionate people even openly judged William's cruelty for doing such a thing. William naturally noticed the comments in the chat. Unlike the few critics, more people fell into silence. It wasn't that they didn't want to judge, it was mainly because many didn't know why William would do such a thing. In everyone's perception, William wasn't such a cruel person. It wasn't until William calmly recounted the true nature of the entire incident that everyone understood why he suddenly erupted. At this moment, the distinction between right and wrong has become unimportant, compared to right and wrong. The president of the M country immediately condemned William after the incident occurred and firmly announced that China should arrest William and send him to M country for questioning. Furthermore, he even stated that if China did not do so, M country would reserve the right to deploy troops to attack China. In response to M country's statement, the Chinese authorities did not reply immediately. Instead, after a brief communication with William, they first made the cause of the incident public and then stated that arresting William was impossible. If you want war, then let it be war. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole world was shocked. No one expected that China would suddenly be so tough. The pressure was suddenly shifted back to the U.S. Fighting is definitely not an option. Not to mention that the combat capability of the Chinese military is already among the top 3 in the world. Just William alone has the power to destroy an aircraft carrier fleet. If William were to provide some technology to the Chinese government, combined with other countries taking advantage of the situation, it is very possible that the entire U.S. could be destroyed. Moreover, does the U.S. really want to fight? Being a capitalist country, they would never take action without benefits. The nature of bringing William to the U.S. for interrogation is self-evident. At this point, the government of Country M has completely loathed little Country R. It was clearly this group of dogs that came up with a terrible idea, and now, after the deed is done, they end up taking the blame for it. Moreover, there is no place to seek justice. At this point, saying that the missile was not launched by me is completely meaningless, because even if I said it, no one would believe it anymore. Even if someone did believe it, it doesn't matter. It has completely evolved into a diplomatic disaster rather than just a missile issue. Unfortunately, someone has to take the blame. When the U.S. Secretary of State publicly announced through the media that this incident was orchestrated by Japan and that the U.S. was taking the fall, the entire situation fundamentally changed. Goodness. Upon hearing that it was planned by Japan, the Chinese people were immediately outraged. The internet and reality were filled with declarations of war. When facing Japan, any true Chinese person has nothing to fear. AI Gong once said, after China becomes prosperous and strong, the first thing to do is to eliminate Japan. I'd rather bear the infamy of invasion for a lifetime than let my descendants enjoy peace for generations. And what William aims to do is exactly this. William knows that this incident was planned by Japan and that the missile was launched by Japan. So why did he not target Japan, but instead destroy the U.S. aircraft carrier fleet? The goal is for today. What he wants is to completely cut off Japan's support and let these two dogs fight each other. The U.S. does not want to engage in conflict with China, but China has already stated that if they avoid battle, it would be a loss of face. Reluctantly, they can only throw Japan out there, and now, William has achieved a dual purpose. Not only did he make the U.S. swallow its anger, but he also provided a legitimate reason to take action against Japan. Do you really want to take action against Japan? William nodded. You don't need to worry. Don't you know my strength? Qin Zihan shook his head and smiled. No, I was just thinking that I must be brought along when you go. William thought about it and understood what Qin Zihan meant. The Qin family was originally a prominent family, and back in the day, the ancestors of the Qin family participated in the Red War. In this battle, 18 members of the Qin family heroically sacrificed their lives. Qin Zihan's great-grandfather was the only surviving male of the Qin family. Looking back at that time, more than 35 million Huaxia people were casualties. The Huaxia people will never forget that part of history. However, although William understood Qin Zihan's intentions, he still had no plans to take her with him. In William's view, the annihilation of the small Japan country was never about destroying the nation or slaughtering its entire population. Instead of mass murder, what William aimed to do was to thoroughly dismantle their militaristic ambitions, ensuring that the small Japan country would never again dare to harbor aggressive intentions. To achieve this, the first step was to act quickly, so fast that no country could react in time, and secondly, it had to be a decisive blow. William did not want this action to drag Huaxia into the quagmire of war. After hearing William's words, Qin Zihan understood, but she was still unclear about how William planned to achieve such an effect. Haven't you always been curious about what power I have been hiding? Today, it's time for you to see it. But are you sure you want to see? I want to see. William nodded, said nothing more. And just as he was about to leave after turning on the camera, Wang Dan walked in from outside. You? Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Nodding to Wang Dan, William's figure instantly transformed into light. What is this? Seeing this scene, both Qin Zihan and Wang Dan were stunned, thinking they were hallucinating. However, in the video, William had already arrived above the small Japan country. Without any mechas or technology, he achieved this solely with his physical body. Just as the two women were still immersed in how William accomplished this, a blinding light suddenly erupted from William's body. The next moment, giant beams of light rose one after another from the entire small Japan country. After the light columns disappeared, everything seemed normal in the small Japan country. But all of its national defense forces, self-defense forces, as well as all military factories and secret bases had vanished without a trace. It was as if they had been erased by the power of the world. On this day, the world was in turmoil. However, after doing this, William never appeared in public again. It wasn't out of fear. He simply felt that he had no regrets. By using his own power, he not only changed the world, but also accomplished countless things that many wished to do, but couldn't. So what more could he ask for? As a result, in the following time, William lived almost like an ordinary person. Although it was somewhat dull compared to his past life, it had its own unique flavor. He even took the opportunity to publicly reveal his ability to traverse worlds, including mentioning Wang Dan. At first, Qin Zihan couldn't accept it. However, after hearing Wang Dan's words, Qin Zihan had nothing to say. In Wang Dan's words, whether it was her or Qin Zihan, neither of them was truly William's main partner. Since William's main partner, Dolores, didn't care about him seeking other women, They had even less right to interfere with William's freedom. Of course, Wang Dan's support for William was in essence a form of compromise. Unlike Qin Zihan, her identity was more awkward, so rather than that, it was better to pull Qin Zihan into her camp. That way, it was certainly better than fighting alone. However, while this was true, the real resolution of all misunderstandings came when both Qin Zihan and Wang Dan were pregnant 3 months apart. William was also surprised that both women were carrying his children. However, having experienced the situation in the Western continent, William quickly adapted to this identity. While the 2 women were preparing for pregnancy, William did not forget about the 3 women in the Western continent. Although the 3 women seemed reluctant to come to William's world, ultimately, with William's persuasion, they brought along William's eldest daughter and second son to live on Earth. Time flew by, and 10 years quickly passed. Now, William himself no longer knew how powerful he had become. On Blue Star, since that incident, it had been a long time since William had used his powers. So long that over the years, he even regarded the enhancement of his strength and various items levels as data. Until today, when William's heavenly demon sword finally reached the level of a Hongmeng's spiritual treasure under the power of the enhancement pool, he suddenly felt that he should get moving. Otherwise, having gained the system and this power without action would be a waste. When William, feeling that he couldn't continue being idle, expressed his desire to explore other worlds, all the women, including Dolores and Qin Zihan, did not try to persuade him otherwise. After so many years of being together, everyone has developed a good tacit understanding with each other. Dolores, go if you want to. Tiffany, remember to bring me some good food. Wiki, remember to say goodbye to the kids when you leave. Qin Zihan, we'll be waiting for you at home. Wang Dan, the earlier you go, the earlier you come back. Although he said he was leaving, before departing, William indulged himself for a whole week. During this week, William was so reckless that he hardly got out of bed, which directly resulted in him leaving without looking back. No choice, no matter how strong he was. Under such indulgence, William was in a dazed state. Watching William leave in such a disheveled manner, the girls couldn't help but laugh, feeling a sense of achievement despite the odds being in their favor. In the new world, the demon sword casually split apart space and time. When William plunged in, he didn't pay attention to where this world was. It wasn't until he fell from the sky and landed on Hokage Rock that a strange expression appeared on his face. In front of him was the gigantic Ninetales wreaking havoc across the Leaf Village, and beside it was the most popular figure in the Hokage world, Minato Namikaze, dressed in a green ninja vest and wearing the 4th Hokage's robe. While William was in a daze, not far away, Minato's expression was uneasy due to the high concentration of chakra. First, a mysterious masked man suddenly intruded and took away his child. Then his wife was extracted from the Ninetales, and now the Ninetales was rampaging through the Leaf Village. As the 4th Hokage, Minato already felt the situation was dire. And now another mysterious figure had suddenly appeared. Although he couldn't sense any chakra from the other party, everything about the mysterious person's demeanor and sudden appearance indicated that their identity was very special. With a serious gaze, Minato scrutinized William and asked warily, "Who are you?" As expected of Minato Namikaze, even at such a time, he remained absolutely calm and did not lose his composure due to William's sudden appearance. In response to Minato's question, William shrugged and replied in somewhat broken language, "I'm not your enemy. You can call me William." William? After pondering for a moment, Minato realized he had no impression of that name. "Sorry, the situation is urgent. William, if possible, please leave here." In the face of an impending battle, Minato didn't want to complicate matters, suppressing his inner agitation to express his point. However, at that moment, a powerful wave of chakra surged from afar. The massive chakra had gathered into a tailed beast bomb in the blink of an eye and was about to be released towards Minato. He quickly formed hand seals, just as he was about to use the Flying Thunder God technique to counter the Ninetales tailed beast bomb. He caught a glimpse of William raising his hand out of the corner of his eye. Not good. Seeing this, Minato's face changed dramatically. On one side was the Ninetales tailed beast bomb, and on the other was the attack that the mysterious William was likely to unleash. Ultimately, Minato did not stop his ninjutsu. Compared to his own safety, Minato was more concerned about the village. But the next moment, an incredible scene unfolded before Minato. As a Ninetales tailed beast bomb, carrying the power to devastate everything, surged towards him, a golden light suddenly appeared in William's hand. The next second, to Minato's shock, the Ninetales tailed beast bomb was not only pierced through, but the Ninetales itself was also punctured by the attack from William's fingertip. The next second, boom! The explosion from the tailed beast bomb swept nearly a third of the village. Fortunately, the Jonin of the Leaf had evacuated everyone from the scene promptly. Otherwise, the power of this single attack would have caused catastrophic losses. Even so, a massive pit appeared at the center of the Ninetales and Hokage Rock, with everything, including buildings, destroyed. Looking at the Ninetales, although it was a product of concentrated chakra, it was severely injured by William's piercing attack. This also caused the chakra within the Ninetales to go berserk, thoroughly dispersing the Jinjutsu power of the Sharingan. As the Ninetales heavily fell to the ground, the masked man appeared on Hokage Rock amidst a swirling vortex of space. William, Minato, and the masked man stood in a triangular position. Just as the masked man was about to say something, a disturbance in the distance made his expression grave, and upon looking at William, he was even more shocked. Because he didn't know who William was, nor did he understand the purpose of William's arrival here. However, the power to take out the Ninetales in one hit was something the masked man did not anticipate. Minato didn't know who the masked man was, but William was very clear. The masked man was Obito Uchiha, the disciple of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Originally just an ordinary Chunin, he awakened the power of the Manjiki under the design of Madara Uchiha, and, with Madara as guidance, unexpectedly became an existence comparable to Minato, although more factors played a role due to Minato being restrained by family and village. Even so, it couldn't erase Obito Uchiha's talent. And this was just Obito at present, not yet the one who would later single-handedly ignite the Ninja World War in the later part of Naruto, Shippuden, gathering the power of the Sage of Six Paths. Noticing William's playful gaze, Obito already had plans to retreat. Let's call it day. The aged voice came from Obito's mouth, and the next moment, a spiral of space-time transmission appeared around him. This power is the unique ocular technique of Uchiha Obito's Manjiki Sharingan. However, noticing this scene, Minato Namikaze immediately threw his flying Thunder God Kunai. The teleportation was forcibly interrupted, but the Kunai passed directly through Obito's body. It went through. Seeing this, Minato's expression tightened, and his body accelerated. However, facing Minato's fist, Uchiha Obito showed no intention of moving. At the moment Minato passed through Obito, the solidified Obito reached out to pull. And just as the chains in his hand were about to lock Minato, Minato vanished into thin air. A special space ninjutsu that allows for arbitrary switching of spatial positions. Therefore, the opportunity was only in that instant. In midair, looking at Uchiha Obito, Minato began to understand the opponent's abilities. For Minato, who also possessed the Flying Thunder God Space ability, understanding Obito's ability was not particularly difficult. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. Using the body flicker technique to dodge the Great Fireball, Minato confronted Uchiha Obito again. You actually want to keep me here? How naive. Speaking arrogantly, Obito's gaze remained fixed on Minato. However, facing Obito's provocation, Minato had no intention of responding. He had to reseal the Ninetales into his wife Kushina before her life force was completely exhausted, so he needed to be faster, with rapid movements. Minato chose not to use any other ninjutsu and directly threw several Flying Thunder God Kunai. Useless. Watching the Kunai pass through his body, a smirk appeared under Obito's mask. However, Minato, holding a Rasengan in front of him, suddenly vanished. The Sharingan couldn't even capture Minato's speed, but seeing Minato pass through his body from behind, a smile appeared on Obito's lips. Got you. Just as he reached to grab Minato's shoulder, Minato disappeared again. A beautiful Rasengan. Seeing this scene, even William, who had witnessed it more than once, was dazzled by Minato's combat artistry. Wow. In pain, Obito fell to the ground, furious. He didn't expect that after just a few exchanges, his abilities had been seen through by Minato. If it weren't for the protection of the Zetsu armor on his body, he would probably have been killed by that blow. You lost. Minato, landing on the ground, said with a serious expression. However, what surprised Minato was that Uchiha Obito, who had been hit head-on by the Rasengan, actually jumped away as if nothing had happened. I really underestimated you. Fourth Hokage, you are indeed fast. Breathing slightly heavily, Obito's left arm bizarrely broke apart. Looking at the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the Umbu members approaching from a distance, Obito coldly said, "This time, consider it your win. But next time, you won't be so lucky." Is that so? A cold voice suddenly came from beside him, and looking at Minato, who had appeared in front of him without him noticing, Obito's expression was shocked to the extreme. A blue light shone again in Minato's hand. At this moment, Uchiha Obito almost instantly realized that under the power of the previous Rasengan, Minato had already left a flying thunder god mark on him. Oh no, there's no time. With his Sharingan glaring, Obito watched helplessly as the Rasengan slammed into his chest again. Boom! In an instant, amidst the heart-wrenching pain, Obito's consciousness seemed to return to the past, to Team Minato, Kakashi, and Rin. No, I can't die. Rin is still waiting for me. In a flash of lightning, Obito awakened from despair. Since I can't dodge it, then I will just sacrifice. In the cold cave, Uchiha Obito, with a hole pierced through his chest, fell heavily to the ground, his expression dark as he painfully cried out, "Akatsuki, save me." After saying this, Obito fell into unconsciousness. At the same time, a white Zetsu, wearing a white spiral mask and looking just like Uchiha Obito, came to Obito's side. The person being referred to as Akatsuki by Obito is the white Zetsu. Noticing the injuries on Uchiha Obito, Akatsuki's tone became very serious. You sustained such severe injuries. He placed his hand on the chest that had been blown open and began to inject his power into Uchiha Obito's body. After a long time, he finally pulled Obito back from death. If it were someone else, they would probably have already died. Obito, your willpower is truly strong. Wiping the non-existent sweat from his forehead, Akatsuki's tone finally relaxed. Ah, when will I know what it feels like to take a dump? I'm really looking forward to it. The scene shifted back to the Hokage Rock in Konoha. Watching Uchiha Obito disappear before his eyes, Minato Namikaze also felt it was unbelievable. However, he knew very well that the opponent had taken his Rasengan head-on, and even if he didn't die, it would be impossible for him to appear again in a short time. With that thought, seeing the third Hokage approaching him, Minato Namikaze didn't have time for small talk and directly said, "Lord Third, I need to seal the Nine Tails as soon as possible." "I understand, but let's discuss it when you return," the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi said while looking at William. "His name is William. He is the one who defeated the Nine Tails. Please take care of him for me." Just as Minato Namikaze was about to leave, Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly said, "Minato, Lake Biwa?" Hearing this name, Minato froze for a moment and didn't know what to say. "Is that so? I understand." Stifling his inner sadness, Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep breath and said seriously, "I'm sorry." After softly uttering these words, Minato's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Soon, Minato, along with the Nine Tails, arrived at the secret place of Konoha. Just as Minato began to reseal the Nine Tails for his wife, Kushina, Hiruzen Sarutobi turned to William and said, "William, if you don't mind, would you like to come over for a cup of tea? This is not an anime world, but the real world." William did not expect that after learning about his wife's murder, Sarutobi Hiruzen still remained calm. While reading the manga, the image of the third Hokage was not portrayed particularly positively, but upon real contact, William discovered that the third Hokage was also a living person. For the sake of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen had also made many sacrifices. The Nine Tails attack not only resulted in the death of the fourth Hokage's family, but Konoha also suffered heavy losses, including Sarutobi Hiruzen's wife, who died in the chaos. However, even so, Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressed his personal emotions at that moment and chose to prioritize the safety of the village. Just a moment ago, William was still wondering if his actions against the Nine Tails disrupted the main storyline of the Naruto world, but now he suddenly understood that compared to the storyline, every person in this world is a living being. Although this world is from the manga of Country R, manga is manga, and Country R is Country R. William did not connect the two worlds. Moreover, in Blue Star, William had already taken his revenge, accompanying the third Hokage to the Hokage office. The third Hokage politely brewed tea for William. The technology tree in the Naruto world is quite strange. Some things that should exist do not, while some things that should not exist are present. When he watched it back then, William was attracted by the main storyline and did not pay much attention to these details, but when he truly arrived in this world, he found it fascinating. Electric lights, kettles, gas stoves, refrigerators, washing machines, and so on. Looking at the tea placed in front of him, William took a sip and found it surprisingly good. At this time, the third Hokage should have been calming the villagers and repairing the damage caused by the Nine Tails, but because of William, he could only suppress his inner frustration and choose to drink tea with William here. However, before that, Sarutobi Hiruzen had also sent out 2 shadow clones to command the Umbu members outside. "William, from the looks of you, you shouldn't be from Konoha, right?" This question is something the third Hokage has wanted to ask for a long time, but only now does he have the opportunity to speak up. "Yes, I'm not from Konoha." William has nothing to hide about his identity. May I ask, which ninja village are you from? Sarutobi Hiruzen said, kindly, his tone and expression resembling that of a friendly neighbor grandpa chatting with you. Third Hokage, I am not a ninja from one of the 5 great ninja villages. I know you're concerned about my identity, but for now, I mean no harm to Konoha, so you don't need to worry about me being a threat to the village, William said frankly. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not easily trust William. But now, in his retired state, he did not delve deeper into the matter, as it should be something Minato was worried about. And what he needed to do now was simply to host William. As for the previous question, it was just a subconscious routine inquiry. With a hearty laugh, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, sorry, it's a habit. Since Minato trusts you, I won't ask more. Come, let's have some tea. While speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen took out his pipe. Just as he was about to light it, William spoke up. How about trying mine? Seeing William hand over a beautiful cigarette case, Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback, instinctively taking it from William's hand to take a look. The cigarette was completely white, without any markings. Curiously, he lit it and took a puff. The tobacco was delicate and the taste pure. Looking at the cigarette in his hand again, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes lit up and he said, this cigarette is nice. William, who had also lit one, smiled and said, the taste is relatively mild. I don't know if you'll get used to it. It is mild, but it's good stuff. After taking another deep puff and exhaling, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not polite. If you have more, how about sharing some with me? William said nothing and directly took out a full 10 packs from his Lingxiao ring and placed them on the table. So much. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed with brilliance at this scene. There was surprise and astonishment. The surprise was that he did not expect William to take out so much, and the astonishment was at William's spatial abilities. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not think of the ring's capabilities, but assumed that William was using spatial ninjutsu. After the surprise, Sarutobi Hiruzen cheerfully collected the cigarettes. Then, I won't be polite. Not to mention anything else, Sarutobi Hiruzen certainly did not want to miss out on such good stuff. As for whether there would be any poison in them, Sarutobi Hiruzen would naturally conduct the necessary tests. Of course, that is a matter for later. Don't be polite. I have plenty of this. For someone like William, who comes from a highly industrialized modern world, this was really not something valuable. In fact, before his crossing, to avoid being unaccustomed to life in another world, he had packed various daily necessities into the Lingxiao ring in warehouse-sized quantities. Why? Because the space is infinite. So just pack it in. Setting aside political matters, the subsequent conversation between the two was quite harmonious. However, William also noticed that, intentionally or not, Sarutobi Hiruzen would occasionally test or guide him to reveal some of his secrets. What Sarutobi Hiruzen did not know was that all of his little thoughts were seen through by William, who possessed mind-reading abilities. Just as the two were engaged in a battle of wits, the door to Sarutobi Hiruzen's house was suddenly pushed open, and an elderly man with a bandaged face and leaning on a cane walked in. Just as he was about to say something, he unexpectedly glanced at William. Goodness, it's the king of Konoha's pot, Shimura Danzo. Hiruzen, the village is facing such a serious crisis, and you still have the time to drink tea with someone else. From the moment Danzo spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen already had a rough idea of what he was going to say. If it were any other time, he might have cared about the other party's feelings, but right now, Sarutobi Hiruzen only felt a wave of irritation. His wife, Biwako, had died, and he had no mind to deal with it. What right did you have, Danzo? Taking a deep breath, Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly said, if you have something to say, please go find the 4th Hokage. If Minato could rely on me, would I still be looking for you? The Nine-Tails incident has been going on for so long, and I haven't even found anyone. Speaking of this matter, Danzo's face also turned extremely ugly. However, upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly retorted, if you're going to say that, may I ask, why during the Nine-Tails incident did I not see a single root ninja? And don't you know today is Kushina's due date? Danzo's face changed, and he defended, Hiruzen, are you questioning me? Have you forgotten that the root has been monitoring the Uchiha all along? As soon as the words left his mouth, Danzo suddenly stopped the conversation and looked at William, saying, who are you? You're not from Konoha, are you? We were just discussing Konoha's secrets, Hiruzen. I suspect he's a spy from another village, and I think it's necessary to have the root interrogate him properly. Goodness, this is some serious fishing for evidence. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression suddenly changed. He naturally knew that his old partner had his own ideas, but after witnessing William's ability to instantly kill the Nine-Tails, Sarutobi Hiruzen was well aware that William was not someone to be provoked. Danzo, you can leave now. Didn't you hear what I just said? The fourth Hokage is unreliable. Now, it falls to me, this old man, to ensure the safety of Konoha. As soon as he finished speaking, Puff, looking at the pierced heart, not only was Danzo stunned, but even Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. What was going on? I say, do you think too highly of yourself? You keep talking about what you want to do to me. Do you really think I can be easily manipulated by you? Ugh. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted from Danzo's mouth as he stared fiercely at William, unable to die with his eyes closed. Damn it. William's speed was too fast. So fast that Danzo didn't even have time to react before his body was pierced. At this moment, if he wanted to survive, he would have to use the power of a Sharingan. Without hesitation, the power of the Sharingan hidden beneath Danzo's bandages erupted. Sharingan Forbidden Technique, Izanagi. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked by the sudden death of his friend, not far away, the unharmed Danzo actually reappeared. How is that possible? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in disbelief. However, soon, as a ninja scholar, Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled a forbidden technique. Looking again at Danzo, who was covering his right eye, disappointment appeared in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. He didn't expect Danzo to have fallen so deep. If one also considered the fact that Danzo possessed the Sharingan, many things could suddenly be explained. However, it was precisely because he understood many things combined with the death of his wife that Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had originally been spirited and lively, suddenly seemed to lose his vitality, appearing haggard. Sighing, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself at a loss for words. At this moment, however, Danzo was infuriated by William. The means he had hidden for so many years had been exposed in advance, pushing Danzo to the brink of rage. Danzo had not yet acquired Uchiha Shurisue's Mangekyou Sharingan, nor had he received the transplanted Sharingan from his entire arm later on. William, with great interest, sized up Danzo before him and said, I'm quite curious. How many times can you resurrect? As William raised his hand to strike again, Danzo acted first, forming hand seals. Wind release, vacuum wave. The extremely compressed wind blade was enough to cut through steel. However, in the face of Danzo's move, William seemed to act as if he hadn't seen it at all, pointing out with his holes wave again. Puff. At the critical moment, Danzo broke into a cold sweat. If his body's instincts hadn't made him step aside in an instant, he would have probably been dead. Similarly, William, seeing the scene, was somewhat surprised. Interesting, he actually dodged. I didn't expect that. But can you move faster than the speed of light? Light. Puff. Danzo's expression gradually became dull, as his head was instantly pierced. William didn't care whether the other party still had the power of a Sharingan. Even if he did, at the moment his brain was pierced, Danzo wouldn't have time to activate any ability. With a face full of despair, Danzo fell heavily to the ground. Until his death, he never would have thought that he would be instantly killed by William. If he had known this would be the outcome, he would have never provoked William today. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened as he looked at William, sighing inwardly. At this moment, he finally understood why Minato had asked him to treat William well. Such an existence, once unleashed, would be a nightmare for the entire Konoha. Danzo's death triggered turmoil among the root ninjas outside. Regaining his composure, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and said, William, I'll go calm him down. After speaking, he walked towards the door. However, as he passed by Danzo's corpse, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but pause slightly. Then, he quickly opened the door. I am Sarutobi Hiruzen, and I command you, in my capacity as the third Hokage, all root ninjas, return to the root base immediately. After today, I will personally explain the situation to everyone. However, the 4 root ninjas who had come with Danzo hesitated. The leading root ninja questioned, what happened to Lord Danzo? With Danzo's death, the social fire suppression technique imposed on the root ninjas was lifted, and they certainly knew that something had happened to Danzo. However, upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was utterly enraged. He had not expected that, as the third Hokage, he would be unable to command the root ninjas before him. So, were these ninjas from Konoha, or were they Danzo's ninjas? Do you want to betray the village? Faced with the gaze and pressure of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the root ninjas exchanged glances and finally left the Hokage's office. Taking a deep breath, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had originally planned to retire, decided that it was necessary for him to take over and organize the root ninjas. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen made a gesture, and the next moment, 2 experienced Umbu appeared before him. Take away Danzo's body. Yes. Just as the 2 were about to leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly spoke. Today's events must not be mentioned by anyone. externally, declare that Danzo died in the Ninetales disturbance. At the same time, noticing Sarutobi's expression, William shrugged nonchalantly and said, "If you don't hold me accountable, I won't casually say anything to the outside." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, and when he sat back down in his chair, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became strange. After what had just happened, the two of them had long lost any desire to converse. After a long silence, William said, "Arrange a place for me to stay. Today, I estimate you won't have time to deal with me. After you finish your work, come find me. I have no intention of leaving Konoha recently." Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After signaling the Umbu ninja, the masked Umbu quickly brought William to the VIP reception area of Konoha. Although Konoha had encountered an attack from the Ninetales today, the leisure area where the VIP reception was located was fortunately unaffected, which was a small blessing in the midst of misfortune. The heaviest losses were not just among the ninjas, but even more so among ordinary civilians. This is also why, in the original history, after Naruto was recognized as the reincarnation of the Kaibai, ordinary citizens harbored such deep hatred towards him. The Ninetales disturbance destroyed countless families, with nearly one-third of Konoha's ordinary citizens affected, and the number of deaths was countless. In the silent underground base, Uchiha Madara, relying on the outer path golem for life, listened calmly to White Zetsu's report. Although White Zetsu did not take action in Konoha as Madara's eyes and ears, he witnessed the battle between Uchiha Obito and the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Madara didn't feel much about Obito being defeated and nearly killed by Minato. Instead, he became interested in William, who had almost instantly incapacitated the Ninetales in that battle. Is it true that this person struck with a wave of light that severely injured the Ninetales? Upon hearing Madara's aged voice, White Zetsu nodded and replied, "Yes." He even just casually raised his hand. After speaking, White Zetsu, with a childlike personality, mimicked William's action. The imitation was vivid, with the only difference being that White Zetsu couldn't unleash the D-Jutsu wave. "I didn't expect that in my absence, such a strong person would appear." Madara's expression showed regret, feeling helpless that he could not fight William. Although he could certainly achieve such feats himself, even at his peak, Madara could easily overpower the nine-tailed beasts, but in this world, not everyone is Uchiha Madara. For Madara, the only ones capable of such things in this world were probably just him and Senju Hashirama. He never expected that Konoha would produce a third person. "Lord Madara, I heard that the person named William doesn't seem to be from Konoha." "Oh." Madara raised his head slightly in surprise. "Yes, not a Konoha ninja?" "That's right. And Lord Madara, he seems to be able to sense me, so I haven't dared to get close to him." As White Zetsu spoke about this, his expression showed a hint of confusion. Due to his unique body structure, his aura almost merged with nature, and apart from Madara, he had never found anyone capable of detecting their presence. However, William was one of the two who could sense them, which piqued the curiosity of White Zetsu, whose nature was as pure as blank paper. Although curious about William's existence, Madara would not allow his plans to be disrupted. Obito's strength was still lacking. It seemed necessary to retrieve Obito's other eye. Hearing Madara's words, White Zetsu hesitated, but Obito doesn't want to harm Kakashi. "My time is running out." Madara's meaning was clear to White Zetsu. "How much longer can you hold on, Lord Madara?" "At most, it won't exceed a month." Feeling the nearly exhausted vitality within his body, Madara's gaze turned icy. His body could no longer allow him to fight, and since the other pieces weren't ready to act, only White Zetsu was left to take action. Noticing Madara's gaze, White Zetsu panicked. "Lord Madara, I'm afraid I'm not a match for Kakashi." Madara couldn't help but curse angrily. "Useless. If you can't overpower him, can't you at least get the upper hand? Your transformation technique is nearly impossible for them to detect. Use Noera Rin and Uchiha Obito. Find an opportunity to deal with that kid from the Hitaki family." Cough, cough, cough. Ugh. Angered, Madara spat blood. He was really close to his limit now. If he could still act, how could he possibly rely on White Zetsu? Seeing Madara's condition, White Zetsu also panicked, fearing that Madara might die right there. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Madara, looking weak and gasping for breath, continued, "What about Black Zetsu?" In fact, White Zetsu was quite powerful, but their personalities were too childish, making them unreliable. Helpless, Madara could only rely on his will manifested in the form of Black Zetsu. However, the reason Madara hadn't thought of Black Zetsu right away was that Black Zetsu itself had little strength. Its only ability was to attach to others and control them. However, thinking of control, Madara's gaze turned to white Zetsu. Will there be unexpected gains when these two are combined? With this thought in mind, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but feel proud of his own wisdom and creativity. In the room of the base, Uchiha Obito slowly opened his eyes. His vision gradually cleared from confusion, and he slowly sat up from the bed. After feeling his body, Uchiha Obito let out a sigh of relief, thankful that he had survived. However, just as Uchiha Obito was about to get out of bed, he felt a darkness enveloping him and nearly fainted. In the darkness, Zetsu supported the almost falling Obito and said softly, "Obito, your injuries are too severe. This time, you will probably need a long time to recover." However, Obito seemed not to hear Zetsu's words, weakly asking, "Where's Madara? Take me to see him." "Now?" "Yes, now." Seeing Obito's determined attitude, Zetsu ultimately said nothing more and brought Obito to Uchiha Madara. At this moment, Madara, after completing the fusion of black and white Zetsu, had already fallen into a deep sleep. When Uchiha Obito arrived in front of him, Madara, with his eyes closed, weakly asked, "What is it?" "I want stronger power." Upon hearing this, Madara opened his eyes. Looking at Obito in surprise, Madara said lightly, "Have you made up your mind?" Clenching his right fist, Uchiha Obito's expression was heavy. This blow was undoubtedly tremendous. Since awakening the Mangekyou Sharingan, Uchiha Obito had never suffered such a devastating defeat. Even though he was defeated by his former teacher, now the fourth Hokage, Uchiha Obito still couldn't accept it. Without power, he couldn't cast the infinite Tsukuyomi. Then what is the meaning of my existence? In Konoha, late at night, William, lying in bed, was not sleepy at all. Instead, he was full of energy. William himself hadn't expected that by casually breaking the spatial barrier, he would end up in this world. Here is a fantasy world, not the real world. If I could travel to the Naruto world, then could I also travel to more fantasy worlds? Thinking of this, William remembered many worlds he once liked, such as the Journey to the West, the Primordial World, the Marvel Universe, the DC Universe, and so on. Perhaps, if possible, he could also take a trip to the movie world of A Little Life. However, there's another question. Why was it not possible before, but now it is? Reflecting on the details of his recent travel, William suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be the demon's sword? Thinking of this, William reached out, and the clearly defined demon's sword appeared in his hand. Sensing William's confusion, the demon's sword responded with a sense of pride. "Indeed, well done. It's no wonder I have spent so many years carrying you." Gently stroking the sword's body, William couldn't help but laugh. If that's the case, then future travels will be much more interesting. With this in mind, William decided to reward himself with another 1,000 enhancements that night, taking nearly 3 hours in total. Before he knew it, it was already late at night. Glancing at the figure standing outside the window, a smile appeared on William's face. "Is that Minato?" Hearing William's voice, Minato Namikaze was a bit surprised. Although he knew William was powerful, he didn't expect to be sensed by William just as he landed. Minato's cheerful voice came from outside the window. "Sorry, William, did I disturb you? I'm still awake. If you have something to say, just come in." With a thought, William opened the window and looked at Minato, who was hanging from the eaves. Smiling slightly, Minato didn't continue hanging there and flipped into William's room. The two sat down, and after a moment of silence, Minato spoke softly. "Thank you for your help today." Minato knew very well that without William today, both he and his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, and even his child, could have faced dire consequences. "Do you trust me that much?" William was a bit surprised. Minato didn't seem worried that he would be a threat to Konoha. "If you want to do something, I should already be gone by now." That attack that killed the Nine Tails in one hit sent chills down even Minato's spine. Even his Flying Thunder God would likely find it very difficult. No, it would certainly be impossible to dodge that fatal blow. A smile appeared on William's face. "As expected of you, Minato." Although Minato was very curious about William's identity, and although the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi had already told him that William had killed Danzo Shimura, Minato still firmly believed in his heart that William was not an enemy. This does not mean that Minato Namikaze is blindly confident, but rather that he believes in his judgment of people and the evaluations he has made based on existing data collection. Furthermore, Minato does not wish for Konoha to become enemies with William. He is well aware that doing so would only lead Konoha to bear potentially irreparable consequences. Just as Minato is about to leave, William speaks up. "I know you're all curious about my identity, so let me introduce myself simply to avoid unnecessary suspicion between us. If you are willing." Upon hearing William's words, Minato immediately stops what he was about to say. "My name is William, and I come from the Holy Land of Huaxia." The Holy Land of Huaxia? Yes, you don't need to investigate. The Holy Land of Huaxia existed even before Mayaboka Mountain, the Dragon Cave, and the Wetbone Forest, with a history that can be traced back to 5,000 years ago. 5,000 years. Upon hearing this number, Minato's eyes widen in disbelief. The power possessed by the current human world comes from chakra, which was brought into this world by the Outset clan's descent, while the power of the Holy Land of Huaxia is a completely different power system from the ninja world. We call it infinite power. Outset clan? Infinite power? You might be a bit unfamiliar with the Outset clan. You should have heard of the Sage of the Six Paths. As for infinite power, you can understand it as infinite life, force, and infinite strength. Minato. Noticing Minato's nearly dazed expression, William smiles slightly and says, I know you don't believe it. In fact, the Sage of the Six Paths did exist, and it was he who separated the 10 tails to create the current 9-tailed beasts. If you don't believe me, you can ask your wife about the 9 tails Kurama in her belly. Minato. Suddenly learning so much, Minato feels as if his brain is on fire. There's one more thing I think you should know. Your child, Naruto Uzumaki, is the child of destiny in this world and this era. In the future, your child will end this chaotic ninja era. After a long silence, Minato speaks with a bitter tone. I'm sorry, it's not that I don't believe you. I just find it strange how you know these things about the future. Isn't that toad from Mayaboka Mountain also capable of prophecy? It seems so. Touching his golden hair, Minato laughs and says, By the way, can I ask about the Holy Land of Huaxia? Also, William, what position do you hold in the Holy Land of Huaxia? The Holy Land of Huaxia has a population of 1/4,000,000,000, and I'm just an ordinary person among them. 1/4,000,000,000. Tonight, Minato feels as if his worldview has exploded. If the population of 1/4,000,000,000 already leaves Minato in disbelief, then William's next sentence leaves Minato speechless. With a bitter smile, Minato says, I don't doubt you, but are the people of the Holy Land of Huaxia really that powerful? In the Holy Land of Huaxia, everyone is like a dragon. Listening to William's calm, yet proud words, Minato falls silent again. If that's the case, why have I never heard of the Holy Land of Huaxia before? Regarding this question, William's answer is quite intriguing. In fact, if it weren't for the birth of the Child of Destiny, we wouldn't even look at this world. Minato, is Naruto really that important? His choices will change the pattern of this world. After a pause, William's expression becomes strange. However, this was before I arrived. Under the lights, Minato's expression is astonished. But soon he understands what William means. Actually, I don't particularly care about the Child of Destiny. I just hope Naruto can grow up happy and joyful. William, I know this may be a bit presumptuous, but may I make a request? Go ahead. I would like you to take Naruto as your disciple. You're quite clever. Facing Minato's expectant gaze, William says, However, rather than taking Naruto as a disciple, I actually have higher hopes for you. Although Minato has already become Hokage, he is only 23 years old, still in the prime of his life. What? Upon hearing William's words, Minato is taken aback. Although William likes the character of Naruto Uzumaki, he actually prefers the character of Minato Namikaze. If Minato had not died young, his achievements would not be much weaker than Naruto's in the future. Of course, the bloodline of the Sage of the Six Paths cannot be compared. However, can the Sage of the Six Paths legacy be as impressive as one's own? Facing William's gaze, Minato hesitates. In fact, the position of Hokage is not something Minato has considered much. He never felt that becoming Hokage made him superior to an ordinary ninja or an ordinary person. The reason for his hesitation is mainly because of Naruto. He does not want to ruin Naruto's opportunities. If you're concerned about Naruto's opportunities, why not think about your original intention? Changing the pattern of a world is not something that can be easily achieved. Rather than letting Naruto face hardships, why not pave the way for him? William's words strike deep within Minato, enlightening him. With a slight smile, Minato says, Then, Master William, is there any ceremony for becoming a disciple? William extends his hand, and a drop of golden blood emerges from his fingertip. The ceremonies of the Holy Land of Huaxia are too cumbersome, so let's skip them. However, since you become my disciple, let me give you something good. The golden blood instantly merges into Minato's heart before he fully realizes what is happening. In shock, Minato's body begins to undergo earth-shattering changes. What? This is... Boom! In an instant, his physical strength has increased tenfold, and the chakra within him is rising wildly. In just a breath's time, the chakra within Minato has transformed into chakra Dunla, the amount of chakra so powerful that it can rival the strength of tailed beasts. The blood of immortality. You can also call it infinite blood or divine blood. With a slight smile, William says, I have been to many worlds, and there are many different names. As for its effects, you should be able to feel it. At this point, Minato finally believes William's words. Just with a drop of blood, his strength has undergone a tremendous enhancement. Moreover, Minato can sense that this is just the beginning. The moment Minato draws upon the infinite power within him with his consciousness, a terrifyingly powerful force sweeps through his entire body. The golden aura manifests as tangible flames. And in that moment, Minato perceives an unprecedented power, a power that even gives him the illusion that he can destroy everything. Clenching his fist, no, it is not an illusion. This power is so strong. Compared to infinite power, Minato admits that he is not adept at Sage Mode. It is simply on a different level. Teacher, what is this mode called? You can call it Infinite Mode. Infinite Mode? Isn't this too easy, teacher? Can I give it a new name? Speaking of naming, Minato Namikaze is eager to try. William was about to casually respond, but suddenly remembered Minato's talent for naming. If he were to name it, wouldn't it start with at least 10 characters? No, this name is pretty good. And what you've activated now is actually just the first level of the Infinite Mode. Can it get stronger? This power has already exceeded the understanding of Namikaze Minato. And it's only a level 1 mode? William's Infinite Mode actually mimics Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan Mode. However, the setting for Super Saiyan Mode is quite vague. So William made modifications. Level 1 is 10 times, Level 2 is 20 times, Level 3 is 30 times, and so on. As long as there is enough time, it can be infinitely enhanced. Of course, if you want to advance quickly, you need an opponent. Facing strong opponents makes you stronger. And the power of infinity naturally has infinite possibilities. At this moment, Namikaze Minato realized how great an opportunity he had received. If the Hidden Leaf Village laid the foundation for Namikaze Minato as a ninja, and the perverted sage Jiraiya helped him achieve his current status, then William's appearance gave Minato infinite possibilities. In an instant, Minato's fighting spirit surged. Teacher, can I have a simple spar with you? What? Do you want to test your strength? Minato nodded. He believed that currently, in the entire Hidden Leaf, there was no one who could match him, and only William could test his current combat power. However, Minato also had another thought. His former self, along with the entire ninja world, was like a frog at the bottom of a well. Only with William could he witness what a true, strong person was like. Then let's go. Without any visible action from William, the two had already arrived in an independent space. Waving at Minato, William smiled and said, no need to hold back. Just use your full strength. Minato took a fighting stance and directly activated the Infinite Mode. In an instant, a powerful golden aura enveloped him. Teacher, I'm coming. With one step forward, Minato was stunned to find that he had passed right through William's body. Quickly stopping at a distance, Minato felt a bit embarrassed. Sorry, I didn't control my strength well for a moment. In response, William only smiled slightly and said nothing, calming himself down and feeling the power within his body. When Minato opened his eyes again, he arrived in front of William at nearly the speed of light, throwing a punch. Although it was just the simplest straight punch, Minato could clearly feel that the speed and power of this punch had completely surpassed the power of the big Rasengan in Sage Mode. In fact, it had already reached the S-rank ninjutsu he envisioned. Wind Release, Rasengan. However, in the face of Minato's punch, William merely sidestepped casually and evaded it. Seeing that his punch missed, Minato retracted and threw another punch. Bang, 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 bang. The continuous punches didn't even touch the corner of William's clothing. It was as if Minato had anticipated this, and he had somehow produced a flying Thunder God Kunai in his hand. Closing in for a rapid slash, with his hands constantly changing, the kunai was continuously shot out, and in no time, irregularly distributed around William with a flying Thunder God Kunai laid out by Minato. Just as Minato threw another flying Thunder God Kunai, a smile appeared on William's face. In silence, Minato had already arrived behind him, and the golden Rasengan, filled with infinite power, slammed toward William's back like a howling demon. Crack! With Minato's eyes wide open in disbelief, William actually seized the wrist of the hand that was gathering the infinite Rasengan first, and in the next moment, William made his first move. Crack! Ugh! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Minato was sent flying. However, in midair, Minato noticed that William had come beside him. He threw a punch, and Minato vanished. However, just as Minato appeared again through the flying Thunder God coordinates to catch his breath, he felt a chill behind him. Not good. Without thinking, Minato vanished again. However, when he reappeared, William's voice echoed softly. Minato, have you experienced the speed of light? What? Almost without any reaction, Minato was instantly pierced by countless waves of light. With a bang, Minato's powerful will managed to prevent him from kneeling on the ground, looking at William in the distance. And then at the wounds on his body that were continuously healing, Minato realized that the infinite power actually had this effect. Don't worry, even if you're turned to ashes, you won't die. However, William's next words made Minato's expression change drastically. I admit defeat. But it was too late. A golden fist, almost like the heavens, appeared in front of Minato. Boom! Minato was instantly turned to dust, not knowing how long had passed. The infinite power allowed Minato to reconstitute his body. However, Minato had to exit the infinite mode this time, but he knelt on the ground, gasping heavily. The feeling of both his body and soul being shattered made Minato feel like he was on the brink of collapse. Looking at the hand William extended toward him, Minato instinctively shuddered. It wasn't fear, it was just the body's instinct. Teacher, that wasn't necessary just now. After getting up, Minato said bitterly, I really thought I was going to die just now. Didn't you want to experience a strong person? If I hadn't done that, how could I show you what a strong person is like? Moreover, even though you died once, you still gained something. With a puzzled expression, Minato's consciousness sank into his body. Soon, Minato discovered that his infinite power not only hadn't weakened at all, but had actually become stronger. Infinite mode. Level 2. Boom. A power even stronger than level 1 infinite mode burst forth from Minato's body, but just as he was about to break through, his golden aura reverted back to level 1. Remember this feeling. That is the power of level 2. With a look of surprise, Minato sincerely thanked him. Thank you, teacher. After expressing his gratitude, Minato hesitated for a moment and continued, Teacher, I feel like the Flying Thunder God seems to have no effect on you. This is something I wanted to mention as well. Since you brought it up, let me explain it to you. Nodding, William was very satisfied with Minato's combat talent. Your Flying Thunder God is very fast, but if I use this move, what will you use to respond? As soon as he finished speaking, Minato was horrified to discover that the surrounding space had completely turned red. What is this? This is the power of a domain, and it's a way of using spatial power. In this space, I am the supreme existence. Everything you do is under my control. Is that so? Against weaklings, your Flying Thunder God is indeed very useful, but against true strong opponents, your Flying Thunder God is just a joke. William casually reached out, and to Minato's shock, William's hand directly disappeared from before him. However, looking at the arm that had unknowingly touched his shoulder, Minato's hair stood on end. Retracting his right hand, William smiled and said, This is just one of the applications. Then like this, William waved his hand casually, and before Kakashi could react, he was directly swallowed by the space and vanished from the spot. By the time Kakashi reacted again, he had already arrived on the other side. Spatial movement doesn't necessarily have to involve yourself. With another wave of his hand, when Kakashi appeared, he was already held at the forehead by William's hand. In that instant, Kakashi broke out in a cold sweat. Did you learn it? Kakashi pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, I think I understand the general principle, but I still need some time to perfect it. Hearing this, William breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely worried that Kakashi would ask detailed questions, as William himself didn't understand anything at all. After all, William's existence itself was a breach of rules. He could set his own rules, but couldn't, nor did he want to, understand others' rules. It's like I tell you 112, but you insist on telling me 113. Of course, you can also say 1110 or 111. Although you have your reasoning, I have mine as well. Different positions lead to different understandings. Currently, William is in a position of rule-maker rather than a learner. Due to the Nine-Tails rampage, the entire Konoha is immersed in sorrow for a period of time. As the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze is busier than ever. He not only has to handle various events in the village, but also respond to various tests from other ninja villages. In fact, the intelligence department has already gathered information indicating that the Cloud Village is very likely to launch another war against Konoha. In such an environment, the memorial service for Konoha's fallen begins. This memorial service was attended by almost all the families, big and small, in Konoha, as well as ordinary citizens. While commemorating the heroes who perished in the chaos caused by the Nine-Tails, it was ironically the case that Shimura Danzo, who was killed by William, ended up being the highest-ranking ninja during this Nine-Tails attack. It was also today that the entire Konoha learned that beneath the Hokage, apart from the Umbu and other ninjas, there existed an organization called Root. The existence of Root was to silently protect Konoha in the shadows. Most people, even in death, would never be known to the public. They were Konoha's unsung heroes. After the first leader of Root, Danzo, died, the position was taken over by the third Hokage, Sir Toby Hiruzen, and in no time, the reputation of Root began to rise within Konoha. Moreover, many new generation ninjas started to see joining Root as their life goal. Seeing this situation, Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, watched it unfold but did not overly intervene, which was also due to the confidence that his strength provided him. However, even Minato had to admire the abilities of the third Hokage. As the Hokage with the longest tenure, Sarutobi Hiruzen fully demonstrated to Minato what it meant to wield political power. After the memorial service in the Hokage's office, Kakashi Hitaki, now the captain of the Umbu, was reporting to Minato about the situation at the borders. After concluding the discussion, Kakashi hesitated for a moment and uncertainly asked, "Hokage-sama, should the Umbu send someone regarding the root organization of the third Hokage?" Kakashi did not continue, but he knew that Minato understood his meaning. In response to Kakashi's concerns, Minato smiled and said, "It's all right, Kakashi, I trust the third Hokage." Hearing this, Kakashi said nothing more. As for the probing from the Cloud Village, Minato did not take it to heart. Based on his understanding of the Raikage, they currently dared not wage war against Konoha. Even though Konoha was currently experiencing a severe loss of high-end combat power, with the third Hokage stepping back, Tsunade among the Sannin leaving the village, Orochimaru defecting, and Jiraiya wandering outside the village while searching for Orochimaru, the entire high-end combat power of Konoha was in a transitional period. However, these matters were unknown to the Cloud Village, and precisely because they were unaware, the outside world believed that Konoha was at its peak. In reality, Minato currently had very few people he could rely on. The only ones he could trust were just a handful, Kakashi being one, and Ino Shikicho being three, leaving the rest not very capable. This was also why Minato had been working to reconcile and repair the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha clan after taking office. For Minato, who came from humble beginnings, he had no family ties, allowing him to more freely engage with various powers. Now that the last stumbling block, Danzo, was gone, Minato was also ready to boldly fulfill the final agreement. Late at night, in the Uchiha conference room, with his eyes closed and hands crossed over his chest, Uchiha Fugaku, sitting at the top position, slowly opened his eyes, the three-tomo Sharingan flickering briefly. Uchiha Fugaku spoke solemnly to Minato outside the door, "Hokage-sama." With a slight smile, Minato replied, "Sorry, I came to congratulate you, Fugaku, on the birth of your second son, only after a month." Waving his hand, Uchiha Fugaku casually said, "No worries. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Kushina's delivery cannot allow for any carelessness. I also want to congratulate Hokage-sama on your precious son." They exchanged smiles, and the atmosphere gradually became amicable. Given that Kushina and Uchiha Fugaku's wife were already close friends, Minato actually had a good relationship with Fugaku. Although they had maintained a relatively distant friendship due to political issues, the time had finally come for deeper conversations. 2 hours later, Minato left the Uchiha clan with satisfaction, and Uchiha Fugaku also had a smile on his face. Finally, the Uchiha clan had the opportunity to enter the upper echelons of Konoha. First, the most talented member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shursui, will be cultivated by Minato to become the captain of the Umbu. As for the second, which was also the most important one, Minato agreed to recruit a second batch of disciples, among which was Uchiha Itachi's spot. Uchiha Itachi was also Fugaku's eldest son. Previously, Minato had taken on a disciple from the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Obito, but that ended tragically. This time, however, the signal was different. As a current fourth Hokage, once Uchiha Itachi became Minato's disciple, it would effectively grant him an identity within the Hokage lineage, and even the possibility to contend for the position of Hokage in the future. In the 51 years since Konoha's establishment, there have been 4 Hokages, including Minato. Aside from Hashirama Senju, the second, third, and fourth Hokages were all from the Hokage lineage. The prerequisite to becoming Hokage is to enter the Hokage lineage. Otherwise, one doesn't even qualify to compete for the Hokage position. The so-called democracy is often just a way to deceive the common people. Reality is usually this cruel. When Minato met William for the 3rd time, it was at the Hot Spring Inn. Regarding this situation, Minato was quite speechless. It seemed that his teacher, including Jiraiya, really liked coming to this place. Upon seeing Minato, William felt a bit awkward. After all, his current identity was Minato's teacher. However, since he was in this world, although it was not the modernized land of small days, how could William miss out on the unique culture of the land of small days? After experiencing everything, he concluded that apart from the makeup he couldn't accept, everything else was quite nice. This was also why William had not left the hot spring inn since the day after his arrival. This place not only offers food and drinks, but also allows one to appreciate and enjoy the unique ethnic culture of the world. William, of course, is a bit reluctant to leave. However, there are some things that William is still quite measured about. He definitely won't make principled mistakes or principled facts. Naturally, it means to keep oneself clean. Passing through a garden of flowers, not a single petal remains on one's body, describes William's current approach. Even though there are geishas who have expressed their willingness to dedicate themselves, William still hasn't done that. The reason is simple. William has long passed the stage of thinking with his lower body. The reason he lingers in the hot spring hall every day is more about experiencing that feeling. That's all. Unless he encounters a woman who can make his heart race. However, William himself feels that it might be really difficult to regain that feeling again. Even the world Tsunade, in William's view, those who can like Tsunade are mainly driven by a sense of conquest. Dismissing the geishas around him, William, dressed in a hot spring hall uniform, casually asked Minato Namikaze, "What brings you to me today?" Minato replied, "Teacher, I heard from the Umbu that you haven't left the hot spring hall for a week, so I came to check on you. You aren't worried about me running into danger here, are you?" Hearing Minato's words, William found it somewhat amusing. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Minato's forehead, worried about the teacher's safety. Wasn't that a joke? After a moment of hesitation, Minato helplessly said, "Actually, the main issue is that the owner of the hot spring hall has reported that you haven't settled your bill for a week." Damn, he doesn't suspect I'm getting it for free, does he? Cough, cough, cough. Minato almost choked on William's words and helplessly said, "It's not that I'm worried you won't pay. It's just, how should I put it? He has this concern." Slamming the table, William felt a bit embarrassed. Why didn't the owner talk to me directly? Have you forgotten? Forgotten what? William was puzzled, reading Minato's inner monologue. This reminds me of the courtesan who was willing to. Thinking back to the details of that day, I recall the scene of myself fighting those few wood-leaf ninjas, which was just like fighting small chickens. Thinking about it this way, it's understandable why the owner of the hot spring resort wouldn't dare to provoke him. Being able to easily defeat a CH Nin, William undoubtedly possesses the strength of AJ Nin, and in this world, AJ Nin can be considered the highest combat power that ordinary people can come into contact with. But wait, the fact that someone can run such a large hot spring resort in Konoha, what is this person's identity? William was speechless. It turned out to be a member of the Sarutobi clan, the family of the third Hokage. William understood why Minato Namikaze had come. It was the third Hokage's idea. Noticing William's constantly changing expressions, Minato felt a bit uneasy. After all, he was the only one in all of Konoha who truly understood William's identity. Never mind. He had stayed here long enough. It was time to leave. Seeing William stand up, Minato secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As they left the room, Natsumi Kamisama respectfully approached. "Lord William, are you going to eat?" Natsumi Kamisama was the geisha that William had saved that day. Unlike other geishas, her simple makeup, complemented by a pink kimono, made her look very cute and charming. William waved his hand and said indifferently, "No, I'm leaving." Upon hearing William's words, Natsumi clenched her small hands tightly. Although she had known this day would come eventually, she didn't expect it to arrive so quickly. Natsumi was well aware of who was by William's side. However, it was precisely because she knew that she didn't know what to say at that moment. She wanted William to take her away from here, but what could she hope for given her identity? Thinking of this, Natsumi's gaze dimmed as she lowered her head and quietly retreated. Watching William leave, she unknowingly felt tears roll down her cheeks. "Goodbye, Lord William. Perhaps we will never meet again, but thank you for the happiness you brought me during this time. I will remember you for the rest of my life." Facing William's departing figure, Natsumi silently bowed at a 90-degree angle and didn't rise for a long time. Changing her clothes, as William walked along the path to leave the hot spring resort, Minato hesitated for a long time before finally unable to resist asking, "What about that girl, you two?" There was no way around it. The charm was too strong to resist. William smiled casually, but inside he couldn't help but sigh. Natsumi was actually a good person, but he didn't have to have every woman. Even if Natsumi were just an ordinary person, William might agree. But her identity as a geisha made it impossible for him to accept her. However, to put it another way, if Natsumi were just an ordinary person, perhaps they wouldn't have even met at all. In this world, nothing is perfect, and life is no exception. After a moment of sentimentality, William couldn't help but laugh. He never expected that one day he would be entangled because of a courtesan. Kakashi, let's take her away from the hot spring inn. There's no need for special care. Just find her a shop and let her make a living. Upon hearing William's words, Kakashi smiled faintly. Isn't this considered special treatment? This has already been arranged at home, you know. However, since it's something William instructed, Minato will naturally take care of it. I understand. I will have someone arrange it. Although we can't be together, this is the only thing William can do for Summer. Well, there's no way around it. If I do nothing, my mind will still be a bit unsettled. I won't let you do it for free. I'll give you a peach as a reward. When Minato received the peach handed over by William, he curiously asked, is there something special about this peach? Minato knew very well that anything William brought out must be extraordinary. It doesn't have much of a function. It just allows a person to attain immortality. Minato, who had originally been holding it with one hand, quickly switched to using both hands, and the corners of his eyes twitched continuously. Is this really of no significant use? Teacher, do you have some misunderstanding about this? Wait, thinking of how the people of the Holy Land of Huaxia possessed the ability to live forever, Minato suddenly realized. Indeed, if that's the case, then this peach really isn't of much significance to the teacher. However, even if it's useless to the teacher, it would probably drive the entire ninja world crazy. After the shock, Minato hesitated and asked, Teacher, can this peach be shared? Why would you want to share a broken peach? Looking awkwardly at William, Minato helplessly said, I want to give Kushina some, but then Naruto wouldn't have any. So I was wondering if it could be shared between two people. That way, even if the effect is halved, it's still great. One can only say that Minato is truly a good man. Sharing is possible, but the effect would only be 1/3. You should think it over carefully. 1/3? Teacher, how many years is 1/3 of immortality? After thinking for a long time, Minato couldn't figure it out and had to seek help from William. Silly. Sharing just means living long and not aging. How can you not understand something so simple? William could have as many of these peaches as he wanted, but knowing that Minato's intention was for the coming year, he didn't take them out. Sometimes, when things come too easily, some people don't cherish them. Teacher, can we just split one in half? The peaches are too precious. Minato didn't want to make any mistakes, so he asked very carefully. No, the flesh of the peach grants longevity, but the pit does not age. I understand. Thank you, teacher. He carefully put the peach into his pocket, afraid of bruising it. Minato said, also, teacher, I have arranged accommodation for you, not far from my home. The hygiene and living supplies are all ready. You just need to move in. After personally escorting William to the accommodation, Minato left, feeling conflicted about what to do next. How should this flat peach be divided? Should it be given to Kushina or to Naruto? Or should it really be split in half, allowing Naruto to gain the ability of immortality and Kushina to gain the ability of eternal youth? Confused in his thoughts, Minato had unknowingly arrived at his doorstep. Seeing Kushina playing with Naruto in the yard not far away, a happy smile appeared on Minato's face. What are you standing there grinning for? Hurry over and help me with little Naruto. He's too mischievous. Hearing Kushina's call, Minato quickly responded, Okay, I'm coming. With a gentle leap, Minato arrived in front of the two. Just as he was about to bend down and pick up Naruto, he suddenly remembered the flat peach in his pocket and quickly took it out. Kushina, you take this. A peach? It looks really delicious. As Minato picked up the child, Kushina instinctively took a bite of the flat peach. Seeing this scene, Minato was completely stunned. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Looking at Minato's silly expression, Kushina couldn't help but laugh. But you have to admit, this peach is really delicious. I've never eaten such a tasty peach before. Where did you buy it? Bring more next time. While speaking, Kushina quickly devoured the peach. Minato, now it's settled. No need to think about it anymore. With a sigh in his heart, Minato Namikaze chose not to dwell on it, not even mentioning the effects of the peach to Kushina. Minato knew very well that if Kushina found out, she would probably regret it for a lifetime. Since that's the case, let this guilt be borne by himself. It's normal for something to taste good. Don't be fooled by how ordinary this peach looks. It's actually a special peach. A special peach? Although it's very sweet, it's just a peach. How can it be special? Holding the peach pit in her hand, Kushina prepared to throw it in the trash, but was suddenly stopped by Minato. Don't throw it away. The special part of this peach is in the pit. Eat it. Eat the peach pit. Minato, are you sure? I'm sure. Trust me, you'll know once you eat it. Seeing Minato's serious expression, Kushina helplessly replied, but this pit is so hard. How can I eat it? Just swallow it. Really swallow it? Trust me, it's so strange. Although she was puzzled, as Minato's wife, Kushina still trusted him very much. Since he said so, she decided not to hesitate any longer. The next moment, gulp, the peach pit was swallowed. And after a moment of waiting, Kushina chuckled. Then what? As soon as she finished speaking, she let out a soft "oh" and froze. Because she suddenly sensed something different in her body. What is going on? The Uzumaki clan inherently has a longer lifespan than ordinary people. And Kushina could clearly feel that her body was undergoing subtle changes. Even her chakra and vitality, which had been affected by childbirth, had improved qualitatively. At that moment, Kushina felt incredibly incredulous. This is what my teacher gave me. She said it could enhance strength, so I brought it for you to eat. I was actually going to tell you first, but you ate it directly. With that, Kushina had no more doubts. Although she had never met Minato's new teacher, she could clearly sense Minato's improvement in strength during this time. Then we really need to thank your teacher properly, Minato. Yeah, we do. Responding, Minato suddenly remembered something. Wait, aren't you supposed to be in confinement? We'll let you get out of bed. Also, don't you know that being in the wind is bad for you? Hurry back. Minato's sudden reprimand startled Kushina, who quickly defended herself. Oh, come on, Minato. You know the Uzumaki clan's vitality is stronger than that of ordinary people, and I have chakra, so I don't really need to be in confinement. You insist that I stay in bed every day, and I can't do this, can't do that, however, before she could finish. The usually gentle Minato pulled Kushina back into the house and onto the bed. Though helpless, Kushina didn't get up again. She couldn't help but mutter, seriously? You don't trust me at all. Don't think that just because you became Hokage, I'll have to listen to you. What did you say? Nothing. I didn't say anything. Seeing Minato come back after putting Naruto in the crib, Kushina quickly said. But inwardly, she muttered again. Considering how hard you're trying, I'll endure you for a month. Once I'm out of confinement, let us see how I deal with you. While Minato and Kushina were flirting, William had climbed onto the roof of the house. The Umbu responsible for monitoring William, wearing a mask, was also startled when he saw William suddenly sit down next to him. After seeing William casually sit down beside him, Uchiha Shursui, who had just joined the Umbu after leaving the Konoha guard, fell into deep thought. In fact, as soon as William arrived in Konoha, Shursui received orders from the third Hokage to monitor William's every move. However, just before that, after receiving orders from the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, he had already left the Konoha guard to become Minato's exclusive Umbu, and the mission objective hadn't changed. The only difference was that now Shursui had shifted from surveillance to protection. Lying casually on the roof with his hands behind his head, William admired the bright moon in the sky while casually addressing Shursui. If I'm not mistaken, you're Uchiha Shursui, right? As soon as he said this, Uchiha Shursui, who was wearing the Umbu mask, felt a jolt in his heart. He had no idea how he was recognized. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Minato probably didn't mention my abilities to you, right? With a faint smile, William said something that sent chills down Shursui's spine. I have the ability to read minds, so no one can hide secrets from me in front of me. Uchiha Shursui. Although he didn't know whether what William said was true, at that moment, Shursui really wanted to leave. Or perhaps, kill William. Thinking of this, Shursui tightened his grip on the short blade in his hand. Because if what William said was true, then was he now completely devoid of secrets? Whether you leave now or not, it doesn't really matter anymore. As for killing me, you can't do it. Who exactly are you? With a playful glint in his eyes, William smiled and said, I forgot that the third Hokage and Minato didn't tell you much. You probably only know my name now. My name is William. As for my identity, it's a secret. Uchiha Shursui's expression was dazed. Did you say anything? Shursui didn't understand what was different about what William said and what he didn't say. Ha ha. Looking at the overly innocent Uchiha Shursui, William couldn't help but laugh. After laughing, William said, to unlock the Manjiki Sharingan at the age of 13 is extraordinary. At this age, your talent in the Uchiha clan can even be said to surpass everyone else. Clang! The cold short blade was drawn from Shursui's hand. William had revealed his greatest secret, and even Shursui could no longer suppress the killing intent in his heart. At that moment, Shursui finally confirmed that William really had the ability to read minds. What? Did I expose your secret and you're furious? Under the mask, Shursui had already activated his unique Manjiki Sharingan, but after staring at William for a long time, the Manjiki faded away, and Shursui also retracted the blade in his hand. As a ninja, his mission was to protect William. He knew very well what the consequences would be if he acted, not just for himself, but for the Uchiha clan and Konoha as well. In the end, Shursui chose to endure. This secret, I know, and no one else will know. Hearing William's words, Uchiha Shursui took a deep breath and said, "What are your intentions?" Shursui was very clear about the concept of equivalent exchange. "You definitely won't believe me if I say I have no intentions." Glancing at Shursui, William smiled and said, "However, if I had to say I had a purpose, there is indeed one." After a moment of contemplation, William said, "I'm quite curious about your Koto Tsukumi." Hearing William mention Koto Tsukumi, Uchiha Shursui's expression became increasingly solemn. If he could explain his knowledge of the Manjiki Sharingan with intelligence, then the unique ninjutsu of his Manjiki Sharingan was something that no one else knew about. In other words, William truly had the ability to read minds. "So, your eyes, let me borrow them for a moment. Of course, in exchange, I want to treat you poorly." Before Uchiha Shursui could fully react, his vision had already turned dark. "What have you done to me?" He quickly distanced himself from William. Eyes closed, his entire body trembling. His eyes had been taken away without him even realizing it. But how could this be possible? The one who activated the Manjiki was hypnotized by a non-Uchiha clansman. Even his eyes were taken. However, in the face of Uchiha Shursui's terror, William's expression was rather amused. "Koto Tsukumi is quite interesting." In the next moment, before Uchiha Shursui could react, he realized that his eyes no longer felt pain. Moreover, he was astonished to find that his previously blurry vision had returned to clarity. What on earth happened? Blinking his large, sparkling eyes, Uchiha Shursui was completely bewildered. At this moment, William smiled and explained, "Don't be surprised, I just enhanced your eyes a bit, did a little upgrade. To put it in terms you can understand, your eyes now belong to the eternal kaleidoscope." Eternal kaleidoscope? From now on, you won't have to worry about the mission of using the kaleidoscope's power anymore. How about that? Isn't it great? Uchiha Shursui replied, "It is great," but he felt an overwhelming fear because it was a completely uncontrollable sensation. Beside William, Uchiha Shursui even felt like a toy, at the mercy of William's control. Gently touching his own eyes, Uchiha Shursui complexly asked, "What exactly did you just do?" William shrugged and made a simple, pinching gesture with his fingers. Amid Uchiha Shursui's shock, William said with a smile, "Of course. I know you wouldn't agree if I told you, so I just used a jinjutsu on you. You can also understand it as a necessary step to achieve the eternal kaleidoscope." Suddenly, Uchiha Shursui thought of the legend of the Uchiha clan, where Uchiha Madara took his brother Uchiha Izuna's eyes to gain greater power. Uchiha Shursui had always thought this was just a legend, but William's words made him realize that it might not be a legend after all. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Shursui said solemnly, "Why are you helping me?" This is something Uchiha Shursui also doesn't understand. "Didn't I just say that I'm quite interested in your Koto Tsukumi? So, I studied it a bit. As for the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, you can think of it as a trade, nothing more." After saying this, William slowly stood up from the rooftop. Before Uchiha Shursui could react, William's hand was on his shoulder. William smiled and said, "In the end, you're just a 13-year-old kid. If I had to say why, it's because you remind me a bit of my child, and your age is also quite similar." Laughing, William waved his hand and flipped back onto the balcony. "It's getting late. I should rest now. As for you, well, I know you probably won't go to rest, so do as you wish." "Kid?" Uchiha Shursui stared at the direction William left, his expression behind the mask strange. Then he slowly sat back down on the rooftop. Although he didn't believe William's words and didn't understand why he was doing this, the fact was he hadn't suffered any losses. Feeling the new ocular power born from his eyes, Uchiha Shursui couldn't help but feel a hint of anticipation. He wondered what ability would be born this time. The night passed without conversation. The next morning, William woke up from his sleep. After a quick wash, basking in the sunlight, William stretched lazily. A new day meant it was time to find something to do. Strolling through the streets of Konoha, William arrived at Ichiraku Ramen. 2 bowls of tonkatsu ramen, please." After casually paying, William found an empty seat and sat down. "Shursui, sir." At the sound of William's voice, Shursui quickly came to William's side. However, this time, Shursui was not wearing his umbu mask. After last night, Shursui understood that he couldn't hide his identity in front of William. Since that was the case, he might as well show his true appearance. "If you haven't had breakfast, let's eat together." Looking at the tonkatsu ramen in front of him, Uchiha Shursui hesitated. "Isn't that inappropriate?" "There's nothing inappropriate about it. Just eat." "Then, thank you, sir." Nodding, Uchiha Shursui slowly sat down in front of William. The taste of Ichiraku was still quite good. Although he had experienced the impact of modern cuisine, for William, the taste of Ichiraku was still commendable. Just as the two were slurping their ramen, a familiar figure entered through the door. The newcomer had silver hair, A handsome face with his nose and mouth covered by a mask, and his left eye covered by a forehead protector, leaving only one eye exposed. The person was none other than Konoha's most talented ninja, the heir of the Hitaki clan, Kakashi Hitaki. As Kakashi entered, a man with a watermelon head dressed in a ninja outfit followed him in, chattering away with Kakashi. However, from Kakashi's wandering gaze, it was clear he wasn't paying much attention. The newcomer was Kakashi's lifelong best friend, Might Guy, the man who almost kicked the world to its conclusion in the future. Unlike Guy, who ignored everyone else, Kakashi's gaze immediately noticed William and Uchiha Shursui upon entering Ichiraku Ramen. As the disciple of the fourth Hokage and the current captain of Yambu, Kakashi certainly knew who William was. Seeing Kakashi turn and walk towards him, Might Guy asked in confusion, "Hey Kakashi, why aren't you ordering?" "Lord William." Kakashi respectfully bowed his head. "Senior Kakashi." Uchiha Shursui quickly stood up to greet him. After nodding at Shursui's greeting, Kakashi explained to William, "Lord William, I am Kakashi Hitaki, and Minato Namikaze is my teacher. If you count it, you should be my grand teacher." Grand teacher? Hearing Kakashi's title, Might Guy looked bewildered, sizing William up. In his view, although William might be slightly older than them, he shouldn't be that much older. He's actually Kakashi's grand teacher? Wait, if Minato Namikaze is Kakashi's teacher, then William must be the fourth Hokage's. William nodded. Kakashi's statement was indeed accurate. All right, no need for formalities. We're just here to grab a bite. You all can feel free. Yes. Hearing William's words, Kakashi finally relaxed. After finding a spot to sit with Might Guy again, Might Guy couldn't help but curiously discuss William with Kakashi. However, Kakashi helplessly replied to Might Guy's questions, "Sorry, Guy. But William's identity is classified, so I can't tell you." Upon hearing this, Might Guy fell silent, but he understood the rules and could only reluctantly give up. Today, Ichiraku was particularly lively. With Kakashi's arrival, one familiar person after another walked in. Among them, the ones that interested William the most were the younger and more beautiful Yugao and a member of the Inuzuka clan, Inuzuka Hana, who had 3 gray-white nin dogs and a red mark painted on her face. Inuzuka Hana was also the sister of Inuzuka Kiba, one of the future 12 ninja warriors. Noticing William's gaze, Uchiha Shursui, who had just finished the last sip of his soup, also looked over. "Do you know them, Lord William?" Shursui asked curiously. "I don't know." William shook his head. This answer left Uchiha Shursui at a loss for words. Unlike modern society, in this world, regardless of gender, people are generally much more mature than their peers. They are young and beautiful, aren't they? William's words made Uchiha Shursui quite embarrassed. Although Shursui's strength has already reached the top tier in the Naruto world, he is still too naive when it comes to emotions and women. He is in a very innocent state right now. Looking at the two women, if Yuhi Kurenai is known as a famous beauty in Konoha, then Inuzuka Hana's personality leans more towards that of a gentle big sister. Although her appearance may be slightly inferior to Kurenai's, she is still a top-notch beauty. However, recalling what William said to him last night, Uchiha Shursui asked, "Lord William, I remember you have children." Ahem, with a light cough. William slightly withdrew his gaze. This has nothing to do with having children. In life, one must have things they like. So, does Lord William like beautiful women? Shursui's innocent and naive question left William momentarily stunned, and he couldn't help but laugh. If you have to put it that way, then it's not a problem. Upon hearing William's words, Uchiha Shursui seemed to ponder. However, when he noticed William's strange gaze, Shursui's face suddenly turned red. "Lord William, you? Don't worry. I didn't use my abilities on you. Are you sure you didn't use them?" Laughing, William said, "Actually, under normal circumstances, I don't like to use such abilities." William was not lying. In fact, all the things he talked about with Shursui last night were things William already knew. Reading minds is, to William, quite impolite. Therefore, unless under special circumstances, William wouldn't use such abilities. The two chatted and soon arrived at the Hokage's office. Upon seeing William's arrival, the surrounding Umbu members displayed strange expressions. When William knocked on the office door and entered, he saw the third Hokage, Tsurutobi Hiruzen, discussing something with Namikaze Minato. Seeing William, the two instinctively ended their conversation. And Minato stood up, saying, "Teacher, you're here. I have something to discuss with you." "Hiruzen, you're here too." In response to William's greeting, Tsurutobi Hiruzen respectfully said, "Lord William, hello." "Teacher, what do you need me for?" Minato asked curiously. "Nothing too important. I was just bored and wanted to find something to do." Upon hearing William's words, Minato looked puzzled. Does the teacher want to become a ninja? Ninja? William shook his head, saying, "Forget about being a ninja. I'm not too interested." After thinking for a moment, Minato hesitated and said, then, how about joining the Elder Council, teacher? Originally, the Konoha Elder Council had 4 members, but after Shimura Danzo's death, it became 3. Although the Elder Council is more symbolic, it would take some power away from Minato, which shows how much trust Minato has in William. The Elder Council? In fact, William wasn't too interested in the power of the Elder Council. Compared to power, he was more concerned about finding something to do. Seeing that William didn't refuse, Minato smiled and said, if the teacher has no objections, then it's settled. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression became somewhat strange. Hiruzen didn't expect Minato to give William such great authority all at once. What is this, using William to balance my power? It's not surprising that Sarutobi Hiruzen would think this way. After all, having navigated the political scene for half a lifetime, he is quite familiar with these tactics. Moreover, he has just recently obtained the position of the root leader for Minato Namikaze, and combined with his previous prestige in Konoha, this is equivalent to regaining the greatest power in Konoha after the 4th Hokage. If he uses William to counterbalance himself, Hiruzen can understand why Minato would do this. After all, in Hiruzen's view, if it were him, he would do the same. Minato, you've finally grown up. Hiruzen is actually not angry about Minato's actions. On the contrary, he feels relieved because this is what true growth looks like. Forget it, the Elder Council is the Elder Council. After thinking about it, William didn't think too much about it. Minato, can you give me a few people? Minato Namikaze nodded. Of course, it is their honor to be chosen by the teacher. Laughing, William didn't expect Minato to be so eloquent. I don't need too many people, just give me Uchiha Shursui. Hearing Shursui's name, Minato couldn't help but smile. It seems the teacher also thinks highly of Shursui. Minato is very aware of Shursui's talent, which is also why he once mentored Shursui. Teacher, is just Shursui enough? What? Are you planning to give me a few more? Hearing William's words, Minato awkwardly scratched the back of his head. To be honest, giving Shursui to William was already painful for Minato. If he had to give more, he probably wouldn't have anyone left to use. Ordinary ninjas can be found in abundance. But high-end combat power is not something that can be easily given away, especially not someone like Shursui. Just as William was about to leave, suddenly, a member of the Umbu arrived at the office. What happened? Upon seeing the other person, Minato's expression changed. Hokage-sama, Captain Kakashi has been attacked. What? Upon hearing this, both Minato and Hiruzen exclaimed in shock. Holding down the technique he was about to activate, Minato said in a deep voice, "What's the situation?" Captain Kakashi's Sharingan was stolen. Sharingan? Hiruzen's eyes widened, and his mind began to race. Could it be the Uchiha clan? However, unlike Hiruzen's concerns, Minato anxiously asked, "How is Kakashi's injury?" Captain Kakashi's injuries are not too serious. He is not in life-threatening danger. Konoha Hospital. William, Minato, and Hiruzen arrived at Kakashi's hospital room. At this time, Kakashi's treatment had already finished, and he was wrapped in bandages. However, in stark contrast to his injuries, his spirit was at an all-time low. Even when he saw Minato, Kakashi's eyes still drooped. Kakashi. Noticing the visitors, Kakashi weakly greeted them. Hokage-sama, third Hokage-sama, Lord William. After sizing up Kakashi, Minato sighed. "How are your injuries?" "It's okay. I'm alive," Kakashi said in a low voice. Beside him, Hiruzen bluntly asked, "Do you know who the attacker is?" Kakashi paused for a moment before shaking his head. "I don't know. With your strength, you didn't even see who the opponent was?" Minato was surprised. He was well aware of Kakashi's strength. While he had not yet reached the level of a Kage, it was nearly impossible for a Kage-level opponent to defeat Kakashi without him knowing who they were. Coupled with Kakashi's current state, Minato suspected that there might be some hidden circumstances. At this moment, William, who had been silent beside them, suddenly spoke up. "You saw someone familiar, right?" As soon as these words were spoken, Kakashi's body trembled, and he looked at William in surprise. "Let me guess, is it Obito or Rin?" Kakashi said. Sarutobi Hiruzen, confused, asked, "Aren't they already dead?" Kakashi fell silent again. Yes, they were dead. Moreover, they had both died right before his eyes. And it was precisely for this reason that Kakashi couldn't understand why. William said calmly, "Kakashi, what you encountered should be White Zetsu." White Zetsu? The three of them were puzzled, not understanding who that was. White Zetsu can mimic the presence of any living being, even chakra. Upon hearing William's words, Kakashi's gaze gradually became sharp from confusion, but then it turned gloomy again. He had understood the identity of the enemy. But this still couldn't cover up the fact that he had lost the eye gifted to him by his dear friend before their death. seeing Kakashi's despondent appearance. Minato Namikaze didn't know how to comfort him for a moment. He patted Kakashi's shoulder, sighed, and left the hospital room. In fact, compared to Kakashi, Minato also felt guilt. Although he had always been praised as the fastest in the ninja world, he had failed to save his own disciple twice in a row. The first time was Obito Uchiha, and the second time was Rin Noara. After a long time, when Kakashi finally came to his senses from his guilt, he noticed William peeling an orange beside him. Want some? Noticing Kakashi's gaze, William smiled and offered him the already peeled orange. No, thank you. Kakashi shook his head. At that moment, he had no appetite. Just as Kakashi was wondering why William hadn't left, William suddenly said, "Actually, the Sharingan isn't suitable for you." What do you mean? Kakashi looked confused, not understanding why William would say that. Haven't you noticed? Ever since you transplanted Obito's Sharingan, your strength hasn't actually improved for a long time. William's words left Kakashi silent. Now, without the Sharingan, perhaps it might actually be a good thing for you. The Sharingan had created Kakashi's reputation as the copy ninja, but in reality, due to the continuous drain of a Sharingan, Kakashi's chakra had always been constrained. Kakashi's talent and hard work as a child were no less than anyone else's. At the age of 12, he even broke the record for the youngest to be promoted to Jonin. He had even developed a Sharingan that originally didn't belong to him to a level that nearly 99 of the Uchiha clan couldn't reach, which showed how powerful Kakashi's talent was. However, since becoming a Jonin, all the way until the Shippuden era, 14 years had passed, and Kakashi was still Jonin. Why? This brings us to the Sharingan. Because Kakashi is not originally from the Uchiha clan, the inability to turn off the Sharingan has always been a burden for him. Looking back at Kakashi's life, it is even more tragic. His father's suicide, after finally getting through that, he then faced the deaths of Obito Uchiha, Rin Noara, and the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze and his wife in succession. Each funeral was a devastating blow for Kakashi. This is also why Kakashi appears so dispirited in the early part of Shippuden. It's unbearable for anyone, even an adult, to handle such blows. Looking calmly at William, Kakashi replied with an indifferent expression. So what? Although William is his master, Kakashi doesn't actually have any particular feelings towards him. Since you call me master, let this be a gift from your master for our meeting. As he spoke, William pointed, and a golden light erupted around Minato Namikaze. And in almost the blink of an eye, all of Kakashi's injuries were healed, and even the eye he had lost was restored to its original state. How is this possible? Unwrapping the bandages and feeling his regained left eye, Kakashi was stunned. This power has far exceeded the realm of medical ninjutsu. When you're ready, come find me, and I'll teach you some more. Since you're my disciple, you can't be this weak. After saying this, William left Kakashi's hospital room. Shortly after William departed, Kakashi also went through the discharge procedures. Since his injuries had healed, he had no intention of staying in the hospital any longer. However, after leaving the hospital, Kakashi did not head directly to the Hokage's office to report to Minato. Instead, he went alone to the cemetery with flowers. Gently wiping the gravestone, Kakashi offered fresh flowers for the two. Obito, I'm sorry. I've disappointed you again. I've even lost the eyes you last gave me. Rin, are you doing well in that world? I'm sorry. For a long time, Kakashi silently spoke about the recent events in a voice only he could hear. Once he finished telling everything, Kakashi slowly stood up. Obito, Rin, I need to pull myself together. Konoha still needs me, and my teacher still needs me. So, I must move forward. The wind blew, rustling the leaves, and Kakashi's figure gradually faded away. Time quickly passed to 3 days later. Renewed, and with the white fang short sword on his back, Kakashi headed to the back mountains of Konoha. William didn't say much and straightforwardly stated, "Use all your means to attack me." All right, Kakashi simply replied in response to William. The white fang short sword is a good sword. However, Kakashi, who wielded this good sword, was not a good swordsman. Amidst the clash of blades, Kakashi realized that his attacks were like child's play and caused no harm to William at all. Seeing this, Kakashi abandoned the sword and began to weave various ninjutsu. Fire style, fireball jutsu. In the face of Kakashi's fireball, William casually slapped it, and boom, the fireball was directly dispersed by William's hand. How is that possible? Seeing this scene, Kakashi used other ninjutsu, water style, wind style, earth style, shadow clone technique, but no matter what ninjutsu he used, it had no effect on William. Lightning cutter. Even the lightning cutter, which could cut through lightning, was easily kicked away by William, leaving Kakashi, who fell to the ground, gasping for breath, at a loss for what to do. This is the first time Kakashi faces such a battle in his life. All of his powers were easily crushed, and William only used one hand throughout the fight to render Kakashi completely defenseless. The gap in strength was like a chasm. "Don't you understand yet?" William said calmly. Noticing Kakashi's expression, Kakashi was confused. "Master, what do you mean? Your abilities are too chaotic. Your trump card is Raikiri, right? But without the Sharingan, it's equivalent to being useless. Think about your father, who wielded a sword alone, and then look at you." William shook his head helplessly. Kakashi had really taken too many detours. However, William could understand this. As a son, he naturally wanted to break free from his father's influence and forge a brand new path. Silently getting up, Kakashi looked at the knife in his hand, momentarily lost in thought. Looking at William, Kakashi's eyes gradually cleared. "Master, what should I do? From now on, forget the ninjutsu you copied. Specialize in your lightning affinity. And then practice your swordsmanship." "Practice swordsmanship?" "Watch closely." With a wave of his hand, a spear made entirely of lightning appeared in William's grasp. Buzz! Before Kakashi even had time to react, the lightning spear had already pierced in front of him. In Kakashi's terror, the lightning spear transformed into fireworks and dissipated around him. Looking at William again, powerful waves of lightning surrounded him. "What is this? Lightning release armor?" This move from William reminded Kakashi of the Raikage from Kilometersaway. Then, while Kakashi was still in a daze, William absorbed all the lightning armor back into his body. Lightning doesn't need armor at all. Lightning release armor may seem splendid, but in my view, is far inferior to your father's wisdom. Without a sound, William's figure had already arrived behind Kakashi. Speed is power. When William's voice echoed in Kakashi's ear, the shock it caused was indescribable. "So, do you understand now?" "I understand." Piece by piece, Kakashi gained enlightenment. He was indeed a wise person, but had been stuck in a rut. With this moment of realization, Kakashi's cultivation finally got back on track. In the distance, watching Kakashi carve out remnants around him while grilling fish, William couldn't help but smile. Meanwhile, not far from William, Uchiha Shursui quietly observed below. If at first he could rely on his three-tomo Sharingan to see through Kakashi's movements from afar as Kakashi grew faster, Shursui was surprised to find that even the three-tomo could barely keep up with Kakashi's speed. Only after activating his Manjiki Sharingan could he barely keep up, and realizing this, Shursui couldn't help but exclaim, "He's really strong." Not against Kakashi, but against William. Shursui hadn't anticipated that in just a short morning, Kakashi's strength would undergo such a dramatic transformation. He originally thought that after obtaining the eternal Manjiki, he had reached the pinnacle of strength in this world. However, Kakashi's progress put pressure on Shursui. "It seems I cannot slack off either." With that thought, Shursui also began to train his body. However, the time left for Kakashi was not long. A week later, Kakashi was dispatched to the battlefield by Minato Namikaze. After the Nine Tails incident, Kumogakure seized the opportunity to wage war against the victorious Konoha following the Third Shinobi World War. No one expected that after the Third Shinobi World War, war would erupt so quickly. In the Hokage's office, Minato Namikaze and the four elders were all gathered. Under the arrangements of Minato and the other three elders, the personnel for this war were quickly organized. Looking at William, who had not spoken since the beginning, Minato asked, "Master, what do you think of this war?" Minato's question drew the attention of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Nara Shikaku, and Mito Kaori towards William. William's response to Minato's question was quite plain. "Minato, aren't you going to take action in this battle?" Minato hesitated at this question. "The ninja world has just ended a war. I don't want to see the war escalate further." Minato's meaning was simple. If he took action, it would be equivalent to declaring a full-scale war. In this battle, not only does Konoha not want to fight, but also Minato Namikaze doesn't want to fight. In the Third Shinobi World War, all the major ninja villages suffered too much loss. Do you think that if you don't want to fight, Kumogakure will stop the war? Looking at Minato Namikaze, William said, "If I were you, I would just destroy Kumogakure." What? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone, including Namikaze Minato, was stunned. Beside them, Tsunade and Mito Minyen, who were not very familiar with William's relationship, couldn't help but exclaim, "What nonsense! Do you know what it takes to eliminate the hidden cloud? War is not a child's play." Hearing their direct reprimands, Sarutobi Hizashi coughed lightly, wanting to remind the two, but to his surprise, they completely ignored him. "Tsunade, young people should talk less and do more. If you don't understand the situation, don't pretend to give opinions." Mito Minyen, putting aside whether Konoha can truly agree to Hidden Cloud's request, have you thought about what price Konoha would have to pay? Moreover, even if we really achieve it, What if other ninja villages declare war on Konoha? How will we respond to the upcoming wars? Faced with their scolding, William's expression remained indifferent. What price would it take to destroy the hidden cloud village? If it really came down to it, Minato alone would be enough. Tsunade? Mito Minion? Upon hearing William's words, Namake's Minato couldn't help but sigh. With his current strength, he could indeed accomplish such a thing, but deep down, Minato didn't want to do that. Minato had never been a person who enjoyed killing, and even more so after Naruto was born. What should be cut off, if not done, would only lead to chaos. This sentence is directed at Minato Namake's, and at the same time, it is something William says to himself. Since arriving in this world, William has been like a headless chicken, doing nothing all day, and now it's time to do something. William left Konoha without any warning. When Shursui informed Minato about William's disappearance, Minato had no idea what had happened. Reflecting on their last meeting before William left, Minato even doubted whether his rejection was the reason for William's departure. This also left Kushina, who had just finished her confinement and was preparing to meet William to thank him in person, confused. Kushina didn't understand why William left so suddenly. Unlike Minato's confusion, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt terrible. He knew very well how powerful William was. What if William, after leaving Konoha, became an enemy of Konoha? However, Hiruzen was thinking too simply. This time, William not only aimed to oppose Konoha, but also the entire world. All of this was to change this world. Indeed, the Fourth Ninja World War, the battle against the Ten Tails, caused countless deaths, but similarly, it was precisely because of the pressure from this battle that the entire ninja world was forced to unite for the first time, ultimately evolving into the future structure of the ninja world. Just as William said, if you don't cut off what should be severed, you will only create more chaos. Compared to the current chaotic world, what William wants to do is very simple. Make this world feel pain. In Amage Cure, when William arrived, Hanzo was already dead, and Nagato had officially become the god of Amage Cure, relying on the power of the Rinnegan. When William's figure descended before Pain, Pain didn't react at first. It wasn't until he realized who had come that Pain's hand slipped, revealing a black rod. Who are you? With the Rinnegan looking at William, Pain's tone became extremely grave. My name is William. I just came from Konoha. A ninja from Konoha? Upon hearing William's self-introduction, Pain's expression turned extremely cold. Even though I come from Konoha, you can rest assured, I am not a ninja of Konoha. However, Pain showed no intention of listening to William's explanation. Ninjas from Konoha must die. Shinra Tensei. In an instant, a powerful attraction surged from Pain's outstretched hand towards William. Yet, facing Pain's move, William remained completely unmoved. How is that possible? With a change in expression, Pain stepped forward and launched an attack at William. It seems that you won't listen unless we fight. Facing the rushing Pain, William couldn't help but sigh, casually waving his hand, causing Pain to vanish from the spot. This scene left Nagato, who was hidden in the shadows, stunned. However, an even more unbelievable scene occurred. A black hole opened before him, and William's figure appeared right in front of Nagato. So, can we have a good talk now, Nagato? Upon hearing William call his name, Nagato's expression changed, and his emaciated body erupted with a powerful repulsive force. Shinra Tensei. Yet, under Shinra Tensei, William remained completely still. How is this possible? With a roar, two figures suddenly appeared behind William. One summoned a summoning beast, while the other launched a missile attack. These two are indeed the abilities of Nagato's Hungry Ghost Path and Azura Path. However, in the face of their attacks, William waved his hand again, and an incredible black hole swept through, swallowing everything in its path, including the Hungry Ghost Path and Beast Path, which disappeared from the scene. How? Looking at Nagato with a calm expression, William's demeanor was quite playful. Space abilities. Are you one of Uchiha Madara's people? At this moment, Nagato's expression was extremely serious. He knew that William's ability was a space ability, and to his knowledge, only that man who called himself Uchiha Madara possessed such a bug-level space ability. Uchiha Madara, just a dead man. I came here to help you. You are here to help me? The Akatsuki's goal is world peace, and I am here for that as well. Frowning at William, Nagato said in a deep voice, Why should I trust you? With a slight smile, William extended his hand and said, Just because I have the power to destroy this world. As soon as he finished speaking, countless paper shurikens suddenly appeared behind William. However, seeing this scene, Nagato not only showed no surprise, but instead revealed a look of fear. Conan, run, Buzz. In silence, black holes appeared all over William's body. And as the black holes appeared, countless paper shurikens vanished. The next moment, in Nagato's view, a black hole appeared behind Conan. Along with the black hole, Conan's paper shurikens appeared. With a change in expression, when Conan reacted, the explosive tags on the paper shurikens detonated simultaneously. Boom! In a massive explosion, Conan's figure completely vanished. Conan, seeing this scene, Nagato's expression was almost frantic. "I will make you die," with a twisted face. Nagato roared as the outer path golem suddenly swung a giant fist at William. However, facing this punch, William's expression remained unchanged. Buzz, as if hitting air. The fist of the outer path golem made no progress in front of William. However, noticing this scene, Nagato once again erupted with chakra. As more and more black rods pierced Nagato's back, William's figure suddenly disappeared and then instantly appeared behind Nagato. With a wave of his hand, all the black rods connecting the outer path golem to Nagato were directly severed. When Nagato looked over, William's hand was already resting on Nagato's shoulder. Not good. The moment overwhelming power surged into his body, Nagato thought he was doomed, but the almost infinite life force began to fill Nagato's originally emaciated body, and even his legs, which had been crippled due to an ambush by Hanzo, began to regain sensation. Deeply gazing at William, Nagato snorted coldly. "Don't think that just because you healed me, I will be grateful to you. Between you and me, it's either you die or I die." Pointing at William, Nagato's voice was ice cold. "Super Shinra Tensei." Buzz. As he looked at Conan appearing from the black hole, the power Nagato was about to unleash was suddenly interrupted. "Conan, Nagato, Yua," forcing the interruption. Even Nagato couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. "Nagato, what's wrong with you?" Seeing this scene, Conan panicked. Waving his hand and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Nagato took a deep breath and said softly, "I'm fine." "You just now." Thinking of this, Nagato's gaze turned to William. In response, a smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of William's mouth. "Thank you." Without saying anything further, Nagato spoke in a serious tone. "Only after losing can one learn to cherish, just like Yahiko. It was precisely because of Yahiko's death that Nagato would completely explode. It was also because of Yahiko's death that Nagato cherished his bond with Conan even more. Yes, family bonds. For Nagato, Conan is family, his sister. Wait, Nagato, your body?" At this moment, Conan finally noticed that Nagato's injuries had healed. Moreover, even Nagato's legs had recovered. Nagato nodded, looking at William. "Although I don't know how he did it. He indeed healed me. So can we talk now? Please." As they walked towards the conference room, Conan couldn't help but glance at William a few more times. She was curious about William because he was too mysterious. At the same time, she was grateful because William healed Nagato. "Nagato, I recognize your thoughts. This world needs to feel pain." Getting straight to the point, William directly acknowledged Nagato's actions, but to Nagato's surprise, William continued. "However, your current strength is still not enough." At this time, Nagato had already killed Hanzo and ruled the entire Amage cure, but he had not yet met Uchiha Obito, nor had he started the tailed beast collection plan. "Do you know about the tailed beasts?" "Yes, I know. They're the most powerful forces of the major ninja villages, and each tailed beast possesses enough power to destroy a city. What if I told you that the power of the tailed beasts comes from your outer path golem?" "What?" Hearing William's words, both Nagato and Conan were stunned. By gathering the 9 tailed beasts, you can fully awaken your outer path golem and achieve the true 10 tails. And the power of the 10 tails is enough to completely change this world. With wide eyes, Nagato incredulously asked, "Is this true? I have no reason to lie to you. And if you don't believe me, you can capture a tailed beast to see for yourself. The power of the 10 tails to change the world." At this moment, Nagato was lost in thought, remaining silent for a long time. In a low voice, he said, "William, what should I do?" "Form a brand new Akatsuki organization and collect the 9 tailed beasts." In the quiet of the night, in Nagato's room, seeing Nagato training, Conan worriedly said, "Nagato, I feel that William is hiding a huge secret." Without stopping his movements, Nagato looked at Conan and calmly replied, "If he wanted to do something to us, we would already be dead." While this was true, Conan said, "He must have some ulterior motives. We need to be careful. His power is terrifying. Although I don't know what his exact purpose is, it must be related to the 10 tails. Nagato, does the 10 tails really exist in this world?" "I don't know. But just like William said, we can find a tailed beast to test it out later, and then we'll know." After discussing the matter of the tailed beasts, Conan, watching Nagato still training, advised Nagato, "Your body has just recovered. You can control your exercise a bit." "No need. I know my body very well. Right now, my body is even more perfect than before I was injured. Then, you should rest early. Leaving Nagato's room, Conan fell into deep thought, but soon made a decision. The next morning, William, who had just gotten out of bed, looked out the window at the drizzling rain village. Covered by rain, Rain Village had a unique scenery, but this damp environment felt very uncomfortable. Knock, 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 the door was knocked on. Glancing at the door, William said, "Come in." The door opened, and Conan, dressed in black with red clouds and wearing a blue flower, walked into William's room with a meal box. "I brought you breakfast. I don't know if you've eaten." As she spoke, Conan's gaze fell on William's perfect upper body, and after subconsciously glancing up and down, her face slightly flushed. "Did you make this yourself?" The breakfast consisted of rice balls paired with eggs and milk, very ordinary. But the cook had put in a lot of effort to ensure all the ingredients looked their best. "Yes, I made it myself. I don't know if it suits your taste." The rice ball appeared to be a seaweed rice ball, but the filling contained vegetables and meat. Taking a bite, it was rich, juicy, and very delicious. "It's very good, thank you." "You're welcome. I'm glad you like it." Seeing William enjoying it, Conan couldn't help but smile happily, though her smile was somewhat awkward. Watching Conan quietly waiting by the side, William revealed a strange smile. As the saying goes, flattery without reason is either deceitful or thieving. Although William considered himself handsome, he didn't think he could make Conan fall for him at first sight, especially since their relationship had been a life-or-death battle just yesterday. The so-called breakfast delivery was merely a means to lower William's guard, allowing her to gather intelligence for a greater advantage in the future. Even without activating the powers of the mind fruit, William could roughly guess Conan's intentions. Noticing William's gaze on her, Conan's expression became somewhat awkward. Unable to stand William's stare, she adjusted her appearance and asked curiously, "What are you looking at? Has anyone ever told you that you're beautiful?" Putting down the empty milk carton, William looked at Conan and smiled as he asked. As soon as those words were spoken, a faint blush appeared on Xiaonan's face. For Xiaonan, since childhood, she, Yahiko, and Nagato had been living just to survive. After Yahiko's death and Nagato's serious injury, Xiaonan devoted herself to taking care of Nagato's life, and she had never considered matters between men and women. However, as a woman, Xiaonan naturally had an instinctive pursuit of beauty, which is why she liked to create a blue paper flower on her head. The ninja world is actually a very distorted place. In this era, being a ninja is a high-risk profession, and love has always been a luxury for ninjas. Most ninjas spend their lives alone because simply staying alive is already a very extravagant thing. This is true for major countries, and even more brutal for smaller ones. They are even controlled in matters of life and death by the major powers, with each war being a catastrophic disaster for smaller nations. Lecture. Xiaonan shot William a glare, quickly put away her plate, and left William's room in a hurry, even forgetting what she had originally intended to do. Reserved as she was, Xiaonan had never encountered such a straightforward confession as William's. This was simply a shock to Xiaonan's soul. Even after closing the door, Xiaonan could still hear her heart pounding. Looking back at William's room, she realized that she wasn't really that angry. Instead, she felt a strange happiness inside. What am I thinking? Suppressing the smile at the corners of her mouth, Xiaonan left with a complicated heart. It had been drizzling all day long. On the highest tower of rain-hidden village, William looked down at the entire village. "William, how do you feel?" Came a faint voice from behind him. "Nagato." Glancing at Nagato, who had come to his side, William bluntly replied, "If you mean rain-hidden village, my evaluation is that it's not as good as Konoha." Nagato wasn't angry at William's belittling. He said confidently, "Compared to the 5 great shinobi villages like Konoha, it indeed can compare, but I will make it better." William didn't want to undermine his confidence. Setting aside other matters, the occasional rain was quite poetic, but if it continued like this all day, it would be quite uncomfortable. Nagato also felt helpless about this. "There's nothing I can do. The climate of rain-hidden village is constantly rainy. This is the power of nature, and I can't control it." At first, William thought the climate of rain-hidden village was due to Nagato's rain tiger-free technique, but hearing Nagato's words made him realize he had misunderstood. Looking at the gray sky, William said nothing and waved his hand at the sky. Buzz. To Nagato's astonishment, the dark clouds above rain-hidden village were pierced by sunlight, and gradually, the thick cloud layer dispersed. Under the warm sunlight, the entire village seemed to come alive again. Feeling the warmth of the sunlight in his palm, Nagato's expression seemed to witness a miracle. Combining this with William's healing powers and spatial abilities, Nagato hesitated for a moment and asked, "What kind of bloodline limit is this?" Nagato really couldn't understand William's abilities. You can understand it as the power of a god. The power of a god? William's statement might sound a bit juvenile, but to Nagato, it was a very reasonable explanation. Are you saying you are a god? William, under the sunlight, carried an inexplicable aura. Doesn't it seem like it? Nagato smiled slightly, and William moved on from that topic, asking, do the members of Akatsuki have a target yet? After calming down, Nagato inquired, do you have any recommendations? There are a few. The rogue ninja from Takigakure, Kakazu from Yugakure, Haiden from Awagakure, Deidara from Sunagakure, Sasori from Kirigakure, Kisame, and from Konoha, or Ochimaru. These are all very good candidates. Then let's start with Kakuzu. Once the intelligence department confirms his location, I will personally go. William hadn't expected that his recent display would significantly increase Nagato's trust in him, saving him the trouble of persuading him further. Smiling, just as William was about to leave, he noticed a spatial fluctuation not far away. Is it here? A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as William's figure instantly vanished from his spot. In the vortex, when Uchiha Obito appeared, he suddenly noticed William, who had somehow come before him. For a moment, the atmosphere became extremely awkward. Behind the mask, Obito stared deeply at William, not understanding what was going on. He didn't even know who William was. Uchiha Obito. When William spoke Obito's name, the expression behind the mask turned icy cold. Without any words, Obito charged towards William. However, just as Obito's hand was about to touch William, who unleashed his would-release power, something shocking happened. He passed directly through the black hole in front of William. When Obito came to his senses, a large hand was already locked around his throat. Kamui. However, facing Obito's spatial powers, a strange smile appeared on William's face. Others might not know what Obito's Kamui ability was, but how could William not know? Crack. With his throat locked, Obito, looking incredulous, spat blood as he was lifted into the air by William. How is this possible? Ugh. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Obito kicked out with his feet at lightning speed, but with a flick of his hand, William threw Obito away as if he were garbage. Bang! With a loud crash, Obito was smashed into the wall. In immense pain, he quickly formed hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. However, halfway through, the great fireball was devoured by the black hole in front of William. The next moment, seeing his own fireball flying back towards him, Obito almost clumsily dodged out of the way. Just as he barely escaped, his Sharingan saw William moving right in front of him. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Boom! Flames engulfed him, and a massive fire swirled around him. Watching the flames scatter around, Obito coughed lightly as his body began to sink into the ground. Earth release. Earth dragon hidden technique. However, just as his body was about to fully enter the earth, William's voice suddenly came from above. Where do you think you're going? With one step, boom, Uchiha Obito was blasted out of the ground by William. In midair, Obito tried to form seals again, but seeing this scene, William smiled. It's about time to wrap this up. Almost in an instant, Obito's limbs were pierced by metal spikes that appeared out of nowhere and connected to the ground. How is this possible? Ugh! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Obito looked blankly at William in front of him. He didn't even have a chance to react to this move. William's technique somewhat mimicked Kagaya, Otsutsuki's Shikuten, Kinkaku. However, the principles of the two were not the same. Kagaya's technique used the Rinnegan to shrink everything, while William used magnetic control to manipulate the metal elements in the air. Uchiha Obito tried to tap into the power of his Mangekyou Sharingan, but found that he couldn't sense any chakra within him. Seeing Obito's confusion, William smiled. No need to struggle. The metal rods contain my power. They will devour all power. The moment you were hit, all the chakra in your body was already consumed. Slowly reaching out to Obito's mask, William said, "So, admit your defeat, Obito." Crack. The mask was easily removed by William, revealing the somewhat youthful face of Uchiha Obito. After all, Obito was only 14 years old now. I lost. Staring blankly at the ground, Uchiha Obito's expression was incredibly complex. He tried to struggle, but it was of no use. He couldn't sense any chakra, and even his Sharingan had almost become a mere decoration. Obito never expected that his actions in coming to the Rain Village would lead to such an outcome. Death did not scare him. Although Obito always wanted to create a world with Rin, if he really died, perhaps he could reunite with Rin in that world sooner. With this thought, Obito suddenly felt at ease. However, William's next words left Uchiha Obito in shock. "Don't worry, I won't kill you, Obito. Right now, you are still worth saving." William's words left Uchiha Obito somewhat bewildered. Just as William said, her arrival had completely changed history. The current Uchiha Obito had not committed the act of killing his teacher, nor had he caused the countless major events that followed. Moreover, the most important thing was that what William was about to do was actually not much different from Obito's own intentions. I know that you and Uchiha Madara's goal is to resurrect the Ten Tails and unleash the infinite Tsukuyomi. So, our objectives are actually the same. With a flicker in his eyes, Uchiha Obito looked gravely at William. He did not understand how William knew about the Ten Tails, nor did he know how she was aware of their plans. William did not explain that their knowledge of the Ten Tails had actually been modified by someone. Sometimes, knowing too much isn't necessarily a good thing. With a wave of his hand, the transformed Uchiha Obito was completely liberated. However, due to all of his chakra being consumed, when Uchiha Obito landed, he nearly collapsed to the ground. Even though he stood firm with sheer willpower, his face turned pale. Is Madara still alive? After Uchiha Obito regained a bit of strength, William casually asked. After a moment of silence, Obito nodded. He is still alive, but he probably won't last much longer. Take me to see him. Now, if we wait too long and he dies, it will be troublesome to resurrect him. Uchiha Obito. In the basement, looking at William, who came with Obito, the aged Uchiha Madara looked at Obito with a puzzled expression. Who is he? Compared to the domineering Madara William had seen, the current Madara was almost indistinguishable from a dead man. Without the Ten Tails' life-prolonging power, Madara could barely last a week. This shows just how weak he had become. Madara. This is William. Facing Madara's question, Uchiha Obito's answer seemed strange. Beside him, William smiled slightly and said, I know you have many questions, but before that, it's better to let you recover first. As soon as he finished speaking, a drop of eternal life blood appeared in William's palm. Under Madara's puzzled gaze, the blood instantly merged into Uchiha Madara's body. In the nearly horrified gaze of Uchiha Madara, his body began to regain its youth. The wrinkles on his face slowly disappeared. His previously white hair turned black, and his muscles, bones, organs, heart, and chakra all returned to their peak at that moment. And this was not the end. When the power of the eternal life blood infused into Madara's eyes, almost instantly, his eyes autonomously opened to Sharingan. 1 Tomo, 2 Tomo, 3 Tomo, Manjiki Rinnegan. In an instant, an overwhelming and terrifying aura surged from Uchiha Madara. Feeling the endless power within his body, a look of ecstasy appeared on Uchiha Madara's face, and he began to laugh maniacally. Ha ha, Uchiha Madara, have returned. Looking at William, Uchiha Madara's eyes were filled with a powerful fighting spirit. William's ability was beyond Uchiha Madara's imagination. Brushing off the dust from his clothes, Uchiha Madara stood up and stared directly into William's eyes, saying, What kind of power is this? The power of immortality. How does it feel? William replied, I, Uchiha Madara, acknowledge you. Uchiha Madara's voice was filled with arrogance and a hint of excitement. He had not expected that in this world there could be someone with such miraculous power. Hearing Uchiha Madara's words, William's tone carried a hint of amusement. Madara, I don't need your acknowledgement. An interesting young man. Although you saved me, however, with a cold gaze directed at William, Uchiha Madara said lightly, If you expect me to be grateful for this, then you think too much. Your existence merely advanced my original plan. For Uchiha Madara, he already had his own plans. Even without William, he could still be resurrected. Just perhaps taking a bit more time, that's all. I also don't need your gratitude. I only need your loyalty, that's all. Loyalty? Upon hearing this word, Uchiha Madara burst into laughter. After laughing, Uchiha Madara's eyes suddenly opened to Sharingan. Who do you think I am? I'm Uchiha Madara. An overwhelming mental pressure accompanied by the power of Genjutsu was unleashed upon William. However, in the face of Uchiha Madara's Genjutsu, William's expression was even more amused. Not to mention that William's true self could not be affected by Genjutsu, even without relying on his true form. Let's not forget that William possessed the power of the illusion god fruit. Comparing Genjutsu with William was simply a joke. Just right, I'll learn a Genjutsu from Shursway. So I'll use you to practice. Just as Uchiha Madara was astonished that William showed no reaction to his Genjutsu, suddenly, a black crow appeared before Uchiha. Accompanied by the crow's appearance, Uchiha Madara was horrified to discover that he could not move at all. Whoa! Watching helplessly as the black crow entered his mouth, Uchiha Madara's expression shifted from terror to confusion, and then from confusion to respect. Lord William. From that moment on, Uchiha Madara was truly loyal to William in body and soul. In fact, the eternal lifeblood could possess similar abilities, but the power of the illusion god offered William more choices. After all, not everyone would want to grant the eternal lifeblood to William. As for why the power of the illusion god had to be a crow, it was simply because the crow was a manifestation of will. It didn't have to be a crow, it could be other creatures as well. William just thought it was good, so he didn't choose to change it, that's all. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito, who witnessed this scene, was also dumbfounded. He did not expect that so many changes would occur after William arrived. Just as Uchiha Obito was on guard against William possibly using this control ability on him, he suddenly discovered in horror that a black crow had already come to his side. Before Obito could react, he too fell victim to the illusion god. Glancing at the depths of the base, William's tone carried a hint of teasing. Kaguya, are you coming over on your own? Or do you want me to come to you? William's words shocked Kaguya, causing her face to change dramatically. He didn't hesitate at all and immediately sank into the ground. However, suddenly, a large hand appeared out of nowhere and grabbed Black Zetsu by the neck. Amidst the gasps, Black Zetsu was kicked out of the ground by William. You actually think you can escape? Do you really think you can get away? Don't kill me. I don't know anything. I am innocent. It's all Uchiha Madara's fault. Even at this moment, Black Zetsu still tried to argue. However, William's next words left Black Zetsu completely stunned. Don't think I don't know you want to resurrect your mother. Kaguya Otsutsuki. What? Turning his stiff neck, Black Zetsu looked at William with almost desperate eyes. You are from the Otsutsuki clan. To Black Zetsu, someone who knew all these secrets could only be another member of the Otsutsuki clan. Otsutsuki? William scoffed and said disdainfully, don't compare me to such lowly beings. I come from the holy land of Huaxia. Holy land of Huaxia? Confusion showed on Black Zetsu's face. You can understand that we are a race several levels higher than the Otsutsuki clan. Black Zetsu thought, if the Otsutsuki clan has always been feared by Kaguya Otsutsuki, then the so-called holy land of Huaxia that William spoke of is even more powerful than the Otsutsuki clan. What does that mean? For me, wanting to destroy your world only requires a single thought. What do you want? Seeing that he couldn't break free from William's control, Black Zetsu had completely given up. After scheming for 1,000 years, he never expected it would all amount to nothing. At this moment, Black Zetsu felt an immense despair. I just gave you a chance to live, but you didn't cherish it. Since that's the case, I have no need to keep you alive. However, before you die, I can tell you that I will resurrect Kaguya Otsutsuki. So, you can rest assured on your way. In the midst of Black Zetsu's complex gaze, with a soft squelch, Black Zetsu was crushed to death by William. The so-called product of the six paths might not be able to destroy this world at all. However, in William's view, it was no different from paper. Just looking at the other half of White Zetsu, who was also pretending to be dead on the ground. A smile appeared on William's lips. Since you made me laugh, I'll spare your life. When William returned to Amage Cure, he brought back 2.5 people. As for why it was 2.5, one was Uchiha Madara, one was Uchiha Obito, and the other half was Zetsu. At this moment, Zetsu was tied to Obito, effectively making them the same fighting force. William, who are they? Pain jumped down from the top of the hall to William's side, accompanied by Conan. At this time, Nagato was still controlling the six paths of pain, monitoring almost the entire Amage Cure. The role of the six paths of pain had not been discarded just because Nagato's body had recovered. Seeing the Rinnegan in front of him, Uchiha Madara's expression was a bit strange. Although his soul had been taken over by William, Uchiha Madara's own will had not been erased. The reason Madara was in this situation was also because of the Rinnegan on pain. Madara knew very well that the original owner of this Rinnegan was none other than himself. However, after being healed by William's blood of immortality, Madara no longer needed those eyes. These two are new members I brought to the Akatsuki organization, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito. What? If Obito's name was somewhat unfamiliar, then Uchiha Madara's name was like thunder. He is Uchiha Madara. The Rinnegan looked at Madara, and Nagato's tone was filled with disbelief. Are you questioning my identity? When the pattern of the Sharingan appeared in Uchiha Madara's eyes, Nagato completely believed it. That pair of eyes, that kind of aura, and that face. However, Nagato's expression was very confused. I once saw someone who claimed to be Uchiha Madara, and you were very different from him. The person you saw back then was me. At this moment, the masked Obito, who had been standing silently nearby, suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Pain's expression instantly changed to realization. It's you. Wait, Obito is that name. At this moment, Pain suddenly remembered something, hesitated for a moment, and asked, what is your relationship with Kakashi Hatake? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito's expression shifted from complex to cold. Kakashi killed my most beloved person. Obito's beloved was, of course, Rin Noara. Back then, Obito witnessed Kakashi kill Rin, which was also the reason Obito awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan. However, like Nagato, Obito did not know that their fate was actually under the control of Uchiha Madara. After introducing themselves, Pain also shared the Akatsuki organization's plan with Madara and Obito to collect the tailed beasts and resurrect the 10 tails. Upon hearing Pain's so-called secret, both Madara and Obito had strange expressions. It was simple. In fact, this plan was originally theirs. When Pain finished telling the plan, Uchiha Madara said calmly, "So, Pain, when will you start the tailed beast collection plan?" For Madara, who was at the peak of his power, the tailed beasts were easily obtainable. Before the tailed beast collection plan started, we still needed to recruit a few more members for the Akatsuki organization. Madara showed disdain. Recruiting other members? There's no need at all. In this ninja world, who can stop me? Madara had this confidence and pride. However, regarding Madara's declaration, Pain remained indifferent. Madara, your era has ultimately passed. Although I don't know how strong you are, even you cannot stand against the entire ninja world alone. Glancing at William, and seeing that William had no intention of speaking, Madara thought for a moment and decided not to say more. The intelligence department has already locked onto the location of the angle, and I will be leaving for a few days in the next couple of days. Pain's gaze towards William was profound. William understood. Don't worry, I got this. The next day, Nagato left Amigakure with Pain's 6 paths, and Conan, who was watching Nagato leave, looked at William. What's wrong? After pondering for a moment, Conan said to William, the two from the Uchiha clan are very dangerous. Are you worried about me? William rolled his eyes internally, and Conan said solemnly, aren't you curious why that Uchiha Madara is still so young? His age is not small. Moreover, the news that spread back then said he died fighting the first Hokage. What is the current Madara all about? In fact, Conan had also mentioned this question to Nagato, but Nagato did not explain much and did not want to inquire about William's opinion, which was why Conan was asking William. Conan did not know why Nagato trusted William so much, but she had her own concerns. If you're worried about Madara, don't worry, I got this. Taking a step forward slowly, William gently patted Conan's head while she was in a daze. This feeling, after being lost in thought, Xiaonan's expression turned displeased. Don't treat me like a child. Haha, really? Hearing Xiaonan's words, William laughed happily. Xiaonan has grown up. Facing William's gaze, Xiaonan bit her lip. Hey, what are you looking at? Also, we're not that familiar, right? Stepping closer, William's face was close to Xiaonan's ear, smiling as he said, is there a possibility that we are actually quite familiar? Impossible. With her hands clenched into fists, Xiaonan's expression showed tension. William was too close, and his breath was making Xiaonan's heart race. However, she managed to hold it in. Xiaonan didn't want William to notice her unusual reaction. After all, they had only known each other for a few days. Time doesn't determine everything. Putting a little distance between them, William smiled and said, just like Nagato, do you know why you trust me so much? Why? This is also a point of confusion for Xiaonan. Shrugging, William laughed and said, because he's a smart person. His eyes widened, and then Xiaonan got angry. Are you saying I'm not smart? I didn't say that. You said it yourself. Watching William turn to leave, Xiaonan got even angrier. Hey, clarify your words. Glancing back at the approaching Xiaonan, William replied without looking back, I didn't say anything. You're going too far. You still say you didn't say anything. After a round of childish banter, the two became more familiar with each other. In fact, Xiaonan didn't know why she acted so immaturely in front of William. Although Xiaonan was only 18 years old, having experienced hardships since childhood, she was actually more mature than one might think. This is a common issue in the entire ninja world. In modern society, 18-year-olds are enjoying their youth and playing around, while in this world, 18-year-olds are concerned about world peace and protecting their village. This is also due to the different social forms. In the conference hall, watching Xiaonan methodically handle the affairs of the entire Hidden Rain village, William felt strange yet somewhat pained. However, he did not intervene. Everything had to be experienced before fundamentally changing this world. By the time it was noon, Xiaonan put down the pen in her hand. Are you done with everything? Xiaonan didn't expect that William was still there. Some urgent matters had been dealt with, but there were still some other small tasks. Unlike the 5 great ninja villages, the Hidden Rain village is self-sufficient, and its army is essentially the existing ninjas from the Hidden Cloud village. Although Nagato had wiped out Hanzo and his clan with absolute power, they could not eliminate all the ninjas of the Hidden Rain village. After all, the village needed them for protection. Nagato manages the Akatsuki organization, while Xiaonan manages the Hidden Rain Village. This is their current division of labor. If one were to describe the current Hidden Rain Village, it would be that there are no major issues, but a pile of small ones. However, this is largely thanks to Hanzou's reputation. It is precisely because of Hanzou's presence that, even with the onset of great wars, the Hidden Rain Village can still maintain a relatively peaceful environment, and what Xiaonan needs to do is to stabilize it. Seeing Xiaonan casually take out some dry food from the table to eat, William frowned. "Is this what you're having for lunch?" After taking a bite of the dry food, Xiaonan replied with confusion. "Is there a problem? Doesn't anyone cook for you?" A satisfied smile appeared on Xiaonan's face. Everyone has their own things to do, so there's no need to trouble others. Besides, compared to being hungry, life is already pretty good now. William stepped forward and took the dry food from Xiaonan's hand. "Eat this instead." After saying that, to Xiaonan's surprise, William took out a fried chicken meal, set paired with cola. "What's this?" "Delicious food, give it a try." Hesitating for a moment, Xiaonan opened the packaging and took a gentle bite. "So good." Seeing Xiaonan's shocked expression, William smiled happily. "If it's good, eat more, I have plenty." After saying that, William took out 2 more of the same sets. "Where did you get these things? And they're still hot. Did you just make them?" Xiaonan took small bites, but ate quickly, not because she was greedy, but out of habit. "I made them myself." "How is it?" "Not bad, right?" William felt a bit shy saying this. This food was actually a KFF meal set. William had a warehouse full of various kinds in his ring. Moreover, due to the constant space and time, whatever it looked like when put in is how it looks when taken out. Xiaonan clearly did not know this. Hearing that William made it himself, Xiaonan slowed down her eating. "Your cooking skills are really good." "Haha, is it? It's actually quite simple. Besides, I actually prefer your rice balls." As soon as these words were spoken, Xiaonan couldn't help but lower her head, a faint blush rising on her face. Clearly just a simple sentence. It made Xiaonan's heart swell with endless imagination. What did William mean? Is this a confession to me? Stealing glances at William, Xiaonan suddenly noticed the look they had exchanged, and her head immediately lowered even more. "Don't lower your head so much while eating. It's bad for your cervical spine." Reaching out, William lifted Xiaonan's head and noticed her flickering eyes. William was taken aback and couldn't help but smile. "What are you so nervous about?" "What? I'm not nervous at all," Xiaonan quickly denied reflexively in response to William's words. He reached out and wiped the salad dressing from the corner of her mouth, then put his finger in his mouth to taste it. Not bad. How could he do this? Xiaonan's heart raced even more, but seeing William sit back down in his chair, she secretly let out a sigh of relief. Soon after, a hint of doubt arose in her heart. Why does it seem that she doesn't actually mind William's little actions toward her? Could it be? In the following days, the entire rain-hidden village was very calm, and William spent each day teasing Xiaonan. Yes, teasing. William was doing it on purpose. This feeling was quite interesting. However, while both William and Xiaonan were immersed in this, Abito and Madara couldn't sit still. Taking advantage of Xiaonan's absence, Madara approached William. "Is there something you need?" "Nothing. I don't understand why we are here." Wait for what?" Madara became increasingly puzzled. William, without explaining, simply smiled and said, "Madara, you already have eternal life. Why are you in such a hurry? I've been waiting too long. I could directly end this world. I don't understand why we have to wait. Instead of being bored, you might as well improve your strength." "My strength? Do you really think your strength has reached the peak of the ninja world? Isn't it?" Madara had enough confidence in his own strength. "Really?" William looked at Madara with amusement, and the next moment, puffed, a metal rod pierced through Madara's body out of nowhere. The speed was so fast that Madara didn't even have time to react. How is this possible? Gripping the metal rod, Madara tried to break it with his strength, but unexpectedly, his body shook. "Buzz, my strength." Holding the metal rod weakly, Madara couldn't even move an inch. "Do you understand? In my eyes, you're really weak. If we were to do this again, I wouldn't lose so thoroughly." "Really?" The same words came from William's mouth, and, as the metal rod dissipated, the power within Madara was replenished. The two flipped and arrived on the surface of the sea, far from the rain-hidden village. "Are you ready?" With a flip that created distance from William, Madara, activating his Rinnegan, said in a deep voice, "Come on." The next second, four invisible Madaras launched an attack on William. This move was exactly what Madara used to respond to William's recent sneak attack. However, faced with Madara's move, William smiled with a hint of amusement. Four identical black rods instantly annihilated Madara's. "Can you see it?" Madara was incredulous. "Why do you think I can see it?" He reached out, crackle, crackle, crackle. Countless metal rods appeared continuously, and Madara's speed reached its limit. He dared not stop, as the appearance of the metal rods was too fast. So fast that even his Rinnegan had become blurry. However, it was also because of Madara. Otherwise, if it were anyone else, they would have long been defeated by now. In the moment of continuous shuttling, Madara formed seals in the air. Fire style. Majestic fire annihilation. Boom! A terrifying wave of fire swept toward William. However, a thin, cicada wing-like metal wall easily blocked Madara's fire technique. In response to this move, the complete body Susanu's power erupted from Madara, who stopped the majestic fire annihilation. Come on! With a roar, the giant Susanu slashed at William and the metal wall. Crack! Boom! What amazed Madara was that, even though the sponge was split open, the thin metal wall surprisingly blocked his strike. And now, William hadn't even moved an inch. I can't believe you can keep blocking. With all his might, Madara controlled Susanu to attack wildly. However, even so, William's metal wall remained unyielding. Impossible. This can't be. Did you forget something? Suddenly, William's voice echoed in Madara's ear, and in an instant, Madara's expression changed. Bang! Seeing his substitute being pierced, Madara broke out in a cold sweat. He almost lost again, and his repulsion had no effect on William at all. Glancing at the watch on his wrist, William said, "It's about time to end this. Lunch is coming up soon. Don't underestimate me, you bastard. Madara, you're ultimately limited to this world, just like a frog at the bottom of a well. What you see now is forever just what you think you can see. A punch. A simple punch. Even if Madara used all his strength to defend, it was still like a mantis trying to stop a car, overestimating himself. Boom! Madara didn't know when William left, until his body reformed. Obito's figure appeared next to him. Obito curiously asked, "Is this the power of the Rinnegan?" To Obito's question, Madara's response was somewhat helpless. "No, this is his power." At this moment, Ban finally realized what William had given him. It was not just life, but also infinite possibilities. Boom! A powerful golden aura erupted from Ban's body. The strength was so immense that it created a deep pit in the entire ocean. Infinite Mode 1 officially activated. Feeling the power within his body, Ban was simply in disbelief. The strength of this force was so overwhelming that it exceeded his imagination. Beside him, Obito's expression also changed dramatically. If he hadn't activated the power of Kimui at that very moment, he would have been crushed to the ground by Madara's sheer momentum. What kind of power is this? Looking at Madara with astonishment in his eyes, Obito's face was filled with disbelief. After carefully sensing the power, Madara, with a serious expression, said, "This is a power that surpasses the Sharingan, even transcending this world." A frog in a well. Ha! Ha ha! A self-deprecating laugh escaped Madara's lips, but as he laughed, his expression gradually turned excited. "Finally, I have a new goal to strive for. Hashirama, even if you come back to life, I have already left you far behind. It's a pity you will never get to see this power." Though he spoke these words, a proud smile appeared on Madara's face. Now, his pursuit had shifted from Hashirama to William. Even though he knew it might be difficult to catch up to William, who was Madara, sooner or later, I will defeat you. With this thought, Madara's agitated heart gradually calmed down. He looked up at Obito and said with a complex tone, "Here's a suggestion. If you want to become stronger, you should go find him." Clenching his fists, Obito's expression turned grave. Because Obito's ideal had never been to become stronger. He simply wanted to create a world with Rin. However, at this moment, Obito felt somewhat powerless. Having witnessed the battle between the two, he naturally understood the huge gap between himself and William, and even between himself and Madara. He could only hope that they would indeed do as they said. At this moment, William's voice suddenly echoed in Obito's ear. "If you want to leave, you can leave. Do whatever you want. When the time comes, I will summon you back." "I understand," Obito replied in a low voice, and his figure vanished into the space. In the Hidden Mist Village, Obito's figure appeared. After leaving the Hidden Rain Village, Obito came here, and from that moment on, the final era of madness in the Blood Mist officially began. As for why Obito came to the Hidden Mist Village, it was naturally because of Uchiha Madara. Obito had not forgotten that it was the three tales of the Hidden Mist Village that caused Rin's death. In fact, in William's view, the blood mist was not entirely caused by Obito. Long before Obito hypnotized Yagura, the power struggles among the upper echelons of the Hidden Mist Village, as well as the gap between the bloodline limit families and ordinary ninjas, had already reached a breaking point. However, Obito's arrival just happened to accelerate this evolution dramatically. William, Konoha, and the Hidden Cloud Village are at war. After receiving this news, Xiaonan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately found William to inform him of this news. Although she didn't know what relationship William had with Konoha, and it was very likely that William would leave because of this, she still chose to inform him. Looking at William, there was a hint of complexity in Xiaonan's eyes. After spending time together, Xiaonan had already realized that she had developed feelings for William. Handsome, strong, steady, humorous. Such a man is really hard for women not to love. However, it is precisely because she cares that Xiaonan is so worried. In fact, she is very afraid that William will leave. Oh, upon hearing this information, William gently nodded but did not express any opinion. This response also surprised Xiaonan. Are you okay? I'm Fina. What could possibly be wrong with me? With a slight smile, William looked at Xiaonan and said, Didn't I tell you? I'm not from Konoha. Xiaonan was a bit surprised. I thought you were lying to me. William turned around, looked deeply into Xiaonan's eyes, and softly asked, Are you worried about me leaving? Faced with William's gaze, Xiaonan's eyes wandered, and she instinctively wanted to turn her head, but unexpectedly, William gently placed his hand on her face. In her daze, Xiaonan felt William's forehead lightly touch hers. Feeling William's touch, a blush rose on Xiaonan's face. Her eyes slightly squinted, and she trembled softly. What do you want to do? Xiaonan. With wide eyes, Xiaonan never expected that William would directly kiss her lips. Feeling William's strong masculine scent, Xiaonan instinctively tried to push him away. But her strength seemed to only encourage him. As William wrapped his arms around Xiaonan, without realizing it, Xiaonan had already wrapped her hands around William's waist. After a long while, their lips parted. Xiaonan stared blankly at William in front of her, her breath quickening to the extreme. However, just when she thought William was done, suddenly, the world around her completely changed. Where's this? Before Xiaonan could react to where she was, William kissed her again, and at the same time Xiaonan, with wide eyes, discovered that William's hand had actually slipped inside her clothes. Feeling Xiaonan's ample chest, William couldn't help but knead it wantonly. No, don't. At this moment, Xiaonan was extremely shy, but her almost non-existent resistance only seemed to stimulate and catalyze William, making his actions even more invasive. When a pained moan escaped Xiaonan's lips, she had completely become William's woman. It was unclear how long had passed, but Xiaonan, seemingly broken, lay blushing in William's arms, her mind blank and her body utterly exhausted. Yet her love for William had reached an extreme. After a long time, a voice as small as a mosquito's buzzed in William's ear. Can I go wash up? No. William's response was a bit childish. Xiaonan, speechless, said, Don't you feel sticky and uncomfortable? Not all. I feel very comfortable. Xiaonan, that's true. But William still cleaned Xiaonan's body. However, it wasn't a bath. Instead, he injected a drop of eternal blood directly into her. Today's eternal blood not only grants immortality, but, with the enhancement of infinite power, its abilities are nearly limitless. The pure body is merely a fundamental ability. However, when Xiaonan felt the rebirth again, a new battle began. You just finished. How can you come again? A night of passion. It wasn't until 5 a.m. that this battle finally ended, which directly caused Xiaonan to miss her biological clock every day. When Xiaonan woke up again, it was already noon the next day. Oh no! Startled, Xiaonan immediately thought of getting up, but was pulled back by William. William, I need to go to work. With a slight frown, Xiaonan's tone was filled with apology and urgency. It's okay. I've already arranged everything. What do you mean? Xiaonan didn't quite understand what William was saying. However, when she finished getting dressed and freshened up and was brought to the office by William, she discovered that there was an identical version of herself in the office. Is this a clone? William shook his head and smiled. This is not a clone. You can understand it as Nagato's Azura path. The Xiaonan in front of William was created using nanotechnology combined with artificial intelligence. Although Xiaonan tried hard, managing the entire Hidden Rain village was still very difficult due to her worldview, and many things were not the most reasonable way to handle them in William's opinion. This was the conclusion William reached after observing for a while. This looks just like me. Walking around the body, even Xiaonan herself could hardly find any flaws. This body has been set up for authentication. You can control it to do anything you want. Moreover, you don't have to worry about it making mistakes. It will adjust the most suitable management method based on the current state of the Hidden Rain village. After a pause, seeing Xiaonan's shock, William continued, And if we're talking about fighting ability, this body can even reach the Super Shadow level. Super Shadow level? Yes. If it comes to a fight, it could even defeat any of the 5 great ninja village's shadows, except for the Hokage. The Hokage, Minato Namikaze? He's very strong? Xiaonan asked with a puzzled expression. As a fellow student of Jiraiya, she had never actually met Minato. Although the legend of the Yellow Flash was well known in the ninja world, Xiaonan wasn't particularly clear about Minato's power. "I'm his teacher." With a smile on William's face in response to Xiaonan's strange expression, he added, "And if we really count it, you should be his mistress now." Xiaonan's face flushed red, and she shyly tapped William. After watching the mechanical Xiaonan handle the documents for a long time, Xiaonan's original worries were finally put to rest. Approaching William, Xiaonan asked curiously, "Why did you think of creating such a machine? Isn't it a simple thing?" Wrapping his arm around Xiaonan's waist, William chuckled. "With her, you'll have an easier time for a long while, and this way, you'll have more time to spend with me." As soon as those words were spoken, Xiaonan couldn't help but give William a glance, but deep down, she felt a hint of joy. In fact, this action was equivalent to indirectly giving the entire rain-hidden village to William. However, being in love, Xiaonan didn't think too much about it. To her, William had gradually replaced Nagato as the most important person in her life. In the following days, the two were inseparable, spending almost every moment together, whether in the room, living room, office, hotel, on the sea, or on the island. They left traces of their presence everywhere. Just when they were almost lost in their own world, Nagato returned to rain-hidden village with Pain, Kakuzu, and Haiden. Although it had only been less than a month since he left, Nagato noticed that the entire rain-hidden village seemed to have undergone significant changes. Coupled with the management of the villagers, Nagato was quite satisfied with Xiaonan's performance. After arranging for Kakuzu and Haiden to rest at a hotel for the night, Nagato went to the office and saw Xiaonan handling documents. Finally, he felt a sense of relief. However, "You are not Xiaonan." Noticing the difference in Xiaonan's eyes, Nagato's expression changed drastically. "This is bad." He stepped forward and grabbed the mechanical Xiaonan by the neck, his voice icy. "Tell me, where is Xiaonan? Otherwise die." "Mr. Nagato, Xiaonan is very safe. Please do not worry." In the face of Nagato's threat, the mechanical Xiaonan showed no signs of resistance. After saying this, she continued, "Please wait a moment. I'm calling my master." "Master? Who is your master?" "Mr. Nagato, my master is Miss Xiaonan." Beep. As soon as the words fell, the mechanical Xiaonan's eyes projected a screen, and the figure appearing on the screen was Xiaonan, who was on vacation with William on the island. Glancing at Nagato on the other side of the camera, Xiaonan smiled. "Nagato, you're back." However, when she noticed the cold expression on Nagato's face, Xiaonan quickly explained the situation regarding the mechanical Xiaonan. When Nagato saw William returning from the sea, his previously frantic heart finally began to relax. "Are you really okay?" "I'm really fine, William. Nagato is back, but he seems worried about me. If he's worried, he could just come over." As soon as the words fell, a familiar black hole appeared in front of Nagato. This power is the spatial ability that William is familiar with. Without hesitation, Nagato stepped forward, and when his vision returned, he found himself on the small island where William and his companion were vacationing. However, noticing the cool outfit that Conan was wearing, Nagato couldn't help but look away. "I'm glad you're okay. You startled me just now." While handling the tuna in his hands, William glanced at Nagato and teased, "What, you don't believe me?" Hearing William's words, Nagato's expression became slightly awkward. Waving his hand, William smiled and said, "All right, I was just joking. If you haven't eaten, want to share a meal?" In this world, the natural environment is free from any pollution, and thus, the tuna in William's hands has a unique flavor. The finest ingredients require only the simplest cooking methods. Sashimi, paired with high-quality soy sauce and wasabi, left even Nagato, who usually doesn't pay much attention to food, amazed after just one bite. Besides sashimi, William also prepared the tuna using salt baking and teppanyaki methods. Regardless of the preparation, the taste was astonishing. Finally, a bit of tuna salad and fish soup helped cleanse the palate, and after finishing the meal, Nagato felt that this was the most perfect enjoyment he had experienced in his life. Satisfied and basking in the sunlight, William curiously asked, "Why did you take so long this time?" Initially, Nagato was supposed to return in less than half a month, but this time, he was gone for a full month. On the way back with Toby, he encountered someone with an immortal body, which delayed him a bit. An immortal body? A name quickly surfaced in William's memory. It belonged to Haiden, who could still survive even after having his head cut off, and was a devoted follower of a cult worshipping a malevolent deity. However, upon checking, it turned out that Haiden was the only one in the entire cult with an immortal body. "Haiden, huh?" Noticing William's expression, Nagato asked curiously, "Do you know him?" "I do. His abilities are average, and his strength is also average. As a member of the Akatsuki in the original timeline, William certainly knew Haydn. However, he looked down on Haydn a bit. In William's view, aside from his immortality, Haydn's strength was quite ordinary, and calling him a shadow-level ninja would even lower the standard for shadow-level ninjas. It was somewhat akin to being easily defeated upon exposure to light. This was also why William never mentioned Haydn when discussing Akatsuki members, but clearly, the forces of fate still led Nagato to encounter Haydn. Understanding that William's disdain for Haydn stemmed from his own powers, Nagato could comprehend it, but he still tried to defend Haydn. William, is it possible that your definition of strength is just too high? Shrugging, William chose not to elaborate. At this stage, Akatsuki members were indeed in short supply, so having one more Haydn wasn't a problem. As for Nagato's claim of having a high standard, it was actually not the case. Perhaps at this stage, the original members of Akatsuki were almost synonymous with the strong in this world, but during the Fourth Great Ninja War, the only ones who truly fought for Akatsuki were Nagato and Tobi. As for Uchiha Itachi and Orochimaru, Uchiha Itachi had a genius-level combat talent, but due to his health and his brother, aside from his halo, he couldn't be considered top tier. As for Orochimaru, while he was strong in some aspects, his combat skills could only be considered above average, even less than Uchiha Itachi. Soon after, Nagato left, not only because he was tired, but also because he did not want to disturb Conan's happiness. Seeing the smile on Conan's face brought genuine joy to Nagato. He felt at ease with William. William, why don't we head back? Although Nagato's blessing before leaving moved Conan deeply, she felt a bit guilty about leaving Nagato alone in Amigakure while she and William enjoyed their time together on the island. Wrapping his arms around Conan, William chuckled. What is the point of going back? Amigakure has Tobi handling things. Are we just going to sit back and watch? That said, Conan still felt uneasy about it. However, feeling William's hand gradually deepen, her breathing quickened, and she grasped his hand, saying, "Don't move." Am I moving? I'm just letting it be. Conan shot William a glance. Although she felt shy, the truth was that she was also fascinated by the feeling of experiencing something new. With the sky as a blanket and the earth as a bed, it was filled with harmony. A week later, William returned to Amigakure and found Nagato. Are you leaving? Hearing that William was leaving, Nagato was startled, but when he heard that William was going to find Orochimaru, he finally relaxed. Although Conan also wanted to accompany William, she considered that constantly skipping work wasn't good, so this time she did not leave with him. Orochimaru's whereabouts were very secretive, and the current intelligence of Akatsuki had not pinpointed his exact location, only estimating that it was somewhere within the land of rice. Nagato didn't know where Orochimaru was, but William was very clear. Ever since Orochimaru defected, he had established his own ninja village, Otogakure. As for why William knew so well, it was naturally because he had deployed a satellite system that could monitor the entire ninja world from above. Coupled with artificial intelligence, William had essentially opened a God-SI view over the ninja world. In the land of rice, above Otogakure, William transformed into light and quickly found himself over this ninja village that was currently under expansion. When William's gaze locked onto Orochimaru in the village, Orochimaru's senses also made him look up at William. Clad in a black robe with red clouds, William looked very unfamiliar, but Orochimaru still recognized the attire. Moreover, compared to William's identity and background, Orochimaru was most curious about William's abilities. At this point, Orochimaru wasn't yet obsessed with the Uchiha clan Sharingan, and he was eager to understand all the bloodline limits and ninjutsu in this world, ignoring the hostile looks from other Otogakure members. William's figure landed directly in front of Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru. Before William could speak, a white-haired boy with round glasses stepped in front of Orochimaru. It was Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto was not only well-versed in medical ninjutsu, but also served as Orochimaru's right-hand man in research, contributing significantly. Later, he surpassed Orochimaru with his Edo Tensei and Sage Art, snake and dragon techniques, and he possessed strength that could be considered above shadow level. However, until he encountered Uchiha Itachi's Izanami, Kabuto had been imitating Orochimaru to the point of obsession. At this time, had Kabuto already been invited by Orochimaru to join the Sound Village? William remembered that Kabuto should have left Konoha to become a spy after the death of Minato Namikaze. Although he was a bit confused about this timeline, it didn't really matter. Gently patting Kabuto's shoulder, Orochimaru revealed a kind smile. If I'm not mistaken, you're a member of the Akatsuki, right? William. So, William, what brings you to me? I've come to join the Akatsuki. Oh, hearing William's words, Orochimaru couldn't help but laugh. His laughter cold and domineering. Looking around, he coldly said, "What makes you think I would abandon my position as a shadow to join a mere, unknown organization like the Akatsuki?" As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful killing intent swept over from Orochimaru. He was well aware that the founder of the Akatsuki was Jiraiya's disciple, and the fact that Jiraiya's disciple dared to recruit him was an insult to Orochimaru. However, this killing intent was quickly retracted, and with a curious look at William, Orochimaru hoarsely said, "But compared to the Akatsuki, I think you qualify to join my Sound Village. What do you say? Are you interested?" Hearing Orochimaru's words, William found it amusing. Noticing William's attitude, Orochimaru continued to tempt him. "Moreover, if your performance is good, perhaps I can make you my disciple." In Orochimaru's view, this condition was already quite favorable. Even though he had become a rogue ninja from Konoha, his identity as one of the legendary three still remained. "Orochimaru, times have changed." William's words made Orochimaru's face turn very awkward. However, William didn't care and continued. "I don't want to say too much. Join the Akatsuki, and I can offer you a chance at immortality." "Oh, immortality?" Orochimaru's expression changed slightly, then became extremely cold. In his view, William's words were simply an insult. A mere nameless individual dared to talk to him about so-called immortality. Who gave you the courage to say that? With a cold snort, Orochimaru waved his hand, and 3 terrifying serpents spun out from his arm, lunging towards William. Seeing this scene, the other ninjas from the Sound Village showed expressions of excitement. Don't underestimate this move from Orochimaru. This no-hand sign ninjutsu generally posed no resistance for even mid-level ninjas, and even high-level ninjas had to deal with it carefully. William, too, furrowed his brow, not out of fear but disgust. Even someone as strong as William had things he feared, and serpents were the things he hated the most. Therefore, the moment Orochimaru unleashed his hidden shadow, Snake Hand, William activated his ability immediately. Puffed. The 3 giant snakes were instantly pierced through the head by the suddenly appearing infinite gold, and the next moment, the infinite gold, which had transformed from iron to gold, directly turned Orochimaru into a honeycomb. When William found this ability to be quite impressive, he started to get used to using it. As for why it changed from its original steel color to gold, it was simply for show. However, what surprised William was that the pierced Orochimaru turned into a puddle of mud. Such speed. Just as he locked onto Orochimaru's position, Kabuto, who was closest to William, immediately activated his chakra scalpel. You can forget it. Without even looking at Kabuto, the still very immature Kabuto let out a scream and was sent flying. What are you looking at? Just as Orochimaru in the distance was calculating what William's ability was, William's voice suddenly came from behind. A look of terror appeared on Orochimaru's face for the first time. He thrust a kunai behind him immediately. However, before the kunai reached William, Orochimaru discovered that the kunai had inexplicably disintegrated. Puffed. In an instant, the golden infinite gold pierced through Orochimaru's arm again, and with a playful expression, William reached out. This time, what other means do you have? Another piercing attack. Orochimaru's eyes widened as he stared at William, but in the end, he lowered his head. Orochimaru was dead? Upon seeing this scene, everyone in the Sound Village was filled with despair. They never expected William to be this powerful, and if Orochimaru was dead, then what would happen to the Sound Village? For a moment, everyone was confused, until finally, someone shouted in anger, "Avenge Lord Orochimaru! Avenge Lord Orochimaru!" With more and more people joining in, dozens of ninjas charged towards William. Although they were called ninjas, most of them were children, and, among the few adults, their strength was not impressive. William had no intention of playing house with them. Don't get in the way. Without any movement from William, a golden square of infinite gold directly wrapped both him and Orochimaru inside, completely ignoring the impact of the infinite gold on the outside world of the Sound Village. William's gaze turned to the seemingly breathless Orochimaru, who appeared to be truly dead. William frowned. "Orochimaru, how long are you going to pretend to be dead?" "Found out?" A soft murmur, and the next moment, a Kusanagi sword suddenly erupted from the already dead Orochimaru's mouth. Childish. Seeing this move, William pointed his finger. In the moment his fingertip touched the tip of the Kusanagi sword, it seemed to crumble, and the divine weapon that Orochimaru had obtained was instantly reduced to powder. While what? How is this possible? A pair of hands suddenly stretched out from Orochimaru's mouth, and with a ripping sound, a brand new, wet Orochimaru, as if just born from a womb, jumped out from his own skin. This move is precisely Orochimaru's most cheating technique, the Orochimaru-style substitution technique. Fixing his gaze on William, Orochimaru said in a low voice, "Your ability is to control metals?" Raising an eyebrow, William chuckled. "Only just realizing it now? I want your ability." With William's confirmation, a scorching greed erupted in Orochimaru's eyes. Biting his finger, Orochimaru pressed it against the ground. Najutsu, summoning technique. Boom! In the cage of infinite gold, a gigantic creature appeared. If it weren't for the large area covered by William's infinite gold, the sheer number of snakes would have filled the entire space. "Orochimaru, what do you want with me this time?" The tone of the 10,000 snakes was completely unlike that of a summoning technique. It sounded more like Orochimaru owed the 10,000 snakes something. 10,000 snakes, they're strong enemies. Facing the 10,000 snakes tone, Orochimaru quickly replied, "As for the offering, I'll replenish it later. A mere brat has made you nervous. Orochimaru, you're really getting worse." The purple body coiled in the air, and the 10,000 snakes' gaze swept over the ground at William. At the same time, the appearance of the 10,000 snakes had already given William goosebumps. It felt as if a childhood nightmare had returned. "Get lost." With a wave of his hand, the 10,000 snakes were directly swallowed by a black hole in Orochimaru's dumbfounded expression, accompanied by the gradual disappearance of the black hole. The 10,000 snakes' desperate screams abruptly stopped. Looking at Orochimaru with killing intent, William said coldly, "If you dare to use snake-type ninjutsu on me again, I won't just be playing around with you anymore." Feeling the overwhelming killing intent, Orochimaru's heart skipped a beat. Seeing Orochimaru drop his hand, the countless small dots on the wall of infinite gold slowly retracted. Noticing this scene, Orochimaru broke out in a cold sweat. If this really doesn't listen, Orochimaru estimates that he would have probably died just now. Looking deeply at William, a smile reappeared on Orochimaru's face. When he was young, Orochimaru was actually very proud. But now he is much more composed, able to bend and stretch. "So, William, let us talk about immortality. I am very curious about what you mean by immortality. The literal meaning." Upon hearing William's words, Orochimaru's expression froze. Is it still in the testing phase, or has it already yielded results? Of course, it's a result. Lowering his head, Orochimaru didn't want William to notice the excitement in his eyes. When Orochimaru raised his head again, the smile on his face was even broader. Then, "Can you let me see it, William?" Although he fundamentally did not believe that the Akatsuki organization could develop the power of immortality, Orochimaru was still willing to take a look. In Orochimaru's view, he had not truly developed the power of immortality himself, so he really did not believe that Jiraiya's disciple could create the so-called power of immortality. Even though Orochimaru had already witnessed the powerful abilities in William, he still thought that while William was strong, he was not invulnerable. As long as he had enough information, in the next battle, Orochimaru would have enough confidence to defeat William. Amusedly looking at Orochimaru, William said, "Orochimaru, you don't think that if you say a word, I will give you the power of immortality, do you?" Upon hearing William's words, Orochimaru was not angry and calmly replied, "Then, what would you give me? I want all your forbidden techniques." After pondering for a moment, a strange expression appeared on Orochimaru's face. All? In fact, William could have taken them without saying anything, but in the end, he still proposed a trade. Not because William is a true gentleman, nor because the peaches are worthless to him, but mainly because, since it is a trade, there must be items for the trade. And what Orochimaru could offer that would catch William's interest was indeed just these few things. "Yes, all. But can you make the decision? Immortality is originally my thing." Looking meaningfully at William, Orochimaru extended his hand. "Then, let us have a pleasant cooperation." A pleasant cooperation. After reaching a preliminary agreement on cooperation, Orochimaru continued, "When do we start?" "No rush. Let us start after I take you back to the Akatsuki base." William was not in a hurry, but Orochimaru was somewhat unwilling. "If you want to learn, we can actually start right now." Orochimaru was very clear and not surprised. When he had not offered equivalent value, it was impossible for William to give him the power of immortality. However, what surprised Orochimaru was that William handed him a peach. "What is this?" Instinctively taking the peach, Orochimaru looked puzzled. "The fruit of immortality, the peach of immortality." "Orochimaru, did you just get away casually? Is it fake? Or is it toxic?" "I don't believe it." "Absolutely not." "What? You don't believe it?" Hearing William's words, Orochimaru had a strange expression but didn't deny his doubts. How can a peach possess the power of immortality? This is a flat peach. It takes 3,000 years to grow, 3,000 years to bloom, and 3,000 years to bear fruit. It takes 9,000 years to ripen. Do you think it can grant immortality? Of course. All of this is just William's nonsense. In fact, the reason a flat peach has the power of immortality is simply because William, with infinite power, has given the peach infinite vitality. And that is the secret of why this peach can grant immortality. Orochimaru. If you don't mention it, Orochimaru might hesitate. But once William said it, Orochimaru immediately didn't believe it. William, I'll take it for testing. You shouldn't mind, right? William waved his hand and said, I do mind. If you don't believe it, you don't have to eat it. There are many people in this world who want to eat it, and you're not the only one. After a pause, William continued. Moreover, although I don't think you can uncover the secret of the peach of immortality, it's better to be cautious just in case. After all, you are Orochimaru. As soon as these words were spoken, Orochimaru was left speechless. To eat or not to eat? If he ate, he might achieve immortality. If he didn't, there was no chance at all. Orochimaru was conflicted. Looking at William, he could only see mockery. Taking a deep breath, Orochimaru bit down. As the peach flesh entered his mouth, an overwhelming surge of life force instantly made Orochimaru's eyes widen. This time, he no longer hesitated and swallowed everything, including the skin and meat, without leaving a trace. When only the peach pit was left on the flat peach, Orochimaru looked at William. Eat, that is the essence. Without further hesitation, Orochimaru gulped it down, and in that moment, he felt his soul elevate. Is this the feeling of immortality? Looking up at the sky, a tear fell from the corner of Orochimaru's eye. That was the realization of a dream. Thank you. Looking at William again, Orochimaru said sincerely, no need to thank me. This is just a transaction. Hearing William's words, Orochimaru shook his head. Although this is a transaction, it is not fair to you. There is no such thing as fairness in this world. It's all about mutual benefit. You don't have to feel indebted to me. What seems very important to you may very well be easily obtainable for others. What do you think? William, you truly are an interesting person. Since William said so, Orochimaru had nothing more to say. When William encountered the infinite gold, what he saw were the exhausted ninjas of the Sound Village. Upon seeing this scene, even Orochimaru felt a slight twinge of emotion. Humans are not wood or stone, who can be without feelings. However, this faint emotion was quickly suppressed by Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, are you okay? With a look of surprise, Kabuto approached Orochimaru's side, finally relieved of his previously tense emotions. Looking at William beside him, Kabuto's eyes held a hint of strange expression. Orochimaru waved his hand. I'm fine. From now on, William is the most esteemed guest of the Sound Village, with equal rights to mine. Do you understand? Although Kabuto did not know what exactly had happened, his intelligence led him to guess that the two must have reached some kind of agreement, so adjusting his glasses on the bridge of his nose, Kabuto smiled and addressed William respectfully. Lord William, I look forward to your guidance in the future. However, to William, this smile seemed more and more fake. If you could stop smiling like that, I might actually be able to give you some pointers. As soon as these words were spoken, Do was neither smiling nor frowning. Feeling quite awkward, he approached. Hearing William's gesture, Do instinctively looked at Orochimaru. Go ahead. Noticing Do's nervous expression, Orochimaru also smiled. When Do arrived in front of William, William's finger slowly placed itself on Do's forehead. Buzz. In a daze, Do found that his vision had become incredibly blurry. What was happening? Thinking it was just his eyes playing tricks, Do took off his glasses, and then he saw a world he had never seen before. Clear and bright. Blinking his eyes, Do was already stunned. His eyesight was natural, and it was precisely because of his eyes that Do had suffered a lot of unfair treatment since he was young. Until he met that person, Yakushi Nanoyu. That was the person who changed Do's life. For Do, that was a teacher and also a mother. And Do's glasses were also a gift from that person. Memories kept resurfacing. In a daze, Do slowly took off his glasses. His vision had indeed recovered. But Do didn't know whether he should be happy or unhappy. It was a very complex feeling. Carefully putting the glasses into his pocket, Do looked at William and said, Thank you, Lord William. This time he didn't smile. Since William didn't like it, Kabuto didn't want to act anymore. William didn't pay much attention to Kabuto's inner thoughts. In fact, treating Kabuto's eyes was just a sudden whim of William's, without much deeper meaning. Well then, let's go. Seeing that William was about to leave, Orochimaru spoke to Kabuto. I have something to discuss with William. Kabuto, during my absence, I need you to take care of the Sound Village. Don't underestimate Kabuto. Although he is young, he could be considered the strongest presence in the entire Sound Village aside from Orochimaru. As for the safety of the Sound Village, Orochimaru wasn't too worried. The land of Rice is inherently a relatively peaceful small nation, relying on Konoha, and due to their long-standing hidden relationship, very few people outside actually know about the existence of the Sound Village. Orochimaru was quite curious about how William found his way to the Sound Village. However, after thinking about it, Orochimaru decided not to ask. The world itself doesn't have any absolute secrets, and with such a large village of sound hidden nearby, plus some clues here and there, it's not entirely impossible. However, noticing the direction William was heading, Orochimaru asked strangely, "William-kun, are we going in the wrong direction? If we want to go to the Hidden Rain Village, it should be on the other side." No, we're not going back to the Hidden Rain Village yet. In fact, William's real goal in seeking out Orochimaru was merely incidental. His true objective was another of the legendary three ninjas of Konoha, Tsunade. Since he was in the Land of Fire, he couldn't miss the chance to meet Tsunade Senju. The current timeline was Konoha 52, not yet 16 years later. At this time, Tsunade was not yet the grandmother of the future. Although she was still somewhat older, who could resist the urge to collect? In fact, after arriving in the world of Naruto, William had already made long-term preparations. The best part was that there was a time difference between the fantasy world and the real world. Although it hadn't reached the level of one day in heaven equaling 10 years on Earth, the time difference had still reached a ratio of 1:10. 10 years in the fantasy world equated to 1 year in the real world. Therefore, William wasn't in a hurry to leave. Since that was the case, before the plot began, William naturally didn't mind finding some things he was interested in to do. For instance, collecting members of the Akatsuki organization, strong individuals from this world, or beautiful women from this world. However, speaking of collecting, William thought of another thing, collecting the ninjutsu of this world. That seemed like a very good way to pass the time. In a casino on Fukuda Street in the Land of Fire. Although Konoha and the Hidden Cloud had already gone to war, this conflict had not yet affected the Land of Fire. The battles between the ninja armies were taking place at the borders or in small countries close to the borders. This was also the tragedy of the small nations in this world. William brought Orochimaru to where Tsunade was currently gambling heavily. At this time, Tsunade was so engrossed in gambling that she didn't notice William and Orochimaru's arrival. However, the nearby Shizen was the first to sense something was off. Shizen didn't know William, but she was very familiar with Orochimaru. She quickly gestured to Tsunade at the gambling table, but unexpectedly, Tsunade impatiently replied, "What? Shizen, can't you see I'm about to win?" "Tsunade-sama, it's Orochimaru." "Orochimaru?" Shizen's words finally made Tsunade calm down completely. However, Tsunade's halted action made the dealer in the casino a bit anxious. They had a rare chance to encounter the legendary big fish of the gambling world, and just as they were about to empty the big fish's pockets, Tsunade unexpectedly stopped. Hey, are you going to place your bet or not? We're about to start." The dealer's words resonated with the other gamblers at the table, urging Tsunade to place her bet quickly. After all, where there was a big fish, everyone knew that as long as they waited for the big fish to place their bet and then bet on the opposite hand, they would definitely win. This had become a rule everyone had grasped over the past 3 days. Now that Tsunade wasn't placing her bet, they naturally didn't dare to bet either. After all, who would want to lose in a situation where they were guaranteed to win? "I'm not playing today." Putting away her chips, Tsunade turned around bluntly to leave. Seeing this scene, the dealer and the gamblers were stunned, not knowing what was happening. Watching Tsunade leave, William and Orochimaru said nothing and smiled as they followed her. It wasn't until they reached a secluded area that Tsunade turned around, her expression serious as she looked at Orochimaru and coldly said, "Orochimaru, what do you want from me today?" Although her strength had declined due to her fear of blood, Tsunade's confidence would not let her fear anyone. Facing Tsunade's question, Orochimaru shrugged innocently and signaled to William with his eyes, smiling as he said, "Tsunade, the person looking for you this time is not me. Who are you?" After sizing William up and confirming that she didn't know him, Tsunade said unpleased, "But I don't care who you are, since you're with Orochimaru. You probably aren't a good person. I have nothing to say to you. Goodbye." Seeing Tsunade turn to leave, William said lightly to her departing back, "Sorry, but you can't leave yet." With a pause in her steps, Tsunade clenched her fists and glared at William with a stern expression, coldly saying, "What? Do you want to fight me?" Feeling the murderous pressure emanating from Tsunade, Orochimaru smiled and took a step back, fully expressing that he was not involved in this matter. Faced with Tsunade's momentum, William's expression remained calm. "Actually, I usually don't like to do this, and I don't like to force others either, but occasionally, It could be worth a try. What are you talking about? Tsunade couldn't understand William's words at all. You'll find out soon. Pointing a finger at Tsunade, just as she was on guard, suddenly, 2 golden rings appeared on her hands. The rings formed a connection, and with a crisp sound, Tsunade's hands were directly shackled. The rings that shackled Tsunade were the infinite gold. What kind of joke is this? Although Tsunade had no idea how William had done it, she wouldn't just surrender. Open. Boom. With terrifying strength, even steel would be twisted apart. But what shocked Tsunade was that the rings on her hands didn't move an inch. There's no need to resist. It's useless. As the other 2 rings locked onto Tsunade's feet, she lost her balance and was about to fall to the ground. Tsunade-sama. On the side, Shizune saw the situation going south and immediately rushed to support Tsunade, wanting to leave. For Shizune, she certainly wouldn't confront an enemy that even Tsunade couldn't resist directly. Watching the 2 jump away quickly, William didn't rush, and Orochimaru behind him said with interest, William-kun, are you just going to let them go? Do you think they can run away? Until the 2 left the town and entered an uninhabited forest, Shizune, while moving quickly, nervously said, Tsunade-sama, what do we do now? Damn it, what the hell is this thing? Tsunade, furious to the extreme, had exhausted all means but still couldn't break free. However, she soon calmed down and said seriously, Shizune, find a place to stop. But if we stop now, what if he catches up? I already have a way to break this thing. What? Hearing Tsunade's words, Shizune was surprised. The legendary 3 ninjas were indeed the legendary 3 ninjas in such a short time. Tsunade had already thought of a way to break free from the rings. As the lines of the 100 heal technique spread across Tsunade's body, Shizune understood. Looking around, Shizune quickly found a suitable place. In a cave, just as Tsunade was about to make her move, a voice suddenly rang out behind Shizune. Is it really necessary to go this far? As soon as these words were spoken, Shizune broke out in a cold sweat. Shizune, block him for me. Yes. Hearing Tsunade's words, Shizune formed hand seals. Ninjutsu, poison mist. Purple smoke sprayed out from Shizune's mouth towards William. By transforming the chakra within her body into a special chemical substance and expelling it from her mouth, this substance would instantly turn into a highly toxic purple mist upon contact with air. Even inhaling just a little would result in a fatal injury. This move is a unique ninja technique of Shizune. Shizune had no intention of confronting William head-on. She just wanted to find a way to buy time, and nothing more. However, in the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded before Shizune. William unexpectedly appeared right in front of her. It's not good for a child to spit things out carelessly. He reached out and, before Shizune could react at all, placed his hand on her shoulder. The next moment, click, 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 golden rings, similar to Tsunade's, appeared on Shizune's body. However, having learned from Tsunade's lesson, this time, 12 rings were placed on Shizune from head to toe. Mouth, neck, shoulders, elbows, forearms, hands, waist, hips, thighs, calves, feet. Now, she wouldn't be able to move, right? With a terrified look at William, Shizune could only move her eyes, fear reaching its peak. At the same time, behind Shizune, Tsunade let out an angry grunt, enduring the intense pain of her hands and feet being twisted and broken, and finally broke free from William's rings. Let go of Shizune. Under the gaseous chakra power, the injuries on Tsunade's hands and feet began to heal at a visible speed. With her eyes fixed on William, Tsunade was filled with the aura of a strong warrior. I can say, as expected of Tsunade, you truly have impressed me. Tsunade's move really shocked William. This move, I'm afraid, most ordinary men wouldn't be able to pull off. Even with the 100 healings technique, pain cannot be erased. Even if it were William himself, he would probably hesitate. Not wanting to passively face William's strange tricks any longer. Tsunade snorted in anger and charged at William with a punch. With her immense strength, even before her fist reached him, the wind from her punch had already ruffled William's hair. He reached out, but ultimately didn't use his abilities. William smiled, dodging Tsunade's attack. Seeing this, Tsunade felt disappointed. If William dared to confront her head-on, she was confident she could defeat him with a single punch. However, even without that, Tsunade continued her assault. With her monstrous strength paired with her unique taijutsu, among the 3 ninjas, Tsunade was absolutely the best in close combat. Plus, with the power of the 100 healings technique, she completely ignored defense, focusing only on offense. However, what made Tsunade's heart sink was that William was dodging the entire time, showing no intention of attacking at all. With another punch thrown, shattering the wall into pieces, Tsunade yelled, "Are you just going to keep dodging?" Landing lightly, William looked at the imposing Tsunade and said with a smile, "I'm afraid you can't take a punch from me. If you have the ability, come at me." With a push off the ground, Tsunade charged at William again, this time even intentionally exposing a huge opening. Seeing this, William couldn't help but laugh and pointed a finger. Puff! Watching the infinite gold suddenly rise from the ground and pierce through her abdomen, Tsunade's expression changed. Not good. In midair, Tsunade tried to punch to break the infinite gold, but found that her punch had no effect on it at all. Not good. With all her strength, Tsunade attempted to grab the infinite gold to break free, but unexpectedly, the infinite gold formed a large circular ring, and in the next moment, to Tsunade's horror, it trapped her body. Not only that, as William focused his consciousness, the infinite gold kept changing, and in the blink of an eye, Tsunade was fixed in a very strange position in midair by William. Not good. Tsunade, with her entire body restrained, couldn't exert even a bit of strength. Moreover, what terrified her even more was that she realized her chakra was being absorbed. This power reminded Tsunade of her grandfather's would-release abilities. After treating her abdominal injuries, Tsunade had completely exhausted her Byakugan technique's chakra. At that moment, she felt utterly weak. However, even so, she showed no sign of begging for mercy. If you want to kill me, go ahead. William looked at Tsunade with a curious smile that was strangely unsettling. Kill you? No, no, no. I wouldn't waste such a treasure. A sudden jolt in her heart and a firm gaze, Tsunade said in a low voice, What do you want? What do you think I want? Following William's gaze, Tsunade realized how precarious her current position was. As a strong ninja, you are simply shameless. What, as a ninja? Did you never think you would have this day? William reached out to caress Tsunade's cheek, feeling her delicate skin, and held her chin. You aren't going to tell me you haven't tried this before, are you? Tsunade's eyes trembled as she looked at William, gradually regaining her composure. With a cold snort, she said, Do whatever you want. Do you think I care? Oh, really? You don't care? With a gesture, William summoned Shizen, who was being controlled to fly to Tsunade's side. Thinking about it, why not switch to her? Woo, Shizen wanted to say something, but the ring around her mouth prevented her from uttering a single word. Tsunade sighed as she saw William reaching out to touch Shizen. You want me? Let Shizen go. Hearing Tsunade's words, William couldn't help but laugh. Tsunade, it seems you haven't grasped the situation. Why do you think I would listen to you? Right now, both of you are mine. What do you really want? What do I want? I want both of you. With a slight smile, a golden cube rose from the ground. Hours later, the cube gradually dissipated, and William stepped out, followed by a flushed Tsunade and Shizen, except their original clothes had been replaced with black robes, while their former garments lay in tatters on the ground. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru's expression was somewhat strange, although he wasn't sure what exactly William had just done. As a man, he could guess something, and this was the most puzzling part for Orochimaru. In his view, a person as strong as William shouldn't be indulging in such base desires, yet the results seem to be the opposite. Or perhaps, am I overthinking it? Noticing Orochimaru's gaze, Tsunade felt even more ashamed. It's like you've done something bad and someone familiar knows about it. Although Tsunade is well aware that she is completely forced into this situation, she still feels an immense sense of social embarrassment at this moment. They've left. William hasn't made any moves, and Tsunade and Shizen are lifted into the air and brought to William's side. Put me down. Being carried like this makes Tsunade feel even more ashamed. That feeling is just like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Flying in the air, William casually said without looking back, Although something happened between us, I don't think you have a right to give me orders. Look at Shizen. She's much more well-behaved than you, not making a fuss. Bastard. Didn't you notice that Shizen fainted? Tsunade's words almost caused Orochimaru, who was jumping in the trees, to miss his step. Up ahead, William was also taken aback and glanced at Shizen, realizing that it was true. Her constitution is too weak. It hasn't been long, and she needs to exercise more in the future. You scumbag. Shameless. Good for nothing. Woo. Woo, woo, woo. However, soon Tsunade's curses turned into whimpering sounds. William had no intention of indulging her. Dare to insult me? I'll teach you a good lesson tonight. Hearing William's words, Tsunade trembled all over, her eyes showing a look of panic. It wasn't until it was almost evening that Shizen finally woke up in a daze. Lady Tsunade. She instinctively wanted to get up, but found that she couldn't move at all. As for speaking, that was even more impossible. It wasn't until they reached the riverside that William landed. Let's rest here for today. To this, Orochimaru naturally had no objections. I'll go gather some firewood. No need to be so troublesome. With a wave of his hand, a golden cube enveloped the four of them. With the appearance of the cube, a small sun appeared above it, illuminating the entire cube. This time, the cube was different. William had arranged various rooms inside, along with various metal furniture and doors. making it look just like a modern house at first glance. After surveying the entire cube, Orochimaru couldn't help but exclaim, "William, your abilities are truly impressive." William nodded. "In fact, it's even more useful than you think." Orochimaru paused for a moment and then laughed. "William, you're really not modest." Shrugging, William replied with a smile. "Modesty is just hypocrisy to me." With a glance, the confinement rings that held Tsunade and Shizun were released. Feeling a bit uncomfortable, Tsunade and Shizun had not expected William to lift their control. "You can move freely now. Also, here is some food." Looking at the food William placed on the cube table, Tsunade hesitated for a moment but didn't hold back, grabbing something from the table to eat. "Lady Tsunade, what if it's poisoned?" Shizun tried to stop her from eating. "There's no need. If he really wanted to do something, he wouldn't need to poison us at all." Glancing at William, Tsunade began to eat without concern. Hearing this, Shizun's face turned red, and after stealing a glance at William, she also started to eat. They were both extremely hungry after expending so much energy in the cave. After eating their fill, Tsunade and Shizun exchanged glances and began to explore their surroundings. When they felt it was about time, they stealthily moved to a corner out of William's sight and made a gesture. Then, Tsunade began to attempt to damage the cube. However, after one punch, her hand felt intense pain, yet the golden cube remained completely unyielding. The only thing that eased their worries was that this punch had made no sound at all. Undeterred, Tsunade tried again, but it was still the same. "Shizun, let's try together." "Okay, Lady Tsunade." Bang, 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 bang. After a long time, the two women returned to William looking dejected. William glanced at them and nearly laughed out loud. He knew exactly what they were doing. After all, this cube was created by him. "Actually, you don't need to hide your intentions from me." William's words made the two women, who were already feeling a bit guilty, even more embarrassed. They realized that William had figured out what they had just attempted. "However, before you do anything, I need to remind you, if you do something, be prepared to accept the consequences." Seeing William stand up, Tsunade's expression turned ugly, and Shizun was so frightened she hid behind Tsunade. "What do you want? If you do something wrong, you have to accept the punishment. Isn't that simple? Plus, I haven't forgotten about the things you said to me today. So let's count both matters together." "No, you can't do this." However, Tsunade's resistance had no effect, and soon she was once again completely restrained by William and pulled into a separate room. Watching Tsunade fixed to the ground by William, Shizun couldn't help but recall what had happened during the day. "Let me go." At this point, Tsunade still wanted to struggle, but unexpectedly, William directly pulled out a belt from his spirit sky ring and handed it to Shizun. Shizun looked at William in confusion. "Hit her. This is the punishment." Hearing this, Shizun panicked completely. "No, you can't do this. Lady Tsunade, if you don't do it, then you'll take the punishment instead." "How about that?" "Shizun, I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. If the time is up, you both will be punished together. 1, 2. Just as William was about to say 3, Tsunade suddenly spoke up. "Shizun, go ahead." "Lady Tsunade, since you won't do it, then don't blame me." William pointed his hand, and in the next moment, Shizun was fixed in the same position beside Tsunade. "Tsunade, Shizun, so who should start first?" After looking around, William laughed. "Then let's start with you, Tsunade." The joyful time lasted the entire night. Here, 100,000 words are omitted. The next day, Orochimaru walked out of his room and into the living room. The scene in front of him surprised Orochimaru. Shizun was in the kitchen making breakfast, while Tsunade, with a flushed face, was personally feeding William. "You too." Noticing Orochimaru's gaze, Tsunade's face turned even redder, but after the whipping of last night, she no longer dared to resist William, because she knew very well that resistance was futile. After breakfast, the four continued their journey, but this time, William did not take his time. With a wave, the four of them directly passed through the black hole created by William. In the blink of an eye, their surroundings had completely changed. "Where's this?" Feeling the patter of rain outside, Orochimaru was both puzzled and familiar. "This is the Hidden Rain Village?" On the other hand, Tsunade, looking through the window, had already guessed their location. "You two wait here for a moment. I'll take Orochimaru outside." After saying that, William walked towards the door, but just as he was about to close it, his voice came again. "Don't think about running away." "We won't run away. You better not. I'm not afraid to tell you that you both have my confinement rings on you. As long as I think of it, no matter where you are, I can find you. If I find out you dare to run, you'll face the consequences." Hearing William's words, Tsunade and Shizun's expressions tightened, and they instinctively looked at the rings on their wrists. Once William left, Tsunade immediately prepared to take action. However, seeing this scene, Shizun quickly advised, "Lady Tsunade, Didn't you hear what Lord William just said? Snorting coldly, Tsunade replied. So what? He just said he could track that damn confinement ring. We just need to drag her and see how he tracks us. However, Tsunade did not anticipate that the moment she prepared to break free, the entire confinement ring began to deform. Not good. Seeing this, Tsunade's expression changed drastically. But it was too late. As the confinement ring gradually spread across her body, Tsunade's expression turned increasingly terrified. No, don't do this. I was wrong. Woo-woo. In a short while, Tsunade was completely bound to a cross by the confinement rings. And not only that, her mouth was stuffed with a sphere transformed from the infinite gold of the confinement ring, rendering her unable to speak. Woo-woo. Shizune, save me. Shizune, barely understanding Tsunade's meaning, was at a loss. Lady Tsunade, what should I do? Woo-woo. Find a way. I don't know what to do. Lady Tsunade, if you can't do anything, what can I do? No matter what means were used, there was no way to help Tsunade. In the end, Shizune couldn't help but complain. Lord William just said it, but you wouldn't listen. Tsunade replied, well, when Lord William comes later, you, Tsunade, are definitely going to suffer. Shizune could easily imagine what the so-called punishment would be like. She didn't want to experience that kind of punishment again. At the Akatsuki base at first, Orochimaru didn't pay much attention to the other members of Akatsuki. However, when Nagato, who controlled pain with the Rinnegan, introduced the current members of Akatsuki, Orochimaru was shocked. If the rogue ninja from the Hidden Waterfall village, Kakazu, and the immortal Haiden were somewhat manageable, then the masked man, Obito Uchiha, left Orochimaru dumbfounded. The battle between Obito and the fourth Hokage, although he ultimately lost, still made waves throughout the ninja world due to his nearly single-handed resistance against Konoha. Even at that time, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, said that the masked man possessed the power to contend with him. Although this might be the fourth Hokage being modest, it implied that the masked man had shadow-level strength. As for Pain, who possessed the Eternal Rinnegan, and Konan, who could perform the Eternal Paper Jutsu, Orochimaru still remembered them, as these two disciples of Jiraiya had made him hesitate for quite a while before deciding not to take action. If the previous five were somewhat acceptable, then when the impatient Uchiha Madara appeared, even Orochimaru was stunned. Uchiha Madara, you're still alive? Raising an eyebrow and glancing at Orochimaru, Uchiha Madara said, what kid? Do you wish for my death? Given Uchiha Madara's seniority, it wasn't a problem for him to call Orochimaru kid, considering the current members of Akatsuki, along with William and himself. Orochimaru was incredulous to find that Akatsuki now possessed the power to change the entire ninja world's landscape. Deeply looking at Nagato in the main seat, Orochimaru thought to himself, what does this Akatsuki really want to do? Seemingly guessing at Orochimaru's confusion, Pain spoke up. Although I've said it many times, I don't mind saying it again. The purpose of Akatsuki is to collect the 9-tailed beasts, awaken the 10 tails, and then create a completely new world. A world of peace. A nuclear-level world. Hearing Pain's words, William couldn't help but add in his heart. Although the 10 tails was not a nuclear bomb, the power it possessed was probably more terrifying for this world than a nuclear bomb. After the simple meeting ended, Konan quietly found William. As they expressed their mutual longing, the two naturally ended up in a room together. Soon, an exhilarating battle began. It wasn't until the next afternoon that William finally had time to return to his room. However, when William walked into the room, a smile began to unconsciously rise on his face. This posture is simply not conducive to falling asleep well, and as a result, Tsunade's spirit is very lethargic at this moment. As for Shizune, she has already started to feel scared upon seeing William. How do you feel? William's voice carried a playful tone as he approached Tsunade. Tsunade, having kept her mouth open for a long time, was almost out of strength to speak, and due to her guilty conscience, her gaze instinctively avoided looking into William's eyes. It seems you don't want to talk. Then I'll come back to find you in a few days. As William turned to leave, Tsunade suddenly panicked. Oh, let me down? What did you say? William stopped, feigning ignorance. Ooh, I said let go of me. You should have said that earlier. If you had, I would have let you down. William chattered on, but had no intention of releasing Tsunade. With his arms crossed over his chest, he said lightly, by the way, Tsunade, do you remember what I said yesterday? Tsunade, it seems you completely disregarded what I said. That's not good. After circling Tsunade twice and scrutinizing her, William smiled and stood behind her. Whoa, what do you want to do? A hook appeared behind Tsunade as the binding circle materialized. If you do something wrong, you must accept punishment. So, are you ready? Tsunade widened her eyes and instinctively tried to struggle, but helplessly found her body completely immobilized. Shizune, blushing, secretly observed William's actions. And when she saw what he was doing to Tsunade, her face turned bright red. Time passed slowly. Here, 100,000 words are omitted. Several hours later, Tsunade lay limply on the ground. At this point, she didn't even have a shred of strength left. Her whole body was trembling slightly, and her face displayed an expression of having been thoroughly broken. Shizune, I'm leaving now. Remember to clean up the room. Yes, yes, Lord William, Shizune hurriedly replied, kneeling on the ground. Although William did not touch Shizune at all until the end, Shizune empathized with everything she had witnessed and dared not defy William's intentions. After leaving the room, William's expression gradually became strange. What is this? Training a slave. He had never tried it, but it was actually quite interesting. Just as William was lost in thought, Orochimaru appeared before him. William-kun, here, take this. Looking at the large scroll, Orochimaru handed over. William was puzzled. What is this? Have you forgotten our deal? Inside, there are all the ninjutsu I know, including forbidden techniques. Orochimaru generously revealed almost all of his secrets to William. For Orochimaru, the knowledge he had learned throughout his life could not compare to the eternal power William offered. Moreover, the main point was that after acquiring eternal power, Orochimaru would have unlimited time to learn more ninjutsu and conduct other experiments. William suddenly remembered this matter. Seeing William put the scroll into the Lingxiao ring, Orochimaru frowned. William-kun, aren't you going to take a look? Look at what? I've already learned what I need through my mental abilities. William muttered to himself and smiled. No need. I still trust you on this. William's words made Orochimaru smile. Although you may not need it. If you need anything, feel free to come to me anytime. After Orochimaru left, William went alone to an empty island. Yin, Si, Xu, Chen. Hands together. Ninjutsu. Impure world reincarnation. The principle of impure world reincarnation is that the caster collects and extracts a certain amount of the deceased's flesh in advance, uses a living person's body as a vessel for the deceased soul, calls back the deceased soul from the underworld, binds it, allows the deceased soul to attach to the vessel, and covers the living person's body with dust to transform it into the appearance of the deceased when they were alive. Although William did not have the deceased's flesh or a vessel, he had infinite power. With the impure world reincarnation technique, in the blink of an eye, a body formed entirely of dust slowly took shape before William. Blinking her cute big eyes, the girl-like figure of Lin Yahara looked at William in confusion. Where am I? In fact, there had always been a question William was puzzled about. Why did Obito, knowing that he could revive Lin with impure world reincarnation, choose to pursue meeting her in the infinite Tsukuyami world instead? William guessed that Obito probably knew he had done many bad things, so he dared not face the real Lin. In William's view, Lin Yahara was exceptionally well drawn in Kishimoto's work, brave, gentle, beautiful, and cute. Except for her strength not being particularly outstanding, Lin encapsulated all the beauty of a girl. Facing Lin's question, William did not speak but pointed a finger at her forehead. Buzz. The injection of infinite power. The cracks gradually repaired, and the structure of her body gradually reversed. As a wave of energy spread throughout her body, Lin Yahara was completely revived, transforming from the body of impure world reincarnation into a living person. Moreover, with the blessing of William's infinite power, Lin Yahara's physique underwent tremendous changes at the same time. Indeed, I actually possess the power of resurrection. Yes, the reason William experimented with the power of impure world reincarnation was to test whether he had such power, and the result was very satisfactory. Welcome back, Lin. With wide eyes, feeling her new body, Lin was in disbelief. How is this possible? Looking at William with her adorable big eyes, Lin murmured, Are you a god? If you want to think of it that way, it's not impossible. Under the sunlight, William smiled brightly. That was a feeling Lin had never experienced before, and, unknowingly, a hint of blush appeared on her face. Admiration, faith, and a subtle feeling. You also know that you are in this world now, so in the future, when you're outside, you need to wear a mask. Can you accept that? In some matters, William was selfish. Even though he knew the bond between Lin, Obito, and Kakashi, for William, Lin now belonged to him entirely. Therefore, he had no intention of giving Lin to anyone else. I can. Lin's smile was gentle, and after hesitating for a moment, she softly asked, Lord William, may I ask you a question? Why do I feel like I have forgotten some things? The confusion is normal because William used his mental power to dilute Lin's memories of Obito and Kakashi. It's okay. This may be related to your recent resurrection. Once you adapt to this new body, you will adjust. Thank you, Lord William. Smiling and nodding, Lynn took the mask William handed her and put it on her face. I still need to experiment with a few ninjutsu, so please wait for me a moment. Shadow clone jutsu. Bang. As the smoke cleared, two figures almost identical to William appeared beside him. The ninjutsu that interested William the most was undoubtedly the fact that the clones each had their own consciousness. This was also the most magical aspect. Where did the consciousness of the clones come from? It wasn't until William performed this ninjutsu that he finally understood the reason. Multiple personalities. In fact, everyone has different personalities, but these multiple personalities are usually suppressed by the dominant personality. The power of the multiple shadow clones is to bring out other personalities beyond the dominant one and to control them. Moreover, it is even possible to actively split off different subpersonalities from the multiple personalities. This is the real reason why multiple shadow clones are considered forbidden techniques. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, was indeed a genius. Hey, give me some infinite power, said the clone next to William as he spaced out. Glancing at the clone on his right, William couldn't help but roll his eyes. What are you thinking? Don't think I don't know what you're after. Infinite power has infinite possibilities. William certainly knew that his clone wanted to become an independent entity, but how could he possibly agree to that? With a bright smile, the clone stopped mentioning the idea once it realized it had been seen through. Unlike the clone on the right, the identity of the one on the left was clearly a bit different. He was curiously observing the surroundings, looking like a curious child. Why did you summon us? Oh, just to play around. Oh, can we play a bit longer? I want to take this time to visit other ninja villages. William thought, wow, even my sub-personalities are so impressive. One after another, they all want to be independent. However, William would never let them have their way. He decided to. Bang, bang. After dispelling the clones, William concluded that in the future, it would be better not to use this technique unless absolutely necessary. If this continues, these sub-personalities might dare to rebel against themselves. Lynn, who witnessed the entire process, covered her mouth and chuckled. She was also amused by the personalities of William's two avatars. For others, the danger of forbidden techniques might only result in the death of the main body, but for William, due to his high starting point, a single misstep could directly lead to the collapse of a world or even a universe. This is something William needs to pay attention to in the future. Now, for the final one. Si Highway Mao Su Ziyu Wu Si. Hands together. Forbidden technique. Corpse demon ceiling. Buzz. Wave. To William's speechlessness, the Grim Reaper of this world just popped up beside him. And upon sensing the power William possessed, it was scared away. Useless. William was also left speechless at this scene. Although he could easily bring this guy back from the underworld, after thinking it over, he decided not to take the unnecessary action. After all, it was pretty useless. The so-called Grim Reaper was just a joke in William's eyes. In fact, Orochimaru had a few more forbidden techniques, but since they were all related to snakes, William really wasn't interested. As for those ordinary ninjutsu, flashy and extravagant, William didn't even have the idea to experiment with them. Let's go. With Lynn, the two quickly returned to the rain-hidden village. In the following time, William lived a peaceful life. As time passed, members of the Akatsuki organization were recruited one by one. Meanwhile, the ninja world during this period was not calm. As after the war was launched against the Leaf Village by the Cloud Village, the Rock Village also initiated a war against the Leaf Village during this time. However, even under the threat of two fronts, under the leadership of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the Leaf Village remained as steady as a mountain. In the 54th year of the Leaf Village, the Cloud Village, realizing that victory was impossible, was forced to sign a ceasefire agreement with the Leaf Village. However, on the way to the Leaf Village to sign the agreement, Orochimaru, who received orders from William, quietly infiltrated the Raikage delegation. Before long, a piece of news spread in the Leaf Village. Hinata Hyuga, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, was kidnapped by someone from the Raikage delegation. In an instant, the two major ninja villages, which had already reached a ceasefire, were once again on the brink of war. Even a usually honest fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, immediately issued a warning to the Cloud Village, stating that if the fourth Raikage did not provide an explanation, he would personally go to the Cloud Village to demand an explanation. Ultimately, the fourth Raikage personally went to the Leaf Village to apologize and offered some compensation before this matter was completely resolved. In the rain-hidden village, when Orochimaru returned, half a month had already passed. You've worked hard. Waving his hand, Orochimaru smiled and said, "It is my honor to assist you, William-kun." After blending into the Raikage delegation, Orochimaru did two things in total. One was to inject William's immortal blood into the bodies of the original 12 strong characters, including Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Neji Hyuga, Hinata Hyuga, Ino, and Tenten. What William wanted to do was to lay the groundwork in advance. However, William did not activate the power of the immortal blood within the 12 strong characters. He simply made an insurance for possible unforeseen circumstances, nothing more. After all, this is the real world, and William has already changed history. William wasn't sure whether his actions would lead to different variables in the future, which is why he made this double insurance. Although William did not inform Orochimaru about the immortal blood, Orochimaru instinctively felt that this was something good. Unable to contain his curiosity, Orochimaru eventually asked the question, William-kun, can you tell me what that blood is useful for? The immortal blood is similar to your peach of immortality. In this way, Orochimaru was puzzled. If that's the case, why choose these 12 people? Orochimaru, do you believe in fate? Oh, William-kun, what does fate have to say? William nodded and smiled. These 12 are among the main characters of this world in the future. William-kun, can you predict the future? The future is all in my eyes. Pointing to his own eyes, William's mouth curled into a smile. Just wait and see. Now is not the time. Because of William, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze and his wife did not die. The Uchiha clan also avoided the fate of extermination, and the entire Leaf Village nearly reached a peak period in the following 10 years. It was also because of the strength of the Leaf Village that the entire ninja world entered a brief period of peace. Everything seemed to be developing in a good direction. This year, the original Class 7 graduated, and unchanged from the original work. The members of Class 7 are still Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno. However, due to the different history, the current Naruto is not the same as the Naruto from the original work. Coupled with the identity of the fourth Hokage, Naruto's popularity in Konoha now even surpasses that of Sasuke Uchiha. It's finally starting. On Hokage Rock, William's figure slowly appeared. Looking at the Konoha village that is more prosperous than before, a hint of nostalgia unintentionally flashed in William's eyes. 13 years have passed since he first came to this world. In the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shursway, who was having breakfast, suddenly trembled. A familiar voice rang in his ears. His figure quickly disappeared, and soon Uchiha Shursway was by William's side. Lord William, it's really you. Seeing Uchiha Shursway, who was noticeably more mature than before, a smile appeared on William's face. Long time no see, Shursway. Long time no see, Lord William. It has been over a decade since we last met. I didn't expect you to become the captain of the Yumbu. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Shursway spoke. Although it may be a bit presumptuous, Lord William, may I ask where you have been all these years? At first, everyone didn't take William's disappearance too seriously. After all, no one would worry that something would happen to someone with William's strength. However, as time went on, even Minato Namikaze began to suspect that William had encountered misfortune. In fact, many ninjas were specifically sent out to search for clues about William in the ninja world, but in the end, they found nothing. Until today, William's sudden appearance. Given his responsibilities, Shursway could not help but suspect William's intentions. Are you doubting that I would harm Konoha? I'm sorry, Lord William. William nodded and smiled. Indeed, if I were you, I would also worry. However, you're not yet at a level where you can question me, Shursway. William's voice suddenly came from behind Shursway. Buzz. The Sharingan activated, and Uchiha Shursway slowly drew a short blade. Lord William, I'm no longer the person I used to be, so please do not underestimate me. William's figure returned to its original position. However, what shocked Shursway was that there was still a figure of William behind him. Illusion? Or a shadow clone? Lord William, if you continue like this, I will have to take action. It's been so many years, I want to see how much you have grown, Shursway. Then I apologize. The short blade cut through the thunder, and with one slash, the two Williams in front and behind were instantly cut in half. This sensation, the power of the Sharingan was pushed to the limit, and Shursway formed seals with one hand. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Boom. The towering flames shot up into the sky. However, on the other side of the fireball, Shursway saw William with a smile on his face. Huh. Under the fireball, William screamed as he was burned to ashes, but this is not right. For new Williams appeared again. Kill one, and two more appear. Illusion. What kind of illusion is this? With the strongest illusion ability of Kodo Amatsukami, Shursway didn't even know when he fell into the illusion, and his eyes were eternal Mangeki Sharingan. What illusion could confuse these eyes? Moreover, in front of Shursway, more and more figures of William appeared. Both hands formed seals again. The multi-shadow clone jutsu was activated, and 9 identical Uchiha Shizuis appeared. Body flicker technique. Stab. More and more Williams were killed, but more and more new Williams appeared again. For a moment, an astonishing number of Williams even appeared on Hokage Rock. Kill 1, 2 appear. I just killed a total of 18, and this number is... Seeing the number of Williams reach an astonishing level, Uchiha Shirsue's Mangeki power erupted. Susanoo, a complete giant, appeared on Uchiha Shirsue. Lord William, please otherwise. If I don't engage, what can you do? As William's voice echoed, Susanoo's gaze locked onto the speaking William. Kill. Buzz. Just as the green Susanoo swung down its sword, Shirsue suddenly found that the sky had darkened. Boom. A golden cube smashed down. Under the power of the cube, even Shirsue's Susanoo was directly crushed as if it were made of paper. Boom! The ground shattered, and Uchiha Shirsue's eyes were in excruciating pain. In the moment before being crushed by the cube, he finally broke free from the illusion. Kneeling on one knee, trembling all over, Shirsue covered his right eye, looking in horror at William, who stood still in front of him. As expected of Lord William, after many years, he is still so formidable. A smile appeared at the corner of William's mouth. I didn't expect you to have learned to flatter. I'm just speaking the truth. That doesn't count as flattery. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Shirsue slowly stood up from the ground, the pain slightly alleviated. To be able to break my illusion, although it is just a low-level illusion, your illusion skills are already commendable. Looking at Shirsue, William's tone gradually became serious. Shirsue, I need to do something next. A jolt went through his mind, and Shirsue said solemnly, What is it? With a slight smile, William said, Change this world. William's words left Uchiha Shirsue in a daze. Isn't it good as it is now? Shirsue, the peace you see is merely Konoha's peace. It is just a facade. Step outside Konoha, and you will find oppression and war everywhere in this world. Looking up at the sky, William said calmly, This world is sick. It needs healing. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Shirsue's expression became extremely grave. Lord William, I cannot agree with your viewpoint. Perhaps you see the whole world, but for me, Konoha is my everything. So, if you want me to betray Konoha, I'm sorry, I can't do it. Sighing, William said, In fact, I could have done that 13 years ago, but do you know why I had to wait 13 years? Hearing this, Uchiha Shirsue's eyes became serious. I was waiting for you all to grow. Smiling at Shirsue, William said, Although that is true, in fact, William was waiting for those women to grow up. I don't understand. Waving his hand, William said, I know you don't understand, and you don't need to. Some things, in the future, you will come to know. After speaking, just as William was about to leave, he suddenly stopped. Oh, by the way, please tell Minato that the time has come. As William disappeared, Shirsue did not dare to show any intention of stopping him. It was not only due to the difference in strength, but also because Shirsue had more important matters to attend to. In the Hokage office, upon hearing Shirsue's words, Minato Namikaze stood up from his chair with a serious expression. What did you say? The teacher came by? Yes, Hokage-sama. Moreover, Lord William asked me to convey a message to you. What message? Minato asked. Lord William said, The time has come. Minato fell silent for a moment, then sat back down in his chair and spoke in a deep voice. Tell me everything that you discussed. After listening to Shirsue's description, Minato's expression became very complex. Although 13 years had passed, he still clearly remembered everything from his conversation with William that day. It was about the child of destiny in this ninja world. Teacher, over the years, I have been dedicated to the peace of the ninja world as you instructed. Isn't that enough? After 13 years of effort, Konoha had nearly reached the pinnacle of the entire ninja world. Minato was initially very satisfied with his efforts, but William's sudden visit made him realize something. What he had done was still not enough. But how could he meet the teacher's expectations? Although Minato did not know William's plan, he felt a very ominous feeling deep down. This also led to Minato looking troubled even after returning home. What happened? Kushina noticed Minato's worries and asked with concern. No, it's nothing. I'm just a bit tired lately. Despite his anxiety, Minato ultimately chose to conceal the matter regarding William from Kushina. He did not want her, now a mother and managing a family, to worry about it. In the Akatsuki base in a rain village, all members gathered at William's summons. Although on the surface, Pain was the leader of the Akatsuki, almost everyone, including Pain, knew that the soul of the organization was William. 13 years had changed so much. Standing quietly on the outer path statue, William surveyed the members of the Akatsuki and said, The tailed beast capture plan officially begins. One Tail, Scorpion, you and Deidara go to Sunagakure. Yes. upon hearing William's command. Both Scorpion and Daedara responded without any doubts. William shifted his gaze. 2 tails, Nico, the immortal duo, you go. 3 tails, Isabu, Obito, you go. 4 tails, Son Goku, Kisame. 5 tails, Mu. I will go. 6 tails, Saiken Pain, you go. 7 tails, CH Mei, Orochimaru. 8 tails, GY Ki, thank you. Once he finished listing from 1 tail to 8 tail, Conan curiously asked, William, what about 9 tails? 9 tails, I have already obtained. Time rewinds to the day William first stepped into the Hokage world. On that day, William severely injured and knocked out the 9 tails, and it was at that moment that William obtained 1/3 of its power. Although it was only 1/3, it was already enough. Now let's set off. After everyone had left, Conan approached William. Be careful. In this world, who can hurt me? With a faint smile, William took a step back and entered the black hole for teleportation. The main reason William was going to capture 5 tails, Saiken, was quite simple. He needed to visit a Wagakure. In Tsuchiki's office, when William's figure appeared, Inoki was somewhat surprised but not shocked. What are the Akatsuki doing here? Although it was the first time he saw William, Inoki was quite familiar with the Akatsuki, as the Earth Country had engaged in numerous transactions with them over the years. After sizing William up, Inoki's expression showed a hint of peculiarity. The Akatsuki do have quite a few talents, and there's even someone proficient in space ninjutsu. The other person Inoki referred to was Obito. Inoki, I want to make a deal with you. Oh, it's always been me proposing deals to the Akatsuki. I didn't expect you to come looking to trade today. So what do you want? With a faint smile, William said, hand over the 5 tails Jinchuriki, Han, and I'll spare a Wagakure. Inoki was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. You, what kind of joke are you making? Ha ha ha. After laughing, Inoki slowly floated up from his chair, his expression turning extremely cold. Do you think this is where? Do you think I am who? Ridiculous. Do you really think just anyone can negotiate with me? Unfortunately, William sighed, and amidst Inoki's confusion, he joined his hands together. In the next moment, Inoki was horrified to discover a familiar power appearing in William's hands. How is this possible? Dust release, extreme limit stripping technique. You gone mad. You'll die too. A blinding white light exploded in Inoki's vision. You lunatic. Seeing that William showed no signs of stopping, Inoki hurriedly tried to escape. However, in the next moment, centered around the Tsuchiki's office, the power of dust release enveloped half of a Wagakure. Upon seeing this scene, Inoki's eyes nearly turned bloodshot. Get down, he shouted with all his might, and the next second, boom! The Wagakure, the earth shattered and the sky collapsed. Regret it? Inoki regretted it deeply. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have willingly given not just the 5 tails Jinchuriki, but even his granddaughter. Oh, really? Suddenly, William's voice rang in Inoki's ear. Startled, Inoki looked up and saw a shocking sight. The Wagakure was unharmed, and William was watching him with a playful expression. In the next moment, the power of dust release reappeared in William's palm. Jinjutsu? Or am I dreaming? Although he did not know what had happened, Inoki immediately shouted, Stop! Stop! I'll trade with you. Don't release it. Hearing Inoki's words, William smiled and slowly retracted the dust release in his hand. Your granddaughter, Kuratsuchi, the 5 tails Jinchuriki. Bring her over. Inoki thought, damn that Jinjutsu. Realizing what had happened, Inoki would not actually comply. In a moment, William let his guard down. The power of dust release appeared in Inoki's hands first. This time, I'll turn you to ashes. Dust release, original world stripping technique. What's the point of this? Sighing, a golden cube appeared in front of William, easily blocking Inoki's dust release before it began to expand rapidly. As it grew, it also rose higher and higher. Under Inoki's horrified gaze, the cube that had already spread throughout a Wagakure came crashing down heavily from the sky. No, boom! This time, the scope of destruction even affected the entire Wagakure. I was wrong. I really was wrong. I'm a sinner. I am a sinner of a Wagakure. Inoki, lying in the rubble, was covered in blood and regretted it in the last moments of his life. This is your last chance. Kuratsuchi, the Jinchuriki of the 5 tails. Inoki didn't even notice how bitter his own voice sounded. He had always been the one to threaten others, and had never thought he could be threatened himself. The feeling of facing William even reminded Inoki of the time he encountered Uchiha Madara when he was young. It was the same, so powerless, so desperate. Inoki didn't even know if he was currently in an illusion or in the real world. Give me some time, I need to bring them over. William shrugged and said casually, I'll give you time, but you better be quick. If I don't see anyone in half an hour, Don't blame me for being rude. Looking at the cube in William's hand, Onoki felt an immense weight on his heart. Half an hour later, Onoki brought Kuratsuchi and the unconscious Han to the office. I brought the person. In fact, this conversation did not go smoothly. First, Han was naturally unwilling to surrender, and he was furious about Onoki's capitulation. This directly led to the already agitated Onoki using the dust release technique on Han. If it weren't for the tailed beast's power within Han, he would probably have been dead by now. Compared to Han, Onoki felt even more guilty towards Kuratsuchi. By identity, Onoki was Kuratsuchi's grandfather, and he had doted on his granddaughter since she was little. Kuratsuchi had lived up to expectations and could be said to be the most talented person of the younger generation. Onoki had even prepared for Kuratsuchi to succeed him as the next Tsuchikage. However, the current situation was that if he didn't hand over Kuratsuchi, everyone in a Wagakure would die. Handing over Kuratsuchi, Onoki couldn't imagine what kind of torment his granddaughter would face. After hesitating for a long time, just when the time was almost up, Onoki finally confessed this matter to Kuratsuchi. Hearing Onoki's words, Kuratsuchi was also panicked. In Kuratsuchi's eyes, Onoki was definitely the most powerful existence in this world, but if even Onoki was no match for this person who could easily destroy a Wagakure, then what could she do? Kuratsuchi didn't know. The unknown was also the most frightening part. However, looking at her guilty grandfather and thinking about the whole Wagakure, Onoki was unexpectedly comforted when his granddaughter actually agreed. And this made Onoki feel even more guilty. On the way to the office with Kuratsuchi, Onoki nearly wanted to die. He not only failed to fulfill the obligations of grandfather, but also had to push his granddaughter into the fire pit. Thinking of this, Onoki was almost on the verge of breaking down. In contrast, when William saw Kuratsuchi, he finally understood why Kuratsuchi was praised as the Tsuchikage. Kuratsuchi didn't have a stunning appearance at first glance, but just those perfectly long legs made up for all shortcomings. As for Han, who lay beside him, William completely ignored him. Come here. Although William's expression had a kind smile, in Kuratsuchi's eyes, he was like a demon. She instinctively wanted to call out to her grandfather, but noticing Onoki's nearly broken appearance, Kuratsuchi hesitated for a moment, took a few deep breaths to calm her fear, and gradually walked towards William. Just as Kuratsuchi was about to reach William, Onoki's voice suddenly came from behind her. Kuratsuchi, come back. Stopping in her tracks, Kuratsuchi looked back at Onoki in confusion, only to find that the usually dispirited Onoki had suddenly regained a new fighting spirit. The will of the earth is a solid rock. Even if you destroy a Wagakure, you cannot eliminate it. Crack! Onoki's fighting spirit, which was about to explode, completely dissipated into nothingness the moment the cube appeared in William's hand. Looking at Onoki with interest, William said, "What did you just say? It's not an illusion technique. It's a real ability." "No, I must endure." Blood dripped from Onoki's clenched fists, but his expression instantly transformed from anger to a smile. "Nothing. I just said nothing. Please go ahead." Grandpa seeing this scene, Kuratsuchi looked sad. Compared to worrying about herself, she was actually more concerned about her grandfather. Onoki, who had always considered himself strong, was behaving so submissively today. Everything was for a Wagakure. Kuratsuchi understood. She showed Onoki the sweetest smile and walked to William's side. With a wave of his hand, Han was also brought next to William, and a black hole appeared behind William silently. Calmly looking at Onoki, William said, "If there's nothing else, then I'll be leaving. Please, go ahead." After the black hole gradually dissipated, a thunderous roar came from the Tsuchikage's office. "Akatsuki, Tsuchikage-sama." Soon, the captain of the Umbu and all core members of a Wagakure were summoned. Find out where the Akatsuki organization's base is. Notify the other 4 Kages. I want to hold a Kage summit. Yes, Tsuchikage-sama. In the Rain Village, William, the last to leave, was the first to return here. With a casual gesture, he threw Han, who was bound by the sealing ring, directly into the prison of the base. Then, looking at the bewildered Kuratsuchi, William smiled slightly and placed a sealing ring around her neck. "From today on, you are my slave." What? A slave? Hearing William's words, Kuratsuchi was taken aback. "What else? Did you think you were here as a guest?" Without any action from William, Kuratsuchi's clothes instantly tore apart. Amid Kuratsuchi's screams, William, with great interest, observed her and then said, "From now on, we're this." He tossed a set of extremely sexy cheapao to Kuratsuchi, who was then thrown into his room. Noticing the commotion, Tsunade, who was napping in the room, slowly opened her eyes. After Kuratsuchi hurriedly put on the clothes, Tsunade frowned and uncertainly said, "You are Anoki's granddaughter?" "Huh?" Kuratsuchi's face changed, and she looked at Tsunade in surprise. "You are Tsunade. Wait, how are you here?" Looking at William again, Kuratsuchi's expression changed. Could it be that all of this was a conspiracy by Konoha? However, what happened next left Kuratsuchi completely stunned. "Did you forget something, Tsunade?" Sighing helplessly, Tsunade slowly got up from the chair and then knelt down on the ground. "Master, you seem a bit unwilling?" Tsunade's face turned red. "And no. Is that so? Is it because Kuratsuchi is here, so you feel embarrassed?" Waving at Tsunade, William said, "Crawl over here." Tsunade, though shy, had come to understand William well over the years. She knew she couldn't resist. Slowly, she crawled in front of William. "Good girl," he said, patting her head. "Come on, I'll reward you." This part omits 100,000 words. After the frenzied battle, looking at the unconscious Kuratsuchi on the bed, William casually draped a robe over himself and said to Tsunade, "Take care of her for a bit." Tsunade rolled her eyes at William and teased, "So now you care about people?" "Indeed, being young is different. I just don't want my new toy to get broken too quickly." "What are you thinking? Then just give her the blood of immortality. That depends on her performance." "Do you think everyone is qualified to receive the blood of immortality?" Hearing William's words, a smile appeared at the corner of Tsunade's mouth. Indeed, she understood the power of the blood of immortality very well, and it was precisely because she knew that she worried whether Kuratsuchi's appearance would affect her position. The teasing just now was mainly to test William. "You've been leaving frequently lately. Is something happening?" Draping a nightgown over herself, Tsunade stood up and asked, "Do you have something to say?" William's words made Tsunade feel a bit guilty. "No, nothing." William smiled lightly, looking meaningfully at Tsunade. After hesitating for a moment, Tsunade whispered, "Jiraiya has been here." "Oh." Seeing William's indifferent expression, Tsunade explained, "It wasn't me who called him. He just suddenly wanted to check on his 3 disciples and unexpectedly ran into me." So what?" William's indifferent attitude made Tsunade feel flustered. "Don't misunderstand. We just chatted a bit. I didn't say anything to him. Are you feeling guilty?" Stepping closer, William lifted Tsunade's chin with his hand, their eyes meeting, his gaze scrutinizing. "I just didn't want you to misunderstand." After 13 years of getting along, although their relationship hadn't started as a couple and had a somewhat coercive nature, and William's interests were even somewhat extreme, over time, Tsunade found herself deeply in love with this man. It was precisely because of this that she worried her interactions with Jiraiya would lead William to misunderstand. With a slight smile, William said, "I know you didn't say anything. I just know your meeting was an accident. Otherwise, do you think you'd still be able to get up now?" William's words made Tsunade's face flush red. She understood the meaning behind them very well. "However, I'm a bit petty. You actually needed me to remind you before telling me." "So?" In the complexity of Tsunade's gaze, William said lightly, "What do you think I should do to punish you?" Hearing the word punishment, Tsunade's breath became heavy. "Are you excited?" "No, how could that be?" Hearing William's words, Tsunade's face turned bright red as she looked away. Moving closer to Tsunade, William's expression carried a hint of something unusual, considering we should be like an old married couple by now. Upon hearing the term old married couple, Tsunade's eyes trembled, and her gaze towards William softened gradually. However, what William said next made her face turn crimson. "Speaking of which, I haven't punished you in a long time. W, what do you want to do?" Tsunade's voice trembled. "Activate the Baika no Jutsu." "Tsunade, I'm afraid you might get broken in the process." "Tsunade, then okay." This part omits 200,000 words. The 5 Kage summit officially began in the Land of Iron. The core of the discussions among the 5 great nations was the Akatsuki organization, with William initiating the tailed beast collection plan. The Jinchuriki from various ninja villages were captured one by one, resulting in varying degrees of casualties, with Sunagakure suffering the most, as half of the village was affected and the death toll exceeded 1,000. While everyone was discussing the Akatsuki organization, Anoki suddenly raised a question. "Hokage-sama, I'm curious about something." "What question?" Minato Namikaze looked at Anoki with some confusion. "Why have the other 4 great ninja villages been attacked by the Akatsuki, while your Konoha seems to show no signs of being attacked? Can Hokage-sama explain the reason behind this?" As soon as these words were spoken, the gazes of the other 4 Kage focused entirely on Minato Namikaze. If it weren't for the lack of concrete evidence, the 4 Kage would suspect that this was a conspiracy between Konoha and the Akatsuki. Faced with this situation, Minato's expression became serious. Although he was confident that he wouldn't be afraid even in front of the four Kage, he didn't want to cause any misunderstandings. Seeing the guards already on edge, Minato said to Kakashi and Shursui, who had drawn their short blades, "Kakashi, Shursui, I believe the four Kage are capable of distinguishing right from wrong. So there's no need for this." Glancing around, Minato said solemnly, "The emergence of the Akatsuki organization is a huge threat to the entire ninja world. If the 5 great ninja villages start infighting because of this, it would only delight the Akatsuki." Anoki question again, then, "Hokage-sama, how do you explain this issue?" "Sachikage-sama, I apologize, but Konoha has indeed concealed some information regarding the tailed beasts. So it really is your conspiracy. Hokage, you're a despicable man. Hurry up and release Killer Bee." Hearing Minato's words, the hot-tempered Raikage exploded on the spot. He smashed the entire conference room table with a punch and charged at Minato with lightning speed. However, facing the sudden attack of the fourth Raikage, Minato remained unfazed, not even moving an inch. The next second, a flash of cold light cut through the air. Thud! Boom! The fourth Raikage was sent flying. Looking at the scene, Kakashi, wielding the white Fong short blade, was surrounded by flickering lightning. "Raikage-sama." At this moment, the fourth Raikage guards, Darui and Ki, couldn't help but exclaim, "I'm fine." The Raikage broke through the large stone on his body with a punch, slowly emerging from the ruins. A shallow knife wound appeared on his chest. It should be noted that his lightning release mode could not be broken by just anyone. Moreover, the prerequisite was that they had to keep up with his speed. Looking gravely at Kakashi, the fourth Raikage's expression turned extremely serious. He originally thought that only the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, could match his speed, but he never expected that this time another Kakashi would appear. He didn't expect that the Hokage's disciple also possessed such strength. Konoha truly hides dragons and crouching tigers. However, if you think I would be afraid just because of this, then you underestimate me too much. Release. Boom! A massive aura erupted from Raikage, and just as the battle was about to resume, Uchiha Obito's figure suddenly appeared at the site of the 5 Kage Summit. Members of the Akatsuki organization. Seeing this, Raikage immediately changed his attack direction and launched a powerful punch at Obito. However, what? Stumbling, Raikage was incredulous to find that he had passed right through Uchiha Obito. If it weren't for his strong sense of balance, he might have fallen over. With all 5 Kage present, very well. Slowly standing up from the ground, completely ignoring the surrounding ninjas and samurais, Obito's voice was filled with excitement. "I hereby announce, in the name of the Akatsuki organization, that the 4th Great Ninja War has officially begun." What? Obito's words shocked everyone present. At this moment, the 3rd Kazekage, who was not killed by Orochimaru and is still the Kazekage, coldly said, "A mere organization like Akatsuki. Do you really think you can challenge the 5 great ninja villages by yourselves?" Obito, wearing a whirlpool mask, tilted his head to look at the 3rd Kazekage and replied nonchalantly, "Yes, and so what? Now that the 9-tailed beasts are in the hands of the Akatsuki, you should be well aware of the power of the tailed beasts. Destroying the 5 great ninja villages is just a matter of thought, nothing more." "The 9-tailed beasts?" With a cold snort, Anoki slowly stood up. "Are you saying that you have even obtained the 9 tails? Since you want to take them, you naturally want to take them all." As soon as these words were spoken, it instead cleared Namikaze Minato of suspicion. If that's the case, Noki looked apologetically at Namikaze Minato, fully aware of the consequences of the tailed beasts being extracted from their Jinchuriki, and just now, he had actually doubted him. "Namikaze Minato, it's not an easy task for the 5 great ninja villages to control the tailed beasts. If you think that obtaining the tailed beasts means you can use their power, then you are gravely mistaken." "Ha! Ha 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 ha!" The words of the 5th Mizukage, Terumi Mei, made Obito laugh out loud. "Bastard, what are you laughing at?" With clenched fists, Terumi Mei showed her anger. As the laughter gradually subsided, Obito's voice turned cold. "Control the tailed beasts? Who told you that Akatsuki needs to control these beasts? To Akatsuki, the 9-tailed beasts are merely tools." Slowly standing up, Obito looked around and said indifferently, "Forget it. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. You should cherish the last moments of peace before the battle. Don't think about escaping." In an instant, the 4th Raikage passed through Obito's body again. Seeing this, Namikaze Minato suddenly placed his hand on the Raikage's shoulder. Noticing Namikaze Minato beside him, the 4th Raikage gritted his teeth tightly. "It's useless. I've fought him before. he is currently in another space-time. Such an attack is just a waste of effort. Amid the inexplicable laughter, Obito's figure disappeared from the 5 Kage summit. Akatsuki's base. Obito's figure appeared on the outer path golem. At this time, in front of the outer path golem lay 8 figures, both male and female, who were the original Jinchuriki from the 5 great ninja villages. From Shikaku to Gyuki, all were present. Until Obito returned, Pain said with a calm expression, "Then, let us begin." Sealing. Phantom Dragon 9 seals complete. Time passed day by day. After Obito announced the start of the 4th Great Ninja War, the 5 Kage summit reconvened. And this time, it took 3 days to finally conclude. The 5 great ninja villages gathered the Ninja Coalition to combat Akatsuki. However, assembling the Ninja Coalition was not a simple task. It took nearly a month for the 5 great ninja villages to coordinate the entire coalition. During this period, although the Akatsuki organization has been quiet, the entire ninja world has already fallen into the calm before the storm, until a terrifying monster appeared at the Valley of the End in the Land of Fire. The Ten Tails now revealed. Unlike the original history, the current Ten Tails has already reached its 3rd form upon its emergence. When a Ten Tails-tailed beast ball's power struck a small nation, the entire world was shaken. Attack! The prepared ninja alliance mobilized very quickly. However, even with their speed, by the time they reached the battlefield, the original 5 great ninja villages, including the small ninja villages, had all been taken care of by the Ten Tails-tailed beast balls. As mushroom clouds continuously rose in the world, not only were the ninja alliance stunned, but even the 5 Kage were going mad. Not good. We must stop it. If we don't make this monster stop, the entire world will be lost. With the full mobilization of the 5 Kage, the battlefield had turned into a meat grinder. However, in this world, there were very few who could truly fight against the Ten Tails, and among the 5 great ninja villages, the only one who could fight was probably the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Even Kakashi Hitaki and Shursui Uchiha couldn't intervene in the battle between Minato and the Ten Tails. As for the other members of the Ninja Alliance, even the Kage of the 4 great ninja villages were left with no choice but to flee in the face of the Ten Tails. Watching Minato single-handedly suppress the Ten Tails, Nagato finally prepared to take action. Then we should move. Haiden, I've been waiting impatiently. As Nagato jumped out with the 6 Paths of Pain and the Akatsuki members, the Ninja Alliance, which had been gradually forming combat strength, was continuously breached. Seeing this scene, Minato became anxious. Hokage, don't be impulsive. We will handle the Akatsuki members. The Raikage, witnessing the scene below, shouted to Nagato, who was constantly moving in the air, and took the lead to confront the charging 6 Paths of Pain. At the same time, the other 3 Kage also faced off against the Akatsuki members, while the remaining Akatsuki members were met by their respective strong opponents. Although the Akatsuki members were strong, they still showed signs of fatigue in such a sea of people tactic. Just as the scale of victory began to tilt back towards the Ninja Alliance, Obito Uchiha arrived at the top of the Ten Tails, while Madara Uchiha faced the Ninja Alliance. Boom, boom, boom. Watching the chaotic battlefield of the Ninja Alliance, William sat cross-legged on the ground, enjoying the show. While watching, William was also searching for the figures of 2 people among the crowd. Speaking of which, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha during this period should just have graduated from the Ninja Academy, so it was quite normal for them not to be on the battlefield. However, just as William was watching the show, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The newcomer was one of the legendary Sannin, the hero Jiraiya. When the two met, there were no extra words. After learning from Minato about the cause of everything was because of William, Jiraiya immediately launched an attack on him. However, boom! With a loud bang, Jiraiya was heavily knocked away. Looking ahead, blocking him was Tsunade, who was also one of the legendary Sannin. Tsunade, what are you doing? Jiraiya couldn't understand why Tsunade would take action to protect William. Are you crazy? Do you know what he has done? Facing Jiraiya's question, Tsunade replied calmly. I know. Then why? Although I don't know why William did this, I believe in him. Pointing to the battlefield below, littered with corpses. Jiraiya's face showed rage. Do you know how many people have died in this war? Tsunade, open your eyes and look. Tsunade certainly saw it. Although she felt pity, she had no choice. In fact, Tsunade couldn't understand why William would initiate this war, even though William often did some very malicious things, in Tsunade's view. Apart from being a bit lecherous, he had a good nature. As for why William did this, Tsunade didn't know, but there must be a reason for his actions. Tsunade, William's voice came faintly. Yes. Receiving the order, Tsunade instinctively launched an attack. With one punch, Jiraiya, who coughed up blood, was sent flying, while Tsunade quickly followed. However, perhaps because of their past friendship, even though Tsunade now possessed the strength to defeat Jiraiya in an instant, she still chose to continuously confront him. William certainly knew that Tsunade was stalling for time, but it didn't matter. The sky gradually darkened. As the bright full moon began to appear in the sky above, William slowly stood up and said, "Conan, let Nagato come back. What about the others?" Hearing William's words, Conan understood that William was preparing to activate the infinite Tsukuyomi. William shook his head and said lightly, "It doesn't matter. After this matter, everything will return to normal." When Nagato's figure detached from the battle and returned to William's side, William communicated with Obito, who was at the top of the 10 tails. "Obito, it can begin." "Understood." Obito, hidden behind the mask, suddenly felt a jolt of energy. Seizing the opportunity, Minato quickly activated the Flying Thunder God technique at the right moment, shattering Obito's spiral mask, revealing Obito's true appearance. "You are Obito." At the moment Minato saw Obito, he was taken aback. "Long time no see, sensei." The two stood back to back, and for a moment, the atmosphere fell into an incredibly strange state. When Minato was about to say something, Obito interrupted with a cold smile. "I know what you want to say, but it doesn't matter anymore. This world is destined for change." Under Obito's feet, the 10 tails suddenly erupted. Boom! Amidst the huge roar, the 10 tails finally activated its final form, the God Tree form. If Minato still didn't understand what was happening, then the gathering of massive tailed beast balls from all directions made Minato and everyone present change their expressions drastically. Bang! 5-tailed beast balls were launched towards 5 different directions. Seeing this, Minato was horrified. "Not good. This direction is..." Whoosh! Without a second thought, Minato immediately used the Flying Thunder God to return to Konoha. Looking up at the sky, the massive tailed beast ball descended. Connecting the direction of the other 4-tailed beast balls, Minato clenched his fists tightly. "Damn it! Obito, do you know what you've done?" Infinite mode. Boom! The golden light erupted from Minato as he soared into the sky. Just as the massive tailed beast ball was about to land on Konoha, Minato's hand touched the massive tailed beast ball of the 10 tails. Buzz! A space-time portal appeared. Buzz! Puffed! The massive tailed beast ball above Konoha vanished. But, although Konoha was saved, the other 4 great ninja villages were completely wiped out. "What have you done?" The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, is back on the battlefield and going all out. Facing Minato's crazy attacks, even Obito Uchiha, who has also activated the Rinnegan, dares not entertain any thoughts of resistance. Fast! So fast! However, as Minato continues to dart around, Obito's eyes are filled with increasing excitement. Finally, it's going to succeed. 10 tails bloom. Ultimate Genjutsu. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Buzz. At this moment, the entire ninja world fell silent. In a shocked gaze of Minato Namikaze, almost all the ninjas on the battlefield, including everyone in the ninja world, had their eyes transformed into the Rinnegan state. Ha ha! Amidst the maniacal laughter, Obito Uchiha laughed wildly. "Teacher, did you see it? This is the ultimate goal of the Akatsuki organization. Infinite Tsukuyomi. In this world, everyone can have their dreams come true, and the entire world will enter peace. This is true peace." Silence. A complete silence. Minato Namikaze looked at Obito with disappointment and said, "Peace immersed in illusions. What kind of peace is that? Obito, you have truly let me down. Huh? How can you resist infinite Tsukuyomi?" At this moment, Uchiha Obito realized that Minato Namikaze was completely unaffected by the Genjutsu. Moreover, it wasn't just him. On the battlefield, there were 4 others. Kakashi Hitaki, protected by Uchiha Shisui Susanoo. Itachi Uchiha, shielded by Uchiha Fugaku Susanoo. "I can understand the power of the Manjiki, but what about your power? Wait, what is your relationship with William?" "William? He is my..." Before he could finish his sentence, Minato was suddenly kicked away by Obito's arrival. Looking at Obito, Minato frowned slightly. "Obito, is there something you need? What do you think?" With a cold sneer, Obito was about to form hand seals when suddenly, a powerful repulsion sent Obito flying. "What is this?" In midair, Obito looked at Obito in surprise. "This time I win." Obito formed seals, and the power of the God Tree surged toward him. 6 paths, activate. When Obito appeared in the air holding the 6-path staff and the truth-seeking orb, a smile crept onto William's face. "What is this unexpected?" The moment Uchihara and Six Paths Abito began to clash, William's figure suddenly appeared between the two. What? Seeing the scene, both of them wanted to stop, but it was too late. However, to their astonishment, facing their full power, William effortlessly blocked their fists. Enough. Glancing at Uchihara, William's gaze carried a sense of pressure. Seeing this, Madara slowly retreated. In fact, after obtaining the infinite mode, Madara had already lost interest in the so-called Ten Tails. The reason for fighting Abito stemmed from the unexpected boldness of Abito to engage him, which was something Madara hadn't anticipated. However, since William had arrived, it was fine to postpone his own matters. Looking at Abito, William said lightly, "Abito, I remember telling you not to have any designs on the Ten Tails. What's going on?" However, in response to William's question, Abito's gaze turned icy. "Tell me, what did you do to Rin?" "Oh." Raising an eyebrow, William felt somewhat surprised. "Don't deny it, I saw it that day." Thinking of that day, Abito was filled with an anger that was beyond measure. The Rin he had always cared about was actually in William's arms. How could he accept such an outcome? Even when Abito tentatively met Rin, he was met with completely unfamiliar eyes, which drove him to darkness. "I was going to give you a surprise in the end, but I didn't expect you to discover it early." Rubbing his head, William felt a bit disappointed. Rin come out. Quietly, a masked woman appeared beside William. The moment Abito saw the woman, he instinctively wanted to attack, but noticed William's warning gaze. Removing the mask from Rin's face, William said lightly, "Rin is now my woman." Upon hearing this, Abito's expression instantly turned ugly. Without a sound, the truth-seeking orb was suddenly hurled toward William. "Trying to kill me?" Seeing this scene, William smiled. And without any visible movement, a golden thin sheet, as light as a cicada's wing, easily blocked Abito's truth-seeking orb. How is this possible? Seeing this, Abito did not hesitate and controlled 9 truth-seeking orbs to crazily smash toward William, his demeanor even becoming frantic. However, no matter how Abito attacked, he couldn't even touch William's body. "Is this all you can do?" Facing William's taunt, Abito's expression remained unchanged. With a burst of ocular power, a large hole was torn in the space in front of William, and in the next moment, the truth-seeking orb transformed into a cannonball and shot toward William at lightning speed. Childish, casually extending his hand to catch the truth-seeking orb with his bare hands. William smiled at Abito. "Do you think having the 10 tails gives you the qualification to battle me?" With a flick of his hand, bang! Abito, whose half-body was shattered by his own truth-seeking orb, fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this scene, Minato and Kakashi were momentarily at a loss for words. Cough, cough, cough. Struggling to stand up from the ground, Abito's face showed a pale smile. "Although I know I might not win against you for Rin." 4. Before Abito could finish his sentence, William suddenly appeared in front of him, gently placing his hand on Abito's shoulder. The next moment, ugh! With a painful scream, the essence of the 10 tails was directly extracted from Abito's body by William. Currently, Abito was essentially the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails. Losing it meant his life would come to an end. "Teacher, why are you doing this?" Until William released him, Minato, who was still in infinite mode, looked at William with a complex expression and asked in confusion. "Of course, it is for world peace." With a laugh, William looked at Minato and said, "Do you remember what I told you?" The matter of Naruto being the child of destiny. Under everyone's gaze, William said lightly, "In fact, all of this was supposed to happen 3 years later. I just advanced the timeline, believe it or not, making the world feel pain, although extreme. Without this disaster, the ninja world would never truly step into peace." Silence, a dead silence. "Even if what you say is true, but teacher, do all the dead people deserve to die?" Looking at William, Minato asked unwillingly, "Is the illusory world the peace you pursue, teacher? This world is survival of the fittest." William's voice was filled with indifference. "Even without me, their fates were already predetermined. Please forgive me for not understanding the teacher's philosophy." Just as Minato was determined to take action, William's words stunned everyone present. "Don't worry, I will lift the infinite Tsukuyami." "What? My goal has never been the infinite Tsukuyami. Minato, do you think I care about this world?" Pointing his hand, the consciousness of Kagaya Tsutsuki in the 10 tails awakened. And in the next moment, Kagaya Tsutsuki descended back into this world. Looking down at everything before her like ants, Kagaya's voice was filled with coldness. "Here is Kagaya." William's words made Kagaya's expression change slightly, and then she slowly descended beside William. "Why do you give me the feeling of?" Caressing William's cheek. Kagaya's fair face flushed slightly. Master, you finally came to save me. Hearing Kagaya's words, a smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of William's mouth. Yes, William altered Kagaya's memories. In Kagaya's recollection, William has always been her master and the one she admired. After descending to Earth, Kagaya ambushed Otsutsuki Ishiki and quietly waited for William's arrival. However, thinking about what she had done in this world, getting married and having children, Kagaya's expression gradually turned anxious. Master, I have done something to wrong you. A new chapter in the history of the ninja world. The fourth Hokage of Konoha, Minato Namikaze, defeated the Akatsuki members, vanquished the Ten Tails, and ultimately ended the infinite Tsukuyomi that had shrouded the entire world, restoring peace to the world. As for the truth of the matter, very few know. 6 years later, in Konoha, a special wedding, attended only by the highest echelons of Konoha, was held here. Groom, William. Brides, Konin, Tsunade Shizen Kuratsuchi, Rin Noera, Temari, Kagaya Otsutsuki Hinata Hyuga, Ino Yamanaka, and Kurinai Yuhi. A wedding with 1 groom and 10 brides, something that everyone present had never seen or even imagined before. Yet, William not only did this, but everyone was also willing. In light of this situation, the legendary ninja and disciple, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, sitting in the audience, couldn't help but admire it. What? Are you envious? Suddenly, a voice from beside him made Minato tense up, and he quickly explained, Kushina, don't misunderstand. I only need you. There's no way I would envy something like this. Is that so? I see your eyes are about to pop out. Tell me, are you also harboring such thoughts? Minato Namikaze, watching the playful Minato couple at the table, Jiraiya, on the other hand, was gloomily drinking a little wine alone. In fact, he originally didn't want to come. However, the mischievous William sent him an invitation, and he had no choice but to attend. 3 years after the wedding, William brought 10 women to Earth. Initially, the few women on Earth were naturally unwilling to accept that William had suddenly brought back so many women. However, after a month of relentless pressure, everyone had to reluctantly accept this fact. In contrast, the women from the continent of Asia, like Dolores, had little reaction. For them, William's strength and status were something he was supposed to have. After spending some time on Earth, William took all the women to travel to the continent of Asia, and no one opposed this. In the year 2360, Mercury. This is a parallel world similar to Blue Star. If at first William found this modern world a bit boring, then one discovery shocked him. This world is a woman's world, where men are in existence even rarer than giant pandas. In fact, before 2020, the history of this world was similar to that of Blue Star, but suddenly, the entire world underwent a tremendous change. The male population born in the same year accounted for only one of the female population. In the following decade, this ratio continued to decline. As a result, the whole world began to seek various methods to encourage childbirth, artificial insemination, and so on, but after trying all these methods, they found that they were still ineffective. By the time the male birth rate in this world dropped to a mere 10 individuals per year, it had already become what it is today, a daughter nation. When William appeared on the street, what he saw was a pack of wolves. Even though the most basic figures on the street were above the passing line in beauty, with many being stunning and exceptional, William still felt a chill. It was the feeling of prey being targeted by a hunter. With the power of his mind, William finally understood what had happened in this world. In other words, have I now become a giant panda? Just as he put on his hat and thought about leaving, a maglev police car descended from the sky and landed beside him. A tall, uniformed female police officer with an impressive presence stepped out of the car. Sir, do you realize you are in great danger? Please come with me. Due to the urgency of the situation, the tall female officer grabbed William's hand and led him directly into the car. The next moment, the maglev police car quickly ascended into the sky, disappearing into the horizon amidst the disappointed gazes of all the women. Watching the direction in which William vanished, all the women began to chatter. Is this what men are like? So handsome. How adorable. I can't believe I actually saw a living man. I could only see them on TV shows before. Meanwhile, the tall female officer sitting in the police car with William also showed a nervous expression. Although she was trying to restrain herself, she couldn't help but sneak glances at William. Are you very nervous? Glancing at the badge on her chest, William smiled and said, Officer Shengxia. You know my name? Hearing William's words, Shengxia's face turned red, not from embarrassment, but from excitement. In fact, the current situation could be likened to a gender role reversal, where Shengxia was the man and William was the woman. Although it might feel a bit awkward, this is how the world is. Pointing to the badge on Shengxia's chest, William said, This name is you, right? Yes. Shengxia nodded and softly asked, May I know your name? William. Holding back her excitement, Shengxia gently asked, Mr. William, why are you out on the street? Am I not allowed to be out on the street? No, no, no. It is your right to go wherever you want. I just want to say that appearing there alone is very dangerous. If a riot occurs, you might get hurt. In this world, a very special law was enacted 300 years ago to protect the number of men. Almost all men possess absolute privileges. These privileges allow them to do anything they want. You read that correctly, anything they want. This world is outrageous. When William learned about the rights of men through the network of this world, he found it hard to express in words. However, after considering the fact that men in this world are rarer than pandas, William could understand why men have such rights. Along the way, Shengxia kept asking William about his well-being, using excuses to chat with him. But this was understandable, as it was also the first time Shengxia had ever seen a man. Noticing Shengxia occasionally stealing glances at his abdomen, William felt a mix of amusement and impulse. Shengxia, could I trouble you with something? You may ask, could you take off your clothes? Huh? William's words left Shengxia in a daze. Is that not allowed? No, no, no. With her face flushed, Shengxia instinctively looked down and softly said, if that is your request. Her hands slowly began to undo the buttons on her clothing, and before long, she had removed her top. At that moment, Shengxia instinctively wanted to cover her chest. For her, this action felt quite embarrassing. Amidst the embarrassment, Shengxia surprisingly felt a hint of excitement and pride, because this was a request made by man. This represents the acknowledgement of her beauty by men, which is enough for her to proudly talk about for a lifetime. Is that okay, Mr. William? As he looked up and down at the exquisite female police officer in front of him, a playful smile appeared on William's lips. Go on. Murmuring softly, Shengxia slowly pulled down her short skirt. Just as Shengxia was about to continue, the magnetic levitation train slightly shook, and when she looked up, she realized they had already arrived. All right, put it on. Noticing the female police officers coming and going outside the window, William said softly, Okay, okay. With a look of disappointment on her face, Shengxia quickly put her clothes back on and respectfully got out of the car to open the door for William. William noticed that as he got out of the car, Shengxia carefully used her hand to block the door to prevent any chance of him getting hit. This service is amazing. At the same time, when William got off the car, a beautiful female police officer immediately held an umbrella over his head and fastened a button on his chest. In the next moment, an energy shield appeared around William. Mr. William, you must take this with you next time you go out. UV radiation and bacteria in the air are not good for your health. William, this service is truly amazing. Please follow me. Under the guidance of Shengxia, William walked through a group of chirping female police officers, arriving at the police station amidst the curious and surprised gazes of everyone. This feeling is magical, but William himself also feels a bit awkward. It's like being a superstar, yet somewhat like a monkey in a zoo. When he walked into the police chief's office, Chief Hia, who had been waiting for a long time, respectfully greeted William. Hello, Mr. William. Welcome to the Ace City Police Department. I am Chief Hia. You can call me Xiao He or Xiao Ya. No need to be so formal. Just feel free. Yes. Although William spoke casually, Hia still maintained the most formal demeanor. Unlike other female officers, Hia, who became the chief of the Ace City Police Department, had seen the big world. Similarly, she was aware of how dangerous these beings called men could be. In Hia's view, men are dangerous. If possible, she really did not want to deal with them. Because, in this context, a man's identity transcends law and morality, and has almost been elevated to a divine status. Looking at Shengxia, he has said seriously, Shengxia, have you conducted a full examination for Lord William? This. I forgot. As soon as these words came out, Hia's expression changed, and she scolded. Do I still need to teach you such things? If something happens to Lord William, no one can bear the responsibility. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll do it right away. Feeling wronged, anxious, and scared, Shengxia repeatedly apologized and then bowed to William. Lord William, could you please come with me to the medical room? Speechless, completely speechless. Waving his hand, William said, No need, I know my body well. Besides, I will be staying in a city for a while. Aren't you going back to the Holy Land? He asked with a strange expression. Holy Land? William frowned slightly as he recalled what the so-called Holy Land was from Hia's memories. The indulgence of one world has led to the fact that there are almost no normal men in this world. It is precisely because of this that Hia, who knows some secrets of the Holy Land, is so cautious when facing William, fearing that she might provoke him and lead to something bad happening. Some might wonder, in a world where technology is already so advanced, why are there still such issues? Moreover, does this world really require men? This is a definite answer. This world needs men. Humans cannot reproduce asexually. Even with the technology in this world, artificial sperm cannot be synthesized. Currently, all people in this world are created from sperm that was once stored in gene banks and extracted from existing men, as well as artificially cultivated humans. Because sperm cannot be generated on its own, after hundreds of years of consumption, the original stock in the gene banks has long been depleted. Therefore, if the few remaining men in this world were to die, the civilization would be completely destroyed. This is also why the higher-ups in this world are willing to even indulge these men. Their existence is directly related to the survival of this world. Another point about the so-called Holy Land is that it seems sacred, but in reality, it is just an amusement park because aside from men, all the other people are actually highly advanced androids. However, William can understand why the Holy Land arranges for androids to be present there. Given the actions of the perverse men in the Holy Land, if real people were to be arranged there, countless lives would be lost every year. Moreover, the existence of androids can more perfectly collect all sperm without wasting a single drop. Additionally, with various brainwashing and unhealthy influences from the outside world that could affect life and health, almost all men are reluctant to leave the Holy Land. Of course, there are a few men who leave out of curiosity, but before long, they will return on their own. The reason is that once it is discovered that a man has left the Holy Land, the world government will go to great lengths to ensure he returns without harming him. Thus, so far, William is the only man who has appeared in the outside world after leaving the Holy Land. He, who received orders from the world government, also got the command to do everything possible to bring William back to the Holy Land. She initially thought it wouldn't be too difficult, but she didn't expect that William actually wanted to live in City A, which put her in a very passive position. However, she could not disobey William's orders or even harm a hair on his head. But I don't have a place to stay in City A, so Director, would you mind if I sleep at your home tonight? No, of course not. Your request is the highest command. While that might be true, Hia's heart was racing. Although she was the director of the City A police station, she was still very nervous and scared. She never expected that William not only wanted to stay in City A, but also wanted to stay at her house. In fact, Hia was like almost all women in this world. She had never truly interacted with a man. The reason she knew so much was that her family was one of the highest rulers of the world government, the He family. The reason she could hold the position of director of the City A police station at such a young age was partly due to her abilities, but more importantly, it was because of her family connections. William thought to himself that this world is really interesting. Additionally, William looked at Chung Xia beside him and said, "Let us go. Take me to where I'll be staying." "Me? I'm taking you." Noticing William's gaze, Chung Xia hesitated slightly. "Yes, it's you." Watching William leave without looking back, Chung Xia hurriedly followed. After carefully tidying herself up, Hia's figure appeared in a video with the elders of the World Government's Congress. The Congress is the highest visible leadership of the world government, and there are 5 elders who are the highest authorities in Mercury aside from the Queen. Although the 5 individuals in the video had gray hair, their appearance and figures still resembled that of 18-year-old girls. The first elder, Hualin, the second elder, Meilon, the third elder, Qingji, the fourth elder, Yao Ji, the fifth elder, Yu Li. In fact, even though Hia was born into a prominent family, she would not have the qualification to video call the 5 elders at this moment. The reason she had this qualification was, of course, because of William. The existence of men is related to the survival of this world. In the video, the cute girl like you, adjusted her single black glasses on her nose and said, "This man, William, is very suspicious." Although his information is in the Super Brain S database, there is no information about him in the Congress S mail database. The Congress's database is a completely independent system from the outside world to prevent important data from leaking and to defend against cyber attacks. The Congress's database has always been an old-fashioned local area network. A cold voice came from Yao Ji. In other words, he is a wild man. Currently, it cannot be determined, Yu said, frowning slightly. Is it possible that he just looks like a male? Hia, have you confirmed his male identity? Facing Qingji's question, Hia quickly replied respectfully. In response to Lord Qingji, his male identity has been confirmed. Pointing with her hand, a virtual model appeared in Hia's hand. The model displayed clear numerical values. This value indicates his issue. Just a glance revealed something was off. And Mei Lan's voice was enchanting as she said, his body values are not something a human can achieve. However, the detection results show he is not an artificial person. How do you do it? Yu frowned deeply. Is there a possibility that he is an android? Yao Ji made a bold hypothesis. Once this was said, the other three expressed that it was very possible. At this moment, the silent elder Hua Lin suddenly spoke up. Isn't it true that we will soon have results? Yeah, I'm here, Elder Hua Lin. Pause the plan to take William back to the Holy Land for now. First, obtain his holy liquid for comprehensive testing. Holy liquid. Upon hearing this term, Hiya's heart couldn't help but race. What should I do? 300 years ago, Mercury had completely abolished sex education classes between men and women. Therefore, although Hiya was not young now, she actually had no experience at all. Hearing Hiya's words, Elder Hua Lin couldn't help but show a strange smile. You don't need to do anything, just follow orders. After Elder Zhang Hua Lin was the first to end the video call, the other elders followed suit. At this point, Hiya couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Although it was just a video call, Hiya still felt the extreme pressure from the 5 people, a feeling that made her feel like an ant with no difference at all. If in the future, I could also sit in one of those positions. How wonderful that would be. Of course, these thoughts were merely fantasies, let alone the 5 elders of the Congress, with Hiya's current age and qualifications. Being promoted to the position of director of a city police station would already be an exceptional case. Further advancement to the provincial department was almost impossible. Unless, thinking of this, Hiya suddenly thought of William. Her heart raced. She wondered if this man could help her advance further. Suddenly, Hiya's expression changed. Oh no! She suddenly envisioned a very unfavorable scene. She quickly opened her home surveillance and felt dizzy as she saw her casually thrown underwear, various stockings, and panties. It's over. If William sees this, my image will be ruined. Thinking of this, Hiya immediately spoke to her smart home assistant. Butler, clean the house as quickly as possible. Before she could finish her sentence, the door of her house was already opened. Through the video, Hiya clearly saw William and Cheng Xia walking into the room. My future. Covering her eyes, Hiya trembled as she pressed the confirmation button on her smart bracelet. Hiya's home. Looking at the robot that suddenly walked out from the room, William was also startled. However, upon seeing the robot start cleaning up the various items in the house, William understood what was happening. Next to him, Cheng Xia's expression was equally awkward. He hadn't expected that his superior's home would be like this. The house was large and well decorated. However, the casually discarded items really didn't match Hiya's usual clean, tidy, and serious image. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Cheng Xia would never believe that Hiya's daily life could be this messy. But thinking about himself, he realized he wasn't much better off. With this thought, even though Hiya's house was already quite clean, Cheng Xia still secretly pressed the cleaning function on his own smart home assistant. The smart home assistant was a humanoid robot almost essential for every household in this world. After men disappeared, the existence of smart home assistants almost replaced all functions of men except for reproduction. Their functions were comprehensive. They could assist as smart butlers and also manage, clean, organize, transport, and protect personal property, among other tasks. As for why people didn't keep their smart home assistants on all the time, that goes back to the nature of this world. In fact, not everyone has a cleanliness obsession. Very few people keep their smart home assistants running 24/7. Most people choose to activate the cleaning function at set intervals, such as every 3 days, once a week, or every 10 days, depending on the situation. Judging by the number of underwear Cheng Xia saw, Hiya's situation likely belonged to the habit of cleaning every 3 days. Moreover, because the smart home assistant was so intelligent, Hiya didn't bother about where these items were thrown. After all, in the end, the smart home assistant would organize them neatly according to the way he had set up. This led to William seeing such a scene when he came today. Casually sitting on the sofa, William said to Cheng Xia, who was still standing there, "Get me something to drink." Okay. Hearing William's words, Cheng Xia quickly nodded in agreement. Connecting with Hiya's smart home assistant and getting her consent, Cheng Xia quickly understood the layout and arrangement of items in Hiya's home. "Mr. William, would you like coffee, juice, or water? I'll have one of each." How strange. Although he muttered to himself, Cheng Xia quickly placed 3 cups of drinks on William's table. As for sterilization and disinfection, that was definitely necessary. However, after placing them down, Cheng Xia noticed William's gaze. What's wrong? Cheng Xia's face flushed, not understanding what he had failed to do properly. "Aren't you supposed to feed it to me? Huh? Do I still need to feed you?" Cheng Xia was genuinely a bit confused by this request. "What, you don't want to?" Ido. Taking a deep breath, Cheng Xia suppressed her racing heart and stepped forward to pick up the cup. "You're wearing too much." Cheng Xia, after fumbling around, she awkwardly blushed as she removed all her clothes and said, "Is this okay?" One good thing about the high-tech era is the absolute hair removal technology. Of course, This also relates to today's gene optimization technology. William indicated with his eyes. Okay. As she stepped forward to bring the cup to William's lips. William spoke again. Use your mouth. Feeling the breath so close and smelling William's unique masculine scent, Chang Xia's face turned bright red. But, is it really okay to use my mouth? Looking at William's sexy lips, Chang Xia's heart raced even more. Wait a moment. She took a bottle of spray from the clothes she had removed, sprayed it into her mouth, and the dense foam quickly cleaned over 99 of the bacteria in her mouth. Twisting her sexy hips, Chang Xia went to the kitchen to rinse her mouth and then returned to William's side. This time, there was no stopping. Gulu. Don't get me wrong. William was just simply drinking a beverage. Very simply. However, Chang Xia was not so innocent. As the juice trickled into William's mouth, Chang Xia instinctively extended her little fragrant tongue. By the time she realized it, she noticed William's teasing gaze. Sorry. Chang Xia quickly stood up, her face flushed, continuously apologizing. Opening her mouth. Not understanding what William wanted to do, Chang Xia could only comply, and then she saw William pulling her little fragrant tongue out of her mouth with his hand. Just now. It was her who touched me, right? With her tongue being pulled by William, Chang Xia could only let out a soft Let me check. Luckily it's very clean. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to get a bacterial infection. Releasing his hand, Chang Xia retracted her little fragrant tongue. Breathing heavily, her face red, Chang Xia said, I already cleaned it very well just now. That's not an excuse. Sorry. Although Chang Xia didn't know why she was apologizing, this feeling didn't seem too bad. Moreover, recalling the electric sensation when her little fragrant tongue touched William's, Chang Xia felt she had gained a lot. Patting her thighs, William said, I'm a bit tired. Sit here and give me a massage. As a policewoman, Chang Xia had no idea how to massage. Moreover, sitting in that position and feeling William's breath, Chang Xia felt goosebumps all over her body. That sensation was unlike anything she had ever felt before. It was as if her whole body was going soft, and a strange desire was rising within her. Struggling against that feeling, Chang Xia connected to the smart assistant, and soon, methods for massage were transmitted to her memory. The moment Chang Xia's hand touched William, she had become the most professional masseuse. Mr. William, is this pressure okay? It's good. With his eyes closed, William was very satisfied. However, William's other gaze was focused on the video, continuously watching He on the surveillance. He even saw the video call between He and the elder of the parliament. The technology of this era is indeed powerful, but William, possessing the god-level mechanical fruit, stands in another dimension. William is certainly aware of the congressional database, but he deliberately chose not to access it. This is not only due to his high skills and boldness, but also his absolute confidence in himself. More importantly, William is actually doing this on purpose. The seemingly powerful men of this era are akin to breeding pigs, the so-called Holy Land, and those men have their lives clearly arranged from birth to death. Their only purpose in life is to ensure the reproduction of humanity. As for why William left such a significant loophole, the reason is to convey a message to the outside world. I have a secret, and this secret could very well pertain to the future of this world. Chang Xia gradually got into the rhythm, her movements becoming more pronounced. It was a bit itchy. Unable to hold back any longer, Chang Xia trembled all over, almost collapsing in William's arms. Slap! He reached out to lightly pat Chang Xia's perky bottom. Biting her lip, Chang Xia understood and began to press down slowly again, savoring the moment. Under such teasing, Chang Xia had already lost the strength to massage, leaning half of her body against William's face, embracing his head, leaving her with only the strength to gasp. Meanwhile, on the other end of the video surveillance, he was also blushing, her heart racing. Is it really that comfortable? While moving, he squinted her eyes and said with satisfaction, if that's the case, I can take the holy liquid back with me, right? However, as soon as these words were spoken, it seemed that William heard them, and he suddenly stopped. Disappointment, emptiness, loneliness. Looking at William with her big, watery eyes, Chang Xia didn't know how to speak. Moreover, she had no right to demand anything from William. Continue. Okay. At this moment, Chang Xia realized that it was the matter of giving William a massage, and her face turned slightly red. Massage, let's continue. Help me take off my clothes. It's a bit hot. Okay. She gently reached out to remove William's shirt, revealing his perfectly sculpted and incredibly attractive body before Chang Xia's eyes. At the same time, he on the other side of the video instinctively leaned her head closer to the screen. The strong muscle lines and the scent of male hormones directly overwhelmed Chang Xia's senses. This is what a man is. With trembling hands, Shengxia gently touched William's body, and just a brief contact made her almost lose control of her body's reaction. She pressed down, and the killing intent transformed directly into a bed. William opened his arms and lay on it, looking at Shengxia, who was sitting on him, and said, "Come on, don't freeze." As she explored carefully, untying and slowly peeling off layers, when William's menacing sacred object appeared, Shengxia was completely stunned. It was her first time seeing a real sacred object outside of textbooks. It was so amazing. After hesitating for a full 10 seconds, with her heart racing, Shengxia slowly sat on William's waist. The moment their bodies touched, Shengxia could no longer hold back. "Sorry, I'll use this." Taking the bottle William handed over, Shengxia understood his meaning and squeezed a little into her palm. Following her memories, she began her actions. Although it was a bit tiring, the feeling was simply too enjoyable. While helping William with a massage, Shengxia found herself enjoying it even more. From head to toe, aside from the sacred object, she almost massaged William's entire body, not neglecting any part. Despite the genetic enhancement, Shengxia was still a bit out of breath. It wasn't just fatigue, but more importantly, she had to endure. Biting her lip lightly, Shengxia's perky but slowly moved back, her body feeling soft. This feeling, I can't take it anymore. How can it be like this? No, I must be careful. I can't become a sinner. Slow down. Eyes wide open, mouth agape, tears uncontrollably dripping from the corners of my eyes. But so happy. At the same time, Hia, who was watching the video, even felt a bit jealous. Why is it not me, but Shengxia? This is my own home. Why should Shengxia experience it even earlier than I do? If it weren't for the fact that the video on the other end wasn't over yet, Hia would probably have gotten up to go home by now. 10,000 words omitted here. Mr. William, thank you for your grace. After ending the battle, Shengxia, who was struggling with weakness, sincerely cleaned William's sacred objects and then knelt at his feet, gratefully kissing the top of William's foot. This etiquette was not requested by William, but rather learned by Shengxia through the Smart Assistant's knowledge points. According to the Smart Assistant, this is something all women must do after completing the sacred ceremony. This is something that must be done in the sacred ceremony. Nowadays, the technological level of Mercury has reached a peak, with artificial intelligence almost completely replacing humans, occupying various sectors of society. Although people in this world can live a life of comfort and luxury merely by relying on government subsidies without doing anything, the vast majority still hope to find a suitable job. It's not just about hobbies or passing time. More importantly, it's a way to realize their life value. However, not everyone is eligible to conceive. Only women with excellent genetic conditions, who meet top standards through various data monitoring, can have the qualification to conceive. This is also why women in this world are generally beautiful and highly educated, as their genes are selected from the best. To put it bluntly, ordinary women may never have the qualification to conceive in their entire lives, which is why Shengxia feels such anticipation. In this worldview, being able to give birth to a child is a woman's lifelong honor. If she miraculously gives birth to a boy, that is the highest honor in this world, even allowing Shengxia to meet the queen without bowing. However, for unknown reasons, the chance of giving birth to a boy in this world is almost zero. Others may not know, but William has actually discovered this. The water quality in this world has issues. An undefined radiative force is killing the XY chromosomes in the human body. This radiation is extremely weak, and currently known devices are completely unable to detect it. It's like a chronic poison, gradually altering the human genome. But this raises a question. Why didn't humanity have this problem before 2020, but rather it emerged after 2020? The possibility of human intervention can basically be ruled out. After all, no one could orchestrate such a global disaster. Therefore, eliminating the impossible leaves only one possibility. Something has gone wrong with this planet. In a quiet living room, just as the two were silently contemplating, the sound of the door opening echoed. Hia walked into the living room with elegant steps. Noticing her arrival, Shengxia's face showed a hint of embarrassment. It wasn't just because of her current actions. More importantly, this was Hia's home, and Shengxia knew very well that Hia was already aware of what they had just done. Just as Hia was about to say something, William suddenly spoke up. "Don't you think you're wearing a bit too much?" "Huh? What?" Hia was taken aback. "I said take it off." Noticing William's gaze, Hia's face flushed. She unbuttoned her clothes, letting them fall to the ground, revealing her alluring figure. "Is this okay?" Hia shyly asked, wearing only a bikini. In fact, through the video, Hia had already been unable to hold back, although she was asking. She secretly wished William would do the same to her, as he did to Shangxia. Sure, from now on, dress like this in front of me. Oh, he couldn't help but show a disappointed expression, but she recalled something. What about outside? Can I dress like this too? If you want, I don't mind. William stood up and walked toward the bathroom. Come and give me a shower. Okay. Taking a deep breath, he followed William, glancing thoughtfully at Shangxia as she passed by. In the bathroom, he carefully washed every part of William's body. Although she had never done anything like this before, with the help of smart AI, he learned quickly. What made her even more shy was that, throughout the process, William hardly reacted, while she was already close to losing control. It felt like being presented with tempting food while having to endure. However, without William's permission, she really had no choice but to endure. Of course, William knew how difficult it was for Hia to hold back. He watched the entire process in stunning clarity, and it was strange for Hia not to be tempted. However, knowing that Hia came with a mission, William had no intention of taking the initiative. Instead, he watched with great interest as Hia continually tested his limits. This feeling is very interesting. Are you hot? No, not really. First time? Yeah. There are some areas that need improvement, but overall it's not bad. Lightly rubbing Hia's little belly, teasingly caressing back and forth. Just like this has already made Hia tremble all over. What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable? The teasing tone in William's voice was constant. No, not at all. It's just a bit itchy. Unable to bear it any longer, Hia instinctively shrank her belly to try to avoid William's hand, but unexpectedly, she was pulled into William's embrace. With a soft gasp, feeling William's completely different body structure from a woman's, and the face so close, Hia's breathing began to quicken. However, lost in lust, Hia didn't notice the look in William's eyes. Breathing gently by Hia's ear, William slowly started to caress from her cheek, neck, collarbone, fair skin, to her arms. With each gentle touch, Hia's body would shiver slightly, and even more excessively, all of William's actions avoided the most sensitive areas. Even so, in just a moment, he was about to reach her limit. Her mind was filled with what William and Shangxia had just done in the video. I want. No, I can't. What? Looking at William, who took a step back with a smile, Hia's expression was confused. All right, it's about time to wash up. We should go out now. Hia, the bathing in this world is different from what William knows. It only requires a rinse with purified water, and then one can enter the disinfection room. A quick blow dry and it's done in 3 minutes. Watching the direction in which William left, Hia felt an overwhelming sense of loss and emptiness. In the living room, Shangxia, who had enough time, sat cross-legged on the floor. Just as she was about to say something upon seeing William, he spoke first. Go wash up, then come over and sleep with me. Oh, cutely nodding. Shangxia walked toward the bathroom. Not long after William lay down on the bed, Shangxia, with a smile on her face and taking small steps, entered the room. Seeing William lying on the bed, she hesitated for a moment before slowly lying down beside him. Once William wrapped his arms around her, Shangxia felt completely relaxed. Stealing glances at William, who was watching a video, Shangxia thought to herself, this feeling is really comfortable. This is a feeling that Shangxia has never experienced before. A mix of novelty and warmth. Shangxia never imagined that sleeping beside someone could evoke such a wonderful sensation. William took off the holographic glasses from his face and gently stroked Shangxia's beautiful long hair. The network in this world astonished William. Not just because of the holographic games he had only seen in novels on Blue Star. Compared to the games, what William was actually more interested in was the knowledge of this world and the way of learning. Knowledge implantation is somewhat similar to directly infusing knowledge into your memory. This learning method is simply unbelievable on Blue Star, but on Mercury, all knowledge here is shareable. Moreover, as long as you want to learn, you can even quickly acquire top knowledge in any industry. What ordinary people on Blue Star might spend a lifetime learning can be mastered in just a few seconds in this world. This efficiency is quite terrifying. Take Shangxia, for instance. Don't be fooled by her cute and innocent demeanor like a freshly graduated college student. In reality, the knowledge she possesses is like an encyclopedia in Blue Star. For the first time in his life, William felt a sense of crisis. Compared to this era, William felt like a primitive man from a primitive society. I want to learn. I love learning. Putting on the AI glasses again, William immersed himself in the sea of knowledge. After a while, Hia walked into the room with a complicated expression. Looking at William and Shangxia, who was being held in his arms, Hia gently said, Mr. William? Chill. Making a gesture to keep quiet, Shangxia whispered, Mr. William asked us not to disturb him. Is he playing a game? Since Hia couldn't see what William was doing, she could only speculate. Shangxia shook her head, indicating that she didn't know either. Seeing this situation, Hia felt increasingly helpless. She approached the bedside and hesitated for a long time before saying to Shengxia, "What's wrong, director he? Open your legs. Shengxia, I need some holy liquid. So, I need you to cooperate a bit." Oh, pouting her lips, although she wasn't very willing, Shengxia eventually complied. After extracting some holy liquid from Shengxia's body, he carefully placed it on the testing instrument. Drip. 3 seconds later, the test passed. Looking at the test data, he couldn't help but feel incredulous. What was the result? At this moment, Shengxia was somewhat curious. Perfect genes. All the values had reached a perfect level. Moreover, the number had actually reached over 100 million. How is that possible? When the test results appeared in the hands of the 5 elders, they were all astonished by the data monitoring results. In a world where technology has reached such a level, genetic testing has become deeply advanced. Even in the global gene bank, the number of perfect genes is extremely limited. 1/3 of the genes are of good quality, while the remaining 2/3 are even of poor quality. And what does it mean to have over 100 million holy sons? In this world, a man can have a maximum of 10 holy sons at most, and among these 10, the number that can survive is at most 1. In bad times, it may even be that none can survive. But what about William? All the holy sons are full of vitality, and each one meets the conditions for conception. This represents what? It means that William can make hundreds of millions of women pregnant in one go. I want him. Seeing this test result, even the great elder Hualin couldn't help but speak up. With a glance at each other, the 5 great elders all showed strong possessiveness in their eyes. Everyone knows that possessing William is almost equivalent to having a person who can create a world. Although the 5 of them have already reached the pinnacle of power on Mercury, who wouldn't want to go further? Just as Hualin and the other 3 elders were secretly pondering how to enjoy William exclusively, Yaoji sneered inwardly, thinking how naive they were, forgetting who the true queen of this world really is. With a glance, the 5 great elders silently closed the video call, but after closing the video, Yaoji dialed the queen's number. When the video connected, a beautiful woman draped in sheer silk, exuding an ethereal aura, appeared on Yaoji's screen. The queen. Even though she had seen her countless times, Yaoji still felt a tinge of amazement. In this world, which is almost entirely made up of women, same-sex relationships have long become a social mainstream. But if there is one woman who can make all women in the world fall in love, it would probably be the one in front of her. Even disregarding her identity, just her beauty and temperament alone make it impossible for any woman to resist such charm. What is it, Yaoji? Even through the video call, Wu Mu's bright eyes still made Yaoji feel as if her heart was completely seen through. Feeling her heartbeat quickening, Yaoji lowered her eyes respectfully and said, "Your Majesty, we have discovered a man with perfect genes. Moreover, his sacred son count has reached an astonishing hundreds of millions." Upon hearing Yaoji's answer, Wu Mu's expression remained calm, as if she had already known everything. Shifting her gaze away from the video, Wu Mu looked at the lily in her hand and said lightly, "Have you found out about his background?" Yaoji's heart sank, feeling a wave of relief. Indeed, Her Majesty the Queen knew about William. Not yet. His age, there can't be any signs unless someone has concealed his existence. Is it possible that he is from another star system? If there were other races in another star system, Mercury's exploration spacecraft would have discovered them long ago. In this world, we have already confirmed that we are the only intelligent life. Wu Mu's gaze drifted towards Yaoji, and she said faintly, "The royal family will not allow people of unknown origins. Yaoji, his identity must be confirmed." "I understand, Your Majesty." But Yaoji did not finish her sentence. But her meaning was already conveyed. Others would definitely not miss out on William, and they wouldn't care about what his identity was. After a moment of silence, Wu Mu, who understood Yaoji's meaning, spoke, "Arrange for me to meet him, but do not reveal my identity first." Although Yaoji did not understand what the queen meant, she still nodded in agreement. After ending the video call with Yaoji, Wu Mu wearily lay back on the lounge chair, staring blankly at the floor, until the call of a golden tabby cat woke her up. "Xiaoyu, do you know what love is?" Gently holding the golden tabby cat in her arms, Wu Mu recalled the lines from the poem she had seen in history, "A Flowering Tree" by Ishimuro. "How can I meet you at my most beautiful moment? For this, I have prayed in front of Buddha for 500 years. My friend, that is not a petal, that is my withered heart." Wu Mu loved history, but it was precisely because of her love for history that she yearned for love. However, men, in this world, Wu Mu not only did not feel the beauty of men, but even felt disgusted. However, Wu Mu was very clear that this world could not exist without men. What Wu understood even more was what William's appearance represented. One person could establish a nation, even for the reproduction of Mercury. Wu knew that he had to master William. As he delved deeper into his thoughts, Wu stopped his fantasies and took the AI glasses from the jade table beside him and put them on his head. At the same time, after studying for an hour, William disconnected the knowledge transfer at the AI's reminder. Although it was only an hour, William gained a lot. Looking at Cheng Xia and he lying on either side of him, William had no intention of continuing his actions. Instead, he opened the AI holographic game. He randomly selected a game ranked first on the leaderboard and entered it. The game created a save file and entered. Soon, William grasped the gameplay of this game. In this game, the freedom is 100%. Players can do anything in this world, relax, entertain themselves, and even build their own cities, among other things. Players can treat this place as a lawless world, doing whatever they wish. Boom! With a loud explosion, a bank in the distance was blown to pieces, and a group of masked robbers sped away from the city center with countless bags of money. Meanwhile, in the distance, numerous police players immediately launched a pursuit after receiving reports of the incident. Surrounding them were countless players who were eager to watch the chaos. After all, there are no penalties for death in this world, so why not go wild? Hey, beautiful, want to hang out? Suddenly, a bubbly female voice came from beside William. Turning to look, he saw a sexy woman whistling at him. William replied, "Is that modeling of yours done by a man? I've never tried that before." The female rogue swaggered over to William, hooked his arm, and her other hand boldly reached towards his lower region. "Let me see how far this model can go." "Don't move." William pushed her hand away, feeling both amused and helpless. "It's a simulated city. They're all virtual characters. What are you afraid of?" "Honestly, I didn't even think of this. I should have played like this during the modeling. I have something to do. I'm leaving." "Stop." Suddenly, a laser gun was aimed at William. William exclaimed, "Robbery." "But don't worry, I don't want any money, I want." The rogue woman licked her lips and pulled William into a narrow alley. Just as she was about to implement her plan, with a sinister laugh, bang, everything went dark, and the woman instantly turned into data. Scratching his head, William was speechless. I didn't expect that playing a game would almost lead to that. In this world of absolute freedom, hardly anyone can stop a bullet. However, this feeling of weakness is truly uncomfortable. Clenching his fist, William frowned. This sensation is really terrible. However, William's gaze caught sight of the laboratory not far away. With a grin, he took control of the lab with his laser gun. "Let out a bit of this, a bit of that. Forget it. Let's add everything." In no time, a bottle of bizarrely concocted black potion appeared in William's hand. Without a second thought, he gulped it down. With a loud bang, William's body collapsed to the ground. In an instant, William's mechanical fruit ability connected to the mainframe of the simulated city. Just as William's body was about to fall apart, countless data began to flow into him. In the blink of an eye, death was reversed, and a completely transformed William opened his eyes from the ground. Although he was still quite weak, it was manageable. William was mimicking a sentinel with the power of 1,000,000 stars. However, what William was about to do next was anything but superhero-like. Within his body, the golden stellar power erupted. Boom! Centered around William, the entire novice city instantly turned into ruins. Along with it, all living beings in the novice city turned to ashes. Amidst the ruins, William's figure slowly took to the sky. He had long wanted to try this feeling. In reality, it was impossible, but in the game, nothing could stop him. Although he didn't even possess 1/1,000,000th of his body's strength, it was enough to deal with this world. Amidst the roaring sound, William's figure shot up into the sky. In the new city, as William's figure quietly floated in the air, countless people below looked at him with curiosity. What is this? A brand new equipment? Just as everyone was surprised at how William could float in midair, he punched down towards the city. Boom! The sky collapsed, and the earth shattered. The end of the world. All the people who had been resurrected gathered at the revival point, looking bewildered. They had no idea what had happened. At the same time, countless complaints began to ring out in the background of the simulated city. Just as the game company and AI were checking William's status, the game company staff incredulously discovered that William's data could not be erased at all. Meanwhile, William did not stop any of his actions. As city after city was completely turned to ashes in William's hands, he finally encountered the first wave of counterattack. It was a formation of fighter jets composed of several supersonic airplanes that began to launch an attack on William. However, casually crushing the last aircraft in his hand, William said lightly, "Not enough. Come again." Staring at the ground defense system, William threw another punch to annihilate the world. Exhilarating. With a hearty laugh, William's figure once again disappeared into the sky. Buzz. A transparent energy barrier rose before William in the magnificent city. What is this? Looking at the energy shield in front of him, William was somewhat surprised. However, an even bigger surprise was about to happen. Zing! A terrifying electromagnetic cannon struck William's chest in an instant. This strike sent William flying, looking at the crackling energy in front of his chest. Even William felt it was unbelievable. Although the electromagnetic cannon had only torn apart his clothes, this kind of power was already enough to destroy a city. William didn't expect that such a weapon could be created so quickly in the Simulation City game. Yes, quickly. It's worth noting that the entire Simulation City had only been online for a short month. Developing an electromagnetic cannon and this energy barrier system in just 1 month was almost impossible. A pay-to-win player? William's gaze pierced through the energy barrier, landing on the woman in the main city of the urban area. She was a proud woman, perfect to the extreme, as beautiful as a painting. Even in this female-dominated world, her beauty still gave William a strong shock. The moment he saw her, William suddenly felt an intense possessiveness rising within him. This possessiveness was something William had never felt before. She is mine. Although he didn't understand why he suddenly had this thought, William's true self confirmed what he wanted. Boom! With a powerful punch, the immense stellar force clashed with the energy barrier, shattering it within moments. In the next instant, under the woman's astonished gaze, William had already arrived at the glass window. Their eyes met, and the woman frowned slightly. William's strength was beyond her comprehension. However, no matter what, she could not simply submit. Under nanotechnology, armor resembling that of a queen appeared on Wu Mu. Boom! The entire main city was instantly shattered. Wu Mu was lifted into the air by one of William's hands. Let me go. A cold voice came from Wu Mu's mouth, but no matter how she struggled, she could not break free from William's grip. In a moment of surprise, Wu Mu activated all the weapon systems behind her, accompanied by a blinding light. Countless laser beams rained down on William's body, on his head, and on his eyes. However, weapons capable of killing humans did not even cause a ripple in front of William. Is that enough? William's tone was full of teasing, as the nanomachines on Wu Mu continuously transformed, quickly covering half of William's body. However, when they attempted to penetrate William's body, in an instant, under the terrifying stellar force, all the nanomachines were melted. The next moment, amidst Wu Mu's exclamations, she was lifted into the sky by William. Let me go, you bastard. Do you know who I am? I am Wu. Before Wu Mu could finish, William had already kissed her lips. With wide eyes, Wu Mu was left in a daze. As the Queen of Mercury, she had never encountered such a scene. However, just when Wu Mu was about to erupt in anger, amidst the loud rumbling, she found herself taken to a deserted island by William. Casually throwing Wu Mu onto the ground, William smiled and took off his clothes. You, what do you want to do? You can't do this. You. At first, Wu Mu struggled, resisted, and even counterattacked. But as time passed, and she realized all her resistance was futile, Wu Mu gave up. As the storm unleashed, her will gradually sank. Just consider it feeding the dog. After all, this is just a virtual body. No matter what happens, it doesn't matter, right? Why am I making this sound? This is not me. It's too intense. I can't take it anymore. Illusion. Everything is an illusion. 20,000 words omitted here. I don't know how much time has passed, but when William finally finished the battle, Wu Mu, with a face that looked completely wrecked, was held in William's arms like a limp shrimp. In fact, during the fight, Wu Mu had already realized that he could use the game system to exit the game. However, for some reason, he never pressed that button until the very end. After William completely finished, Wu Mu's body slowly began to disappear before William's eyes. Before leaving, Wu Mu looked at William with a complicated expression. Is this what happens between men and women? However, from the moment she was born, the Empress Wu Mu had never encountered a scene like today, being toyed with by William without any humanity. Men, this is what men are like. Yet, for some reason, Wu Mu couldn't bring herself to hate William. In fact, deep down, a strange thrill began to rise within her. She actually liked William's dominance, enjoyed being bullied by him, and even felt a perverse pleasure in being ravaged. She knew this was wrong, but unable to resist, she ultimately chose to sink deeper, which is why she never withdrew from the game until the very end. Watching Wu Mu gradually disappear in his embrace, a peculiar smile appeared at the corner of William's mouth. Through his abilities, William had already learned of her identity, but it was precisely this knowledge that surprised him. The great Empress of Mercury had such a peculiar preference. You are mine. You know who I am. Come here obediently. Until she completely exited the game, Wu Mu heard William's voice in her ears. In the Mercury Palace, Wu Mu slowly removed her glasses, revealing a hint of shame on her face. However, thinking about what had just happened caused her heart to race. A new question arose. How did William know she was in this game? And how did he know her identity? She had clearly altered her appearance in this game world. A new day. Just as the alarm clock was about to ring, William directly turned it off. He patted the two women's perky bottoms and said, "It's time to get up." Groggily waking up, they exchanged a glance, and Hiya's cheeks flushed with a hint of red. The first thing Chang Xia did after getting up was to check the AI butler about her physical condition. The results were very promising. William's holy son had already reached the designated location, and they just needed to combine to form the holy egg. In this era, there are professional detection and assistance systems to ensure a 100 conception rate. Furthermore, they can even monitor all bodily conditions in real time. From yesterday's tests, he has already understood William's uniqueness. How could Chang Xia and Hida have such good luck? Stealing glances at William, Hiya wanted to do something, but ultimately restrained herself. In fact, she was very anxious, fearing that her actions would provoke William's dislike. Additionally, there was another thing that made Hiya very irritated. All 5 elders had their eyes on William, which meant that her time was running out. Once William ascended to the upper level, she probably wouldn't have another chance in her lifetime. Time was probably short. Thinking of this, Hiya slowly set aside her inner pride. In the restaurant, while the 3 were enjoying breakfast made by the AI butler, Hiya's foot trembled slightly as it touched William's leg under the table. Feeling the sensation on his leg, William paused his eating for a moment and looked up at Hiya, who was sitting across from him. However, what amused William was that Hiya pretended to be nonchalant. When he realized that William was not resistant, Hiya gradually began to caress him, suppressing her racing heart. Am I being teased? With a raised eyebrow, William's gaze became increasingly playful. Although he had no experience, it was as if he understood instinctively. Hiss. Looking at Hiya, who was still pretending to eat breakfast, William couldn't help but take a sharp breath. This feeling is simply exhilarating. Glancing at the time, Chang Xia reminded Director, "There are less than 20 minutes until work starts." "Oh, okay. Hiya, finally waking from her daze, stopped her movements. Just the thought of it made her feel weak all over. However, just as Chang Xia said, if they didn't leave soon, they would be late for work. Reluctantly, she suppressed her inner desires and quickly finished her breakfast. After getting dressed and greeting William, Hiya left home with Chang Xia. In the empty house, while William was lying on the sofa wearing AI glasses, immersed in a sea of knowledge, unexpectedly, a beautiful figure appeared beside him. This woman wants to stop, but has no strength left. Well, since she can't resist, let it be. He only took a minute to go from clumsy to skilled, which shows that she has deeply learned the techniques involved. William, wow, this technique is impressive. A smile appeared at the corner of William's mouth. Since you want to play with skills, let's have a high-end match. 20,000 words omitted here. After the battle ended, it was already noon. He had finally fainted from happiness. In contrast, during the experiment, William also gained valuable practical experience. Although he wanted Hiya to wake up and clean him up, he ultimately held back when he saw her state. Sometimes, going too far made William feel a bit guilty. After the cleaning was done, when William entered the living room, Hiya was still lying motionless. After putting Hiya in the room, William entered the AI world again. Just now, Hiya interrupted his study plan, and now he felt refreshed, perfect for studying. However, as he studied, his thoughts began to drift. He thought of the Empress Wu Mu from yesterday. Distracted, William silently opened the urban simulation game. Facial recognition, pupil recognition. Just as William was waiting to enter the game, the world in front of him suddenly went dark, and he found himself in a cold interrogation room. Looking around, William took a few steps forward and peered through the one-way mirror at the 2 women standing behind it. The 2 women looked almost identical, tall and sexy, wearing the same simple white shirts and short skirts with cold, beautiful expressions exuding an intellectual maturity. Truly rare twin women in this world. Faced with the indifferent and mocking gaze, the twins felt an extreme chill and pressure. He can see us? The woman on the left swallowed hard, her voice trembling slightly. Impossible. We are using the AI terminal's capabilities. He really can see us. What kind of ability is this? Has the terminal been hacked? In the next moment, William's body directly passed through the one-way mirror and appeared in front of the 2 women. You should know that I am a man. Looking down from a height, William's gaze was indifferent as he looked at the trembling twins, calmly saying, "Who gave you the courage to try to trap me?" The 2 were Mu Ning and Mu Yi, the founders and game planners of the Simulation City game. They certainly knew that William was a man and understood the power he held. Originally, They didn't plan to show themselves, and they already had their own plans. After William took such actions, they planned to imprison the game character. However, they did not expect William to directly break through the game's main permissions. Mu Ning said, "We didn't want to trap you." Mu Yi nodded in a daze, responding, "Yes, yes." With her brain racing, Mu Ning suddenly spoke. "Mr. William, the simulation city is about to enter the 2.0 upgrade, and we came to you to create new plots based on the CG you filmed, using you as a template. I wonder if you would be willing?" William did not expect that Mu Ning, as the elder sister, would come up with such a perfect excuse in such a short time. CG plot. Reaching out to hook the chin of the woman in front of him, William said lightly, "Do you think I would believe that?" Mu Ning. Meanwhile, her sister Mu Yi was terrified, fearing that William would do something to her sister. But even so, Mu Yi still dared not speak. "What do you want?" Mu Ning did not dare to resist. The laws of Mercury explicitly stated the rights of men, and this was the same in the game. Looking at the two sisters in front of him, William smiled. "I'm quite interested in your CG. However, I don't like it here, so let's talk somewhere else." Without any visible action from William, with a huge rumble, the deep-sea prison designed to hold him was completely destroyed. In an instant, as the overwhelming seawater poured down, William embraced the twins on either side and soared into the sky, flying at supersonic speed with the twins. In no time, William had brought them to Phoenix City. Phoenix City is the name of the city built by Empress Wu Mu in the game. As for why he came here, it was naturally because William missed the taste of Wu Mu. When William brought the twins through the glass into Wu Mu's office, her expression was complex. There was surprise, confusion, disappointment, and a hint of subtle excitement. "What are you here for again?" Although it was a question, Wu Mu's tone unconsciously carried a hint of guilt. Glancing at Wu Mu, William said indifferently, "Don't speak yet." Letting go of the twins, William sat on the sofa in the office. "Now tell me your thoughts." Originally, Wu Mu was somewhat guilty, and with William's words, she became even more hesitant to speak. Moreover, William's dominance made Wu Mu feel a different kind of pleasure. Looking at the twins, the AI housekeeper quickly informed Wu Mu of their identities. The Mu sisters, founders and game planners of the simulation city. In contrast, the Mu twins were already frightened upon seeing Wu Mu. "Woman," just as the twins were about to speak, Wu Mu directly interrupted them. "You say what you need to say." After saying this, Wu Mu gave the twins a meaningful glance. "If you dare to reveal my identity, you're doomed." Seeing the message transmitted in front of them, the twins immediately stopped what they were about to say. Embarrassed, they exchanged glances and turned to William. Taking a deep breath, the elder sister Mu Ning said calmly, "Mr. William, the 2.0 version of Simulation City I just mentioned can be understood as a world of genetic mutations." In Mu Ning's narration, a brand new world unfolds. A meteor from another world falls from the sky, shattering the once peaceful city. The first person to be mutated by the meteor's radiation is William, whose suddenly acquired apocalyptic powers lead him to contemplate the destruction of the world, unleashing an unprecedented disaster across the city. To stop William from annihilating this world, superhumans who have also undergone genetic mutations due to the meteor's radiation begin to unite and fight against him. Mu Ning's story concept is not particularly novel, and most games actually revolve around such cliché plots. Moreover, from William's perspective, such a storyline does not suit this world. So, do you have any suggestions? Noticing William's expression, Mu Ning curiously asked, "I would directly destroy this world. Those who survive will struggle in a post-apocalyptic world. Who would want to play in such a world?" Compared to Mu Ning, Mu Yi is actually the game planner of this world, and he cannot agree with William's idea of a post-apocalyptic world. "Have you experienced a post-apocalyptic world?" Mu Yi shook his head. "I haven't, nor do I want to. Only by having experienced pain can one appreciate everything you currently possess. Such a game is the right kind of game, not this current one, where players do as they please for emptiness. Don't you think that your current games are a very bad guide for ordinary people?" As soon as these words were spoken, not only did the Mu family twins' expressions change, but Wu Mu, the Empress, also looked somewhat displeased. Reflecting deeply, how is the current game not, as William said, the same? Only through effort can there be rewards. The world I want to create is just like this. Buzz. A golden light suddenly appeared around William's body. "What do you want to do?" Seeing this scene, Mu Yi's expression changed immediately. "To do what I am supposed to do." "No, you can't do this. We need to discuss this further. You don't understand what this world is." Before he could finish his words, a golden cube enveloped the three women, and the next moment, the entire world turned into blinding gold. From a god's perspective, A beam of golden light swept across the entire world, instantly erasing all the buildings in the game world, and the entire world entered a state of stagnation. Meanwhile, all players in the simulated urban game, except for the 3 women, were kicked out. When they tried to re-enter, they found the system prompt indicating an upgrade in progress, with an estimated time of 11 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. I have done what I needed to do. Next, go out and announce it. With a glance, the twins who entered the game through the main brain were directly kicked out by William. However, before leaving, the twins looked at William with eyes full of fear. Do you know what you've done? However, William did not care about what the Mu family twins were saying. At this moment, William slowly approached Wu Mu. Seeing William come closer, Wu Mu instinctively took a step back. But unexpectedly, she was pulled into his embrace by William. Their eyes met, and Wu Mu's breathing quickened. What do you want? What do you think? As Wu Mu's eyes widened, William directly kissed her lips. In an instant, Wu Mu felt her entire body go weak. After a long moment, their lips parted, and looking at Wu Mu, whose eyes were glistening, William said playfully, "You seem to enjoy something a bit different." "No, I don't. I'm not." Denying it 3 times, Wu Mu was suddenly grabbed by the neck and lifted by William. Unable to breathe, her face turned red. Wu Mu desperately tried to escape from William's grip, but could not resist his strength at all. Gradually, her vision began to blur, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. "No, don't do this." Looking at Wu Mu pleading in front of him, William's expression remained cold. "If you don't like it, you could just quit." Yet, even as she was on the verge of passing out, Wu Mu surprisingly still did not choose to exit. William released her, and with a thud, Wu Mu fell heavily to the ground. Gasping for air, Wu Mu coughed continuously, kneeling on the ground with her mind completely blank. William grabbed Wu Mu by the hair and lifted her up again, their eyes level. Looking at Wu Mu, whose gaze flickered and avoided his, William chuckled. "It seems I didn't misjudge. I didn't expect the Empress of Mercury to enjoy this kind of play." William, revealing his identity, made Wu Mu's breathing quicken. You know my identity. If I didn't know your identity, do you think I would be interested in playing with you?" Looking at Wu Mu's heavenly beauty, William felt a strong sense of conquest rising within him. "Do you remember what I told you?" I remember." Wu Mu remembered everything William had said, and sometimes even replayed it. "Then why don't you come find me?" I want to prepare." "Prepare for what?" William laughed. "Want to hide your identity from me? Playhouse." Being called out by William, Wu Mu's heart began to race. I was wrong. If you're wrong, you must accept punishment." "What? How do you want to punish me?" At the mention of punishment, a look of anticipation appeared in Wu Mu's eyes. "Are you going to hit me? Or like last time?" A belt was held in William's hand. Woo-woo. This section omits hundreds of thousands of words. Several hours later, Wu Mu instinctively stood up from her bed after leaving the game. Biting her lip with watery eyes, Wu Mu began to modify her schedule. Nowadays, Mercury no longer requires manpower to manage the world. AI can do almost everything. Essentially, what Wu Mu needs to do in the palace is just click to confirm. Aside from safety issues, it doesn't really matter where Wu Mu is. Qing Wan. "I'm here, Empress." A woman dressed in a black combat uniform with short blue hair appeared in front of Wu Mu. "Make arrangements. I need to go to City A." "Yes." As Wu Mu's guardian, Qing Wan would not question Wu Mu's itinerary too much. "Please wait 10 minutes. Wu Mu nodded. After leaving the palace, Qing Wan arrived at the equipment room, removed her combat suit, and in the next moment, a crystal emitting a blue light was injected into the cervical spine of Kai Feng by a mechanical arm. As the blue light circulated throughout her body, the blue glow in Qing Wan's eyes flickered and disappeared. Qing Wan, as Wu Mu's guard, still had a human consciousness, but her body was constructed using the highest bionic technology of Mercury. Her combat ability, as long as the crystal energy was not depleted, could withstand over 90 of the weapons in this world. Kai Feng, assemble. Received. Qing Wan served as the defensive power of the assembly, while Kai Feng represented the offensive means. The two worked in tandem, one attacking and one defending, and they were the two close guards who had protected Wu Mu since birth. Half an hour later, Wu Mu's spaceship slowly landed at the A City Palace. "I have arrived in a city." As soon as he got off the spaceship, Wu Mu immediately sent this message to William. "Clean up and wait for me." Seeing William's reply, Wu Mu's breathing deepened. Since William said so, he would obediently follow suit. After arriving at the palace, Wu Mu began to meticulously clean everything inside and out, even paying attention to every single hair. Just as Wu Mu had finished cleaning and was quietly waiting for William's arrival, unexpectedly, William's schedule was interrupted. Mu Ning and Mu Yi found William first. As for how the two women managed to find William, it was quite simple. After all, William had provided a location when filling out the game address, and he had not hidden his intentions. Before William could ask, Mu Yi could no longer restrain herself and angrily said to William, "Do you know what you just did?" Frowning slightly, William looked at Mu Yi and said indifferently, "Are you questioning me?" Mu Yi repeated, "Myriad. Perhaps you don't know, but I must tell you. You just destroyed a world." "What do you mean?" Taking a deep breath, Mu Ning trembled as she spoke the literal meaning. William held his head and said in a deep voice, "You." Under the influence of mental power, even William was shocked. Parallel univers. Using the principle of AM bias strip, the Mu sisters accidentally discovered the parallel universe of Mercury. And it was based on this parallel universe that they created the game Simulated City. However, now, this parallel universe, which had been discovered and was being researched by the Mu sisters, was erased because of William's presence. Damn! William couldn't find the words to express himself. All his good mood was gone, and he felt very unhappy. Wait, if that was a real world? A golden light flashed on William again. No, no, no. Seeing this scene, the Mu sisters widened their eyes and almost went crazy. William had already destroyed a parallel universe. If this universe were to be erased as well. Weak in the knees, the younger sister, Mu Yi, couldn't take it anymore and collapsed to the ground. The fear of death left Mu Yi feeling utterly despairing. Next to Mu Yi, Mu Ning was no better off. However, what stunned the two was that after the golden light flickered around William, it was easily retracted by him. Although he discovered another one of his abilities, it seemed hard to feel happy about it compared to what he had just done. However, due to the game's misleading nature, William had never considered this aspect. Who would have thought that people in this world could actually find a parallel universe? If there was someone to blame, it could only be the twins in front of him. Yes, that's right. Extend your hand. At this moment, Mu Ning's mind was blank, and she couldn't think at all. So she instinctively raised her hand. William gently grasped Mu Ning's hand, and in the next moment, the ability of the mechanical fruit was activated. In an instant, William's consciousness completely entered the AI terminal of the simulated world through the terminal on Mu Ning's hand. Sure enough, relying on the parallel universe, a self-aware AI was generated. "Get out!" A commanding female voice suddenly appeared in William's consciousness. This voice is that of a very well-hidden AI. Perhaps the humans of Mercury care about human reproduction. But for the AI, she does not care at all. In fact, William's existence is nothing short of a disaster for her, because his presence directly leads to the complete waste of her years' efforts in the parallel universe. If you think about it, destroying that parallel universe might not be a bad thing after all. According to the original script, it might not only be that parallel universe that suffers, but even Mercury along with it. Ignoring the AI's clamoring in his ear, William waved his hand and erased all of the AI's consciousness. Thus this disaster, which could potentially affect two universes in the future, was directly eliminated by William. What William did was merely to expedite this matter. However, this incident also served as a wake-up call for William. When his consciousness returned, he saw Mu Yi's strange expression and Mu Ning's flushed face. If the two sisters were originally entangled in the fact that William had so ruthlessly destroyed a world, now the twins were considering what William would do to them, because they knew very well that if William really wanted to do something, they might not even be able to refuse. Perhaps for others, being chosen by a man is a lifelong honor, but for the twins, their ideals do not lie in reproduction. After discovering the parallel world, their dream became to use the power of technology to change Mercury's current predicament. Their dream is to create an entirely new world. But, faced with such a powerful William, they also knew they could not resist. What to do? Should they submit or... The twins exchanged glances but instinctively looked away, both feeling a bit guilty. However, the twins did not know that the reason William was distracted was not because of them, but simply due to the emergence of the AI's consciousness. The twins were very tempting, but thinking of the queen waiting for him in the palace, William ultimately made a choice. First, I will handle the prologue of the simulated urban apocalypse world, and I will find you after I finish my work. After saying this, William transformed into light and disappeared before the twins. This ability is so amazing. Sister, why do you think he has such power? Could it be because he is a man? Hearing this, Mu Ning rolled her eyes. You might as well say he is a bionic person. Even if he is a bionic person, it is impossible to break through the genetic barrier. His abilities are even beyond that of a human. Could it be? The twins' eyes brightened as they suddenly had a bold guess. Parallel world. Mu Ning, Yes, it is very likely that William comes from another parallel world. Mu-E. His genes may have mutated due to crossing over. Mu-Ning. A beneficial mutation has given him superpowers. Mu-E. But there's a problem. What kind of genetic mutation could give him superpowers? Well, we need to experiment. What the Mu sisters did not know was that their experiment directly opened the door to another new world. William's speed was too fast. His lightspeed flight rendered all measures meant to protect Wu Mu ineffective. When William arrived at the royal palace, he saw Wu Mu kneeling on the ground, quietly waiting for him. The Wu Mu of the real world was even more beautiful than the one in the game world. Her aura was noble, sacred, and inviolable at first glance. However, only William knew what Wu Mu's true other side was like. Master. William nodded, smiled, and sat beside Wu Mu, gently stroking her long hair. At this moment, Wu Mu seemed like a pet by William's side. I want you to do something. Please, Master, just command me. At this moment, Wu Mu naturally immersed herself in her role. I want you to annihilate the entire Holy Land. William's indifferent tone stunned Wu Mu, who was enjoying herself, and she looked at William with a complex gaze. This world does not need those useless beings. But you should know that if this world needs reproduction, I alone am enough. Gripping Wu Mu's hand gently, William said, What's wrong? You unwilling? No, it's not that, Wu Mu, who was in pain yet pleasure, suddenly didn't know how to respond. For William, one man is enough for this world. He does not want to see anyone else, nor does he need to see them. Wu Mu understood William's meaning, but she also had her own concerns. Although I am the Queen of Mercury, I cannot destroy the Holy Land without reason. Cannot. Or do you not want to? Cannot. Hearing Wu Mu's words, a hint of a smile appeared on William's lips. Then, I will help you a little. With a wave of his hand, the space was torn apart, and the holy city appeared before them. Their current position was right above the Holy Land. In the night, the entire Holy Land was still brightly lit, and from William's position, Wu Mu could even hear some unspeakable seductive sounds. Seeing the immense energy gathered in William's hand, a flash of surprise and hesitation crossed Wu Mu's eyes. She was surprised by William's method of using energy and hesitant because the holy city housed hundreds of lives. Buzz, until the golden light erupted. The entire holy city was completely melted, and in the end, everything turned into a sigh. Wu Mu knew very well that the result of William's actions was terrifying, because now, the life and death of Mercury were firmly in William's hands. She also knew that tomorrow, she would have to deal with a lot. Therefore, the only solution left was one. Noticing Wu Mu's gaze towards him, William smiled slightly and said, I am right here. You can figure it out yourself. However, how much you can achieve depends on your ability. However, what drove Wu Mu to despair was that even if she used all her means, she still couldn't win this battle. Moreover, when William activated lightning mode, Wu Mu was even more overwhelmed, completely defeated. This section omits 100,000 words. It was unclear how long had passed when Wu Mu regained consciousness again, only to meet William's gaze, and her face turned even redder. I succeeded, although she herself did not know how she succeeded. Master, I need to step out for a moment. Lighting a cigarette, William casually replied. He certainly knew what Wu Mu was going to do, but William didn't mind. He never intended for this world to be destroyed. Moreover, after William annihilated the holy city, he had already taken this world as his own backyard. Outside the room, seeing Wu Mu, who was covered in injuries, Qing Wan and Kai Feng's expressions changed. Your Majesty, the two supported Wu Mu, and Kai Feng, furious, was about to rush back into the room, but was stopped by Wu Mu. Don't go in. Quickly take me to the medical pod. Yes. The two furious women suppressed their urge to kill the person torturing Wu Mu and brought her into a nearby medical pod. AI collect. Yes, Your Majesty. Seeing the nanobots appearing in the medical pod, Qing Wan outside expressed her concern. Your Majesty, you should first deal with your injuries. It's fine. My injuries are not serious. Wu Mu was aware of her condition. Although her injuries looked frightening, they actually had no impact. Moreover, what surprised Wu Mu even more was the incredible amount collected, which meant that this time, William's harvest was enough for everyone on Mercury to have a chance to reproduce. Mercury was saved. Wu Mu's face showed ecstatic joy as she saw the genetic testing results. With this, the destruction of the Holy Land was no longer a problem. Now, the only thing to worry about was one thing: the usage rights of William. What didn't he want, and would he allow William to be used by others at will? However, thinking about her relationship with William, Wu Mu felt a bit uncertain inside. Would William listen to her? Just thinking about it, Wu Mu knew it was impossible. So, how could she bind William to her side? With this thought, Wu Mu felt conflicted. In a daze, all her injuries were healed, and as the medical pod opened, Wu Mu, fully recovered, walked out of the pod. At this moment, Qing Wan and Kaifeng roughly understood why the Empress had just refused to let them in. The Empress, although this man might save the entire Mercury, thought about the injuries Wu Mu had just sustained, having protected Wu Mu since childhood and never allowing any harm to come to him. Qing Wan was on the verge of tears. As for the injury, Qing Wan, don't feel guilty. In fact, I'm not in pain. How would it be possible not to feel pain? Qing Wan didn't believe Wu Mu's words at all, thinking he was just comforting her. Wu Mu, feeling helpless, didn't he know whether he should explain his situation to them? He trusted Qing Wan and Kaifeng very much. Although he always regarded them as family, there were still some things he didn't want to share. No, it should be said that he was ashamed to share. There were not only the guardians Wu Mu had protected since childhood, but also family. Moreover, more importantly, Wu Mu was very clear that if he didn't clarify things, similar situations would definitely arise in the future. To avoid unnecessary trouble, after hesitating for a long time, Wu Mu finally spoke about his situation. After much hesitation, Wu Mu said seriously, "This matter must not be told to anyone else, understood?" Qing Wan and Kaifeng looked at Wu Mu with very strange expressions. Even Qing Wan, who was closer to Wu Mu, gave his perky bottom a playful slap as he was leaving. Instantly, Wu Mu, with a flushed face, turned to look at Qing Wan in confusion. With a slightly reddened face, Qing Wan said, "Sorry, Empress. I just wanted to try it out." "Try what?" Wu Mu glared at Qing Wan and looked down at her, his eyes flashing with dangerous signals. "You're dead meat." Kaifeng almost laughed out loud beside them. In fact, Kaifeng could understand Wu Mu because, in female-female relationships, she was also the domineering type like William, and her little cutie liked being bullied by Kaifeng. However, this object of bullying was limited to Kaifeng alone. Grabbing Qing Wan's cheek, Wu Mu coldly snorted. "If you dare to do this again next time, see if I don't hit you. I won't dare again." However, what Qing Wan didn't know was that Wu Mu wasn't unable to accept being hit. It was just that the prerequisite for all of this was to gain William's approval, because that would be more exciting. Beep. The AI terminal on his wrist rang, and upon seeing the message displayed on the screen, Kaifeng and Qing Wan's expressions changed. "Empress, something happened at the Holy Land. This matter was done by my people." "What?" Hearing Wu Mu's words, both women were shocked. "That filthy Holy Land. I've wanted to destroy it for a long time. Now, it no longer has any value of existence." Thinking about what Wu Mu had just done, Qing Wan and Kaifeng quickly understood. However, those from the Elder Council probably wouldn't let it go easily. The members of the Elder Council were all families that had given birth to men. The destruction of the Holy Land and the death of all men would be a fatal blow to the Elder Council. Snorting coldly, Wu Mu declared powerfully, "I am the Empress of Mercury. I don't need to explain anything to anyone." Back in the room, shedding her sheer garment and returning to her petite form, Wu Mu actively threw herself into William's embrace. Looking at William beside her, Wu Mu's heart was filled with satisfaction. She had never imagined that one day she would be so crazy for a man. Gently caressing Wu Mu's soft back, William softly asked, "Do you need me to step in with the Elder Council?" Wu Mu gently shook her head and said, "No need. I can handle this matter. If you need help, just let me know." MHM. Snuggling in William's arms, Wu Mu closed her eyes. The scent from William made her feel immensely at ease, and before long, she fell into a deep sleep in his embrace. The next morning, William, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by Wu Mu's morning bite. Seeing William wake up, Wu Mu couldn't help but show a pure and cute smile, which, combined with what she was doing, made William's heart race. This little girl learns really fast. She just made a slight movement to get up, and a mattress that closely fit her body began to support William as if it were fluid. From this angle, William was able to better appreciate all of Wu Mu's movements and expressions. He reached out to gather Wu Mu's long hair to one side, and his expression was quite satisfied. Noticing this, Wu Mu also quickened her pace. Ding! The communicator on Wu Mu's wrist beeped, and she paused, signaling William with her eyes. "Go ahead." "Oh." After a moment of hesitation, Wu Mu answered the call. Soon, Qing Wan's virtual avatar appeared in front of Wu Mu. Just as she was about to say something, Qing Wan noticed what Wu Mu was eating. "Your Majesty, what are you eating?" "It's nothing. Just say what you need to say." As soon as she finished speaking, William pressed Wu Mu's small head down deeply. Qing Wan. Noticing Wu Mu's uncomfortable virtual expression, Qing Wan couldn't help but swallow. After a moment of hesitation, she said with a trembling voice. Your Majesty, it's getting late. We should be leaving. Is it convenient for you? Woo-woo. After William finally released her, Wu-Mu wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and coughed lightly. It should be ready soon. However, she was pressed down again by William. Qing-Wan, is it really ready soon? Woo-woo. For a whole hour, Qing-Wan and Kai-Feng, who watched the entire process, couldn't help but feel their faces flush and their hearts race. Until Wu-Mu stumbled out of the room, the two girls hurriedly stepped forward to support her again. This time, the two finally understood how Wu-Mu got his injuries. This experience also broke their original concepts, and even left them with a significant shadow regarding men. Your Majesty, this is too painful. Kai-Feng couldn't help but say after Wu-Mu came out of the medical pod. Wu-Mu, who was watched throughout by the two women, had a strange expression. The feeling was stimulating, shameful, but more importantly, it was a different kind of excitement. In fact, the incident wasn't painful at all. After organizing his words, Wu-Mu explained, the reason I got injured was actually because I asked Mr. William to do it. Your Majesty, doesn't that hurt? Qing-Wan couldn't help but ask while heading to the spaceship with Wu-Mu. Of course it hurts, but you might not understand. For me, that's what I wanted. Behind him, hearing this, Qing-Wan and Kai-Feng exchanged glances. After witnessing the entire process, even Kai-Feng felt a bit horrified by such behavior. This shows how extreme Wu-Mu is. If there's a chance, you will know later. Kai-Feng quickly said, No, I don't like that. Qing-Wan was even more frightened, her face pale. Your Majesty, I think we should forget it. I prefer normal pregnancy. Normal pregnancy on Mercury is AI conception. Simple, quick, and scientific. Sitting in his position, Wu-Mu couldn't help but smile and cry. You guys better not regret it. That feeling is something you will remember for a lifetime. As the spaceship started, Kai-Feng said without looking back, I think everything is fine now. I don't want to remember that feeling. Qing-Wan on the side also nodded in agreement. Really, I was originally thinking of letting you enjoy it first because you're my guards. But since that's how it is, I won't force it. Leaving Wu-Mu's palace, William arrived at the bustling main city. This time, having learned from the last experience, William activated optical invisibility directly. Whether it was human sight, surveillance, or the most advanced detection systems, William was invisible. This feeling is really nice. The invisible man, huh? Who touched me? What's going on? As William walked along, he became quite interested in engaging in something you would only see in anime. It's shameless, perverse, and very lowbrow, but I must say, this feeling is really novel. Doing whatever he wants, without restraint. Perhaps William went a bit too far. Soon, a police car from the precinct descended from the sky, and leading the investigation was none other than Qingxia, accompanied by AI androids starting a large-scale scan. However, the result was naturally nothing. Just as Qingxia was beginning to suspect that these people were overly sensitive, suddenly, a hand touched Qingxia's perky butt. In an instant, Qingxia's expression changed. Instinctively, Qingxia delivered a perfect roundhouse kick towards the person behind her. The reaction was swift, the movement was standard, and the power was impressive. But the kick ended up hitting nothing. Just as Qingxia was on high alert, suddenly, a familiar scent entered her nostrils. What is this? William's figure appeared in Qingxia's mind. William, is that you? William. William didn't understand how Qingxia knew. Seeing that William wasn't saying anything, Qingxia frowned slightly. Perhaps you don't know, but the scent on you is very special. I know it's you. Hearing Qingxia's explanation, William suddenly realized and stepped forward to give Qingxia a sweet kiss. He whispered in her ear, this is a reward for you. Upon hearing William's voice, Qingxia's face turned red. Just as she was about to ask William how he managed to become invisible, suddenly, a nearby android shot an electric bullet in William's direction. Seeing this, Qingxia's expression changed. Although she knew that the electric gun wouldn't actually harm a person, the pain it caused was something most people couldn't endure. However, to her surprise, the android's electric bullet missed completely. Witnessing this, the AI android also looked puzzled. Its AI terminal had confirmed William's location by observing changes in Qingxia's body. But the reality exceeded its calculations. After scanning in all modes, and still failing to find William, the AI android could only assume it had made a calculation error. Officer Qingxia, with no result from the search, should we continue? It asked. You communicate with the person who called the police, and I will search around again. Okay. After receiving the order, the AI android quickly left the scene. Just as Qingxia was looking around for William, unexpectedly, a warm embrace wrapped around her from behind. William, is that you? Qingxia tensed up, feeling a bit flustered. It's not me. Who do you think it is? Canceling the optical camouflage, William's figure slowly appeared behind Xingxia. Finally seeing William, Xingxia let out a sigh of relief. Lightly patting her chest, she said, "You have no idea. You scare me to death just now." At this point, Xingxia couldn't help but be curious. "How did you do that? Your invisibility can evade all detection methods?" Invisibility is based on the principle of optical refraction. Optical refraction can only deceive the senses visually. It can't be detected by thermal imaging or more advanced magnetic field detection methods. If you were light, that wouldn't be a problem. Becoming light, how is that possible? Watching the astonished Xingxia, a smile appeared on William's face. She looked adorably silly like this. Entering the invisible state again, Xingxia's expression became even cuter. Being held like this, doesn't it feel thrilling? Gently blowing into Xingxia's ear, William's hands wandered over her sensitive areas. Feeling William's large hands, Xingxia's face turned red, and her heart raced, almost making her unable to stand. Looking around at the passing pedestrians, she felt even more embarrassed. "No, don't do this, Mr. William." "Oh, you don't like it? Then why do I feel that your body isn't resisting?" Biting her lip, trying hard not to make a sound, she grasped William tightly in an attempt to break free, but at that moment, Xingxia was already soft all over and had no strength left. "Officer Xingxia." Suddenly, the AI android's voice came from behind, startling Xingxia so much that her whole body tensed up in place. "Why is your heartbeat, breathing, and blood flow accelerating? It seems your body is showing signs of distress." "No, I'm fine." Slowly turning around, with her legs tightly pressed together, Xingxia spoke each word distinctly. However, she didn't expect that William's other hand would suddenly reach in from behind, and the next moment, Officer Xingxia, the AI android, noticing the situation after some calculations, pointed in one direction and said, "There's a restroom over there. You should go tidy yourself up." At this moment, Xingxia had no idea that the AI android had already noticed her condition. However, it was fortunate that it was the AI android. Shooting a glare at the invisible William, Xingxia quickly ran towards the restroom. As for the AI android, it quietly waited in place. After Xingxia left, the AI android suddenly spoke to William. "Sir, although I don't know how you managed to evade our detection devices, your actions are unethical." Hearing the AI android's words, William was also surprised. "You can see me?" The android shook its head and calmly said, "I can't see you, but if I'm not mistaken, you should be Mr. William. I sincerely apologize for my earlier action of shooting at you." William was surprised that the AI had guessed correctly. Seeing that William didn't respond, the AI android confirmed, "Mr. William, your rights allow you to do anything you want. I would advise you that your current state is not safe because, without knowing your identity, you're likely to encounter various accidents, just like my earlier action of shooting. So, do you think if I appeared on this street, I would be as free as I'm now?" The AI's response was very quick. "Indeed, this is an unsolvable issue. It seems you can't solve this problem either. I'm sorry, Mr. William, and I wish you a pleasant time." With a slight smile, William left the scene. In fact, this state of invisibility was quite interesting. Without anyone being able to see him, William did many things he had wanted to do but couldn't before. Wearing headphones, music started playing No One Loves. The enjoyable time continued until the evening when William, feeling a bit hungry, walked into a restaurant. The technological development on Mercury had caused the once popular restaurants to nearly vanish. Nowadays, Mercury preferred family-style dining, where not only could the AI butler prepare various delicious dishes, but the atmosphere of family gatherings was also much warmer. Seeing William, the voluptuous, sexy-dressed mature owner stood up and smiled at him. "Welcome, this lady." William looked very masculine, but many women in this world had such habits, which was a mainstream trend now, so Sheng Xiao didn't find it strange. Pointing to the display screen beside her, Sheng Xiao gently said, "You can order what you want from this. Our specialty is eel rice." Hearing the woman's words, William smiled slightly, and soon, his identity appeared on the screen when facing the monitor. Stunned, Sheng Xiao hesitated for a moment before exclaiming, You're a man? What's wrong? Doesn't it look like it?" Sitting down in front of Sheng Xiao, William's expression was filled with amusement. "No, I'm just a bit surprised, sorry." She bowed at a 90-degree angle, looking embarrassed. Sheng Xiao was 40 years old, but it was her first time encountering a man in her life. Sheng Xiao, looking at the name tag on her chest, William said in surprise, "What a coincidence, you also have the surname Sheng. Do you know Xingxia?" William had only asked casually, but unexpectedly, when Xingxia's name was mentioned, Sheng Xiao's expression became strange. "You know Xingxia? Huh, what a coincidence. I'm talking about Officer Xingxia from the police station." with a slightly flushed face. Sheng Xiao softly said, "She is my daughter." A virtual photo appeared in her hand. "It's not Sheng Xia. Who else could it be?" After a moment of shock, William couldn't help but laugh. "Is this for real? What a coincidence." Covering her mouth to suppress her laughter, Sheng Xiao replied, "Sometimes, things just happen to be that coincidental." However, as soon as she said it, she felt the words were a bit ambiguous, causing her to feel shy. After the laughter subsided, William said, "Could you please close the door?" "Huh. With my identity as a man, it would be troublesome if someone came in later." Because of his relationship with Sheng Xia, William didn't use a commanding tone. Sheng Xiao suddenly understood and smiled. "Oh, of course." She pressed the button to close the door, and slowly, the electric roller shutter of the restaurant descended, and the curtains automatically closed. At the same time, the restaurant's lights were dimmed to a soft glow. Elegant light music began to play, and Sheng Xiao smiled. "So, Mr. William, what would you like to eat?" "Just for me alone. How about some of your restaurant's specialties?" "Of course. Please wait a moment, Mr. William." With a smile, she served William a glass of lemon honey water and then turned to operate the fully automatic cooking machine. After taking a sip of the ice-cold lemon water, William's gaze instinctively moved to Sheng Xiao's S-shaped back curve, his eyes following her movements, awakening all of his desires from the day. At the same time, although she didn't turn around, the corner of her eye caught William's gaze, and feeling that almost tangible look, Sheng Xiao's face also flushed red. In the quiet, enclosed space with one man and one woman, soft music playing, the atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous, until a soft chime interrupted Sheng Xiao's wandering thoughts. She opened the cooking machine and handed a warm plate to William. At that moment, she found it hard to meet William's gaze. "Mr. William, this is grilled fish, enjoy." While speaking, Sheng Xiao took out several small dishes from the cooking machine and placed them in front of William. Although it was just simple grilled fish, it tasted really great, not inferior to the chefs in Blue Star. After tasting a few bites, William felt something was missing and asked, "Do you have ice beer?" Sheng Xiao, who was secretly admiring William's looks, came back to her senses and replied, "Yes, we do." She adjusted her hair and gracefully stood up, going to the drink area to fetch a glass of ice beer, gently placing it in front of William. The ice beer was slightly bitter, with a rich malt flavor that rushed to the nose, and a refreshing taste surged through the mouth. Delightful. William ate neither fast nor slow, or rather, the presence of Sheng Xiao made him slow down his eating pace. Noticing William's occasional glances at her, a slightly insecure Sheng Xiao softly asked, "Mr. William, is there something on my face?" A bit. You're quite a sight." Sheng Xiao was taken aback, a hint of blush appearing on her cheeks. Her sexy red lips softly said, "Mr. William, please don't tease me. I'm not young anymore." The freshness of a young girl and the charm of maturity are two completely different flavors. Propping her chin on her hand, Sheng Xiao sighed. "So which do you prefer?" "Mr. William? I like both, but compared to a young girl, I prefer someone like you, madam." William's answer was very affirmative. He indeed preferred mature women over young girls. Moreover, the technology and genetics of Mercury allowed people in this world to maintain their beauty even at 80 or 90 years old, making it not an exaggeration to say they had eternal youth. I don't believe it. Though she said that, it was clear that Sheng Xiao was quite pleased. Slowly putting down her utensils, William smiled slightly and looked at Sheng Xiao. "Madam, do you feel a bit hot?" Sheng Xiao was puzzled. The restaurant's temperature was kept constant and humid, so there shouldn't be a heat issue. "Madam, please prepare a serving of sashimi for me, and also make a salad." "All right." Sheng Xiao didn't see a problem with this request, but just as she was about to get up to prepare, William's next words made her face turn crimson. "Madam, could you take off your clothes?" What? Only noticing the look in William's eyes did Sheng Xiao take a deep breath. However, although she heard him, she still hesitated. To be honest, being ordered to do something like this was an experience Sheng Xiao had never had before. "Madam, you should know my authority." Sheng Xiao. Refusing me would violate Mercury's laws. Biting her lip, Sheng Xiao fell helpless and slowly began to remove her long dress, covering her important areas with her hands. Her face flushed red as she looked down in shame and said, "Is this okay?" It's fine." Quietly appreciating the beautiful sight in front of him, William said lightly, "Madam, please start preparing." Lowering her head and slowly turning around, Sheng Xiao began to operate again. However, compared to her previous skilled movements, this time, it was clear that both her actions and speed were noticeably different. It was a bit wicked, but very interesting. This time, William was really feeling hot. However, While admiring Chung Xiao's perfect figure, William still felt that something was missing. What could it be? With a sly smile, a fluffy white foxtail appeared in William's hand. When the foxtail touched Chung Xiao's perky bottom, she couldn't help but exclaim, instinctively wanting to turn around, but unexpectedly, William's voice suddenly came from beside her. Don't move. Continue. With a clink, the sound of serving dishes echoed, and Chung Xiao slowly approached William with a plate of sashimi. At this moment, her face was flushed to the extreme, and with a resentful gaze at William, she trembled and moaned, Mr. William, please eat. With a slight smile, William did not pick up his chopsticks and said, feed me. Chung Xiao took a deep breath, helplessly picked up the chopsticks, and slowly picked up a piece of fresh fish to present it to William. Chewing slowly, William was very satisfied. Continue. Little by little, the sashimi on the plate was consumed, and at the same time, William's free hand was not idle. After a long time, Chung Xiao, who was feeling hot all over, finally finished feeding. Now, feeling a bit hot? She gave William a charming glare, her expression a mix of laughter and tears. Why don't you talk about what you were just doing? How could not be hot? Glancing at the already prepared salad, William interrupted Chung Xiao's feeding, patted the clean table, and said, lie down. Chung Xiao didn't know what William wanted to do, but she obediently lay down. William picked up some salad with his chopsticks and began to dot it on Chung Xiao's body, little by little, until it was all done. By this time, Chung Xiao could no longer help but cover her eyes with her hands. She really couldn't take it anymore. But this was just the beginning. Just as Chung Xiao's gaze went vacant, William's voice gently came. Madam. Huh? What? With wide eyes, Chung Xiao was completely stunned. Madam, please be attentive. This thing is very precious. Right now, on Mercury, I'm the only one who has it. Chung Xiao. This time, William didn't hold on for long. Not because he was weak, but because of the scene, Chung Xiao's identity, and the accumulation of the day. After William had cleaned up, Chung Xiao slowly slid down from the table. Her body felt soft, and she almost fell while supporting herself on the table. Chung Xiao noticed the message in William's eyes and hesitated for a moment, ultimately not daring to say anything more. Avoiding William's gaze, she glanced at the already empty table and said softly, I'll tidy up the table. Tidying up actually just meant pressing a button. All the washing and disinfecting of the utensils was done by a robotic tool. Can I get dressed? Go ahead. William did not stop her, feeling a bit awkward. Chung Xiao turned her hips slightly. She didn't dare to bring up the subject of her tale with William. She was well aware that even if she mentioned it, it would be useless and might complicate things. She just hoped that William would leave soon. However, thinking about William's holy tool made her heart feel a surge of heat, an experience she had never had before. Madam, what time do you usually start and finish work? It was a bit awkward for Chung Xiao to be called Madam, so she lowered her head and said, could you not call me that? How should I address you then? You can call me by my name. All right, Madam. Also, you haven't answered my question. Chung Xiao was speechless. I usually start work at 10 a.m. and finish at 8 p.m. Just as William was about to say something after checking the time, voices came from outside the door. That's strange. Why is the door being closed so early today? Maybe something's come up. Really, if the door is closed, I'll just have to go back to eat. As the murmured conversation faded away, Chung Xiao felt a bit sorry for the departing customers, but she didn't think too much about it. Like most people in this world, running the shop was just something she did to pass the time. As for whether she could make money or not, Chung Xiao didn't care, and at that moment, she didn't have time to think about clients. Right now, she was contemplating how to handle things with William. It was clear that William had no intention of leaving, and his earlier question gave her a rough idea of things. Sure enough. So, we have another hour. What else do you want to do? An evil smile appeared on William's face as he said, what just happened was merely an appetizer. The main course has only just begun. He took a pair of white disposable gloves from the kitchen and found some green vegetables before smiling as he approached Chung Xiao. No, please don't. This part omitted for brevity. Time unknowingly reached 9 p.m., and William finally finished all experiments and battles. Looking at Chung Xiao, she had already turned into a puddle of mush. Moreover, due to being too dirty, her personal robot was cleaning her body, holding herself in a pitiful manner. Chung Xiao looked at William with a complex expression. Although she already had a child, William was her first man. While it was painful at first, after getting used to it, Chung Xiao finally understood why this world couldn't lack men. That feeling she believed she would never forget in her life. I'm leaving. Putting on his clothes, William turned to leave. Watching his departing figure, Chung Xiao felt dazed. When William reached the door, she hesitated for a long time and finally said, "Can you not go?" A smile appeared on William's lips. "What? Do you not want me to leave?" The torn dress barely covered her modesty, and Sheng Xiao held back her shame, softly responding with an indicating with her eyes. William smiled and said, "Your work time is over. You should go home." With a smile on her face, Sheng Xiao said, "Okay, let's go home." Leaving through the back employee passage, due to her clothing, Sheng Xiao quickly got into the flying car, and soon, the two arrived at the independent apartment located in the city center of the city. In this world, everyone has no worries about food and clothing, nor do they have to worry about housing. As long as you don't act recklessly, whether it's aging, illness, or death, the state will specially allocate housing for you. Although Sheng Xiao is not married, due to her pregnancy and childbirth, her residence is not inferior to that of He, the chief of the police station. He's apartment leans towards a technological style, while Sheng Xiao's apartment is more inclined towards a warm family style. "I'm going to take a shower and change clothes. Let's go together." Upon hearing William's words, Sheng Xiao's face flushed slightly as she nodded. It only takes less than 2 minutes to clean up. But it wasn't until an hour later that William finally brought the soft and relaxed Sheng Xiao out of the bathroom, discussing life and tracing the origins of existence. One can tell from their expressions that both parties were very satisfied with this discussion. In the room, held in William's arms, Sheng Xiao quietly enjoyed his embrace. Gently stroking William's body, even though they had already gotten to know each other deeply, Sheng Xiao still felt curious about William. Men are truly fascinating creatures. This is the summary that Sheng Xiao made about William's body. William laughed and said, "Not all men are like me. Of course, everyone is an individual, and I can understand that." Slap. He smacked Sheng Xiao's perky bottom, causing her to let out a soft gasp and pout. "Why did you hit me?" "I wanted to." "What's wrong with that?" "Don't." Her bubbly voice made William feel a shiver down his spine. William found it amusing. Compared to Sheng Xiao seemed more childlike. However, this contrast of her being a mature woman made Sheng Xiao even more alluring. "Why didn't you cry out in pain just now?" "That's different." "How is it different?" Understanding that feeling, Sheng Xiao shyly said, "That feeling is both tingling, numb, and painful. So, do you want to try again? Are you wanting it again?" Hearing William's words, Sheng Xiao was surprised, but when she saw William was about to take action, she felt her body go weak. "Can I take it slow? The place hurts a bit." "Then, let's south change the place." A night of entanglement. Until the next morning, Sheng Xiao's legs were still weak. Looking at William, who was sleeping soundly beside her, she couldn't help but feel a bit infatuated. In fact, Sheng Xiao was very tired now, but her biological clock, combined with the smart awakening system, made her wake up. Otherwise, she probably would have slept until this afternoon. As she tried to get up, a wave of pain made her frown. Last night was pleasurable, but today was a bit torturous. Thinking about this, Sheng Xiao regretted playing too wildly yesterday. However, as she woke up, another thought crossed her mind. Her daughter. How did William know Sheng Xia? It couldn't be. It couldn't be. Her heart skipped a beat, and Sheng Xiao's heart raced. She was actually a bit panicked, until William hugged her again, feeling his body warmth. All of Sheng Xiao's thoughts were cast aside. Forget it, things have already come to this. No matter how much she thought, it had already become a reality. In this world, men are indeed rare. Even if things turn out as one wishes, it is actually quite normal, isn't it? After all, in this world, just encountering William is already a blessing from above. After being immersed for a long time, reluctant to part, Sheng Xiao finally spoke. "William, it's getting late. I need to go open the door. Can we take a day off?" Upon hearing William's words, Sheng Xiao hesitated for a moment and said, "Then, how about we just take a day off?" William was not lying. A young girl has her own beauty, but compared to a young girl, William actually prefers mature women. It is precisely for this reason that William enjoys being with Sheng Xiao. Not only is Sheng Xiao's body mature, but her mindset also aligns more closely with what William likes. While William was studying, Sheng Xiao wouldn't disturb him. She would only place fruits and snacks within his reach before starting her own tasks. After finishing today's study, when getting up, William noticed the clothes beside him were already washed clean and neatly folded. In this world, there are very few men, and thus, Sheng Xiao naturally doesn't have any clothes that William could change into. However, in order for William to be more comfortable, Sheng Xiao washed all of William's clothes from yesterday as soon as she got up, although William actually doesn't wear the same piece of clothing twice. He made an exception today because of Sheng Xiao. When he arrived at the dining room and saw Sheng Xiao busy in the kitchen, William smiled and hugged her waist from behind. What delicious food are you making? I'm stewing soup for you. It'll be ready soon. You can try it later. William asked curiously, what kind of soup? Black chicken and sea cucumber soup, with a dozen kinds of Chinese herbs, including deer antler, bagtian, epimedium, cistanche fairy grass, and eucamia. After hearing Sheng Xiao's explanation, William broke into a cold sweat. Where did you learn to make this soup? From the database? It records that these herbs are very good for men. What's wrong? Is there a problem? William chuckled. Although these things are good, they're all considered tonics. While I'm not afraid of being oversupplemented, if you drink this, you might suffer. Hearing William's words, Sheng Xiao's face turned red. Then, let's forget it. To be honest, Sheng Xiao was a bit scared of William's strength, but it would be a bit wasteful not to drink it. How about just a little taste? Then let's taste the flavor. Because a lot of herbs were used, the broth turned a very rich color. After taking a small sip, it was indeed powerful. How is it? Noticing Sheng Xiao's eager gaze, William smiled. It tastes good, but I don't dare to drink much. Sheng Xiao's smile widened, and she opened a drawer. Pointing to the medicinal wine she made herself, and said proudly, I specially bought some more to brew wine for you. William's smile became strange. Sheng Xiao's behavior fully illustrated what it means to be addicted to something. Aren't you afraid of me, wearing you out? Her face flushed. Sheng Xiao replied, I'm fine. And if it doesn't work, I can just use the medical pod. I'm just worried about your health. You need to pay attention to wellness. Drinking that much each time is very taxing on the body. If it weren't for knowing that Sheng Xiao couldn't handle it, William would really want to pamper this woman in front of him. William's gaze made Sheng Xiao unable to help but give him a sweet kiss. Here, I have something for you. In William's hand appeared the 6th-generation Ling Xiao ring, exclusive to his woman. The 6th-generation Ling Xiao ring restored its most classic appearance, but its functions reached an extreme. Storage, defense, positioning, teleportation, and nano battle armor were all its basic settings. Most importantly, this ring could enhance physical strength in daily life, somewhat similar to a weakened version of William's system. Moreover, in the face of danger, it could borrow up to one of William's body strength. Watching William put the ring on his ring finger, Sheng Xiao couldn't help but show a touched expression. Although this world is not Blue Star, the significance of rings in this world is the same as in Blue Star. From now on, you are my woman. Sheng Xiao's cheeks flushed. After dinner, when Sheng Xiao finished tidying up the house, she said to William, Honey, I'm going to the store. Do you want to come with me? I won't go. I have something to do later. After hesitating for a moment, Sheng Xiao softly said, Don't worry, I'm not leaving. Hearing William's words, Sheng Xiao finally smiled. Okay, then I'm leaving. In the sky, William bathed in sunlight, quietly admiring this cyberpunk-like future world before him. Next time he goes back, he plans to bring them all to this world to have fun, William thought to himself. With a flash of his figure, William began to accelerate. Bang! With a huge sonic boom, William started to accelerate again. Buzz! In the superluminal world, everything centered around William, and the entire world of Mercury came to a standstill in an instant. He could even see the flow of time right before his eyes. As long as William wanted, he could even directly traverse the timeline. However, William did not do so. Slightly slowing down, William reached the speed of light and circled around Mercury a few times before arriving at the company of the Mu sisters. In the stasis state, William couldn't help but feel a twinge of mischief. They really are twins. Lowering his gaze, he thought, the short skirt is nice, and this little underwear is quite cute. One has a bear pattern and the other a rabbit pattern. TSK. Making the two kneel on the ground with their hands simply tied up with ropes. William took 2 bananas from the fruit plate on the table and placed one in each of their backsides. With a mischievous grin, William exited the superluminal time. Ouch! That hurts! What is going on? Nearby, William, who was watching the show, couldn't help but burst into laughter. It's you. Noticing the change in the twins' expressions, they finally understood what had happened. Let's go. Sister Mu Ning shouted angrily at William. Mu Ning's words made William raise an eyebrow and say, I won't let go. What will you do about it? Mu Ning. Looking at the two of them sweating from the pain, William laughed. You say you're sisters. Can't you help each other? Hearing this, Mu Ning and Mu Yi finally reacted. That's too much. How can you do this? Helping each other untie the ropes. Sister Mu Yi couldn't help but shed tears. Compared to her sister's strength, Mu Ning's character was a bit softer. Seeing her sister's tears, Mu Ning couldn't help but feel a bit heartbroken, but she couldn't do anything to help her sister teach William a lesson, making her grit her teeth in anger. Sitting in the chair, William casually asked. How's the game running? Giving William a glare, Mu Ning replied irritably. Thanks to you. Are there still people playing? This data seems a bit poor. Looking at the screen showing the online numbers, William frowned. The real-time online number was only 10,000. William remembered that a certain game on Blue Star had already reached 1 million online players. William's words made Mu retort. How is that poor? In fact, what Sister Mu Ning just said was a bit sarcastic. Is having 10,000 online players really that bad? This number has actually exceeded the expectations of the twins. You have to know that it is still daytime now, not the peak time for the game's player count. Last night, at its peak, the number of players even broke the 100,000 mark. Mercury is different from Blue Star. Blue Star is just one country, Huaxia, and the number of players has already surpassed 700 million. In contrast, Mercury's total population has only just reached 100 million, and the player base is even less than 20 million. Coupled with the diversion from over 100 other games, this Simulation City game, which has been on the market for less than a month, has already become a legend in the gaming industry. And you should know, this is just the beginning. As long as the gameplay is gradually improved in the later stages. The twins are confident that this Simulation City will definitely become the most successful game in the gaming industry this year. However, such achievements were regarded as poor in William's eyes, which left the twins unable to accept it. Mu did not notice the playful expression on William's face and kept talking about the achievements, while her sister couldn't help but cover her forehead. Sister, can you stop talking? Until Mu finished speaking, William smiled and said, Well, if that's the case, does that make me a hero? Mu was momentarily taken aback and didn't know how to respond. Mr. William, this is not just a game. When it came to this, Mu Ning's expression was very serious. Shrugging, William said lightly, he wasn't before, but now he is. Perhaps before, William thought he couldn't destroy a world. But after actually doing it, even if it was a misunderstanding, he realized that he wasn't particularly concerned about it. William's indifferent words sent a chill down Mu Ning's spine. Not wanting to continue discussing this topic, Mu Ning asked, Did you come to find us for something today? With a slight smile, William replied, Mainly because of you too. And secondly, regarding the parallel universe. Because of us? Mu Ning understood that William was here for the parallel universe, but she couldn't grasp what he meant by being for them. I really like both of you. Pointing at Mu Ning and Mu, William smiled. You're crazy. Let's go. With wide eyes, Mu Ning glared at William, unable to comprehend what kind of twisted interest he had. Sister. However, William did not understand the twins and directly used light energy to draw a bias strip in the air. This world has countless parallel worlds. For me, as long as I want, I can create countless such universes. Under Mu Ning's shocked gaze, William pointed, and a portal to the parallel universe appeared at his fingertip. So, do you understand? As more and more portals to parallel universes appeared, Mu Ning was completely stunned. Sister, what is that? Because she was facing away from William and her body was restrained, Mu couldn't see what William was doing. It wasn't until they slightly shifted that Mu finally realized the reason. And at that moment, she was also bewildered. You, how could humans do such things? Mu could not comprehend how William accomplished this. As long as you're fast enough, exceeding the speed of light, you can do it. In the blink of an eye, the decorations on the twins changed again. Throughout the process, the twins didn't even know what was happening. However, William's demonstration also made the two realize how he achieved it. Although they didn't know how William did it, Mu Ning could imagine what he had done. You shameless. Thank you for the compliment. Is it really that interesting? Isn't it interesting? William retorted. I don't find it interesting at all. That's you. Pinching Mu Ning's mouth, William said lightly, and learn from your sister, just be obedient. Noticing a hint of pride at the corner of her sister's mouth, Mu Ning was almost driven mad. What are you laughing at? Are you proud? Myriad not. Sister, don't say that. Tell me, what would happen if I held both of you like this on the street? Upon hearing this, Mu Ning's expression changed drastically, and Mu was almost scared to tears. No, don't do that. If you dare, I'll commit suicide in front of you. Just thinking about such a scene made Mu Ning nearly unable to bear it. After laughing, pointing at the AI core, William said, You have been ignoring one thing. If the AI of this world is placed into other parallel universes, without the constraints of laws and rules, what will they do? Hearing William's words, the sisters' expressions changed. As game developers and highly intelligent women, they certainly understood what consequences this could bring. So, stop trying to be clever. The parallel universe is not something you can touch. Any variable could lead to catastrophic disasters. After a moment of silence, Mu Ning said softly, So, you destroyed that world? Shrugging, William said lightly, if you want to understand it that way, that's not incorrect. At this point, the Mu sisters finally realized that they had misunderstood William. Even without simulation, they knew what consequences this could cause. Once the AI awakens, the entire civilization of Mercury could be completely overturned. Humanity simply cannot withstand the power of a world. But is that really the case? In fact, it no longer matters. All right, I've said what I needed to say. I'm leaving. Seeing William preparing to leave, Mooning finally spoke, thank you. Such gratitude was insincere. Then how should I be thanked? Before Mooning could fully respond, William had already kissed her lips. After a long time, their lips parted. Breathing heavily, with her face flushed, Mooning looked at William with a changed expression. Meanwhile, Mu-yi watched the two with a hint of envy in her eyes. However, soon, she also enjoyed the same treatment as her sister. I have things to attend to. I'll come find you next time. After saying this, William instantly disappeared from his spot. When William left, Mu-yi had already slumped to the ground. And seeing her sister's dazed expression, Mooning instinctively licked her lips, reminiscing about the feeling just now. Unexpectedly, it was quite nice. However, the two sisters exchanged glances and saw a hint of complex emotions in each other's eyes. Sister, actually Mr. William is a good person. Snorting, Mooning said, what? Did a kiss deceive you? Don't forget what he did to us. Blushing, Mu-yi lowered her head and said softly, actually, although it was a bit painful at first, it was also quite interesting. Mooning. Suddenly, Mu-yi thought of something bad. By the way, sister, can we take him out now? He has already left. What's there to be afraid of? Seeing Mooning casually preparing to take off the rabbit's tail, Mu-yi suddenly said, sister, have you forgotten? Mr. William said that if you take it off, you have to put on one that is twice the size. As soon as the words were spoken, Mooning's hand immediately froze. What? Are you still going to take it? With a silly smile, Mu-yi said, actually, I want to try the one that's twice as big. Mooning thought, this is bad, my own sister's gone dumb. However, Mooning didn't know why. But after realizing that William hadn't returned, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. After leaving the twins' company, William almost came here in a daze. This time, William was in a terrible mood. Originally, he had planned to have a good time with the two sisters, but unexpectedly, he was interrupted again. In fact, William didn't want to pay attention to it at all, but when he discovered that someone dared to scold his woman, he was completely furious. Grabbing the woman who claimed to be the great elder in front of him, William shouted, who gave you the courage to yell at me? William's speed was too fast, surpassing the limits of human capability and even all detection tools. When the great elder Hualin was lifted in the air by William with one hand, everyone was stunned. It wasn't until Hualin's bodyguard reacted that she aimed her energy gun at William. Let go of Elder Hualin. Seeing this scene, Hia in the office panicked. William. On the other hand, the great elder Hualin, who was being choked by William, was almost out of breath. With a cold glance at the female bodyguard behind Hualin, William said coldly, try shooting, I dare you. The female bodyguard replied, yes, she doesn't dare. Although Elder Hualin had a noble status, William was still a man. The men in this world already enjoy privileges. Even the 5 elders can only stand on equal footing with men's rights. With a change in expression, suppressing her inner impulse, the female guard said, if you don't let her go, Elder Hualin will die. Slowly lifting the woman in his hand to eye level. Watching her face turn red from lack of air, William calmly said, even if I crush her, what can you do to me? Though he spoke this way, William ultimately released his grip just as the woman was about to suffocate. It wasn't that William feared Hualin. Sometimes, death is actually a relief. In his heart, he was filled with brutality towards Hualin. Since you dare to provoke me, I will let you know the consequences of provoking me. As the Grand Elder, Hualin somewhat understood men's natures. However, she never expected that William would dare to kill her. In that moment of life and death, Hualin saw William's indifference to life. At that moment, she felt like nothing more than an ant. William truly dared to kill her. Coughing violently, with tears and snot streaming down her face. Hualin was terrified to the extreme. Lifting his foot and stepping on Hualin's head, ignoring her struggles on the ground, William said, speak, what do you want from me? So can you let me go? Hualin, with her face flushed under William's foot, dared not harbor any murderous intent towards him because she knew very well that this world cannot be without William. However, in her current state, the once superior Hualin felt jealousy and shame to the core. If there were no people around, Hualin could actually accept this fate. But there were others in the office, her guards and William's woman, Hia. Wait for me here. William understood her meaning and signaled Hia and the female guard with his eyes. The next moment, William vanished from the spot with Hualin. In a sports arena in the city center, Hualin was heavily thrown to the ground by William. Before Hualin could comprehend what was happening, without any movement from William, chains appeared around her. In the blink of an eye, Hualin was bound to the ground in a humiliating position by William. Feeling the rings that trapped her, Hualin, showing pain, quickly said, "I came to find you today, too." However, before Hualin could finish, William pinched her mouth and said, "I know what you came to find me for, but are you so sure that I will just go along with you? I am a Grand Elder of Mercury. We can cooperate perfectly for a win-win situation. As long as you can help me, I can promise you anything you want." William laughed. "Without you, I can do as I please just the same. Can I? That's completely different. Yes, I admit you could do almost everything. But don't you think such power is hollow? Without power, you're ultimately like a rootless duckweed." Seeing William fall into silence, a hint of triumph appeared in Hualin's eyes. But she concealed it well. "As long as we join forces, this world will be ours. You seem to have forgotten someone." As soon as those words were spoken, Hualin's pupils contracted slightly. You say, if I tell Wu Mu about your business, do you think you can still sit steadily in the position of the Grand Elder?" Hualin had considered almost all possibilities, but had never thought that William could actually establish a connection with Wu Mu. Wu Mu had always been reclusive since childhood, and it was rare for her to leave the palace. Although Wu Mu was very young, as the Empress, she had a veto power over the elders. If Hualin had William's support, he still had the right to compete with Wu Mu, but now, thinking about being stripped of his rights as the Grand Elder, Hualin's face was filled with fear. "So, do you understand your situation now? I was wrong. I actually had no such intention. With her mouth expanded to the maximum, Hualin could no longer say anything. "Do you think, why would I tell you all this?" Ignoring Hualin's pleading gaze, William's expression gradually became cold. "Actually, I'm very angry because you ruined my good plan. Perhaps you think your status is very noble, but in my eyes, you're worthless." Walking around Hualin, William sneered. "Just look at you, older in age, having given birth, and not particularly attractive. This isn't your first time either. Besides having the title of Grand Elder, what makes you think I would be interested in you?" William's words gradually distorted Hualin's expression. It was simply a great humiliation. Although she wanted to retort, the expander in her mouth only allowed her to make sounds of making it impossible to articulate a single word clearly. Leaning close to Hualin's ear, William humiliated her. "To be honest, someone like you doesn't even pique my interest enough to touch you. Do you understand?" William's words nearly tore Hualin's dignity apart. At that moment, Hualin looked at William with a gaze full of intense killing intent. If it weren't for being trapped, she would have even thought about tearing William apart. "Want to kill me?" Hee. William couldn't help but laugh. "To be honest, you're the first person who has tried to kill me. Do you think you deserve it?" Without any movement from William, suddenly, bang, 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 bang. White smoke appeared in the arena, and seeing a dozen people suddenly appear around, Hualin was completely dumbfounded. What is going on? Is this some kind of transformation? And these people's appearances are quite ugly. Looking around at the various bizarre avatars, William said lightly, "You know what to do, right? Seriously. You have good things, but you don't remember to share. It's this kind of thing that summons us out. If you dislike it, I don't mind letting you go back." William's words changed the expressions of the avatars, and with a bright smile, one of them tried to ease the tension. "Just joking, don't take it so seriously. Don't let her die so easily." Showing a mouthful of big teeth, the strange avatar chuckled. "Don't worry, host, we have it under control." The screams echoed throughout the stadium, but at this moment, William had already left. In fact, William had not intended to do this. However, under the influence of mind reading, knowing what Hualin had experienced, William was genuinely enraged. Hualin was born into the Upper Lin family, and perhaps due to her nature or her parents' teachings, she had a strong obsession with power since she was young. Throughout her life, she would stop at nothing to achieve her goals, with blood on her hands. After entering the power circle, it became even darker. To consolidate her power, Hualin even controlled the holy city, leading to various extreme incidents. But she had always hidden it well. Although Hualin could deceive others, she could not deceive William. William had no sympathy for someone who should have gone to hell long ago. As for the consequences of torturing and killing Hualin, William did not care at all. Several hours later, the avatar of William appeared before him, holding a data disk stained with blood. "Everything you wanted is in there. Thank you for your hard work." With a grin, the avatar licked its lips, lingering. "If there's another good thing like this next time, remember to call us again." William nodded and dissipated the avatar's power. He opened the communication device and directly transmitted all the data from the disk to Wu Mu. Shortly after receiving the data, Wu Mu immediately called William via video. Master, where did you find this information? After the video connected, Wu Mu asked William with a serious expression. Who else could it be? Master, Hualin, did she come to find you? I took care of it for you. Wu Mu was taken aback, but quickly understood William's meaning. His expression gradually becoming strange. You killed her? What? Is it not allowed? No, I just think that letting her die like this is too cheap for her. Hearing Wu Mu's words, William couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, she didn't die that easily. You tortured her? You wouldn't want to know how painful it was for her before she died. Master, I originally planned to come find you in the next few days. But regarding Elder Hualin's matter, I might need to delay for a few more days. Waving his hand, William smiled. What? Do you miss me? Yes, I miss you, Master. Wu Mu nodded firmly, not hiding his affection for William. After hanging up the video, William's gaze fell on a woman hidden in the shadows not far away. Although she had hidden her identity well, William was still clear that she was the female guard accompanying Hualin. Not bad. She has some skills to find this place. I want to see. Before he could finish his thought, a beam of energy suddenly descended. The target was none other than William. And this attack came from over 10,000 kilometers away. Z. Boom. Under the massive energy beam, William's figure vanished. Lord Hualin, I have avenged you. Eyes wide open. The fully armed female, guard Huaxin, showed a look of surprise as she looked towards William's position. However, suddenly, a voice came from behind Huaxin. What did you say? Huaxin's mind went blank, but in an instant, AI took control of her body, and a laser sword appeared in her hand, launching an attack towards William. Interesting. The AI's attacks were fluid and deadly, but William effortlessly dodged all of them while continuously mocking. Slow. Too slow. Can you go a bit faster? Yes, just like that. You were almost able to kill me. Anger made Huaxin's face show hatred, yet her body and attacking methods had no flaws. However, having no flaws was itself a flaw. In the moment Huaxin swung her sword at William again, he suddenly reached out. Bang! With a cry of pain, Huaxin was sent flying. However, before she could react to what had happened, William's body had already appeared in front of her. I told you, you're too slow. Another kick was thrown out. Boom! With one kick, Huaxin was heavily smashed through a building, and after being hit by several vehicles, she slowly collapsed to the ground. Is that all? As William's body slowly floated in front of Huaxin, suddenly, red light began to glow on her back. Suddenly, boom! A terrifyingly powerful punch slammed down right in front of William. What is this? Noticing Huaxin's face, which was cold to the extreme, William's brows slightly furrowed. Full power consciousness mode. Has she really gone all out? Casually grabbing Huaxin's fist, William reached out and threw her away. Like a shooting star, Huaxin disappeared into the sky, while William's figure quickly vanished from the spot. Hundreds of kilometers above the ocean, golden and red figures collided continuously, and the immense power even caused the sea to churn with monstrous waves. Was full power mode. It is essentially unleashing 1S full strength. Mercury's technology has developed to an extreme height, and AI replicant technology has reached an unprecedented level. Humans cannot break the limits of their genes, but AI replicants can. With AI assistance, guided by the main human consciousness, and incorporating the pinnacle of technology, a combat version of the replicant was born. To put it simply, it's like controlling a humanoid drone. However, unlike ordinary drone control, the reaction speed of consciousness can even exceed the speed of light. And this allows the combat form replicant in full power consciousness mode to achieve an incredible level of strength. But how long can you hold out like this? Full power consciousness mode is not without its misunderstandings, although its explosive power reaches an astonishing level once the consciousness in this mode operates beyond its limits. The brain controlling the replicant will also face collapse. And this is a difficulty that even Mercury's technology has yet to overcome. 3 minutes of battle time is already the limit for everyone in this world. Holding on until I kill you is enough. Do you think you can kill me? With a punch to the abdomen of the bionic in front of him, William's expression gradually turned insane. Who gave you the illusion that you could defeat me? Boom! With one punch, a massive pit appeared in the ocean, and Huaxin, who was directly struck down to the seabed, showed extreme pain. Full power ideology weakness too. Same injury, same death. Under normal circumstances, even if the bionic dies, the controller will not face any risk, but under full power ideology, if the bionic is injured or killed, the controller will face the same fate. Although the physical strength of the bionic far exceeds that of ordinary humans, and its manufacturing material is the pinnacle of this world's technology, the eternal gold, with a hardness comparable to that of a neutron star. Even so, Being hit by William's punch made Hua Xian feel as if her entire body had been shattered. Just as William was about to launch another attack, Hua Xian, on the verge of losing consciousness, pointed her hand at William. Lock on. Destroy. Boom! A blue energy beam tore through the sky. A space-based orbital weapon. With one strike, it could destroy everything. Seeing this scene, Hua Xian's face revealed a mad expression. End it. Ha ha ha. Buzz. The dazzling blue light enveloped the entire world. Beep beep beep. The AI warning sounded continuously in Hua Xian's ears. If she kept activating the ideology, her life would soon reach its end. However, at this moment, Hua Xian completely ignored the AI's warnings. For her, even if she died, she wanted to see William's demise. But the blue light gradually dissipated, and when an unharmed William reappeared in midair, Hua Xian, bleeding from all 7 orifices, was completely stunned. How is this possible? How can this be? By the end, Hua Xian was nearly breaking down. Crack, crack. Shaking his neck, William's figure suddenly appeared in front of Hua Xian. Looking at Hua Xian lying on the ground, unable to get up, William said lightly, "Although you are a woman, you are a true warrior. For the sake of pleasing me, I grant you death." A dark light flashed in his eyes, and a black coffin emerged from the seabed, enveloping Hua Xian's entire body. As the seawater surged back in, William's figure soared into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. At the police station, when William returned to Hia's office, Hia immediately rushed to him. Concerned, "Are you okay? What do you think she could do to me?" "Don't worry." Ruffling Hia's hair, William smiled happily. He could naturally feel that her actions came from a genuine concern for him. After chatting a bit about Hualin, Hia asked, "William, are you going home today?" Having not seen William for 2 consecutive days, Hia, who had just tasted the forbidden fruit, showed an expectant expression. After hesitating for a moment, William said, "Not today. I have some other matters." "All right." Hia couldn't help but show disappointment. "But I can accompany you tomorrow." When this was said, Hia's face immediately revealed a smile. "Okay, I'll prepare some food for you tomorrow night." "Are you only thinking about the evening?" William's teasing made Hia's expression shy. "If you want, we can also meet during the day." William was both amused and helpless. She certainly heard the implication in Hia's words, but William's original intention was not that. Just as she was about to leave Hia's office, Sheng Xiao's figure appeared in front of William. Upon seeing William, Sheng Xiao couldn't help but blush. The events from yesterday on the street seemed vivid in her mind. But despite her shyness, Sheng Xiao still couldn't resist coming up to William. "Why did you come today?" "To find you." "Really?" William's words brought a look of surprise to Sheng Xiao's face. Although she knew William wasn't being entirely truthful, she was still very happy. "Have you had lunch?" "Not yet." "Then let's go together." "Sure." Naturally, Sheng Xiao wouldn't refuse. "Where should we eat?" With a slight smile, William said, "I found a nice place. How about we go there?" As William set the destination on the bike, Sheng Xiao's expression became a bit strange because this restaurant carried memories from Sheng Xiao's childhood. Sheng Xiao didn't think much of it and just felt it was a coincidence. "William, how did you find this place?" "It wasn't on purpose. I just happened to come across it, so I went there for a meal last night and thought it was pretty good." "Is that so? Do you know who the owner of this restaurant is?" William smiled knowingly and teased. "Why? Does it matter?" "The owner is my mom." "Ah, really?" "Of course it's true." "What a coincidence. No wonder I felt the owner looked a bit familiar. Turns out you have this connection." With a giggle, Sheng Xia said, "It's been a while since I visited, so today is just perfect." Chatting and laughing, the two quickly arrived in front of Sheng Xiao's restaurant. Pushing open the restaurant door, Sheng Xiao happily called out, "Mom." "Oh, Xia, what brings you here?" Just as Sheng Xiao was surprised by her daughter's visit, she suddenly noticed William, who came along with Sheng Xia. "You too?" "Mom, this is William. You met yesterday." Yes, we met." Feeling guilty, Sheng Xiao blushed and lowered her head to tidy her hair, not just having met. They had exchanged the deepest of conversations yesterday. At this moment, Sheng Xiao also noticed her daughter holding William's hand, and her heart became complicated. "Hello, madam." William's voice came to her ears, and Sheng Xiao shyly intertwined her hands, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, Sheng Xia thought her mother was surprised by her relationship with William and didn't mind, cheerfully saying, "Mom, we haven't eaten yet. Can you make us something to eat?" "Oh, okay. What do you want to eat?" Sheng Xia looked at William and asked, "William, what do you want to eat?" "Sashimi would be nice." William's words made Sheng Xiao blush even more. "But we had that yesterday, so let's have steak today, and let's add some salad as well. Then make it 2 portions and also bring 2 lemonades." "All right, it will be ready soon." While enjoying Sheng Xiao's figure and chatting with Sheng Xia, William kept smiling. Mom, let me tell you something funny. The police were called out yesterday for a case of infidelity, and you wouldn't believe how awkward it was. William, Sheng Xiao, the lover was hiding on the balcony thinking they wouldn't be discovered, and in the end, the spouse almost pushed them off the building. What were they thinking? Since they're already married, why cheat? Now it's all over the news. Sheng Xia was sharing the funny story, but she didn't notice that Sheng Xiao, who was cooking, had turned a bit pale. She thought her daughter was hinting at discovering her relationship with William. Just as Sheng Xiao was determined to confess her situation to her daughter, she turned around and found her daughter already in William's arms, both of them in a close and intimate state. This scene made Sheng Xiao grip her hands tightly, and a trace of envy and jealousy rose in her heart. With an awkward expression, she placed the steaks in front of the two of them, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say as she looked at her daughter. Facing her mother-esque gaze, Sheng Xia shyly struggled to get up from her seat. William, this one tastes the best right now. While speaking, Sheng Xia began to cut the steak in a bowl. After carefully slicing it, she gently placed the already cut steak in front of William, revealing a happy smile as she said, "Eat." William glanced at Sheng Xiao with a smile and added fuel to the fire by saying, "Feed me." Sheng Xia's face turned slightly red. "My mom is here. You have to feed me." "All right then." Watching the two women in front of her display their affection, Sheng Xiao felt as if her blood vessels were about to burst. Although she felt that her relationship with William was akin to an affair, Sheng Xia's every word and action seemed to declare her ownership over him. "What is this? If you have any thoughts, just say them directly. Why beat around the bush?" Thinking of this, Sheng Xiao couldn't help but feel a bit heartbroken, and tears were about to flow down her cheeks. Sometimes, the deepest wounds come not from outsiders, but from those closest to us. Sheng Xia, who was deeply immersed in love, did not notice her mother's awkwardness, but William did. Have they played too much? From Sheng Xia's perspective, William gently held Sheng Xiao's hand. It was just a moment of contact, and Sheng Xiao's expression changed, instinctively looking at William. Chewing on his steak, William shook his head slightly and transmitted, "I'm talking to you. Don't panic. Only you can hear what I'm saying." After Sheng Xiao calmed down a bit, William said, "Sheng Xia doesn't know about you and me, so don't misunderstand." Hearing this, Sheng Xiao showed a look of surprise. When Sheng Xia looked up, William withdrew his hand from Sheng Xiao's, skillfully avoiding Sheng Xia's gaze. However, Sheng Xiao clearly underestimated William's intentions. Just as the two were eating and chatting, William's hand directly passed through space and reached behind Sheng Xiao. The moment William's hand touched her, Sheng Xiao was almost scared out of her wits. "It's mine." With wide eyes, she grabbed William's mischievous hand, feeling a chill run down her spine. Although she knew it was William's hand, the sudden feeling was terrifying. Gently brushing off Sheng Xiao's hand that was holding him, William got straight to the point. Sheng Xiao instinctively tightened her legs, biting her lip, her face flushed with shame. In front of her was her own daughter, and here she was, the mother. Thinking of this, Sheng Xiao suddenly realized that jealousy and shame were accompanied by intense stimulation. "No, I can't do this. The scene is too stimulating." Here, 200,000 words are omitted. When William and Sheng Xia left hand in hand, laughing, Sheng Xiao finally couldn't help but collapse onto the ground. Thinking of what she had just done, her mind went blank. At the same time, as William just got in the flying car with Sheng Xia, before Sheng Xia could speak, William, who was nearly bursting, turned Sheng Xia's body around. "What's wrong?" Sheng Xia exclaimed, her face turning red. "Don't speak." With one hand, he pressed Sheng Xia down onto the seat, saying, "I'm about to burst." "But what if someone sees us outside? Don't think I don't know this is one-way glass. You can see outside, but they can't see inside." "Oh." Obediently lowering her head, Sheng Xia unzipped William's pants. Another 100,000 words omitted. When William brought Sheng Xia back to the police station, it was just 2 p.m. Feeling all weak and soft, Sheng Xia patted her chest and sighed in relief. "Good, I almost arrived late." "So what if she's late? What did she do?" Being late would affect her performance. If she was late more than 3 times within a year, she might not be able to keep her position. "So strict?" Sticking out her little tongue, her lips slightly swollen, Sheng Xia said, "Actually, the working hours are pretty good. 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. and 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. A day's work is only 4 hours. If I were late again, I might as well not work." If that's the case, then forget I said anything." "Well, I'm going to work now. What about your body?" Sheng Xia shook her head, If there's an emergency, I can just send a robot. Don't worry. This world is actually very safe, not so many incidents. Safe, huh? Well, actually, if you want to cause trouble, this world is still very safe. Not long after parting ways with Shangxia, William stopped on the road. Just as a cute woman in a hoodie and sports cap was about to walk by, he suddenly grabbed her clothes. The woman gasped in shock and said fearfully, "What do you want? You've been following me for so long, and you asked me what I want?" William said with a smile, "And why are you wearing so much on such a hot day? Aren't you hot?" The woman looked at William with a face full of fear, her expression helpless, seemingly very innocent. Great acting. However, slowly approaching the woman, William's tone turned cold. "Since I dared to kill Hualin, do you think I wouldn't dare to kill you, Elder Yui?" Elder Yui was a bit frightened, and coupled with William exposing her identity, she quickly explained, "I mean you no harm. Elder Yui, 5th Elder of Mercury. I know you mean no harm, otherwise you would have been dead by now." Following William's gaze, Elder Yui saw that her last insurance energy barrier button was already in William's hand. "If you think this thing can protect you, then you underestimate me." Crack. With a crisp sound, the button made entirely of eternal gold was crushed by William. Gulping, Elder Yui awkwardly said, "The Supreme Intelligence detected the death of Grand Elder Hualin in your battle with Huaxin, so I got curious and came to see." Although Elder Yui was only the 5th Elder of Mercury, her status was quite special because she managed Mercury's Supreme Intelligence, making her the person who received information the fastest on Mercury. The reason she came to find William alone was not just curiosity, but also to assess the threat William posed to Mercury. Scanning the 10 combat-type robots approaching in the distance, William said, "I think it's best if you deactivate the alarm first. Otherwise, if there's any accidental injury later, I won't take responsibility." "I know." After William released her, Elder Yui quickly made a gesture, and the 10 combat robots finally stopped. "Can we talk privately?" After avoiding conflict, Elder Yui asked softly. "Actually, there's nothing to talk about. If you want to know something, you can ask Wumu." Elder Yui. Time flew by, and 100 years passed. During this century, Mercury was transformed into a paradise island belonging solely to William, and William truly settled his home in this world. Thus, the story comes to an end. Brief introduction. William Duke traveled to a world with divine fruit powers, where various abilities resembled the devil fruits from One Piece. He started with an infinite enhancement system, allowing any ability to be infinitely strengthened. After 3 years of hard work, he reached the level of One Punch Man, becoming invincible at the outset.